the online dating partner chats with you, saying she has a single chest weighing 6 pounds, loves to wear black stockings and has long legs, and when you meet, she will definitely take half your life. But when you excitedly open the door, she quickly takes off her stockings, wraps them around your eyes, with the intention of not letting you see her true appearance. It's not very nice to start with something so stimulating. You originally wanted to ask something, but the next moment you were silenced by a wave of softness, and then you were forced to study speaking and listening for the whole night. The next morning, you struggled to get out of bed, having had your eyes covered all night, and at this moment, you only felt a soreness in your eyes, so you slowly opened the covering in front of you, only to see a thick stack of cash placed there. Seeing this, you hurriedly picked up your phone to ask her where she had gone, and then you witnessed the most dramatic scene. You were not even her WeChat friend. You were immediately stunned, not expecting to be treated like a duck, having been inexplicably tossed around 16 times throughout the night, yet not even receiving a single evaluation, and just like that, she left. At this moment, Shin Yu-chu, who had returned to the company, looked at the foreign examination report handed over by the secretary, full of confusion. Are you saying I was misdiagnosed? Which means I don't have to die. At this moment, Shin Yu-chu was incredibly happy inside, but immediately shook her head, blushing. She had thought she was going to die, so she carefully selected a pure-hearted boy, thinking that her first time would also be her last indulgence, and she had learned all the knowledge she wanted. But now being told she didn't have to die, thinking of this, she picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and saw your friend request, where you had thoughtfully noted several uncivilized words. Thinking of her crazy actions last night, she quickly clicked to reject the addition. Not long after, you returned home dejectedly, walked into the bathroom, and looked at the scratches on your back that had been dug out by nails through the mirror. You said to yourself in a low mood, "Let this inexplicable first love rot in my stomach. What I should care about the most now is whether the resume I submitted to the Shin group can pass." On the other side, Shin Yu-chu, dragging her weary body, returned to her villa. She limped up to the second floor, walking like a torn crab. Then she sat on the sofa, unconsciously picked up her phone, and scrolled through the chat history with you, recalling the note she had given you. Little Chen's son, and the content of the chat was unbearable to look at. Little Chen's son, Mommy loves you. Do you want to receive Mommy's love? Thinking back to that moment, her cheeks turned incredibly red, and she silently shouted in her heart, "What is this? Am I really this crazy as I approach death?" Thinking of this, the rumored beauty CEO who was not interested in men grabbed the blanket and covered her head, looking utterly disheartened. In the evening, you looked at the email on your computer screen and felt excited. As a graduate from a prestigious university, you finally lived up to expectations and were successfully accepted by the nationally renowned Shin Group as an intern secretary to the president. Indeed, fate does not always target one person for misfortune. Although you lost your innocence, you gained this rare job at this moment. So on Monday, you arrived at the group building dressed formally and appropriately. Little did she know, the scales of fate began to slowly tilt after she stepped into the Shin group. Meanwhile, in the president's office on the top floor, Shin Yu-chu had already calmly immersed herself in work. After a weekend of adjustment, she had basically distanced herself from the absurd events of the past few days. At this moment, the secretary walked in carefully with a document. President Shun. This is the updated list of personnel for the president's office this time. Shin Yu-chu nodded and continued to busy herself with her work. When the secretary left, she casually flipped through the list beside her, but the next second her eyes widened in shock, as one of the resumes prominently displayed your photo. At that moment, she slumped in her office chair, and the memories that had long since died suddenly surged back to attack her. She murmured to herself, half laughing and half crying, "My dear son, you really came to find Mommy Choo-choo." After a long time, she finally understood the logic behind it. After all, she had been using a different account to contact you and had never let you see her from the beginning. Even if you eventually find out, can a mere intern secretary question themselves? Anyway, the president's office is so big, and there are so many people that you might not even get to see them once a month. Thinking of this, she quickly calmed down. As long as she didn't lose her composure, no one could uncover the secrets she hid deep within, and she would still be that lofty female CEO. Because you are an intern secretary, you are not yet able to fully connect with the president, so you have been temporarily assigned to the administrative office. For an entire day, you seem to be doing nothing, wanting to actively integrate into the environment, but the effect is minimal. The degree that you could show off in the outside world seems insufficient in such a top company. In contrast, the competitor who joined at the same time as you quickly blended in with everyone, which made you feel even more frustrated. Later, you learned that their father is a director. You were originally eager to make a big impact, but unexpectedly, on your first day at work, you were doused with cold water. After returning home, you lay tiredly in the rental room, staring blankly at the ceiling. On the first day of work, you felt what it meant to be in a large corporation, with clear hierarchies. Thinking of this, you unconsciously scrolled through the chat history with your online girlfriend. "How's the job search going?" You didn't answer directly at the time, but suddenly exclaimed, "Capitalists are all bloodsuckers. It seems my young man isn't having an easy time finding a job. Call me Mommy Choo Choo, and I'll help you rise smoothly in the future." Am I the kind of person who would sell myself for a smooth rise? Mommy, you really have a good eye for people. You can't figure out why you said such things back then, but the past chat records don't lie. At this moment, you are silently flipping through your phone, feeling ashamed yet increasingly angry. "Mom," I called out, "but where have you gone? I feel that I have been seriously scammed on the internet." Endure a little longer. The more you think about it, the angrier you get. Take a step back. The more you think about it, the more you feel like you've lost. Immediately, you clicked on that red exclamation mark again, applied to add her as a friend once more, and the content of your application was roughly, "You abandoned your son. Turns out you are a bad mother." Then you slammed your phone down on the bed and muttered, "If I can't find you, I still can't let you off the hook." At that moment, the phone beside him rang, and soon a gentle female voice came through. "Hello, is this Mr. Kai Xiaocheng? I am Mr. Shin's special assistant. Mr. Shin has a dinner at the International Hotel tonight. Please wait in the hotel's underground parking garage before 9:30 p.m. You agreed and quickly hung up the phone, shaking your head to clear out all the chaotic thoughts in your mind. In the end, the decision on the secretary's promotion still lies with Mr. Shen. Perhaps the president may not necessarily give face to the board of directors. As long as one has outstanding abilities, there may still be opportunities. So you quickly tidied up and hurried out the door. At this moment in the private room of the International Hotel, Shin Yuchu naturally became the main character of the dinner party. She was somewhat mechanically dealing with the crowd at the banquet when her phone rang. However, upon seeing the friend request, she almost threw her phone away in front of everyone. "How dare you call me a bad mom? What nonsense is this kid talking?" At that moment, she wasn't sure if it was the effect of the alcohol that made her a bit tipsy. Looking at the friend request on her phone, she momentarily lost her focus, and in a daze, it seemed like she noticed the door of the private room opening, and then you walked in with a smile, saying to her, "Mommy Chu, so you are here." Thinking of this, her lips relaxed a bit. She had been tightly gripping her phone all night, and it wasn't until the dinner party ended that she finally shifted her attention away from her phone. After seeing Shin Yuchu walk out of the hotel, the assistant hurried over and said cautiously, "President Shun, the car is ready." At this moment, Shin Yuchu's eyes were filled with exhaustion, and after a moment's pause, she stepped towards the Bentley. Meanwhile, you also arrived at the agreed location on time according to the information provided by the assistant. Suddenly, you saw a figure walking towards a Bentley. Is this the female president? So beautiful, and her figure is so good? But why do I have to say that? At this moment, you can't worry about so much, so you hurriedly and respectfully went over to greet him, saying, "Hello, General Manager Shun. I am Kai Xiaocheng, the new intern secretary at the company. I will be taking you home today." Hearing his words, Shin Yuchu was stunned. She was all too familiar with the man in front of her and almost rolled her eyes. Perhaps she should have thought of this earlier. This man would eventually have a chance to meet her alone in the president's office. But at this moment, it was truly unexpected. If the current situation was not controlled, things would really start to feel off. At this moment, many strange scenarios flooded her mind, leaving her unsure of how to face the man in front of her. However, she couldn't appear too abnormal, so she could only keep a cold face and remain silent. Cheng Jiangbei is still very thoughtful, silently observing the top boss in front of him. It can be said that the power of life and death of his future workplace is all in the hands of the woman in front of him. Her figure is tall and plump, her features are extremely bright, and her silent look makes Cheng Jiangbei, who is a trainee small secretary, feel a little scared in his heart. He could only rush to find something to do, so Cheng Jiangbei, who had work in his eyes, pulled open the door next to the back seat of the Bentley. "Mr. Jiang, please." His service was restrained, completely different from the madness that had nearly wasted him the other night, and a different mold from the brashness of the internet. "It's not just me, it's the internet, and everyone's high in the mouth." Aha! Her voice is cold, was going to turn her head on the car, but found that Cheng Jiangbei actually pressed forward a step, raised his hand to help protect his head. The TV is so acting well. But the man's familiar breath all of a sudden surged over. It is he who called himself Jing Jing Mother Ah. Let Jiang Jingxian's head immediately again some 18 forbidden. Very bright eyes in the wrong panic flashed, followed by high heels as if a sudden stagger. You be careful. Cheng Jiangbei was immediately nervous as he reached out and wrapped a hand around the big boss who almost fell over. Without looking straight, probably because of the alcohol, the heart rate wasn't as calm as it usually was. Thumping, thin, soft palms clenched into a ball. The scent was downright palpitating, and the chats went by in a walking flash in his mind. What's with the physical contact? Are you okay? Cheng Jiangbei grabbed her hand with one hand, and the other hand lent its strength to encircle her, wrapping his arms around the president in a swift position, but paused for a moment, only to feel that the aroma was inexplicably familiar, though his eyes were unconsciously focusing on the blossomed branches, which were too sinful. The moonlight is bright as usual, really filming a romance drama. Jiang Jingxuan's cheeks carried a drunken blush, her heart all jerked and her head jerked. Are you looking at my breasts? Cheng Jiangbei directly stupid where? I hurriedly looked up. The body is simply stiff dead, hurriedly retracted, expressed innocence, but do not know how to explain. What if the CEO catches her looking at her breasts on her first day of work? Cheng Jiangbei felt that his people were numb, his eyes were black, and he felt that this was not the end of himself. The moment the words came out of the president's mouth, he regretted it. Ah, Jiang Gingxian, this isn't the internet. You don't have a terminal illness either. You still have a career of people you care about. You can't be Jing's mom. The president seems to be suddenly very busy. The line of sight subconsciously moved to the phone, turned sideways to him. The rosy lips could not control the pursing of a mouth. Only a crystalline gap. The whole face only reveals a pair of deep and bright eyes fluttering, but set the whole scene like an impeccable photo of light and shadow. Seeing that the president didn't say anything and wasn't looking at him anymore, Cheng Jiangbei felt even more panicked. Although his toes had been awkwardly snapped out of the 3 rooms in one hall, but still forced to pretend to calm the desire to survive to pull the full explanation. Mr. Jiang, just now the situation is too tense. I'm afraid that you fell. So, just did not pay attention. Offended you it? Jiang Jingxian was a little stunned at her words. Maybe she had been drinking? With a little scarlet in her ears, she didn't turn her face away. I know. That was even her response. The sound of clattering heels ringing out as she walked over to the passenger side of the car. But before he could put his soft little hand on the passenger side handle, Cheng Jiangbei's polite voice came from the back. Mr. Jiang, you sit. It's an honest smile. Jiang Jingxian immediately retracted her shoulders, which were already slightly raised, and subconsciously wanted to sit in the passenger seat. Now they are secretaries and you are the boss. You need to be clear about your identity. With a sniff and a nod she rushed herself into the back seat. The sound of the car's engine roars, the Bentley car from the inside to the outside with the luxury that cannot be hidden. Even the taste of the woman seems to be different from ordinary perfume noble aroma. Cheng Jiangbei carefully wiped his hands with wet wipes, and also took out white gloves from his bag. He has always been very organized, and put his hands on the steering wheel in a dignified manner, and the feel of the leather is very textured. Cheng Jiangbei the whole attitude put very positive. Do things very consciously. The primary purpose of the secretary is to send the boss home safely. Less words and more action is the answer. The car followed the navigation slowly traveling in the capital's bustle. Skyscrapers and drunkenness with the car inside is irrelevant. It's pretty quiet in the car. Clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes fluttering slightly, white and flawless skin through a light reddish pink, full lips such as rose petals delicate. Jiang Jingxian bright side face in the car window glass on the edge of the leap. She looked a little dully in one direction. His features three-dimensional in line, his eyes with gentleness and calm. She didn't have time to notice how complicated her eyes were before she saw his head turn slightly. The car's rearview mirror inadvertently revealed his eyes, causing Jiang Jingxian to subconsciously close them quickly and exhale. And then the images of memories in front of me were all a little hard to talk about. How can your own body be twisted like that? Also, Jing's mom loves you the most. How can such words come out of one's own mouth? Really? Sure enough, Jiang Jingxian still couldn't face herself. So just don't open your eyes. Cheng Jiangbei drove unsteady, and the confused president did not know where he was, until the light that had been through his eyes seemed to be completely blocked out before him, and the jacket was draped over himself with particular care. It was only when her long eyelashes moved that she became aware of it, opening her eyes in a dazed daze before her body stiffened with a kind of out-of-this-world fear, and looking up slightly she noticed Cheng Jiangbei's eyes, full of concern. Mr. Kong, are you okay? The after-effects of the white wine came, and Jiang Jingxuan's head swelled a little as she shook her head, her high nose shrugging. I haven't seen him in a few days. He smells so good. His lips were full and not a bit smoky, looking kissable, and his tight skin was as hot as if he wasn't wearing it. It's like a cat that tastes fishy smelling fishy again. Brains can deceive themselves, but hormones don't. What a lot of chatting on the internet. It had actually happened that day, too, and I don't know what sensations were running hot through the soft body. Julia's mom suddenly found herself unable to calm herself in the face of him, a young man, and couldn't stop her eyelashes from fluttering. She thought she must be drunk. How could she get the idea to say, his mouth is so kissable, want to kiss it properly? P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 8. If it's Jongbei, I'm begging for a follow-up order. The president was asleep and worried that when he entered the upscale neighborhood, the security guard would ask about lifting the bar and then wake up the boss. The Bentley was parked quietly at the curb. However, Cheng Jongbei immediately felt his heart skip a beat. The president of the adult is really very beautiful. Just woke up face with smoky blush. The eyes of the sense of confusion is simply absolute. Lips moist and translucent. Mr. Jiang, sorry for waking you up. Cheng Jongbei hurriedly put away his jacket, and his bent body stood up straight. This allowed Jiang Jingxian to finally have some respite and not lose control. If she kissed up, she would be finished. He will think he is crazy, in case he makes a connection and realizes that he is his Jing's mother. And by doing so, he will be able to pinch himself and reveal his horrible true colors. President Jingxian Jiang, if you don't want people to know this, please, can't as long as I want. Jiang Jingxian in the president's office also need. Resign yourself to President Jiang Jingxian. This is Jongbei's mission. What? Jiang Jingxian steeply sobered up, pushed Cheng Jongbei away and got out of the car. No, Mr. Kong. Cheng Jongbei looked at Jiang Jingxian lifting her long legs to go, a face of confusion. You do not want the car, Jingxian Jiang. Then she fell silent observing her surroundings, which gave her where to stop. Oh, so it's the entrance to the neighborhood. Without saying a word, he twisted his head back and shoved himself into the car. The president's magnetic field is all messed up. She doesn't even know what she's doing. Let the unknown Cheng Jongbei just think. The president's sleepy and confused look is too cute, right? Would love to have one. Cheng Jongbei spat at himself in his heart when he retouched the steering wheel. You have big dog guts. What's on your mind, Cheng Jongbei? Jiang Jingxian now live in the district is not too remote from the city center of the international hotel is not far. 10 minutes to arrive. Called Jinqiu Fanghua. The neighborhood looks like some poor people do not enter. Security is very strict and attentive, and I do not know what day it is. Stopped the car. Prepared some fruit baskets to give to the owners. The property manager suited and booted. Look at Jiang Jingxian sitting in the back seat. The manager was very attentive and the property fee was worth the price of admission. And considering the privacy a homeowner may need for the building they live in, the person respectfully inquired about the need for security to take over for the rest of the trip into the neighborhood. Jiang Jingxian froze, and before she could speak, Cheng Jongbei had already knowingly packed up his things and got out of the car, not forgetting to turn back to greet him politely. Mr. Jiang, you take your time, until the silhouette disappears. Ms. Kong, it's an honor to serve you homeowners. The property manager respectfully drove her to the entrance of the solitary building and pulled open the door. Jiang Jingxian was still a little unresponsive. There was silence for a while before good breeding brought her back. Her long lashes fluttered unobtrusively, and she looked up under the lonely moonlight. Then I thank you. After the enthusiastic manager left, Jiang Jingxian only dragged after the socializing, and then encountered Cheng Jongbei, simply tense all the way into the other field. Head's a mess. High heels peeled off the soft little feet, also snapped messy stomping landing. Slippers are too late to wear. Fragrant soft body heavily slammed into the sofa, head buried in the upper side of the cushion. Halfway down, silently shifting her body and head without lifting it, those little black silk feet buckled underneath the couch, swaying lightly at the other end of the couch, absent-mindedly going up and down and left and right. She always liked to set up on the couch, which seemed to be wrapped in her scent and aroma. Honestly, who was that boy on the side of the road just now who drove you back in your car, pulling and tugging? What a shame. Gu Miaomiao returned to the capital from Hengdian without even going to see her husband, so she couldn't wait to come here to her girlfriends. But she didn't expect to find something unexpected through the nanny car. Jiang Jingxuan's beautiful legs stalled for a moment, not knowing what her best friend was talking about. Where's the pull? It's still not pulling. They drape you, then you get out of the car in anger. They wave again, and you're coaxed back into the car. Gu Miaomiao was a beautiful big star, and at the moment, after gulping down a drink of water, she spoke with style, giving full play to her ability as an actor to study the script. Jiang Jingxian even had a hard time ignoring her. That's the new secretary. Gu Miaomiao sniffed and became even more energetic, excitedly sitting over and pushing Jiang Jingxuan's soft butt. Holy, you're getting the hang of it, good sister. Finally, the overbearing president and the secretary have created a connection? Jiang Jingxian took a change of clothes and prepared to go to the bathroom. He's just the new secretary. He's just taking me home. Oh, Gu Miaomiao became a bit disinterested. Soon, after washing up and coming out of the bathroom to get ready for bed, Gu Miaomiao looked at Jiang Jiang, who was lying on the bed and was quietly looking at a book, and rolled her eyes. But then again, are you sure you want to completely delete your little online friend? Sure enough, there are times when you feel the urge to kill your bestie because they know too much. Jiang Jingxian put down the book and nodded expressionlessly. Gu Miaomiao regretted. What a good destiny. No, also so long. How to say lost. Jiang Jian, you really ruthless. Jiang Gingxian re-picked up her book without speaking. Gu Miaomia got into bed and hugged her best friend, unfortunately saying, if you were to drive your Rolls Royce right now and suddenly appear in front of him, he would die of surprise. I don't know if it's a surprise or not, but anyway, Jiang Jingxian is getting scared to death lately, and he's young, just out of grad school, and as soft as a lamb at your mercy, for God's sake, and at my mercy, although he also called Jing Jing's mom, but I don't know how many times he himself called out to his father director across the internet. Jiang Jingxian pinched the corner of the book's small hand are tight, and then pushed away Gu Miao Miao who likes to rub against himself. Read less romance novels a day. Gu Miao Miao instantly felt her body was a bit lost. Boys weren't the only ones who liked a good body. It's simply super soft on ginger. Also particularly fragrant. Do not spray perfume. Close to the neck and a faint milky flavor is more people love to hook people. Gu Miao Miao raised her hand, and in her hand was that amazing elasticity, so she sighed. Oh exempt, that boy doesn't even know that he lost an opportunity to dominate the body of the female president. Cersei, for a long period of time without saying a word. Jiang Jingxian slapped the book and opened Gu Miaomia's hand in disgust. Get lost, but turned out the lights. Lying in bed, Jiang Jingxian half a day did not fall asleep, braced himself to sit up, secretly took out the cell phone into the toilet, as if Gu Miaomia also said not all wrong, because the chat logs are too difficult to talk about. I a president, are when people's mom, and also called people father, and, if it's Jiangbei, Gingxian Jiang, P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 9, Dad is going to be optimized. Begging for a catch-up read. In the bathroom, the lighting is soft. Jiang Jingxian felt that she couldn't just let Qing Jiangbei stick his nose in there like that. At least it shouldn't be plugged in at the office. So close. What if you become weird under his influence? Gotta go. Jiang Jingxuan's cheeks hung with water stains, droplets of water hanging down along her smooth skin, and soon shook her head violently. No, he can't go. Jiang Jingxian quickly thought of a reason for Qing Jiangbei to sleep over himself. After all, people have just graduated, are still in the internship period. It did not pay a few months of wages, although he is a capitalist, but still very conscientious. The word is also counted. Said we'd take care of him, then at least let him turn around and get some work experience before arranging it. As for Qing Jiangbei to stay in the president's office will create any unnecessary trouble. The president is the one who has to deal with all this tricky trouble. Getting along with your secretary is also something you need to balance well on your own. Jiang Dingxian, all your nonsense actually stems from the fact that Qing Jiangbei knows that you are Jing Jing's mother. Then why don't you just keep it from him? After all, no secretary can hold the president, right? One only needs to put oneself in the right position. And wouldn't one's relationship with Qing Jiangbei be normal? Aha! Regardless of whether others believed it or not, Jiang Jingxian smashed her soft body on the bed and closed her eyes, not knowing what images were floating in her head. Believe it yourself anyway. In a daze, Qing Jiangbei felt a bit suffocated, and his nose couldn't get out of the air at all. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar face with a raised hand and a playful smile. Qing Jiangbei, you're awake? Qing Jiangbei briefly exhaled twice through his mouth before struggling a bit without any good reason. Qing Jianghua, are you sick? It's early in the morning. The alarm clock hasn't gone off yet, and you rang it. Asterisk 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 no calling me Qing Jianghua. Sister, I'm now called Chung Qingson. Oh. Qing Jiangbei sat up and yawned, scratching his hair, perfunctory to the extreme. Okay, Qing Jianghua, no problem Qing Jianghua. In Qing Qingson's yashi anger, Qing Jiangbei arm by the bedside of the old sister Mang two punches. The gentleman moves his mouth not hands but I'm your sister, and not a gentleman. In terms of jurisprudence and blood, she was undoubtedly her own sister. Qing Jiangbei was speechless, but as his younger brother who had already reached adulthood, he easily pinched Qing Jianghua's neck with his backhand and simply suppressed her. No matter how much Miss Cheng struggled, it was to no avail. Qing Jiangbei, if you don't let go of my old lady, you'll be dead in a while. Qing Jiangbei is not afraid. He doesn't even know how to write the word death. Then Qing Qingzhen twisted his head angrily and took out the killer. Pay back the money. Qing Jiangbei suddenly remembered. He originally thought to go to the mountain city to have a good few days of happy. Not enough money. See the netizens and embarrassed to find dad to ask for. As the saying goes, eat people's mouths are soft, take people's hands are short. Qing Jiangbei's hand loosened, then decisively slapped 2 slaps into the air. Who told you to bully my most gentle, kind and good sister? Both of their siblings had grown up making a lot of trouble with this kind of trick. The oldest sister just sneered and then moved her body. Even if you wear your mouth out, you won't be able to avoid this severe beating. Qing Jiangbei, early in the morning, too lazy to tangle with her, so slipped to the door, pushed open the door of the room. She still stranded there shouting at her not to go. The living room was filled with rich scent. Dad and stepmom were sitting at the table to have their meal. You can tell from the face value of Chang's siblings. Dad is a middle-aged handsome man. And of course, stepmom is also very elegant. She is a university teacher. How old are you? You're still like a kid. At the dinner table, the two siblings were very young when their real mom passed away, and after the stepmom married the dad, so as not to distract the love enjoyed by the two children, she went to get an IUD, and just treated the two children as if they were her own, and therefore not much different from her real mom. Come on, sit down and eat. Chang Jiangbei nodded his head with a small chicken peck, but still asked, Mom, weren't you guys taken out on a trip by Chang Jianhua to come back the day after tomorrow? There's something going on with your dad's company. It looks like it's being reorganized, so I have to go to the office today. The stepmother's name is Su Mei, and she speaks in an organized manner. Dad is not a state-owned enterprise, but also reorganization. Chang Qingsun organized a hair. The face of parents or lady a bit, sat down and asked, Your dad, aren't they in the battery business? Greentown Group said a few months ago that they wanted to enter the trolley field, so they invested a few $1 billion and took a stake in your dad's and their company. Chang Jiangbei just took on chopsticks. It is a meal. Looked up, eyelids jump. Green City Group. Su Mei sighed. Yes, in the future, your father's company will be restructured, and it will be dominated by the team from the Greentown Group. With such a big change, I heard that there will be layoffs. The education practiced in the family is that there is no hiding and the family faces things together. I'll go. Chang Jiangbei rubbed his head. Then wouldn't dad still be my co-worker? Seeing his family staring at him suspiciously, Chang Jiangbei slapped his head. Just came back from the mountain city to do the entry. Too many things have forgotten. Chang Jiangbei coughed and cleared his throat. In the future, your son will be an honorable little trainee secretary of the Green City Group president's office. As if he was about to face a midlife crisis, Dad immediately put down his chopsticks and, having been a bit distracted, came to his senses. Then won't I not have to be laid off? Career people know how the president's office is a place. Direct service to the president. Do not look at the face of the Buddha, look at the face of the monk. More or less will give some face. But Chang Jiangbei helplessly spread his hands. Apprenticeship. Only went to work yesterday. I haven't even touched the business yet. Oh, Chang Guodong sighed. And Emo went back down to plow the rice. Chang Qingsun is a sweet little coat. Rushed to hold on to his father and comforted. Dad stayed in the company for so long. There is no merit but also hard work. Should not be laid off, right? Sumei also gave her husband a clip of food and said softly, I just don't know. Lao Chang's age is stuck here. It's really a bit hard to say. Chang Qingsun hurriedly patted his chest and said, It's fine. Even if I'm optimized, I can still support my dad. Chang Qingsun has been working as an anchor lately and is still earning a lot of money. Compensation for dad's 20 or so years of service is not a small amount. Sons are always a little more dumb than daughters, and sometimes mom and dad can't even say I love you. So don't expect to be able to comfort them effectively. Middle-aged face optimization. Dad today is particularly not in the state. Completely unlike the usual active atmosphere at home. Did not say a few times, and finally forced a smile to show that do not have to worry about him, and went out to work in silence. After eating, Chang Qingsun went back to the bedroom to prepare for the live broadcast. Chang Jiangbei also has some things on his mind out the door, leaving his mom to clean up the mess. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 10, Dad gets a promotion. I'm begging for a catch-up read. It's a nice day. Sunny came to the company. Dad hurled himself into the president's office. Subconscious reaction of their own do not have to be laid off or let Chang Jiangbei's heart set off a little ripple. Not to mention the material problems. Mom is a university teacher. The family has a house, car and savings. Children are competitive. Decades of service and still have to lose so much money. It's reasonable to assume that Dad would have no problem retiring from his job now. But he's suddenly 45. There are times when capital just doesn't make sense. And middle-aged men are certainly powerless in the face of it. It was emo for days on end. The family is shrouded in the loss that Dad is going to be fired. People in middle age are most skeptical of their own value. Not to mention that the old comrade Chang is the most crybaby. His heart has always been fragile, and he likes to blame himself, fearing that Dad would be depressed. My sister's offer to take them to the mall for the weekend was vetoed. The siblings are burnt out. My sister even sneaked around and pulled Chang Jiangbei into the corridor when she went to work this day. Why don't you go beg the leader? Who am I begging? Big boss. Chang Qingzhen was sick and desperate. Isn't that what I read in romance novels? Chang Jiangbei lazily ignored her. Your brain is just bad from reading novels. Speechless to death. Chang Jiangbei sighed, came to the company. He still took advantage of his environment at the moment. These days gossip intentionally or unintentionally said about the situation at home. What if someone makes a good connection and feels like lifting a finger? After all, the president's office hides crouching tigers. So, In the president's office, the secretary Linda just got the file and wanted to leave, but was called by the big boss. By the way, how's the new intern? Linda hurriedly stood still, then twisted her head. Fong Tong has been quite serious lately. Jiang Jingxian listened absent-mindedly, looking down as if she was looking at the stock price intently, and quickly interrupted. What about the other one, Chang Jiangbei? Linda thought for a moment. He's been a bit absent-minded lately, but I heard from a co-worker that something happened at home recently. Jiang Jingxian immediately looked up. What is it? It looks like the father is going to be laid off. Jiang Jingxian frowned. Isn't his father a state-owned enterprise? Miss Linda was stunned for a moment, not knowing why the president was clear, but continued professionally. Yes, it's a state-owned enterprise, but it was recently acquired and reorganized. That's why it's facing the crisis of layoffs. Jiang Jingxuan's fingers pinched her pen and elegantly tapped it twice on the table. Acquired by whom? Linda, our Green City Group project. His dad's from Cayenne and Power. Ha, yes. The pen in the hands of Jiang Jingxian, who only knew that Cheng Jiangbei's father was an employee of a state-owned enterprise, almost fell over. Cheng Jiangbei can be counted as his online dating partner before, right? Since he was an object, wouldn't his father be considered his own father-in-law? I optimized my own father-in-law? Jiang Jingxuan's rosy lips opened slightly, but she didn't say anything. That night, however, efficiency was just so swift. When Cheng Jiangbei dragged his tired body back home from work, he smelled the smell of big fish and meat, and there was also A.O. Lung. It's old Wang. You're welcome, some other day I'll definitely treat you to dinner. Brother Jiang, you're joking. I can't forget you even if I forget anyone. Dad was on the balcony making phone call after phone call, all disheveled and excited. Cheng Jiangbei poked his oldest sister when he entered the house and looked sideways. What's wrong with our dad? What else? Older sister is obviously a foodie. Staring at the table are fast to leave saliva, and then smilingly explained. Our father, this is considered to be a thick accumulation of bitter and sweet, this time due to the blessings of, instead of being optimized, they got promoted. No, isn't our dad undereducated? Cheng Jiangbei was dumbfounded. Our Greentown group attaches the most importance to ability seniority. How can we still be promoted? Just got promoted to chief of staff. You guys look at your dad like that. The corner of Su Mei's eyes also carried a touch of easy smile, holding the two siblings' favorite fish-flavored shredded pork in her hand, and said helplessly, those who don't know still think that he's become the group's boss. At this time Chang Guodong from the balcony finally finished his phone call, and walked back in a spirited manner. Mimi, that's hard to say. It's the previous leaders who didn't give it a chance. It's not necessarily true that I won't be just a director anymore. Pops finally lived, and the moment he opened his mouth, he was blowing smoke. Give a general manager director or something. I still have to think about my age and health to take over or not. Yes. Then GM, can we eat now? Sumei looked at the nature is not anxious, gentle and soft. Cheng Jiangbei family atmosphere is extremely good. Cheng Guodong waved his hand. Dinner is served. A moment. Cheng Guodong, don't you dare try to get the wine. Cheng Guodong was then splashed with cold water and weaseled his way out. I am now the general manager. You can't drink today even if you're the king of heaven. Sumei was insistent. Don't you have any points? The last time you went to the hospital, the checkup said that your kidneys. Well, don't say it. I don't drink. Cheng Guodong had wanted to say something. A look at his mom's expression. Not he. Honestly, sit down. Cheng Jianghua, why are you smiling? Just eating meat all day. Sure enough, mother, where there is absolute gentleness. Sumei gentle. Where can not have the murderous spirit of the head of the family? Not to mention the teacher. Clamped a large clip of bok choy to the old sister's bowl. Eat vegetables. Sure enough, this is the familiar taste of family. Cheng Jiangbei exhaled and lowered his head and laughed lightly. Mom, I've changed my name. I'm now called Cheng Qingzhen. Older sister struggled and tried to throw the greens in her bowl into Cheng Jiangbei's bowl, but was stopped by a look from her mom. Almost 30, you think you're still young. Stay at home all day. Mom, that's me making music at home, Lu. Older sister is a music anchor. Oh, I see you're a bit of a joy to look at. Mom chimed in. Cheng Qingzhen looked at holding the rice bowl. Cheng Jiangbei actually gloating. Immediately raised his hand and stretched out his fingers to report. Mom, you said the younger brother? He also borrowed my money to see the netizens. Cheng Jiangbei. And Sumei just glanced at Cheng Jiangbei, then said helplessly, your brother just graduated from graduate school this year. All know to go to see the netizens to solve their lifelong matters of the problem. How about you? Are almost 30. How long do you want to go on a blind date? Older sister was on the verge of tears. Mom, don't take you like this. You should attack Cheng Jiangbei. Cheng Jiangbei's eyes rolled, and he immediately raised his hand to add, Mom, I'll definitely marry myself off before I'm 30. Ah shucks, marry a beautiful daughter-in-law back. Mom narrowed her eyes and smiled, then stared straight at her older sister. Older sister suddenly got up, threw Cheng Jiangbei a "you're dead for sure" look, and then went out the door. "I'm going to marry myself off right now." Cheng Jiangbei also laughed lightly and patted his stomach to go back to his bedroom. Then half a day without saying anything, Dad saw a son and daughter attracted. "Fire time is a little ripe. Wife, can I drink?" The words were not finished. Mom, who had already started clearing away the dishes, put it succinctly, "I can't." Meanwhile, the bed in the top mansion in the capital was soft, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights and greenery of the entire capital were at his feet. A certain president's soft body was originally lying quietly on the bed, looking at his cell phone's chat records, but his expression was suddenly in a bit of a trance. The screen was flickering almost too hard to talk about. "If I help your boy with the back door, then you'll have to help Jing Jing's mom, too." What do I help? Going through the back door? Wait, are you driving? What kind of position is that? I'd like to try. Wouldn't I? Shy. It's okay to be okay, but, crying and laughing. JPG, you are really getting good at driving on sight. Is that so? Oh, this is what Jing Jing's mom taught you. Oh, as long as it is Jiangbei words, it doesn't matter if you can see a needle in the eye to Jing Jing's mom as you please. What do you mean? See the wood for the trees? You help me and I help you? Jiang Jingxuan's soft little feet are a little trembling. Buried himself into the quilt. Through the quilt, thighs clamped all a little tighter. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 11, Re-adding friends. Begging for a catch-up read. The chat logs were enough of a blush to want to discard, but it was like a sticky hand, and you couldn't lose it. Jiang Dingxian sat on the toilet. Her nightgown was lifted up a bit, and she looked down at this chest, only to feel that her body was hot. The previous experience is like opening a Pandora's box. The flavor of the food marrow rolled up a burst of impulse. Ginger? Gu Miaomia was sleeping in a daze yet, and a puzzled voice drilled in through the doorway. Startled, Jiang Jingxian hurriedly stopped her sin and tried to keep her tone as calm as possible. "Well, what's wrong? I have to pee." Gu Miaomia snorted. "Oh, right away ha." Clatter. The sound of a flushing toilet passes. She goes out the door and Miao goes in. "Finish dealing with your best friend." Jiang Jingxian reclined on the bed, her rosy lips exhaling softly. What did she do in the bathroom? Jiang Jingxian suddenly touched her cell phone, her small hand twitching vainly on the pass verification. The female president couldn't stop her eyelashes from fluttering, and her eyes suddenly fluttered without even knowing what she was thinking. Early in the morning, the sky was still cloudy. Cheng Jiangbei stared at the ceiling with his eyes wide open. He had a terrible nightmare yesterday. The content is roughly like this. Women are simply unreasonable. A night to want him, this innocent man, big 7 times, to make him waste pain, and then the next day laughed and dashed away. And then Cheng Jiangbei, a person lying in bed, curled sheets, secretly crying. It's a nightmare. Cheng Jiangbei's fists were tightened. But soon there was another sigh of relief, and with a helpless dive into the bathroom, he began to rub his dirty pants before sneaking off to the balcony to dry them, expertly tiptoeing back into the bedroom and fumbling for his cell phone. It's only 6 o'clock. Dreaming is really more punctual than the alarm clock. Cheng Jiangbei sighed, and then lay comfortably on the bed, but also some sleepy hoo-hoo. From work is still early. Ready to take a glance at the message and then in the squint a while, the resultant Microsoft flickers in the cheeks. Cheng Jiangbei was abruptly startled. September 21st, 1:23. Julia passed your friend request. You can start chatting now. Cheng Jiangbei see the situation. That is not sleepy at once. Tang sat up. How she still have the face through their own. Cheng Jiangbei wanted to pop a voiceover to scold her on the spot, but then exhaled. He was a highly educated person, and could not explode in foul language unless it was necessary. Then Cheng Jiangbei's fingers started jumping on the 9 keys on the screen a few times. September 21st, 6:21. Chengjiang North. Look, damn. You are finally found the account password. September 21st, 7 o'clock. Julia, how did you know? My account was stolen. So. Cheng Jiangbei was a little distracted while eating breakfast, felt the vibration in his bag and hurriedly took out his cell phone. And then he was a little speechless. Cheng Jiangbei, do you take me for a 3-year-old child? The account was stolen. Where is the person? You left early the next morning without saying goodbye, and the person was also stolen? Julia, nonsense. Didn't leave without saying goodbye, left you an envelope. Do not say okay, once said is angry. Cheng Jiangbei finger tapping frequency really accelerated. You still have the nerve to say, buddy ducks it? You pure play buddy it? Cheng Jiangbei Wang, did not look on everyone to eat a meal together, have no to chat a couple of sentences and then go back to their respective homes to find their own mother does not matter. Feelings are no longer benevolent in the well. Cheng Jiangbei Wang, as a result, decent people, who ing 7 times a night after coming the next day also ran away without saying a word. The most annoying, You delete friends? The face of the base have you so face it. Julia, well, I have cancer and my days are numbered. So, Chang Jiangbei wilted for a moment, and then the mood suddenly complex for a moment. Snappy asked, this you should say to me. I will not pester you. Well, to know is destiny. To accompany you through the last part of the journey is also not impossible. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. Zhang Jingxian got up early in the morning, and her purely vegan face was also indescribably bright, and her eyelashes looked at the chat record with some touch, but her small hand was a little bit fake. Asterisk. Cheng Jiangbei immediately burst into bruises. Jing, damn you. I want to tenderize you to death. However, while indignant, Cheng Jiangbei seemed to be somewhat relieved. Zhang Jingxian looked at the cell phone, which is natural. Good-looking eyebrows. Well, no more. In fact, it's my family bankruptcy. This period of time do not want to say anything. Do not want to contact anyone. Not your problem. My problem. Cheng Jiangbei's chopsticks twitched for a moment and suddenly exhaled. Cheng Jiangbaiwang transferred 2W yuan to Jingjing. Julia, what is this? Cheng Jiangbei was very righteous. Return the improper income. Cheng Jiangbei looked, or when the police uncle invited you to drink tea, how to do? Obviously we are not that kind of relationship. Julia, don't even want the money yet. Cheng Jiangbei Wang, you do not insult people. We intellectuals have integrity. Okay, soon. Cheng Jiangbei thought about it again. At least it is his first time. Recognize is not short. Chatting on the internet. Said it is the first love is not too much. Who called me ing kind? Cheng Jiangbaiwang transferred $5,000 to Jingjing. Jiang Jingshuan's finger paused for a moment. What's this again? Cheng Jiangbei grunted and then said, this is your father Jiangbei's love for you. Put it away. The district is just bankruptcy. Follow your father. Not to say that you eat good food and drink hot water. At least in the future not to starve. Jiang Jingshuan's heart immediately pounded. Oh yo, are you swearing sovereignty to Jingjing's mom? So, little Jiangbei is already so in love? Cheng Jiangbei didn't even admit it. I'm your father. Oh, then thank you Father Jiangbei. Anyway, across the net, Jiang Dingxian recognized herself, reading the chat logs all day long. Where is it as pleasing to the eye as continuing down the line? Licked his rosy lips. Sure enough, misdiagnosed is also really good at. The president of the Lord crosses his legs. Beautiful feet hooked slippers mischievous upside down. However, Xiao Cheng you can believe in my bowl like this. It is also really cute at. Cheng Jiangbei's fists pinched and tied. Is there a word of honesty in your mouth? Jingshuan Jiang, no. I'm cheating. The corner of Cheng Jiangbei's mouth twitched a bit. You're cheating freshly graduated college students out of their money? Julia, Anan, cheating. Cheng Jiangbei wanted to hammer someone. Do you have any humanity left? Zhang Jingxian got into the Bentley and was ready to go to the company. With some small expectations, and you will know that this investment is worth it later. Cheng Jiangbei, do you really have the heart to cut me by 5,000? Jingjing, brother Jiangbei, doesn't it cost money to raise a daughter? Then Cheng Jiangbei stopped talking. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 12, I suspect. She fell in love with me at first sight. I'm begging for a follow-up. Monday was sunny. Cheng Jiangbei vigorously came to the Green City office park. A morning with a smile. The mood is incredibly happy. 1-1. The one directly across from his desk joked, Jiangbei looks good today. Is something good going to happen? Would it be too so to say that you paid 5,000 to collect a daughter, but you didn't feel that you lost money, instead recalling the experience of that night and even feeling blood money? But this is not Cheng Jiangbei's problem either. Mainly she took this to test the netizens. The netizens can't forbid this kind of test anymore. After thinking about it, Cheng Jiangbei said, not much, it's just that this reorganization my father might not be optimized. Cheng Jiangbei also do not publicize the promotion of what a little mention. After all, this is the president's office. More hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Ordinary families do not have much to show off the capital. However, his colleague Wenwen smiled meaningfully. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as not being optimized. Is it? Cheng Jiangbei was stunned for a moment, didn't understand, and was puzzled as to why Sister Wenwen said that. But from the rare whispers and strange looks his co-workers were giving him today, he realized if something was up. Mental drumming. Everyone is handsome. He has been a little transparent in the president's office. I did not expect to suddenly become the center of discussion. Chang, congratulations. Jiangbei, I've been busy lately. Senior hasn't properly communicated with you yet. Let's go out for a drink some other day. The original half-assedness of the humble little intern with no background is gone in a flash. Big company deserves to be a big company. A little bit of wind and grass. Cheng Jiangbei at once into the office environment of the president's office to go. Cheng Jiangbei was a bit shocked. Everyone knows that my father has been promoted, but my dad was promoted to a small director of a branch. It's not like he bought the group with a big hand. Does my dad really have some kind of background? Am I actually the son of a big shot? Well, I'll have to go home and hang my dad and beat him up and see if he wants to admit it. College students his age have been subjected to novels, TV shows, anime, and so on. Most like to fantasize. For example, seeing Deja Ultraman, so one would feel like turning into light one day. However, before Process Jiangbei had a chance to hoist his dad up, he probably knew why. It turns out that it was rumored that his dad's promotion was ordered down by Mr. Kong himself. That's Mr. Kong, the first lady of the Kong family. Compare the Greentown group to a palace. Then this is the emperor. A little bit of wind and grass. Enough for the following people to understand. So many of the group's interns have just entered the palace. Why do you favor Cheng Jiangbei and no one else? Is there obviously something fishy going on? Yeah. I heard that last time Cheng Jiangbei had already contacted the president at work, and then within a few days, his dad was promoted. No chance of anything happening. Cheng Jiangbei was confused, but we all hold the reasoning that we would rather believe it than not, giving the attitude that the colleagues of the president's office are worthy of the elite, giving full emotional value. Mr. Kong? Cheng Jiangbei really thought that his dad is old and strong. Was the leader to see the flashpoint want to cultivate it? I didn't realize I had to go through my connections. Cheng Jiangbei cat in the toilet picking his head. Do not understand. Could it be that day he went to pick up John home? She felt that this young man is very good. Or is the president an old acquaintance? We grew up in an orphanage. I was her white moon, and now she recognizes me and wants to give me everything I've lost. Cheng Jiangbei was silent for a few seconds. But I'm not a ing orphan. That's. Cheng Jiangbei quickly shook his head. Denial. Also will not. She can open her mouth to defraud themselves $5,000. It can also call the father. Let the old man called mom. A day slur. This is obviously also not president. Where is the president looking for his subordinates to pop gold coins? Romance novels don't write like that. What's more, born as an employee of the president's office. Cheng Jiangbei can know that Mr. Jiang is a high cold beautiful woman who is not to be approached. How can a high and mighty white lotus who has no scandal at all open her mouth to be a mommy and daddy? Cheng Jiangbei immediately dismissed this absurdly wrong answer. Eliminated all the wrong answers. Then the rest, then ridiculous. The president doesn't have his eye on me, does he? Cheng Jiangbei took a look in the mirror. Scrutinized. Handsome still. Love at first sight? This romance novel was written backwards. Cheng Jiangbei touched his chin and nodded, but out of the corner of his eye he vaguely looked at his shameless self in the mirror and quickly shook his head again. Cheng Jiangbei, what are you thinking? What kind of character is the president? How can you guess the mind of that kind of super rich white beauty at the peak of the national service? You'd better wash your hands of it. After returning home from work, Cheng Jiangbei really took a good shower with cold water, and after sobering up a bit, he smashed himself on the bed, holding his head. Dad is still sharpening his knife. People in their middle age, the most touched is to be recognized by others. 45 years old little old man felt that he met Bull want to do something big. Today also said that in the future, let Cheng Jiangbei's siblings experience the feeling of being the second generation of the rich. Cheng Jiangbei scat his mouth. If dad knew that his promotion depended on his son rather than his own proud ability, he would be skeptical of life. Cheng Jiangbei exhaled, feeling that it would be better not to irritate him even before he could not figure it out, and his cell phone dripped and rang twice. Cheng Jiangbei touched it up and took a look. September 23, 2023. Julia, why have you been so slow to return messages in the past 2 days? Is there another dog? Cheng Jiangbei stood the pillow up and sat his body up a bit, his eyebrows raised. What's wrong with you? Dude goes to work. Julia, what a company. No breaks at all. Cheng Jiangbei looks on. Ragged company. When Jiang Jingxian arrived home and applied her face mask, she comfortably tucked her soft body under the covers and looked at her cell phone screen, her eyelashes jumping. You're slandering your company so much. Be careful of your big boss docking your salary. Cheng Jiangbei laughed 2 times. You cheated lousy 5,000. And now you open your mouth and close your mouth to deduct wages. You fascist. Not to mention, buddies will be deducted wages? It is too late to raise wages. Jiang Jingxian tilted her fair and slender neck, her fingers gently tapping her watery cheeks. Oh, what do you mean by that? My boss seems to have fallen in love with me at first sight. Jiang Jingxian almost poked and shifted her mask, but quickly composed herself. Wake up and go back to sleep during the day so you can dream. Cut. Cheng Jiangbei, you don't understand how much more attractive a freshly graduated college student like me, who is still so good-looking and has eyes full of clear stupidity, is to the president. Jiang Jingxian puffed, and the water from the mask almost flowed into her mouth along her crystalline lips. You kid, you've read too many romance novels. Cheng Jiangbei shook his leg. Right and wrong are in the heart. Jiang Jingshuan's small hand poked the screen hard. Oh, Chang Jiangbei diagrammed, seeing that there's such an excellent and beautiful super rich white beauty who likes buddies. Well, don't you have anything else you want to say? Staring at the screen, it took a moment for the message to come through. September 23, 2038. Julia, you who? Do you want Julia's mom to be jealous of you? Cheng Jiangbaiwang, I didn't say that. Julia, what's it going to be? Julia, I'll be the first house and she'll be the second house from now on. Well, isn't that what you boys like best? Julia, is Jiang Bei trying to Jing Jing's mom to say that? Cheng Jiangbei almost fell off the bed. Originally felt that he had already spoken enough today, but did not expect that there were still masters. Can't afford to mess with it. Cheng Jiangbaiwang, clasp fist. JPG, gambling, saying goodbye and going to sleep. Cheng Jiang North looking, good night, Maka Baka. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 13, Brothers, punch list tonight. I can punch the new book list tonight, updated at 12 o'clock sharp. Catch up on your reading, people. It's important, please. I'm asking for all kinds of support. Chapter 14 Don't tell me, you're still a good person. I'm begging for a follow-up. Jiang Jingshuan's back was leaning against the bed. The bedroom looked low-key, but it seemed to be filled with the smell of money. She put down her cell phone, slightly sideways, looking out the window at the bright moonlight. The president of the Lord, just after a few days of squirming, completely accepted the fact that he misdiagnosed, but also sorted out his own mind. The soft corners of the mouth cannot help but raise a smile. The president suddenly got excited and found it particularly interesting. Love at first sight, right? She whispered softly to herself, the big boss voice revealing relief and a slight twinkle in her eye. I'll let you know later that Julia's mom is not only a bellwether, but a motherly wanton bully total romance. Ah cut. Cheng Jiangbei woke up early in the morning and started sneezing, rubbing his nose as he walked towards the dining table. Older sister sat farther away with her bowl in disgust. In the last 2 days, because Cheng Jiangbei treachery, actually spoke out of turn that he was 30 years old before marrying a daughter-in-law. Leaving her this will soon be 30 youthful beauty in the home is like a fire roast. Older sister then felt that Cheng Jiangbei is too ungrateful. Obviously see the netizens or their own support it. So not a single word was given to Cheng Jiangbei, shaking him off and trying to get him to reflect. I didn't expect Cheng Jiangbei to sit next to her. The capital of September. The wind of autumn quickly rolled away the last of the summer. The sun shines brightly, and the autumn wind blowing in the face is cool and comfortable. Cheng Jiangbei also had a smile on his face, and after he sat down, he affectionately just pinched vegetables for his oldest sister. Look at you. You've lost weight from sulking and not taking care of yourself these days. When did she have a filial brother? She's not filial either. Sister merciful brother filial piety does not exist. Pissed off their own are going to kick this kid's ass. Cheng Qingxin was jolted. Ha, don't you dare come. It's better to be solicitous for nothing than to be a thief. Cheng Jiangbei, nonsense. I care about my sister. I'm not a bit wrong. Blah blah blah. Cheng Qingxin's goosebumps rose. Please state your claim. Okay, as your sister it's not like she won't help you. Don't come to disgust your sister me. How could you think that about me? Cheng Jiangbei was in pain. You are my biological sister who shares the same mother and father's bloodline. Cheng Qingxin's face was flat. His eyes were a light that saw through his younger brother. If you make me physically uncomfortable by forcing sensationalism again, then I'll go and catch up on my sleep. Oh, Cheng Jiangbei was serious for a second, then reached out without a pussy face. Lend me some money. So my poor brother wanted to borrow money. Cheng Qingzhen nodded understandingly, then helplessly moved his shoulders. But my shoulders are a bit sore from doing live broadcasts these days. Poor enough to sell his ass. But a slip of the tongue in the online luxury of Cheng Jiangbei heard, rushed to the old sister to pound the shoulders. Work is very important. But sister you must also pay attention to the body. Thank you brother. Cheng Qingxin smiled gently at him as well, then turned her head sideways and took a sip of kanji. But I'm not borrowing it. Sure enough, Sister Mercy is all in the fantasy. Being netizen rolled 5,000 away. Almost drained Cheng Jiangbei immediately stopped pretending. Pickpocket his old sister's arm. Don't sister, lend me some. Cheng Qingxin didn't say anything and continued to drink kanji. Cheng Jiangbei is not cheeky. You just clearly said that your younger brother has something you must help. Yes? Cheng Qingzhen was so mellow as to deny it. You heard wrong. Gu. I'm a college student. Cheng Jianghua you lend me some. Cheng Qingxin looked sideways. What did you call me? Cheng Jiangbei has been honest. Youthful and beautiful people beautiful heart good forever 18 Cheng Qingzhen. Cheng's sister So do you still subscribe to the fallacy that mom says you have to solve your life's problems before you're 30? Cheng Jiangbei raised his head, found that the father and mother are not. Righteously. Big mistake. My sister even if single to 40. That is also a flower on earth. Stay at home for life is not too much. Our mother is too much. Cheng Qingzhen got comfortable. Say it, how much to borrow? Cheng Jiangbei held out 5 fingers. 5,000? Cheng Jiangbei eyeballs turn a lion's mouth. 5 million. You cannot buy a loss, cannot buy fooled. And so I 10,000 light will allow you to infinite splendor. Cheng Qingzhen was silent for a few seconds and immediately clasped his fists. Farewell. The two siblings fooled around for a while, and Cheng Jiangbei finally replenished $5,000 of ocean and comfortably prepared to go to the company. Sitting on the subway, there is no position. Lifting his hand and cupping the handrail a little wobbly. After thinking about it, Cheng Jiangbei sent a screenshot of his oldest sister transferring money to him to Jingjing. Dude has already lost his family's money for you. Obviously we haven't even been paid yet, and we already owe 10,000 yen. It's very new age youth and was meant to be for selling out, but it turned out to be a quick reply from there. Julia, wow, 5,000. So can you get another 2,000 from me? Cheng Jiangbei stood at the bottom of the company's building. Looking at the chat logs are stupid. Fists tightened. People eat people, at least still spit out bones. You are a little bit of bone crumbs, do not want to give me left. Then the president's Bentley was safely parked in the underground garage in a spot reserved for her, on the back seat of the luxury car, which really had plenty of space. Jiang Jingxian softly crossed her legs, her cell phone being cupped in her small white hands floating in front of her full breasts. The shirt buttons were chipped tight. Not exactly inherit the family business. Right, personal family, because the Greentown Group have been almost hundreds of billions of female president. Billions of dollars of contracts, eyelids are not with jumping. Thousands of dollars of fraud. At the moment really excited. Obviously still on his payroll. It's too capitalist to take it back yourself before you've even claimed it. You've really eaten them to the bone? Jingxian Jian, you really, it's too much fun, isn't it? The president of the adult's beautiful legs wrapped in black silk, feet hanging, high heels still hooked. Good is interesting. In the meantime, Cheng Jiangbei went into the office feeling that he had suffered a serious internet scam, but soon changed his mind about that. I had just put down my satchel when my cell phone on my desktop dribbled a little. Cheng Jiangbei picked it up and took a look. Jing transfers $5,000 to Cheng Jiangbei Wang. Cheng Jiangbei froze for a moment. The 4 in the chat box, even if it was an indication of the mood. Julia was sweet. Take it and return it to your sister. Count it as I borrowed it from you. Cheng Jiangbei is worthy of being a high achiever. Quickly captured the key words. The corner of his mouth twitched a little. Are you saying that you took the money that you cheated me and lent it to me, and then asked me to return it to my sister, and then in the end, you actually forced one to not be able to do so, and then you became my debtor? Julia, yeah, isn't that sweet? Wink. JPG, you obviously can directly rob, but also gave me such a big circle. Cheng Jiangbei clapped his hands and suddenly laughed. Don't say, you're still weirdly good. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 15, Life Assistant Cheng Jiangbei. 3,000 words begs to be read. Cheng Jiangbei's fingers poking the cell phone screen were particularly hard. Surely, earning money is all about paying it back? Mortgages, car loans, and now the online chats with empty glove loans. When will the battering ram stand up? Cheng Jiangbei gas shaking cold. It is simply difficult to describe his mood of being exploited by capital. Jiangbei, you heard about it too? But there's no need to be discouraged. Fong Tong's family's father is a group director after all. Seeing the expression on Cheng Jiangbei's face, Ms. One couldn't help but comfort him a bit. Fong Tong, the practicing, yuck, in turn who was his contemporary. I don't know how it got pulled on him. Cheng Jiangbei was confused, but he soon realized why. Turns out there was wind that their intern to secretary slot was set. Everyone was surprised to find that it seemed as if Cheng Jiangbei had lost the election. Didn't he say he had something to do with the president? The president for his father have greeted it. Have not seen the president's special care before. But when it came to Cheng Jiangbei's own turn, why wasn't he shut down to the end? Could it be that people are overthinking it? It shouldn't be. Perhaps everyone's recent reactions have fallen into Chief John's eyes and she's worried that everyone's reactions are affecting Cheng Jiangbei too much? But that's a bit too much of a romance novel. Looks like you can go to the Overlord novels for a bit of the secret sauce. Greentown Group such a giant. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small Jiang who, Mr. Jiang is the martial arts ally. The wind and grass will cause all the people to be alert and set off a bloody wind. Holding on to the reasoning that it was better to kill by mistake than to let go. There weren't any villains who jumped out to punch Cheng Jiangbei in the face after he failed in his competition. Everyone is an adult and is responsible for their own behavior. At most did not see clearly before the specifics of the original enthusiasm to become cold. Normal work on the line. Can survive in the president's office. Everyone is a human essence. Not to offend, to keep watching, which can be said to be the law of survival of the large group of rivers and lakes. What's more, Cheng Jiangbei has always been good with people. For the ins and outs of this matter can't figure it out himself. Online he can of course hit hard and say what the female president must have fallen in love with him at first sight, such treacherous remarks. Anyway, the presidentess is across the net, so she must not know. But the reality was definitely coy and tight-lipped, and someone in the office sidestepped the question several times without asking for a clue. The key he himself does not know. Can only say that the president is to see him a fresh graduate intern. Dad still in the company was fired. Feel not easy to produce mercy, right? Colleagues face dawning realization. Heart half disbelief. The company interns a catch a lot. You a local account in the capital. More than you're poor than you abound. The face of the midlife crisis of so many people. The big boss slender hands pointing to the mountains. There has been too much attention to it? Even if it really is mercy, retention just don't need to be promoted. Especially the president for the first time to face this kind of scandal. The chief secretary Miss Linda did not have a bit of wind out to let everyone be careful with their words. Clearly there is something else fishy. Cheng Jiangbei felt that he spoke very clearly, thinking that the misunderstanding is eliminated, not realizing that it has been more and more black. What's more, just when the little storm had passed and everyone had calmed down again, they began to work in earnest, throwing their heads in the sand for the president. A special announcement set off the whole office. Hereby, Cheng Jiangbei is diligent, hardworking and outstanding in his work. Based on the personnel promotion system, it is decided by the group management through consultation that with immediate effect, he will be promoted to assistant to the president/assistant to the president's life, responsible for the daily life to provide personal support to the president, including schedule management, travel arrangements, family management, etc. and so on. Executive clerk Vin, what the hell? Executive office colleague, who are we? The secretariat exploded. In the middle of the day, people aren't running for the secretary position. They're running for the president. Everyone was stunned. So they Jiang is so blatant. His dad was promoted before, and now that he's still interning, he's interning as the president's life assistant. This kind of image is usually only seen in romance novels. The president's personal secretary? I heard that the two are alumni, sister and brother, so it looks like they are very connected. President's office up and down the comrade's mouth involuntarily open wide. No way. We become a character in Mr. Big's novel. We become a passerby? Fong Tong, the son of the group director who had long been admiring his name, was also suddenly friendly and shook Cheng Jiangbei's hand. We'll be colleagues from now on. Are you free this weekend? My birthday. Want to say invite everyone to have a meal together. A get together. His dad is a director. My dad knows his stuff. And we all have a bright tomorrow? What the hell? Cheng Jiangbei was dumbfounded. What are you talking about? When the office director called him to his office, Cheng Jiangbei thought he had been caught being late today, scaring him, and then when the director announced this promotion announcement, he was even more shocked. What the hell? The president has many assistant secretaries, but there is usually only one assistant living. I'm the only one here? Cheng Jiangbei expressed his great shock, listening to the congratulatory congratulations of his colleagues who were suddenly familiar with each other. Cheng Jiangbei cannot help but think, this promotion announcement is not a name typing error, right? I'm just a new, small staff member who's only been on the job for a month. So how come I'm a life assistant? Work I do not know how to carry out. Cheng Jiangbei stood in a red-hot trance at the door of the president's office ready to report. Inhaled deeply, then exhaled and pushed open the heavy wooden door. The president's lair is actually a bit bigger than the TV shows, and the decor is all about the underpinnings. Overall bright and atmospheric. The temperament is staid and minimalist. Big Boss Jiang was far away at that end of the office, sitting behind a wide desk, his soft fingers elegantly nodding on the table, looking down at the documents. Meeting for the second time, Zhang Jingxian at work had more of an aura from a strong woman than she had felt after the cocktail party broke up that day. She had always liked to wear her hair up, and when she worked she wore narrow-rimmed glasses that had the maturity of an ascetic imperial lady. Cheng Jiangbei looked shocked. From now on he is her life assistant? Why does it feel like the world line has changed? Zhang Jingxuan's eyes were still looking at the dossier. What are you standing there for? Come here. Oh, Cheng Jiangbei only felt his heart beating a little faster. Turning around and closing the door, Cheng Jiangbei walked over to Zhang Jingxuan's desk. Zhang Jingxian flipped through the dossier. Wait a moment. Cheng Jiangbei immediately nodded his head, and the small assistant who had just been transferred didn't dare to disturb her, and stood by the side restrainedly waiting for her to finish reading. A few moments later, Zhang Jingxuan's small white hand put the pen cap, looked up. Her eyes are good to look at. Lips red, so full, at a glance. It is very good to kiss. Just straight hook Cheng Jiangbei stared at. The stare made him cringe a little. Love at first sight. Ha, bossy, ha. Zhang Jingxian suddenly stood up, wrapping her arms around her full breasts, leaning her butt against the desk, and asked sideways, with a casual look, do you usually read romance novels? The president's question was a bit abrupt. Cheng Jiangbei thought for a moment. Do romance novels count? Oh, Jiang Jingshuan's butt was next to the desk. Her two beautiful legs were somewhat curved and bent next to each other. Smilingly asked, "It's a surprise to become my life assistant?" It looked silky smooth, but Cheng Jiangbei didn't dare to look at it more than that, and swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty, not having time to answer. There's really no need to be surprised. Jiang Jingxian suddenly came closer and pouted her rosy lips. "If I say that I fell in love with you at first sight, will you think that the president is a bit off?" Cheng Jiangbei was so shocked that he staggered a step and almost fell. "Holy, straight ball big boss. I don't think there's a Chinese word like this in the Xinhua dictionary." Cheng Jiangbei's body tensed. "Mr. Jiang, you, me," already somewhat incoherent. "Aha!" Jiang Jingxian tried to hold him up, and when she realized that he was steadying himself, she smoothly put her hand on Cheng Jiangbei's shoulder. "Just kidding. Assistant Cheng Jiangbei won't take it seriously, right? Ah, like this." Cheng Jiangbei only felt that the woman's mature scent was bubbling up into his nose one after another. His head was hot, and his whole body was tensed up, staring at the dog, as if his reaction was a little slow. "But work hard from now on." A gentle little bit of encouragement from the president rolled into the ears. "The capital is very prosperous. It want to stand firm. It will also be very hard. It." Jiang Jingxian twisted her head to look at Cheng Jiangbei, completely took the initiative. Little Jiangbei is different from the internet. Young really cute. It originally rested on Cheng Jiangbei's shoulder of the small hand loose, and then the fingers suddenly lifted his chin. The president leaned in front of Cheng Jiangbei, and his lips simply carried the account of a mature woman's charm, saying, "The matter of work will please. Well, Assistant Cheng can serve me well. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 16 Your World, catch-up reading requested. Well, get busy." The president finished and resumed her seat to begin her work, the light filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind her, baking onto her delicate body. Cheng Jiangbei couldn't help but be shocked. What the hell is the study hard? Study everyday fait accompli? But leaders aren't classroom teachers either. Is it appropriate to lift the little assistant's chin? It seems like it's not appropriate for classroom teachers and students either. Cheng Jiangbei. From the president's office. The new workstation is spacious, because of the direct interface with the president. Taking into account the issue of secrecy, is also independent of the secretariat office in a corner. Cheng Jiangbei sat down. Mood-turbulent uneasiness is considered a preliminary acceptance of their own become a presidential office assistant, but also face more problems. In the past, Jiang Jingxian actually didn't set up this kind of life-oriented occupation. The schedule, family management and whatnot were all left to the chief secretary Miss Linda and chief special assistant Wu Tsuei. Well, then there's no direct line of communication, so Cheng Jiangbei could only rely on his own experience of studying business management in college and touching Miss Linda and Wu Tsuei's help to cross the river. It's the equivalent of one more person to share the workload. The two former sisters are still friendly and positive, happy to be touched, but Cheng Jiangbei understood a little bit, and felt that his position was a little bit of a chicken. President Jiang has always been a workaholic. Strong woman, are not much of a private schedule. Most of the schedule is official business, which is what Ms. Linda is responsible for. The usual travel arrangements, and personal shopping, well, just the new products of the season of each brand directly to the mall to the president's home, which is also Wu Tsuei in contact. Not to mention that Mr. Kong lives alone and doesn't have a family, meaning, the big boss's daily life most of the time the company home 2.1 line. Life have need Cheng Jiangbei? Cheng Jiangbei before the internship also do odd jobs, at the moment sitting in the position of the reverse somewhat idle, feeling that their work is very unpositioned. With him or without him are the same. The heart cannot help but jump too. It is difficult not to think more about the president's intentions. Cheng Jiangbei honestly sat on the workstation. His eyes were a little silent for a moment, took out his cell phone, opened the browser, and easily typed a line in the input box. Question: if I go to work and the president lifts my chin and says the capital is bustling and tells me to work hard and cheer up, what is the intention? Has been intelligently recommended for you, president's sweet little secretary, if the assistant wants to run away. The content is still too far ahead for the freshly graduated college students. Cheng Jiangbei did not see too much, but was greatly shocked. But the cell phone on the desktop suddenly rang twice. It took him a moment to gather himself to pick up his cell phone. Julia, if you ignore me again, I'm going to tell everyone about your weak kidneys. 7 times and still weak kidneys? Cheng Jiangbei didn't even bother to pay attention to her. Nonsense. Buddy is busy with work today. Julia, what are you busy with? Not a few messages a day. No, just pull the plug on me. It's taking too long for me to feed the pigs while waiting to hear from you. Cheng Jiangbei raised an eyebrow. I'm busy turning around and moving my workstation to accept a new job today. Jing Jing Ohade. as if she was a bit surprised. Turned positive? Didn't you say before that you still have to rely on your background when you come out to mix? And if you can't spell father, you can only listen to God's fate? It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Cheng Jiangbei packed up his things, then sighed a little with his small hand. Who knew that the heavens were not kind to me? Yo! Zhang Jingxian rode in the president's exclusive elevator leading to the garage, her eyes curious. What does that mean? It's true. Everyone loves a 6'8", 8-pack abs handsome boy. I suspect that what I thought before wasn't just an empty thought anymore. It's now theoretically based. Cheng Jiangbei was carrying his bag and preparing to go to the subway in a fuss. Julia? Cheng Jiangbei went out of the group building, looked up at the afterglow of the setting sun. His eyes were all confused. I suspect that my boss is really plotting against me. Maybe she wants to submerge me. At the same time, Jiang Jingxuan's iconic Bentley drove out of the underground garage under the respectful gaze of the security guards, and the president simply wanted to burst out laughing. But after all, there was still the driver, and her rosy lips were definitely pursed into a slit. On the surface I'm his top boss, but in reality I'm Julia's mom? Don't turn around. Assistant Chang, I'm Jing's mom? This is just too much fun, isn't it? Outside the car window was all the hustle and bustle of the capital, and Jiang Jingxuan's gaze was brimming with joy. Oh. Then I can congratulate you. Cheng Jiangbei thought he didn't believe it, so he roughly told her the ins and outs. Where is there a serious female president who hooks up on the first day in the office and lifts people's chins? It's not a TV drama. Jiang Jingxuan's eyelashes drooped and her fingers clicked thoughtfully. But there are times when reality is more dramatic than a drama. Right. Cheng Jiangbei sat on the bus. The sunset's red haze was about to disappear. Looking at the screen, his fingers hovering, suddenly exhaled. But, it's on the wrong channel. Jiang Jingxuan's agitated nose shrugged slightly. What channel? Cheng Jiangbei's message was sent after a while. The president, she belongs to a splendid world. I belong to another. Today, the road back to the old house was curvy and serene, with lush greenery. Jiang Jingxuan's beautiful eyes were stunned. What world? Can get college students to pop 5,000 gold coins. Yours. Cheng Jiangbei really cannot forget that night. Pure love boy fingers secretly tapping, and then put the phone into the bag. Your world. In the distance was the old mansion representing the pinnacle of national service with its stately gates and solemn guards. The cell phone screen is loaded with a greenish across the wire. So cute. So want to keep one. Jiang Jingxuan's red lips inhaled deeply, then gently spat it out, and her thoughts were extremely clear. Oh yo, you're saying I'm not splendid? Dude's playing romance for you, and you're telling dude about splendor? Cheng Jiangbei had just arrived home and was silent for a few seconds stating, asterisk. Then he put his phone aside and ignored her. Went to eat. At the same time, Jiang Jingxian just pushed the door home with soft eyes, her small hands pulling on her high heels to change shoes at the entrance, only to see a middle-aged woman greet her very impatiently. Jiang Jian, back? The woman is Jiang Jingxuan's mother. A look at the temperament is a noble woman. Between the eyebrows also cannot hide the youthful splendor. Jiang Jingxian nodded her head uncertainly, and when she heard her mother's next sentence it dawned on her a bit. Ginger, I hear you have a very interesting boy coming out of your president's office. As expected, the company always still had eyes of the older generation remaining. Jiang Jingxian touched her eyelashes for a moment and replied casually, he is indeed very interesting. As soon as the middle-aged woman heard this, her eyes brimming brightly. Then I know. Then the president's soft little feet helplessly stepped on the slippers, pulled his hair. But, Mom, you also usually read less novels but also a large amount of bounty. By the friends of the businessman divided into half is very loss. Wow. The woman's eyes surged with a clarity that didn't belong at this age, and at first glance it looked like the spoiled grand princess didn't know what thoughts were flickering. I know. P.S. Brothers, I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 17, No Humanity. I'm begging to be read again. The old mother's name was Meng Jinyan. Lying in bed after dinner just with my tablet, humming and hawing at the info in it. In fact, the daughter ability, face value is already more than blue. The family are not worried, but the mother-child solo until now? All do not and boy rumors of a little gossip? Meng Jinyan took the tablet away slightly, rubbed her eyes, and sighed. Wouldn't have been so cheesy-minded before. Circle no. John's parents do not have any family opinion. Open-minded. The family is not unable to afford to raise their daughters. To raise their daughters all their lives and so what? But the last time my daughter was misdiagnosed with cancer it was a big shock to the family. Just one daughter. Meng Jinyan blinked her eyes a bit. Her fingers were a bit harder, and she was still a bit scared at the moment. The kid's dad has had several nightmares about being hung up and beaten by his own mom and dad's grandparents, asking, where's my great-grandson? Jesus, this is just horrible. So the old couple got anxious. You never know who will come first. tomorrow or the accident. The daughter is not young. Daily life, in addition to work, is to stay at home surfing the internet? Let her go out on a blind date. She just opened and closed the mouth of work busy. Too busy to take a single meal break? Excuses. Who's not a boss anymore? And I've heard that when she goes to work, she stays in her own office, and is notoriously high-strung in the group. No human activity at all. Called not at all reassuring. So what if you're rich? After that last time, her daughter almost died. So won't there be no one left who will truly be with her after they are 100 years old? Their family tradition and his only child. If my daughter continues to develop in this way, what if she becomes misogynistic? Meng Jinxian shook her head violently and tossed the tablet aside. Her mother Summa finally relieved. That's why you can't take advantage of a hint. And it's not unusual for a family like this to have this kind of operation when you do a backtoon in the first place. Clean family. The father of state-owned enterprise employees. The stepmother is a university teacher. He is also a senior student of Beijing University. Since childhood. Nothing bad. Classmates' evaluation are good. Meng Jinxian finished reading the message in the tablet. So isn't that screwed up? The president and the assistant. What an encounter. A female frequency novel station and the novel of the Golden Big Alliance. Read the book spent a few million. The war record can be checked. Jinxian Zhang's mom is very thoughtful. Early the next morning he called out to his daughter, who was leaving for work, and then violently shoved the 2 lunchboxes in his hands into the hands of a perplexed big boss. Mom, that's too much. You're going to prop up your daughter. Zhang Jingxian was helplessly about to shove one of the lunchboxes back to her mom. Who said it was for you? Meng Jinxian eyes flashed with anticipation, jumped out of the way and said, you are the president. Think it is interesting. You have to let the people's little assistant feel favoritism, and if you have a feeling, you can't be too hesitant, or there will be a vicious male second. Zhang Jingxian? The mother paused, then her little mouth poo-pooed and her eyes watered as she said, there'll be a wicked female second coming out to pick on your relationship, and then you'll be torn apart and split up, and that won't be sweet. Zhang Jingxian looked down at the lunchbox in her hand. This was indeed an operation that her naive and acute old mother could do, making her laugh and cry. Your father was like that, hesitant and indecisive. Then he missed his first love. You can't be like him. Meng Jinyan swore and patted her chest. Everything has to have a beginning. You haven't chased boys and been in love. Mom can teach you. Zhang Jingshuan's eyelashes fluttered. Then why can't it be someone chasing me? Meng Jinyan stayed for a moment. People are assistants. Are the president of the plot? The overbearing president step by step pressing. The small assistant coy. Is it only cool for the reader to watch? Then self-approvingly nodded his head. Chesty, Ginger, you don't understand. This mommy understands. Mommy didn't spend millions of dollars reading novels for nothing. Oh, however, Zhang Jingxian still placed the 2 lunchboxes in her hands on the table, her good-looking eyebrows raised. But, I have my own ideas la. With that, Zhang Jingxian twisted her body and prepared to go out. Meng Jinyan was still a bit unhappy and wanted to fight for it, but in the end, to no avail, he could only grunt and say to his daughter's back, if you don't listen to the old man's words, you'll suffer before your eyes. It was only at this time that the stoic big man, who had been invisible for a long time, came to his wife's side and suddenly twisted his head and said, wife, aren't you my first love? Then she was pushed away from Meng Jinshuan's face in disgust. Don't mind my exaggerated rhetorical techniques la. Zhang Bei, remember 8 p.m. The address was sent to you on WeChat. Call me if there's anything. Fong Tong, the same one he was with at the same time, once again instructed before leaving work. Friday. In the evening, after work Cheng Jiangbei went home and cleaned up a little, then followed the navigation to a relatively upscale membership bar. The general public is still not allowed in, or Fong Tong came out to pick him up. Didn't he invite Cheng Jiangbei for his birthday? And he didn't expect to arrange it without dinner. Mamasan seems to be all pretty. Cheng Jiangbei realized that things were a little bit not quite right when he was already led to the inside of a card table, filled with the smell of various perfumes of ladies. Who comes to a bar on an ordinary person's birthday? But is the director's son considered unusual? Besides, isn't it a birthday? Where are the co-workers? As it turns out, today is a private bureau. Tomorrow is a proper treat. Private bureau called me here? Cheng Jiangbei was shivering a little. Fong Tong is a rich second generation. Contact with different people. We have long been accustomed to drunkenness. With one girl in the harem frolicking there. Cheng Jiangbei is an honest child, rather shy, and only sits and chats with the sister beside him. Later, the beautiful sister next to me said, when I was a child, my family raised a few goldfish. My sister reached into the fish tank to touch. I just quietly watched from the side, and as a result, my father found out, took away my sister and I's pocket money. Cheng Jiangbei listened to the dynamic music in his ears and said with a sarcastic smile, ha ha, you're quite innocent then. The pretty girl suddenly looked deeply at Chung Two Cups, then said quietly, I actually wanted to tell you that you have to pay even if you don't touch. Chang Jiangbei felt like he couldn't stand the deafening, but luckily, his cell phone suddenly rang. Chang Jiangbei glanced at it, then immediately got up and went over to find Fong Tong, who was drinking red in the face. Brother Fong, Mr. Jiang's side asked me to go there. I'm here. Hearing the two words, Mr. Jiang, the cynical Fong Xiao's eyes cleared for a moment and hurriedly waved his hand and said, "You go, don't worry about this side." Chang Jiangbei sighed in relief and nodded his head as he was about to leave. Then he heard Fong Tong probably introducing it loudly with his buddy beside him. Chang Jiangbei, my colleague, now he's Mr. Jiang's life assistant. Everyone's eyes got a good deal friendlier at that. Next appointment, you get on with it. Fong Tong gets to his feet and delivers. Chang Jiangbei soon finally left the grating hustle and bustle, stood alone under the night sky and exhaled. And then there was another message on his cell phone screen, and at this point in time, he didn't need to see it to know who it was. Julia, what's going on? Chang Jiangbei looked at the time of the drip master's arrival while exhaling. Not much, just a co-worker's birthday. I have to go to work in a while. Julia, you who? You're working late on a Friday night? Chang Jiangbei suddenly looked up at the moon and looked up at the sky and sighed. Ah, yes, capitalists are bloodsuckers. Inhuman, inhuman. Judas shook his head and got into the drop car, and at the same time, the soft legs of the female president who was crossing her legs in her own office stopped swinging, and the corners of her crystal full mouth twitched. I'm inhuman? She murmured softly, a surly smile looming at the corners of her mouth. But it's more than that. I'll let you know in a moment that the president is not only inhuman but also bloody. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 18, Lovely Assistant Chang, requesting for catch-up reading. 9 p.m. The night sky stars are all bustling. Chang Jiangbei took his cell phone back into his bag and returned to the company garage. It's also really hard for the president to get off work so late, as expected of a famous workaholic, strong woman. From time to time, Chang Jiangbei's eyes looked over there toward the president's special passageway that he couldn't even enter without a permission card. Suddenly, a grand group of people walked out. It turned out that today is a meeting of the group's senior management. See you tomorrow, Mr. Kong. Well, see you tomorrow. Jiang Jingxuan's face was as usual. Mr. Jiang, we on Tengda's side will definitely pay attention to today's meeting matters. Jiang Dingxian a bit, sideways head then said, oh, this time things are not too serious, but also cannot let down the guard. Tomorrow to sort out, do a review. No problem, right? Good, then be safe on your way back. Aha. Jiang Jingxian that cannot suppress the flavor of a strong woman, coupled with her kind of graceful and noble posture. Seeing Chang Jiangbei waiting on this side of the high heel shoes before crisply accelerated 2 steps. Today Jiang Jingxian is wearing a one-piece white and blue floral long dress with blue accents on a white micro background. It was a more Chinese-style kind, with a long skirt covering the thighs and calves, a pair of plain high heels on the tops of the feet, not too high, and on top of that a small black knitted shawl, unbuttoned. The one-piece dress was demure to the point of being modest, with a high-top bodice that covered basically everything that could be covered, and was dressed to the nines, as well. It's very eye-catching, beautiful beyond words. Chang Jiangbei did not dare to look at it more and hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Jiang. After handing him the bag inside her hand, Jiang Jingxian took a look at the lady's watch on her wrist, which was worth a lot of money at first glance, and then suddenly asked, Xiao Chang, where does your family live? My house? Chang Jiangbei was a bit surprised and said, it's just over there at Kaisher Ko, not too far from the company. Jiang Jingxian nodded, that's kinda on the way. I'm going to the Wang Fu restaurant for dinner and drinks later. I can't drive here. Why don't you come with me and wait for me downstairs? About half an hour or so I'll be down. That's what assistants are for. Chang Jiangbei immediately went to pull the car door for her. This is the self-consciousness of the little assistant. Then Jiang Jingxian glanced at him and said with a smile that she was troubling him, and got into the back seat, with a boss's style. Chang Jiangbei sucked in his breath and walked to the other side to rush to the car. And just as soon as he closed the door and turned on the lights, he saw that Jiang Jingxian had already fastened her seatbelt. The straps went up her body, separating left and right in one fell swoop, outlining a particularly clear picture. Plus the fact that the lingerie she wore today was probably softer and didn't come with wire loops, so the seatbelt apparently sank in all at once, as if, even the seatbelt lurched up. Chang Jiangbei, who had just been on duty, held his breath for a moment, and after watching this scene, he immediately felt that the car was a little hot. The car moved, edging out of the office. On the road, Chang Jiangbei was still a little nervous about being alone with her. After all, she picked at his chin, and said a whole lot of strange things. The little assistant is terrified. However, today there were a couple of inquiries, and the president settled down to look at the tablet in his hand. In about half an hour, the car arrived. Zhang Jingxian politely said thank you and wriggled her way up the stairs. Cheng Jiangbei just obediently waited downstairs. Originally felt bored, but did not expect to soon be interesting. The sound of a cell phone rang. The picture is dark, but especially clear. The elevator is from the top, is the fullest kind of arc, and then it is sitting on the toilet. Black lining. See Cheng Jiangbei some suffocation. Small hands shook. Holy, what are you doing at night? Julia, it's all because of you that you are like this. You have to be responsible for Julia's mom. The president's bloody. See, at the door of the private room, Zhang Jingxian sent the picture in the gallery that she had taken at home before as the current one to Cheng Jiangbei. Measure Cheng Jiangbei wouldn't have thought it was sent by himself. Cheng Fong sat in the driver's seat of the Bentley. The lights inside the car were dim and slightly bright. He touched his head, took a deep breath, pursed his lips, and rushed to send a message. No face to bad reviews. Probably pushed the door into the private room. The reply is a little slow. About a minute later, the other side only replied, Zhang Jingxian, you kid, still want to have a face? If I have a face and send it to you, won't it be taken by you? In case you threaten me with a photo, won't I be at your mercy? Cheng Jiangbei, I'm not like that. Jingjing, are you that kind of person? Don't even think? By the way, the photo sent to you remember to delete it. You want to see to you to re-photograph anything. Got it. Cheng Jiangbei, I think you have a deep misunderstanding of me. Dude is a college student. Very simple. Zhang Jingxian also sent one of those WeChat self-smile emoticons over for the first time. Really? Is it really that innocent? That's not true. I'm as clean as a sheet of white paper. Cheng Jiangbei is righteous? This message was sent, and then 2 seconds later, it was sent again. Oh, so you still want to see it? Want to see? Julia seemed a little playful. Innocent? Cheng Jiangbei withdrew the message. Cheng Jiangbei made a snap decision. Simple? Who is simple? I, Cheng Jiangbei, don't share the same fate as gambling and drugs. Surrounded by familiar pursuits, the high and mighty Zhang Jingxian, who had always been the center of the party, raised an eyebrow. Oh, what about Huang? Cheng Jiangbei's small hand pointed. Oh, I, Huang Jiangbei, don't share the same fate as gambling and drugs. Zhang Jingxian puffed and laughed, and the hearts of the several young second-generation hearts beside her seemed to be struck for a moment, and just when they wanted to go over to get close, they saw the elegant and noble woman stand up. Today's socializing is just a walk in the park. Miss Kang's mind was still on her cell phone screen, ready to go downstairs and look at the screen. Cheng Jiang Northern look, where is everyone? Julia, ready for bed. Cheng Jiangbei heard, you're going to sleep after posting a picture? You're fishing for a warped mouth. Warped mouth assistant program Jiangbei? Zhang Jingxian nodded approvingly. Yeah, no, am West Dixie. I'm Makabaka. You're Siddiqui, aren't you? Oh, the corner of Cheng Jiangbei's mouth twitched as he looked at the cell phone screen, waited for a while, and then sent. It is said that there is such a bowl that can't be broken with a hammer, and can't be broken with an axe. Julia, what? Cheng Jiangbei continued, and then everyone was puzzled and asked the bowl, why don't you break it? Zhang Jingxian paused in her descending steps and stood at the elevator entrance, her soft eyes staring at the phone screen. Cheng Jiangbei, the bowl actually spoke. It said, Cheng Jiangbei, Jingjing's mom, you don't say bowlin', how can I break it? What the hell? Zhang Jingxuan's long eyelashes shone in the dim light of the corridor all flickered a bit, and the soft corners of her mouth suddenly smiled. To have a good night, good cute assistant Cheng. Good thinking. Keeping one at home yet? P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 19. The mouth is especially good for kissing. Requesting for follow-up reading. In front of the Royal Palace Hotel. Cheng Jiangbei looking at the phone waiting for the female net friend's good night. I did not expect to quickly send over the message show him a face. Jingjing, this kind of bowl may refer to the bowl made of asbestos, which has the properties of high temperature resistance, corrosion resistance, and heat shock resistance, so it will not be broken even if it is smashed with a hammer or chopped with an axe. However, it should be noted that the asbestos material is prone to produce tiny fibers after prolonged use, and these fibers can easily enter the human body and cause damage to human health, so the use of this material is now prohibited. Damn you! Cheng Jiangbei was depressed. Where's your romantic allergy? He didn't want to talk to her, but she was unforgiving. Julia, by the way, you know, once upon a time there was a couple. Cheng Jiangbei drooped his head, waiting for half a day of follow-up but no movement, so the small hand did not have a good point. What the hell? Only then did Julia continue. The men call me I don't like you, and the women call me I like you. Cheng Jiangbei's eyelids jumped. Julia, and then one day the man dies and what's the name of the remaining woman? Outside is the hustle and bustle of the center of the capital, but it seems to have nothing to do with Cheng Jiangbei at this moment. His heartbeat accelerates a little, his fingers seem to be a little stupid, and the youthful young man seems to be simply a little bit of red warmth. I like you, oopsie daisy. Chang Jiangbei hit his broken hand and sent what? And then he was a little afraid to look at it. Zhang Jingxuan's purpose was reached cheerfully. Her rosy lips pursed into a slit. Yo, small mouth so sweet? But, Julia, when the man dies the remaining woman is of course called a widow. Chang Jiangbei wanted to hit someone. A head full of black lines, get lost, and then stopped paying attention to her. But then he stared at the 2 photos he'd just been sent for half a day before deleting them with a fondness, putting his phone back in his bag, and then flattening his chair a little to look at the roof of the car in a daze. Anyway, here's the situation. Who can handle it? Female internet friends are hidden and really make you go to your head. After waiting for a while, the graceful figure over there walked over elegantly with high heels. Chang Jiangbei retrieved his mind and hurriedly got out of the car to pull the door open for her. She smiled and politely said thank you, looking in a somewhat good mood. But her small hand was placed on the door with a slight force, and with a thud, she slammed the backseat door shut. Under Chang Jiangbei's dismayed eyes, she pulled open the passenger door with a calm face and just shoved her soft body inside, and explained her address, then quietly picked up the book beside her to read, full of the kind of knowledge, in a high position of the strength of the great lady. Chang Jiangbei reboarded the driver's seat, careful sideways look at the side of their own, the silhouette calm as water. The heart cannot help but thumping 2 times. The passenger seat, this is not where the secretary lady sits. Besides, it's not like the big boss doesn't have a specialized driver. Chang Jiangbei stepped on the gas, and his nose was filled with the smell of women. The car engine roared to life and in about half an hour, the car arrived. Chang Feng hurriedly said, Mr. Jian, am I parked over here? Only then did Zhang Jingxian close the book and look up. Well, drive a little further ahead on this road and just park in that courtyard. Tough on you, Xiao Chang. This big night today also let you be a driver for me. The president can be really rich. Before it was the top large flat in the core location, and today it is a separate and especially modern small villa. Chang Jiangbei parked the car, quickly waved his hand and said, Mr. Jian, you're too polite. I'm just doing my part. What's more, my house is in that direction. It's just a few stops, a distance of 10 minutes, and I should be home. Car parking. The seatbelt seems to have finally relaxed, and the frilly skirt can be counted on to stretch out in front of her breasts. What a flowery mess. The presidentess didn't seem to care in the slightest that someone was beside her, stretching out a bit, unaware of how jaw-droppingly sexy and mature the sexiness and sophistication was. This 36D are more than have to double D it. Chang Jiangbei inevitably took a few glances it seemed to notice his sight. Zhang Jingxian turned sideways and looked down at her chest. This is the second time, and the last time too. Looking up was the calm question. Does Assistant Chang like my breasts that much? Chang Jiangbei hard a moment on the throat. Knew that Zhang Jingxian sat to the passenger side will have something. Serious president who sat in the passenger side. Obviously there are only 2 people. You've read the Battlestar Galactica novel, right? Usually it is confirmed relationship. Only the president drives. The small assistant in the passenger seat. The 2 sweet and sweet you and me and you. Chang Jiangbei felt like he was sitting on wax. His lips opened and closed, but he didn't know how to answer. His cheeks seemed to be red warm again. The mold looks so cute. You're just testing the ill-intentioned CEO with this. Which CEO can withstand this kind of test? Thus, Zhang Jingxian even wanted to tease him, contemplating for a moment, pretending to be helpless and suddenly holding her head high, only for a moment. Oh, what the hell? Chang Jiangbei steeply shocked, directly is dumbfounded. What is this carry out? Zhang Jingxian looked at his expression and found it so amusing. Her body was still slightly leaning forward. Even I would be shy if there were more. Oh, shy. Your old man is still shy. Chang Jiangbei fast stupid. Not excessive, a little bit of it. Romance novels also did not carry out this way. Pulling? Struggle? What kind of VIP overdrive is this? No wonder it feels like the version of Kang's mom delivering boxed lunches is a little out there. Gingxian Jiang plays direct physical contact. Can you top that? The searing heat of that body seemed close at hand. Chang Jiangbei looked at Zhang Jingxuan's lips dumbfounded, really not knowing how her rosy lips could say such heart-stopping words. As a result, when this kind of look fell into Zhang Jingxuan's eyes, she lifted her finger and gently raked it over her crystalline, full lower lip. What? Is it time for a kiss? He said he liked himself today. He talks so sweetly. It's too bad he didn't use it for a kiss, right? Chang Jiangbei felt that the brain capacity is simply impossible to carry so much information. This ing who can keep up with the rhythm of the president opened his mouth and spat out a breath, before he had time to speak. Oh yes you can. Just felt that burst of mature woman's fragrant wind come to his nose, and his lips seemed to be gripped by something soft. Kang mom romance novels read in vain. The difference between her own daughter's thinking and that of her own daughter is simply the difference between a kindergarten and a college student. Holy, it's not just talk, but the president's wife is a man of action. Chang Jiangbei's toes snapped, his body tensed, and his eyes widened abruptly to see the indescribable brightness in front of him. Exaggeration. Just, forced kissed by the president. Ah, my goodness. Cheng Jiangbei was in a trance for a moment and was shocked. Mr. Jiang, I'm just an assistant. This is another price. Then I saw Jiang Jingxian, who was carrying wine, give Jinka a particularly handsome action, and forcefully wiped her small mouth, exhaled, and explained, because looking at your small mouth is particularly good for kissing, so, I couldn't help it. Well, work well, don't pay too much attention to it. Cheng Jiangbei, P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 20, Your daughter has made a name for herself. I'm begging to be read. The female president kissed the small assistant and then left in style, leaving Cheng Jiangbei standing in the bright moonlight. His mouth is full of that exquisite soft, dumbfounded staring at the bank card in his hands. Some of them cannot be placed. The plot was carried out too spiritedly, to just go into the society of Cheng Jiangbei dry stomach a whole lot of. This is still domestic? Immediately, he pulled his cell phone out of his bag, found his female friend on the internet, and tried to explain, but found himself at a loss for words, his eyelids fluttering. Slide your finger across the screen and finally your eyes rest on the results of your last search. Question: if I go to work and the president lifts my chin and says the capital is bustling and tells me to work hard and cheer up, what is the intention? Has been intelligently recommended for you, president's sweet little secretary. If the assistant wants to run away, there's always something to be said for smart recommendations. Cheng Jiangbei sat in the back of the dripping car, his lips pursed, searched for the two novels, and read the synopsis. Woman, are you playing with fire? The car accident amnesia assistant faces the brutal powerlessness of the president who suffers from cancer soon to die. Gritting her teeth, Gu Mingchen, even if you get my body, you can't get my heart either. The president's forced love. It turns out that the two of them were meant for each other after they were kidnapped together. Book Club, 1016756698. Cheng Jiangbei, whose head was in a mess, suddenly exhaled. He wanted to find the base camp. Know your enemy and know yourself and win 100 battles. So I chose to apply to join the group chat, and it was approved almost in seconds. So it seems that the admins are very active. A cursory glance at the chat. The group also seems to be particularly active, in a 99 plus per minute kind of way, but did not notice the newcomers into the group. Only a very few sent. A few newcomers burst photo, emoticons, but also quickly suppressed by other messages. Holy, Sister AI rewarded another 10 million coins. Seeing the station-wide announcement, trenchant and simply dizzy, converted into cash $100,000. Say reward. My year's salary. More than Love sister these days has hit on more than a dozen gold alliance. Converted into cash. Are millions of it, too powerful. Then again, before love sister reward is not so crazy. According to the ally group, it was Sister AI-chan who encountered something very cheerful in the past 2 days. So on a whim, she had fun with the people, spending millions just to make myself happy. Damn it, would it kill the world to have one more rich person in me? But then again, what does AI-chan's family do? Have minds? I heard it's the boss's wife of a listed company, the kind where the platform's bosses are polite when they see her. It turns out that people are discussing a female tycoon of the platform, who spends all day reading the platform's homepage announcement screen, and it's hard not to be discussed. The following clear are worship. There are begging to hold a thigh. There are said to be 180, 8-pack abs, college students. There are also authors to send out the name of their own books, begging the rich sister to go over to watch a little. Cheng Jiangbei briefly flipped through it and went straight to the point. Cheng Jiangbei Wan, say, what if the president forcefully kissed me in reality? And then the message went a bit stony. Not a peep. It was a little embarrassing for him. Think about it. Send a red envelope, then ask again. As a result, the group in the group chat noticed him at once, as if the cold shoulder he'd just gotten didn't exist. What else can I do? Open your mouth and enjoy it. And she didn't open her mouth to reach. She didn't open her mouth. You can't open your mouth. That's the president. Since the mouth mustn't be well mastered. No, you made a typo. Right, she, female, but just met a little bit of emotional foundation is not so abrupt. The little assistant feels a lot of pressure. Cheng Jiangbei was ready to get off. What's so stressful? When you ride in the president's Rolls Royce, you'll realize that there's no stress in this world. Where's the stress? The netizen who replied was thinking clearly, but quickly came back to his senses, and after a pause, he cursed. No, you read a novel and really fantasized on but also the emotional basis of it, said as if it were true. Sister, it's okay to cheat us groupies, just don't cheat yourself too. It really doesn't matter if your groupmates are cheated by you, just give a harumph and get over it. But I hope that after you finish typing this paragraph, wipe the corner of your eyes. Don't let the tears fall on the cell phone screen on the line. You said these words, sister. I believe it is nothing. You can also let you have a psychological comfort. But this kind of words to say out to lie to the group of friends on the almost have to. Sisters believe you a little bit will not lose a piece of meat, but you do not mess up their own. Also took it seriously on the line. Looking north on the Chang River. See, the netizens don't believe it. Chang Jiangbei himself felt confused. At this time, a group called Only Love Big Boss suddenly at Chang Jiangbei's ID and said, this kind of thing like emotional foundation also needs to be cultivated. Since she forcibly kissed you, of course you can also forcibly kiss her. And kissing, this emotion does not come. AI-san. Wow. Front row worship of the big man. Welcome to the rich sister's big rack. What a day. I can't believe I'm seeing Sister AI-chan bubbling up. Ooh, I'm crying. Dude, what's the point of being in a group with the boss's wife of a publicly traded company? Ah, it's the real big boss. I'm dead. As soon as this female tycoon appeared, the atmosphere in the group could no longer be described as lively, but rather directly boiling. Who wouldn't want to get close to a rich sister? Not to mention the fact that we're all still bookworms and seem to have intermittent paranoia in our fiction reading heads. Your parents suddenly tell you that your family is worth tens of billions of dollars. Your long-lost real parents drive a Rolls-Royce to the school to find you and tell you that you were not born to your present parents. In fact, your family's company is listed on the stock market. Your distant grandpa passed away without any children and suddenly asks you to spend all the billions of dollars so that you can inherit his $30 billion. These are collectively called delusions. Chang Jiangbei was puzzled by the and realized that the wind direction of the group chat changed at once. AI-chan is right. A strong kiss. What are you wimpy about? Wallop her. Need her. Make the CEO want it all. They've started kissing, so they mustn't cuddle and raise it high. And if you're pregnant with the president's child, I'm telling you, you'll be rich for the rest of your life. The group is starting to come up with ideas. Only Love Big Boss, this tycoon watching the fun is not too chaotic. Actually sends several red envelopes. People can only stuff 200 red envelopes. She can stuff 2,000. The chairman of the board of directors Mrs. Authority Dog then even gave Chang Jiangbei a $666 red envelope. Remarks, come on, everyone is even more excited. It's $9.99 plus at the moment. Chang Jiangbei, a moment confused, said what the stuff on the gas romance novels group chat or this style of painting. He did not understand but really shocked. And at the same time, the name Chang Jiangbei is familiar. And the screen name Chang Jiangbei Wang is simply not difficult to associate. In the master bedroom of the Jiang family's old mansion, the middle-aged woman put down her cell phone, curved her eyes, and kicked the old president lying beside herself violently with a pair of long legs, on his suddenly puzzled eyes. Jiang's mom's eyes were glowing. Her voice was a bit excited. Old Jiang, your daughter has made a fortune. She can forcefully kiss her male assistant. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 21, Mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. I'm begging for a follow-up read. The chairman of the board couldn't listen to this at all and shook his head in disbelief. Jiang Jiang isn't in a relationship. Where did the forced kiss come from? Meng Jinyan excitedly handed her husband her cell phone to look at. Jiang Jiangbei glanced twice, then pushed away and swore, I don't need to look at any of this. Hearing is believing. Seeing is believing. My daughter, as my successor, the future helmsman of the group, and the head of the Jiang family, is not at all a person who can engage in this kind of behavior of forcible kissing. But it won't be empty. This person's screen name is Chang Jiangbei Wang. Coincidence? Kong Jungkook wouldn't listen. But this person's IP address is in the capital, and the boy was forcibly kissed by the female president. It's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Kong Jungkook stared at the chat in the group. What kissing and hugging and lifting high what a good chance to make a raw rice It is very annoying. It's like a yellow hair riding a motorcycle with his daughter appeared in front of the eyes smugly said, Lao dang. Your daughter's first kiss I took Tomorrow the child will call you grandpa. He himself would not have been able to give up his daughter. The daughter ended up arguing with herself, saying, Dad, you don't understand him at all. Kong Jungkook was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly sullenly rolled up his bunk on one side of his body and lay down, not wanting to continue this topic at all. I'm going to sleep. That's why only mothers-in-law look at their son-in-laws. The more they look at them, the more they like them. Meng Jinyan couldn't care less about Jiang Zhenghua, and suddenly climbed up from the bed. No. Chairman Kong Jungkook, who can be described as very graphic, raised his head and asked suspiciously, What's not working again? Wouldn't it be very uninvolving to be a mom and do nothing? What are you getting involved in again? I've got to get some afternoon tea. What are you doing getting afternoon tea? Drop the company off, and meet the boy on the way. Jiang Zhenghua sat up at once. Don't you make a fuss. The 8 characters have not even been a skimmer yet. Because of this, our attitude is very important. In case he misunderstands that our family is very much between the door. Need to be a door-to-door. Worried that we give him tens of millions of dollars of checks to make him leave our daughters get along with a lot of pressure? Kang Jungkook was really helpless sometimes. Wife, you're thinking too much. You don't read novels and dramas. You don't understand. Meng Jinyan's bare feet are going downstairs to the kitchen, and her daughter and assistant belonged to the cast. Meng Jinyan was excited, her feet duking on the smooth floor. We can't be so wicked. Our daughters should enjoy sweet love. What Kang Jungkook wanted to grab his wife but was unable to do anything for fear of her anger. Put on your shoes. Oh, Jinyan Meng came back and stepped into her slippers again. Then the big man could only be silent. And, shrinking back in his bunk, quite fit, he fell back to sleep, staring blankly at the ceiling. He thought of the cabbage he had raised for so long being led to the pigs by his own wife. The chairman's corpse is just a little hard to take. Internet group chat is really too spontaneous, isn't it? Cheng Jiangbei put away his cell phone and exhaled before he pushed open the door to his home. Hearing the dynamic sound effects in his ears and the super large TV screen in the living room flickering non-stop. Cheng Jianghua, you're living such a sloppy life without mom and dad at home. He entered and saw leftover chicken fries on the dining room table, and ice coke on the side, and his oldest sister sitting cross-legged in front of the TV, playing her PS5. Although my oldest sister is a singing anchor, but after all, the content is too monotonous, and occasionally you still have to play games. At the moment when it was the most crucial time to advance the level, she did not pay attention to her brother who called her Cheng Jianhua, who was simply treasonous. She's playing a 3A masterpiece where you can manipulate characters to kidnap, ride horses, rob trains, and have fun with player names, such as this horse of my oldest sister's called Cheng Beijiang, which is fun to bounce around and wind up. Looking at Cheng Jiangbei, he wanted to go pull out her wires. Asterisk. You even bring life insults when you play games, the old sister said without turning her head. Where is the insult? Isn't it called Cheng Beijiang? Okay. Cheng Jiangbei snapped his fingers and just pushed his old sister out of the way as he operated the character to kill the horse. The size advantage is huge. The old sister has no room for resistance at all, and can only stomp Cheng Jiangbei's buttocks in depression. You're overdoing it. Return the money. Thought that this would be able to pinch Cheng Jiangbei. Who knows that Cheng Jiangbei is rich and generous at the moment. Directly transferred the old sister 10,000 yuan. My oldest sister looked down at her phone in dismay. You got paid? Aha. But didn't you only get a $5,000 stipend for your internship? Cheng Jiangbei put down the handle with a helpless face. Okay, can't hide it from you. It's actually me who was forcibly kissed by my boss today. This is compensation. You mean, your boss has his eye on you? Right. Isn't your boss the CEO of Greentown Group? Fortune 500? That's right. My sister's live platform is owned by Greentown Group, the big boss. What kind of delicacies have you never seen? So silent for a few seconds, put his hand on Cheng Jiangbei's forehead, found that there was no fever, and then laughed. I also said that I am the first emperor of Qin. You now Vini 50. I will appoint you as a great general. Then there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Cheng Jiangbei shrugged his shoulders. Remember to return the $10,000. Tomorrow I'll take it and return it to the boss. Older sister twisted her head over and gave him a blank look. Then you're spinning a chicken. To plug your mouth. Cheng Jiangbei was honest, and his words were not mixed with a bit of water. But the old sister is back to pick up the handle. Perfunctory 002 sound. Only think Cheng Jiangbei just as said a certain chanting pretend. Heart is half believe Cheng Jiangbei every word of ghost. Cheng Jiangbei also did not say anything more. This kind of words to say out is a ghost in the letter. Replaced by the comment area is estimated to be who urinate yellow quickly too. Diabetic cannot come. Do not let him taste the sweetness. Cheng Jiangbei stood in front of the bathroom mirror, touched his mouth in a daze, and also sighed deeply, not knowing what he was thinking anymore. Early the next morning, Cheng Jiangbei came to the company and sat in the elevator. He noticed that everyone's eyes on him were not right. How do you fat for? When he passes by, his co-workers give him a smile even if they are busy. Even some of my co-workers were a little weirded out, but after a quick glance at their phones, they were full of friendliness. Isn't it always about pulling the strings in Mr. Bully's novels? How is it that only just before the rumors were rumored, and now it is directly fast-forwarded to meet the parents? It's not scientific. All up and down the group, the well-informed and the ill-informed, all knew the name Cheng Jiangbei at this moment. The man in question, however, was puzzled and a little turbulent until he came to the president's office. When a middle-aged beautiful woman saw him, she stood up from his workstation, carrying a small cardboard box in her hand that didn't go well with her status, and smiled casually. You're Cheng Jiangbei, aren't you? Cheng Jiangbei looked at his colleague suspiciously, then stood up. I am. From the whispers and strange expressions of his colleagues, Cheng Jiangbei surmised that this lady was definitely not simple. The lad sure is spry. Cheng Jiangbei stood very stiffly, and saw her looking herself up and down, and finally her eyes rested on her lips, blinking her eyes. "Oh, by the way, how did it feel to kiss the president?" Kang's mom was curious. Cheng Jiangbei was steeply petrified as if he had been struck by lightning. Zhang Jingxian happened to come out of her office. Her person was almost dumbfounded, gritting her teeth. "Meng Jinyan. Oh, obviously, it's Mom," but at the moment, her eyes are fluttering to show weakness for a moment. Zhang Jingxian hurriedly got rid of her disgraceful mother, who had been spoiled by her grandparents since she was a child, and then spoiled by her father, who regarded her as a white moonlight. When she grew up, she was too jumpy. The mouths of my co-workers couldn't help but open wide. No way. Is there some missing timeline? Didn't Assistant Chang just get transferred? This is kissing. Inevitably, the relationship has progressed too quickly. Didn't the president not get close to men before? It's hard to convince people but the chairman's wife is golden. Could it be that the president is thick as thieves? Everyone's eyes towards Cheng Jiangbei completely changed at once. Early on, I knew that this Cheng assistant was flat on his back and somehow gained the favor of the president, who took special care of him and did not avoid personnel at all. Now it seemed that the relationship between Assistant Chang and the president was really extraordinary. The chairman's wife seems to have helped with the official announcement. That's right, isn't it? I can't believe I kissed the president without saying a word. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 22, You Don't Have to Be Responsible. I'm begging for a follow-up. There are times when living in this world is really helpless. Facing the thoughtful glances of colleagues, Cheng Jiangbei is under a lot of pressure. He has a netchat object played 7 times a night, already in the mold of the netizen. Cheng Jiangbei wanted to explain something, but he was afraid that people would say that he didn't know what to do. But Netflix is the one to see and feel. And that night, she was big, soft and fragrant. Those details are rather unimportant. The point is, what is the identity of the female president's family? And what kind of hook 8 is he? The encounter is just unknown. The president is also age-appropriate, looks superior. If you change into 48 years old, 180 pounds, Cheng Jiangbei ducked toward the toilet and looked at his handsome face in the mirror. That way, he should have suspected the rich woman's intentions. Wire balls can't hurt. They can't hurt. Cheng Jiangbei growth trajectory is flat. The most rebellious thing is to go to see a female internet user. At the moment is not a network novel. The reality is that big leaders hint so abruptly without any emotional foundation. It's a subterfuge. The features in the mirror were really handsome. Very few people looked so handsome. Probably all on par with the hikikomori of a certain point of reading novels. Cheng Jiangbei is hard not to want to. Looking at their own is not just want a package play, just they're new age college students with modesty, alright. Cheng Jiangbei silent for a few seconds, with a hand followed by the water to the face to slap a little. Well, there is integrity, but not much. If there is no female internet user, perhaps he will be from now on into the abyss. After all, President Kong is really dumpy, but he admitted that a boy's first time can be unforgettable. Not to mention that the webmistress was really big, really fragrant, and really soft. It's not poor either. He himself is a capital city account, and she is a mountain city hottie, so it can be said that the door is right for the family. Cheng Jiangbei easily had his own choice in his heart. This kind of super white rich beauty simply can't dare to imagine the picture of her getting married and having children with herself. These days, money is more golden than even the bodhisattva. Zhang Dingxian should be offered up. Exhaling deeply, he emerged from the restroom. Cheng Jiangbei instantly felt as if he had become somewhat of a national protected animal. Their secretariat seems to have a special string of them today, and as the top department of the company, it has a high level of authority. A number of department heads have come up to watch under the guise of reporting on their work. Assistant Chang, you're hiding really deep. The earliest clerk he had ever known at the company, Ms. Moon sighed when she handed him a bag of chips. Cheng Jiangbei sat in his seat, chips crunching and crisping, thinking that people misunderstood him too much, right? There are days when going to work really makes you want to die. Seemingly seeing Cheng Jiangbei's constipated expression, Ms. One also explained in a low voice. A lot of WeChat groups up and down the company blew up today. Well, the chairman's wife is so honorable. You could say it's a stone's throw away. The comments at the bottom are blowing up. Front row. It looks like our Greentown group is on the verge of a change. But what the hell is their relationship? Really kissing? No one has an explanation. So I'll start talking nonsense. For example, this assistant Chang wouldn't be our future emperor's son-in-law, would he? No way. Our group this volume. The president to select the other half will not be so simple it. Not to mention the last time the lady in the group announcement on the marriage. Was the president stopped halfway shouting on the end of the matter? This kind of moths did not hear the president's personal response before I think we eat melon or a little bit of good sense. There were many different opinions at one time. Cheng Jiangbei put the phone down and raised his head. just to say that tonight how to go upstairs to take an elevator or enjoying a variety of colleagues who have never been masked as a spring breeze smile. The original problem appeared here. Should people have such a keen sense of smell, when it's obvious that the octogenarians are not even close? Until noon, Chang Jiangbei was ready to eat. Everyone greeted to join him. Of course he knew why, but very reverent can understand stand the higher the fall the more pain, and now they are complacent because of the president. When the time comes in the female president showdown they have been the shape of the female netizen. Then the more he falls, the more it hurts. When the son of heaven is angry, he ambushes millions of corpses. The Jiang family's eldest young lady, not to mention the son of heaven, in the Greentown group. It would not be too much to say that she was the queen. It's not going to get you fired, is it? Shouldn't be in that bad of taste, but in the shoes, not so much. Chang Jiangbei, who did not know that the goddess of fortune was smiling, only felt that his future was in doubt. Some meet pain, and then the cell phone in his hand rang. It was a message from his female internet friend. Jing, Julia, what are you doing? Did you have dinner? Chang Jiangbei sat alone on the rooftop and blew the wind. Looking at her message, she was also a talker, froze for a moment and said, "It's noon, eat a lunch." Julia, so are you working? Chang Jiangbei, no, lunch break autism it. Jiang Jingxian inquired, is it because you feel tired of working? Chang Jiangbei thought for a moment, kind of. Jiang Jingxian, but it's already 5 minutes past 2. Is your company's lunch break that long? Chang Jiangbei straightened up. Touching fish is not okay. Chang Jiangbei mainly felt a little tired of heart. Gossip dead. They're passing east and west outrageously. I heard that the president and assistant Chang are alumni and were together when they were in college. Yes. No wonder Mr. Jiang has been rumored not to be close to men. It turns out that he has been hiding his husband in a golden house. It's only because people have graduated from assistant Chang that big boss doesn't have to put up with it. Chang Jiangbei did not dare to think so in their dreams, but they opened their mouths. Simply small knife-pulling ass, open eyes. In the end if the mirror, Chang Jiangbei obviously did not do anything, but it seems to become a clown. Very helpless a lot of pressure with one hand wrapped around her chest and one hand cupping her cell phone. Jiang Jingxian helped Chang Jiangbei with righteous indignation. What kind of company are you guys? Giving your employees so much pressure, and having to sneak around in order to take a break. It's just too much. Chang Jiangbei, indeed. Then you'll take more time off and simply work 2 on 5 off a week. Julia was thoughtful. You are simply right. Chang Jiangbei nodded. But the company isn't my home. I run it. You'll support me if I get fired. Originally wanting to raise it. Jiang Jingxuan's eyelashes fluttered. Just raise it. Add a pair of chopsticks to the matter. Chang Jiangbei was silent for a moment. If not for the female internet friend. Although he knew that the chances of this kind of hook 8 in the Jiang family's big miss to enter the marriage hall to make it a success are close to 0. But he cannot be so entangled in a moment of pleasure. Perhaps later can also be mixed with a leader into a pawn. But who let the female internet friend come first? Chang Jiangbei held his breath for a moment, his fingers suddenly moving. What kind of relationship do we have? You raising me? Jiang Jingxian stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and pursed her lips. What did you say about our relationship? Chang Jiangbei doesn't care. Buddy has already intended to defy the female president for you. Then go out of the way. Chang Jiangbei looked on. You played me all night. Boys have to take the initiative a little bit. Is also considered broken. What online chat object? Chang Jiangbei cannot bear it. Online dating object is right. A whole 7 times a night. You're not responsible for that. P.S. Asking for monthly votes, recommendations, and catching up on reading. Chapter 23, I miss you. I'm begging for a catch-up read. Chang Jiangbei put his cell phone in his pocket without looking at it after asking. Go down to the rooftop. The youthfulness of first love. Worried about making a fool of myself. Back in the office. No one asked him why he was late. Who in the president's office does not have some eyeballs? Chang Jiangbei now laid where belongs to their management. Sitting back in his seat, Chang Jiangbei pretended to be serious for a good while, but sure enough, his heart was somewhat in his throat. Still couldn't help it. It didn't take long to refetch the cell phone from the bag, and then saw that it wasn't an answer over there. Julia, what was the last question I asked you? Chang Jiangbei frowned, not understanding. What? Julia, last time. The time you said there was a bowl and then asked me to say bowlin. So, Chang Jiangbei a bit of a reflection. Backtracked and flipped through the chat logs. Just he said. It is said that there is such a bowl that cannot be broken by a hammer, nor by an axe. Then the female webmaster followed and spoke as well. Right. You know, once upon a time there was a couple. Chang Jiangbei's finger dubiously jumped on the phone screen, and soon his heart fluttered. The male is called I don't like you, and the female is called I like you, and then one day the male dies. And what's the name of the remaining female? Chang Jiangbei looked forward to her answer. Turns out I didn't expect to wait. Julia, widow. The corner of Cheng Jiangbei's mouth twitched, thinking she was going to lean, playing with me. You don't even know what dude rejected because of you. It's too much. Just about to mobilize my floodgates to turn into an internet spammer. I saw the cell phone drip and shake a little. Julia, I like you. Cheng Jiangbei's clenched fist steeply loosened, and the expression on his face made a 180-degree turn. She likes me? Hey, she likes me. The air seems to have a sweet flavor. It's not in vain that buddies don't know what's good for them. You're dating someone. Cheng Jiangbei sat in his seat and laughed foolishly. MS. Lindy came over and asked him to go to the president's office. He nodded cheerfully, but it quickly came back to me. What? To the office again? It's a bolt from the blue. I'm totally seeing someone myself now. Rejecting the top guy. Cheng Jiangbei was struck by lightning and was in a charred state for a long time before he took a deep breath. Cheng Jiangbei, when you make a choice, you always have to face this. Assistant Cheng, what are you waiting for? Don't keep the president waiting, the co-worker kindly reminded. Oh, Cheng Jiangbei woodenly drifted out of the office, in a state that was very much like the wind xiao shui cold, a strong man going away and not returning. The rest of the colleagues looked at each other. Colleague A, half envy half cynicism, said, Mr. Zhang, this is not avoiding people. Big noon, that point of rest time to call him to the office. No wonder just so happy. That is, Cheng Jiangbei did not hear. Or perhaps to let everyone find their own mother, each back to their own home. Wash up. Do not watch the fun. After today, it's hard to tell if he's in the office or not. Originally particularly joyful Cheng Jiangbei and peaks of trepidation, found the president's room, hesitated for a moment, sighed, escape is not escape drops, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in, pushing open the heavy wooden door. Cheng Jiangbei probed to look inside. This is not the first time to come. The big boss strong woman's momentum as always, but today did not sit behind the desk, but sat not far away from the sofa, crossed his legs, holding a flat panel. It looks like the mood is very good. Today Jiang always wear a light-colored camisole and white jeans. Heard the movement, slightly squinting his eyes turned around, completely dressed in V-neck upper body, white flowers some hidden. The white fabric on the pants also wrapped her beautiful buttocks tight. Looks elastic. She was really beautiful. And it would have been nice to have a doomed and fruitless encounter with her if she hadn't already been owned physically and mentally by someone else. Cheng Jiangbei really didn't think that he would come across these. Zhang Dingxian was still looking at the tablet. Why are you standing over there? Come and sit. Oh, Cheng Jiangbei did not dare to look at it more. One more look would explode. The president really looks too gorgeous. It is true that the more beautiful the existence of the more toxic. Turning around and closing the door, Cheng Jiangbei found his way to the side of the sofa. Only then did Zhang Jingxian set the tablet down beside her and looked up, suddenly narrowing her eyes. Do I look like I want to eat people? Cheng Jiangbei hurriedly shook his head. Then what are you standing around for? Zhang Jingxian patted the soft sofa. Sit. Cheng Jiangbei half-pulled buttocks will immediately fall. Do not dare to sit on the sofa full. The president is not eat people, but in many cases it is more terrible than eating people. When he sat down, Zhang Jingxian gave him a smiling look before she raised her hand and pointed, signaling him to look at the two bags on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Cheng Jiangbei didn't even know what it was. He just felt the need to say something. Mr. Jiang, this. Zhang Jingxian also coughed a bit helplessly. This is a bit of afternoon tea my mother made. She wanted you to try it. Cheng Jiangbei mouth closed at once. Murmured, your mother, Dong, chairman's wife. Seems a little too spirited to be involved. Cheng Jiangbei felt he couldn't just sit back and wait for death, and raised his breath. President, I actually have something I want to say to you. Zhang Jingxuan's rosy lips gave an oh-so-subtle sound, then copied her small hands and opened the bag. There was tiramisu, and fixed black tea. Well, go ahead. Cheng Jiangbei, it's today's matter. After all, I just joined the company, and in the company, so that the impact on the president there's something you could have just said. Zhang Jingxian interrupted. I'm not that insensitive. Cheng Jiangbei sniffed. His fists tightened. At this moment has been sure that it is not his own self-indulgence. Finally very bold directly said. I have a girlfriend. We know not a short time. Well, I love her. Very much. When he finished, he didn't dare look away. Not daring to face it anymore. Pretending to be busy. He went to fiddle with the bag over there. Unbeknownst to him at the moment, CEO Zhang's eyebrows suddenly raised. So cute little Chang. Unknown to the truth by their own ruffled Cheng assistant is simply too interesting. The president burst love. It was quiet for a while. It bothers you, doesn't it? Zhang Jingxian suddenly twisted her head and let out a calm oh. Then her small mouth elegantly ate a piece of tiramisu before putting her fork down. This is the last time. It won't happen again. Cheng Jiangbei was a little stunned from the office and went into the toilet. Stood in front of the mirror and froze for a moment. The president's meaning? The end? It seems like nothing has changed from before. but it seems like there is again. Stunned, he picked up his cell phone, just saw a series of messages. Julia, why don't you talk half the time? Julia, you're so loco, eh? You lied to someone about liking it and you're acting high and mighty again? Julia, humph. I'm telling you, it's late. From now on your sister's man. Suddenly washing my face and looking at myself in the mirror. The dust has settled. He suddenly re-lifted the phone, his fingertips trembling slightly. Julia, I'm coming to Hill City this weekend. Julia, what? Why so sudden? Chang Jiangbei, I miss you. Julia, hey, come on. I don't know what you youngsters think. I think you want to do something bad. Chang Jiangbei shy a bit. I'm not, I don't have you talking nonsense. But Julia's next words broke the youngster's defenses a bit. Jingjing, you can if Chang wants, Jingjing mom can give you a lot of education Chang Jiangbei, P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 24, Brothers, on the shelf at 8 p.m. No more recommendations. I'm just going to shelve it where it is. Dog authors have previously been banned for being too excessive, so both books were blocked in the first half of the year. Know it all. Already in debt. Afraid this one won't be either. So it's on the shelf early. Weak and helpless, I can't carry it anymore. Veteran bookworms know. Let's all really support a subscription. It's important for dog writers now. There's still some stuff going on in the rush to get on the shelves today, so I probably won't be bursting with updates. But I'll start 10,000 word updates every day starting tomorrow. Everyone eat with confidence. I'm begging for a first order. Really. It's the last prayer of a scrub author from the good old days. And thank you to my editor, River of Stars, for all the support I've received since I started the book. Vote for him if you want to write a book on iron juice. Older authors can even vote for him, and you'll have a whole new experience in your writing career. No bad reviews in 8 years. You really deserve it. Book Club 1016756698. If you're not in the group, you can get in. There are already 188 girls in the group. Chapter 25, Booking a Plane Ticket. Requesting a first booking now? Chang Jiangbei suddenly seemed to feel the indescribable warmth of the female netizen through the network cable, and his mouth was a little dry. What kind of tiger and wolf word is that? Chang Jiangbei immediately decided that he wanted to go into the tiger's den to find out. Immediately opened the cell phone app, ordered a flight ticket to the mountain city this Saturday, and turned to send a screenshot of the ticket information to the online dating object. What did you book for Saturday? The female internet user then issued a query. Can't you just dart in and out of work on a Friday to meet me? Chang Jiangbei sat back at his workstation and immediately froze, then decisively gave the airplane a boost and changed the ticket. Chang Jiang looking north, picture, Chang Jiangbei Wang, has been honest, begs to be spared, JPG, and then that side is clean as well. Julia, Novotel Mountain City Airport. Chang Jiangbei froze, the youngster pretended to be shy for a moment, and go directly to the hotel. Will it be too monkey? Do not need to date to communicate, cultivate feelings? Aren't feelings cultivated all the time? You're so cute. You make yourself want to stay at home. You just don't know it. Now it's time for you to give me physical feedback. Harmony is very important. Julia Soul questioned. Isn't going deep the best communication? Chang Jiangbei suddenly realized. I see. The dialogue box on the screen was silent for a little while. Then the message. I'll be busy for a while. I'll talk to you later about the details. And the details? Yeah, like the poses, and the props, and how to play them. And I don't know much about it. It's 2 days and 2 nights, and it all needs to be scrutinized. That's got to be a good. Chang Jiangbei immediately felt as if his body was a little hot, and his fingers were still tapping the 9 keys in the screen for a few moments before he became alarmed and hurriedly deleted all the content in the input box. What posing props aside, Chang Jiangbei's legs were shaking. We're not ing coming out of the hotel. And then the reply from the online date was very thought-provoking. Is it fun to have a big sister out of the hotel? Could be. It would be hard to argue with this wave. Chang Jiangbei just did a fight in his heart for 0 seconds before leaving his health behind. I know. Then I left the female internet friend alone and tried to work, but realized I had some nothing to do when I didn't meet the president's call. Feeling bored. The long silent group chat on my phone suddenly popped up with an et-al voice. At everyone, guys, let's get together at the Wang Fu Hotel on Saturday. I'll treat you all to a meal. The group chat that popped up was the roommate group now, and the one et-al quickly chatted privately with Chang Jiangbei again. Gu Fan, old Chang, remember Saturday night? He is Chang Jiangbei's good friend now, known since childhood. His father and his own father are colleagues. In those days of state-owned enterprises, lodging was to be arranged, so elementary school, junior high school, college are paired up, originally inseparable. But a few days ago, he said he had to prepare for the civil service closed. There is a lot less contact. I didn't realize that coming alive was the heavy hitter. Chang Jiangbei, holy, what class? We can all go to the Royal Palace Hotel for dinner? Gufan's reply was quick. Please pay attention to your words. What's in front of you now is the winner of this thousands of horses walking on a single tree bridge. The shining new star of the future political arena. Okay, if I wasn't afraid of scaring you guys, man, I'd almost give it a wrap at the State Guest Hotel. It's the same familiar recipe, the same familiar flavor. A good brother opens his mouth to blow awesome. Chang Jiangbei gave an perfunctory expression of congratulations, then inquired, so how many points did you score on the exam? Gufan, the line test is 91, the essay is 90, the interview is first, and the education is a graduate student of Beijing University. Apparently he's a schoolteacher. Chang Jiangbei was silent for a few seconds and commented, true, then thought for a moment, but I have something this Saturday. Gufan throws out a question. What is more important than celebrating with your good brother? Chang Jiangbei was ruthless. My girlfriend asked me to accompany her. Gufan immediately broke his defense. Holy, when did you have a girlfriend? Didn't we agree to be single together for the rest of our lives? Chang Jiangbei, didn't I tell you? I'm chatting with a female internet friend of mine. She kisses me. I stick to her. We're both very happy. Gufan, stop. I'm having a bit of a hard time with my corpse right now. Chang Jiangbei was very polarizing. Some other day, why don't you treat me to another meal? I want to eat kaiseki flowers, the kind that cost 5,000 per capita. Gufan gave him the middle finger with an emoji right across the internet line. You are really Chang Jiangbei shrugged, and again looked at the group chat. Roommates are bubbling. Tozy, congratulations on landing. Wu Wei, Gufan, wasn't your grandfather in jail? How did you pass the political examination? Gufan, I don't know maybe my grandfather remembered it wrong. Well, don't mention this. Anyway, Saturday the three of us don't see each other WUW, the three of us? Gufan, yeah. Old Chang that saw his girlfriend go. Taozi, holy, in love Old Chang, you bring along Chang Jiangbei, out of town. Wu Wei, Chang Jiangbei, aren't you a capital city account? You're not looking for a local Chang Jiangbei instantly did not want to chat further. Set a get together some other day, and then set the group chat as undisturbed. Waiting for the weekend. Wednesday, Chang Jiangbei felt like a year. Is it because of missing? The heart has already flown to the mountain city. I did not expect to be good brothers news at once pulled back to the capital. Gufan, holy, I'm really screwed this time. Chang Jiangbei just got up at the end of his lunch break. Startled, hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Gufan sent a voice. His tone was a bit lifeless. Damn, Lao Chang. Someone reported that my grandfather had been in jail, and the unit has begun to re-examine it. I'm cold. Chang Jiangbei immediately sobered up. Didn't you say the old man was talking nonsense? Gufan, my grandfather doesn't have Alzheimer's. He's all righteous. How could he joke about something like this? Chang Jiangbei thought back. What did your grandfather commit? Gufan, you mean, let me dig up my grandfather and ask him? Chang Jiangbei somewhat didn't want to care about him and comforted him, telling him that it was better to wait for the final notification. It didn't take long. Just 2 days over. On Friday afternoon, when Chang Jiangbei had already been unable to resist wanting to fly to the airport, Gufan's feedback on the follow-up to the development of the matter called. Chang Jiangbei glanced at the caller ID and picked up. Gufan, old Chang, the results of the review are out. Chang Jiangbei was still concerned about his best friend. What's wrong? Is the impact bad? Gufan's voice was still a little trancy. They said that after some information checking, my grandfather did sit in jail. Chang Jiangbei's heart thumped, and he knew that Gufan didn't have the capital to the end of the universe. But soon his words changed, stating, they said my grandfather did go to jail, but it was before the founding of the country, and he went to jail with the enemy. Chang Jiangbei suddenly lived in deep silence, then suddenly asked, do you hear any sound now? Gufan turned his head in confusion. No, Chang Jiangbei, it's your grandfather's voice. The more Gufan listened, the less he understood. What the hell? Chang Jiangbei said, internal players, battle records can be checked. Gufan, P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 26, Mountain City. I'm begging for a booking. Chang Jiangbei didn't even expect things to go this way. Great credit to the whistleblower. It's not the enemy, is it? Gufan has to give a kowtow. Sat in the jail of his own people is a lifetime stain. But sat in the enemy jail, this is not sleepy It's the reddest of capitals. That's what was a regular opening that now becomes a super essay. On the newbie pack my grandfather gave me in the beginning made me invincible. Chang Jiangbei rode on the drop leading to the airport and said, Lao Gu, you're invincible. Am I invincible? Yeah, come to think of it, buddy, drain the blood. May not even be as red as your family Go rich, do not forget each other Gufan immediately pounded his chest. Don't worry, be a brother in heart. There was a little chat. Cheng Jiangbei then put away his cell phone and stepped towards the plane to Mountain City without looking back. Sitting on an airplane, the radio blares, and after a brief moment of dizziness, there is blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Bored Cheng Jiangbei appreciated it for a while, so he touched the cell phone that was already in flight mode from his bag. How can you get a lot of posture, nay, knowledge, without a good refresher in the interim? He was going to do a good job of studying the chat logs with his female internet friend again and paying attention to the details. She had always spoken with unreasonable brutality. Julia, how do you want to play it this time? Julia, why don't you try this? Julia, picture. She really went looking for tools after her busy day that day. Don't even know what shape she's in on one of her pose right now. All pushing all these weird things for her. Cheng Jiangbei did not understand. Furry. What is this thing? Julia, tails. Cheng Jiangbei. Julia hooks up with someone who makes total sense. Don't you want to see me wag my tail? Is that even possible? Cheng Jiangbei's heartbeat accelerated twice. Then remembered something. Helpless. But don't you think that letting me wear a blindfold is more erotic for you? Oh, so, this, however, was not difficult for her in the least. Julia, but I can stuff it, and you can imagine it. Imagine what? Right in front of me it seemed to be that soft body on the ground. Soft little hands down, butt back, and then wagging, and the pink fluffy tail wagging. Cheng Jiangbei felt that his corpse was very hard. What can still be so? That must not be tickled to death. I want to refuse. I can't see or touch him. What kind of magic is this? At that time, Cheng Jiangbei wanted to struggle a little bit, without the blindfold. Okay? As a result, Julia was completely unreasonable. When the time comes I can operate your little hand to touch it. Yeah. You can feel it. It's just that you can't see it. It's the hidden mystery that's exciting, isn't it? Cheng Jiangbei's eyelids fluttered, exhaled, and said at that time, it's possible to try. So, do you like pink or white? I'm ready to order. Julia doesn't joke around at all. She just plays it real. The simple Cheng Jiangbei was also guided to make his claim across the net. Is there a black one? Oh yo, Julia stated knowingly. Looks like you boys sure do like black silk. Cough. Cheng Jiangbei righteously said. It's black. Black. Julia wasn't uncomfortable with him either. So do you want to see it? Cheng Jiangbei, what are you looking at? Julia, wear black silk for you. Oh. Cheng Jiangbei was honest, pretending to be Nima. Sure enough, you're right. Boys love black silk the most. Julia, hey, wait a minute then. Cheng Jiangbei? Julia, I'm wearing pants today. When I take them off and put silk on you. This is the female netizen. Cheng Jiangbei was incredibly glad he chose her. The playstyle is super. The body is super soft. Violently awesome. Cheng Jiangbei waited obediently and soon saw a picture thrown over there. Small feet at a glance is very white. The arc is the most beautiful kind. Extend up a pair of legs very ladylike together soft exception. Wrapped in black silk the texture is difficult to describe. A look at the super good touch. Just when Cheng Jiangbei was a bit greedy and wanted to ask if there was more, the female netizen showed her self-consciousness. She dropped 2 more Taobao modeling pictures over. This image is particularly cool, and the link name seems to have the keyword bunny girl or something in it. Cheng Jiangbei? Julia, do you want me to buy 2 more sets of these to wear for you? Recall the explosion of her body that she couldn't even pocket herself. Wearing this? Cheng Jiangbei's nose is a bit hot, so you pretended to be a rabbit. Who can handle that? But I have an eye patch. Cheng Jiangbei rallied. Can I not wear it? You don't understand. You can't see, but with my help, you can feel. Just make yourself all blind, clothed and fed, and I'll take care of you with full automatic. Well, Jing's mom, care is already VIP enough. Cheng Jiangbei was instantly pacified and calm. Oh, so but, Cheng Jiangbei was silent for a few seconds. Where did you learn all this from? Julia threw a website directly at him. Cheng Jiangbei, what is this there? Julia, that's what I learned up there. Cheng Jiangbei understood. So girls like to read these too. Julia added. You'll see by the end of the week. Sis, I don't just like to watch. I like to learn. Cheng Jiangbei withdrew his mind, but his mind was no longer there. Get off the plane. The munchers froze. How does this young man run so fast? He ran into the hotel as soon as he was on fire. It's still a suite, but Cheng Jiangbei did not fail to see what it looked like, because he was bundled up in a blindfold when he walked in the door. It made him a little terrified all of a sudden. Come straight to it. Don't you have to adjust? Adjust what? Don't you want to touch your sister's tail? A very magnetic voice. A little gentle. A little innocent. Very actor line work. Imperial. And slippery palms. Gently grabbing him and leading him toward the bathroom. Come on. Sister, help you take a bath. Cheng Jiangbei stumbled and almost fell. She smiled charmingly. Careful. Oh. No need to be in such a hurry. Sister won't run. Oh. Cheng Jiangbei seemed to have felt that warmth. His small hands gently rubbed his back, feeling his body so hot and his mouth dry. For a few moments, Water vapor filled the air. Chang Jiangbei's head was a little dizzy, so he felt his hand being tugged and touched something furry. How's that for a fun tale, sis? A vixen reincarnated. Chang Jiangbei could no longer speak. I don't know how long it's been. On the bed, Chang Jiangbei hummed and puffed, and suddenly and violently negotiated. Jing, can I see you? Jiang Jingxian shuddered, gasped heavily, and pulled her hair back in a panic. If I let you see my face, how can I still play you in the company? Doesn't it become you playing me? Now that you can play me, it's the company's turn for me to play you. That's only fair. So Jiang Jingshuan's entire body suddenly pressed down, her rosy mouth spitting into his ear. Scrap. Cut the crap. You freeze. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 27, from now on, what's mine is yours. I'm begging for a booking. Early in the morning, the hotel was full of ripples. Chang Jiangbei only felt that he was completely wrapped in softness. The whole person wanted to open his eyes impatiently, but then immediately froze, the eye mask covered. He couldn't see at all. It was dark, with only a faint sense of light. Chang Jiangbei has become blind, the kind where vision was deprived. The rest of the touch was clear but getting clearer. The thighs were obviously heavy and fragrantly soft. Can't see it but can feel it, like you can feel the shape with your thighs. Amazingly resilient. Was getting under the covers and squirming. Chang Jiangbei was startled, his voice carrying a bit of raspiness from just waking up from sleep, a look of confusion on his face. What are you doing early in the morning? Where's a little bit of the president's nobility left in her? Just flushed, and when she got out of the comforter, her eyes were filled with ecstasy, and the whole thing seemed like it could pinch water, and her lips were all that drooling crystal. Getting you up? How can a decent person wake someone up like this? Jiang Jingxian pouted her rosy mouth. But I'm not decent. She's so righteous. Chang Jiangbei had no way to refute. He only felt a slight pain in his waist and his stomach was rumbling. He said helplessly, someone has to be allowed to eat first. Jiang Jingxian guided Chang Jiangbei to continue harnessing the majestic knowledge and opened her mouth to question. Am I not the best food for Xiao Chang? Chang Jiangbei dumbfounded. Can also be this way roll of Chinese The language is Japanese teacher taught it. Asterisk. Chang Jiangbei tone auxiliary. Yeah. Jiang Jingxian immediately switched to a verb. After Jiang Jingxian was fed. Still haven't forgotten Chang Jiangbei. At the moment he is a blind man in his infancy. There were times when I was really helpless, and I had to be helped even to go to the bathroom. It's a shame. You close your eyes. Chang Jiangbei didn't know what the hell he was up to, but it was obvious that the female netizen was particularly aggressive and told him to hurry up. I'm closed. Jiang Dingxian, whose large eyes were buling open, lowered her head and quickly let out a running water-like exclamation. You boys are so cute. Chang Jiangbei almost split his sides. Angry. Didn't I tell you not to look? The eyes love it. I can't help it. Jiang Jingxian was worthy of being a big boss. There was always her argument. What's more, if I don't look, you can't be right. Soon it was the sound of the toilet sparingly pumping. There are times when young people really want to die. Chang Jiangbei wanted to remove the blindfold and see if this S face was red or not when she said these words. Unfortunately, a boy's promise is worth 1,000 words, and he says he'll fulfill this odd little fetish of hers, not to mention that she was quite content with herself. Let's call daddy. Let's get on our knees and not on our backs. Forget it. Chang Jiangbei finished the toilet. The small hand was cleaned by her soft holding with the water flow. Really meticulous. The small hand is also smooth and tender. Natural beauty. Just like smearing the lubricant. Back to the suite's living room. Sit on the carpet. Opening his mouth, he had a flavorful meal shoved into his mouth. It's so purely clothed. It's one of those things where you call out Julia, hungry, and rice is good enough to smother his mouth, and tenderly wipe his little mouth. Female president essence actually so virtuous wife and mother, and even feel that taking care of their own men deserved. The main fight is a feudal remnant. That's the president's little hands that go up and down in billions of dollars a minute? Now it's all taken care of on Chang Jiangbei's mouth, and assistant living. It is a complete reversal of the Big Dipper, and Chang Jiangbei still do not know. Happy to enjoy. Female net friend without a care. The young heart is sweet love stuffy. Think meet her is simply their own luck. When she finished eating, she led Chang Jiangbei to wash up again, and after making him sit obediently, she went to the toilet again. When she heard the sound of clattering water coming from inside, when Jiang Jingxian came out of the bathroom, her pure vegan face was also still stunning. Her small mouth was biting some kind of beauty oral liquid. Her charming eyes curved, as if she suddenly thought of something. Her small hand patted her head. Right, Xiao Chang. Wait a moment. Jiang Jingxian then went back to her bedroom without saying a word. First took out the bag she prepared yesterday, and took out a white shirt from a bag that looked like a very high-grade bag. Last time, I just happened to shop at the mall, and bought you a piece of clothing, and I don't know if it's appropriate for you to wear it. How do you, a young man, look like a hanger-on? I'll help you put it on and try it on. No, I'll let someone go to the mall to change it for you some other day. Holy, there's a gift too. Cheng Jiangbei just ate a full meal comfortable paralyzed on the sofa sunshine it. Immediately sat up some, heart fluttering, rich women hungry rice sense of vision is a what ghost. Clothes texture is very good. At a glance as Cheng Jiangbei this small assistant cannot afford to buy the kind. He is a little helpless. Why are you buying clothes for me? It's too broke. Zhang Jingxuan's eyes narrowed. Who said they bought it for you? Cheng Jiangbei was stunned for a moment. Her thought process was also clear. You wear it for me too. To please me, so it's a me buy. Anyway, I'm the only one in my family, so all the property is mine. And won't we be one and the same from now on? Isn't what's mine yours? Now do the math. Is to spend your money, to buy clothes for you. Zhang Jingxian batted her eyelashes and narrowed her eyes as she scratched his nose. It's good that you don't blame me for spending money recklessly. Pay you back for turning in your money? Spending my money to buy me clothes? And tell me not to blame you? Cheng Jiangbei really couldn't stand it, and immediately let the object at his mercy. Mr. President can't be messed with. Can't be messed with. She was also justified in posing. More succinctly, touch your brother's abs. Your brother won't be mad. Cheng Jiangbei was generous to the extreme. Feel free to touch. In the future, my muscles are your muscles, right? Zhang Jingxian let out an oso smile and smiled as she fastened his buttons one by one. It kinda fits. Generous, considerate, and gentle. These were all synonymous with Zhang Jingxian, though, but for a girl from her kind of background, these obviously didn't matter. She asked, like it? Although Cheng Jiangbei couldn't see at the moment, it didn't matter at all anymore. You can even talk nonsense with your eyes open. Like, bursting with love, as you like. Zhang Jingxian gave him a good feel on his abs before buttoning up his shirt all the way, thought for a moment, and said seriously, then should I be rewarded? Cheng Jiangbei gulped. Reward for what? Zhang Jingxuan's charming figure leaned toward him, tilting her head. This perspective of the female president. Simply, not to mention that at this moment she spoke, that is all unreasonable, mighty and domineering. Okay, it is not impossible to hold me down in the living room. Cheng Jiangbei. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catching up on subscriptions. There are still 8,000 words in the evening. Punch the duck. Chapter 28. The production team's exhausted donkey. I'm begging for a booking. It doesn't work like that. There's nothing false about the meeting. It's all dry. Cheng Jiangbei immediately felt overwhelmed and quickly waved his hand. It's too early to get up. You let me sleep for a while. What an early morning nap. Cheng Jiangbei felt her start to nuzzle her neck. Sleep at night. Cheng Jiangbei was silent for 2 seconds. His fists tightened. But you didn't let me sleep at night either. Zhang Jingxian was unreasonable. Cut the crap and renew. He fled. She chased, flopped down on the carpet. Fragrant soft body pressed against him. Eyes watery. Toughness disappeared. Just now I helped you. You shouldn't help me. Know what is called the return of courtesy. Although Cheng Jiangbei couldn't see, he obviously felt that his clothes were gone. And the little assistant was indeed a little weak and helpless in the face of the capitalist's exploitation. The production team's donkey has to give him a break too, soon. However, he was in a daze when he felt leathery objects being shoved into his hands, and even heard the sound of clacking and crashing, and he was dumbfounded. What the is this again? Your toy. Zhang Jingxian then exhaled hot air into his ear. The kind that simply hooked people to death. You can do whatever you want to Jingjing's mom. Oh, you talk like this. Cheng Jiangbei will not be sleepy. Cheng Jiangbei seems to suddenly realize what is in his hand. Zhang Jingxian tilted her neck. Still resting? Rest? Cheng Jiangbei hesitated for a fraction of a second, then decisively lay flat. Only dogs rest. I, Cheng Jiangbei, have no rest. So what do you want to play? Come on, let the storm come harder. Cheng Jiangbei belongs to the completely open-minded. Cheng Jiangbei thought about the decisive lion's share. Blah blah blah. Zhang Jingxian straightened up and rushed to find the trash can, dropping it in one smooth motion, then ruffled her hair and slowly softened it down. Finished? Done. Zhang Jingxian raised her hand and loosened the hair she had just tied. You really dare to say it too. Your mouth is obviously for eating. I don't know what's going on in the heads of you boys. You actually like this. Cheng Jiangbei sniffing straight gulp saliva. Also do not know what the heart is a taste. Days old man. Female netizens really no one. Julia, this. Zhang Jingxian pulled 2 pieces of paper to wipe her wet little hands. There's no need to say anything. The president's hookup. Just don't mention how thoughtful it is. Zhang Jingxian then pulled 2 more napkins from the side and carefully swabbed them twice before noticing that Cheng Jiangbei's pants seemed to be dirty, and said with a lost smile, look at you. Your pants are off. Jingjing's mother washed them for you. She's really no nonsense. She's got a motherly glow about her. Cheng Jiangbei only felt the pants sticking to the skin of his thighs downward, and the slippery fingertips were also gently downward, itchy and palpitating abnormally. She twisted her small hands and bowed down. She saw the whiteness in front of her, gently patted Cheng Jiangbei's calf, raised her hand and pulled a new napkin and handed it over. Cheng Jiangbei was a bit too much to bear. Yoo-hoo! Aren't all the donkeys in the production team taking a break? Jiang Gingxian looked and blinked. Young people are really energetic. If you talk, you talk. Can you keep your hands to yourself? The corner of Cheng Jiangbei's mouth twitched. Half an hour. Sis, you let me rest for half an hour. Make me sound like a bad woman who won't let you rest for even half an hour. Jiang Gingxian took a little look and understood, throwing away the piece of paper towel that had wiped her hands in the trash can, getting up with one beautiful foot, picking it up and stepping on the slippers. "Oh, you made my face seem to be a little hot." As he said that, the back of his hand was pressed against his face, but his expression still didn't show any shyness. Cheng Jiangbei breathlessly dismantled the stage. "You'd be shy?" Jiang Dingxian smiled. "Yeah, girls are shy." Cheng Jiangbei obviously didn't believe it. "Don't tease me." Jiang Jingxian let out an oh-so-quiet sound and didn't retort, but it was easy to figure out. How can a little mouth talk? It seems like the energy has been restored. Cheng Jiangbei's face changed drastically. I'm not. You're talking nonsense." "Yes?" Jiang Jingxian climbed up from the carpet and sat on the sofa, gently tucking her feet into Cheng Jiangbei's arms, squinting her eyes, her rosy lips pouring out with some meaning. "Isn't that your favorite thing to play with?" Unable to see, Cheng Jiangbei could only rely on touching the whole time. "What is this again?" "Jingxian Jiang, your favorite black silk. Just play with it any way you want. Oh, that touch is silky soft. Ouch, my brain." Cheng Jiangbei cannot hear this kind of words, because it is too provocative. She talks like a fox come to life. Cheng Jiangbei's heart fluttered, and his ears got hot at once. "Ouch, there's nothing embarrassing about recognizing yourself." Jiang Dingxian smiled and looked at him with a brimming gaze. "Physiological needs are there for everyone. Well, it's not like sister would be offended." "Oh," Cheng Jiangbei exhaled, and finally said instantly, "For the last time, Jing, the two of us are too crazy. We really need to exercise moderation in the future." "Okay," Jiang Jingxian agreed. Then that night, Jiang Jingxian suddenly mysteriously pulled Cheng Jiangbei's hand to touch his head, and again the shrugged furry touch. Cheng Jiangbei had a confused look on his face. Jiang Dingxian made her own explanation. "It's rabbit ears, and I'm wearing a black smocked leather jacket with a fluffy short tail behind my butt. It's just very graphic. The sound seems to be a three-dimensional picture." "Yo, didn't I say last time? Cheng Jiangbei can't do anything about it. You're tempting the assistant with this?" "That assistant can withstand this kind of temptation. Next time we both will certainly not be so depraved." Jiang Jingxian nodded and said, "Good." Late night, Jiang Dingxian suddenly pushed Cheng Jiangbei, who was sleeping particularly deeply beside her, and in a daze, she heard her say, "Do you want me to give you a dance? I can learn it." Cheng Jiangbei didn't get out of bed, but looked confused. "No, I can't see you even if you jump." Then he realized the connotations of this dance, and felt a big smooth white leg pressing heavily on his shoulder. "Standing one horse, is it that soft? Cheng Jiangbei, how can you be so depraved? Didn't we agree earlier that you should exercise moderation?" Jiang Gingxian blinked. "Are you talking to me?" Cheng Jiangbei shook his head, then hugged Jiang Dingxian. "I was thinking about you splitting." "Oh." Jiang Dingxian smirked and issued a soulful question. "Then would that be too depraved? Too unrestrained?" Cheng Jiangbei didn't answer positively, but exhaled and said, "Now I've recognized myself." Jiang Dingxian hooked his neck. "Oh." Cheng Jiangbei wasn't struggling. "It's the donkey that died of exhaustion in the production team. Not all right." Jiang Jingxian suddenly snorted and laughed, then clamped her thighs around Cheng Jiangbei's waist, suddenly tilted her neck and bit Cheng Jiangbei's ear, exhaled a mouthful of hot air, and spoke in a serious and solemn tone. "Have you forgotten something?" Cheng Jiangbei erupted. "What about two people once upon a time? One called you like me." Jiang Jingxian lifted herself up and paused for a moment, pouting her rosy lips. "It's too perfunctory to be on the internet, isn't it?" Cheng Jiangbei only felt in a trance. "Phew, so when are you going to confess to me in person?" Jiang Dingxian quickly sucked in a breath. Cheng Jiangbei's fists tightened for a second. Asterisk. Don't ask such innocent questions at such a strange moment. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 29, Me? I'm a decent person. 3 shifts and a booking request. Good news. Cheng Jiangbei has a date. Bad news. Cheng Jiangbei has completely changed into someone else's mold. The online dating partner is so unreasonable. 3060 loves to wear black silk and enjoys splits, good at cosplay. Cheng Jiangbei feet are trembling, holding the door from the hotel. The earth is everywhere as the vicissitudes of life. Damn. belonging to a level 1 novice, met a full-level chimera. Chang Jiangbei held up his waist, looked up to the genius, found that the online dating object is too bloody, not divided into day and night. But it was also fortunate that it was him. Ever since he was a child, he had been exceptionally resilient. And when he was preparing for the physical test for the midterm exams, and during military training, he felt badly overdrawn every time. After a day or two of rest, a clear current that seemed to be hidden in his body brought from his mother's womb turned over, and he came to life somewhat. And after being somewhat overdrawn for the past 2 days, in his sleep, he felt that clear stream growing stronger and stronger. The one he felt he was favored by God. The spirit was indeed somewhat depressed, but the feeling of being overdrawn was no longer present in the body either. Is it an illusion? Or is it just a gift? Chang Jiangbei exhaled. No matter how it seems that he has to go to the physical examination of the body, don't give play false. All the way Chang Jiangbei dozed off a bit. It was 11 o'clock by the time we got back to the capital. The sky is dark. The city late at night is still noisy. Push open the door of the room. Chang Jiangbei saw a mask and do not turn on the lights. Foraging for food in the living room. Sister. Startled. Almost cardiac arrest. Sudden death on the spot. So late? The oldest sister scrutinized her wilting brother and was suddenly annoyed. Looking like you're not awake. Do you meet with your online friends only at night? Chang Jiangbei recalls particularly bloody confession experience is also rare. Netflix is too distanced. Chang Jiangbei was ready to wash up and rest. Please call sister-in-law from now on. Older sister immediately peeled off the mask on her face as soon as she could, breaking defense somewhat and saying anxiously, Chang Jiangbei, you can't fall in love. My sister wanted to die. You're in love and I'm not. Your mom will be talking about me to death. You can't put your sister in an unkind situation. My dearest brother. What a dear sister. Just talked and she wants to break herself up. Chang Jiangbei directly pretended not to hear and went back to the bedroom. The female president had been waiting for him for a long time. Zhang Jingxian also had her first taste of the heart. Sure enough, it was Assistant Chang's words. She's happy in every way now. Especially. Zhang Jingxian's rosy lips pursed into a slit. One hand holding the cell phone. One hand gently fanned toward her face. You are a female president. What are you thinking about? Laughing my ass off. My sister just urged me to break up because we were together. She's almost 30 and still doesn't have a date. I came later. My mom doesn't know how to set her up on 800 dates a day. Can she not be mad? Yo, are you discriminating against people who are almost 30 and still don't have a date? Zhang Dingxian, who was also almost 30, had a soft tone, but Chang Jiangbei's desire to survive pulls full weight. Earnest and serious. No, I'm celebrating that I could meet you before I turn 30. Where's that sweet little mouth? It's not that I'm sweet. It's because two people running in both directions are supposed to be sweet. I'm brushing my teeth right now, and the minty toothpaste tastes like strawberries, so I'm really going to thank you. What? Hearing Chang Jiangbei's voice at the other end of the phone, Zhang Jingxian hurriedly hung up the phone with a little bit of her small hand, raised her hand and touched her forehead. The little assistant is not allowed to talk to the president about this. Besides, I'm docking your paycheck. The sweetness in his heart is almost overflowing. Wouldn't it be a shame if the president couldn't help but turn into a calling monster? Zhang Jingxian shook her head. That palpitating feeling of getting the right response from someone for the first time in love. A feeling that has been inculcated after a face-to-face encounter. Oops. Simply at a loss for words. The president covered his face with one hand. Feeling uptight. Very uptight. Beep. Chang Jiangbei's phone dripped again. It was only then that Zhang Jingxian straightened her somewhat disheveled hair and raised an eyebrow. What are you doing again? You brat? Missed you. I'm rolling around all over the bed thinking about you right now. After a serious confession, Chang Jiangbei suddenly realized that falling in love seems like it doesn't need to be taught at all. As if it were instinctive. How about you? Aren't you also so happy that you're rolling around on the bed? How can that be? Something like that doesn't fit my persona at all. Big Boss Jiang sat on the bed, hugging the pillow, hooking the quilt with her feet that were all about to fall off the bed from her mess, not even acknowledging it. Oh, now it seems that I was being insatiable and irrational. Gu Jing didn't like me much then, so I'll go? Forgive Jingxian Jiang. She also stole someone's last name. Chang Jiangbei also stood up at this moment and stood outside the window. Zhang Jingxian said without a trace of anger. Happy to death. It's okay. So how happy are you? So happy. I was just so happy that I rolled on the bed. Chang Jiangbei, I'm really happy. Is that okay? And what are you to me? Chang Jiangbei seems to be very childish, asking questions. Toys. Zhang Jingxian was on the highway again in almost a second, and she didn't have any burden in saying such words. Chang Jiangbei wanted to hit someone and said indignantly, talking to you seriously, there's some little Thai car that can't be driven. Hearing him sound a little bad. Girlfriend. Big Boss got a little squirmy when he said this and put the pillow in his hand on his face for a moment. What? I didn't hear you. Chang Jiangbei heard it and pretended not to hear it. You bad thing. Burying me? Jiang Jingxian threw the pillow aside. The president was also very bold. Girlfriend, I said I'm your girlfriend. Can it? Chang Jiangbei, some silly music. Think back, eating, sleeping and bathing or waiting for the girlfriend, this where to find No one of the two hung up the phone and listened to each other breathing in silence for a few moments apart. Jiang Jingxian had already taken off all the clothes on her body, took the bath towel, went to the bathroom in the bedroom, walked to the bathtub. Her small feet gently tiptoed twice, then a pair of beautiful legs followed the water, accompanied by the sound of clattering water. The whole person squeezed into the bathtub, still holding the cell phone in her hand. Inside the bathroom, the hot air lingered, and Jiang Jingxuan's entire body was permeated with red. Cheng Jiangbei listened to the heart-stopping sound of water flow, as if through the screen can feel her skin hot. What is doing? How have you been silent? No, I was thinking about you. Listening to the first half of the sentence, Cheng Jiangbei was more than happy, but listening to the sentence added at the back, he was exasperated again. Thinking about your little mouth. Holy, another moment passed. Julia, is it true that all you girls approaching 30 are so horny? Jiang Jingxian lightly played with the water in the bathtub, feeling the water flow a little bit from the silky delicate skin, looked down at her mature body, and pursed her lips. Is it strange for a girl to be horny? Cheng Jiangbei immediately switched browsers and searched. It's normal. It's normal for girls to be horny. Cheng Jiangbei, not surprising. Jingxian Jiang, so are you horny? Cheng Jiangbei said righteously. I'm a decent person. Usually I only help grannies cross the street. Oh, Jiang Jingxian looked down at her chest. I'm in the shower right now. I'm covered in white shower gel bubbles, so do you want to take a look? P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 30, Girlfriend. For shifts and a booking request, Cheng Jiangbei barely half hesitated. I want to. Jiang Jingxian let out a laugh. Isn't it usual to help grandmothers cross the street? Cheng Jiangbei message quickly replied. Picture, helping grandma cross the street. Jiang Jingxuan's long eyelashes fluttered a bit. It was really hard to comment. You usually support this grandmother? I'm very caring, aren't I? Not only is it loving, it's also horny. Cheng Jiangbei coughed and showed his cards. Not pretending. It's normal for boys to be a bit horny, right? So, Jiang Jingxian didn't have any problems, but soon asked, just want to see me that badly? Yeah. Cheng Jiangbei washed up and lay on his butt on the bed, somewhat helpless. Having a girlfriend and not knowing what the girlfriend looks like, the whole world is probably just me. Jiang Jingxian has always taken people by surprise, but you know what about your girlfriend's one-topping body? Cheng Jiangbei said, there's no truth without a picture. Jingxian Jiang, didn't I send you pictures of my breasts? Cheng Jiangbei organized his words, but it's as beautiful as a net map. Come on, just say it if you want to see me show my face. Want to see? No. Cheng Jiangbei gas shaking cold. Not fair. You are all the buddies to see all the light. Buddies still know nothing about you. In case one day you cheat me to go somewhere to put the waste GA how to do, and you don't know a thing about it? Sister is swollen with your passages. Cheng Jiangbei's fists tightened. Talking to you about business. Don't interrupt. Wait until Jiang Jingxian finished soaking the bath. Wash. The two have not yet hung up the phone. Wrapped in a bath towel head scarf, covered in fragrance, she pulled open the quilt, directly lying in, hooking her lips on the light, said, if in a quiet grove, or by the river late at night, just the two of us, you take my hand, hold me and snuggle up next to a tree, or if you expose yourself to the serene river, I gently come closer to you, and then remove your blindfold, and at that moment, I appear in front of your eyes, and without any reluctance, it just goes with the flow, and you take off my clothes, and I take off yours. What's with the sudden change in style? The woods? The river? God damn it, I'm undressing you. You're undressing me. What kind of episode is this? VIP overdrive. Cheng Jiangbei admitted that he was somewhat persuaded, but the corner of his mouth twitched. I doubt you're pooing the old man. Maybe it's the next one. Jiang Dingxian smiled. The bath towel still slipped off. Naked body exposed to the air. The air conditioner was turned on a little low, and a little cold. Got up, intending to go pull open the door of the check room. Well, I'm the one who will imagine it. The time was past 12 o'clock, and he had to work tomorrow. But Cheng Jiangbei just couldn't put down his cell phone. Don't fish. I almost got caught by you. Jiang Jingxian stepped on the wooden planks of the bedroom with her bare feet, entered the closet and pulled open the inner check room. Where do I dare to fish you? You are my boyfriend. So can the boyfriend make a video to watch you shower now? Without showing your face, Cheng Jiangbei asked. No. So can you call me a kissing husband brother? And surely not. Cheng Jiangbei scat his mouth. No, you're not making sense. Just want the horse to run, you don't give the horse grass. The horse has no motivation. Jiang Jingxian was in the check room, finding the column where the pajamas were hanging. One hand was rummaging around over there. One hand was still holding the cell phone. So what did you say that was interesting? Looking at the colorful pajamas and nightgowns in front of me, I have a bunch of pajamas that are especially nice. Would it be fun to change them all for you? Who wants to see your pajamas? Clothes are a kind of bondage to the body. Can't have a kind of free pleasure. Hinder the normal excretion of the skin. Jing, we need to have a family rule in our house from now on. No clothes in bed. Jingxian Jiang, you're really not pretending now, because you're real, too. With that, he hung up the call that was estimated to be almost 3 hours long. 3 hours on the phone. Jiang Jingxian looked at that call time on her cell phone, and all felt amazing. Is this what couples do on the phone? Jiang Jingxian pursed her lips, holding the black screen of the cell phone, put on a satin beautiful black nightgown, gently turned. Standing in front of the large mirror in the check room, also posed slightly, took a picture of it and gave it out. Chang Jiangbei yawned, originally thought that he would not reply and was ready to go to sleep, but as a result, this time WeChat popped up again, and Jing sent a picture over. No face, the nightgown should be just the black one, a pair of long legs just so and together straight resting on the sofa, and the original white thighs calves, Herrera wrapped in a thin black stockings. Satisfied? Go to sleep. Chang Jiangbei smiled. Good night, Jing. Moon. Good night, Chang Jiangbei. Day 2, another Monday. The sun is shining and the breeze is not dry. 8 o'clock. As a life assistant, Chang Jiangbei received a call from Ms. Linda and took a taxi to the president's mansion. He's going to familiarize himself with the president's schedule now. Sitting in the passenger seat, next to the driver, the back seat is the president. Glanced at the cell phone text messages. Happiness, payday, but not yet covered hot it. He suddenly received a WeChat message. Julia, it's early in the morning. I'm so hungry. Do you want to give out a little bit of money to order me takeout? Chang Jiangbei boldly stated. How much do you want? Julia, $200. The corner of Chang Jiangbei's mouth twitched. You're robbing. Chang Jiangbei was also sitting in the passenger seat, and it was hard for him to notice. At this moment, the corner of the mouth of the one in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce actually rose slightly. I think it's faster to ask you for it than to rob it. Chang Jiangbei gasped. Your mother. In the past, when I was still in school, college students' living expenses you want. Now the humble social animal's nest egg fee you still want? You beast. Jing, then you give it or not. If you do, it might surprise you. Chang Jiangbei was suspicious. What surprise? Julia, for example. I'm Qin Shi Huang. You lend me 5,200. Okay, knock it off. I'll borrow it, okay. The first emperor is here. Thinking about this time to go to the mountain city. Plane tickets back and forth are her help to buy. 2 times to open the room is also 5-star. Room charges are her out. Chang Jiangbei decisively entered the payment password. Cheng Jiangbei Wang transferred 200 yuan to Jing, and then there wasn't a minute left. Drip. Julia transferred $13. 140 to you. Chang Jiangbei was confused. What are you doing? You lend me 520. I'll pay you back 1314. Jiang Jingxian stared up at the passenger side, then looked sideways right out the car window. Her thick eyelashes tinted gold through the window. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 31, you can do whatever you want. 5 shifts. I'm begging for a subscription. Chang Jiangbei only felt that he was a little suffocated. His heart was full, his mood was incomparably happy, and he had the feeling that the Tang monk was fetching the scriptures and fixing the right thing. Ms. Linda even joked. Assistant Chang seems to be in a good mood today. Only then did Chang Jiangbei tighten up a bit, but until he came to the company, he was all smiles. But things don't always work out for the big gut. Soon the mood was a little clogged again. It turned out to be that the news of his arrival at the company with Mr. Jiang today spread again, and everyone thought that Chang Jiangbei was so happy all day. Wouldn't it be a turnaround? Chang Jiangbei is so speechless. You guys eat melon, afraid that you have not forgotten the occupation of buddies. Me, Mr. Kang's assistant. You guys are thinking too much. That Ms. Linda is still inseparable from Mr. Kang. If she's a girl, she won't spread gossip? Sexist. Bullying the honest man, huh? Chang Jiangbei felt that it was difficult to distinguish, but soon realized that, no, you guys really pass girls. Tuesday. A piece of gossip early in the morning at 6 o'clock detonated the entire microblogging, directly to the top of the hot search. Popular young flower Gu Miaomiao is suspected to have been adopted. Gu Miaomiao Rolls-Royce. Gu Miaomiao's sexual orientation. Microblogging is such a bully. The star's gossip explodes, and the gold master behind the star is never mentioned. This Rolls-Royce, this license plate, I seem to be a little serious. As if I have seen it near the Green City office park. I go. Gu Miao Mao hugged Green City's thighs. Green City Film and TV, so many big IP. No wonder her resources are so good. This car is the Greentown CEO's. I've seen it at the charity gala. But then again, didn't we hear that the president of Greentown is a woman? Turtle. Big news. The internet is such that true and false always spreads a lot of news every day. So Big Boss doesn't gossip with the opposite sex. But there's been quite a bit of gossip with girls over the years. No wonder the chairman's wife is so anxious. Obviously it is early in the morning. Chang Jiangbei is huffing and puffing, and it is true that the assistant does not have the quality of sleep. Hazily seemed to hear the cell phone ringing. Chang Jiang closed his eyes on the bed to feel half a day to feel the phone. By feel pressed the answer button. Slurred. Hello, is this Assistant Chang? Yes. The president wants to see you. Please, immediately. Oh, good. The other party was still gabbling about something. Chang Jiangbei was confused and didn't put it into his head at all, and agreed with a hmo. Finally the other party hung up the phone. The world was quiet. Chang Jiangbei subconsciously shrank back into the quilt and continued to sleep. After a few minutes, Chang Jiangbei violently sat up from the bed. What did he just hear? The president? The content was explosive as he fumbled for the cell phone he had just casually tossed onto his pillow. Chang Jiangbei looked confused, but soon woke up abruptly. Fine thoughts. One wouldn't be a part of the president's play. She's actually really in love with the big star Gu Miao Miao, but it's clearly not recognized by worldly morals, or by each other's families. This time Chang Jiangbei's importance is reflected. His family is clean, his identity is ordinary, easy to grasp, is not the best camouflage color. Chang Jiangbei swallowed hard, imagined himself weak and helpless under the female president shivering, and then a snot and a tear to help her push her ass. What Chang Jiangbei now in front of the bathroom mirror biting the toothbrush, shaking his head violently. You have too much imagination, but it's not all bad. Meanwhile, looking at the analysis Chang Jiangbei sent over. You help push ass? I'm put to save her life. Zhang Jingxian snorted and almost gave a laugh early in the morning, her big eyes blinking and actually gave a thumbs up. Xiao Chang, you're simply too smart. Chang Jiangbei was terrified. If this is really the case, the big boss gives me a few million a year to be a little cutie. Then what should I do? Julia, nonsense. Hesitating for a second is you disrespecting millions. Chang Jiangbei cried and laughed as he sat in the dripping car. You're not angry. I couldn't be happier. Julia's thought process is simply refreshing. Someone gives our family millions a year and gets mad? As I don't help you push along, I don't even feel like I'm getting paid. Chang Jiangbei rubbed his brain. Then what if she wants to sleep with me? Julia, selling this one is a bit tricky. Chang Jiangbei nodded. That's right. Selling art is fine, but buddies don't sell themselves. That's not really what I meant. I was going to say if it's sleeping. Julia's witty one horse. Gotta add money. Chang Jiangbei soon not with the object of nonsense. To the place. Cannot help but listen to the sound of the voice looked over. No matter how many times, the eyes can be attracted to her. The woman is wearing a very formal black dress. The body type is perfect to the extreme. The face with a trace of fatigue and habitual high and mighty blandness. The Assistant Chang? Chang Jiangbei in front of her as if it was rightful to be a bit weaker. Nodded his head. Mr. Jiang. The woman still had a calm expression on her face, as if today's gossip had no effect on her, as she always did. The sound of high heels was elegantly crisp. Let's go, Assistant Chang. The woman's soft body walked ahead of her, just as she reached the parking lot, and the president politely said thank you to the driver before getting herself into the driver's seat. Chang Jiangbei was very eagle-eyed. President, I'll do it. However, Zhang Jingxian just waved her soft little hand. Assistant Chang, can I trouble you to go to the trunk and get me a pair of shoes? With that said, Zhang Jingxian re-emerged from the car and stomped her feet gently, listening to the staccato sound of her high heels colliding with the ground. Chang Jiangbei dawned on him and hurriedly took a few steps to the front of the trunk. See? Mr. Jiang, do you think this pair will work? Both. Chang Jiangbei a little, jogging back a low head. Just want to put the shoes on the ground. Just saw Zhang Jingxian just feet stepped on the high heel neatly placed on one side. At this moment Zhang Jingxian is sitting sideways on the driver's seat. The side of the driver's seat. Well, a pair of beautiful legs will easily straighten suspended in the air. Small feet soft and tender also wrapped in black silk. Was it good? Seemingly noticing Chang Jiangbei's line of sight, Zhang Jingxian suddenly opened her mouth to inquire. Chang Jiangbei The president has been a number of times the same old trick. He has been resistant. Actually did not feel so abrupt. And there are means to cope with it. Well, Mr. Jiang, or I'll drive it? Zhang Jingxian lived up to her reputation as a big boss again easily brought the topic back into her rhythm. Do you think I'm? Chang Jiangbei blinked. I think that whoever Mr. Jiang likes is your freedom. Jingxian Jiang, and like you? Chang Jiangbei's throat tightened. President, I have a girlfriend. I know, I have too. Zhang Jingxian actually twisted her head and said seriously and gravely. I need a nominal husband. The corner of Cheng Jiangbei's mouth twitched a bit. Really? His own guess was really strong. But, why me? Completely following Assistant Cheng's script down the line, Jiang Dingxian, who was already dead happy in her heart, almost didn't tense up, drooped her head a bit, and simply and unreasonably shoved her feet into Cheng Jiangbei's arms. Because you're the only one of the opposite sex that looks at my feet and breasts in a way that I'm not repulsed by. So, Jiang Jingshuan's feet then rubbed against Cheng Jiangbei's body. It's okay, oh. It's okay for you to play any way you want right now. Cheng Jiangbei. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 32, Apologizing for the Way. I'm begging for a subscription. The arms were all soft and tender. Let yourself go to get her a pair of flat shoes to drive. As a result, you don't drive. You drive me with your feet. Ah. It's the president's little foot. It's worth a fortune. Sinking. Cheng Jiangbei looked down. The scene in front of him seemed like he had only seen it in a romance novel. The president has a white moonlight loved to death. But the white moonlight does not cherish and left the president out of the country. The small assistant to take advantage of the situation. The president warned her just acting. Do not take it seriously. Back to God himself but when the real. Marriage before love. Dignity. It's too much. It's really hard for Cheng Jiangbei not to think about it more. Well, did it scare you? More than scared. The little assistant is simply trembling. Can only look down to pick up the shoes. Mr. Jiang, you eat shoes. Bah. Mr. Jiang, you wear shoes. It is normal for Jiang Jingxian to want to stick with Cheng Jiangbei. After all, they are all stuffed and bored. And love can be born after a long time. Now that the opportunity was square and the little assistant was still so funny, Jiang Jingxian liked to tease him. So nodding her head lightly, her legs lifted, and before long her warm, soft, and plump body was sitting demurely on the top of the driver's seat. How beautiful she is. Delicate and soft features, eyelashes curly and thick, skin glowing, lips delicate and translucent. Just light makeup. Face can still see a slight redness, choo-choo moving. In addition, she was wearing an exquisite sapphire necklace around her neck, which was obviously an object that Cheng Jiangbei couldn't afford to play with in his 8 lifetimes, but she wore it very casually. The president was very organized and let Cheng Jiangbei get on the car. Assistant in the passenger seat, president as chauffeur. What a backwards move. The Bentley is full of luxury. It's idolatrous and graphic. Is this going to be on the prime 8 o'clock program? Cheng Jiangbei silently looked out the window, doubting that he would have gotten off the passenger side of the car in front of the company. He couldn't explain his relationship with Big Boss with 8 mouths. What are you thinking? Jiang Jingshuan's small hands to be as white and tender as possible, but also painted with red nail polish, waiting for the traffic light to stop. Just in front of his eyes waved a wave. Is with that good smell of perfume a little bit of immersion into the nasal cavity? It feels like you're preoccupied with something. Cheng Jiangbei thought about it, facing the temptation of the female president. He struggled a bit and felt that he needed to make it clear. Mr. Jiang, not everything can be solved with money. I love my girlfriend very much, and I think I might let you down. Disappointed? Jiang Dingxian shook her head and re-stomped on the gas. The car scurried away from the strings. The engine seemed to tell a little bit of freckle. Very pleased, in the face of the temptation of money. There are not many people who can still be so loyal to their girlfriends. So, Cheng Jiangbei hurriedly grabbed the handlebar anxiously. President, wait, stop, please stop in front. Oh, waiting until the car and the company not far away from a hot-on mouth stop. Cheng Jiangbei only released a sigh of relief to release the seatbelt, twisted his head lent inquiring so of course I can't let you off the hook even more. Jiang Jingxian elegantly pulled her hair in a single motion. My sixth sense was good. Picking a principled boy like you, the president is simply unreasonable. There are times when the little assistant is really helpless. Cheng Jiangbei pulled open the car door to get up and inserted his pockets. Boring also go. Cheng Jiangbei, the company is over there right? You seem to have gone the opposite way. Jiang Dingxian raised her hand feeling a little amused. Oh, Cheng Jiangbei paused in his steps for a moment, then twisted his head and walked back in front of her, saying in a good-natured manner, I'm actually quite unprincipled. Then, Jiang Jingxian looked at the raging back of the go-getter over there, her rosy lips raising a wonderful arc. You have no principles? The president's eyes were filled with twinkle, excitedly wondering what plot she was thinking about. Her rosy lips pursed into a slit. I'm still pretty bottomless. There are still times when Cheng Jiangbei wants to strike. Flashing dialogue boxes in the screen. What should I do? The president asked me to go to the office again. I think I'm facing some serious workplace subterfuge now. This is what Cheng Jiangbei said to the subject. Unbeknownst to him, his subject was particularly interested in subterfuge. The kind of drama that, Assistant Cheng, if you don't want to lose this job. Jiang Jingxian sat behind her own desk. Her cocked legs were pleasantly upside down. Things have developed into such a way, not to subvert her man. Is not it a waste of her identity as a female president? Not to mention the fact that she hadn't had a good taste of what it was like to be in love. Dating is all in bed. Zhang Jingxian also wanted Cheng Jiangbei to hold his hand and go out to sneak around. So, Julia encouraged assistant Cheng Jiangbei, ******. Aren't you asking me to go deeper into the tiger's den? Julia, earn money, not too shabby. You're so good looking, you always have to dabble. Cheng Jiangbei had always envied her mental state. Feeling crazy, but also very much her logic. Making people not understand sometimes, but greatly shocked. Are you complimenting me? Or are you burying me? Jingjing, I'm praising you. You don't have so much mental pressure. Nowadays when young people fall in love, accidents and tomorrow always don't know who will come first. It's good for both of us to enjoy the moment first. Cheng Jiangbei opened his mouth and entered half a day later. Why do I feel like you're looking forward to the president and I carrying out the plot? Julia, can't you be poisoned by romance novels? Any girl who hears that her husband is being looked at by a lesbian female president will look forward to what unfolds afterward. Okay. Cheng Jiangbei, really? Of course, I know best when it comes to girls. Jiang Gingxian swore. She didn't know about others. But anyway, born as a president, she simply didn't look forward to it. Cheng assistant in his own step-by-step pressing under the degenerate appearance, or in his own slowly guided. Cheng assistant finally discovered the true face of the degenerate female president, and then put her wantonly swing into Jiang Gingxian's thighs clamped. Delusion, you are still a female president. What a womanizer. Wait until Cheng Jiangbei pushed open the door of the president's office and probed in. Jiang Jingxian then waved her hand, signaling him to come over and sit down. And when he came close, she crossed her legs a little, and snapped. Her high-heeled shoes landed on the ground for some reason, and her soft little feet stomped onto Cheng Jiangbei's calves at once. Ouch! The kick hurt you, didn't it? Cheng Jiangbei felt as if he still had the amazing touch of her little feet in his arms, and when he looked down in a daze, he saw that the little feet were actually rubbing up and down through his pants. The president thought the Twitter scandal explosion was too good of an opportunity, so that she could be right up front and plot against her own homosexuality anyway. Doggy deserves a chicken leg. Cheng Jiangbei looked up in confusion. President, what are you doing again? Jiang Jingshuan's bare soft feet suddenly stepped on Cheng Jiangbei's feet, looking up his clear big eyes. I'm apologizing. The feet easily rubbed right up to the top of the belly of the leg through the pant leg, full of finesse. That's how my feet apologize to you then. Cheng Jiangbei just entered the office yet. The dog is stupid. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 33, Holding Hands. I'm begging for a subscription. The president's lair is like a black abyss to plunge into. Is that how you apologize? The president's feet and legs are particularly flexible. Subterfuge. That's red hot. Red hot. Red hot unspoken rules in the workplace. Cheng Jiangbei was made comfortable by the president's foot that took off the high heels, but the expression could not be revealed. The stimulation went crazy with pain and pleasure. The high and mighty female president fell as if nothing had happened. Her face looked natural, gentle and elegant. If it wasn't for the feeling of being rubbed on his feet, Cheng Jiangbei would have suspected that it was a hallucination. In the end, Cheng Jiangbei was really ruffled and couldn't take it anymore, and said in a backward step, Mr. Jiang. Still, the afterglow was easy enough to notice that his leg had clearly just moved out of the way. The president's beautiful feet wrapped in flesh stockings were then immediately exposed under the table before they were unhurriedly placed back into their high heels. The president's office is running a reunion on Friday, so get there early. That's it? That's it? Group chat are at all still need to be called to the office alone in the middle of the day. You do not need to rest. The little assistant will not rest. Capitalists really are all bloodsuckers. Cheng Jiangbei quickly came out of the office, skimming his lips and condemning this kind of specialization. Moreover, the reunion of the president's office is usually not the president's, because the intention is to relax the hard-working employees, the big boss in the words. That counts for what? Reporting for work? Listening to Jiang Dingxian. She won't be coming to this reunion. Assistant Chang, has the president ordered anything? Seeing that Cheng Jiangbei's expression was a bit lifeless, his colleague curiously tried. Shake your head. The colleague then comforted. The president is in that position, always under the spotlight. A lot of false news. You do not care too much. He's talking about the Twitter scandal thing. I think. That's true. You're the one who's false. But the president's reputation is at stake. Cheng Jiangbei had a mouthful of words and didn't know how to speak. Autism. But soon things actually took a turn for the worse. I don't know where the rumor came from that he actually has a girlfriend. It's an online relationship. And the fact that she's from the mountain town makes it a sure bet that she's not the president. At once, everyone's expression changed when they looked at Cheng Jiangbei. Chen Shimmy, you've got your foot in two boats? Dare to play with the president's feelings? You don't want to die. Cheng Jiangbei was dumbfounded. Is this the so-called ups and downs? The original hot colleagues immediately kept a distance from him. Just be real. Unbeknownst to me, the president hasn't budged a bit. Chang Jiangbei was also as steady as a mountain, and he realized at this moment the importance of being good. If he hadn't heard from his own mouth that he had a girlfriend, there is no impermeable wall in the world. Wouldn't the president feel like he was being teased if he knew he had a girlfriend through someone else's mouth? Chang Jiangbei must not be sent to the African branch. But then again, before still in school Chang Jiangbei also only told his roommate a few words about the netizen. How there is still a mole. Tomorrow is Friday. Chang Jiangbei took a shower, stretched, and shrugged as he lay on the bed. Never mind, a mole is a good mole, and it saves a lot of explaining yourself. The next day, Friday, the sky is blue and the air is green. Not bad for a top 500. Reunion of the place is a piece of mountain and lake established a luxury small separate wild, or not before the party world's popular fried chicken staggered, hut from the inside and outside are very design. Chang Jiangbei dragged his suitcase, and there was no way out after he got out of the car. The sun was pretty bright, so stand still and watch for a bit. The small garden is chicly decorated. There seems to be a pool not far away, and the lawn is green and lush, and the barbecue is just very nice. Walking a few steps a small step, turning the corner is another small step. Chang Jiangbei puffing and puffing, have not even walked a few steps. President? Chang Jiangbei stopped. The wooden door of the small villa still has a cut. The swing on the willow forest path babbled. His eyelashes fluttered a little. Why are you here? Waiting for you. President, her voice is particularly soft. The end of the voice with some breeze left her hoarse. Delicate lips crystal abnormal. A word seems to knock people thumping. This is really very female presidential. Chang Jiangbei suddenly felt that the cold wind in the autumn brought a hint of spring, and the beautiful eyes in front of him were full of flashes, with a woof of tenderness, and his heart was scared. Chang Jiangbei's palms squeezing the suitcase were tightened. What about the capitalist's sense of boundaries? It's not easy for co-workers to leave their work groups behind. What kind of mess have you come to add to it? The president is still the president, and with his little hand raised, the outgoing is steadily advancing. Why are you backing off? Assistant Chang, are we strangers? She stood up from the swing on her high heels, carrying a nice scent. President. Chang Jiangbei exhaled and greeted. She is really too beautiful. The leprechaun is not a general leprechaun. Jing Xian is like an evening gown in general exquisite black long skirt, hip round and plump, waist slim, the upper half of the body wrapped in a brown trench coat is mature and unusual. The calf arc is perfect wrapped in flesh-colored pantyhose hidden, stepped on the black high-heeled shoes. In front of the swing, she was like shooting a movie, with a slender figure. Seeing his serious throat surging and trying to hide his heartbeat, Zhang Dingxian couldn't help but let out a pleasant light laugh. It's not work now, and there's no president of the reunion, so you can call me Jiang Zhangs. Chang Jiangbei, I'll go and put my luggage first. Seeing his back as he stumbled a little, Zhang Dingxian could not help but giggle, lost on the edge of ambiguity, but desperately trying to stay awake. His behavior was too funny. A captured sense of accomplishment is even goading her to hook up his chin. The delicate body close, ravaging the other side of the only remaining sanity, a drum to pull him into the ambiguous abyss. She is pure offense, the overlord thinking, simply, ching, and maybe a little bit of that delicate dominance. Heels are a little hard to walk in, they tend to get stuck in the seams. Dirt and gravel roads wrapped in a fresh scent are the best assists. Chang Jiangbei aired for a moment, turning his head and not moving to look back. He saw the white slender little hand hanging in the air. His face seemed to have no expression. Calmness was the heaviest storm. Can I trouble you to hold me? The president lifted his hand in a serious motion. Chang Jiangbei felt a little suffocated at once, and at the same time, a certain young Master Fong of the group director's family, the one who had invited Chang Jiangbei to the clubhouse for his last birthday, after arriving late as a member of the president's office, he looked up, barely holding the cell phone in his hand. The image in front of her made Secretary Fong choke a little, and the president's small hand was honestly grabbed by Assistant Chang. The company recently about Chang Jiangbei has an online dating partner thing he heard. Seeing is believing, and ing chin shimmy. The online dating partner is actually the president, right? Well, no wonder Sister Jiang, who's been famously high-strung since she was a kid, was so special to you when you first came to the company. Secretary Fong just froze for a moment, and then decisively retreated directly headfirst into the nearby grove, and also acted as a human standing sign in a very measured manner. No passing. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 34, only one time. Oh, I'm begging for a subscription. Within a few minutes, the two of them were walking through the willow grove and through the small garden, their heels clattering steadily on the level pavement, and she didn't let go. The little assistant was really helpless. If you let go, She's going to fall and blackmail you for hundreds of millions of dollars in big projects when the time comes. How does the president bumper sticker screw up? I can't do it. I can't do it. That is, until the two of them walked up to the gates of the small Bueno. I knock. The eyes of his co-workers were as venomous and unusual as the cameras, and the villa was in shambles. Day, is it up fierce? President? Who's that next to you? Program assistant. Why is he holding the president? Don't you have a girlfriend? The female president was originally high up alone beautiful, but who would have thought that suddenly appeared here blending in with co-workers for the sake of the assistant? What a romantic drama this is. I'm ing fried. I woke up from a nap and the president and assistant Chang are holding hands. Geez, what the hell is going on here? Take a picture and post it on the company forum. Your co-workers will go crazy. I've gone crazy. Wow. President of the office of the ABCD issued a sigh. Especially the girls more cannot help but cover their mouths. Not. At the moment the sunshine-laying talented women. How to feel inexplicably good Hyatt. The romance filter seems to bubble pink. Kill crazy. Zhang Jingxian a big move. Chang Jianbei resistance did not resist do not know. But the company a lot of colleagues were killed by her as a pawn. Male compatriots are simply lemon abnormal. Are the president of the office? Why the lucky one is not me. Straight call me to Chung dog death. But clearly everyone underestimated the president's lethality. Opening the door, Zhang Jingxian followed him in somewhat husband and wife. Her hand propped up on the shoe cabinet. The soft legs wrapped in flesh-colored pantyhose long and tight. Slender little waist slightly bent to hold. The arc is simply not too voluptuous. Tight black skirt hem also with fragrance. The president's big sister who was getting into a good mood certainly doesn't have much defense against Cheng Jianbei, bending her perfect body curves with an extremely comfortable posture. But she doesn't know how much this kind of elegant sexiness hooks people. Not to mention that Cheng Jianbei looked up at the moment when her eyelids simply jumped straight up, and she gulped down 2 mouthfuls of saliva, until the sound of heels snapping down. Well, one little foot tucked easily and slightly curved into the slipper. The arc simply perfect and dainty. That silky smooth texture. Zhang Jingxian felt his line of sight and also looked down. Her eyes narrowed and her magnetic voice said words that just made people shiver. Assistant Chang, pay attention to the influence colleagues are all there. Can't let you play with your feet and feet What The corners of Cheng Jianbei's mouth twitched, righteously dragging the box through the door, gurgling all the tumblers. I'm the one who didn't want to play. Okay. However, born as an assistant, walking so fast, the president's box do not even need to help her carry So the president doesn't think it's a surprise? The co-workers looked shocked. No wonder they have been emboldened by Assistant Chang. So it's because the gossip can no longer affect the two of them. It's like having a homeroom teacher come into the classroom during recess time, and your co-workers are trying to relax, but tense up. These fell in Zhang Jingxuan's eyes. She stopped the colleague who came to help her drag her luggage. There's no president here today. Everyone is a colleague. There's no need to take special care of me. All be natural. Everyone rushed to respond enthusiastically, but still respectfully. We are not flabbergasted. In the workplace, the leader can say so, but seriously you lose. Chang, come here and help me take my luggage to the second floor. Zhang Jingxian didn't let anyone else touch her luggage at the moment, but instead hooked her hand at Cheng Jianbei. Also there is no president today. You don't need special care. You can't carry your own suitcase. Cheng Jianbei grunted and climbed the stairs. Zhang Jingxian wrapped her arms around her chest and followed behind, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, but her expression didn't change much. What are you going to do for fun this afternoon? Regimentation. Cheng Jianbei pushed open the door of a bedroom. This place is particularly quiet. He does not intend to go out. A few steps to the bed next to the bed, along the white bedding and sat down. Unconventional. How else can I play? Follow the big forces. Zhang Jingxian twisted her body and followed her into the house, stepping on her high heels and sitting next to Cheng Jianbei. Like that. Would it be too meaningless? This sister has cultivated her temperament too well since childhood, sitting next to the edge of the bed with her beautiful legs slightly pressed together, all in a particularly ladylike posture. Cheng Jianbei wiped the sweat from his head and rolled his eyes. Isn't this how all group building works? Not to mention, you don't have to spend money until you follow the big group. The president does not understand the suffering of the people. The reunion would have to take up the weekend, equivalent to overtime, and then spend their own money? It's paid overtime. Capitalist thinking. This is clearly exploiting employees and sucking my blood. However, Zhang Jingxian looked sideways at the somewhat lazy man who was sincere and not embarrassed. Do I still need you to give me money to be with me? This is not even a problem. Zhang Jingxuan's palm gently propped up on the quilt, a smile hanging on her face, her eyes slightly drooping. Like to stay with someone, then I'm willing to spend money on him. Spend lots and lots of money so that I'll feel happy. No, President, you're in love with your brain? Cheng Jianbei said in silence for a moment. No, Jiang Jingxuan's expression was somewhat serious. I'm very sensible. It's just that if I can make myself and the other person happy, why don't I do it? Her speech blew up. The lights in the room weren't too bright. Cheng Jiangbei staggered for a moment, glanced at her, and nodded his head to indicate. Your girlfriend must be very happy. Pooh ha ha. Girlfriend? Jiang Jingxuan's eyes narrowed as she suddenly looked down and inquired. Can I take off my high heels? Help yourself. Cheng Jiangbei was playing with his cell phone and didn't raise his eyelids. She hooked her body, then gently peeled off the heel, took off the one on her left foot, and pinched up the heel of the high heel on her right foot, and placed it neatly on the side of her foot, revealing her small white feet, painted with nail polish, and curved quite beautifully. When he looked up, he saw Cheng Jiangbei not looking at him without disturbing him, and the two of them were just sitting quietly. Jiang Jingxian felt it was a rare serenity. Leaning against the wall at the end of the bed, her beautiful feet mischievously bucked and then surged with a bout of drowsiness, like she was a little relieved at the moment, and after gently tapping her chin a few times, she fell into a shallow sleep against the wall. Cheng Jiangbei was about to get up. When he saw her asleep, her pretty face was static and beautiful again. He sighed softly, and finally thought of going to get a bed quilt to cover her. As a result, I've just been tiptoeing around and pinching the quilt to get it over her. She seemed to be blocked from the light. Her agaric nose shrugged slightly, her eyes quietly opened, and she saw Cheng Jiangbei's movements. His posture was a bit subtle, and then the president looked down at his chest. Are you trying to secretly touch my chest? Just deserve to be kind. The corner of Cheng Jiangbei's mouth twitched, wanting to shove the quilt in the president's face, but didn't have such a big dog's guts, so he threw down the quilt without a good reason and planned to turn around and leave. Angry? Sure enough, the exasperated assistant Chang was also so cute that Jiang Jingxian couldn't stop her interaction with Cheng Jiangbei. Suddenly the buttons of her jacket were peeled back, revealing a downright sinful camisole underneath, and she held her head up, letting the flowery branches flutter, as if giving up. No getting mad. Oh, big deal. I'll let you have some fun, but only for a bit. Oh, P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 35. It's clearly the same person. 4 shifts of begging for a subscription. The bedroom was simply thrilling. The elasticity of that one wrapped in amazing fullness was simply astounding. She had no idea how tantalizing this mix of nobility and sexiness really was. What's more, she didn't know that this moment was so erotic that it made people's heads go down. Is it okay? Assistant Chang, I'm still a little tired after holding it up like this. President Her, this person is still strange good at. Cheng Jiangbei looked down. Confused eyes flashed a flash of realization. This size, tired, is also normal. A look at the burden is too much. Jiang Jingxian must always be in deep water. You as an assistant, to help the president to share is not your duty? Otherwise. Cheng Jiangbei shook his head violently. President, you'd better rest, then turn around and walk away. Cheng Jiangbei went into the bathroom, rushed to use cold water to rinse his face with a cold water clatter, and then thought about it, exhaled, lowered his head and fingers flew on the screen, and turned his hand to send a whole lot to the female netizen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I tucked her in and she opened her mouth and let me touch her breasts. Yeah, it's a good thing I ran fast or I feel like I could barely get out. Are all homosexuals so high human? You don't even know how big her boobs are. It was only a few centimeters away from my hand even, but it was suppressed by my outstanding self-control, and I am a decent man. Not to mention, I have Julia's mom. She also has big, bouncy boobs, which I super love, and I'm more than enough with her. It's all red and pink out there. I can't muster up the slightest interest. Jiang Jingxuan's eyelashes touched, worthy of being the president, instantly grasping the core of the problem. After saying such a big bunch, what is your claim? Cheng Jiangbei pursed his lips and lionized his mouth. Wife, look at the breasts. Julia didn't say anything. Picture. Julia, does it look good? Cheng Jiangbei Daoxin immediately stabilized, quickly nodded. Good looking. Julia, so is mine bigger or your boss's? Cheng Jiangbei didn't think twice. Yours is bigger, yours is whiter, and yours is more flexible. Obviously A. As Jiang Jingxian looked at the chat log, the corners of this president lady's mouth never let go. Reunion. Less to play games. Greentown, as a company that started out on the internet, has few serious games to play. The group's entertainment arrangements just happen to support the group's business. Chang, can I join you? The female president cleaned up and came down from upstairs, looking at Cheng Jiangbei with interest. Her thick eyelashes dyed gold by the spilled sunlight. Cheng Jiangbei opened his mouth, just on the number it, nodded. So co-workers were treated to perhaps the most outrageous scene of their gaming careers. The group boss is on the horn. The games are all in her house. Clear, penetrating eyes drifted around, curious about one of the heroes flickering on the screen. Why can't I pick this role? She's somewhat pretty. Because you haven't bought it yet. Assistant Chang, this character is so ugly. Can I hit him? That one's a teammate. Assistant Chang, what do I need to do now? You milk that ugly character first. Can I milk anyone else but you? I swoon. You chastity aid. Assistant Chang, are we going to lose? Cheng Jiangbei twisted his head somewhat helplessly, looking at her who was concentrating. Playing games is a serious matter. Don't talk first. Oh, okay. Cheng Jiangbei turned his head and continued to start operating seriously, not expecting her to rest for a while and speak again. Assistant Chang, I'm hungry. Already clueless fruit on the clueless tree. Clueless tree. You and my co-workers heard Sister Jiang say this and rushed to fight the urge to surrender. Where is the president? Important to play the game. But Cheng Jiangbei was thinking clearly as he waited for the next round to begin. Assistant Chang made a bowl of instant noodles for the president, ordered a bowl for herself as well, and politely asked if they wanted some. We eat what us. My co-workers thought it was a little hot in the house and they were a little stuffy. Simple Kong Shui Fu braised beef noodles on the table. The aroma is full of. Cheng Jiangbei cannot help but eat fingers. He was born and raised. What can eat? Eat can be called a joy. Jiang Jingxian looked at him, her lips slightly open, so much so that she could pinch out the water, the way she wanted to eat it, but she hesitated to move her fork. Isn't this junk food? Cheng Jiangbei couldn't help but be happy. Don't worry, my sister grew up eating these since she was a child, and she's still in good health and good character. This kind of date is particularly novel, something that Jiang Jingxian has not experienced before, and it is pleasurable to eat bubble noodles and play on the computer. Jiang Jingxian held a bucket of instant noodles that was very unsuitable for her stature, and after taking 2 bites, she looked at Cheng Jiangbei. Assistant Chang, you sure are funny. I like it. Cheng Jiangbei, my life is also a life. Don't be so suspicious in public. The male co-workers are a bit distressed. Is the president so easy to fool? A bucket of instant noodles and you've brought him home? Jiang Jingxuan's delicate eyelashes fluttered slightly as she spoke again. Why don't you add another corn and ham sausage? Oh, and add a corn ham hock. President, she's nothing like the glamorous one she remembers. She's so grounded. So we really are the NPCs in the president's text. It's really a co-worker. A, B, C, D. Is this what happens when romance novels come to life? Damn. Why do I feel that Assistant Chang and the president are a little sweet? Cheng Jiangbei finished eating the instant noodles. Then he snorted and got up from the sofa. I'll go upstairs to rest for a while first. No more games? Jiang Jingxuan's beautiful legs lifted and stepped on her slippers. No more games. No more games. My head is a little fuzzy. Cheng Jiangbei stretched and went upstairs. Jiang Dingxian, on the other hand, eyed him, then looked down, only able to see her own chest, and when she lifted her feet and legs up, she was able to see her red-painted nail caps on her toes, mischievously arched, and actually quickly put it down. The sound of slippers clattering, and walked quickly up the stairs. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the bedroom door. Cheng Jiangbei, who had just fallen into bed, climbed up and went over to twist the door. A mild womanly flavor came to his face, and across the bedroom door, outside was the beautiful face of that pouring country. Soft eyes, long lashes, and a small white face. Her features were delicate as hell. Plump body still taught up a curve. The soles of the feet stepped on a pair of white slippers, even if wearing is not so formal, but also still very much a share of mature women's flavor. What again? Cheng Jiangbei was a bit unsure. Here, just had it bought. I saw the president without much of a frame pinching a thermometer. The other hand carried a bag of medicine. Fragrant body is going to Cheng Jiangbei's room to squeeze. Come on, measure the body temperature. P.S. Day million. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 36, Third Meeting. 5 shifts to beg for booking chases. Cheng Jiangbei lowered his head on the very easy to look at 999 cold and flu spirit, but also some touched it. In addition to their parents, or very few people, just a simple sentence. On the heart. Memory slightly reversed before. Even his own red-hot good brother Gu Fan, in his own just went to college once appendicitis in the dormitory bed struggling. He actually excitedly took the phone to come to his front. Brother, spelling Shio help me to cut a knife. I still have 0.01 gold coins on the cash out of 200. Cheng Jiangbei was dragging his weak and helpless body to give him a cut. Then he slammed his thigh. Holy, what the hell is still missing diamonds? Cheng Jiangbei was dying of pain, and burst out on the spot. When I hiccup, don't forget to bring your broken cell phone to court. When he entered the bedroom, Cheng Jiangbei immediately didn't dare to move. What are you measuring? Jiang Jingxuan's eyes were clear. Take your temperature. I have a cold. Cheng Jiangbei instantly felt the sudden and amazingly soft and greasy feeling coming from his palm, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch. You're measuring your temperature, aren't you? Forgive Cheng Jiangbei in the face of the president cannot be taught. She pulled her hand and ran. Originally thought she was going to put the thermometer in her armpit, but the results of which I do not know that she took the palm of her hand as a thermometer. Break free. President, can you stop playing with me? Cheng Jiangbei broke his defenses somewhat. Okay. Jiang Jingxian stood in front of him, raising her head and about to place the back of her hand on Cheng Jiangbei's forehead. She was obviously particularly excited today, as if she had some bad taste being satisfied. But there's no president now, just MS. Doctor, what the is this again? The corners of Cheng Jiangbei's mouth continued to twitch. Cosplay. Ha, she's pretended to be a bunny girl before, and she gets special pleasure. Weird attribute. Now belongs to the updated version. The doctor is not bad, but also teachers, Mrs. Neighbor, Jing mother. Isn't that revealing too much? Poor little Cheng assistant. Still do not know the president privately hiding so much mold, but the president cannot wait to borrow with him to carry out the plot down. Back from the reunion. At noon the female president rest moment to call Cheng Jiangbei to the office can be said to be righteous. They all held hands in front of everyone before. This is alone in the office. No kissing and cuddling, right? There's some envy and jealousy among my co-workers. Male compatriots want to break their heads, do not know where they are worse than Cheng Jiangbei. We all like to read novels. Reading novels of good buddies are also very handsome. I'm not sure if my colleagues have a smaller picture. The president's office. The aroma of the meal was dazzling. Cheng Jiangbei, who had served the president's rice bowl at a young age, had just sat down when her small black silk feet tenderly pasted over, then skillfully rubbed around on his pants leg. Tough on you, Mr. Jiangbei. Oh, Cheng Jiangbei inquired somewhat habitually. You are now, Mrs. Neighbor. Cheng Jiangbei put down the chopsticks in his hands. Did you download something weird on your computer? Bummer. The assistant did not cooperate in the first place. The president's face collapsed. Those soft little feet on Cheng Jiangbei's calf fiercely. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Continue. Yes, Mrs. President. Cheng Jiangbei is a professional. The boss wants to play, so then of course he only cooperate. And these halls of fame in the office are part of the paid for housekeeping, which is where the president can provide positive emotional value. What's more, she plays it. Then Cheng Jiangbei will be able to find a little respite in the high-pressure humble career in the workplace. The net land belongs to B, so it was easy to work with and the toolman came online. Ryakan-san, have some soup. Well, Mrs. Gingxian Kang's handiwork is really good. Laughing to death. It is clear that all of them are made by the chef. Cheng Jiangbei is also able to open his mouth. Then Ryakan-san will come to my house more often from now on and I'll give you more food. Jiang Jingxuan's lips were very full of oily crystals. A little bit of curling and spitting hot air. It made Cheng Jiangbei very skeptical of the stance this statement had to take. Muffling the bowl of soup in one gulp. A pair of small, soft hands pressed up to rub the corners of his mouth. Cheng Jiangbei is also a powerhouse. Terrified. Mrs. Pei Qing, this might not be too good if your husband finds out, right? Jiang Jingxian tenderly shook her head, placing her palms on the tops of her thighs. Ladylike at the moment. My husband passed away a long time ago. Holy. Cheng Jiangbei's fists tightened. President, how many strange things have you recently watched on the netbook? Undead IU. Jiang Jingxuan's palm was soft and actually gently rested on the back of Cheng Jiangbei's hand, her fingertips rubbing itchily. Mr. Jiangbei, one can't always live in the past. It's also time to look forward. Who would have thought it? The presidentess likes to play tricks like that, isn't it? How are things getting more and more out of control? Cheng Jiangbei ended overtime. Silent for a moment, took out his cell phone. In case of indecision, first ask Baidu. Do homosexuals crave the bodies of the opposite sex? Answer. True homosexuals do not desire the opposite sex. Asterisk. Cheng Jiangbei was a little broken defense, feeling that the female president was lusting after him everywhere. She's craving her body. Then she's a. Using the protective color of his homosexuality, he slowly dragged himself into the abyss, sheeting himself as a small assistant. Is there any law of the land? So the next day at noon, watching the female president with a whip, changing into a leather jacket and pants in her small bedroom in the office, Cheng Jiangbei couldn't bear it anymore and called out the president's full name for the first time. Jiang Gingxian. It ends here. Jiang Jingxian staggered for a moment. What's wrong? Cheng Jiangbei exhaled. It's time we put an end to this. We can't let things get too out of control. Is it that you don't like it? Jiang Jingxian looked down at her line. Is it because there is no black silk? Then Mr. Kong. Cheng Jiangbei did not wait for her to finish, the group building back. We may be greedy and irrational. I have a girlfriend. I really love her. So will you stop troubling me? Jiang Jingxian handed out the whip and tried to place it in Cheng Jiangbei's hand. Actually, I can accept this. Not this. The corners of Cheng Jiangbei's mouth twitched madly. If you keep this up, I'll have no choice but to offer to leave my job. After saying that, Cheng Jiangbei exited the office, leaving Jiang Jingshan to look at his back, looked down at the props in her hands, and muttered. He really pissed him off today. He was dangling in front of himself, so delicious that he couldn't stand it in the first place, and if he held it in any longer, he'd go crazy himself. But then again, his bottom line was so strong that he wouldn't cross the line, even after playing it up to this extent. Kang Jingxuan's eyes softly touched. It seems like it can't go on like this anymore. Cheng Jiangbei came out of the president's office. He felt that he was too fooled, and immediately went to cry to the female internet user. It seems that a treasure boy like me is dangerous wherever I'm put. The leader actually pretended to try to possess me. If it wasn't for my resourcefulness, I really would have almost fallen for it. Julia, oh, Cheng Jiangbei, che, perfunctory. You do not even know what buddies for you to give up. The world 500 super rich woman Julia, yes, 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 Cheng is deeply in love with me. Cheng Jiangbei, it's good that you know. Nowadays, in this society, there are too many scummy boys. When you meet a pure-hearted boy like me, you can just be happy. Julia, where's Sister Pua? Sister doesn't eat that. Where is it? Pua to belittle the object. My Jing Jing Sai Gao's okay. Cheng Jiangbei, but then again, what would I do if I did quit my job? With no job and no money, and only a handsome skin? I'll feed you. Julia was clean. We'll be home every day then. Kissing from 9 to 10:30 in the morning, lunch at 11, and kissing from 14:30 to 10:30 in the afternoon. Cheng Jiangbei stared at the dog dumbfounded. You also strange good Lu. The midfield 11 points also let rest. Julia, damn. I can't stand it. I'm so hot and dry. You're responsible for what you've done to my body. Cheng Jiangbei's eyes lit up. Aha, then I'll come over to look for you on the weekend? No, I'll come to the capital this time. When the time comes, I'll find a forest and just dive in. I won't even need to book a hotel. Woods, this is not good. Cheng Jiangbei surmised. I cannot see anything in the dark when the time comes. I'm afraid of There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Then a drip. Julia, oh, I'm not blindfolding you this time. Tell me what you're afraid of. Big guy. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catching up on subscriptions. Chapter 37. The mouth is not only for reasoning. I'm begging for a booking. No more blindfolds? Directly face to face? At this moment, Cheng Jiangbei and the company suddenly had a tearful impulse. He knew that he would definitely see the real face of the female internet user, but close at hand. But there is a kind of indescribable excitement. If simply just online love face-based, Cheng Jiangbei will not be so afflicted. But the female net friend Dao line is too high. Mysterious. They almost stood up stirrups, but still do not know what she looks like. What a setup this is. It's a great way to catch a college student in the act. After all, young guys are the most curious and love to lift the veil of the Mona Lisa with their own hands. Cheng Jiangbei felt a little hot in the butt. Originally the chair icy cold? It may be that the heart is hot. What you can't have is stirring. Julia, where is everyone? Only then did Cheng Jiangbei respond. I'm in. Julia, so do you see it or not? Cheng Jiangbei hurriedly replied. See Of course see I do not mean to see your face alive. Julia, yo, what about me being so important? Cheng Jiangbei, it's true. The president is too perverted. Every day at noon break time pulling me cosplay still do not give overtime money. The life of a laborer is also life Even a good assistant can't afford to be tossed around like this. Cheng Jiangbei belonged to the category of stepping on the president's corpse to express his loyalty. If I hadn't been thinking about you, I would have almost jumped off the rooftop. Jing Jing, you're my guiding lighthouse shining the direction of my future. The corpse's mouth twitched a little, however, and her little hand poked the cell phone screen hard. You're way too talkative. Cheng Jiangbei heatedly smiled, because hair from the heart but, where do we meet? You just came to the capital city is not familiar with the place, or I come to pick you up first. Cheng Jiangbei, this is trying to give her a good impression. She is not easy to come to their own home turf. Always have to prepare. Cannot still every day in the hotel. Directly grove, this is also unrealistic Julia, we'll talk tonight. I have to work. Cheng Jiangbei, Cheng, let's talk about it tonight then. Originally, Cheng Jiangbei did not have much of a work ethic, but the thought of being able to really feel the female netizen up. Her body is particularly good, fragrant and soft, and it is clear at a glance that she is a big beauty. Cheng Jiangbei immediately energized up. Immediately feel the whole body is not finished strength We are still surprised that he is so excited. Why? I didn't realize it would soon be a bombshell. What? Assistant Cheng, you're quitting. Cheng Jiangbei is copying documents next to the printer. The same period of time. Fong's secretary, some shock. Is not the reunion just held hands? See for yourself. Cheng Jiangbei also some trance. He just said that if the president and such, then he will leave. There is a precondition if don't look at the president cospally. It's really bossy and has a lot of character. One of your assistants wants to leave? Double happiness. Cheng Jiangbei instantly experienced the brutality of the president. Separation turned into dismissal? Cheng Jiangbei originally excited mood was steeply poured a pot of cold water, but also just as weak and helpless as a kitten waiting for the ruling of the Ministry of Personnel. But an afternoon calm. Finally after the shift, the assistant returned home a little broken, originally fist-pumping it, but encountered a domineering boss. Cheng Jiangbei was lying on the sofa in a lifeless mood. His mood was incomparably depressed. Where there are so many overbearing presidents who are in love with me, obviously. It is the subterfuge after the failure of exasperation. Climb up some. Cheng Jiangbei whacked his head. Fortunately he did not grow a loudspeaker to go around and tell friends and relatives that the president is looking at his buddy. Otherwise, 1. This is fired. This will be humiliating. Secondly, it will be called stupid by others. You're rejecting the CEO for a woman who's technically still unmasked? A female president with 36D long legs? You're a douchebag. Even if you can't get together in the end, you a small assistant with no background roots can be briefly brilliant is still alone. What's more, long-distance relationships must not die. Maybe it'll die in the light of day. Cheng Jiangbei could imagine his good brother Gufan's mouth sputtering when he found out about this. But it's done. Regret is also something afterward. Cheng Jiangbei just make out the decision that he feels right now. After all, no one else knows about the fabulousness between him and his female internet friends. She can do the splits, call out to her dad, and when she's happy. Cheng Jiangbei shook his head. Sure enough, most of the young people chose a momentary pleasure offer leveling the playing field. Cheng Jiangbei adjusted his mind and immediately sent a naive emoticon to the female netizen. She's already home. The soft body collapsed on the couch, the president's body revealing more and more maturity. Budding, the flicker of the screen shining on her bright lashes. I just got home. Cheng Jiangbei, me too. Then there was the crying. Cheng Jiangbei, my president is a cheapskate. I clearly told her that I would leave my job if I kept this up, but she turned around and tried to fire me. Zhang Jingxian stepped on her soft little feet to go to the check room to find a change of clothes, her good-looking eyebrows raised. Yo, where's the president being so unreasonable? Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. I won't have a job in the future. Good grief, good grief. The culprit, Zhang Dingxian, blinked her eyes and let you scare people with leaving your job. So when you meet me, you will look straight at me. And the young man is still resigning? Do you still want to resign? Zhang Jingxian stepped into the bathtub with one foot, and there was still a clattering stream of water sliding over his body. Very witty. Let you know that your Jingjing mother is still your Jingjing mother, and the little assistant cannot be rebellious. Cheng Jiangbei quickly inquired again. Are there any good employment opportunities in Mountain City? A mountain town. Still shelved here in the Mountain City. Tomorrow let you know how dull you are. Zhang Jingxian blew the bubbles floating in the water, clearing her throat. The president of the adults who had an interest in voice acting in college. Imperial sister style. Send voice. What do you want to do? Of course it's to find a beautiful rich woman to eat soft rice. Rich woman. Hungry. Rice. Cut. Zhang Jingxian expressed her disdain. Maybe I'm just an ugly and you turn around and leave. Then you're also my date. You can't not be responsible for me. Cheng Jiangbei sweet words, from her body, and the kind of confidence in the form. Simply ugly cannot be okay. Pursed lips, small hands or cannot resist. So Friday, we really just meet in the Grove? Meet on Friday? I'm kidding you. Zhang Jingxian looked down at her chest. The past few days all acting fake. Women in their 30s are clearly on fire, thinking that assistant Chung smells so good, but everywhere is subject to. What about the subsequent VIP episodes? 404 omitted. Come to think of it, that's one of the reasons the president has stopped pretending and showed her cards, and the ghosts go to the Grove at their own worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Okay, lying next to the trunk of the tree. I do not want to face the president's office is my home turf. Okay. Zhang Jingxuan's pair of wet legs lifted up, smooth and incomparable. She looked straight at them, and her tender feet were still bumping up and down. Tomorrow at noon I'll show you that the president's mouth is not only for reasoning, but also, P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 38, Joint Codes. Love Bento. I'm begging for a subscription. Cheng Jiangbei felt that he should grow up. Understand. So he raised his hand and opened Taobao. After all, where can you fall in love without gifts? It's certainly not all about giving. That's licking the dog. You can give yourself. After all, female netizens are not endless demand. Their own little crooked in the room only 5-star Jing front also simply not enough to see. But attitude is a must. So Cheng Jiangbei rummaged through the interface. Lipstick? Her mouth is already red and crystal clear. So kissable. Perfume? Cheng Jiangbei remembered that she has always been fragrant. The back of the neck to smell carefully there is a hooker milk flavor it. Feel better than what brand name perfume smell. Cheng Jiangbei shook his head again and rummaged around a bit more. Girlfriend's favorite. The label pops up in front of your eyes. $9.99 gold couples necklace. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't afford it. Next, Cheng Jiangbei, who was facing a youth layoff crisis, directly chose not to be interested so that he wouldn't be pushed such an unreasonable link afterward. Then keep turning. Silk pajamas. Ha, seems nice and the price is right. High heels are fine. Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head. Then the screen on a certain phone suddenly became clear. Hot sexy pure lust. It's a damn smart push to recommend something. Cheng Jiangbei was shocked. This was a gift for the object, not a reward for himself. Forcibly controlling his urge to click by now, Cheng Jiangbei decided to pass, but still chose to collect. Finally decided to get a set of silk pajamas. Not too naked, but thoughtful. After successfully paying 300 dongs, Cheng Jiangbei immediately felt that he was a bit out of ammunition and was going to be sacked. Damn female president. So I looked up job postings for a rainy day. Cheng Jiangbei, why are you looking for a job again? Older sister came over with a head. Waiting for his mom to cook, Cheng Jiangbei put away his cell phone, nodded and said, now this job somewhat does not reflect my own value. The president's office of the Fortune 500 can't even reflect that yet. Older sister's grades are not good. Graduation is also did not find any particularly good job before going to become an anchor. At the moment feel that Cheng Jiangbei has not been too greedy. And how are you going to show your worth? Of course it's to find a pretty and rich girlfriend. You know, I didn't have a good stomach growing up, and the doctor advised me to eat soft food. Cheng Jiangbei was very serious. Cut. My older sister bristled. Don't you have a girlfriend? Yeah, so I'm going to quit my job and eat soft food. Older sister rolled her eyes directly at him and didn't bother to talk to him. However, the processed Jiangbei recalled the precarious WeChat balance after preparing a meeting gift for the female internet user. Suddenly and enthusiastically pulled out the chair at the table for his old sister. And at dinner time, he also made a strong effort to give her a dish. Ha! Older sister goosebumps all over the body. And so on, mom washing dishes, dad watching the news to go, and only then said in a bad mood, nothing to offer, either adultery or thievery. Say, what do you want to do? Cheng Jiangbei sighed. Sister, you know, when people are pursuing their dreams, they will always encounter a lot of obstacles, but for the sake of their heart, they will also put their best foot forward. My oldest sister didn't want to hear it. What a mess. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going back to my room. So our sibling bond is so plastic? Cheng Jiangbei was pained. Is it wrong for a younger brother to be nice to his sister and want a sister to talk to him? Older sister simply do not eat the set, twisted his head to leave. Was silent Cheng Jiangbei caught? He revealed a simple smile, reached out. Sister, lend me some money. Going out to face the base. People come to the capital. You don't have to pay for dinner. They go to the mountain city. People are arranged 5-star. They cannot be 7 days fast. The capitalists call it a drop. Cheng Jiangbei is even faced with the situation of leaving his job and having no next meal after eating the first. Although Jing Jing wasn't a materialistic person either, Cheng Jiangbei still wanted her to come to the capital for pleasure. No borrowing. Older sisters are especially ruthless. Don't meddle. Cheng Jiangbei peeled her arm, being roundly dodged by her. She was indignant. What about the promise of being single together until 30? You went to the mountain city to be happy instead, placing your sister in the capital city where the water is hot, right? Cheng Jianhua dragged his younger brother are trying to leave. Cheng Jianbei took her hand and shook it vigorously. Sister, our blood is dissolved in water. You are my own sister. When there's something wrong, sister, when there's nothing wrong, Cheng Jianhua, right. Older sister puffed up and whitened Cheng Jianbei for a moment, but it was just a stiff upper lip, and soon deflated and kicked Cheng Jianbei. How much do you want? Cheng Jianbei instantly came to life, grinning and holding his old sister's hand. 5,000. I'll pay you back when I find a new job. Graduate student of Beijing University, this point of the bottom is still there. Just this period of time the financial luck is not good. Older sister didn't talk nonsense, and after transferring the money, she kicked Cheng Jianbei out of her room. Cheng Jianbei swore, Cheng Jianhua, in the future, when Cheng Jianbei shines brightly, I will definitely not be able to do without your one life of splendor. The night is full and the stars are twinkling. Cheng Jianbei lay on the bed. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Looking at the chat message in the cell phone screen, finger a little. Do we have any code words for the joint yet? Cheng Jianbei actively inquired. This is very important. Not to be clueless. Julia, what's the code word? Cheng Jianbei, like if I take a rose? Or wear a specific outfit? Hold up a hand sign with Jing's name on it? Julia, and I forgot. There's supposed to be a code word. How else would you recognize me? Right. Cheng Jianbei licked his lips, thinking that he had prepared a gift for her with such detail. She hadn't even prepared a gift for herself yet. She would be surprised. So, what's the code word? Let's see. Standing in the kitchen, a somewhat grimy Jiang Jingxian looked sideways at the 2 lunchboxes beside her hand. Isn't it a bad stomach? Isn't it a rich woman who's hungry for food? Then Jing Jing's mom will have to start feeding and boring you from now on. Jiang Jingxian puffed and laughed. I did not expect that she, the 10 fingers do not touch the spring water female president will also cook, or love bento. She thought he'd be scared to death of himself. Jiang Jingxuan's eyes pleasured for a moment, looking at the somewhat dark eggs in the pan, skeptically pinching them up, her nose shrugging. It should taste pretty good, right? Then shrugged his shoulders. What the heck? And not their own food, and their own small hand minutes a few 100 million up and down it. Cook with your own hands. Just beautiful, you little Chang assistant bar. The code word was easy to determine. Love bento. Julia, eat all of it clean. Oh, it's a care from mommy Julia. Chang Jiangbei, who is currently in the dark, cheerfully said, good good good. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 39, President, I was wrong. 3 shifts and a booking request. And a love bento. The image of the female netizen as a good wife and mother suddenly jumped off the page. Putting my heart into it, the preparations I had made had not been in vain. Mountain city to the capital. Thousands of kilometers away. Love bento are heavy. The remembrance will be echoed. You're hung up on your girlfriends, and your girlfriends care about you, too. Wake up early in the morning. Chang Jiangbei work feel in an incredibly happy mood. My co-workers are all wondering, are you still so happy to be fired? Or is there something else going on? Either way, just don't be offended. Colleagues understand too while the face-slapping drama of romance novels. The president is not moving. If you can't find it back, she let you all go to Africa. She is also moving away from home. And the victims are always us. A, B, C, D, okay. Especially looking at how cheerful Assistant Chang was. Everyone was now a smart NPC and wouldn't pop out to provide any pretentious face-punching villainous bridges. Assistant Chang, you're not going to the president's office for dinner today? Secretary A was a little concerned. Chang Jiangbei climbed up from the table and nodded. Not going, no need to go in the future. The word is out. From now on, it will be 2 parallel lines that will never intersect with the golden big boss Khan. Colleagues nodded on the surface. The heart is indeed very transparent. Chang assistant words said too early. He was planning to go to the staff restaurant to replenish his energy when the phone on the table rang. Chang Jiangbei picked it up with his hand, and the president's very unhappy voice came from the microphone. Chang Jiangbei, you actually dare to go on strike. It was always easy for her to call Chang Jiangbei into her office. Chang Jiangbei, however, was silent. Is she still unable to let go? Chang Jiangbei felt that this time he had to go to the office. He had to seriously say clearly. If he said that he would not listen, then he would resign, push the door and enter. The president's office was already familiar, and to enter was to be dismayed. She was actually wearing a dark red cheongsam today, silky smooth stretching from top to bottom. Why is it that someone can wear a cheongsam with ruffles similar to those in anime? It is true that the more dangerous creatures are more variable. The president of the Lord is the most typical example. Estimated that anyone by the blue star who would not have thought that such a big boss, such a status of the big man, a super white rich beauty, privately have that kind of appearance. Jiang Jingxuan's eyes were still looking at the documents, and after a few seconds, she raised her head, her beautiful eyes looked at him, and suddenly laughed lightly, as if yesterday's unpleasantness hadn't happened. Oh, what are you standing there for? Come here. She doesn't think she was cospally angry yesterday. Turning around and closing the door, Chang Jiangbei walked to Jiang Jingxuan's desk in silence, already somewhat impatient. Jiang Jingxian resumed her head down and flipped through the tablet, busy with business, her voice soft and gentle. Xiao Chang, wait for a moment for me. Chang Jiangbei nodded his head, but he didn't bother her and stood helplessly waiting for her to finish reading. A moment later, Jiang Jingxian rested the flat screen, put it down, looked up at Chang Jiangbei, bent her eyes, and suddenly laughed lightly twice. It's hard to bother with him much. Jiang Jingxian lifted her chin, signaling him to look at the table in the parlor area to his right. What's that? What's the prop again? Chang Jiangbei glanced over. His mouth couldn't control the dumbfounded opening. His eyes were full of consternation. He looked sideways at her again and held his breath. No, not. Something seemed to explode in his head. Today she was wearing her hair up, and that deep red cheongsam was a bit of a floral mess. Jiang Jingxian stepped on her high heels and walked out from the desk side. Seeing Chang Jiangbei's expression, that absolutely beautiful face to see people some dazzling feeling, eyes slightly with a few points of laughter, a few points meaningful. Oh, you are still so formal. Why? Chang Jiangbei originally held back his energy to give the female president a good cut, and a dry fight all of a sudden loosened up. His impatient eyes cleared up all of a sudden, and he said dryly, no, yes? Jiang Jingxian stood there with her arms wrapped around her. narrowing her eyes and staring at people as if she could give an invisible pressure. And it looked as if her originally stereotypical expression and clothing were permeated with a graceful and luxurious womanly flavor. Charming. Cheng Jiangbei was a little shivered by the look and his toes just tightened. I'm probably going to miss my appointment on Friday because I'm a little impatient too. Only to see her suddenly gently smile, small hand raised, then pointed over there looks like a very thick parlor with mahogany table. Rosy lips a one. Just do not know in the president's office words. The joint code is still do not do count? The familiar tone of voice directly to Cheng Jiangbei head and melon are confused. He can only swallow 2 mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty, looking at the table. Just see the top of the table. And it's 2 lunch boxes. It's damned unprepared. Cheng Jiangbei was frozen at that time, as if everything that was previously unknown was understood. The president turned out not to be strange. Everything happened for a reason. I'm knocking. What's going on here? Cheng Jiangbei was so stunned that he almost cursed his country. So their role-playing had already started a long time ago? President, you're playing me. Didn't you play me too? When am I going to play? Cheng Jiangbei's face changed greatly. Very good. This has no rebuttal. But this is not how I play when I play you. No, it's clear that you play me more often. I can't see. I'm usually lying down. It's also the middle of the day. And the sun is hitching a somewhat mischievous ride on that couch over there. Under this light, the president of the adult was already white body, but also has that kind of difficult to express the texture. The president of the adult smiled with a look of all in control. Is not recognized? Want the president to help you recall? It's not that I don't recognize it. It's that I'm not prepared, and memories won't be necessary. I'm wide awake now, just like. Zhang Jingxian narrowed her eyes and nodded. Suddenly speaking, I'm perverted? I'm unsatisfactory? Assistant Chang is eager to quit? You recall this? Is it too late to withdraw the message? Cheng Jiangbei wants to die. It's fine. There's no need to be so nervous. Zhang Jingshuan's soft body sat down towards the sofa. It's also Jingjing's mom who hid it from you first. Cheng, help reason. Shame on you. 3-footer. Don't tell the chat logs. Cheng Jiangbei only felt like he was trembling all over. Not bad for a president. 3 for 3. Cheng Jiangbei became the victimizer and she became the victim. It was clearly a whim for her. Is this the president's negotiating skills? The corners of Cheng Jiangbei's eyes twitched as he held his tongue. No, President. I'm sorry. I was wrong. The president narrowed his eyes and looked straight at him. Cheng Jiangbei had the consternation of being arrested on the spot at the moment. And sure enough, he instantly couldn't face the president too calmly. After all, a lot of the news released about the two of them is locked up in a small dark room. It's going to be a 404 OK, PD. Asking for monthly votes, recommendations, and catching up on subscriptions now. Chapter 40, don't you need to overdo it? 4 shifts and a request for bookings. The office immediately went silent. The atmosphere immediately became more awkward. That cannot be described in words. The embarrassment. All of the other party's head scratching himself did not miss. The little assistant's dog guts can be really big. The president of the Lord is basically equivalent to a tiger. The tiger's ass cannot be touched. Cheng Jiangbei not only touched it, but also beat it. Yoo-hoo, I got dirt on my face. Zhang Jingxian suddenly spoke. Cheng Jiangbei immediately shook his head, took a look at her, and then took a look at the table, quietly placed 2 of those white layer by layer seemingly substantial lunchboxes, walked over, his hand trembled a little resting on the lid of the lunchbox, coughed, and found the opportunity to diverge from the topic. President, the craft may not be very good, so bear with me. While elegantly pulling back her hair, President Jiang sat down and pinched the lid of the lunchbox, her small hands gently fiddling with it. Assistant Chang, be sure to eat all of it. Cheng Jiangbei looked at the dark pile in the lunchbox. He didn't understand, but had been greatly impressed with the culinary skills of the cook in the president's house. Could this be some popular dish? But seemingly seeing Cheng Jiangbei's doubts, Zhang Jingxian narrowed her eyes and explained. I did it. Is that edible? No. The president is no longer mortal. She cooks with her own hands. It won't be bad if you eat it, right? Cheng Jiangbei's nose shrugged a little, as if there is a burnt flavor, as if it can really eat bad stomach. Zhang Jingxian didn't stop either, faintly fiddling with her lunchbox, her gaze calmly looking at Cheng Jiangbei from time to time. Cheng Jiangbei, of course, it is impossible to guess what the other party is thinking, can only explain that, the president, I really do not know as you are. If I had known, give me 100 guts. I cannot. Not right. We know when you are not my leader. Cheng Jiangbei immediately felt that something was wrong. I know, Zhang Jingxian softly said. Then would you say I count as your leader now? But the softer she is, the more so talk. Cheng Jiangbei heart more bottomless. Straight bang bang drums. Wait until the sound of the phone. Cheng Jiangbei touched his bag, found that it is not their own, and the president of the Jiang took the phone. To sound. walked a little farther. It was only then that Cheng Jiangbei had a feeling of having caught his breath and couldn't help but glance towards Jiang Jingxuan's body, this long cheongsam with crimson color on a white background. The female internet user has a complete image at the moment. It's the president, a young woman with $100 billion. Those beautiful legs, flesh stockings, wrapped in fleshy seams. The female net friend stepped on high heels. The real touch seems to be close at hand. All that Cheng Jiangbei at the moment knows slightly hot with. Just look at the photo or two vein may be okay, but now it is with the president himself dealt with. He's actually dealing with both female internet users in a visible and tangible capacity now. You're really a junior assistant now? The president's little assistant? The plot development seems to be rushing wildly towards the golden 8 o'clock slot of romance. So nowadays, once again, I think back to those old flashes of images, and something may have broken out of its cocoon in the soil of the real world. He really couldn't hold it. This visual and psychological impact was too much at the moment. Cheng Jiangbei was confused and blindly thinking, and it took President Zhang's greeting of putting away his cell phone to wake him up a bit. Well, Cheng, wait, we'll talk later, okay? There's an error in the data of a document here. I need to make a call. Okay. Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head in a hurry. President Jiang this side also did not hide to the corner to call. On the big square stood up and walked to her desk in front of the landline. Pressed. The tone is not as gentle as in Cheng Jiangbei, but more than a few points of unquestionable. Well, help me get Manager Zhou. At this moment, President Jiang is the president of the temperament at a glance. Knit his brows and smile, her delicate hands pointing to the river, so that Cheng Jiangbei eyes are a little fluttering. Who is President Jiang? In a high position, with a beautiful appearance and a plump body. Her easygoing and elegant appearance is also known throughout the group. Having this hobby is indescribable. Like to cosplay in the office? She still calls out to Dad and let herself call her Jing Jing's mom? The seeker and the serious President Kong in front of him are simply two people. Cheng Jiangbei covered his eyes, actually speechless. My president of the Lord, how so that It seems that you can't make a man out of a man. Everyone has his two sides. Cheng Jiangbei think about how he is not? However, the problem is, how to end it now. What kind of attitude should he take to face President Jiang in the new plot? Just in the Greentown group, this kind of hierarchical distinct children's big company, President Jiang gave the pressure is simply pull boring. Cheng Jiangbei of course cannot be like the internet and the weekly program so arbitrary. After all, how big a dog's guts life is only one chance. The world does not have regret medicine to sell. 10 minutes passed. Cheng Jiangbei had been restless in his mind and could only sneak a look at President Jiang, then silently opened the lunchbox on the table. This is probably the most expensive love bento, right? Although the selling looks are not very good. Cheng Jiangbei, you do not know what to do. Not long after, Jiang Dingxian, who had hung up the phone, also came over, her aura just now gone, and a smile reappeared on her face. Sorry to keep you waiting. Nothing. What have you been standing around for? Jiang Jingxian smiled helplessly, then greeted. Feel free to sit down. Cheng Jiangbei smiled sarcastically and sat down. The air conditioning in the house was at the right temperature. Tada 2 sounds. Obviously Cheng Jiangbei was the assistant, but Jiang Jingxian carried a cup of water and handed it over. Then looking at Cheng Jiangbei's expression, he suddenly smiled and said, Assistant Cheng, is it disappointing to see me? Cheng Jiangbei immediately shook his head. What a hook 8 he is. The president is already the chosen one. Change tomorrow will have to go to the goddess of mercy to kowtow to one. Go to the ancestral tomb to incense. I was thinking of playing a cat and mouse game with you, but I didn't realize you wouldn't be happy about it and would have to resign. Jiang Jingxuan's soft body then hitched to the sofa, elegantly sitting next to Cheng Jiangbei. This president sat down with her palms also do not know how also propped up to Cheng Jiangbei's thighs for a bit. Do not like to cosplay with the president? Her lips exhaled 2 mouthfuls of hot air towards Cheng Jiangbei's ear. Cough cough cough. Cheng Jiangbei had a hard time calming down a bit yet. He immediately choked at the words, coughing while staring helplessly at Jiang Jingxian with his eyes. The office is such a sacred place. Give me a break for a while and don't say such things. Okay. But the president apparently couldn't hear him. Seeing him coughing up tears, Jiang Jingxian elegantly leaned over and actually gently patted his back to help him smooth his air. Since you don't like it, no cos today? Cheng Jiangbei was enveloped by his virtuous feminine aura. Suddenly a heartbeat accelerated, and hastily dodged to the side. The play today? The soft touch on Cheng Jiangbei's thigh was still a little subtle, and he straightened and swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. You're ridiculous, Mr. President. Cheng Jiangbei quickly could not say anything, looking down, and do not need to over-dramatize? P.S. 10,000 players a day, begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and chasing subscriptions now. Chapter 41, buying a few romance novels, I'm begging for a follow-up. There seems to be some hot in the office. The president has said so. The assistant gets paid to do the job. Chang Jiangbei lowered his head and undid the first button of his shirt. Then it was held down suspiciously by small soft hands. What are you doing? Chang Jiangbei looked up in dismay. Play ah. What are you thinking of play? Zhang Jingxuan's fragrant breath rolled into Chang Jiangbei's nose. Her soft little hands helped him tie the buttons one by one. Please, this is in the company. The president doesn't want to lose face ah. I'm asking if you play computer games. Chang Jiangbei out. I thought you were telling me to play basketball. Where's the basketball from? Zhang Dingxian was suspicious and followed his line of sight. Pouting her rosy lips was the words, rascal. With that, Zhang Jingxian went to the house over there and carried out 2 laptops. After a brief mental shock, Chang Jiangbei finally began to accept the setting before him at this moment. Couldn't help but take another glance at the president who was currently debugging his laptop. This big red long Cheongsam. In fact, in the network has seen. Chang Jiangbei then said like, love to see. And then she lifted the Cheongsam. It's that very rippled position. Crossing your legs and squeezing just a little gap between your thighs. Chang Jiangbei lowered his head. Just look at the photo may be okay, but now is to see the person or a Chang Jiangbei heart impression particularly bloody. 7 times a night like their own shouting her Jing mother perverted female internet users. So now when I think back to those photos, Chang Jiangbei really can't hold it. This visual impact and psychological impact is too strong. Placing her computer on the desk over there, Zhang Dingxian retraced her steps and looked at the long table. Well, why don't you eat? Chang Jiangbei sniffed, looked down and saw, oh, this is also a particularly strong impact on the sense of taste. The chopsticks slightly clamped. Sure enough, the paste has lost its flavor. He forced out a smile and gave her a thumbs up. Delicious. Great. This is the best I've ever eaten. What the hell is this? Zhang Dingxian frowned. Fried eggs. Chang Jiangbei is seriously serious. This is the best fried egg I've ever eaten. Its Q-touch bursts in my mouth. Ooh. Zhang Dingxian didn't hear him finish. She violently clamped it and grunted and shoved it into his mouth. If it's delicious, you can eat more. Chang Jiangbei hadn't even finished one bite before she took another pleasurable bite. Woo, another bite. Chang Jiangbei tilted his neck and his mouth was stuffed. Leaning, bullying the little assistant Chang Jiangbei's fists tightened. He wanted to stuff it back. Zhang Jingxuan's mouth was so delicate. It must be nice to be stuffed and smothered. But all of a sudden, someone is coming to report on the job it seems. Come in. Zhang Dingxian is still standing in front of Chang Jiangbei. The president is standing and the assistant is sitting. And even the president's hand is holding a spoon. Chang Jiangbei cheeks have been stuffed very much want to stand up to overthrow the president for the group's rule. This time the office door opened. The family father director is very much cultivated and valued Fong secretary with a dozen documents came in to report the work. Heads up. Secretary Fong felt that he had some Parkinson's at the moment. The documents in his hand almost fell to the ground. And Chang Jiangbei, who was opening his mouth, was now looking at each other. You're quitting? You'll never come to the president's office again? Secretary Fong just froze and turned around. Then, feeling that he had gone out too soon, he slammed his head and came back to pull the office door shut as soon as he could. Bang! The office door was closed with a snap. Zhang Jingxuan's hand holding the spoon glanced over in passing and didn't pay much attention to it. Boss is feeding. Chang Jiangbei only focused on opening his mouth. So it was hard to take advantage of Secretary Fong's mess to swallow a mouthful of food in his mouth. Looking at another slowly a large spoon fed over. Suddenly said quietly, Boss, you make me look like I'm not sound in all my limbs. And I'm very nerdy. Yes? Zhang Jingxian nodded and suddenly put the spoon down. Then elegantly pulled back her hair. And with a domineering push on Chang Jiangbei, the swivel chair slid away. And with a lift of her soft legs, she slightly straightened the hem of her skirt, and her entire body pressed down. She then sat on Chang Jiangbei's lap. The legs are slowly all soft and soft. The president hooked his hands and lifted his chin in a very reasonable manner. Then it's your turn to feed me. Fluttering, Chang Jiangbei's heart all pounded twice, and he saw that Zhang Jingxian had opened her crystalline lips, black, with a splash of red mischievously topping her teeth. Seeing Chang Jiangbei's delay, he pointed his palm toward his mouth. Come on, it's your turn to stuff me now. Stuff what? Chang Jiangbei's eyelids suddenly twitched a little. Feeding is feeding. Don't say such words that make people struggle. Chang Jiangbei exhaled, finally unable to hold his breath. President, are you particularly excited today? Zhang Jingxian then sat on Chang Jiangbei's body and crossed her legs. Why do you ask? Boss, stop touching and have a good meal. Oh, only then did Zhang Jingxian withdraw her hand that was flicking back and forth on his abs. I'm going to get the wrong idea if you do. Chang Jiangbei's button fell off again. He tied it on, sighed, and said quietly, misunderstanding that I'm about to become the male protagonist of perverted female president falling in love with weak and helpless little assistant. Zhang Jingxian blinked. Are you saying that I'm a perverted female president who met you on the internet by chance? Then happened to have an accident. Couldn't accept it at first. Deleted you. and then felt that she couldn't cut it off, so she didn't squeak on the surface, but actually had already subbed into the plot. Wanting to play with you ruthlessly? So he was deleted before his. Chang Jiangbei came to a realization. So you're such a Jiang Jingxian. It's been face to face anyway. 1v1 now. Jiang Jingxuan's soft little feet hung upside down on her heels, didn't say yes or no, just stared at him sideways with her eyes brimming. Then what would you do when you're in this situation? The two of them are really close to each other at the moment. The presidentess is full of flavor. Chang Jiangbei thought seriously. I will ruthlessly slap myself first. This to be able to determine if I'm dreaming. Then why are you spanking my ass? Chang Jiangbei looked honest, but in reality he was sultry. I slipped my hand and typed the wrong. Do you think it's a dream? Chang Jiangbei has read the mess back. It's pretty soft, so you know what I would do? Chang Jiangbei shook his head. I'll pick up a couple romance novels. Jiang Jingxian was already getting excited, her long eyelashes blinking twice, so that I can work on the next plot of Toying with You. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 42, The online dating object is the boss. I'm begging for a booking. Chang Jiangbei came out of the office with a shriveled face, feeling his stomach flip-flopping. The president personally cooks. Is this a plot learned from that romance novel? But fell in the eyes of colleagues feel some pity for him. It looks like this one is completely out of favor. Right, before the news of the dismissal of the news. Look at him today. He is on the verge of crying. Sure enough, the president's joys and sorrows, mortals cannot understand. So do not speculate. We all decided to work well in the future. No longer pass gossip. After returning home from work, Chang Jiangbei sat on the toilet with diarrhea. His head was as agitated as his stomach, and he grabbed the phone and called his best friend. I'm in a bit of a heavy mood. What's wrong? Hey, Chang Jiangbei sighed a long sigh. Many words want to share with the good brother, but do not know where to start. This way, I will first make an analogy. Go ahead. I'm listening. I have a friend who has an online love interest that he gets along with very well online, and one day, he suddenly realized that the online love interest is his boss, and blurted out that she wants to play him. Do you think this friend of mine is going to let her play it? Or play it? Or play it? Let's assume for a moment that you are your friend? No. Gu Fan froze for a moment. His voice suddenly trembled a bit. Holy, Chang Jiangbei, your online love interest is your boss? Chang Jiangbei was expressionless. My friend, you're bluffing me. Hello brother, my fiery eyes are as sharp as a camera. You can't fool me. Well, you guessed it. She does crave my body. Gu Fan, you come out first. I'll feel your forehead first. Chang Jiangbei? Gu Fan, I wonder if you have a fever. Why are you starting to talk nonsense? Soon, the capital city is all lights. The cars come and go, and the stalls are a buzz of alcohol. Just sitting down. Gu Fan, who was wearing glasses and had a relatively civilized look, withdrew the back of his hand, somewhat dumbfounded. You mean, the famous female tycoon on the Forbes list, the famous goddess senior sister of our Beijing University, that Jiang Jingxian, craves your body? His best friend was so good at grasping the point. Chang Jiangbei wiped the table. Still pleased? Yes, that's right. Gu Fan nodded, then reached out his hand to indicate. I am Qin Shi Huang, so you can send me $500 first. However, under Chang Jiangbei's serious expression, he gradually recognized the reality, raised a bottle of beer, and looked a bit dazed. Chang Jiangbei, means that from now on, I'll be Mrs. Zhang's good brother? Chang Jiangbei raised his middle finger. Lousy is a male. You don't care about so many details. You answer my words first. Chang Jiangbei took a bite of dried beans and shrugged his shoulders. We're just online dating partners now, not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. The corner of Gu Fan's mouth twitched. What the difference does it make? Holy, you think I'm casual? Chang Jiangbei also drank beauty, upside down, blowing awesome. She's been toying with me for so long, she hasn't even confessed to me yet. I have to think about it. You're still thinking about it? You let the boss of Greentown Group give you a confession? Gu Fan put the bottle of wine in his hand down and broke his defenses somewhat. It was me who confessed first on the internet. Chang Jiangbei was logical. That's only fair. Asterisk. It was rare for Gu Fan to pay attention to him. Leave so much in the wine glass. Keep the fish. Drink quickly. It's been a long time since I've had such a happy barbecue. Old Gu, thank you for your hospitality today. Chang Jiangbei cheerfully handed Gu Fan the camas skin. And a treat from me today. Wasn't it to celebrate your successful landing? Asterisk. Gu Fan cursed. Chang Jiangbei felt refreshed and dried several large cups in a row. Later, Gu Fan also drank a lot. Chang Jiangbei also drank happily. Both of them were so happy that without noticing, they didn't know how much they had drunk, hugging their shoulders with a big grin, vaguely remembering to walk on the way home, but apparently no longer aware of the existence of the head. However, At the moment when the two Cheng Jiangbei were about to plant themselves, passing Fong Tong's quick eyes rushed to help him sit down on the curb for a bit. You went out to a bar and met a drunken assistant Cheng? Isn't this a meritocracy delivered? Is God's timing so good? You've met it all by yourself? Fong Tong looked at some unconscious Cheng assistant. Footsteps are a little fluttering. Fong Tong waste old nose effort. Only in conjunction with their fellow friends Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Fan back to the roadside a hotel lobby. Get Gu Fan a room. Words from assistant Cheng. Huffing and puffing slowed down for a few moments before fumbling with the phone from his bag. Or else people are directors. Hey, Mr. Jiang, it's like this. Assistant Cheng is drunk. The caller then hung up in a panic. It did not take long. Right, probably just 20 minutes or so. Anxious slippers sound in the hall. A set of particularly eye-catching white ice silk pajamas. The president of the nervous silhouette appeared in the lobby. Cheng, where is Cheng Jiangbei? Breathing heavily, with a face mask ripped off his face and not washed and dried, he followed the receptionist a few steps to the room of one of the hotel's on-duty leaders. Seeing Cheng Jiangbei lying there drunk, isn't it still confused and barfing? Oddly enough, he had to return his own messages. Worried, Zhang Jingxian let out a good sigh of relief and walked over to him without any goodwill and pinched his cheeks hard. Obviously, he had invited him to dinner in the afternoon, saying that he would cook for him personally. Does the cook out there smell better than me? Little cutie. Zhang Jingxian poked his face with her finger again before exhaling before she had to stand up again. Please, Secretary Fong. It was only now that she thanked Fong Tong, who had helped her carry the man to the car. Fong Tong waved his hand in a hurry, all of a sudden sobering up. Do you see the way the president cares? Is it the same as that routine coldness of the company? Isn't the scene in front of me a romance novel? That little poke in the face from the president. I can't believe you came out in your pajama slippers, and on the back seat, probably smelling the president's body. Cheng Jiangbei fought to nuzzle his eyes. The corner of his mouth was a silly smile. His mouth vaguely shouted, Jing Jing, Jing Jing. The president had wanted to fierce him twice, but when he looked at his mouth and pitiful appearance, his head surged into her soft body and grunted. So cute. Drunk assistant Cheng is also cute. Really, any words of complaint were blocked in his mouth, and in the end, he just scratched his hair with one hand, sighed, and pressed his palm to the door of his head, saying softly in a gentle tone, what if a good-looking boy like you was picked up by another female university? P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 43, Your Mama. 3 shifts and a booking request. Drinking without driving, driving without drinking, plus Cheng Jiangbei needs to be taken care of. So seldom drive a Bentley chauffeur at the moment a little bewildered. He seems to have heard what is not to be. The boy is an assistant? Bentley is a woman's? You're so young and you've got a rich woman? Don't they say rich women are all fat women? Drunk and wine. The boss so gentle care before the eyes of the picture is too stimulating people right. Really envious of the death of their group of NPC right. Cheng Jiangbei is fine. He drinks to the top and his behavior can be a bit erratic, but he never throws up. Except that he's not very quiet all night. President of a person drooping head. Let some weak Cheng Jiangbei leaning into the neighborhood. Fortunately, there are security guards, tossing and turning for a long time, only to help Cheng Jiangbei into his own home on the sofa. Red lips slightly open. Heavy exhale. All body has been sticky and wet by sweat. Also did not take a break. Their own shoes are not changed. Already humming and puffing bent over to pick and pull Cheng Jiangbei's shoes. Clothes. Cheng Jiangbei is still twisted and uncooperative. The president is not arrogant at all. Holding him and gently patting his back. Good boy. Take it off. Rub your body. Fall asleep to be more comfortable. After patting and coaxing, he finally took off Cheng Jiangbei's shirt from the upper half of his body. Fortunately, it is not winter. Cheng Jiangbei did not wear too thick. The president of the sweaty head also just skillfully tied up the long hair that was spread out, and then dragged the tired body to the bathroom wringing a towel. Gently to Cheng Jiangbei wiping the sweat on the body, but also afraid of their own exertion. It will be even more difficult to make Cheng Jiangbei ice-cold towel on the body, and then dots flow when Cheng Jiangbei vaguely reacted. Sniffing the familiar flavor slowly dipped, dazed and confused, opened his eyes. Is the president The president's hands were soft and especially gentle, slowly resting the towel from his neck on his face, especially carefully, and little by little he raised his head again, as if to rub his back. She's going to be a good mother in the future. No wonder she likes to call herself mom so much. Cheng Jiangbei only felt that he couldn't feel all the other existences at this moment. A lot of things seemed to become blurred, and only felt as if his face was getting closer and closer to the president's face. 30 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 10 centimeters. The president's voice is also getting closer and closer. The red lips are also getting closer and closer. It seems to surround as if, next time don't drink so much wine outside. Want to drink is also with me to drink. Ah. There are so many bad girls out there. Where is my good? To cook for you, and drunkenly also take care of you. Chang Jiangbei's head is a little bit down. His eyes have no strength to blink and close, only to feel that the rosy lips seem like two gradually ripening cherries. More and more tempting. More and more tempting. I don't know where at this moment where to get the strength. Chang Jiangbei suddenly bit his rosy lips, quickly loosened, gasping for breath, as if unconscious, but as if conscious, suddenly said, Jiang Dingxian, then you are really a great person. Hiss. What a nice guy card. Jiang Dingxian's eyes flashed a trace of consternation, and soon it was panic, and she got up violently, staggered backward, and flopped, tripped over the corner of the table and fell to the ground. The president didn't know that it hurt. I don't know how long I sat there dumbfounded before shaking my head violently. This wasn't what she'd imagined. The first time they'd kissed after they'd met for good wasn't going to be on a romantic sunny day. It was also going to be on a romantic Ferris wheel. That's how romance novels were written. How can you have a mouthful of booze? Bastard. The president hastily poo-pooed several times, looking at the man who fell back and went back to sleep. His teeth clenched. How can our serious first kiss be so casual? Chang Jiangbei, you're a cute size. Bar. Don't even know when the dazed and confused self fell asleep. Only know that when awake, the eyes opened in a daze, and in front of them were luxuries that had never been seen before. Mentally, I couldn't help but mutter, where the did this come from for me? Is this still domestic? Or was it someone who suddenly slammed his hand heavily on the bed and coughed twice? Chang Jiangbei just woke up, eyes at the moment, and who am I? Where am I now? What am I going to do? Trance. Slightly back a little, side head. How the president is in his own bed. Chang Jiangbei twisted his head and looked. No, how was he in the president's bed? Chang Jiangbei tightened the quilt. His head was dazed, and after a moment of shyness, he said, I am not clean anymore. Ah. Speaking of which, Jiang Jingxian pulled the quilt wrapped around him in no good humor, completely unclothed, and then stared straight at her. You don't remember what you did last night? Chang Jiangbei was stared at in panic, his head a little swollen, as if recalling, as if and, then hammering his head. Chang Jiangbei licked his lips and scratched his head with a sarcastic smile. I'm sorry. Jiang Jingxian raised her hand and grabbed Chang Jiangbei's ear. That's really nice. You still know that you're sorry. Who let you forcefully kiss me when you were drunk? Before we. Chang Jiangbei had some drums in his heart, thinking that it wasn't that serious. Right, when he heard Jiang Jingxian pout her rosy lips and said, there was a blindfold before. It's not like you know who I am. Ha! Chang Jiangbei wilted. Yesterday also with a good brother to blow powerful to let the president confess. Now weak and helpless. That what? Everyone kissing is romantic. Jiang Jingxian, that romance novel where the hero and heroine kiss for the first time in a serious way is so ritualous. Chang Jiangbei was silent. Jiang Jingxian rewarded him with a few big blank stares. Chang Jiangbei dodged and didn't get away. Then both hands pinched at the sides of his face and tugged ferociously at both sides. If you don't go out to socialize with me in the future, you'll only be able to drink milk. Chang Jiangbei sighed. How do you say to retort with her? Pick up his cell phone from the ground. Okay. When she found the other slipper that had fallen off the bottom of the bed, Jiang Jingxian did a stepped on the slipper and went out of the bedroom. Chang Jiangbei moved his shoulders to follow her, and then the two of them walked out of the bedroom together with a sleepy look on their faces. Snap! Only the sound of a key crashing not far from the foyer over there was heard. It might as well have been silence for 0.01 second. Duck duck duck. It's been a long time since I've seen you, and thinking about coming over from the old mansion to send waves of warmth to his daughter. Meng Jinian turned around and was about to walk out of Jiang Jingxian's house. Then in silence, he took a few more steps back, grunted and picked up the car keys from the floor, and this time trotted out the door. Excuse me, you guys go on. Mrs. Chairman. Chang Jiangbei has not reacted to the shout. Woodenly looked at the president's back. His eyes suddenly became alarmed. I knock. Your mother. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 44 Kisses. 4 shifts of begging for bookings. Chang Jiangbei sat on the sofa and was suddenly a bit preoccupied. The president's house is large and luxurious, but Chang Jiangbei eyes are all I put the chairman of the family's cabbage arched. Rumors of special daughter slaves of the chairman of the board of directors will turn back to him to slaughter the trepidation. Comrade policeman. This young man came to my daughter's house in one piece. What a fine thought. Chang Jiangbei here in his thoughts. Jiang Jingxian is covered in water from the bathroom out of the side. Skin white and red. Take out too? Chang Jiangbei nodded his head and was placing a plate of breakfast from the takeout box on the coffee table. She straightened the hem of the ice silk nightgown she had just changed into, then sat down on the carpet with one butt, her soft beautiful feet then shoved into Chang Jiangbei's arms without reason. Why do you look dull? Chang Jiangbei looked down to see his eyelids fluttering twice, and when he looked up, his little hand twisted the chopsticks and stuffed the bun into his mouth. The president can be so fond of feeding Assistant Chang. as calmly as if she hadn't seen her mom come in just now. Was that a reflection on why you were so drunk yesterday? Cheng Jianbei nodded and quickly shook his head. Obviously you drank before and also still forcefully kissed me, and also gave me your affiliated gold card. Just haven't slowed down yet. Drink yourself numb where there is no ceremony. You should be the one to reflect. Yes? Zhang Jingxian nibbled a bite of the bun and smiled. I don't really remember then. Cheng Jianbei's fists tightened. You're cheating. I don't know that yesterday that mangy dog had to rely on my home, and today was even bumped into by my mother. This reputation is completely planted in your hands. Cheng Jianbei sheds her full name. No, Zhang Dingxian, it is meaningless for you to say so. Obviously last night we were both clean and innocent. Tell that to my mom. And, Zhang Jingshuan's soft little feet then scratched twice at Cheng Jianbei's stomach. Her eyes narrowed. Are we both really innocent? Cheng Jianbei's mouth is still wrapped in a bunnet. The stomach is also soft and tender. Froze for a moment. Suddenly said vaguely, we too clean and clear in the future have to give birth to 5, right? Zhang Jingxian sipped the hot milk, and the corner of her mouth was still accidentally stained with white. The hell with having 5 with you. Cheng Jianbei opened his mouth, but then again, if a pig suddenly ran into your vegetable garden and arched away the cabbages you've worked so hard to grow for more than 20 years, would you want to kill the pig? I don't want to, not to mention, I'm a mother, and this is still most critically up to you. Cheng Jianbei gulped. Depends on me what? Give me cabbages to plant, or a little piggy bank to raise. Zhang Dingxian suddenly picked Cheng Jianbei's chin. Cheng Jianbei's ears were hot. This Zhang Dingxian, what did she say in broad daylight? Besides, can't you see the corners of my mouth? What? Cheng Jianbei had just dazzled another Xiaolong Bao, and looked over at the voice. You don't even know to wipe me off when there's dirt at the corner of your mouth? Zhang Jingshuan's lips exhaled fragrant hot air. Looks like Assistant Cheng is still not qualified. The corners of Cheng Jianbei's mouth twitched. How old is he? Drinking milk can still stay on the corners of his mouth? Cheng Jianbei lifted his little finger and went to rub it twice. Was it on purpose or by accident? Zhang Dingxian gave a mischievous lick. Cheng Jianbei then felt his fingers wet. In his ears were soft words. It was a deliberate carelessness. I don't know how to tell you this, but in a moment of steep sobriety, isn't today a work day? What time is it? Cheng Jianbei panicked for a moment. It was then that I saw Zhang Jingxian unhurriedly pick up the cell phone on the coffee table. 8:30, I think. Finished. Cheng Jianbei covered his forehead and was about to get up. I'm late. Zhang Jingxian felt her feet empty. I'm going to work out later. Aren't you going to join me? The big landowners, they have special gyms in their homes. You don't have to work today. Won't the president be allowed to miss work? Ha! Cheng Jianbei paused for a moment. The company who can control you but a turn of the eye. Wanting to sit down. Smiling. That is not my. You're absent from work. Zhang Jingxian downplayed it. Deduction of wages. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cheng Jianbei sat halfway, then stopped sitting and walked away. You sure you don't want to work out with me? Accompany a fart. Did not walk to the back door. Cheng Jianbei head did not return. Will be wearing yoga pants later. Oh. Cheng Jianbei paused in his footsteps. I heard about the yoga ball program. Cheng Jianbei completely stopped in his tracks. You can do the splits. Oh. Cheng Jianbei let out a heckle and turned his head around angrily. Deduction of wages is a deduction of wages. Zhang Jingxian then puffed and raised her hand to point. Assistant Cheng, you're going in the wrong direction. The gym is over there. Cheng Jianbei entered the gym with his head hanging down. Then quickly, he realized something was wrong. Yoga pants are there, tight and taut, look beautiful legs well as Q-pop. But, I lift what iron? With abs this good, Assistant Cheng can do a lot of sit-ups. Right. Cheng Jianbei felt that he was a little fooled. Obviously want to see you practice, but it turned out that you came to practice me. Cheng Jianbei angrily lying on the ground with a barbell as an abdominal wheel tool. Did not do a few. He felt his ankle was naughty grabbed. Grip the barbell bar firmly in your hands and he was pushed away. The president is still laughing. Back in the living room, Cheng Jianbei exploded. I've always thought it's rude to just drive someone away. After saying that he was about to leave, but he was stopped by Zhang Jingxian anxiously and could only sit on the sofa with a grunt. Angry? Zhang Jingxian beside her suddenly tickled Cheng Jianbei's palm. Cheng Jianbei grunted and took his hand away. Zhang Jingxian smiled bitterly. I'm just joking with you, not deducting wages. Deducting anyone's wages. I'm not deducting your wages. Cheng Jianbei still twisted his head. Look at your petty look. Zhang Dingxian pushed Cheng Jianbei. Don't be angry, okay? Cheng Jianbei actually eliminate gas very quickly. The president of what body? Look at their own angry immediately to coax. Then Cheng Jianbei feel not very angry. It's strong and taut right now. Just pretending to turn my head over unwillingly is a bit of a defense breaker. Then he saw the bright face suddenly approaching. The blush was a print. Blah blah blah. Cheng Jianbei's head suddenly went down for a moment. his heart in his throat. Phew. Assistant Chang, still angry? Chang Jiangbei was filled with dismay as he shook his head, and then quickly nodded his head again and again, before he felt his hair being grabbed anew. Her lips are really nice to kiss. Chang Jiangbei was a bit wooden. Phew. Soon after, Jiang Dingxian exhaled again, her eyes brimming with water, and grabbed his hand to coil it around her waist. Assistant Chang, won't you hold me tight when you kiss you? P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 45, Silk Pajamas. 5 shifts and begging for subscriptions. The sun shines in the sky and the flowers smile at me. Chang Jiangbei felt wonderful ears in his head, and his mood was all unbelievably happy. Paid absenteeism. A man in the court is a good man? Chang Jiangbei rode in the elevator to go home, stroked his chin. The president's special approval, with pay should not be considered absenteeism, but none of that matters. Lips are all a little red in tongue. The president is a dog. He also likes to bite. Ahem. Standing in front of the house, Chang Jiangbei shook his head, then clicked, twisted the key and walked into the room. Older sister is estimated to play the game all night, playing hatchet out of the room. Coincidentally bumped into the Chang Jiangbei took off his shoes just came back, opening his sister and brother filial piety. Chang Jiangbei, I want to sue you for staying out all night. Chang Jiangbei didn't feel any power. Instead he asked back, are you sure? Think about mom and dad. Chang Jiangbei mother and child solo. Good night not to return home. Dad and mom a child you grow up expression. Chang Jianghua felt that he could have done nothing. With a twinkle in her eye, she noticed Chang Jiangbei's hands. What are you buying here? One look at the packaging and I knew it was clothes. But Chang Jiangbei has never bought clothes online unless the man is not a man. Chang Jianghua was indignant. You've been around for so many years. How come you haven't seen to buy a gift for your sister? Chang Jiangbei rolled his eyes. You're amnesiac. Ha, pointing at her body. She bought her pajamas herself. At that time, working summer vacation, the whole family apiece, especially practical, before it is extremely happy. Straight called the younger brother grew up now on the male is not in the middle of it? Ha to a slag sister. No, I'm going to see what you get your girlfriend. Small hands grabbed, then giggled and grabbed the cotton pajamas they were wearing. Some broken defense. You get silk for your girlfriend and cotton for your sister? Chang Jianghua raised a pair of legs and was about to furiously stomp on Chang Jiangbei. I'm going to break your dog's legs. Chang Jiangbei was also not willing to show weakness, and she stomped on each other. So noisy that there was no class today in the bedroom intended to rest a little more. Mom came out with a head of black lines. Fighting again. I'll break both of your dog's legs together. Mom's a teacher and has a wake-up call. It's intimidating. Chang Jiangbei's siblings immediately behaved themselves, but not processed Jianghua how big people, but also childish suddenly raised his hand. Mom, look at your brother. Buy a few $1,000s of silk pajamas for his girlfriend. It is really a big man. As a result, I don't know where the mom heard, seems to be a little sober, suddenly came over, took over the process of Jiangbei hands of the gift to see. The originally low-pressure mother adult suddenly spread a smile and raised her hand, then touched Chang Jiangbei's head. The young man has grown up. He will prepare gifts for his girlfriend. Not bad, not bad. Then looking at her oldest daughter, she just shook her head inside. I still want you to be a girl. Chang Jianghua felt that she couldn't stay in this house any longer. I'll go find a man to marry off tomorrow instead. With that, he huffed and puffed and snapped his slippers to go back inside. Chang Jiangbei looked at her back and raised his eyebrows. Sister, you can't find a boyfriend if you stay at home all the time. Why don't I ask your siblings to help you? I'm not happy to hear you talk. Chang Jianghua couldn't bear it anymore, grunted and huffed and turned back to bang bang and hammered Chang Jiangbei 2 times. Junkie, 24 hours. You go away. Chang Jiangbei and his old mom both snorted with laughter. Then mom said, did you eat? Didn't you go to work today? Chang Jiangbei nodded, took a vacation, then have a good rest at home today, and mom will call you for lunch. Good, and mom hesitated inside. There is a suitable person. Give your sister to keep an eye on. This girl, almost 30 years old, at home or so out of tune. Don't look at Chang Jiangbei and his sister's face to make trouble. In fact, the relationship between the siblings is still close. After thinking about it, he still said, Mom, my sister has actually always had her own ideas. You don't need to be anxious. You siblings. Mom shook her head out of laughter. Keeping an eye out anyway. Chang Jiangbei nodded. Got it. The next day, high noon, Chang Jiangbei then consciously ran to the president's office. Some co-workers are still wondering, is he leaving or not? What's the situation with the president now? Of course, you can't see what's going on in the president's office through the door without clairvoyance and smooth ears. What is it? Look at the delicate packaging on your desk. Jiang Jingxuan's fingers elegantly tapped twice on her desk and looked up just curious. Chang Jiangbei wiped his nose. You won't know if you open it. he still had a little thought. The bag was lined with candies, chocolates so that it didn't look monotonous. Jiang Jingxian fiddled with it a little and her eyes just narrowed when she saw it. For me? Ha? Cheng Jiangbei, there's no one else here. As soon as Jiang Jingxuan's small hand was released, her long eyelashes just fluttered. How about giving it away so reluctantly? I don't want it then. This president, Assistant Chang has a heart. Jiang Jingxian picked up the bag right off the table, twisting it in her small hands, her eyes narrowing as she looked up obediently. So this is the meet and greet gift you sent me. Ha? What? No? Cheng Jiangbei coughed. Could be. Jiang Jingxian put the bag in her hand just to her feet, bracing herself on the table to stand up. Is it because you want me to meet and put it on you? Cheng Jiangbei opened his mouth. Wait, I do want you to wear it, but not in the office. Why did she start taking off her coat? How can this people be so different from each other? That dumpy face, that skinny, slim body, that shapely, beautiful ass, those long, beautiful legs. Don't you just love it? Then it's okay. Oh. Jiang Jingxian then casually threw her jacket onto the sofa. Just wear it for you. Cheng Jiangbei's heart skipped a beat, so she peeled off her shirt again. The black lining was embroidered with demonic large red flowers. The western skirt falls, plump thighs wrapped in fleshy silk softness. The waist of the pants clung to the smooth stomach. The office is so, not so good. Cheng Jiangbei's eyes quickly moved away from her chest and his heart pounded twice. Didn't you watch it with great interest? Jiang Jingxian looked down at her chest and suddenly put down the silk pajamas in her hands. Her eyes narrowed sideways as she suddenly asked, Want it? Cheng Jiangbei's eyes widened steeply, a little dry. What? Haven't you been staring at my breasts? Jiang Jingxian crossed a pair of legs and sat on the desk, her feet still bobbing up and down. Big deal. I'll let you have some fun. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 46, You and Assistant Chang. I'm begging for a booking. She started to change her pajamas right in front of her face. Cheng Jiangbei had a demonic villain holding a trident violently and then violently forked into a white villain with a circle on top of his head. The little white man was all help. Help! Cheng Jiangbei would have had the opportunity to save it, but looking at the eyes as their textured soft quivering. The first time in life. Who has not died? Cheng Jiangbei spurned himself after a sound. In the beast between the decisive choice of the beast. Hiss. The arc is so foul, and no outerwear. It simply lined the lining with a rich, fleshy tautness that bounced a bit with the slightest movement. Cheng Jiangbei only felt a bit dazed, his head buzzing for a moment. Then Jiang Jingxian suddenly tilted her neck a bit, her fragrant mouth exhaling a mouthful of hot air. You're really not being polite to me anymore. The white villain in Cheng Jiangbei's mind had been physically annihilated, even as his head was about to be buried downwards. Originally sitting on the desk of the female president of the United States, legs a-warped. Ouch, a sound almost did not sit steady. Then Cheng Jiangbei's elbow seems to have been pushed by someone in a good mood. Not allowed to pick and pull. Almost on it. The office. Stay a little face, okay? Cheng Jiangbei sniffed, stunned, raised his head. Stayed for 2 seconds. Immediately let go of his hand. Inhaled a breath. Then snapped and looked at already a little along the backrest, almost the whole pressed down on the desk. Jiang Jingxian's small hand to support soft body slightly sit up some. Suddenly sobered up, and hastily sat upright. Okay, It's almost time to give the president of the people to hold down the desk, mouth bearing a mouthful of dishonest. Cheng Jiangbei, give you some color and you'll start a dye house. Forget it. Jiang Jingxuan's but sat up slightly from the desk, and her red lips opened a little. Then she gently exhaled a hot breath, lost her smile and waved her hand, slightly ruffling the curtain of her own hair. In itself, it's what I agreed to, right? Cheng Jiangbei nodded. That's right. Which subordinate can stand up to this test of the president? Jiang Jingxian looked at his serious appearance again, gently smiled and did not say anything more, lowered her head and took a tissue and then wiped the little bit of saliva on her chest. Cheng Jiangbei looked at that one. Don't mention it. Straight spit. You say Jiang Jingxian can be more hooked. The small hand is generous from the bottom to the top of a lift, to the shoulder strap is snapped to hang on the shoulders of the upper side. Black lingerie also with delicate red petals, slightly bowed waist, simply full and rounded to tight. The whole hand cannot hold up. The clothes are also a little ruffled, to cover the white flowers of a piece of. Cheng Jiangbei asked the heart. It said just on the mouth as obviously some cannot help. Seems to be able to feel the mouth thrillingly soft. Which who can top? Cheng Jiangbei suddenly felt that even eating the female president's dark cuisine at noon wasn't that hard to accept. Cheng Jiangbei looked like he was going to unveil the lunchbox. Looking at his expression, wearing the pajamas he sent, obviously satisfied with, Jiang Jingxian skimmed his mouth. Don't worry, can't cook for you every day with your own hands. The president is also very busy, okay? It turns out that the smell of rice in the lunchbox is unbridled, and the color and flavor are all over the place. Chang Jiangbei finally tasted the five-star chef's handiwork at the president's home. How the fried vegetables are so fragrant. The braised pork is also oily but not greasy. Let Chang Jiangbei cannot help but eat his fingers. Not to mention the showmanship. How the silk pajamas you picked out yourself were so silky smooth when wrapped around the president. That little waist, those breasts. It's like something out of a comic book. Jiang Dingxian eating is very elegant. Everyone girl etiquette are pulling full. Unlike Chang Jiangbei wolf swallowing. Soon, the small hand ladylike on their knees. Noticed Chang Jiangbei's eyes, rosy lips pursed, always unreasonable. Still want? Chang Jiangbei cheek belongs to Schrodinger's cheek. Young people are not all like this. Sometimes cheeky, sometimes hate to find a crack in the ground. The most important thing is to see if there is no psychological preparation. The unprepared Chang Jiangbei certainly had the stutter of being caught in the act. The president, of course, didn't rise to the occasion, but actually negotiated. Touch it again through your clothes? I'm too lazy to take it off here. Chang Jiangbei immediately put down his chopsticks, but still had his fingers in his mouth. A while later, after lunch, Jiang Jingxian just straightened her clothes, elegantly lifted her hand and twisted it on Chang Jiangbei's face. She especially liked this kind of small action. There's a potluck dinner in the evening that can't be put off. I wonder if Assistant Chang would like to guest show for it, eating people's mouths and taking their hands off them. Not to mention that Chang Jiangbei was eating and taking it again. Immediately, he nodded and said, "It is incumbent upon the assistant." Oh, Jiang Dingxian pulled her hair back without any nonsense. Then I'll leave all my transportation to Assistant Chang from now on. One man doing the work of two? Chang Jiangbei looked forward to it for a moment. Will the wages be increased? Jiang Jingxian shook her head mercilessly. There will be a deduction in wages. Chang Jiangbei leaned out. Why? Capitalists suck blood. Because. Jiang Dingxian tiptoed up on her toes and then ruffled Chang Jiangbei's pants leg. The president is not only a bloodsucker, but he's also a goldsucker. Chang Jiangbei immediately suffered. This is not the car to the kindergarten. So defeated office. Jiang Jingxian puffed as she looked at his back, then exhaled. Her lips pursed into a slit, and it didn't take long for her cell phone to look like it was about to explode. Meaning her best friend, the big star. Gu meow meow, asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you still think I'm your best bid sister? You don't even tell me when you're in love. Jiang Dingxian? She did remember that she didn't have an official announcement for a while. Gu meow meow is still complaining about it. Before when I was in love I sent you chat records every day, okay? Jiang Dingxian, your indifference gives me chills. The corner of Jiang Jingxuan's eye twitched a little. You still have the nerve to say it. All the chicken and garlic things WeChat bombarded me. At that time, my sister was very busy. Okay, Gu meow meow. Anyway, I don't care. Tell me the truth. How did you get together with your assistant? Gu meow meow. What about that little boy you have online? Gu meow meow. Really no contact? Or rather, you won't have 2 feet in 2 boats. Gu meow meow. Ha, Ginger, you're so sinful. The best friend was 99 plus in minutes, leaving the president helpless and suddenly curious. Where did you hear all that? Gu meow meow. Your mom and my mom and their group of elderly girlfriends. Look lively. Jingxian Jiang, what did it all say? Gu meow meow's end was silent for a while, presumably to find her mom to understand the specifics, and then soon it was a drop. Gu meow meow, your mom said she's going to have a grandchild soon. Ginger, you slept with your assistant. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 47, you can have it all if you want it. I'm begging for a follow-up. Snapped. Jiang Jingxian, originally hooked upside down on her small feet on the heels or dumbfounded, slipped off. Fingers hard to poke the screen. Jingxian Jiang, didn't sleep. Jingxian Jiang, nope, sleeping. Gu meow meow called immediately. So is it sleeping or not? Jiang Jingxian reshuffled her beautiful feet into the edges of her high heels. He's the netizen. The phone caller seemed to stagger a bit on his heels. Lips shocked, repeatedly asked many times, then excited to the extreme. That boy knows, is not happy crazy boss actually become their own online love object. I think it's more of a shock. Gu meow meow's eyes were all bright. What about you? What about you? Don't you think it's funny as hell? Jiang Jingxuan's beautiful feet reared up. Well, he is quite interesting. Gu meow meow, no. Pick a date. I must take a good look at the person who can take you down. Jingxian Jiang, Gu meow meow was simply gossiping like crazy, and the direction of her concern was clear enough. So do you guys meet and kiss? Do you stick out your tongue? Jingxian Jiang had a meeting and ended up poking her finger. Not only do you like to kiss, but you also like to bite. Gu meow meow. Gu meow meow, meet. But then President Kong ignored her. By the time the meeting ended, Chang Jiangbei, the life assistant who had moonlighted as the president's driver after being pulled in, was already waiting in the underground garage. Now that it's all unpaid overtime, paychecks can be said to be unpaid. and there's no possibility of petty cash. Cheng Jiangbei raised his head and looked up to the sky. Find the president's wife and enjoy the backwoods life. Suddenly, Zhang Jingxuan's plump and mature figure walked out from the exclusive passageway not far away. This time, when he saw Cheng Jiangbei, the president's aura seemed to have collected, and his high heels suddenly accelerated some frequency. What are you muttering behind your back? Approaching, Cheng Jiangbei pursed his lips. Honest, said. No, give me 100 guts, I do not dare to Oh, ta de 2 steps. Zhang Jingxian then smoothly handed over a lunchbox in her hand. I didn't have time at noon today. I let Xiao Lu put it in the refrigerator for you this afternoon. I haven't finished it yet, so take it home at night. Heat it up as a snack if you're hungry. Now this day is slowly warming up. Meals are afraid of smothering, but of course the company has a refrigerator. Microwave oven have it. Okay, thank you, President. Assistant Chang was polite. Not at the office. Zhang Jingxian stared at him sideways, her eyes white. This is off duty. Are you used to shouting? Still calling me President. Call me Jing Xian, or Jiang Jiang, okay? In that case, Cheng Jiangbei nodded. Jing's mom. Zhang Jingxian stumbled a step when she sniffed, then looked sideways to see Cheng Jiangbei having the pleasantness of pulling back a city. Then Yan Yan's head, lost her smile and said, let's go. Cheng Jiangbei just put his own hand on the driver's seat door handle. Zhang Jingxian smiled and shoved. Don't say I'm bullying you. When you came back you drove. Now it's better for me to do it. How embarrassing. Cheng Jiangbei immediately loosened his hand. And I didn't have any psychological burden. And the two of them are getting more and more of their own way of getting along. Come on. Now I kind of found out that you are just decent on the surface. But you are actually stuffy in your heart. Zhang Jingxuan's bright eyes went straight to the heart. That says it all. Cheng Jiangbei simply do not recognize. Pull open the passenger door. I saw the president just feet stepped on the high heel neatly placed on one side. At this moment the president is sitting sideways on the driver's seat. A pair of legs will be easy to straighten the suspension in the air. Wrapped in neat silk is very silky smooth into the side of the flats, but also opened the middle of the small refrigerator, revealing the inside of the grapes and green grapes. This is for me? Who else could it be? Then just reach into the small refrigerator. I have to say, the owner's home grapes are better than outside. Big and sweet. And this little green raisin with a little fruit acid but not at all exciting kind of feeling. Ice cold is especially delicious. Is it good? Cheng Jiangbei barred his mouth. Nodded. His position is very close to the president. Just wanted to continue to pass the grapes in his hand into his mouth. That knew that Zhang Jingxian didn't leave the steering wheel either. Her eyes were also looking ahead, but her neck slightly nudged towards his side. Her rosy little lips obediently won. The president didn't need to speak, but Cheng Jiangbei seemed to hear her voice just at once. Feed me. Cheng Jiangbei hands are ice cold. Careful to pinch the chinky slightly close to her full lips. Her lips, is particularly beautiful kind, close up tightly rounded, slightly open and have the kind of rippling human arc. I didn't wash my hands. Cheng Jiangbei was afraid that his fingers would be next to her lips, so he managed to feed her one. Zhang Jingxian obviously tasted the sweetness. Her eyes flickered as if the sunlight was all particularly bright today, and her small lips happily opened again. Because of the percolating moistness of the green tips, it seemed to still be flooded with coveted crystals, and her nose was full of the fragrant, ripe scent of her body, and there was no perfume sprayed on it. It was as if the scent seeped out of her slender, slim frame, a nice, somewhat addictive kind of nice, like a drug. The sound of a car engine roared, and the company was not far from the Wangfu Hotel. Cheng Jiangbei raised his hand, one by one mang into the president's mouth, without moving his mouth to inhale, a mouthful of taste of the president. Suddenly, the corner of the eye of the inattentive sweep just fell in the president's white shirt collar. The president into the car when there is only a single piece of the shirt. The shirt above the first buttons are not fastened. That angle is white and tender. Cheng Jiangbei moved away from the line of sight, but found that it seems to have installed a positioning navigation, the kind that comes with a man. Instinctively no way feed the president all the way, and watch it all the way. The open car park was full of vehicles. Wait until the car slowly drove into the underground garage of the Wangfu department store. Snapping a little, the lights quietly disappeared after the car turned off. Zhang Jingxian let go of the steering wheel and her foot released the brake. Then she twisted her head to look at Cheng Jiangbei and suddenly asked, have you eaten enough? What? Zhang Jingxian raised her hand to interrupt him, her eyes staring charismatically straight at him. Just how much do you like my grapes? She spoke unreasonably, and her eyes also made people woody. Hard to swallow saliva. Cheng Jiangbei silent for 2 seconds, blinking eyes. Love it. That's fine. Zhang Jingxuan's eyes then narrowed. Thinking about it, the underground garage was gloomy at the moment. Looking around, her small hand gently fiddled with the green and purple in the refrigerator. Want to eat more grapes? If you want, then I'll give you some. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 48, You're a Good Person. 3 shifts to beg for a book chase. Cheng Jiangbei actually didn't understand much, but he was greatly shocked. Looking at the president's twisted and distant back. Ahem. The unspoken rules of the workplace against the wishes of women and men. Remember to bring your broken bunch of grapes with you when you go to court. Cheng Jiangbei quickly fell silent, tilted his head and looked at the points of starlight, could not help but lose his smile and shook his head. The president, she is versatile, but knows moderation. She hooks up, but is on point, elegant, generous, obviously in a position of power, but not at all standoffish to him, and willing to learn so many positions. In fact, President Radiant deserves all the good ones, and meeting her might just be his biggest miracle. But soon this miracle had him a little twitchy. Received the call, ran to the upstairs box in a hurry, looked at Jiang Jingxian who drank some confused and unconscious. Cheng Jiangbei was a little speechless. How to drink so much? The box are business partners it. Heard the small assistant complaining tone is still very stunned. The next but saw with let them dumbfounded scene. Seemingly sensing Cheng Jiangbei's arrival, the president who had originally barred her small mouth sat up in a flash. Jiang Jingxuan's dazed eyes seemed to drift, copying her small hands to Cheng Jiangbei's arm, and her mouth kept shouting, good boy, he. Crowd of suits and partners. Cheng Jiangbei dog are stupid. The public, the president, not ashamed of you. You are that That look in everyone's eyes instantly became solemn, just as rare as the pandas in the zoo. Cheng Jiangbei rushed to carry him on his back, smiled sarcastically and greeted him twice before leaving. Cheng Jiangbei returned to the garage, so he could only call for a chauffeur, because Jiang Jingxian needed to be taken care of, and her butt had only just sat down when she grabbed her own hand with her small hand and rubbed it on her stomach. Xiao Cheng, uncomfortable. Cheng Jiangbei then felt the slippery in his hands, gently rubbed, but some good-naturedly said, now you know it's not comfortable. What did you do earlier? Drink so much. Said palms have not moved. She is still not happy. Caught his wrist, just a little bit harder, humming and puffing, the whole person on the battle of alcohol, squarely moving buttocks. Head at once leaned on Cheng Jiangbei's shoulders. This is not satisfied. The head of a smooth drill, like a big white cat in Cheng Jiangbei's chest can rub vigorously. Even the buttons were on the verge of rubbing off on her sparsely. Do whatever you want. Cheng Jiangbei stared blankly at the bewildered eyes in the rearview mirror in front of him, and before he had time to explain, his expression became confused. Wait, stop. Cheng Jiangbei's hand that was placed on the top of Jiang Jingxuan's stomach hastily retracted and held her down, thinking, don't touch my pants. It was hard to get home. Feeling dark and grunting, he was going to throw her on the bed, but he didn't know she wouldn't be happy just as soon as her ass was next to the bed. Her eyes closed and her brow slightly furrowed, hands lifted up and hooked on Cheng Jiangbei's neck, legs tightly clamped Cheng Jiangbei's waist, as if there was nothing conscious to climb upwards on Cheng Jiangbei. Hey, don't exert yourself. Cheng Jiangbei had not stood steadily. This time she took the bed. Her body is simply hot. Lying down also does not stop, barring the rosy little mouth, to eat lollipops. Why so childish? Where are you going to find a lollipop in the middle of the night? Seeing her making a fuss, Cheng Jiangbei had no choice but to run downstairs with a grunt and come back to feed her after her mouth. She's saying she wants an ice cola again. Holy, can you say that in one breath? Your house is a long way from a convenience store, but now she can listen to it as a ghost. No way can only rush to run out again. I came back to find that the president was craving corn and ham again. Cheng Jiangbei gave her a suspicious look. You're playing with me. As a result, Jiang Dingxian, who was looking at her small feet wrapped in stockings right on the floor, was covering her mouth, arching her body, and walking somewhat unsteadily, rushed into a toilet directly across from her bedroom. He could then only laugh bitterly as he rushed to follow him in. Helping her stand up, who was still in a daze, and whose whole body was at the mercy of the manipulation as if it were not there at all, and not daring to hand her a glass of water over, feeling that she could not hold it steadily. Open your mouth. Wrapping her arms around her and resting the cup on the edge of her mouth, Jiang Jingxian, who had already completely lost control of her body, just subconsciously heard open her mouth and literally opened her small mouth, still with a bit of lipstick, her rosy-looking lips gently imprinted on the edge of the cup. Cheng Jiangbei held her head, gently helped her to tilt her head back, looked at the transparent water flow along her lips slowly flowed in, also did not think so much to reach out to her to wipe the water stains that did not go in from the side of the mouth to slide down. Spit it out. Again, like a puppet on strings, he brought the person to the front of the washstand and told her to spit out the water, and Jiang Jingxian obediently spit out the water. Again, repeat this action for some words, but also finally the mouth to her gargle clean. Just want to help her out to lie down. I guess the afterburner came to the person as squatting again. Light spit a whole lot of water, Chang Jiangbei was helpless. Got. White gargling. Tossed in the bathroom is estimated to have an hour or so. Finally, just to help the person from the toilet out, Chang Jiangbei helped her to sit on the bed in the guest room. Presumably because of vomiting, the person can sit up on their own, but the person now looks a little bit of a trance, don't know what to do. So Chang Jiangbei intends to take her feet up, tucked in the quilt, and then covered her with a quilt, and he should also rest, tired to death. Just hold her calf, then bring it upward, stuffed into the quilt, gave her tight quilt. Jiang Jingxian hair scattered on the pillow, eyes blurred, blinking a little this time. Estimated that Jiang Jingxian looked at Chang Jiangbei's face, looking at him, as if for a moment as suddenly recognized him. Oh, a moment, snapped, and a few tears slipped along the cheeks, gently tugging on Chang Jiangbei's sleeve, muttering, "You're a bad man. You bully me. Don't give me corn and ham." Tugging on Chang Jiangbei's hand also wouldn't let go. Chang Jiangbei was speechless. Okay, I'm the bad guy. Let go of your hand first. Corn and ham. Chang, I'll buy you. What else do you want to eat? Chang Jiangbei took out his cell phone and was ready to order takeout. I want to eat. Okay, I'll go out and buy it for you now. Okay, don't cry. Chang Jiangbei also cannot see a woman shed tears, let alone a woman like Jiang Jingxian. How high up she is, how strong the aura. At this moment the contrast came. She is like a little poor there to drag herself to tears. I can't believe I'm crying. Who can handle that? Chang Jiangbei's tone was all a bit softer, and of course he could only let her toss back and forth, sweating profusely. She barfed when she came back, and the president got happy, holding Chang Jiangbei's hand and squeezing it softly. Assistant Chang, you're a good person. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 49. Isn't it a bit like falling in love? For shifts of requesting for bookings. I don't know why the president is such a bad drinker, Chang Jiangbei muttered. But not for you. Look at me. You are drunk, I guard you. Sitting next to you. You want the stars in the sky, buddies estimate wanna go to give you pick. He. Jiang Jingxian grinned her lips yet. Chang Jiangbei felt very novel. Now the president doesn't seem to have much consciousness. Right, but she just can have a conversation with both of you, as if she was talking in her sleep. You're stealing joy if you can meet me. But maybe Chang Jiangbei's paragraph was too long. Jiang Jingxian couldn't react anymore, and her hands slowly loosened, lying on her side on the bed, huffing, finally fell asleep. Chang Jiangbei gently removed the hand that was still hanging on his wrist, and then slowly put her under the covers, exhaled, stood up, looked at the deep sleep over there Jiang Jingxian, turned off the warm light, took the door, went back to the living room, and took a look at the sofa. Laying back down, he let out a long sigh at the ceiling and couldn't help but be speechless as he reflected on the day. The next day, Chang Jiangbei woke up early, moved his body, climbed up and exhaled, and touched the cell phone on the coffee table to take a look. It's just after 6. Usually, if you are not at home at night, your mom will greet you in WeChat, but now there is no movement. Chang Jiangbei gently went over and twisted open the door of the room. The president is sleeping sweetly, cannot help but helplessly bitter smile. I didn't realize that the first time I spent the night in the president's house, I slept on the couch. Chang Jiangbei scat his mouth, thinking that the time is still early. Last night she drank so much, get up may not have an upset stomach. Looking around, the president's house had an open kitchen, surrounded on the periphery by a bar. Figuring that cooking some porridge would warm up his stomach, huffing and puffing got busy. Wait for the sound of slippers that soon snapped. Assistant Chang? Chang Jiangbei was frying eggs again, and the range hood was so loud that he somewhat did not hear it. Jiang Jingxian came closer again. Assistant Chang. Chang Jiangbei, who was busy, turned around and smiled. Awake? Then lifting his hand a little, he turned off the hood and, yo, Assistant Chang seems to be a pretty good cook. Jiang Jingxian narrowed her eyes. What kind of delicious food did you get? Just cooked some porridge and fried an egg. Chang Jiangbei lifted the lid of the pot to look at how to cook. Not to mention the smell is also a model. The family has a teacher mom or good from a young age to cultivate these. Do you need my help? The president is still a little excited about rolling up his sleeves. Stop. Chang Jiangbei immediately raised his hand. I'll be fine here. Wouldn't I be embarrassed? Jiang Jingxian was all smiles. Chang Jiangbei really didn't see it. You're welcome. Chang Jiangbei turned back and continued to be busy. You sit down and wait. The meal will be ready soon. Get ready to eat. If you don't wake up I'm about to go and shout at you too. Then thank you. Assistant Chang. Cut. Chang Jiangbei rolled his eyes and said indignantly, and said that I privately shouted President Rot. Jiang Jingxian gently leaned over the bar and raised her eyebrows slightly. Then what does Assistant Chang want me to call you? Chang Jiangbei was still pursing his lips and pondering. As a result, Jiang Jingxian raised her hand and touched his head. Son has grown up. Filial, knows to make breakfast for his hungover mom. Cheng Jiangbei's fists clenched at that moment, and he didn't have the good sense to drive away her smooth arm. Get lost. Zhang Jingxian smiled and then walked away. Then saw the balcony again without thinking. The clothes are washed for me too. Ha! Cheng Jiangbei's mouth was hard. I didn't have a place to sleep last night if I didn't clean up. The family usually have aunts to take care of. 6 rooms, the least of which my bed is quite large. 2 people are not unable to sleep. Zhang Jingxian nodded her head again and walked back, her eyes looking straight at Cheng Jiangbei. Why do you want to sleep on the sofa? God, your bed is pretty big too. Cheng Jiangbei opened his mouth before he could speak. Not to mention the fact that my sister is unconscious, which is even more conducive to you fiddling around as you please. Zhang Jingxian then wrapped her arms around her chest and narrowed her eyes. Am I unattractive? Cheng Jiangbei was still too young. You're drunk. Zhang Jingxian was again amused as she copied her small hand to go pat Cheng Jiangbei's head. You're really a good person. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't know you can't touch a boy's head. Cheng Jiangbei turned off the stove's fire through and through. Then after a moment's pause, he suddenly said, and my little assistant, eh? How dare I climb into the president's bed without knowing what's good for me? Really? I see the little assistant isn't very bold. Zhang Jingxian picked up the hot porridge. Her rosy mouth exhaled a mouthful. Warm. Set aside the chopsticks. And again her gaze was full. Will still let me call out to the master. What a Mountain Town Hotel pay-per-view episode. The corner of Cheng Jiangbei's mouth twitched. You'd better drink a little more kanji. Zhang Jingxuan's small hand ends. Then said, get it. I'm still really hungry. Didn't eat much last night. Net was dunked with alcohol. Rubbed his stomach. But soon the big eyes turned. Opened his mouth. And his hand didn't move. Cheng Jiangbei was almost happy. You're playing tricks. Zhang Jingxian was unreasonable. Just hurry up. Cheng Jiangbei had no way. Helpless. Then pinched the spoon to Zhang Jingxian's mouth. Looking at the corners of the mouth, soon there is still soup slipped. Small thumb a lift, gently rubbed. It soon slipped back down. Cheng Jiangbei almost struck. Zhang Jingxian, you're doing this on purpose. After blinking her eyes clear and licking her mouth, Zhang Jingxian shook her head. I don't know what you're talking about. Cheng Jiangbei helplessly relifted his bowl. Where do I look like your online dating partner? So what do you look like? Cheng Jiangbei's fingers pinching the spoon paused for a moment and raised his eyebrows. Like your father. Then she took the opportunity to pinch Cheng Jiangbei's face again, all the way to the end of the meal. Cheng Jiangbei cleaned up the dishes and exhaled just before returning to the living room. He saw Zhang Jingxian, who was lazily lying on the sofa, tilting her head, putting down her cell phone and lifting her soft little hand to beckon. Cheng Jiangbei walked over not knowing what she was going to do. Then he felt his arm being grabbed, signaling him to sit down. What for? Cheng Jiangbei sat on his butt and asked uncertainly. I thought you boys said your sister didn't look like your date. Zhang Jingxian followed by a sudden lift of her legs. The whole person at once pressed on Cheng Jiangbei's thighs. Soft as it was, her arm was very casual and greatly hooked Cheng Jiangbei's neck, and her brightly colored department's small face was also suddenly close to it. How about this? She just shallowly printed on Cheng Jiangbei's mouth, barfed, and then left, bending her eyes, her fingertips tenderly drawing circles on the back of Cheng Jiangbei's neck. Isn't this a little bit of us falling in love that flavor? P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 50, Where's Xiaocheng? 5 more requests for bookings. Zhang Jingxian was sitting on Cheng Jiangbei in an extremely stretched position. Cheng Jiangbei could feel the scorching heat of her skin from a close distance. Who could top this? The heart unavoidably fluttered twice. Dumb. Zhang Jingxuan's thighs clamped Cheng Jiangbei's stomach. The tight touch. Why don't you speak? Cheng Jiangbei at this moment is also learned. Know the total arm around her waist, and then licked his lips. Actually shamelessly said. So what? You haven't confessed to me yet. I've already confessed my love online. Now it's your turn. Cheng Jiangbei's theory is particularly refreshing. What's more, romance novels are not all written this way. The overbearing president pressed step by step. The small assistant coy. He escaped and she chased. And then it was difficult to fly with wings. This is what makes it interesting to watch. Zhang Jingxuan's small hand then ruffled on his neck, making it extremely ticklish. Her eyes narrowed. Where did you read that? A book group for romance novels. Cheng Jiangbei also gave a full account. Then Zhang Jingxian lifted her phone and placed a group chat in front of Cheng Jiangbei. Is it this one? Cheng Jiangbei eeped, puzzled. How did you know? Zhang Jingxian smiled. The group leader is my mom. Cheng Jiangbei was shocked. Mrs. Chairman is really following the trend. Yeah. Cheng Jiangbei was silent for a moment. But you still haven't confessed to me. Right. Zhang Jingxian tenderly kissed his eyes and added. My good girlfriend wants to meet you too. Yeah. Cheng Jiangbei nodded, then opened his mouth expectantly. But you. Oh. Then his mouth was blocked from making a sound, and he heard the president say fiercely, don't let me confess. I'm the domineering president, but I'm also a girl. So pretty, it's embarrassing to take the initiative to confess. Okay then. Chang Jiangbei's lips all seemed to be perfumed, but he quickly broke it down as well. But, you're not overbearing either. I knew I couldn't break the relationship to you so quickly. Jiang Jingxian blankly glanced at him, straightened her hair, poked Chang Jiangbei's head, and said in a good-natured manner, "You kid, you look serious, but you're actually stuffy as hell." Chang Jiangbei had an innocent look on his face. With that, he copied his cell phone to call and make an appointment with Gu Miaomiao. Miao Miao replied also very quickly, "It just so happens that I've also killed the movie, so I won't get drunk at that time." Jiang Jingxian was on speakerphone so that it was convenient for her to pinch Chang Jiangbei's face. His face was especially smooth and pinching. The president especially liked it. Of course Chang Jiangbei 3-footer must have refused, ducked a little, but she chased. Sure enough, a bully is a bully. It's true that he runs away and she chases him. Jiang Jingxian interacted with Chang Jiangbei while smilingly saying into the phone, "When the time comes, call Lu Chang as well. My husband probably can't." Gu Miaomiao sighed. He's been busy with a few more cases recently. Big star Gu Miaomiao's husband is the lawyer, who has recently gotten hooked on Shake Shack live streaming and is very busy. Gu Miaomiao was helpless. He is simply bewitched lately, opening the door to a new world. The last time he was broadcasting there were people who asked him if his boyfriend forced his pregnant girlfriend to drink alcohol, resulting in the child's genetic mutation and he has no blood relationship anymore, and asked him if he could sue this boyfriend. Chang Jiangbei froze for a moment, not able to avoid. Was Jiang Jingxian rubbed her face fiercely did not care? Version of the real god Jiang Jingxian withdrew her hand in satisfaction. Well, I'll see you on Friday then. Good, when the time comes to drink pain. Ginger, you don't even know that I haven't had a drink in a long time, and I'm craving for a barbecue. It's killing me. That big star at the moment in front of the eyes so grounded. Chang Jiangbei is also feel rare. More rare is that soon the actress and changed the style of conversation. Forget it, or not to drink blindly with you. Since childhood you are the sea. Never drunk. Jiang Jingxian was still playing with Chang Jiangbei's hair. When she heard this, she stumbled and almost slipped off Chang Jiangbei's lap. Holy, never been drunk before. Chang Jiangbei's face changed drastically, instantly feeling that he had suffered a scam. Racking up Jiang Jingxuan's thighs and picking her up, then throwing her onto the sofa with a flutter. Mercy is non-existent at the moment. Jiang Jingxian, you're playing me again. Jiang Jingxuan's soft body collapsed on the sofa with some flamboyance, her big eyes blinking, pursing her red lips and obediently shaking her head. No, I was really drunk yesterday. Attempting to budge. Thinking about how you ran up and down like a gyroscope last night. You want a lollipop? You want to drink ice cream and eat corn and ham? If I believe you again, I'm a dog. Chang Jiangbei was furious. Then Jiang Jingxian obediently grabbed Chang Jiangbei's sleeve and shook it. It's not discouraging to be dodged. I'm such a dumb beauty. I've made my husband angry again. Chang Jiangbei goosebumps steeply shrugged. Almost instantly no emotion at all. But the reasoning is not forgiving. You can't even shout your husband. Really? Jiang Jingxuan's eyes buling, flickering, her small hand gently tickled the back of Chang Jiangbei's hand. It seems I'm very unappealing like this, isn't it? It's really a bit embarrassing. Say, what does Xiao Chang want me to do to make it up to you? Her voice is not urgent. How so smooth like that rosy lips up and down a random bar. Then let a person a little want to be in the wrong. Chang Jiangbei couldn't react for a moment. It makes Ching work too hard, doesn't it? The president's face seemed to feel like he was overstaying his welcome. This less than 30-year-old president, at this moment, did not have any frame at all, and used an extremely soft voice to inquire about Chang Jiangbei, without realizing how unreasonable this expression of attitude from a president of her status was. Also, as if compensation or something like that, such an expression is really not very appropriate either. Well, how about that changing to a more acceptable expression for us? What? Jiang Jingxuan's fingers followed the back of Chang Jiangbei's hand and then gently scratched it. Assistant Chang, then how do you want to punish the president? Hiss. Chang Jiangbei sucked in a breath of cool air, thinking that the word punishment was used too superlatively. What kind of rant was the president spouting? Chang Jiangbei swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty. Don't you like my boobs? Seemingly hearing Chang Jiangbei's amused gasp, Jiang Jingxuan's eyes narrowed, and also suddenly she had an idea, suddenly biting Chang Jiangbei's ear. Last time, it seems that I didn't let you enjoy yourself too much, so now feel free to do whatever you want to do, okay? Chang Jiangbei only felt his mouth dry. President Jiang, why are you so? P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 51 Satisfy me. I'm begging for a booking. The living room. What remained in Chang Jiangbei's palm was really soft enough. It's heavy, and it's such a good meal. And talk about punishment. This is clearly a reward. Chang Jiangbei only felt his thighs being gently patted. The soft touch was amazing. Inhaled a breath, and suddenly said with some heartfelt words, "President, you're so nice to be able to meet you. I guess it's the ancestors' graves that are smoking. Didn't you just reconvince me that I'm a dog?" Chang Jiangbei is also able to take it. Wang, virtue. Zhang Jingxian rolled her eyes and slightly tugged Chang Jiangbei's hand away, then patted the back of his hand. "Alright, it's been 10 minutes. Is it that good to touch? You kid. It's better to chat first." Chang Jiangbei fondly withdrew his hand. "What are you talking about?" Zhang Jingxian peeled her chest off and straightened it, then exhaled, pulled back her hair, and looked up. "Don't we have anything to talk about? Obviously chatting so much online." Chang Jiangbei pondered. "Those can't be broadcast either." Zhang Jingxian raised her hand and then gently poked at Chang Jiangbei's forehead. "That's all that's in your brain. Ah, Chang Jiangbei is very innocent, because all day long the president you like to engage in shibori, but he had no choice but to say that he was afraid that the president would dominate him. Then after thinking about it he grinned. "Jing Jing, you're so beautiful. You're so good looking. Your heart is so kind. You don't have a frame at all. You're simply my idol." Zhang Jingxian was confused for a moment. "What are you doing?" Chang Jiangbei blinked. "Didn't you ask me to chat?" Zhang Jingxian began to pinch Chang Jiangbei's face again. "I asked you to talk about something serious. I didn't ask you to kiss ass." "Don't pinch your face," Chang Jiangbei protested this time. "The face is almost pinched round for me." Zhang Jingxian puffed and laughed, then pouted her own rosy lips. "I'm asking you to say, do you have any plans for the future?" "For the future words. If you say you have a bad stomach again, then I'm going to pinch you." The president squinted and played with his fingernails. Chang Jiangbei originally I thought I could find a job in the president's office of the world's top 500 companies. Mixing seniority decentralized to become a small leader of the group's middle level is already the pinnacle of life. Chang Jiangbei exhaled. "I didn't expect. I don't know now It seems like there are things that I can't face through hard work anymore." Chang Jiangbei looked at Zhang Jingxian. "The top mansion in the capital is also luxurious. He is also very high count. Even if the work rolls up to smoke, from now on every day hit 5 million. There will be a gap between the two of us." Zhang Jingxuan's pair of beautiful feet suddenly lifted up to rest on Chang Jiangbei's stomach. His abs seemed to rub particularly well, and her eyes narrowed. "So you want to lie flat?" "No, I'm actually an alien from the universe. I'm very pushy. You need to formalize the gap between you and me." Chang Jiangbei's head surged with dust, and he said these words thoughtfully. "And face up to the fact that I'm not as good as you?" Zhang Jingxian felt that he was teasing him again, and her feet, which had been lightly rubbing against his abs, bonked his stomach twice. "Sure is a stuffy monster. A dog's mouth that can't spit out ivory." Chang Jiangbei exhaled, then shrugged his shoulders. "He actually grew up a little different, can still give outsiders say? The mystery of the fetus, right? Of course, there is a cause and effect, so he can only act normal." "What are you thinking?" Zhang Jingxian looked at him for half a day without speaking. "Nope, thinking about how exactly you deserve me." Chang Jiangbei came back to his senses. "You an assistant? Pua president Zhang Jingxian skimmed her lips. It was rare to ignore him. "When are you going home?" Chang Jiangbei only felt that his thighs didn't want to move. "I still have to go home? What do you want in broad daylight?" Zhang Jingxuan's beautiful eyes picked up, and then she did the same thing. "You haven't properly confessed to me yet." Zhang Jingxian high and coldly put her beautiful feet away. "So it's better to wash your hands of you." When Chang Jiangbei heard this, he was not happy. "You haven't read any romance novels." If I confess, there will be no sales, so the author can't earn any money." Zhang Jingxian let out an oh-so-quiet sound, and her originally lazy body sat up. "Then what should I do? You're going to woo me and give me unlimited favoritism in front of my coworkers, so it's something to look at. It's going to be on the 8 o'clock prime time slot? On the bag." Chang Jiangbei patted his chest and swore. Zhang Jingxian followed his movements and also thoughtfully lowered her eyelids. "Then I know. It's also coincidental that you waited." Before Chang Jiangbei could react too much, she felt the soft tenderness in her hand draw away and go. Zhang Jingxian braced herself, and without saying a word, she turned back to brought over a pair of suit pants, men's, and took out a white shirt from another pocket, holding it up and comparing it on Chang Jiangbei's body. Then she softly nodded with her eyes. "It's still quite a good fit. Is this the clothes on your back after the food?" Chang Jiangbei licked his lips. "It's true that romance novels are pretty good. I don't know about that." Zhang Jingxian batted her eyelashes and smiled as she reached out and pinched his nose. "I'll buy you more in the future after you've confessed to me." Chang Jiangbei blinked. "Or is it my watch? The audience really doesn't love it. The soft rice has already let you eat. There is this little request. I guess the audience can understand it." "President, then I don't want to eat your soft food." After pushing and shoving, Chang Jiangbei was forced to accept it. What a bully force-feeding. "I remember when I was a child in front of the door of the house bumped into the fortune teller, saw him, then said that the rich and noble face This life before the road a straight path. Z-way star blessing. Peach blossom entanglement. Good luck. Speak thief la good to listen to. And then took away from their own grandma to buy soy sauce for his $50. Went home to Cheng Jianghua ridiculed. So unprecedented hate the fortune teller. As a result of this moment. Are there still masters? Cheng Jiangbei pursed his lips and was about to open his mouth. I didn't expect Jiang Jingxian to prejudge him, bending her eyes. If it's too perfunctory, I'll disown it. Oh, you won't be able to toy with me as you please at that time. Cheng Jiangbei paused for a moment. That means I can toy with you. Ha, don't you know that? I am somewhat of a fan of that look. Seeing his consternation, Jiang Jingxian lightly laughed and patted him on the back of his hand, and at the end of the day, she took out a few $100s and stuffed it into his hand probably for the road expenses, and her lips came close to his ear and spat, as long as you make me satisfied. Well, Master Cheng can start toying with me as much as he wants it. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 52 There's no need to confess. We force love. I'm begging for a booking. What a bloody thing to say. Cheng Jiangbei the still walk out of the room? Jiang Jingxian asked him. Why are you still standing there? Actually, Jiang Jingxian didn't want to be so troublesome. Who told Cheng Jiangbei to be stuffy? Cheng Jiangbei absent-mindedly left the president's lair, and on the way home, sat in the dripping car pinching his cell phone and flipping through the chat logs. Julia, I'm going to kiss you to death when we meet. Julia, I can't help it anyway. It's like you're messing with me. Why don't you just mess with me if you can? He said he'd kill you. He's dragging his feet. Cheng Jiangbei felt as if he hadn't found the right way to communicate with the president. Not to be true to her. However, it is also his own first mouth to let her confession. Superfluous as if he put himself into the trap. Dorky. Cheng Jiangbei afterward calmed down a bit and felt that he needed to fight a bit more. Why don't we just fast forward a bit? Confessions and stuff are too delayed. Obviously we are early. Cheng Jiangbei tapped his cell phone 9 keys. Then drip, 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 and soon deleted again. Too naked. And finally just expressed that he wanted to fast forward. Jiang Jingxuan's reply was swift. Now you know to fast forward? Wasn't it sulking there? There's no love vibe yet. What about asking me to confess? Obviously I've done everything. That day I pretended to be drunk and ran off to sleep on the couch all by myself stupidly. Cheng Jiangbei's eyes lit up for a moment. What does that mean? Cheng Jiangbei inwardly fluttered twice. This. Finally the same familiar flavor as on the internet. Want me huh? Things have come to this point. Feel that they are indeed a little. Cheng Jiangbei at this moment also decided not to give hiding. Want. Jiang Jingxian softly stood by the window, smilingly clicked the cell phone screen. Isn't it better for you to be like this? Be more generous, but change the place tonight. In case my mom bumps into me again it'll be hard to tell. Cheng Jiangbei didn't know what to say and agreed repeatedly. Good. Soon Jiang Jingxuan's navigational message drops were sent right after. Wait until later in the day. Cheng Jiangbei didn't even know how he had spent today absent-mindedly, but after pushing the door, then I heard movement inside the house. Ping back. The president is cooking again. Cheng Jiangbei blinked his eyes and hurriedly changed his own shoes and snapped over Jiang Jingxuan's soft body next to the apron. A look in the past, not to mention how virtuous. Do things really style? She seems to be particularly fond of housework. Obviously delicate hands pointing to the mountains. But the main fight is a feudal remnant. Or the first time I saw Jiang Jingxian wearing jeans. So casual look is very beautiful. Cooking flavor first. What's with the stupid looking at me? Jiang Jingxian came out with the dishes. Cheng Jiangbei saw this and was about to go forward to help. Go away. But she was stopped by Jiang Jingxian. Sit down and wait. Cheng Jiangbei sniffed and didn't move, quickly waiting for her to finish her work and come over. Cheng Jiangbei's quick eyes and hands pulled out the chair for her, and he watched her body press down and quickly sat down. Slippers slipped off in the process, and her beautiful legs buckled. Think it's delicious? Jiang Jingxian narrowed her eyes slightly. Cheng Jiangbei's calves were rubbed against his heart, and after putting his chopsticks down, he immediately gave a thumbs up. But it can be said that nonsense. Yummy. Especially yummy. I see that you don't even want your face for the sake of getting laid. Jiang Jingxian skimmed him instead. Face? What more do you want? Gave. Nowhere. I'm generally truthful as a person. Well, it was. The president's family is so nice, and it's already a messy kill for being so good looking. As a result, I didn't expect to be willing to do chores, and while the flavor really wasn't great, it was a real improvement. Cheng Jiangbei blinked his eyes and opened his mouth. Jing, so what? What's wrong? Cheng Jiangbei opened his mouth. Jiang Jingxian? You are also not polite with you. Now it is also too fast. Tonight is still so long it. The first 2 times blindfolded you. This time do not want to observe me properly? You don't be so monkeyish, okay? Jiang Dingxian looked at Cheng Jiangbei inside, but still nodded her head and echoed herself. However, Gio is. Cheng Jiangbei immediately perked up. After a while, it was only then that President Jiang Jingxian somewhat unhurriedly stuffed her little feet into the slippers, puckered her rosy lips and exhaled softly. You kid, are you okay? Cheng Jiangbei's throat knots all surged. It was hard to describe the feeling he just had, so he pursed his lips and nodded his head mischievously. Great. Jiang Jingxian then smiled lightly. Happy to kill you, right? Then stroking the hair on the tops of his temples. Well, you go ahead and eat. Turtledown took a couple of bites at the end of the bowl and plowed through the chopsticks. Jiang Jingxian looked down and fiddled slightly with her small hand, and with a snap, her beautiful legs closed together with a very elastic sound, and then her rosy lips trembled slightly. Wait for me to go to the toilet first. Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head repeatedly as he sniffed, craning his neck every now and then to hear a little movement. Forget it, I'd better go and take a shower first. Jiangbei, please go and help me out. Get me a random set of nightgowns from the cabinet in the bedroom on the second floor. Don't you like the blue color on the internet? Go through it and see about taking the blue one. Cheng Jiangbei quickly stated. Okay, I'll take care of it. It's positive as soon as it comes to that, isn't it? I would have been quite positive? Then I can really thank right. Remember stockings and lingerie also give to take it. Just basically everywhere. This all dirty. Should be in the bedside left cabinet. The drawer in the middle of the second compartment it. Not you just a few drawers to look for. The culprit's heart fluttered twice and he hummed and hawed his way up the stairs feeling only a little hot-faced at the moment. Until, pushing open the bedroom door, he came to the cupboard first. Straight away, he gave the closet door open first. Into the eyes of the first moment is not too brightly colored, but a variety of luxury brand style looks still quite upscale, but also the latest season products. After rummaging around for a while, and lifting a blue nightgown from the inside of the, then Cheng Jiangbei took it out and put it on the bed first, twisted his head, and searched for it again. It's easy to see. The headboard is pure white under the European-style decor. Second frame, right? Then the utterance was opened. What the hell ran over the eye? Cheng Jiangbei was silent for a while before he suddenly pulled out his cell phone to look at the chat log. Julia, picture. Cheng Jiang looked north. What are all these? Julia, props. That seems to be where the picture came from in the chat log. Cheng Jiangbei held his breath. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 53, finally taking that step with the president. The key chapter 2 and 1 is begging for booking. Cheng Jiangbei straight swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. The president's home is magical and unusual at the moment. The sound of clattering water across the bathroom door. He felt as if he had fallen for it at the moment. It was clear that Jiang Jingxian was more brutal than him. It's not that Cheng Jiangbei is shocked all day long. To summarize, it's purely because there is a realm gap between him and the president of the Lord He seems to be really all mobilized by the president. The president's slightly hook hand. Become a tomcat. Cheng Jiangbei was still enjoying himself, because the drawer is filled with thumping hearts. Cheng Jiangbei pursed his lips, did not even dare to look at it more. Bang to the second frame pushed in, holding the head of the group a step or three back to the fondness down the stairs. Jing, take it, opened the door, but there was no lingerie in his hand, and it was a bit rude to rummage around at the moment, so he pulled his throat and hurriedly added, by the way, I haven't seen any lingerie in the second compartment of the nightstand yet. Said a cough. The heart with a clear mirror like a guest to understand pretend to be confused. To say that the president does not know what is in the cabinet he designated is not believed. Through the door of the bathroom room, snapping was the sound of little water-stained feet splashing against the floor. I'll look upstairs again? The snapping sound quickly gave a beat. Jiang Jingxian didn't seem to be surprised. Don't bother. It saves you from having to take it off later. That is to say, such a speaker where there is not crazy. Cheng Jiangbei only feel the vapor in front of his eyes. The door creaked open, and the smell of fragrant shampoo from the foggy bathroom followed close behind. Jiang Jingxuan's naked body appeared right in front of her eyes. She really didn't have the slightest intention of covering it up. She smiled and reached out with one hand and took the clothes over. This was the realm gap. Last time it was. This time it was as well. Cheng Jiangbei was just a mere mortal. Jiang Jingxian was obviously a female deity. No, a female bodhisattva. I said, Mr. President, at least wrap a towel or cover your chest before you open the door, okay? Cheng Jiangbei's eyes drifted and pretended to look at other locations, his heart beating tremendously fast. Soon, Jiang Dingxian, who was dressed in a blue ice silk nightgown, walked out of the restroom. Cheng Jiangbei looked over. The texture is soft and silky against the body. The stomach all looks extremely flat and smooth. The hemline is very gentle, and at the moment the smooth surface of the foot is mirrored into a beautiful arc. The freshly washed and blow-dried hair was also coiled up high by Jiang Jingxian. curled in a particularly beautiful hairstyle, and tied up behind her head in a competent manner. Bodhisattvas aren't even this pretty. Cheng Jiangbei looked at his heart beating chaotically. Especially today's atmosphere is a bit subtle. A small heart cannot stop thumping. Zhang Jingxian looked into his eyes. Her curved eyes narrowed as she smiled and looked at him. Is your family's president good looking? Cheng Jiangbei immediately nodded his head and stated, the journey to the west does not invite the president you to play the bodhisattva or that cruise loss. You're not pretending now. You're getting better at ass kissing. What's the point of pretending? I reflect that I was simply very wrong before. And, originally, I was telling the truth. That's really good. Having awareness, Zhang Jingxian patted the sofa. Well, come and sit down. It's this knowing what's going to happen, but it's the most delicate when it hasn't happened yet. There was a lot of small talk. Zhang Jingxian pointed to the upper side of the sofa, and the first one sat there, elegantly crossing her legs. Cheng Jiangbei no or more and more is this kind of time. Anxious obviously cannot eat hot tofu, so with her to sit over, see her a hard to move the shoulders, rushed to concern, tired, right? Let me give you a pinch? Zhang Jingxuan's rosy lips gently spat out. It's not a problem. It's an old problem. When I took over the company just before, I was too busy, and my body couldn't cope with the intensity of the work. So I'll be fine after a little activity. People are really top of the blue star, and they are not easy in their own way. It's good to be busy. It's good to be busy. It's normal to be a little bit sick when you're young and focused on your career. She must have her own pressures for this kind of existence. For example, it seems that Julia is always at home alone, with no leisure activities, no one to talk and chat with, as if most of her time off is busy with work. Cheng Jiangbei heat have subsided a little. At the moment somehow, suddenly a little heartache, exhaled and went to the back of the sofa, stood behind Zhang Jingxian, gently pinching her shoulders. Zhang Jingxian slightly sidled her head and smiled. No need. You've said that several times. Doesn't it bother you? Can't get tired of saying it for the rest of my life. Well, it's a little sore here. Can you use a little force? You're Julia a little strained. Is it here? Well, the arm is a little harder too. Zhang Jingxian narrowed her eyes, her gaze a little surly. I have some favorites. That said, Cheng Jiangbei was full of motivation at the moment, releasing her shoulders and starting to squeeze her big arms on both sides. After grabbing her several times with force, she made her slightly under her feet again and pinched at Zhang Jingxuan's back. After a while, Cheng Jiangbei remembered one thing. He just looked for the lingerie out is empty. However, Zhang Dingxian had taken a bath for nothing, but now it was empty inside. Thinking about it, Cheng Jiangbei on the throat dry. Really, the boy heart of the ghost story is also not to believe a little. Bent over, the hand also somehow around the front of her, embraced her waist. Zhang Dingxian didn't react too much, looking ahead and laughing. What now? Playing tricks. The two of them are getting that flavor together. It's not easy, the youngster growing up to this point. Cheng Jiangbei buried his face into the hair at the back of her head and sniffed. President, you really smell good. Yeah, and you boys know I'm the president? Of course, the president is like a welcoming luminary tower in my heart. I can't forget it for the rest of my life. Cheng Jiangbei patted his ass. Why didn't I feel that? Zhang Jingxuan's eyes narrowed as she tugged on the large hand that was touching her stomach. Is this how you treat the president? Her second button and the third button only to see the shirt slightly open a small mouth. Cheng Jiangbei blinking eyes, side of the head gulped a mouthful of saliva. A moment to see the inside. There is no lingerie barrier. This subtle to see how clear. Cheng Jiangbei heart on the hot. This one size fits all well. In the company you are my president. Privately, you're me, is my. What is it? Zhang Jingxuan's legs, which had been crossed on the right side, switched back to the left. Where are the toys? Cheng Jiangbei stumbled and almost fell. Is this something that he can listen to without paying? Ouch. Jing, your old man is too direct. Zhang Jingxian looked at his reaction, thought for a moment, her rosy lips pouted a little, and repeated for the second time. Anyway, the words are standing in front with you. The internet is all about me getting high on my mouth, and some of the over-the-top ideas in your head clean up a little bit. After all, I'm still your president, and there's some things I don't think I can accept right now. Cheng Jiangbei thought about the bedroom bedside table. His eyelids fluttered twice, and dryly and suddenly asked, what counts as excessive? Not in the chat logs anyway. It's too much. It doesn't hurt my ass. Zhang Dingxian ruffled her hair breathlessly, then looked up and her eyes curved. You just saw what's in the cabinet, didn't you? Cheng Jiangbei blinked. How? Zhang Jingxuan's eyelashes softly fluttered twice. A slightly lighter handcuffed rope should be fine. It should still be acceptable. Otherwise, save some face for your Jing sister, okay? Not Julia's mom. Are you going to shout later? Zhang Jingxuan's eyes were brimming with excitement. I don't know if I'll get excited about shouting. President of this mouth, Why are you talking like that? Chang Jiangbei simply couldn't help himself. Jing Jing, what is it? You turn your head. Chang Jiangbei decided to strike while the iron was hot, so he let go of the president's waist, his body backed up a little, and his face left Jiang Jingxuan's hair as he gulped. I want to kiss you. Jiang Jingxian turned her head back and narrowed her eyes in a flirtatious manner. You're kissing, and you still need to give a report to the president? Won't hold my head down and force a kiss on me? Chang Jiangbei guts is a strong, he can say, especially like the eyes of the president. After this period of time, he found that the president especially loved to smile. Bitter smile, warm smile, light smile, whether it is the eyes or eyelashes, none of them will be the president of the charm of the best. Her lips felt her long eyelashes, very solid mouth, but even more is provocative. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jiang Jingxian didn't move either and looked at him with a smile. Chang Jiangbei lifted his head and just eyed old Wu. Are you sleepy? Jiang Jingxian smiled. Is it okay? Chang Jiangbei's throat knots moved as he laughed dryly. Then it's time to go to sleep too. President Khan looked at his watch. Sleeping now? Ha? Yes. Chang Jiangbei was restless. We've been busy all day. Let's hurry up and rest. And what's more, we haven't done anything serious yet. Jiang Jingxian laughed. Okay, but shouldn't you kid take a bath? Chang Jiangbei Tang immediately jumped up. I'm on my way. Technically, this was the proper first time, right? Bathroom. On how fast a normal male can be when he should be fast. It only took the lad 3 minutes to get out of the shower. Chang Jiangbei swore that he had never washed himself so urgently in his life. The small towel shook in his hands, all the hand speed of his years of singleness spent on this, and his body was already dry. I was thinking of rushing out, but then I paused in my tracks, lifted my palms and huffed. No, there's still a sparse flavor in the meal just now. He has to smell good. Or what if the president pushes him away and says his mouth stinks when he kisses later? Assistant Chen grabbed a new toothbrush in his hand and brushed his teeth at the top of his lungs. When he rinsed his mouth clean, he placed his toothbrush in a clear tooth jar next to the purple one of Jiang Jingxian. At the end of the day, it's a bit of a beauty to look at. It's a president and discharged tightening the water heater and looking at myself in the mirror. My heart is pounding at the moment, slipping my feet out of the bathroom. It's finally time for bed. In the bedroom, a wall sconce hung dimly on the wall. Jiang Jingxian was sitting on the end of the bed, leaning back to read a book, penetrating a flavor of knowledge. The sheet drooped gently over her soft body, and 2 pale blue suspenders hung from her exposed upper shoulders. The chest was also covered by a blue halter nightgown in silk fabric. You can call it a concave and convex, and you can tell how tempting it is when you lie down and have a curve. Chang Jiangbei licked his lips and shyly came up. Jing Jing, let's. Now. Well, come on up. Jiang Jingxian smiled as soon as she looked at him and nodded. Chang Jiangbei rushed into the quilt. It was indescribable quilt. It was the quilt of the president of the Lord. The smell of fragrant womanhood was all over the place under the comforter, and she had just taken a hot shower, and her legs seemed to be teased with a bit of heat. Chang Jiangbei completely can feel the rolling heat of her body. This really cannot top. This is not even a presidential test. Chang Jiangbei held his breath, so he squeezed towards her, and his hands were not honest. The president didn't move, either. Mildly. Seeing this, Chang Jiangbei is even more unrestrained. That satisfaction in his heart, not to mention, body twisted, handheld slipped on the bed. Ready, Julia, I'm coming. This one however flopped. But the soft body suddenly detached from him. The sheet deflated. Where was the president's shadow inside? Chang Jiangbei screamed holy. No, Jiang Jingjing, where are you going? Don't fish almost caught in a warped mouth. A while. Jiang Jingxian stepped on her slippers with a smile, making it puzzling that she actually went out of the bedroom. It's such a critical moment. Are you unable to play? This is not playing. Chang Jiangbei, a person sitting stupidly on the bed. It wasn't long before he heard the subtle sound of footsteps from the hallway outside his door again. Chang Jiangbei cried and laughed a little. President stop it. The yellow flowers are getting cold. Jiang Jingxian was carrying a bag in her hand. Call me Jing. Jing Jing, Jing Jing. Chang Jiangbei's arms spread out and said, come on, get under the covers. Jiang Jingxian smiled, and walked over to him nonchalantly, elegantly taking off her slippers, and with a lift of her beautiful legs that were hitched to her bathrobe, she put them under the covers and lay down with him. The two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes, and as if this wasn't enough, the president suddenly opened his mouth. Yell for mommy again. A surprise for you. Although Chang Jiangbei felt ashamed, he came close to her ear. Sneaking around anyway. Ahem. Mom. She gave a sudden puff of laughter, then raised her hand to the bag and gave through a belt on the bed, the kind that hadn't been opened yet. This is, that's what you've been brewing up all this time. Jiang Jingxian suddenly tilted her head, revealing that white neck, and her rosy lips gently gasped for breath. slightly more gently. I have to work tomorrow. Don't leave a mark. I can let you try. Oh, Chang Jiangbei, surprised. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 54. Take a day off. I'm begging for a book chase. Day 2. Early morning. Chang Jiangbei shrugged his nose, vaguely feeling ripples in the air. The fall sun is less hot than the summer heat. The warmth ruffles a little, and then a dazed one stretches a big yawn, and a long grunt comes out of his mouth. Suffice it to say, it was a sweet and savory night's sleep. Eyes open and blinking, and an ambiguous breath in his ear made his eyelids flutter. President Zhang turned her back to Chang Jiangbei and did not move. Her breathing rhythm was well proportioned, and she was also oblivious to the fact that the sheet on her shoulder had fallen off, emitting a flirtatious halo of light. This is a big boss, at the moment, since it's lying on the bed in such a posture. Master bedroom. Not far from the body of the bed a stocking fell on the glass surface of the writing desk, and it was evident that it could no longer be worn. In the groove of the floor under the desk was a pair of male floor shorts. On the floor of the aisle floor between the bed and the coat closet, scattered about were blue nightgowns wrapped in belts tossed aside. The scene was a bit of a mess. Hiss. Chang Jiangbei was afraid that she would catch a cold, and gently moved away from her arm holding her, bent down and got out of bed, picking up the small quilt that had fallen, and relaying it back down to cover the two of them. This time, it was what woke Jiang Jingxian up, and she looked at the ceiling and her surroundings with sleepy eyes. In the end, some dainty sight fell on Chang Jiangbei, actually smiling and bending her eyes to lean at his arm. His left hand reached forward and ran through the hair on the right side of his head, gently stroking it one at a time, giving a feeling of doting between his fingers. No, Julia, why do you always like to touch my hair? You did last night too. Chang Jiangbei's face showed a bitter color, and like an eye for an eye, he also touched President Zhang's long hair, following her movements and methodically stroking it down one by one. It feels like you always treat me like a child. In fact, Chang Jiangbei is not too disgusted with Jiang Jingxian. This seems to coax children in general small action. Every time so, there is a familiar warm feeling surged to the heart. Indescribable comfort. A few years older than you. When you were in middle school, Sis was in college. In Sis's eyes, you're not just a little kid. What? You're only 5 years older than me. 2 gold bricks or a year apart. How come from your mouth it feels like you're around older than me? Chang Jiangbei smiled helplessly. Jiang Jingxuan's head moved slightly and found a comfortable position on his shoulder to lean down, not continuing the age issue. When he spoke, he didn't continue to touch his hair, but slowly stroked Chang Jiangbei's face. It's hard to theorize with you. Your general manager Zhang's body is lackluster, too lazy to open his eyes. Look at what time it is. Chang Jiangbei picked up the cell phone on the bedside table and casually pressed a key. Then Miso sat up. Ouch. It's 9:40. Late for work again. This late? It's also fortunate that the company has nothing scheduled for today. Jiang Jingxian seldom got up so late. Opened her eyes, broke Chang Jiangbei's chin with her hand to make his head face herself, and then stared at him helplessly. How is your kid getting more and more livestock? Before in the hotel there was no. You've got no rest. No stopping. No stopping. Most of the night are asleep. You still. Oh. Chang Jiangbei's skin is obviously not as thick as President Zhang's, and his ears were hot and he hastily reached out to cover them. Jiang Jingxian softened her eyes. Every inch of her body was too tired to move. Every cell was in a lazy form, just wanting to just lie down lazily. Chang Jiangbei comfortably hugged the president of the adults. Really, the relationship sublimation is not the same. Speak to be so justified, that cannot be all my fault. The last time clearly is your own. Snap. President Jiang is still a bit of the president's power. The small hand child then gently patted his chest, then narrowed his eyes and gave Chang Jiangbei a stare. The last time was clearly when you called Jing's mom. How come you don't remember? Yeah, I was falling asleep and you had to have me call out to you, Julia. Stop. Jiang Jingxian lost her smile and blocked Chang Jiangbei's mouth with her finger. Looking at him twice, I see that this little assistant of yours, is now becoming more and more ungrateful. The rosy and flirtatious luster on Jiang Jingxuan's face added even more temptation to her, and the flavor of a mature woman was unmistakable. Chang Jiangbei looked at her with a bang and couldn't help but lower his head to kiss the president's head. Jing, you're so beautiful. Jiang Jingxian subconsciously raised her head slightly, feeling the itchy dryness on her forehead. She couldn't help but breathe gradually and sharply. Suddenly squinting her eyes, she gently nodded on Chang Jiangbei's chin, and then, met his falling lips and kissed him. 5 minutes passed. Stop it. President Khan tilted his head to the right, avoiding in his lips. Tidy up the house. Well, let's not go to the office today. Take a day off. It won't be a payroll deduction. Still a fortune hunter, don't you think? Is this what it feels like to have someone behind you? Chang Jiangbei pursed his lips. Mr. President, I am simply blessed to know you, and my admiration for you is as great as a torrent of water. continuous as, okay, get up. I'll see about getting you something to eat in the kitchen. Why don't we just go eat out? Boys are like that, talking tough after the soporific. Who just said I cook the best? Oh, I'm partial to feeding you. But soon after moving and realizing that she was limp, Jiang Jingxian sighed, raised her head again and ruffled her hair. Looking at Cheng Jiangbei, forget it, let's eat outside? The corner of President Zhang's eyes, which were elongated due to squinting, instantly showed a unique charm of a mature woman. Without having the time to speak, Cheng Jiangbei looked at the heartbeat not fall, again, emotionally kissed over, and at the end, held Jiang Jingxuan's head in his arms, the tip of his nose comfortably buried into her hair and sniffed. Jingjing, why are you so seductive? It feels like when I see you, I can't control it a little. Really? Jiang Jingxian, a pair of eyes at the moment his charming show, the belly of the finger gently caressing his face, as if in touching a precious piece of art in general, gently sighed. I also know why. See you kid is like a bewitchment. To see what has become the appearance of. I would have known that I do not go to the mountain city to see you. Cheng Jiangbei did not expect her to suddenly ask this. Of course, tightly embraced her. What are you talking about? Beat you God arranges things. We are not together. It is a big mistake. There are times when fate misses. It will not come back. It is not possible that we missed. That means a lonely old age. Even though she had just woken up from a nap, Jiang Jingxuan's temperament was that graceful and elegant, narrowing her eyes at him. So articulate today? You're a little assistant who still dares to beat up the president? Cheng Jiangbei stared into her eyes and pursed his lips for a moment. No, it could be it could be a little more forceful. The result didn't give him a chance. The president's eyes were full. I do like you better like this. Cheng Jiangbei's eyelids all jumped twice, and his fingers were all stupid. Then Jiang Jingxian looked down, then stretched lazily. If you want to fight, just fight. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 55, take another day off from work. 2-in-1 begs for a booking. Cheng Jiangbei raised his hand. Fake lifting false release. Did not spare too much force. Feeling the slippery in his hand, some crying and laughing. President you are also really. Hi get up first. Jiang Jingxian was in a good mood at this time and pinched Cheng Jiangbei's face before getting up. Cheng Jiangbei spinning and skidding out of bed, picking up the clothes on the ground one by one to wear, and then drilled into the toilet to wash up after drilling into the kitchen. At this moment the filter reality is also obviously broken, completely without the kind of mouse in the unit before encountering the cat's constraints. Show yourself generously. Getting what? It smells good. Jiang Jingxuan's body carried the heat from just after the bath, the latter coming down the stairs smiling and smoothing her temples. Just a little bit of anything. It'll be done in a minute. You sit down. Then I'll have to taste Assistant Cheng's handiwork today. President Jiang took a shower in the morning, and changed one of the halter dress in the house swaying. Have said, to choose the purple, must choose the purple. This is particularly charming, twisting body, and Cheng Jiangbei rare beauty of the scenery. He looked a burst of hot eyes. The line of sight stays in the Jiang Jingxian slim waist and thighs, and then fell on the perfect curvature of the whole person. The purple color is already full of charm, coupled with the president of the women's aura itself, the female president with the purple suspenders. It was only Cheng Jiangbei who had the good fortune to see this. If it were anyone else, who would be able to see the president dressed like this in private? Happy again. Cheng Jiangbei, table. Jiang Jingxian slowly chewed a mouthful of toast wrapped in blueberry sauce, and after swallowing it, she smiled. It's quite tasty. Hard work Cheng. President Jiang always speaks so nicely. Language is a study. Cheng Jiangbei consciously said, if you think it's delicious, I'll come over and make it for you later when I have time. When Cheng Jiangbei returned home, he saw his old sister banging her head against the table. Cheng Jiangbei then asked his mom what happened to her. Mom lost some of her laughter. Didn't she say she wanted to marry herself off? Looking for an old classmate from before to introduce a date to her. Cheng Jiangbei blinked. Then this is a good thing. Mom sighed. She went but the man did not come. Her classmates told her that people in prison, after the new year will come out, but also said that she was assured that the state has been given to her rehabilitation. Po ha 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 ha. Cheng Jiangbei almost died laughing. What a strange man. Older sister seems to have heard his laughter. Very much want to hit people come over and want to stomp Cheng Jiangbei's buttocks, but was particularly mellow to avoid. Cheng Jiangbei skimmed his lips, nesting. As a result, the old sister suddenly also very aggrieved. I said at that time, he came out or not I do not care. I just want to kill you guys. I went in. Cheng Jiangbei, and then what? My oldest sister suddenly wanted to die. The matchmaker said to calm down. No need to rush to see him now. Cheng Jiangbei directly collapsed onto the sofa laughing. Older sister ran over and tried to stomp his ass again. She was too pitiful, so Cheng Jiangbei let her kick twice. Then with a sideways glance, He said, "Why don't I still introduce you? Older sister is emo. You better mind your own business first." Cheng Jiangbei felt that his elder sister was simply a dog-biting Lu Dongbin and didn't know what was good for her. After taking a shower, Cheng Jiangbei comfortably lay on the bed, then fumbled for his cell phone. Have I been missing too much work the last few days? Will the impact not be good? Cell phone drops reply quickly. Jiang Jingxian, isn't that what you said? That you want the president to favor you? Isn't this favoritism? Cheng Jiangbei, yes. It's so favorable. I simply love it. Jingxian Jiang, how much love? Jingxian Jiang, picture. Cheng Jiangbei knew at a glance that he was in her office. And then he saw a microchat message from her. Jiang Jingxian, don't you come to the company to work with me if you love? Cheng Jiangbei, you're fishing. Jingxian Jiang, why? No? Cheng Jiangbei rolled over a bit. Then you wait. Jiang Jingxian smiled lightly. Come on. Rest you. Just kidding. Cheng Jiangbei poured it again. Don't. I'm serious. When I come to your office, I'll hold you down and kiss you. See if you're afraid. Jiang Jingxian, what am I afraid of lol? Jiang Jingxian, how Assistant Cheng treats the president in the office is fine. Oh. Cheng Jiangbei was shocked for a moment. Wait for me, I'll make a drop right away. Jiang Jingxian, you kid. How about opening a dye house when I give you some color? You'd better be honest and take a taxi to my house and wait for me to get off work. Cheng Jiangbei once again sat up violently, cleaned up himself, and even sneaked in a pajamas in his bag, thought about taking a few more sets of clothes, and slipped out of the house. His heart was incomparably stirred. The president is in a high position and doesn't have a stink on him. The desire is clearly strong, but there's also some of her proportion, and the main focus is a respectful fit to help build her confidence, even if she's toying with herself. There's no one else. Is there a woman who's more of a woman than CEO Kong? There's no one else. There's no one else. At night, wait until the stars twinkle so wobbly. Cheng Jiangbei could comfortably sleep with his arms around President Jiang again, and was so satisfied at the moment that it was warm and soft. Feet are hot. The hands are warming up too. The body was also miserably comfortable. As the pajamas were so comfortable to touch, it just felt tingly. Why? Your feet aren't cold, are they? At this moment in the bedroom, the lights have been dimmed. Dark. Can only smell the faint aroma of Jiang Jingxian body scurry nose. Comfortable Following Jiang Jingxian, he was really feeling that little fluttering, little restlessness of a newlywed. Aha. Cheng Jiangbei didn't politely say thank you anymore. Suddenly turned his body. The two people were now lying on the pillow. Their faces were not far from each other, as if they could still feel a little bit of each other's breath. He suddenly asked, do you want me to help you cover your feet too? Do you like my feet a lot? That's just very Jingxian Jiang. Like, want to touch? Cheng Jiangbei also answered greatly. Touch it then. Do you need me to pose for anything? Jiang Jingxian then went out from Cheng Jiangbei's arms and then lifted the quilt. These things, she was happy to do, so she didn't dawdle at all. Cheng Jiangbei climbed up at once, patted his thighs. Put your legs up. Cheng, no. Is that so? When Jiang Jingxian changed her sitting position, she gently lifted her feet up, then her tight calf stomach gently rested on Cheng Jiangbei's thigh. Aha! Cheng Jiangbei looked at Jiang Jingxian gentle. Just did not mind dirty to cover his feet and hands, and now he wants to touch his feet. Say a word will also be on him. He was soothed and at the same time especially touched. He knew that President Jiang did not take himself as an outsider, just like she thought. Since it's meant to be, if I don't pick you, who am I waiting for? The logic seems straightforward and simple, but it fits Jingxian Jiang, and Cheng Jiangbei is found. President Jiang on the inside of the character may be shining that kind of female light. Very good at taking care of people. Very considerate. Truth be told, it's really hard to pick out an heir of being in a position of power from their personalities and the way they speak and act when they're alone. It's a little different than outside. She's too good for Cheng Jiangbei. Her character is too good. Beauty but not ostentatious. In a high position but do not think in the family, also press people a cut. Meek but also straightforward. Gentle. Not pretentious. To Cheng Jiangbei no frame. Will love people. There's really no one else. It seemed like all kinds of requirements and needs for finding a wife were basically reflected in Jiang Jingxian, and she had almost all of these advantages. As long as she likes you, she feels happy doing anything for you, then she really is the woman who will try anything and be there for you. Cheng Jiangbei casually cupped his hand around her foot. She's also not shy and big like a little girl, but it's because of that. Cheng Jiangbei, a little teasing action is a little touch rubbing, very vegetarian. At this moment vegetarian, a little estimate is also full of sentiment. It's half a day of fumbling and it's already early in the morning. Jiang Jingxian covered her mouth and yawned. The way she yawned was all particularly soft and graceful. Sleepy? Sleepy? It's a bit late. President Jiang Jingxian said quite directly. Rest then? Jiang Jingxian nodded. Good. Cheng Jiangbei then released his leg. I'll have someone come over tomorrow morning to get breakfast ready. Jiang Jingxuan's soft body said as she undressed. It's fine if I get up and get it myself, Chang Jiangbei proposed. No, it's better to arrange for some ants in the house from now on, so as not to tire you out. Not tired, not tired. Chang Jiangbei shook his head. Lunch? I'll ask my aunt to prepare lunchboxes? The meal standard in the staff cafeteria is 12 a day, right? Will it be too low? This is where the president's honor begins to throw in the towel. Chang Jiangbei immediately said. The food in our staff cafeteria is ready. Anyway, it's just as well that auntie is here. It's not as if she hasn't given it to you in the office. It's not as if it's once or twice. Your sister Jiang is treating you to a boxed lunch tomorrow. It won't be too much to ask, will it? Well. The president's soft food is something the average person can afford. Why yes, it simply doesn't smell too good. Really, the fortune teller is honestly not fooling him anymore. Then Master Xiao Chang, come on. Jiang Jingxian narrowed her eyes, her rosy lips parting just a bit unreasonably. In the middle of the night, Chang Jiangbei only felt a jolt in his back and quickly became agitated. Eat it like a marrow. The main thing you're not doing, Chang Jiangbei. Early the next morning, he rubbed his messy hair, the sheets crumpled, and in no hurry to brush his teeth and wash his face, he rummaged through the fridge in the kitchen, dumped the milk with the bread, and then stomped upstairs in his slippers when he heard the sound of a clattering showerhead coming from the bathroom side. President Jiang at the moment has not finished showering, but Chang Jiangbei also hold anxious cannot wait, cannot help but go up to click and screw the bathroom door. Well, the door is not locked. The president of the adult does not take him as an outsider's. Was he from the outside easily pushed open some? Jing. The water stopped for a moment. What's wrong? The female voice drifted out along with the sound of the water. Chang Jiangbei said, go to the restroom and wash your face. Jiang Jingxian gave an O, and asked me, feel free. Chang Jiangbei said, then I'll go in. You, come in and you still need to tell me. After a brief exchange, the sound of water clattered again. He sidestepped into the bathroom. These days, the bathroom is housed inside the glass door. Work is the kind of frosted. The bottom is transparent. The key part is covered. But from Chang Jiangbei this angle can clearly see President Jiang glass below the snapping exposed 2 small feet. Feet also with a little bit of bath bubbles, presumably just after the bath is rushing it. Chang Jiangbei also do not care. First quickly with the wash basin there to brush your teeth and wash your face a hand, and then stood in front of the toilet. The frosted glass door swiped open. Jiang Jingxian walked out and didn't avoid anything. Just after taking a shower which white and slippery arms were raised, picking up the towel hanging by her side and started to wipe her body. Chang Jiangbei is peeing, just skimming his eyes, looking at the slanting back from the mirror, and there is still a little heat on his body, all the sweat from yesterday. Then not far away from each other, in the bathroom was the tenderness of that just out of the bath, making Chang Jiangbei a little frightened. Early in the morning, Jiang Jingxian was wiping her thighs when she saw in front of her eyes, and suddenly walked behind Chang Jiangbei with a warm smile. Chang Jiangbei was abruptly startled. Then it's back to, how is it that the last 2 days have been full of this kind of unfolding? Chang Jiangbei felt that the two of them were really ready to ignite at any time. The youngster was completely overwhelmed by the female president. You're not working? Pounced on. Jiang Jingxian bent her eyes and smiled. Or do you want to take another day off? What the hell is this? You write the report and I'll approve the note fait accompli? Is this the beauty of having a relationship with your boss? Chang Jiangbei only felt that language is an art. Too exciting. Right. His head is dizzy. Going to work? The hammer on the class. Not live. Chang Jiangbei has the mindset of going out and fighting. But the president of the Lord is still very attached to the work. Just said so, but also just naughty to tease a little. This unreasonable goblin president. Okay. Put your socks on for your sister Ginger and go to work. Chang Jiangbei was the president as a warped mouth fishing, steeply awake for a moment. Yesterday also did not go to the unit. Today this is what time? It's 10 o'clock. Took a half-day vacation for you. Jiang Dingxian pushed Chang Jiangbei's chest, sat up, looked at the eye. Chang Jiangbei raised his hand to sort out his hair, helplessly laughed. Not let you play. You Jiang's sister since work, have not asked for a day and a half of vacation. It. Meet you kid is also an exception. We are 2 days. A little moderation, okay? Right. Although Chang Jiangbei can feel the rolling heat of her body, he should also have your proportion. You've got to get up and do something. I'm going to take a shower. Chang Jiangbei climbed up from the bed and smoothly straightened Jiang Jingxuan's crumpled stockings before getting into the bathroom, feeling the cold cut through. This is what is called real. The image of stepping on high heels last night President Kong attacked him shuddered a little in his head. Let him feel that different President Jiang also has different charms. Strong President Jiang with her noble temperament. if you take the rabbit she purchased earlier. Chang Jiangbei was silent for 2 seconds, and then violently shook his head. What is the strange and weird thing in your head now? And you still want to get on the cosplot? Ha-to-a. You are cheap. That's really what men are like, never being able to say no to a cos. Not to mention what is that? That's Jingxian Zhang's cos. Hearing the sound of clattering water in the bathroom, Zhang Jingxian looked down at her chest, her eyes narrowed, and then her small hand twisted a stretch of snapping, slightly picking and pulling at the stockings that had been made to look slightly misplaced. This seems to be not as good as the bare legs to touch it. Not so silky. Also do not know why Xiaochang so like. Eyes are growing on the top. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 56, Not Going on the Highway. 3,000 words begging for booking. The president and the assistant went out of the house one after the other. Chang Jiangbei felt that he couldn't go on like this. It's so indulgent. Everyone in the company has some rumors that Chang Jiangbei is now relying on the president's favor and is a little too arrogant. Chang Jiangbei sometimes also some injustice. Sitting in the office, was subject to the president's message. Come to the office and don't you want to come in the office? Cannot withstand the female president such a test. Who can withstand? Not to mention my little assistant Ami. I can't resist the temptation. Ding dong, pushing open the door. In front of all eyes was Zhang Jingxuan's mature, elegant and noble body, stepping on her high heels and squinting her eyes. Yo, coming? No way. Chang Jiangbei had these 3 days has flashed too many dramas. Halter nightgown texture is too lovely. Below the fleshy body is too. That heat and scent constantly squeezed out of his body. Chang Jiangbei did not want to blindly think about it, and he could not care if he had just gotten up and just entered the door. Originally, he didn't come over here this time to have a casual conversation. Sister Jiang, don't blame me. Chang Jiangbei snapped shut the door and said nothing. Then soon Zhang Jingxuan's dismayed voice was extraordinarily clear next to the desk. She was obviously still a little caught off guard. Stumbling, ouch. I told you to come into the office. Not in, oops, don't gag. Phew. Chang Jiangbei simply do not do anything. A good little young. Finally gradually began to go on the road. Sister Jiang like me? Zhang Jingxian blushed. Yes. After a while, Chang Jiangbei actually hummed and hawed in amazement as he watched the president actually cry and hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Zhang Jingxian covered her eyes and huffed, then got a little messy. Feet are crooked. Chang Jiangbei. Inside the office, Chang Jiangbei is in deep water, and something happens that particularly gets on his nerves. He's too hairy. Just, by accident, the president's foot gave way. Chang Jiangbei anxious bad. She is still heartless laughingly said alright. Obviously ankle or swollen into what kind of? Zhang Jingxian sat on the sofa in front of the desk, lifting a pair of beautiful legs, full of her unique charm. It's not in the way. You don't have to be in too much of a hurry. There's no hurry yet. It's all swollen up like this. Chang Jiangbei's brows were furrowed with heartache, and it was from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Dingxian, who was looking at the bottom of her eyes, smiled and rubbed his hair. Chang Jiangbei is also familiar with it. This day, humming and hawing to the president to hold back home. You do not look at the president to look at the delicate. The actual weight of the very soft body is much as soft, heavy, but also look not fat, belong to the very best. Huffing and puffing. He didn't go back to the company set for a few days because of the bad influence, I guess. As soon as Chang Jiangbei arrived home, he washed a warm towel and gave the president a compress for his feet. That's fine. Take a break. Look how busy you are. Zhang Jingxuan's soft little hand then wiped Chang Jiangbei's forehead with a tissue. Chang Jiangbei exhaled and took the tissue. It's fine. I'm not tired. Zhang Jingxuan's eyes were full, some flickering with meaning, looking at Chang Jiangbei's busyness in getting food and getting her a change of clothes. This kind of small episode didn't seem to be painful, but rather had a special amount of thoughtfulness to it. Seems to have some more empathy with the dream in. Chang, how about some wine? Fell is not that kind of special particularly serious. A few days time, the swelling is also some disappeared. Just set the apron. Not to mention the family little woman male also have a model suspicious stared at the president of the small feet. When she noticed Chang Jiangbei's line of sight, she smiled and ruffled her hair. It's not in the way. Drink some red wine. It's not too much of a problem. Chang Jiangbei has always been on the president is also arguable, is more full of respect, thought, also put the apron to take off, lost his smile and said, okay, then we drink a little bit, do not drink too much, Chang, then thank you to our little Chang. President Zhang Jingxuan's eyelashes are also really nice, curved and long with a little touch, teasing the heart so much. The moment is also soft and the voice speaks of us. Chang Jiangbei then pondered and ran to laugh and look for a wine glass, and scanned the house. The balcony is cold. The dining room is too stereotypical. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows is fine, but this has to have some ambience. So take the flowers from the dining room table and go to the drawer and rummage around for 2 candles. It's okay. He also somewhat enjoys this little cozy feeling in his family, and the rituals are still there. Zhang Jingxian silently watched the clock from the side, and 20 minutes later, he finally took his first sip of wine in the company of flowers and candles. This night they did not drink until very late, and even did not say too much. Cheng Jiangbei some fortunate that the president is not greedy. Just a moment in the review of red wine, a moment in the work of some matters, a moment of self-congratulation to brush the phone pulling Cheng Jiangbei selfie. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is huffing and puffing and twinkling the capital's top night spots. Instead, he was as relaxed as he had been in a while. The sound of clinking wineglasses was crisp and clear. Cheng Jiangbei licked his lips, still drinking leisurely. Zhang Jingxian right now through the window light, side head, looking at his side face, dream overlap a little, suddenly eyelashes slightly moving. If I had to do it all over again, I'd want it to still be you. Zhang Jingxuan's eyes curved with a soft light. It was always you. Cheng Jiangbei was stunned for a moment, and the goblet in his hand was frozen for a moment. Her delicate softness seemed to be the best picture framed at this moment. Harder. The sweet picture shifts instantly. In Cheng Jiangbei's hand, there were only palpitations that made the heart thump, and he couldn't touch the heartbeat at all. Harder. Is there a more wonderful Chinese than this? Through the window kind of bright moonlight, Zhang Jingxuan's face, also some hazy feeling. Cheng Jiangbei looked at her as half a ring did not say anything. The president's view of love is simple and straightforward. The mature woman's style of speech. The whole person is manifested in the charm of mature women, but the treatment of feelings is really a brave big woman. What do you keep gawking at me for? Zhang Jingxuan's eyes seemed to be all a bit soft from drinking a bit of red wine, and her hair was flowing and smelling good, asking with a smile, "What's the matter? Am I pretty?" Cheng Jiangbei smiled, taking the initiative to take Zhang Jingxuan's hand, then lowered it from his chest, drooping and resting it to the side, sincerely replying, "Pretty, pretty." Zhang Jingxian actually put Cheng Jiangbei's hand down this time, and then curved her eyes, and under Cheng Jiangbei's very surprised gaze, she pinched up the fingers of that hand and gently pointed them on her lips. Dark sky, dotted with moonlight, shining as if a specially crystal-shaved head, seems to be some bright crystal next to the lips. Although she has never been in love, she is still generous and direct, and although she is simple and soft, she is still mature and strong. This big, complex, super attractive woman's lips parted with a, "Yeah, nice lips?" Cheng Jiangbei has not yet had time to react back. I saw full of red moist crystal red lips actually gently open a little slit, fingernails also painted with red fingernail caps, resting next to the lips, and then the moonlight. The red power seems to be particularly bright and attractive. I did not expect to be able to see more enticing than the eye is the sound. Then kiss me more. Okay. Cheng Jiangbei gulped straight and froze for a long time. Don't? How can? Go ahead then. Make yourself at home. Is this the older female sister? She wasn't shy at all and took a big step forward on her heels, and loosened her coiled hair and flicked it out, then brought her mouth up, and she didn't stop there, possibly having drunk some wine. Zhang Jingxian spared a look at Cheng Jiangbei and gently exhaled towards his ear. Do you want to go outside? Cheng Jiangbei stared at the dog dumbfounded. A jolt, a steep shock, jumped off as if some fast. How to go outside? President, you are going to kiss outside? Ah. Go where? Park. Cheng Jiangbei gulped, his lips dry. Zhang Jingxian narrowed her eyes. You don't want to go? Is that what it means to push a little harder? Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head repeatedly, looked down at the smooth feet fitting on the carpet, and then hurriedly shook his head. This won't work, will it? You can't even move easily. Zhang Jingxian smiled and shoved her feet into Cheng Jiangbei's arms. Aren't you there? Your Zhang sister wants to go outside to kiss and hug and lift high. You kid go or not? Mr. President, what on the outside kissing and hugging and lifting high? Ah, you talk like this. It's a little too explosive. Ah. Cheng Jiangbei slapped his leg and got up. Go. I'll go. At night, the park had always been quiet. Still at the artificial lake after a touch of mist appeared in the hazy sky. You also know Cheng Jiangbei as a child fortune teller gave him a fortune. So understand the two hands. The fruit. Jingxian Jiang from the face. This is a woman with strong desire. Career suppressed the desire. But when she had a way to vent it, it was like a dam that had stood for a long time and suddenly collapsed. A flood of. A kiss on the exposed side of the air is too much of a palpitation. She finally kissed. Cheng Jiangbei could not even stand. A pair of hands tightly wrapped around Cheng Jiangbei's neck. Her eyes seemed to be wrapped in the confusion of the intention. Until she suffocated, her breath a little difficult, she reluctantly let go. Wipe your mouth. Cheng Jiangbei huffed and puffed 2 breaths, handed a piece of paper out. Who knows that she did not pick up? Zhang Jingxian, this super white rich face has been with that kind of full of womanly redness. Eyes bent as if they are all going to be lassoed. Gently embraced Cheng Jiangbei, and then said in his ear, This feels pretty good. Sometimes, a fine moist language can already make a person's heart palpitate to the heart. Cheng Jiangbei are to sister fast kneeling. Put away your magical powers. That man can withstand this kind of test? Breathing intensified. Zhang Jingxuan's playing with fire in this manner completely made Cheng Jiangbei throw away all the so-called reserve, the so-called concerns. What? Before Zhang Jingxian could feel the sudden strong force, Cheng Jiangbei directly embraced her fleshy thighs, and in the midst of her exclamation of surprise, he lifted her up in one go, so that her thighs could be wrapped around his waist. It was undoubtedly hot and dry again today at the lake. Although it was dark and the wind was cool, Cheng Jiangbei physical strength, Zhang Jingxian figure so good, body and high, of course, not too light, but cannot resist holding half a day did not say to put down. The entire male aura then ran towards Zhang Jingxian. After all, the first time she was already confused by the fiery Cheng Jiangbei's kiss. At this moment, backwards, the whole person hung on Cheng Jiangbei's body, red-faced and straight gasping. It was as if she was surprised why Cheng Jiangbei was very strong and picked her up in a hug. Subliminally, Cheng Jiangbei raised his head, exhaled, and was silent for a few seconds before saying, "President, you're teasing an adult male like this, that can withstand you teasing like this? Available." Zhang Jingxian hesitated for a moment, then began to prepare bearing her clothes, her rosy lips still saying, "It's not too good to be outside like this, right?" Cheng Jiangbei was alarmed. This is not a car on the highway. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 57 It's fun to be with you. 7,000 words begging for subscription. Cheng Jiangbei all but saw a few runners in the distance. The president is teasing him. Zhang Jingxuan's hand was downward or holding Cheng Jiangbei's head, and her entire body looked like she was completely relying on Cheng Jiangbei. Cheng Jiangbei seems to have absolute strength at the moment, dominating her. She did not look at Cheng Jiangbei, just at the moment have not completely calmed her breathing. This feeling of dependence made Zhang Jingxian easily overlap with the feeling in her heart that Cheng Jiangbei would use a commanding tone, and if it was someone else, she would have told him to get lost as if it was Frosty. But to Cheng Jiangbei, she didn't hate this feeling, and even her tone was a little softer. Zhang Jingxian has two sides, externally strong, but internally she seems to be very soft, extra special soft. Come, sit on this. Cheng Jiangbei forcefully placed her on the stone slab. Zhang Jingxian softened her eyes and hemmed, and didn't mind sitting on it with her legs closed. It is a little cool. After all, summer had passed quite a while ago, and it was autumn in Blue Star, and the flagstones were a little cold. Cheng Jiangbei suddenly looked at Zhang Jingxuan's meek face. He seemed to see this kind of Zhang Jingxian again, but this side was very familiar. This was the President Zhang that he was familiar with. Sometimes when the tone is heavy, Zhang Jingxian seems to immediately start to say nothing, following all his wishes. Cheng Jiangbei pursed his lips and tried to ask her, "Then I'll carry you up?" Out of the way. Sitting on the stone slab, Zhang Jingxian took the initiative to reach her hand over and was about to take Cheng Jiangbei's neck. "Better get up. It's too cold. You'll freeze and catch cold later." Said no. "Your ginger sister is not so delicate. I said I'd carry you up." Cheng Jiangbei stared at her, his tentative tone fierce. You obviously put me up here yourself." Zhang Jingxian smiled helplessly, but still lifted her leg slightly and moved her butt. Cheng Jiangbei swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Zhang Jingxian, what kind of fairy woman is this? Strong enough to make sense to outsiders, but meek and obedient when it comes to yourself. Dizzy, Cheng Jiangbei suddenly didn't know how to describe his mood. He could only hug her, and something was tickling him in his heart. Waiting until the city was almost devoid of the night's hustle and bustle, Zhang Jingxian stepped on the high heels were peeled off and placed at her feet. Cheng Jiangbei relaid her down before her feet stepped gently into the inside of the high heels, and then took care of herself to straighten up her clothes and tie her hair as well. Cheng Jiangbei supported her on the side. "Are you tired?" Zhang Jingxian laughed and shook her head. "You keep hugging me. What am I tired of? How long have we been here?" Cheng Jiangbei asked knowingly. "I don't know. Over an hour?" Zhang Jingxian raised her hand and looked at her watch. "It's 11 o'clock? You have to work tomorrow, so I'll take you home?" Cheng Jiangbei suddenly looked at Zhang Jingxian. "Yo, it's so late?" After resting for a while, Zhang Jingxian, who drank some red wine, has calmed down a little bit, and also put herself in order, gently dialed the high heels on her feet, and when she looked up, her good-looking eyes were smiling. "Why do you keep looking at your sister Jiang?" "No." Cheng Jiangbei retracted his line of sight, pursed his lips, and cried a little. "It's just to see that you still have to wear high heels in this condition." Zhang Jingxuan's buttocks next to the stone slabs, her soft little feet lifted, crossing her legs, looking down, easily upside down. "Doesn't it look good?" Cheng Jiangbei licked his lips. "It's not even a matter of looking good or not. Your feet aren't even sharp yet. It's not in the way." Zhang Jingxian smiled, and with a sideways lift, she rested her beautiful leg on Cheng Jiangbei's thigh. Isn't there still Xiao Chang? If possible, Xiao Chang is my crutch. Chang Jiangbei's eyelids jumped as he listened. I'm becoming a crutch again. Complaining about being a crutch for your ginger sister? Aggrieved is nothing to talk about. But artificial crutches, this has to apply for payment. Chang Jiangbei also coughed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingxian actually blinked her eyes and pulled out the bag in her coat pocket, shrugging heartlessly. But you, Sister Jiang, I'm penniless. This mature boss big sister is really such a big figure. Cute shameful Chang Jiangbei suddenly realized, really capitalists are bloodsuckers Fine, pay us Ching, but talking about money would be too hurtful don't you think? Zhang Jingxian naturally took the windshield's neck, then said, let's go home first, give you my private photos, don't you kids love to see them? Chang Jiangbei was stunned for a moment. What? You kid, didn't you love it before when sis took your picture and sent it to you privately? Zhang Jingxian hung her arm up graciously. Chang Jiangbei gave her a hug. Where is it? That's clearly what you sent me. The day is indeed cold. Zhang Jingxian went out on a whim and did not wear too much. The skin is still a little icy cold to the touch. The side of the head, the gaze is full. So, it's still your sister John's fault? Chang Jiangbei puffed and puffed, the princess hugging the softness in her arms. I didn't say that. Originally just thought that these days Xiao Chang has been working hard. Find some of his favorite clothes and shoot with his favorite pose for him to see. Zhang Jingxuan's eyes curved and after a pause, she pouted her rosy lips before saying, it seems like it's still not necessary right now. Chang Jiangbei was silent for a moment, and then he really felt that a good man can eat the loss in front of him, so he smiled slightly. President, you adults don't remember the small man. I can still need it. Zhang Jingxuan's finger gently traced Chang Jiangbei's cheek, her eyes soft. Well, if you like it, then I'll shoot it for you. Chang Jiangbei listened to hold his breath for a moment. His footsteps are a little faster. 10 minutes away. He walked back in less than 10 minutes gasping for breath. Chang, do you often take pictures? Chang Jiangbei coughed. Generally don't take pictures, so will you make me look ugly in the picture? I seem a bit unphotogenic. Zhang Jingxian she asked. Photo technology this thing Chang Jiangbei does have some. He hasn't been in love. He doesn't have a real ex-girlfriend. Chang Jiangbei said. I don't like to take selfies, but you are so pretty, no matter whether it's photogenic or not. How to take a picture will look good. Your face value, not eat the photographers, and we are just to take a picture? I do want you to change all kinds of pretty clothes for me. Yoo-hoo, so direct today. Zhang Jingxian smiled and took the initiative to press the password, twisting her head with a grin as she continued. But I like it when you're direct like this. Returning to the house, Zhang Jingxian pushed the door into the bedroom and told Chang Jiangbei to wait. But soon, just as Zhang Jingxian went in, she greeted him in the bedroom. Chang Jiangbei then got up and went over. This opened the door and froze, because at this moment, Zhang Jingxian was lying on the bed, but still wearing a cheongsam and high heels, holding a camera in her hand that looks like a very high-grade camera. After seeing Chang Jiangbei, she didn't have any embarrassment, clicked and took 2 more pictures of her own, raised her hand to run down a handful of hair that had fallen off her forehead, untied the headband and recombed it up, coiled it behind her head, and her mouth said mildly, this outfit is all a bit dirty. The stockings just seem to have been knocked around outside. They're all a bit torn. Take a look. Should I take a picture of this one too? Now Zhang Jingxian was lying on the bed, her stockings gently pulled back by the bumpy scratches, and her cheongsam had a little bit of harmless crease on the top. Chang Jiangbei exhaled 2 breaths and sat directly on the sofa in the bedroom, patted the spot beside him, and said in a strong voice, well, let's see. Zhang Jingxian did not feel that Chang Jiangbei's tone was wrong in the slightest. Hands lent support to the bed, then sat up, and with a simple straightening of her clothes, stood up, slippers not even on, and stepped right onto the floor, and she took the initiative to ask, how's it going? Chang Jiangbei casually pressed the shutter a few times, did not take a serious picture, but the camera still looks good when photographed. Let's see. Zhang Jingxian walked over to take a look. She is also the first time to specifically change clothes in front of the face for Chang Jiangbei to shoot. This thing is also fresh, especially she also let go. Think it is very interesting. So with a smile on his face, he asked, ready then? Ready. Chang Jiangbei knew what she meant by ready and snapped his fingers. Well, I'm ready too. Zhang Jingxian walked back again and sat at the end of the bed. Chang Jiangbei asked for advice. Just this outfit first, yes? Zhang Jingxian smiled and said, I usually do not take pictures, mainly to see you chat record is some like, before also gave you a person photographed. Every time I change clothes I also with the feeling to match, and did not care too much. Now you are in the face. The main thing is still you. You think what clothes are suitable. I can change. There are still a lot of clothes in the closet. You do not like. Then take the time to come back to my house. I check room is very big. Every season there will be a special people will send clothes to me. Then you pick and choose. I can be alright. Ouch. Look at what Jiang Jingxian said. What have you got? I'll change it for you if you think it's right. There's something strange about seeming to be dumb. You know, a boy who can't always say no to a. Ahem. Cheng Jiangbei felt that he was simply too nourished right now. Cheng Jiangbei pursed his lips and inquired again. No face shots then? Look at you. You can shoot if you want to. I'm just shooting specifically for you to see anyway. Jiang Jingxian said without any shyness at all. Then turn your leg sideways first. Cheng Jiangbei commanded with a light cough. Jiang Jingxian moved her thighs wrapped in flesh stockings. Like this? Do your feet hurt? It's not in the way. You shoot yours. Cheng Jiangbei immediately said. Yes, this is very good. The curves of the two calves are perfectly outlined. Fantastic. I took the picture, clicked and grabbed another one, but the angle seemed a little off, so I took two more in a row, circling Jiang Jingxuan's cheongsam below the waist to the high heels underneath. That texture, it's so tantalizing. Jiang Jingxuan's posture was also taken exceptionally well. She was already a very charming woman. There were movements that didn't need to be deliberate. They were just elegantly in place. In fact, some people, no matter how much they do hooking posture, but really take pictures of the posture and expression, the whole person is not at all imagine that kind of Thai feeling. Still so gentle and elegant, the bones of the thing. She would have been a graceful, noble and beautiful woman. Nice. A look of a good wife and mother. A few minutes later, a dozen or so shots were taken, and a couple of the ones with mediocre angles of effect were deleted, leaving 5 that felt good overall. Take a look. Cheng Jiangbei handed over the camera in his hand. As long as you think it looks good. Jiang Jingxian narrowed her eyes. Cheng Jiangbei cried and laughed and said, is it that you think it's okay for me to be photographed as whatever I am? Of course, you are. Jiang Jingxian crossed her legs and suddenly took a look at him. Her rosy lips sighed and added, alright, I'm not the kind of person who wants to take care of the family's big and small things. Zun doesn't respect me. I can feel it. Jiang Jingxuan's feet touched a bit. I'm already your woman. Why are you asking my opinion? Jiang Jingxian pouted her rosy lips. What's inconvenient for you and me? Destined for you to be my man. Whatever pose you think is good. Just take pictures in whatever pose. Whatever clothes you think are good. Just wear whatever you want to take pictures in. It doesn't matter. The main thing is that you like it. Cheng Jiangbei's eyes touched. Jiang Jingxian directly blocked Cheng Jiangbei's hand. For me, the person I like is happy. Then I'm happy. I'm a person who is not happy, I will say it directly. I won't condescend to myself. Didn't say it means I'm happy and accept it. Have you ever seen me refuse you anything? Even today in the office when you turned me. Turned the page over, Cheng Jiangbei's ears were hot. Jiang Jingxuan's small hands softly poked him in the head. Didn't complain about you, just wanted to tell you. Jiang Jingxian immediately went over and gently bit Cheng Jiangbei's ear. It's fun to be with you. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catching up on subscriptions. Chapter 58 like this. Requests for follow-up orders. Cheng Jiangbei also felt that he was very happy with the president. But, his loins were starting to hurt. Work has also been a bit depleted lately. His co-workers were amazed at what he did at night. But after watching the president deliver boxed lunches every day without hiding anything at all, it dawned on them. So many oysters. Cheng Jiangbei looked at the legs are weak for a moment. Obviously the president Sama himself rolled his eyes. Every time she begged for mercy, she was on the verge of passing out and still wouldn't give in. How could you fall so low? What a winning attitude on the part of the president. Cheng Jiangbei stared at the lunchbox a little messy, and could not help but open his mouth. But this time the phone rang, dripping. It was from President Zheng. When I opened it, it was a picture of blood spurting to the extreme. President Zheng, oh, is Cheng still coming over today? Do you still want to shoot your sister Jiang? Cheng Jiangbei sucked in a sharp breath. Again? Jiang Dingxian grinned. What's the matter? It doesn't work? You say boys can't? President, you're playing with fire. We still care so much. Simply put away the phone. After work, a smoke back to the home of the president of the Jiang. Are the top mansion? The two districts are very close to each other. He hadn't been back to his house in a long time. It's safe to say that men don't get the job done. Push open the door. Jiang Dingxian is carrying a glass of milk. Standing not far from the TV, watching the news. Look at the president of the adult, always concerned about current events. The bedroom is also piled up a pile of books. How progressive. There was a realm gap with Cheng Jiangbei, and his studies had always been for exams. Coming? Jiang Jingxian came over with a smile. Cheng Jiangbei in the entrance hall changed shoes. Just watch, the person will be on their own cup of milk handed over. Of course, do not mind. The Tauntaun took a sip. Jiang Jingxian copied her little fingertips and then gently rubbed the corner of Cheng Jiangbei's mouth. The camera is over there. You take a break. Or what? Sis, listen to your arrangement. Chang Jiangbei beautifully. Chang, then you help me to put water. I took a shower and we shoot again. Good. Zhang Jingxian neatly twisted her body and sagely entered the bathroom. Soon, inside the room, somewhat dark and dreary, two lights, a man and two women. Why is it so dark? Zhang Jingxian did take the initiative to turn on the light. As if it's how else are you going to see my good body? There's no rush. I like it hazy. So first I'll just shoot it like this to come. Okay, listen to you. That kept her quiet. Chang Jiangbei was wearing a bathrobe, and his hair hadn't bothered to blow dry. It was still dripping and dropping water beads on his shoulders, and he pretended to make a few gestures with his DSLR camera, aiming at Zhang Jingxian. I took the picture. Aha. Don't move. Okay, click it. Take the picture. Chang Jiangbei ordered it back to have a look, then went up and took it to Zhang Jingxian. Can you see if this is okay? Zhang Jingxian originally did not want to come over. Not very interested. She took pictures in fact as Chang Jiangbei is interested in. Take pictures for him to see. Hurry up. However, after the process of Jiangbei's tone was slightly heavier, she also obediently looked down and smiled. Okay, it's quite good. The focus is also relatively clear. And the angle can also be. Anyway, just think Chang Jiangbei is good. Not well photographed is also good. For her, this is supposed to be spice. Chang Jiangbei happy on the line. Okay, I'll do it then. I'll think about how to take the next picture. Let's change the pose. So what? Your legs are so pretty. And your stockings are still a bit torn with a bit of ripped wind. I'd like to see it. Shall I take a separate shot? Zhang Jingxian opened her mouth as Penga said. Look at you. There are a lot of them at home. Feel free to tear them. Chang Jiangbei straight call cannot afford to play. Also not right. Stand to the end of the general is also their own. Look at it. Chang Jiangbei held it out to her. When she read it, she praised it. Well, it's very good. Harm. Really? Shoot into what? You will say good Chang Jiangbei cried and laughed, just like yesterday. Of course you think you like it. Of course I think it's good. Because valuing is always only about what others see in themselves. It's not like what you see in yourself, don't you think? Fair enough. Bonus for another position. Warming up was almost done, and Chang Jiangbei was feeling better and better. Before those photos it, basically is the middle of the road. Is ordinary everyone take pictures will have that batch of regular poses? Nothing characteristic. They such some VIP, have to pay to see. LSP all understand the relationship. Of course, can not just this. So Chang Jiangbei prepared to change some angles. It was also the first time to play this kind of shooting, but thought of Zhang Jingxian a gentle set everything to their own main. Then Chang Jiangbei is not polite. He had been slowly living a more spontaneous life, and the orphan had been cured by President Kong, saying, sit on the blanket. Zhang Jingxian then stood up from the end of the bed with one bare foot on the floor and walked up. How do I sit? It's just legs straight. Just sit. And I'd like a blanket backdrop that's a little softer, and goes well with your dress, and the colors complement each other. What Chang Jiangbei said. Zhang Jingxian listened with a soft smile, and then her body followed the command. Anyway, Chang Jiangbei especially want to see what posture let Zhang Jingxian pose what surely can work. He likes the photos. Just tell Jingxian Zhang, and she's happy to take them all. Zhang Jingxian did as she was told, bending over in the middle of the blanket with her legs stretched out. Click click click. Chang Jiangbei began to shoot. At first it was photographed from a distance, then the closer he came. Legs, can you move a little bit? A little bit off. Two thighs don't get next to each other. Not next to each other. Of course they are separated. Yes. Zhang Jingxian sidestepped, one thigh following suit. Chang Jiangbei gulped and continued to shoot. Can you still bend the top leg? Zhang Jingxian bent her leg sideways. The bottom leg was still straight and the top knee was gently bent to the front, about 60 or 70 degrees. Are there any other clothes? I'd like to see. Fine. Go rummage through the closet over there. A big president listens to what he has to say and is doing it, posing in every way he likes. The sense of conquest and fulfillment, a surge of excitement that could be felt from the heavens, was simply too much. That, have fun picking out clothes, half the time. Pushing open the door of the house and re-entering, Chang Jiangbei's eyes lit up when he saw the person. Zhang Jingxian had already changed her line, and her hair had been recoiled, and her overall style was as warm and gentle as it could be, and this one was chosen too right. This feeling is too right. The meek Zhang Jingxian is meant to go a little bit of this virtuous style, but the seductive style is also seductive in a seductive way. Start shooting. Chang Jiangbei was greedy, holding the camera and pressing the shutter for a while, sometimes squatting, sometimes walking behind Zhang Jingxian, simply giving her an all-round shot. The key President Zhang really listens to Chang Jiangbei when it comes to family matters like this, unlike in the corporate career. Chang Jiangbei suddenly said coldly, can you kneel on the bed? Hearing this, Zhang Jingxian didn't have a problem with it at all and made a pose. I kneel like this? Right. Chang Jiangbei's throat was dry as he said, "You start by facing me squarely, with your hands propped up on the bed, lying on your back then kneeling. Yes, that's it." Jiang Jingxian did as she was told, kneeling on her stomach facing the picture standing at the end of the bed. Chang Jiangbei felt that this image was fantastic, and immediately pressed the shutter 5 times in a row, listening to the sound of clicking and clicking, still admiring the beautiful figure in the camera. That knew that Jiang Jingxian snapped twice, her high heels fell to the ground, and opened her mouth. "Little Director Chang, like this?" Chapter 59, Waiting to Die You. "I'm begging for a booking." Chang Jiangbei looked up dully and saw the skirt-wrapped fullness being slightly tweaked by the soft little hand. Chang Jiangbei only felt that something had crushed past his face. He felt like something in his head was about to explode. She seems to be particularly fond of that title. Very consciously, he buckled the belt around his own neck. Chang Jiangbei felt that the air tasted like suffocation. "Jiang Dingxian, would you be too willful of me like this?" Jiang Dingxian, who had always been unreasonable in her speech, puckered her rosy lips and exhaled, "You're the one who rewarded me." Jiang Jingxian was not even done saying this, suddenly tilting her neck, her lips curled in a stream of hot air. "Move over, don't go home." Chang Jiangbei's brain was so hot that he could only nod his head vigorously. Soon, lying on the bed and taking a breather, ringing the bell, the cell phone could be ringing hard, and at a glance, it was Jiang Jingxuan's. And so, President Kong. Chang Jiangbei lay on the bed, patted his calves, then sat up and called out to the bathroom door over there, and the sound of the clattering water over there stopped for a moment, and with a soft his voice softly floated along the doorway. "What's wrong? Your mother called you." Chang Jiangbei's slippers did not come and wear, listening to the phone. The bedroom is too rippling, but also cannot help but heart some of the small nervous, obviously feel the snapping footsteps. Soon sure enough, the door was pushed, the wet little hand reached over. There's still that tangy bathwater scent wrapped around his nose. Standing behind the doorway, she didn't deliberately try to avoid anything, and without a towel over her body, she just stood there with a big hand reaching out for the phone to Chang Jiangbei. The other hand also stroked her long hair, as if she didn't care at all that her body was naked. Her expression was very normal, as if it was exactly the same as her usual expression when she walked on the street. The main fight is in not Chang Jiangbei as an outsider or her. Chang Jiangbei coughed and didn't dare to look at it more, hurriedly handing her the cell phone. Jiang Dingxian smiled. Thud. The door closed. "Hey mom, just make the arrangements." "What's up?" "I'm in the east side, so roughly 3 housekeeping ants will be enough." "Housekeeping assistant. Just recruit 1. Okay, you send it to my cell phone." Did not listen again. Chang Jiangbei walked back inside, took off his shoes again and lay into the blanket, looking at the bathroom glass to admire the seemingly unidentifiable body. Could not see clearly, the shadow was dark, but the arc of President Zhang's body was still very clear. Originally, Jiang Jingxian didn't like having so many people at home to take care of her, but now, she's no longer alone. Didn't wait long either. As soon as the bathroom door opened, a magnetic voice floated out. "Chang, look, do you need anything else to add?" Chang Jiangbei still wondered what to add. She twisted her soft body and came over, handing him a cell phone in his hand, which was WeChat, and clicking on it was a picture. Then it dawned on him that it was a job posting, as follows. Client's situation, Capital City, IFC Road, Weiyang Mingmen, 948 SQ. Foot. Position 1, Housekeeping Auntie, 20,000-25,000/bag month. Excellent negotiable. Position 2, Housekeeping Assistant, 36W40W a year. Excellent negotiable. Chang Jiangbei only read the first 2 lines. How much was it? Poverty seems to limit his imagination. His nose is the president's scent. Look up and see. Jiang Dingxian squinting eyes, legs a lift, body pressure, leaned next to Chang Jiangbei, smiling. What's wrong? Chang Jiangbei shook his head, crying and laughing. It is too outrageous. Pointed to these salaries. Their own internship salary of 2,100. Every day laughing. People's housekeeping ants. 2W to start. Is this the world's jamboree? Why don't you give it to yourself? You don't have to work hard. Just stay at home and clean for President Kong. Ahem. Would that be too unmotivated? Chang Jiangbei felt no interest. Eyesight 20,000 a month nanny only. He is now also Pro-Max version of Chang Jiangbei. Don't make a fuss. Just take a look. Even though the nanny gets 20,000 a month, she has a limited diploma. High school. Not now. This kind of education seriously devalued high school. On the age is also a requirement. That is 40 years old golden age of high school. 80 years can go to high school has been really hard. Is the master. And also required 165 centimeters, 60 kilograms, can wear 5 centimeters thick high heels, light makeup on duty, cosmetics provided by the customer. Dior brand. To ensure that the makeup during the post to be proper is needed at any time to replenish the makeup. Chang Jiangbei still has heard of such big brands. Babysitters use Dior? What's the problem? Chang Jiangbei looked at President Jiang. It is true. The happiness of rich people you cannot even imagine. Nothing. Chang Jiangbei dry smiled 2 times, and Jiang President chatted a couple of sentences, and did not go to gossip. The fundamental way of life is different, cognitively different, and not Chang Jiangbei out of money naturally sense of proportion. I'll read for a while. That's how uptight the president is. Chang Jiangbei nodded his head in him, so he straightened the quilt on his body, tugged it again, and covered Jiang Jingxuan's side as well. Then he lay down. His head sought and found Jiang Jingxuan's 2 beautiful legs folded together, slightly laying the back of his head on it, and closed his eyes comfortably. I'll sleep first then. Jiang Dingxian didn't reply and was still reading. Lie down and roll over on a beauty's knee. Soon, Chang Jiangbei suddenly felt a hand inserted in his hair, slightly massaging his scalp, drawing circles for a while, drawing triangles for a while, comfortable Sleepiness hit Chang Jiangbei and he fell asleep contentedly. Early the next morning, Chang Jiangbei woke up with his palms unable to touch the person beside him, rolled over and got out of bed, and looked around for Jiang Jingxuan's figure. The only thing I ended up finding with the small bedroom table was a plate of breakfast with milk and toast, set with blueberry sauce. These are. Looking at the breakfast, Chang Jiangbei easily felt quite happy and had the feeling that he was really living a married life with Jiang Jingxian. Breakfast are prepared for buddies. President Jiang, this can be really virtuous although the taste is still in the hideous. But it's already quite an improvement. Chang Jiangbei immediately pressed the cell phone. Tata sent a microblogging, ouch, not last night said, we go to the company together? Jiang Jingxian, your Jiang sister first one woke up. See you sleep too fragrant also did not have the heart to call you. Not to mention that you forget to promise me last night to move over it, to give you leave, the bed a little food, you remember to eat. Well, a moment to go back then. Remember to lock the door for me. Chang Jiangbei slapped his forehead. Right, living together. Look at me. I'm so lazy for sleeping so late when I still have it. A minute later, the phone ticked and Jiang Jingxian messaged back. It's not in the way. Hurry up and go home and pack your things so we can compete at night. Chang Jiangbei was puzzled. What highs and lows? Jiang Jingxian, you're pretty good. Didn't you scold me yesterday and call me a useless little piece of trash? Chang Jiangbei coughed. Then I sought to ask you whether you are convinced or not. And you didn't convince Jiang Jingxian, wouldn't it be a shame for a girl to serve these things? Chang Jiangbei hemmed and hawed. But it turns out that you can't either. This time there was silence on the other end of the phone for a few moments across the wire before it dripped and sent over. Jiang Jingxian, you wait for death tonight you. Chapter 60. Why don't you go find someone else? I'm begging for a booking. Next time we can't do that. Jiang Jingxian propped up her body, which was being made somewhat sparse at the moment, and it was not hard to realize that it was simply a mess. The clothes on the body wrinkled. The key parts of a rudimentary. The foot is a have high heels. Foot high heels have long ago do not know where to throw. Oh, it turns out it fell on a desk not far away. You can see how intense it is. Lost in thought, Jiang Jingxian ruffled her drooping hair up. The palm of her hand came from the company. Bitterly smiled and added, after all, the impact is not good. Chang Jiangbei for leaning back lying on the sofa is gasping back. A hearing, holding his breath. You still know it is the company. I'm still at work. I've got business. Turns out as soon as I came in to report for work, I started stripping, screaming more vigorously than usual, covering their mouths vigorously and grunting. They were close to saying, Master, don't turn around, I'm the president. Chang Jiangbei was ashamed for a moment, thinking what he was associating in his head. He too, you're cheap. What are you boys thinking? Straightening herself out, Juliet exhaled. Nothing. Chang Jiangbei are difficult to speak. You think about so many have and have not. VIP content are not enough to see. Is very easy to 404. I'm going to work. Never mind. Chang Jiangbei decided to push the main line by his own hands. Why don't you just stay home? Jiang Jingxian breathed out. Open mouth is adopted. Not to mention, Chang Jiangbei in the company, is very affect her work well. Didn't I give you my affiliate gold card? And Chang Jiangbei froze for a moment, twisting his head. You're teaching me how to do things? Jiang Jingxuan's voice softened. Not nah. I have my own thought process. Aha, whatever you want. When Jing heard this, she obediently rolled over to dress Chang Jiangbei. The woman who was nourished to the point of physical and mental satisfaction tenderly patted Chang Jiangbei's thighs on the stomach. Her breasts were large and heavy, and smilingly said, in the future, whether it's on the bed or under the bed, you, Jing, will listen to you, okay? Talking is talking. Who says hello with their boobs? That's a lot of pressure on my thighs. Don't mess with our president. The office is already fresh and clean. You also rack your big boobs naughty. Chang Jiangbei really wanted to be sensible for a while, but I realized that I can't be rational at all. You can't blame him for that. You can only blame the world for being too strong of a temptation. Chen Jiangbei then felt amazingly soft from his thighs from the bottom and pushed up. Eyelids cannot stop jumping. Eyes complex and abnormal. Do not take these tests, small assistant. After this period of study, the female president was now becoming more and more submissive to him, as if she had already been slept with. And what the hell was the feeling of completely turning into a played-out little fool? No adoption, So Chen Jiangbei finally did a good job of building up his heart, and then with one hand, he pushed Jing away and righteously said, "This is another price." Oh, that's right. As soon as she heard this, snapped, the mature woman twisted her body and bare feet off the bed, then found her bag and took out her wallet from the inside with a brain. So what does Cheng want? Julia not only gets to wear sexy outfits, she gets to stay in a sexy bed and talk or look like this. Chen Jiangbei was silent for a long while and couldn't help but say, "I'm Qin Shi Huang, UV 50. What Julia's gaze was soft. All of it, as long as you want it, as long as Julia has it, Julia will give it to you through and through." After giving the money, Jing lay down honestly. An inch of skin was smooth and creamy to the extreme. Chen Jiangbei then looked down at the wallet on his chest and fumed for a moment, with a glance of her eyes and a soft blink of her eyelashes. Zhang Jingxuan's fragrant soft feet rubbed against Chen Jiangbei's calf before she skillfully rummaged through her bag and pulled out the rope again, lowering her head and naturally starting to tie herself. "I'm ready." Chen Jiangbei then felt the naughty and silky touch of his legs. The atmosphere in front of him seemed to have started to be strange again. Swallowing hard. "What are you preparing again? Didn't I pay my master?" Zhang Dingxian looked up and froze, the rope strangling her already soft body in a tight Q-tip. "I'm going to have Cheng tie me up on the bed in my office lounge." Chen Jiangbei's face changed greatly. A clear sky and a clear sky. Young people must be moderate and know how to refuse. Chen Jiangbei, you have to know. Chen Jiangbei felt that he should be able to take it up and put it down, pushed away Zhang Jingxian, who was about to dance on top of him again soon, and held his breath. "What time is it? I really should go out. In a moment my co-workers should think more." The ghost knows how much determination he has made. Jing is like a red name monster that stops the road, but it is necessary. Figure a moment of speed and sustained future. You always have to have trade-offs. My day 3 times. Chen Jiangbei, you can no longer be controlled by Jing today. You did it on purpose. Zhang Jingxian quiet for a few seconds, finally propped up his fair and plump body, sat up from the bed, hair slightly drooping, the woman's thighs rubbing themselves. "Sultry, deliberately tease me. Let me be covered like a cat, scratching and not touching me, and then I step by step even more depraved, falling into your abyss." Xiao Chang, you are getting more and more perverted towards your Jing's TJ. Chen Jiangbei felt that he was really wronged, but he could not help that he had already been accused for too long. Just wanted to open his mouth and say no. Forget it. As a result, that warmth and softness suddenly came closer, and his slender fingers suddenly blocked his mouth. "Play some more." Julia laid herself back on the bed, her legs perfectly shaped by the rope. "I have some favorites." Chen Jiangbei was about to leave, but he almost stumbled and fell. "President, don't be like this. It's not martial arts." Another day. Chen Jiangbei, who had just returned home, was in a messy state of mind, with many thoughts surging in his head. Roughly, "I'll have to work hard tomorrow. My head is clear. There's none of that dirty and nasty stuff left, let alone Dad. It's useless for Jing to call out for Grandpa." Then just as he pushed the door open, he stared blankly in front of him and fell silent again. "I want to despise myself. Oh, and by the way, I despise Jingxian Zhang. You're old man, but in the NPC can be a vice president of the Professor Adults. I don't need to say anything about your status. What did you read on the strange forum today? Why are you still punished in the entrance hall?" I, Chen Jiangbei, simply scoffed at such behavior and did not share it. I've gone totally depraved, totally crazy. I don't know how long." Chen Jiangbei, who had re-entered the bedroom, panted heavily and turned his head sideways. "Zhang Jingxian is getting more and more docile, lying as if you can do whatever you want. It's already stupid and only gasps for air." Even with a confused, trembling mouth, he said, "No more. I surrender. I surrender." Chen Jiangbei originally just wanted to wipe her sweat. Unexpectedly, her body was shocked, pursed her rosy lips, grunted and shook her head. "Go find someone else. Don't come and get me. Don't come and get me. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription." Chapter 61, Mr. Zhang's sister-in-law. "I'm begging for a booking." Chen Jiangbei was directly dumbfounded, and said, "What kind of rant is this president mouthing? What do you mean? I'll find someone else?" Zhang Jingxian was delirious, right? Still wanting to ask her. She realized that she had already fallen into a deep sleep, with no strength at all left in her body. Chen Jiangbei opened his mouth, but he could only cover her with the quilt, and then fell into a deep sleep. Day 2. Cheng Jiangbei was the first one to wake up. Zhang Jingxian closed her eyes tightly, still huffing and puffing. Her body seems to still be a little sticky. The bed is also sparse, belonging to the absence of a little strength. Cheng Jiangbei also did not wake her up, got up and went to the toilet to flush his head, clattered, re-lifted his head and looked at the mirror, full of wet face. It did give him some minor subliminal shocks. The president's speech is too unreasonable. Decent people who talk like her. He squeezed a dry towel and wiped his face, intending to slow down for a while. Hungry, his stomach rumbling a bit, slipping back into the first-floor living room. He thought he'd better fix breakfast first. I was going to order takeout, but then thought better of it and went out to buy it, and as a way to get some fresh air to calm down. The streets are all a little foggy. It's getting cooler and cooler. Cheng Jiangbei tightened the clothes on his body and didn't delay for long. By the time I bought breakfast and returned home, clicking the door open, I found that President Jiang had already risen, poured a glass of milk, and was standing there at the dining table gulping it down. You're drinking ice again. Cheng Jiangbei put the meat buns, donuts, and thin rice carried in his hands on the table, rolled his eyes, and went to Zhang Jingxuan's hand to snatch her cup over. There was already a stomach problem. I'm going to boil water and give it to scald you before you drink it. President Jiang is very fond of eating and drinking icy things, and while there used to be a mother at home who cared, there is now an additional Cheng Jiangbei. Warm it up, okay? Don't get it too hot. Your ginger won't be happy to drink it. And you're picking and choosing? It has to be hot for you to burn your mouth. Cheng Jiangbei said so, but still give the milk with boiling water to a warm after the mouth is not to pass to the president of the Jiang. Thanks, Ching. President Ginger pulled back her chair. Her little hands went up to the table and gently raked some of the little bag on the table. Well, how do you know you ginger like fries? The heart is in the right place. Cheng Jiangbei smilingly wiped his hands, gave the donuts a good portion and handed it to President Jiang. Cheng Jiangbei opened his mouth and the donut rested in his mouth. President Jiang, now thieves like to hand feed him things. But where's dinner? Where did you put your feet? Tell me about it. Obviously it was all that last night. Again today. Cheng Jiangbei did not have the good sense to pull her soft little feet wrapped in stockings away at once. Eating is eating. Don't tease blindly. Yoo-hoo. Now it's eaten up. Zhang Jingxian slowly stuffed her feet into the slippers. Talking is really hard. Didn't you like my feet the most in the past? Now I like. 2. Cheng Jiangbei could already communicate with Zhang Jingxian nonchalantly. Just eat properly now. Don't you know what it was like yesterday? Zhang Jingxuan's eyes narrowed. What did I look like yesterday? You still have the face to ask me. Cheng Jiangbei didn't move and had to clip a large clip of ham sausage into her bowl. Don't you realize what you've been saying? Zhang Jingxuan's small mouth gently bit, always smiling. So what did I say? Cheng Jiangbei saw that she didn't say anything. Then he couldn't possibly say anything either. Eat. Zhang Jingxian looked at him with soft eyes and said nothing more. I have a meeting in a while. Cheng Jiangbei was puzzled. Isn't today the weekend? Zhang Jingxian, there's a temporary meeting at the company, so be good at home for a while. I'll be back soon. Oh. Cheng Jiangbei nodded, then looked at her and stood up. Her rosy lips pouted with fragrance, then gently barfed a mouthful on her forehead before twisting her body and going out the door. Cheng Jiangbei felt just warm and fuzzy, then packed up the dishes and went into the study, and did not know what to write and draw. I waited until my stomach rumbled a few times before realizing it was high noon without noticing that there weren't many ingredients left in the fridge. He casually cooked a bowl of noodles in clear soup, huffed and puffed, froze for a few seconds, and fished his cell phone out of his bag. Don't forget to pick up a little bit of groceries on your way back from work. After sending, Cheng Jiangbei cannot help but a little bit of happiness. This tone of voice, how with two mouths like ah. Oh, this is indeed in the future is their own daughter-in-law. Tick-tock, is the beauty of it? Zhang Jingxuan's message replied over. Well, good. The home seems to be no food. I do not know what I want to eat, so that you come to my unit to pick me up. My side of the day is not too much. Off work early. You come over early in the office and so on me. The two of us by the way to the food market to buy some vegetables. Cheng Jiangbei took a look and was silent for a few seconds. What am I doing in the office? Asterisk I star. Zhang Jingxian didn't even pretend. That's right. I'm seducing you, husband. I want it. That can't be in the office. Not to mention you're the president. Cheng Jiangbei heart want, but nigh. Broken permissions in the end open where. Cheng Jiangbei can only endure the pain. Work well. Honey, you've changed. You hold me down at my desk on work days, but not on weekends? I can't even watch you without paying for it. Zhang Jingxian, you're a president. Calm down. Now it's shouting president, which it clearly wasn't when they tied me up in the car and shouted woof woof. Wait a minute. The tires crushed the face again. What on? What kind of weird stuff is this all playing out? Cheng Jiangbei sucked in his breath and only thought, can Chinese still be used in this way? Cheng Jiangbei held his breath. I'm going out. Jingxian Jiang. Just kidding, I'm at the airport now. Cheng Jiangbei gave a start and hurriedly asked, what about going on a business trip? Jiang Jingxian, yeah, it's going abroad. I won't be back until a month. Cheng Jiangbei was in a trance for a moment. His finger poked the screen twice with force. Why didn't you say that before? Jiang Jingxian smiled. Just kidding, pick up. Cheng Jiangbei was speechless. Jingxian, are you teasing me to be particularly happy? It seems like you can see Jiang Jingxuan's upside down posture with her legs crossed even through the screen. Yeah, it's most fun to tease you. Cheng Jiangbei are lazy to pay attention to her, then suddenly curious to ask. Big afternoon to pick up hua, but also trouble you a big president specifically run a trip. It took a while for the message to come back from there. My mother's godsister. Cheng Jiangbei pondered for a moment. Your sister-in-law? Jiang Jingxian hummed a bit and added. You can also say that it's a hairdresser. We grew up together. It's just that my grandfather and her father were sworn brothers, and grew up together. Cheng Jiangbei exhaled and blinked. How old? Jiang Jingxian watches for a moment. It has to be. The corners of Cheng Jiangbei's mouth twitched madly. I asked for age. Jingxian Jian, 30. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 62 Anti-Xian. I'm begging for a booking. More than E. It was hard for Cheng Jiangbei to comment on the image he was seeing in front of him at the moment. What kind of figure is that? Pushing the door in. Cheng Jiangbei felt the air rippled a little. Stepping on high heels is the kind of extreme plumpness, but not fat, especially wearing a dark red cheongsam. Open fork is wrapped in stockings feet. You don't get this kind of exploding body in the manga, do you? It's the kind that's reasonably plump. Cheng Jiangbei all froze twice. Still following behind her, the president greeted her twice. What are you standing around for? Get slippers for Aunt Xian. Cheng Jiangbei only came back to his senses as an afterthought and hurriedly put the slippers properly next to Aunt Xian's. Jingxian, this is your boyfriend, right? Her whole person was filled with that kind of intellectual gentleness. Elegantly pulling back her hair, Cheng Jiangbei tilted his neck and was about to get up when he felt the aroma curling up in front of his nose. It's pretty good looking. Gu Xianya looked at Cheng Jiangbei for a couple of moments, and the evaluation was still quite pertinent. Cheng Jiangbei took the initiative to pick up the suitcase, and then went to pick up 2 cups of water. Briefly chatted a couple of sentences to know. It turned out that Gu Xianya previously went to the field for further study, for a period of half a year, and now come back. It is a professor of the Beijing University, obviously only 30 years old. Cheng Jiangbei was shocked. A female professor, or is she from Kyoto University? Her small hands were very white, cupping the water cup, her rosy lips gently next to the rim of the cup. She suddenly asked with a smiling face, my house is still being renovated. Will it disturb you too much in the next few days? Jiang Jingxian had just changed into her pajamas in the check room and twisted her soft body to walk out. No disturbances. Live for the rest of your life can be. Xiao Cheng won't have any opinions either, right? What kind of person is he to have an opinion? Cheng Jiangbei immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking at a rice, listening to the 2 nagging at the kettle. Where's Mrs. Wu? How's her health these days? Wu Ma is Gu Xianya's aunt at home. Her mother died early, brought her up from childhood. The feelings are very deep. Gu Xianya nodded, then sighed. Aside from liking to worry blindly, it's all quite good, Gu Xianya said. Rosy lips also helplessly spit hot air. Especially listening to your mother said you are in love. More anxious, the last time to go to the hospital. Pulling people doctors are asking if there is a girlfriend. Jiang Jingxian smiled and laughed for a moment. Then her small hand fumbled in her bag. In a moment, take a call. It didn't take long for the person to return, suddenly staring Gu Xianya straight in the face. What's wrong? She frowned. Aunt Wu said she was coming over. Gu Xianya's soft figure was all agitated and trembled. Oops, what's her old man doing over here? Jiang Jingxian felt a little funny. Said to beat you. Gu Xianya. Jiang Jingxian, saying that you're back without telling her. It's really urgent for her. Then Cheng Jiangbei saw this plump big woman's eyes actually worry for a moment and her rosy lips pouted. What late afternoon. It didn't take long for Jiang Jingxian to go out for a business dinner. Wu Ma was a bit old. Just entering the door, she raised her hand and made 2 false movements in the air. You girl, how long did you come back? Not long, just arrived. Gu Xianya had just packed up her things, very helpless. She was afraid of Wu Ma's nagging, holding the attitude of delaying a moment if she could. She hurriedly said, I'm going to take a shower. Dead girl, a super fit girl? Sitting on the sofa, some of the eyes do not slant. Cheng Jiangbei do not know why. Listen to how so out of tune. And when Wu Ma looked at her back, she opened her mouth, then shook her head with sight and nodded with Cheng Jiangbei, even if it was a greeting. Then after sitting down, they 2 chattered about their family. It's okay to call you Cheng, right? As an elder on the president's side. Cheng Jiangbei, of course, politely nodded his head repeatedly. Aha, call it whatever you want. Chang is from the capital? Aha, yeah, sounds like it. Where does the family live? It's just over by the old food market. Oh, is it not living at home now? Ahem, just recently moved out. So, haha, it's fine, it's normal. Wu Ma's personality was quite bright. Jing Xian, her mother, was quite anxious before. It's quite good that you guys are like this now. Said sighed. We're like Xianya, that girl. How much of a person? A little number are not. Before also said in Jing Xian are not in a hurry. People Jing Xian is smart. On her this fool has been single. From childhood to love are not talking. Reading stupid. Wu's mom's tirade is still very powerful. Ouch. What are you talking about me again? Let's get you smart and go on a blind date. Hair wet. The upper half of the black suit, the lower body of the black suit pants of Aunt Xian from the room rubbing hair came out, and was originally in Chang Jiangbei together chatting, and then watched the TV together of the mother of Wu suddenly sat up. You this child, we're so formal, why? Today go to see Xiao Lu. You are not to talk about things, is to know no to talk, change a body, dress up pretty point. How did I not know I was going on a blind date? Just know that Mrs. Wu Shi, Aunt Xian is not young, the family is anxious. Before Aunt Xian is not anxious, but Wu Ma's body is getting worse and worse. She wanted to watch Aunt Daylily have a family, and she cried several times as she watched Aunt Daylily put on her wedding dress. When Aunt Daylily's heart softened, she had to accept the arrangement and start trying to make contact. Aunt Xian sighed. She couldn't avoid it. It just so happened that her blind date was a doctor, so she took it as a way to care for Wu Ma's health. Helping Wu Ma into the check room. Out is a very revealing body, Cheongsam. Beautiful to the point of no return. Wu Ma happy. Aunt Xian looked at her happy as also a gentle smile. Chang Jiangbei looked at Aunt Xian, took a rag and wiped the table. Didn't say anything, didn't know what kind of expression to make. Sitting at home, Aunt Xian has gone out. Chang Jiangbei accompanied Wu Ma, can be seen. Aunt Xian out of the go. Wu Ma is quite happy. In the home have been pulling Chang Jiangbei talk. You say your Aunt Xian, such a big girl, has not been going out in love. Work. Besides work is work. Where can this be? Aha. Chang Jiangbei is of course smiling and concur. And soon his cell phone rang. A look at it as Aunt Xian called. Hey, Aunt Xian, I'm still here. You said, your bedroom cupboard, right? Oh, the second compartment is it? Chang, I see. You say, okay, it's open. Medical records and reports. Good. I'll bring them over to you then. Put away the phone. It turned out in Aunt Xian matchmaking that person is Wu's mother's attending physician. Wu's mother looked at the right age. Is flirting. Aunt Xian in order to Wu's mother's condition, but also in order to Wu's mother to be happy, but also said that the contact. Chang Jiangbei took something. Originally said on the safe door, closed it. The result is vaguely see the safe. Seems to have a pink colored item. Oh look. Froze. I'm so dizzy. How come Auntie Xian just moved in and put this stuff in? P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 63 Delirium. 3,000 words begs for subscriptions. In front of a Western restaurant. Chang, here. Aunt Xian was waiting for him at the door. A man beside him. The man smiled and gave Chang Jiangbei a nod. He knew that this was one of Gu Xianya's nephews. Chang Jiangbei nodded somewhat flatly. Not very interested. Auntie Xian, what you asked for? Chang Jiangbei smiled and handed Aunt Xian the things he had taken out of the cabinet in his hand. Aunt Xian let out a looked at Chang Jiangbei, then nodded with a smile. Thank you, Jiangbei. Aunt Xian had perhaps gone out somewhere to change her clothes, and wasn't wearing the one that Wu Ma had told her to wear. This Aunt Xian also got the set of masculine and feminine, at the moment still wearing that black-colored lady's suit. Very competent, very majestic. He even gave Chang Jiangbei a wink, as if telling him to stay. It's a blind date. Isn't it a good idea to stay and make trouble? But what an invitation from the elders. Chang Jiangbei had no choice but to help Aunt Xian in her drama. It was obvious that the male doctor's face was all wrong. His eyes looked at Chang Jiangbei. They wanted to kill him. Chang Jiangbei can only say in his heart that he is sorry. But you know, he can be said to be the most filial. Mrs. Wu's body. After the last surgery, the conditioning wasn't very good and there is a risk of recurrence. The two were more like a medical appointment than a blind date. A few words later, just looking at Aunt Xian eating not looking too good, her body seems to be a little uncomfortable. Chang Jiangbei thought about it and sat over. It is also good to have someone to talk to her. Aunt Xian, are you alright? Chang Jiangbei ate the delicious meal, looking at Aunt Xian who didn't even move her chopsticks much, so he inquired. Aunt Xian squeezed out a smile. It's fine. You eat more, don't mind me. Saying that, he reached out and gave Chang Jiangbei a dish. Chang Jiangbei whispered, don't forget to think in that bad direction. Aunt Xian smiled gently and gave a giving Chang Jiangbei a pinch of food. Eat, Don't mind Aunt Xian. After finishing, the male doctor felt uninterested and took a phone call and left. Watching Cheng Jiangbei putting chopsticks. Have you eaten? Aunt Xian gathered up her purse and was about to pay the bill, inquiring about Cheng Jiangbei. Cheng Jiangbei Then quickly the two packed up and let the driver send them home. About 7 o'clock. Did not drive into the underground garage. Ride the car when Aunt Xian seems to be quite difficult. Parked in front of the neighborhood. Intending to enter the neighborhood in the inside garden walk. Blowing the wind. Aunt Xian, you shouldn't be too anxious about Wuma's matter. It's not a big problem if Wuma recuperates properly for a while. Cheng Jiangbei at the moment and Aunt Xian slip side by side around a small lake in the neighborhood. The sky in November. Already dark. The moon hung up. The lake was pretty quiet with a few pairs of people walking sporadically. Aha! Auntie Xian's voice was light at the moment. Wuma has been getting more and more energetic lately as well. So don't worry too much and then drag your body down. Cheng Jiangbei still respected Aunt Xian and was quite concerned. Okay. Auntie Xian's voice was soft at the moment. With little strength. You don't work too hard. Or your own body is important. Well, Aunt Xian's voice seems to be getting weaker and weaker, and did not take the initiative to find a topic. Eyelids occasionally drooped. The whole person is a little soft, dizzy, forced to endure the physical discomfort in the sight of Cheng Jiangbei's walking, but slowly cannot keep up with Cheng Jiangbei's footsteps. Feel a little heavy, not much power, still conscious, but then suddenly feel faint, suddenly a soft, did not stand steadily, a staggering, just as the heel stepped on a stone, completely lost center of gravity, because of the direction of stepping on the stone, and now actually planted down towards the lake at once. Puff. Cheng Jiangbei was still talking about something, but then he heard something heavy, the sound of falling water, woodenly twisted his head and turned to look over. Ouch! All of a sudden in a hurry, do not care about anything, the jacket directly off, and then a leap towards the lake jumped down. It was cold, and the surrounding area was bone-chillingly cold. The water was a little fishy, but not that murky, and this neighborhood wasn't one of those little pools that adorn the outside neighborhoods. This was really a small lake that was really deep. Apparently the two sounds of descending water were scuttled into the ears of a few other pairs of strolling occupants around the days. Someone's overboard. People didn't just watch the fun. They rushed to contact the property and the security at the entrance. Slow down, little brother. Some of the quicker brains rushed off to find sticks. Aunt Xian just fell into the water, not far from Cheng Jiangbei, but Aunt Xian has little strength to struggle, so she fell into the water is sinking down. Good thing this lake is not much water plants. Forced his eyes open, but also ignored the lake water rushed into the eyes of the soreness and swelling pain. Eagerly looking for fine just fell into the water should not be far underwater Aunt Xian figure. Soon in a position not far below the slant, I saw Auntie Xian. At this moment Auntie Xian face pain, hair messy floating on top of the head, legs can only gently force to swing a few times, not much strength. Cheng Jiangbei was in a hurry, there was no time to think more, swam over with force, and encircled Aunt Xian's waist, stomping on the water with his feet, his right hand grasping the water, and desperately pulling her upwards. Phew! For Cheng Jiangbei physical strength, bringing Aunt Xian up from underwater wasn't too difficult. One can only say that there was a scare, and Cheng Jiangbei quickly pulled Aunt Xian up. Because of this process, it was quick, a few minutes at most, and after Cheng Jiangbei had finally brought Aunt Xian up on the shore, cough cough cough, Aunt Xian then began to cough violently, spitting lake water frantically from her mouth. Cough it up, cough it up. A few scattered people nearby, and a few security guards with long sticks who had rushed over were relieved. Not long after, Aunt Xian, who spat out a few more mouthfuls of water, looked around in a daze, and smiled with difficulty at the corner of her mouth at the anxious Cheng Jiangbei beside her. Jiangbei, I'm fine. You're still sitting here alright? You just fainted at once you know. Cheng Jiangbei at this time also does not bring you. I didn't faint. I just got a little weak and couldn't make it. Ouch. Then why are you telling me to spin? We should have just gone home and rested. Got a little dizzy in the car and wanted to get some air. When Cheng Jiangbei said a word, Aunt Xian would reply. Aunt Xian has always been conscious. She knows everything just now. Lying on the shore, Aunt Xian was slightly stunned, looking at Cheng Jiangbei. Ouch. Jiangbei, Aunt Xian thanked you, or else I don't even know what would have happened just now. Hey, you're fine on the line. Cheng Jiangbei was also tired. His heart was tired, and he exhaled twice, because of the suddenness of the incident, and Cheng Jiangbei moved very quickly. No one called the police, called the ambulance. After helping Aunt Xian up, Cheng Jiangbei thought, take her to the hospital. I won't go to the hospital. Cough cough cough, it's not a big deal. I know myself that I just have a little fever. Just now I also didn't stand still and stepped on a stone. Plus tomorrow I still have to go to send Wuma. If I go into the hospital again, Wuma should be anxious again. Cough cough cough, you also understand. Now the temperature is not to winter, but it is already November. How can the night is not cold? The whole body soaked Aunt Xian a strong chills. Just picked up with the ground that Chung Jiangbei not wet jacket did not play a role. Mainly inside the clothes are too wet. She a woman is not good to take off in public, just want to hurry home. Chang Jiangbei look is also heartbroken. But you let him go to embrace her? Do not have this status, Can only helplessly said. You see you freeze, and began to cough a little, or go to the hospital. This is what time it is. You still. Woo mom. Aunt Xian should also be aware of her own physical condition. Just some fever and dizziness. Go back and take some medicine and rest should be no problem. Do not talk about this, okay? Come, help me back to. Cough. Hey, go home. Go back to measure the temperature. Take some antipyretic medicine. Really can't. Anyway, Chang Jiangbei is also in. Can't go to the hospital again. Also suddenly feel some frozen Chang Jiangbei hand also slightly trembling to assist Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian feet is a pair of dirty wet meat stockings. High heels estimated just underwater also fell into the lake. Cannot go down to pick up it, so Chang Jiangbei is going to take off their shoes. Where my shoes it? Aunt Xian raised her hand to stop him. It's not 2 steps. It's okay to endure. The original pretty feet were still bloody and torn, and without giving Aunt Xian a chance to refuse, he squatted down. Aunt Xian, come up here. Aunt Xian froze, looking at Chung Jiangbei's back. Her complexion was suddenly very complicated. She sighed and leaned up. 2 strands of meaty touch came from her back. Chang Jiangbei erupted, holding back his heartbeat, backhandedly encircled Aunt Xian's thighs, stood up and pawed it, and then striding towards the upper floor, opening the door and entering the house, and didn't put her down, directly carrying Aunt Xian into the master bedroom, which then carefully put her on the bed. You'd better quickly take off your wet clothes first, and then take a hot shower, or else your cold will worsen again later, said Chang Jiangbei. Went to get a thermometer, and then look for antipyretic medicine to go. Finished back to the master bedroom. Aunt Xian lying in bed, did not move, and did not go to the bath. Gu, why are you lying down like this? Chang Jiangbei hurriedly sat over, breathlessly resting the thermometer and medicine on the table, as if gently helping Aunt Xian up. Aunt Xian said feebly, my head is a bit dizzy, I can't take a bath, I have to lie down. You don't have to care about me first, you go and take a bath. Hot water, later you don't catch a cold too. Uneasy to look at Aunt Xian. Chang Jiangbei suddenly found that Aunt Xian sometimes the character is indeed very similar to Wu Ma. Are like that, like to hide things? Hide their own uncomfortable people. There are some very strange inner sensitivity. Chang Jiangbei did not go to the bath. Also do not dare to open the heater. Afraid of Aunt Xian boring. Just seriously give her to cover the quilt, and then let her own thermometer clip. The home thermometer is Wu Ma bought back. Not high grade, is the most primitive mercury thermometer. Then Chang Jiangbei went and boiled hot water to make medicine for Aunt Xian to take. Aunt Xian was also not sleeping now. She was able to make some strength herself, leaning on the bed, watching Chang Jiangbei busy himself, and gently called out to him. What's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable? Chang Jiangbei rushed over, resting his hand on Aunt Xian's quilt and asked. Aunt Xian narrowed her eyes at him. Then she used the towel that Chang Jiangbei handed to her, gently wiped Chang Jiangbei's face that still had water stains on it, and also gently rubbed her equally wet hair, smiling warmly and softly. Good boy, go take a bath. Don't catch a cold. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 64 Fever. Requests for follow-up orders. Aunt Xian was wet. Chang Jiangbei was there, and she was too embarrassed to undress herself, so of course Chang Jiangbei dared even less. Chang Jiangbei thought about it and went to take a shower himself, guessing that Aunt Xian could be a bit more natural in the bedroom. Chang Jiangbei knew that after this matter, his relationship with Aunt Xian must have become much closer, but there must be a process, and he was not in a good position to act too casually on the spot now. And Chang Jiangbei's mind was a bit torn. This was Jiang Jingxuan's Aunt Xian. He somewhat wanted to be casual but couldn't. Well, then I'm going to take a shower first. After slowly closing the door, Chang Jiangbei went to the bathroom to take off all the clothes that were pasted on his body and started to take a shower. Rolling hot water clattered on the body. The taste is not to mention how comfortable. The whole body immediately warmed up. The whole person also instantly fluent. After taking a bath, Chang Jiangbei changed into clean clothes, and was immediately refreshed again. After blow-drying his hair, he wanted to go and see how Auntie Xian was doing now. Just stepped on the slippers and went to the bedroom, and sure enough, Aunt Xian's just wet clothes had been scattered all over the floor. Suits, stockings, including lingerie, all piled up on the floors. Probably heard Chang Jiangbei's voice. Aunt Xian's voice came from the inside of the closed master bedroom bathroom over there. Xiao Chang? Chang Jiangbei hurriedly walked over. What's wrong, Aunt Xian? There was silence inside for a moment. Then again, could you please go next door to the check room and get me a change of clothes? Oh, was in a hurry to get in? Forgot a change of clothes. Chang Jiangbei hurriedly responded to, and then numbly turned around, and went out to get clothes, casually took a nightgown for Aunt Xian, knowing that she likes to wear stockings, and also packed her with another flesh-colored stocking, then walked back to the bedroom and gently knocked on the bathroom door. There was a soft hum from inside. Chang Jiangbei then opened the door a little bit of a gap, then gently handed the matching clothes along the doorway. Auntie Xian, do you think this set fits? Chang Jiangbei also stopped shouting you before the honorific, purely because Jing Jing was there. Now his mindset had shifted a bit. Aunt Xian still hummed, but Chang Jiangbei's hand held the clothes just stretched out and put them inside, and never had a hand over to pick them up. Chang Jiangbei only stared stupidly. After a long interval, Aunt Xian inside said, Xiao Chang, put it on the floor, I'll get it myself later. Are you alright? Chang Jiangbei felt that Aunt Xian's voice was breathless. It's okay, I'll take a break. Dizziness, some. Then Chang Jiangbei heard what was supposed to be the sound of vomiting. Aunt Xian held onto the toilet tank as she vomited and began to vomit the bit of lake water in her stomach. Chang Jiangbei was a little worried, and wanted to push the door in. Aunt Xian, can I come in? Don't. Aunt Xian rushed to stop it. She wasn't wearing anything. Chang Jiangbei of course also know. Nonsense, clothes are not all off in the outside. Chang Jiangbei eyes, Aunt Xian, I'm your nephew. I closed my eyes to come in. The main very worried about you. After Chang Jiangbei finished speaking, the bathroom was quiet. Aunt Xian was inside. Didn't say a word. Didn't refuse. Didn't agree. After about 3 minutes, Chang Jiangbei couldn't sit still. Then Aunt Xian, I'm coming in? Still not saying anything. Chang Jiangbei took it as a default. Inside really Aunt Xian naked, the whole person holding the toilet. The face did not just go under the water when the pale. The whole person's face red. The expression is very painful. Red lips slightly open. Gently towards the outside of the hot air. Men's words lie ghosts. Chang Jiangbei went in the first time to forget to close his eyes. Let's say he is forgetting it. That naked slim body. Simply. Chang Jiangbei is not a small new. The heart also has a sense of proportion. After a slight giggle, busy cover the eyes, reach over to Aunt Xian, slap the bare back, let her vomit a little more comfortable, and incidentally, also in her body soft wanna lean on who, there can help us support the ground. In fact, Chang Jiangbei came in and twisted his head or closed his eyes so that he couldn't see Aunt Xian's body, but now in this situation, obviously it wasn't a question of whether she could see it or not, it was a question of having to let Aunt Xian know that she absolutely couldn't see it, which was why she had to tightly cover her eyes. Auntie Xian's back is a little wet at the moment, but it's very soft, and her skin is very delicate, and there's a fleshy touch between her palms, and it's still hot. Auntie Xian's burning isn't light, is it? After a moment of filming, the sound of vomiting in her ears gradually diminished, and a moment later came Aunt Xian's hoarse voice. Thank you. Aunt Xian is still a little twisted at the moment, but still give herself a mental hint. This is the nephew. Nothing. Chang Jiangbei feel wrong. He is the finger slightly exposed a slit. Aunt Xian at the moment face is very red, body is also hot. He rushed to the situation on the back of the hand on Aunt Xian forehead. I go. How do you so hot? No wonder. Aunt Xian is so burnt out that she's a bit unable to stand up. I'll send you to the hospital. This time Chang Jiangbei spoke without any doubt, not allowing Aunt Xian to refute. No, it's not necessary. Chang Jiangbei ignored her. You're really good. Burned like this. What are you talking about? Going to the hospital, have to give the doctor to say keep mouth, is it? Really? This Aunt Xian. Come, I'll hold you up. With Chang Jiangbei as her support, Aunt Xian, who only felt her body was soft and powerless, and her dizziness was blurred, finally had a place to stand up, and most of her body strength was borrowed from Chang Jiangbei. Wait for me to rinse my mouth. Cough. The footsteps were a little wobbly, and it looked like she was getting pretty dizzy. Don't think of walking by yourself. Arm, hold me a little. Chang Jiangbei still cover their eyes. He suddenly felt, Aunt Xian, this person. You cannot discuss with her properly. The more you discuss, she is also the stronger. You have no doubt. Give her a decision. She instead showed more meek, because Chang Jiangbei was afraid that she would fall on occasion. The finger cracks slightly exposed slits, vaguely looked at Aunt Xian, grabbed her big arm to support her, followed her to the pool. Aunt Xian is confused, but she also noticed this situation at the moment. Nephew. He is a nephew, a small child. It's okay. Aunt Xian psychologically built herself up, and couldn't care less. It was too uncomfortable, and she didn't use her hands to cover her chest or below. She forced herself to calmly unscrew the faucet, and feeling still fallen, she washed her face and rinsed her mouth, and then turned back to cover her dazed head and squeezed a smile at Chang Jiangbei. Go back to the house. I'm fine now. Chang Jiangbei also opened his eyes. Nonsense, closed eyes, how to walk. The eyes do not look askance, but also do not let Aunt Xian difficult to do. But Aunt Xian, after all, is naked. That how inconvenient. Leaning on the small Chung close to some of that body will ultimately be in contact with. Not leaning and not much strength. And this even if you look right in front. The afterglow is actually also basically C7 or 8. Walked to the bathroom door. Cheng Jiangbei bent over, picked up the nightgown, handed it to Aunt Xian, let her put on the skirt, which is good, but Aunt Xian still do not want to go to the hospital. Cheng Jiangbei gave her temperature, are 39 degrees more than, regardless of her, on her back. This time and just back Aunt Xian up is not the same. Aunt Xian inside did not wear. I can't go out like this. Laying Aunt Daylily on the bed with another grunt, he picked up the clothes inside and handed them to Aunt Daylily. Aunt Xian's bra was red with a flower embroidered on it, and it was extremely seductive. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 65 Warm and Sweet. I'm begging for a follow-up order. Cheng Jiangbei are slightly surprised, really did not think that Aunt Xian will also wear this kind of hot underwear. Also is, Aunt Xian has actually been quite hooked, inside the underwear and other people cannot see. Overdo a little bit, who will know? And at this moment, Cheng Jiangbei thought of the pink oval object that he saw in the safe when he helped Aunt Xian get the report that day. Cheng Jiangbei cannot help but pursed lips, also expressed understanding. Aunt Xian at least 30 years old, lying on the bed of Aunt Xian at the moment, some slow movements, estimate 5 or 6 minutes to change, in a guest bedroom called Cheng Jiangbei. Cheng Jiangbei did not let her lie on his bed, wet, but put her in the guest bedroom. After Cheng Jiangbei went in, he finally carried Aunt Xian, who was wearing a dark red nightgown, and Aunt Xian was very fleshy and carried a great deal of weight, but because of the rebirth benefits, Cheng Jiangbei wasn't tired. Just now the bathroom so the situation have experienced, now being carried. Aunt Xian also used to, leaning against Cheng Jiangbei, gently asked him, tired? Aunt Xian is not very heavy? Not heavy, Cheng Jiangbei said. Sorry to trouble you today. Cheng Jiangbei thought for a moment, this Aunt Xian nature should not be. Hard mouth what? You say? But it also sidestepped the fact that this aunt was really affectionate, and if she was like Wu Ma, she lived in her heart, then she hated everything for you to consider. Thought and said, in the future, the body out of the situation, just timely said, do not own things too complicated, consider too much, you do not take the body as a matter of fact, it is very let a person anxious. I moved in, you and Wu mother, I can take care of, home have my. Aunt Xian just wrapped her arms around Cheng Jiangbei's neck and did not say anything. Her arms were wringing a little tight at the moment, and her palms were clenched. She did not expect that she would be criticized by such a small boy, nor did she expect that this boy could be very serious and say, there is my. Aunt Xian pursed her lips, her head gently leaning against Cheng Jiangbei's shoulder. Her eyes were extremely complex at the moment, like anything, her uncomfortable body, like a warm current brushing by, and I don't know if it's because of the fever or something, but her face seemed to be even more red, like it was permeated with water. As far as she could remember, from the time after Wu Ma, it seemed that she had never encountered anymore someone who would carry herself like this, who would care about her so much, and right now, she felt so serene in her heart that she didn't need to panic, she just had to lean on him. She did not want to think about a lot of other now. She knew that this boy, although not very old and his back was not considered thick, was really warm. Cheng Jiangbei heard, Aunt Xian just sat in the car is very dizzy, very uncomfortable, did not ask her opinion. Aunt Xian's home is not far from the hospital. He intends to carry Aunt Xian to go over, can be said to be very detailed, at most 2 kilometers, not too far, the blink of an eye will be, halfway. Aunt Xian because cannot make too much strength, plump body will slide down a slip, and then Cheng Jiangbei will gently cushion the upper side, dragging Aunt Xian's fleshy thighs continue to move forward. Cheng Jiangbei knew that it was best to let Auntie Xian rest quietly for a while now. He did not speak. Auntie Xian did not speak anymore, just warmly and softly stretched out her hand to help Cheng Jiangbei wipe the sweat on his forehead from time to time. Cheng Jiangbei walk very stable, body just washed a bath, also has that kind of shower gel comfortable aroma, mixed with man flavor. Aunt Xian do not know why, the heart will ripple, only feel originally not broad shoulders, more and more broad, closed eyes. Aunt Xian eyes drooped a few times, some heavy, unknowingly very peace of mind fell asleep. Only after arriving at the hospital was Cheng Jiangbei gently shouted to wake up, examined, and given fluids. Cheng Jiangbei stayed with her and didn't sleep, kept talking with her, went out to buy some fruit for her, peeled the fruit for her, and slowly, got the fluids and took the medicine. Aunt Xian blushed and got a little more comfortable. Today, she seemed to be particularly talkative, and extraordinarily fond of asking Cheng Jiangbei how he was doing at school and how he was doing at the company lately. Come to the hospital, are almost tossed to 9 p.m. Infusion to almost 1 a.m. Go back. Aunt Xian can already walk on her own. Cheng Jiangbei simply assist her on the line. Soon after arriving home, Aunt Daylily was probably sleepy and slept in the guest room when she got home. Cheng Jiangbei would have liked to rest, but the result is that the mind is messy and cannot sleep, so it is better to clean up the whole wet home today. The fall pants in the side of Aunt Daylily's bedroom. Shirt, suit pants, coat. After washing these, Cheng Jiangbei put the ones that could be shaken dry into the tumbler and rolled them, then rubbed Aunt Xian's flesh stockings. The stockings may have stepped on the ground when they were on the shore, and they were a little broken, and there was no need to wash them again, but Cheng Jiangbei still carefully washed her clean. His main mind is messy phew, today himself. However, the blessedness of the woman is not shallow in the water hugged Aunt Xian, on the shore of the embrace her, in front of the house to carry her, in the toilet to see all her, but also looked at her underwear and touched her stockings. Dang, he's a normal guy, and honestly has a lot of heart and is stuffy. Cheng Jiangbei only felt a little foolish, but there was no way. Reason still outweighed impulse at the moment. Cheng Jiangbei pressed the woman to wash the clothes, but not want to shoot Aunt Xian's ass. In addition to the mind mess, the man that little heart, mainly want to satisfy their own inner little flutter. Over the hand and eye addiction just, damn, that kind of identity to bring stimulation, really cannot be thought about in detail. Exhaled a few times, Cheng Jiangbei tiptoed open the door to the bedroom. Want to see Aunt Xian's situation? But the moment you enter the eyes is a piece of white thighs. Aunt Xian may not be less turnover. At this time she turned her back to himself. Nightgown, the whole lower half of the white legs are exposed outside the quilt. This change who was not confused Cheng Jiangbei does not deny that he has some heart heat strong suppression of the impulse, slowly walked to the edge of the bed, pinched the quilt to cover Aunt Xian, and then sat next to her for a while. Cheng Jiangbei sighed, intends to go outside to blow the wind, calm down a bit. After strolling around the lake where things went wrong today for about an hour, Cheng Jiangbei felt that he had adjusted himself well enough to return home and wondered if Aunt Xian was still asleep. Just got in. Aunt Xian is standing on the doorframe of the balcony. Her hair is wet, exuding a shampoo fragrance, and the clothes on her body have been changed into a nightgown and pajama pants. Looking at Cheng Jiangbei, Aunt Xian smiled bitterly and pinched her eyebrows. Sorry for today, trouble you so much, also let you help me to wash the clothes. Cheng Jiangbei quite calm at the moment. I see the clothes are quite good. Not bad. The lake has a smell. Have to hurry to wash, the night will not be able to wash out. Well, so also did not go through your consent on. Auntie Xian waved her hand. It's okay. Oh, you took a shower? How do you feel now? Put together a wash. Much better. No big deal. The fever-reducing medicine hasn't been taken just now, so I'll get you some water and take it. Cheng Jiangbei pulled the balcony door shut, then sat in with Aunt Xian, sat on the sofa, gave Aunt Xian a cup of water. Aunt Xian didn't say thank you anymore, curled up on the sofa, frowned and gently rubbed her stomach. Would have liked to drink the medicine. Cheng Jiangbei snatched the medicine over at once. Wait for me. Tonight did not eat, and filled so much lake water. Stomach if comfortable to have a ghost. Cheng Jiangbei is now also less talk more do. Turned into the kitchen, boiled a little rice porridge, served out. Yo, a throat, quickly drink the kanji first, then eat the medicine, and then measured the temperature afterward. Blowing on the heat of the kanji bowl, Cheng Jiangbei inserted the spoon in and carefully handed the bowl to her. Be careful, it's hot. Aunt Xian stared at the white bowl and looked at Cheng Jiangbei again, then lowered her head and took small sips of kanji herself. Very warm, flowing down her throat as if into her heart. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 66. Fortunately, there's you. I'm begging for a booking. Cheng Jiangbei now really cared about her and felt sorry for her, as if it was the kind of concern a man would have for a woman. But it was something that Auntie Xian could not be told about. Her body was so violent, the most seductive kind of voluptuousness, that it was really hard to comment on it. So Cheng Jiangbei tried his best to give himself an expression of a junior caring about his seniors. After drinking the porridge, ate the medicine, measured the temperature, only a little low fever. Later sleep. I guess there is nothing wrong. So Cheng Jiangbei assisted her back to the hut to let her lie down. After finishing all this, Cheng Jiangbei finally returned to his own room in exhaustion, laid down on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, Aunt Xian fever has completely subsided. The whole person is also much more spiritual. Cheng Jiangbei get up or to cook for her, because sick, but also to take medication for a day, so she stayed at home, nothing to seek. Cheng Jiangbei was also granted a special day off by the president. Don't have to go to work? Not going to the company, go back home in a while. Jing Xian specially explained, said don't take advantage of me leaving. You ran to school again. Her mother said hello to the school. It's okay to report a day late. It is very strange. If the previous Cheng Jiangbei spoke to Aunt Xian like this, Aunt Xian would definitely be unhappy. and would even say in her heart what status you have. But today Chang Jiangbei said so. Aunt Xian just nodded her head, and also stood up to pick up the bag for Chang Jiangbei in a virtuous way. Watching Chang Jiangbei walk to the door of the house, and gently handing it over to him. Chang Jiangbei, this is not Monday to Friday to take classes. I'll go home then. Get some rest and really don't go to school today. Call me if anything happens. I know. Chang Jiangbei went out the door, still a little uneasy. He turned back to plan to take a look. Aunt Xian will not be in the face of a set, behind the back of a set, so waited 10 minutes. He killed a horseback, went straight back. Aunt Xian high heels are still there, not in the living room, but it seems like the sound of him entering the password in the inside. Very panicked, forced to pretend to be calm voice. Jiangbei, is it Jiangbei? Chang Jiangbei yelled towards the study. I forgot my key. Chang Jiangbei's bedroom is in the study, walk over. Know that Aunt Xian honestly at home. Chang Jiangbei could have gone out directly to go to class to go, but after all, said he was back to get the book, cannot not do nothing about it, so took off his shoes, barefoot to the house. Thud 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 thud. Barefoot and floor impact sound, but as soon as he made a sound here, the study was in a flurry of confusion. Clunk, the chair seems to have fallen over. Dangla, the shoe seems to have fallen off. You, don't come in yet. Wait outside. Wait. Aunt Xian in the house may have fallen from the chair. Her voice was a little pained and flustered. Duck duck duck. The sound of high heels dragging and the clanking crash of belt buckles passed, and the door to the study thudded shut. Phew. I'm changing. No, you put it in the study for. Chang Jiangbei stalled. Emergency brakes. His feet stopped for a moment. He pursed his lips. Dizzy. He suddenly remembered the contents of the study safe. I'll go. Auntie Xian. You won't be at that. Chang Jiangbei had instantly created a picture based on the educational movie he had once watched that made his heart tremble and his blood boil and his face turn red. In the doorway, the sound of rapid breathing. The sound seems to be the feeling of an asthma attack. Very rapid, very hideous. The upper body pajamas were pulled open, and also specially put on high heels. Aunt Xian is stepping on high heels, squatting on the chair. Just now there was the sound of high heels. Dang, Aunt Xian, what XP estimated to be squatting on a chair. One hand seems to be placed in the mouth, a hand on the legs. Her pajama pants seem to be hanging on the left leg. A wobble. Aunt Xian's right leg is estimated to be bare, only wrapped in meat stockings. Feet stepped on a black high heels. Don't dare think about it. Thinking about Nima paid for it. Aunt Xian, a woman who was sexy to the bone, was already fatally attractive in Chang Jiangbei's eyes. He would have been in his 30s, and Aunt Xian, this kind of mature woman, would have been very feeling. Plus her face is so beautiful that it's scary. Her body is so iconic that it's scary. She has taste, literacy, temperament, filial piety, gentle to those he cares about, and very measured in dealing with things outside. It's basically a perfect to the extreme woman. This kind of female. Last time alone looking at that pink thing, it's already enough to make one's thoughts come to mind. And today, plus how many times he had contact with Aunt Xian last night? Chang Jiangbei felt that it would be a lie not to have a cat's paw scratching at his heart at this moment. It's too much. Chang Jiangbei immediately held his breath, not daring to breathe a single breath for fear of being discovered that he knew something, which would be too embarrassing. You wait. In a minute. Chang Jiangbei exhaled once and patted his face hard to force himself to calm down. But don't tell people to see the cracks. Waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes. Next, slightly hot Aunt Xian only came out from the house. Pajama pants are the one Chang Jiangbei saw before. Pajamas did not change. Anyway, Chang Jiangbei vaguely sniffing. She felt that Aunt Xian was more fragrant. There are too many clothes. Don't know which one to wear. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You didn't even change your clothes. Chang Jiangbei was even more convinced that the association he had just made was true. He coughed and coughed. Aunt Xian, you have a good rest. I'll get the keys and go home later. Do you want me to drive you? Don't. No, you'd better stay home and rest. Okay, then I won't see you off, said, waiting for Chang Jiangbei to go out again. She thought about handing the car keys out. Auntie won't send you. You drive yourself. Okay. Chang Jiangbei did not refuse to reach out to receive it, did not pay attention to touch the Aunt Xian's hand. Days, but also a little damp, a little wet. Aunt Xian like electrocution, like hand put back. The Aunt Xian. Chang Jiangbei went out the door. His chest was hot. Went back home and found that no one was there. Thought about it and went to the company. The whole person was a little distracted. At lunchtime. What are you staring at? Zhang Jingxian was talking to Chang Jiangbei about the things she had encountered in the student union during the time she was involved in the preparation of the school's freshman party. When she saw that Chang Jiangbei was a bit distracted, so she blurted out. Chang Jiangbei smiled sarcastically. It's fine. Just didn't rest well yesterday. then simply put Aunt Xian fell into the water. High fever. He sent people to the hospital thing to Jing Xian said. Of course, this is the censored version. The uncensored version of the death is impossible to say. Egu, I knew it. Aunt Xian, this person. When Wuma has something, she's concerned. Zhang Jingxuan's eyes revealed worry and quickly gratitude. Hubby, it's good to have you yesterday. Said also used his hand to hold Cheng Jiangbei put on the table hand. Cheng Jiangbei thought, today went out to pick up the keys, did not wash his hands. It seems to be this only touch Aunt Xian. Hurry to immobilize the hand back. The heart chaotic batch. The surface is very stable as the old dog smile. Ha ha ha, alright, Aunt Xian's home with me. You can rest assured. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 67, On Fire. I'm begging for a booking. Don't worry, honestly, in the bottom of his heart, Cheng Jiangbei, this dog, is not even at ease with himself anymore. Where did Jing Xian know Cheng Jiangbei's current mental activities? She smiled sweetly. Well, I don't worry, that's a big mistake. Jing Xian. After eating a few mouthfuls of rice, Cheng Jiangbei suddenly tried to ask the question he suddenly wanted to know. You mean why did Wuma set up Aunt Xian in Dr. Lu? Jing Xian also ate enough. Holding a paper towel, squinting first reached out to Cheng Jiangbei wipe his mouth, and then said, Wuma did not set up anyone. Just her old man wants to Xianan to take a step. After all, Xianan is not young, right? Just Dr. Lu very much in this regard. Wuma before also think that Dr. Lu cannot match Auntie Xian. Just Auntie Xian may be thinking that Dr. Lu is the Wuma's attending doctor, right? Just think of contact on contact. Wuma is not a set-up person. Whether it is Dr. Lu, Dr. Wang, or whoever, Aunt Xian can take a step forward. Her old man will be happy. Cheng Jiangbei understood at once. By the way, how are you going to spend the rewards from the annual meeting? After eating, the preoccupied Cheng Jiangbei was held by Jing Xian's hand. Reward? Just the group's annual meeting, which happens every year. There's a raffle and the employees get to participate. And the first prize is a car. Cheng Jiangbei understood. The first prize must be hard to win, right? With so many people in the group, drawing one is certainly not too easy for others. Zhang Jingxian raised her hand and squeezed him. However, if Assistant Chang wants it, paying something is not something that can't be considered. Cheng Jiangbei's eyelids jumped a little. In the afternoon, Zhang Jingxian was a little worried about Aunt Xian at home, so she urged Cheng Jiangbei to go home. It's a CZM paid vacation now. The Lord President is attempting to cannibalize him. Back, Aunt Xian was still awake, watching TV in the living room. Cheng Jiangbei had just entered the password when she stood up, walked to the door and held slippers for Cheng Jiangbei in a virtuous manner. Are you hungry? There's cake in the fridge. Aunt Xian wasn't much of a cook, but she was afraid that a youngster like Cheng Jiangbei would get hungry at night, so she would go home and bring some cupcakes, buns, or whatever, and put them in the refrigerator for Cheng Jiangbei to eat when he was hungry. I'm not hungry. I've only just eaten. Aunt Xian, why are you still up? Aunt Xian interlaced the fingers of her hands for a moment, smiled with a wisp of hair at her temples, and took Cheng Jiangbei's schoolbag and said, just sleep on it. Cheng Jiangbei looked at although he heard that he was not hungry, but twisted the charming body. Silk nightgown sticking to the body is very textured. Aunt Xian still went to the kitchen to open the refrigerator, put a mousse cupcake tenderly to Cheng Jiangbei take out, also washed a small spoon, to Cheng Jiangbei in front of the dining table to drag the chair away. Cannot help but sneak thought, Aunt Xian this will not be waiting for their own back, only to sleep it. Did not let Aunt Xian's good intentions. Cheng Jiangbei recovered his mind, honestly sitting at the table, bite by bite to eat the cake, Aunt Xian quietly sitting on the side looking at him to eat. Not for a while, her eyelashes blinking, smilingly reached out and pulled a piece of paper, to Cheng Jiangbei handed to the hand. She was going to reach out to Cheng Jiangbei wiped his mouth. Cheng Jiangbei hastened to snatch the paper napkin over. Too strange. You say, Aunt Xian is now a gentle aunt can also, but if you say she is a virtuous wife, Cheng Jiangbei did not even dare to think blindly. This question is indeed too difficult. He also somewhat will not be able to. It's the floating thoughts in particular that are fatally attractive to a man, and you'd have to say that the other day in the study, he peeked at something he shouldn't have been able to see alright, but he just didn't see it. And knowing that there are unnameable pink oval-shaped objects inside, and knowing that Aunt Daylily is wearing high heels and stockings, he's got normal signs. He can't stop thinking about it. Men are like this. All see the end may be tasteless, but if the hidden, mysterious time is interested in pulling full, thinking about what? No, nothing. Cheng Jiangbei didn't dare to look at Aunt Xian's body that was somewhat seductive and criminal anymore. Noticing Aunt Xian who was about to get up to clean up the table, he hurriedly got up. I'll do it, Aunt Xian. You go and rest. Aunt Daylily smiled and hummed. Cheng Jiangbei sighed, Remembering Aunt Xian's perfect body. Aunt Xian, she seems to be men's favorite kind. Bring out the door is a noble woman. On the bed can change the appearance of the woman. With the contact, these days he also kind of saw the other side of Aunt Xian that was not known to him, and he also saw more and more sides of her, the gentle and virtuous ones. Aunt Xian seems to be not just Aunt Xian. Slowly as Aunt Xian in his heart the image slowly piled up. Cheng Jiangbei at the moment mood not to mention how complex. A little greedy, a little bang, a little dismay, some entanglement, and some helplessness. He's looking at her. Aunt Xian is also looking at him. Suddenly a sigh. Eyes slightly moist up. Jiangbei. Thank you words Aunt Xian do not know how to say to you. That time if it is not you. Wuma do not know what the situation. The other day to not have you. I do not know what the situation is. Well, you carry me. Take care of me. Give me porridge. Come back in the evening and leave porridge for me. Aunt Xian cheeks are 2 drops of tears across. Cannot say. She never thought that in addition to Wu Ma will have a so to her. Looking at the table hot still bubbling hot porridge. But also looked it seems to be still a little tired Cheng Jiangbei. Very happy. But she seems to be unable to face this kind of happiness directly. Cheng Jiangbei's mind is in turmoil. And Aunt Xian's mind is not in turmoil. Aunt Xian hurriedly cleaned up her mood. Wiping her eyes and touching the back of Cheng Jiangbei's head. Her red lips gently pursed. Jiangbei, Auntie is not going to say thank you. And don't take me as an outsider. In the future, if there is anything you need to help out, you can just tell me. I'll take you as a loved ones now. Cheng Jiangbei smacked his lips. Hey, then I'm not polite. It would be impolite to push back again. Not to mention that Cheng Jiangbei kinda likes to stay with Aunt Xian. When Auntie Xian is at home, she prepares cupcakes and milk for him. And when Cheng Jiangbei is there, she prepares hot congee and so brings soup for her. These two seem to be looking at each other with complicated eyes at the moment. Why don't you sit down and have some together? Auntie Xian pulled out the chair next to her and patted it gently. Cheng Jiangbei didn't refuse and went to serve himself a bowl of porridge. Then sit down. Aunt Xian moved to the right side of the beautiful buttocks close to Cheng Jiangbei some. A touch of his head show face. Suddenly gently smiled. Meet you, is my good fortune. Her meaty thighs were hidden on Cheng Jiangbei's knees. The slippery touch of the meat stockings was as tempting as it could be. And the words also made Cheng Jiangbei instantly itched. In order to hide his embarrassment, he rolled his eyes breathlessly as his head ducked. Auntie Xian, hello, don't say that. It's my good fortune to have met you, to have met Jing Xian. In fact, Cheng Jiangbei heart sweet and happy. Feel that this period of time their own exhaustion is also worth it. Aunt Xian's fingers and thighs can be really soft. Halo, the whole person that ripe girl's breath. Fragrant milk flavor. Hey, really call people cannot stand. On fire. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 68, Don't Live. I'm begging for a subscription. November skies are already a little cooler. Aunt Xian got well from her cold and went to report to school. With spirit and said she wanted to thank Cheng Jiangbei for his busy schedule last time. Tell him to wait for her at school and to take him to dinner to thank him. Go back to KYU. Cheng Jiangbei didn't refuse when he thought about it. Jiangbei, coming. Aunt Xian sat on the desk over there, still holding the pen in her hand, swishing and recording something. Sit down quickly. Aunt Xian still has a few more pieces of information over here to look at and sign. Stay by yourself for a while. There's tea over there. That door opens to a small bedroom. You can rest for a little while. Sorry about that. KYU professors are still treated very well. Cheng Jiangbei hurriedly waved his hand and said it was fine, then obediently sat on the sofa and made himself a cup of tea. And when he was finished, he held the teacup. He also took a generous look at Aunt Xian's beautiful office. Very large, very luxuriously decorated. Cheng Jiangbei very much like that side of a piece of transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. A glance out. The field of vision is very good. Turning to Aunt Daylily just pointed to the door of her small bedroom in the office. Cheng Jiangbei is still hesitating to go in. The chair sliding sound. Busy Aunt Xian. Beautiful small hand copied the pen to the pen cap buckle. Organized the document. And then get up. Squinting with a body of aroma. Twisting the waist. Walked to Cheng Jiangbei next to the door handle. A twist. You are still an aunt polite? Why are you so formal? If you want to see, you can go in and see. I also just started school. Aunt Xian to finish the matter in hand. And then we go to Wangfujing shopping. And have a meal in Wangfujing Hotel in the evening, okay? Aunt Xian is now very close to him. Mature meat flavor on a strand of Cheng Jiangbei this side of the bubble. He that is constrained, polite, which is not afraid to go in and then see should not see it. What pink oval-shaped items, wrapped in a layer of silicone stick. Cheng Jiangbei these days sometimes at home are afraid to go to the study or Aunt Xian's bedroom. This is too much to let people think of. Light think light see cannot eat. This is too tortured people. What are you thinking about? Looking at Cheng Jiangbei who didn't go in even though the door was open. An Xian gently pinched Cheng Jiangbei's face and, "No, nothing." Cheng Jiangbei exhaled and walked in, just like a beautiful suite, like, very large. The view is very open. The lighting is very good. The bed is very large. The bedside window side, put a very texture modeling chaise lounge. The whole house also has a light aroma. Want to take a break? Cheng Jiangbei, whose sleep quality was a bit poor these days, stared at the bed. It's okay? The secretary had already come in. An Xian didn't care first, and walked into the bedroom, lifted the covers for the quilt, squinted her eyes, and patted the bed. Of course, if Jiangbei doesn't mind. Cheng Jiangbei is tired, also not polite. He lay down to rest. An Xian also do not need to always watch himself, delay things, so take off his shoes, really on the bed. An Xian also busy to uncover the quilt to Cheng Jiangbei body pressure, and then look at him, gently caress a little bit of his face. The voice is soft and gentle. Rest well. An Xian a moment after the busy and then call you. Cheng Jiangbei looking at An Xian, that perfect body. Comforter actually have An Xian body that milk flavor. Very light, but stick in the nose side and so clear. Cheng Jiangbei a pursed lips. The heart is like what is scratching like. An Xian's bed is very soft. Lying on the top is very comfortable. Would have been also some fatigue, confused sniffing smell. Cheng Jiangbei also really lying in bed asleep. Jiangbei. Cheng Jiangbei felt that there was a soft little hand, ice cold light patting his face. Cheng Jiangbei shivered a jolt, all of a sudden staring at his eyes, and sat up, looking at An Xian, who pulled a chair and sat sagely beside himself, looking at him with some concern. Jiangbei, not comfortable? His face was a little red. Was it a fever? An Xian reached out to touch Cheng Jiangbei's forehead. Cheng Jiangbei hurriedly dodged. An Xian became even more anxious and stood up, her long black silk legs on high heels. I'll call the doctor to come and take a look. Don't. I'm fine. Only then did Cheng Jiangbei come back to his senses, gently rubbing his eyes with his hand and calmly waving his hand. Lean. Dreams are slowly filled with beautiful legs. Around is not young. Do this kind of strange dream? Although the face looks calm, the heart is also a little embarrassed, especially asleep up. The party in the dream is still in front of you. This feeling, don't mention how that. An Xian put away her cell phone, hurriedly put her hand on Cheng Jiangbei's forehead, and touched her own forehead. It was not hot. She sighed with relief, and asked with concern, there's no other discomfort, right? No, just a little sleepy. Dang, this is really sleepy and confused. What have you been dreaming about? Auntie will get you a glass of water. Why don't you go back to sleep? I'll take Mrs. Wu again on the weekend, and go out for a stroll together? Cheng Jiangbei shook his head. Do not sleep. Sleep cannot be. He was afraid to sleep on the ugly. To be honest, if An Xian did not shout to wake him up, he may just really ugly. The young boys of the stalls of the thing well. No, all understand. Cheng Jiangbei sat up, put on his shoes, went to the bathroom inside the bedroom to wash his face, stared at himself in the mirror, exhaled, and then wiped his face with the clean towel that An Xian had just handed him, walked out. Then An Xian's office suddenly came. It was a few college leaders it seemed. Cheng Jiangbei then went down to the lower parking lot first to wait for An Xian, to the underground garage. Cheng Jiangbei completely relieved. Suffer, really to suffer. It was true that it was also the first time he had ever lived alone with a woman that big, and Ginger wasn't even as big as her. An Xian on the stock of right fast dripping out of water temperament. The body comes with a gentle temperament, but also some of the feeling of a good wife and mother. The president has a noble and graceful. An Xian is not missing the key to such a perfect woman. She has grounded, catching the life of that side. Pink small objects. Along with the two people's relationship is getting closer and closer. Her stunning is no longer untouchable. Auntie Xian is the kind of beauty that can be seen and touched, and will not give people a sense of distance, but she also comes with a noble. This kind of feeling, really no one can refuse to be able to make a mess of magnetic field of the charm of the people. Cheng Jiangbei suddenly wanted to smoke one, but he was staring at the direct elevator to the top floor over there. Suddenly, the elevator door opened. An Xian's plump and mature figure walked out from over there, because to accompany Cheng Jiangbei to go shopping. An Xian even changed a set of clothes in the office today. A simple perm of wavy curly hair draped down, black small suit. Inside is a white low-collar camisole. Snow white collarbone's neck is exposed in the outside. Black OL skirt. Black silk has also been replaced with flesh-colored stockings elegantly. Stepped on a black pointy angle of the fine high heel. A dress dry and not lose beauty. Really how to see also see not tired of flavor. Cheng Jiangbei felt as if it was very confusing. How do you think An Xian this woman's pretty face and body? Where to look at where charming especially that wearing stockings look texture invincible. Can be tightly closed together only to leave a thin black slit thighs? Indeed have to let the husband don't live the frame. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes. Recommendations. and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 69, Shopping. I'm begging for a follow-up order. When An Xian saw Cheng Jiangbei waiting for her over there, the female professor's aura was suddenly withdrawn. Her high heels suddenly accelerated some frequency, and she walked over with a smile. Sorry Jiangbei, just now there were some sudden things that made you wait for a while more. Are you tired? Why don't you get in the car and sit down? The car key is not given to you. Auntie Xian came closer. Cheng Jiangbei didn't glance around. It was boring in the car, so I didn't go up. Saying that, Aunt Xian suddenly took a box out. Inside was loaded with cupcakes. Just now also forgot to give you, before going out to buy. Hungry? First eat to pad your belly. We will go to dinner later today. First shopping. Thoughtful Cheng Jiangbei slept for a while. The stomach is really some hungry. Not an Aunt Xian polite. Nodded. Took over. Also did not get on the car. And Aunt Xian stood in front of the Bentley car. Cheng Jiangbei bite by bite to finish the cake. Slow down. No rush. Tomorrow is not the weekend. Rest. Aunt Xian smiled and looked for a napkin in her bag, wiping Cheng Jiangbei's mouth. Let's go. Aunt Xian laughed and pointed to the white Mercedes-Benz. Alone again. Good. Aunt Xian, as an elder, wants to take care of Cheng Jiangbei in every detail, and of course she won't let him drive, so she's happy to be a chauffeur for Cheng Jiangbei. Cheng Jiangbei also honestly intended to sit down and sit on her passenger seat, and just as he pulled open the passenger door, he was shouted by Aunt Xian, who was already sitting on the driver's seat. That's right, Jiangbei, can you trouble you to help me go to the trunk to help me get a pair of shoes? See? Well, Cheng Jiangbei nodded. The trunk can be more than a pair of shoes. Flat shoes, sneakers, sandals, high heels. There are a few pairs. Cheng Jiangbei thought. Aunt Xian's legs are still wrapped in thin meat silk. Quietly followed their own preferences. Picked a pair of white very simple sandals. Can reveal Aunt Xian's perfect back of the foot arc of that kind. Carrying the sandals in his hand. The trunk is electric. A press. Automatically closed downwards. A few steps to the front of the driver's seat. Also stood in front of Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian, you see this pair of line? Cheng Jiangbei just wanted to put the shoes on the ground. Saw Auntie Xian has been early on their feet, hanging high heels off neatly on the side. At the moment Auntie Xian is still the same as just now. Sitting sideways on the driver's seat. The upper side. A pair of legs on the relaxation of loose next to each other slightly side. Revealing wrapped in neat silk beautiful feet. Very elegant, slightly bent, suspended in the air. That kind of silky smooth texture. The whole arc of the instep and the stockings tightly outlined is the perfect show. Gee, this couldn't be more tempting. Mainly Aunt Daylily's beautiful leg was originally very white. Every inch was born perfectly. Wrapped with elasticity, but tightly taut, thin gauzy flesh silk. With a little bit of skin color that originally belonged to oneself. In addition to completely put the Aunt Daylily's leg of the plump flesh completely show. Cheng Jiangbei actually hates stockings. Hate want in bed to tear them all to pieces. Gulped. Looked at Aunt Xian that hangs in the air, feet still naughty move. This low body put shoes angle look over. Cannot help but think of his dream again? If just here. In the car. Aunt Xian's hand. No. Or his own hand. Pa. Lowly. Cheng Jiangbei averted his eyes. Silently chanting Namo Amitba Buddha. Coughing. Cheng Jiangbei placed the sandals in his hands. Honestly at Aunt Xian's feet. Aunt Xian. I put the shoes here. Good. Because of this position. Cheng Jiangbei hasn't gotten up yet. Aunt Xian lifted her hand and was able to touch Cheng Jiangbei's hair, so she tenderly stroked Cheng Jiangbei's hair, squinted her eyes and smiled. Tough for you, because usually I don't drive myself most of the time, so I don't have a bag in the front. Saying that, she pointed to the high-heeled shoes on the side. This pair also helped me put it back in the trunk. Okay? Aunt Xian likes to wear stockings, rarely bare legs, but so close to look at Aunt Xian's legs, or the first time. After all, what is his identity? He can't hug Aunt Xian. Greedily inhale the aroma of her body, and then nonchalantly bury his head in her thighs wrapped in stockings. Rubbing a little bit is not satisfied with opening his mouth and gently biting her a little bit, right? That can't be. He doesn't deserve it yet. But at the moment Cheng Jiangbei repented. He was full of stockings in the brain. Got to avoid it for a bit. To slow down. Wanting to be quiet for a while. So Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head in a hurry. Okay. With that, she re-bent down, and with a gentle hook of both hands, she lifted her high heels, and before she could get up again, Aunt Xian didn't take Cheng Jiangbei as an outsider. Cheng Jiangbei looked at Aunt Xian put her elegantly suspended in the air, legs back, a foot gently resting on the chair, a foot sample under the light a little, wrapped in flesh silk of the small feet at once easily tucked into the sandals. Each finger inch by inch of the birth of the beads are moist as jade. Cannot look at it, and then look at Cheng Jiangbei again, had the urge to want to surface paid images, and hastily retracted the line of sight, and hurriedly went to the trunk. You guys say, if Aunt Xian is not an aunt, is his virtuous and lovely wife? then he is not able to squarely and openly survey all her small movements. He can himself on the hand, hold her beautiful feet, feel the silky, tender, soft, gauzy warm touch, lifting the shoes. Inch by he gently put on her shoes, and even in the time when she was in the study, directly pushed the door to go in, took over her wet fingers to hand over the object, staring at her body weird redness, looking at her eyes like water. Personally help. Oh, no, probably could have done without the hands at that point. Must be Aunt Xian that day in the study of the movement of the influence is too deep, always feel what and know, and what did not see, was hooked, cannot get forever in the commotion well. Two wrapped meat silk stepping on sandals legs stepped and leaned over. Did sound, getting closer and closer, belonging to Aunt Xian's exclusive aroma a strand to the nose. What's wrong? Aunt Xian also came to the back, standing next to Cheng Jiangbei. It's fine. Cheng Jiangbei retrieved his mind, then digressed. By the way, I've heard that Wu Ma will have her birthday in a week, so I'm thinking about what would be a good gift for her. Hearing this, Aunt Xian of course happy. Suddenly, she still smiled and gently pinched Cheng Jiangbei's cheeks. I know you will also miss Wu Ma. Later we will go to pick, and to buy you some clothes after we go together to pick a gift for Wu Ma. Wu Ma will definitely be very happy. There is another person who remembered her birthday. Cheng Jiangbei often some small details, simply do not be too in line with Aunt Xian her heart. In her impression, Wu's mother's birthday, the exchange was mentioned once, and then Jiangbei he completely remembered. Very much cared about the feeling. Really good. Cheng Jiangbei froze, feeling the face still remains the kind of cold and silky touch. Pinching face, touching the head to kill. Aunt Xian will not really take himself as a little boy, right? Labor is a wolf to come. Cheng Jiangbei suddenly thought evilly, if there is a chance, well, change the place to pinch back. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 70, The Fall. Requesting for follow-up orders. Wangfujing Department Store. It's almost December and it's already a bit chilly, so Wangfujing is heated and it's a nice cozy temperature. Parked the car and crossed the street. Cheng Jiangbei saw Aunt Xian rubbing her shoulders gently and hurriedly said with concern, tired? I'll get you a bag? Aunt Xian first said no, but Cheng Jiangbei no on Aunt Xian should not ask. Directly on the hand. Aunt Xian this person thieflaw like not use. Not trouble what hangs on the side of the mouth. But you don't ask directly to do. She is still happy to accept. With her Hermes bag on her back. Under the eyes of customers and mall personnel who were amazed and jealous, Cheng Jiangbei walked comfortably down the first floor hall. The reason why everyone is looking at themselves so much, the main reason is that Aunt Xian next to them is too outstanding, and then another reason is that Aunt Xian is holding her hand greatly at this time, although Cheng Jiangbei estimated that Aunt Zuan estimated holding elders close to the mind of the younger generation, but does not prevent people do not know the envy and jealousy. Aunt Xian is too beautiful, temperament and good, single on the face value of this Cheng Jiangbei is handsome, but looks too young, and so, Aunt Xian, you hold my hand. Estimated that some people can scold me lucky little white boy are there. Seeing Cheng Jiangbei say this, Aunt Xian couldn't help but laugh a little. Are you praising you or are you burying me? Cheng Jiangbei hemmed and hawed and laughed. Cough cough. Compliment you. Doesn't that mean you're capable? Do you call this a compliment to my ability? See you are getting more and more courageous. Jabbing at me for harboring a little white boy, right? Your mouth is getting poorer and poorer. Where is there? Is to praise Aunt Xian person beauty aura strong? I am next to you, just like a vase, completely suppressed, not a bit of charisma. Okay. Jiangbei is the best looking. Auntie Xian said gently and obediently to Cheng Jiangbei. Cheng Jiangbei had a chat with Aunt Xian. The minded is not on the topic. Sneakily put down the shoulder a little bit. A release, the elbow is also followed by a drop. Aunt Xian is not on his arm, huffing and puffing. His elbow suddenly submerged in the softness of Aunt Xian's left side. Aunt Xian's underwear may be softer today. Cheng Jiangbei only felt that his elbow sunk in all of a sudden, and he pretended scared a jolt, and busily withdrew his hand. Goo. Sorry. Aunt Xian, I don't mean to do it on purpose, really not. Aunt Xian also smiled greatly. It's okay, let's not be so formal. Let's go. Cheng Jiangbei paid attention to Aunt Xian's face. Look at her seems to be really not angry. This only with her to continue to walk in. Thought really, I really do not mean shopping. Aunt Xian of course is to Cheng Jiangbei inside and out or purchased a lot of clothes. She is not bad. Cheng Jiangbei did not play in the shopping mall what push drag trick. Elbow was not placed on Aunt Xian. What to buy, what to shop have been unimportant. And so on after shopping, after dinner, Cheng Jiangbei felt the touch from the elbow. Seems to be a bit addictive. And then took the initiative to go to the nearby playground around. How? When it is a walk after dinner. and Xian did not refuse. The two arm in arm, walking slowly. The evening walk is really not a lot of people. There are also people playing soccer. A circle. Chang Jiangbei and Aunt Xian have talked and laughed. I do not know how many laps. Chang Jiangbei just some reluctant to say home. The results of huffing and puffing. Suddenly a soccer ball high speed towards their direction flew over. Kicking the ball is an adult. Very strong. Chang Jiangbei reaction fast. Aunt Xian in the inside. The ball is not to the straight to her body to go, right? So the I quickly subconsciously reacted. Put her in embrace. Tightly protected in the arms. Bang. A muffled sound. And then the head took a heavy hit. Damn. This kick. Then a powerful National Football League. Very painful. Chang Jiangbei only feel brain buzzing. Back home. Really still up bag. Aunt Xian stood. He sat. Beside him. Fingers touched his head. It's like that again. He's there for everything he encounters. He's there to keep him close. His arms are strong. His arms are warm. Aunt Xian lowered her head. Gently bit her lip. Her eyes were a little red again. Her heart suddenly ached. She wanted to say to Chang Jiangbei, don't be so good to me anymore. The hand clenched tightly. Auntie Xian ultimately did not say anything to come. 1 second. 2 seconds. In the living room of Aunt Xian's house, there was some silence. Chang Jiangbei sat down, and Aunt Xian's small hand gently rubbed his head. Neither spoke much, exhaling, rest, or Chang Jiangbei's head gently moved, toppled Aunt Xian's hand away, then smiled and put on his slippers, the surface as usual, and Aunt Xian said good night, went into the bedroom, now behind the door, did not move, did not go to bed, looked at the table, and, if things weren't so complicated, he could have just laid his head on Aunt Xian's soft thighs, enjoying the tenderness she had for him, but, hey, Aunt Xian in the living room, sitting on the sofa has not moved for a long time, and finally red lips slightly open, gently spit out a breath before silently back to their own bedrooms. Elegant body stood in front of the soft bed, froze for a few seconds, and then straight hook a front fell down, resting on the sheet of the hand, slightly clenched hard. The sheet is wrinkled, separated for a long time. Aunt Xian turned over, silent dead staring at the white ceiling. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. Slowly, the plump and perfect body did not burrow into the quilt, but directly on the sheet slightly curled up. Just lie so I do not know how long, only to get up from the bed. The small suit, suspenders gently faded, hand on the back of the gently unbuttoned, and then the zipper of the skirt down. The short skirt down the thighs slipped, the small hand subjected to a bit of resistance, gently placed into the thin waist wrapped in stockings, to the lower side of the belt. Feel the silk smooth from the thighs detached, revealing the original white skin, clothes scattered all over the place. Some powerless into the bathroom, listening to the sound of clattering water. Feel the hot water flow from an inch of skin sliding through the fall. Aunt Xian drooped her head. A twist. The bath head of the water will be adjusted to the coolest. His small mouth slightly moving. A cold shiver all over the body. Perhaps at this moment only cold water can let her properly calm down. The president has been particularly busy lately. It's near the end of the year, with all the dinners and whatnot. Chang Jiangbei, who was a living assistant, was idle instead. It doesn't help that the main president likes to let him touch the fish openly and honestly. Basically, he clocked in at work. The president and a couple of secretaries went out, and then he was informed that he could leave work. It's not even noon yet. Chang Jiangbei felt like he was being wasted. Chang Jiangbei pairs straight back to the president's home. I heard Aunt Daleen say she had class and thought no one was home. Tick-tock, enter your password. Chang Jiangbei entered the door. No one in the living room. Changed shoes and entered the door, intending to go back to his room to take a change of clothes, take a shower and go to bed. But the result is that when he passed the study, he suddenly heard what seemed to be a sound inside. Chang Jiangbei froze, gulped, his heart thumped, sneakily put his head past the door, pasted the door, and then heard the sound that made his whole person almost explode again. Only heard through the door. Very faint, some suppressed, urgent breathing, vaguely also heard a little. Jiangbei, P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 71 Heartwarming. I'm begging for a booking. Holy holy holy. Chang Jiangbei's entire body exploded in sweat. This is Auntie Suan? How can this be Auntie Xian? Chang Jiangbei immediately held his breath, did not dare to breathe for a moment, afraid that Aunt Xian found himself. This would be a big embarrassment if he was found. Chang Jiangbei's heart was so agitated by the whole thing that his throat was dry, and he glared at the door with his eyeballs looking hard at the door. Thinking of the seriousness of the problem for a moment, Chang Jiangbei broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, now is not the time to have a good time. He has to hurry. Then he drew back his head fondly, turned, and tiptoed across the foyer to stand at the front door. Walking to the door, Chang Jiangbei looked at the high-heeled shoes that he hadn't noticed before coming in. then sneakily opened the door from the inside, then pretended to eke out. Auntie Xian, you're back? Cheng Jiangbei thought that the voice was loud enough to muddle through, but as soon as he made a sound here, the study immediately went into chaos again. What? Jiangbei. Cheng Jiangbei forced himself to be calm and said, Aunt Xian, you're at home? I thought you had gone to school, said Normal walking towards the study. He did not walk towards the study. Auntie Xian instead might feel a ghost. Perhaps Cheng Jiangbei deliberately walked with heavy footsteps. Aunt Xian inside apparently heard the commotion. Finally, Aunt Daylily came out of the house and changed into a matching light blue satin nightgown. Cheng Jiangbei came out of the bathroom and looked at her. It was only then that Aunt Xian regained her gentle expression and elegant posture, a far cry from how she looked just now. Cheng Jiangbei coughed and coughed, pretending to be silly and concerned. Aunt Xian, don't work too hard. Most of the night is busy working. Aunt Daylily smiled calmly. I just went to school. I should be somewhat prepared. Oh, are you hungry, Aunt Xian? I'll cook noodles later. Do you want me to cook a bowl for you too? Cheng Jiangbei is indeed also hungry. Of course, the more lifelike the performance, the more generous in the face of Aunt Xian, the more natural it is, the more like I really don't know Aunt Xian you shout my name. Own that what? Aunt Xian was relieved to see that Cheng Jiangbei was doing everything as usual, with her heart active. On her face Aunt Xian took the initiative and said, I'll do it. Jiangbei hasn't eaten my noodles yet, right? I'll cook it for you. You rest. Good. Cheng Jiangbei nodded honestly and sat on the sofa. Not long. Aunt Xian busy work for a while, really served 2 bowls of noodles out. Cheng Jiangbei tasted, not what dark cuisine, smiled and said, this female professor's noodles, it seems really delicious. Stinking poor. Auntie Xian didn't mind using her chopsticks to mix it in Cheng Jiangbei's bowl. If you want to eat noodles, just give it to Auntie, and Auntie will give it to you. Why are you looking at me? Isn't it good? Yummy yummy yummy. Aunt Xian, you're too pretty, so I didn't hold back to look at you more. Auntie Xian loved that too, and the two of them finished their snack in harmony. So, after eating a full meal, Cheng Jiangbei dead set on not letting the happy Aunt Xian brush the dishes, but picked up the table himself and not dirty ran into the kitchen to return the dishes and leftover noodles to clean. 10 o'clock out. In the living room, only just fed and in no hurry to rest, Cheng Jiangbei and Aunt Xian sat next to each other on the sofa, chatting. Cheng Jiangbei had no words to say. Is Mrs. Wu okay in the hospital? Are you still going to the hospital? What about tomorrow? Will you be back? Not come back. Maybe in the hospital to stay a few days. Aunt Xian hand scratching the phone screen, the corner of the mouth helpless smile. In fact, today also do not come back. But Lu Yu, before that doctor, you've seen, he said the hospital has him. He is on duty tonight, can help take care of. I was not in the hospital last night. He said that I worked hard to let me come back to rest. Wu Ma also said that let me rest. No, the face of the Wu Ma cannot not be given. Aunt drove back to the car. Lu Yu, the doctor? Cheng Jiangbei at TSK, you're still there? Cheng Jiangbei only felt irritated as he asked as if he was chatting about family matters. Auntie Xian, so what do you think of him as a person? Well, how to say? Luckily, between the two heart those small didn't give a poke through, but also hidden. Or Aunt Xian estimate will not be so generous in the face of Cheng Jiangbei holding him so close to him nagging family life. Sometime things did not poke through everyone like nothing. Which wants the poke? It is doomed to be someone to be an ostrich. People actually feel that there is no problem. Appearance body type work although in my occupation difference is quite big, but actually all is considered good. But Aunt Xian shook her head a little. He is not Aunt's favorite type, and Auntie doesn't intend to talk to anyone for the time being. Cheng Jiangbei breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly Baba blinked once and asked, then what type do you like? Aunt Xian heart a shake, face calm like do not want others to find her secret. As usual, generous smile, a wisp of hair at the temples. Not moving stared at Cheng Jiangbei, but also cocked up his legs and said, it is not clear, but long look past, a little more mature, a little bit older. Uncle type of it, is probably the type of aunt like it. Well, he can be in the he can give my aunt some help at work, and he doesn't have to take care of my aunt too much in life. If possible, Aunt still hope her boyfriend can be a few years older than Aunt. Here, mouthing her words, she tried her best to keep her tone calm. Cheng Jiangbei heard, a sound. This and his own completely unrelated. He is good looking, because of the age of the bar, looking quite tender, outside and mature not very touch. After all, he is young and beautiful as a flower. Where is the uncle flavor? Not to mention the age. Dang, this is where we're not in their own side right. As soon as Aunt Xian saw Cheng Jiangbei's speechless expression, she couldn't help but knock a finger on his head. What's wrong? Do you really think that Auntie likes young fresh meat at this age? No. Cheng Jiangbei a skimpy mouth. Next time that would have the ability to change a big uncle in the head. Next time you are not allowed to think of yourself? Mature point good. Mature point good. Alright. Why are you asking Auntie about this? Aunt Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of loss, then gently hammered her shoulders, presumably just tired, then said, go to sleep. Tomorrow you should have class in the morning, right? Cheng Jiangbei's heart is still quite tasty. Uncle? He stared at Aunt Xian and pondered in his heart. Cervical spine uncomfortable? Let me press it down for you. Still don't have to live too much to take care of you. Mouth is not right, you just. I prefer to take care of. Don't need it. Just get some sleep. No. Cheng Jiangbei pulled her back and said, go up to the bedroom and lie down. I'll press it for you. The back has been carried and the arm has been pulled. This is the nephew. The younger generation has honored their elders. After thinking about it, Auntie Xian hesitated a little, and without being polite to him, she gave a hum. In her satin-looking shiny nightgown and pajama pants, Auntie Xian wriggled elegantly up and into the bedroom. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 72, It Can't Be Like This. Requests for follow-up orders. Soon. Inside the bedroom, the heat was on all the time. Pretty hot. Cheng Jiangbei put another pillow on the pillow that Aunt Xian slept on, letting Aunt Xian take off her slippers, holding her chin against the pillow to lie comfortably flat on the bed, and then taking off her slippers herself, bending knees to sit on the side of Aunt Daylily, gently holding her shoulder pajamas, gently pinched, because it is satin, there is that kind of silky touch, plus Aunt Daylily's shoulder-tight skin. Aunt Daylily. These places do not pay attention to the maintenance. The old came to the pain of human life. In the future, never pay more attention to. Don't work for too long. The money is not finished earning, and a sitting position can't be too long. I see your office should put a treadmill. Nothing, to be more active. This strength okay? Auntie Xian sullenly buried her head in the pillow and gave a hum. She doesn't need a man to take care of her life? A ghost? For the cause she does not need a man to take care of. But in life, maybe her own did not find. She is more and more away from Wu Ma, but this away from instead of perhaps. She is more and more away from the Cheng Jiangbei. With his head covered in pillows, he couldn't read his expression either. It's quite comfortable. Thank you. And thank you? Just don't thank me. Sizzle. Don't use your elbow. It hurts to hold it down. Be gentle. Originally moving his elbow on the back of Aunt Xian's neck, he watched Aunt Xian's reaction, and with a quick retraction, carefully eased his strength. Is this force okay? Phew. Okay. Okay. Press. Cheng Jiangbei and thought just people say she likes uncle. You like uncle. Really take me as a nephew. Is this meaning right? Cheng Jiangbei somewhat unconvinced. The eyes have not been honest. Anyway, Auntie Xian lying there cannot see themselves. How he looked. Auntie Xian will not know, but looking at it also withdrew his eyes. It was still indecent. What are you looking so long for, Cheng Jiangbei? Lonely men and women. The 2 days the president traveled and did not come back. Cheng Jiangbei decided to go home. Turns out it's not even out of the neighborhood yet. Suddenly the cell phone rang, and when it was answered, it was gibberish nonsense. Cheng Jiangbei picked up his cell phone to look at the caller ID, his eyebrows slightly touching. You're talking about chicken feathers. Or a male voice next to him suddenly took over the phone and saying, Old Cheng, your sister is drunk. Cheng Jiangbei was stunned for a moment. The good friend over there then said, I just got off work today and decided to go have a barbecue. And then your sister caught me and had to accompany her to drink, flirting with me to call you a. Cheng Jiangbei didn't want to hear it and directly interrupted. Where are you guys? A good buddy gave an address. Cheng Jiangbei hoofed it and sought his drunken sister. Could not help but be speechless. Why do you drink so much? I'm full of food. Your sister had to. The good brother was a little crying and laughing. She said that all the people who let her go on blind dates are turtles. Old Cheng, your family urges marriage to force your sister into this. Cheng Jiangbei rarely said, just driving the old sister, swinging his hand. Older sister drunk into this way. Cheng Jiangbei sighed, also do not want to let her go back to be chatter. Simply led back to the president's home. As a result, pushed the door in. People are shocked. The smell of wine mingling with the aroma at the moment. Cheng Jiangbei just put his old sister on the sofa with a dumbfounded face. Aunt Xian's face was red at the moment, and she looked at her old sister who was directly lying in her arms and hanging on Cheng Jiangbei's neck with an angry face. It's not like she knew it was Cheng Jiangbei's oldest sister. Aunt Xian tugged the old sister's strength is not small, because the old sister's figure is good and wear a shirt. That call collapsed it tight, but also a little pain. The old sister tightly around Cheng Jiangbei's neck. Originally drank the wine can be hard to cry. Aunt Xian also went to pickpocket people. This time that would have cried even more heartbreakingly. Whimpering, head slightly raised, thief la poor, drunken eyes hazy look at Cheng Jiangbei, skimmed his mouth and said, pain. Cheng Jiangbei helplessly gently held down Aunt Xian's small hand. Aunt Xian stared at him, looking at the intimate too, flooded with acid. Do not know why. The circles of the eyes wrapped with crystal, the hand angry from Cheng Jiangbei palms to break free, and then sat back on the sofa, a turn around the body, ignoring Cheng Jiangbei. Halo, Cheng Jiangbei looked at Aunt Xian this reaction, also a little dumbfounded. Not, Aunt Xian, you also drink? Confused? What are you doing? Look at Auntie Xian's face. Is she jealous? Cheng Jiangbei tentatively went to put his hand on Aunt Xian's shoulder, but as a result, Aunt Xian shook her shoulder and drove him away. What the hell? Auntie Xian wasn't fine before, but today, Auntie Suan is drunk. She's not blindly jealous, is she? You're Jiang Jingshuan's sister-in-law. It's not like you're a little cutie. In fact, both feel a little between them that what, but are sensible people. Sometimes on a sentence, love you in the heart mouth is difficult to open. Cannot open the mouth has been on the surface are not too overreaction. That no Aunt Xian today may be also drink on the head. Pretend also not pretend. It is directly like a small girlfriend. Looking at a woman and his man close, it directly began to eat flying vinegar. As Jiang Jingshuan's sister-in-law, completely sober, Aunt Xian will not, and should not, and even more so, cannot be, and the old sister at the moment is not a provincial. Estimated that Cheng Jiangbei take care of her drinking more often than not. Drunken state, she stayed in Cheng Jiangbei's side of the peace of mind. At the moment buried in Cheng Jiangbei's chest, but also like to sue Aunt Xian again. On Cheng Jiangbei, upward climb, repeat her like a grieved chatter. She pickpocketed me. She pickpocketed me. Cheng Jiangbei ignored her, and went to call Aunt Xian again, but the result was that Aunt Xian turned her back to him and ignored him, and huffed and puffed and grunted, and got to play a little sex. Cheng Jiangbei looked at his sister in the arms, the little girlfriend like Aunt Xian. Mom, how old is he? Drinking how to become this way? Cheng Jiangbei head is big. Okay, Aunt Xian, I'll peel her away. Cheng Jiangbei was afraid that his oldest sister would hear her crying, so he covered her ears and then leaned towards Aunt Xian to coax her well. Aunt Xian listened, before going away from the movement, unhappy turned around, looked at Cheng Jiangbei really want to pickpocket down the old sister. She just care Cheng Jiangbei, happy, full of wine gas. She wants the old sister accelerated to push away, and then didn't embrace the Cheng Jiangbei, just hands gently resting on the chest of the Cheng Jiangbei, quietly mimic lying on the top of it, muttered in a small voice, good boy, not allowed to hold other women. Cheng Jiangbei so damn much wanted to suddenly pop up with a sentence. What about Qingxian, your niece, my girlfriend, can I hug her? Cheng Jiangbei this is considered to have discovered. Aunt Xian this drunk, selective forget some have to face the problem, bravely face their own hearts, but Cheng Jiangbei, this damn is Aunt Xian next time not allowed to get drunk. Cheng Jiangbei headache really headache. Aunt Xian drunk, don't say, look at her this imploring eyes. Cheng Jiangbei felt that he stripped her naked. She would dislike his own stripping too slow. Cheng Jiangbei did not dare to look at her, hurriedly carried her back to her own bedroom first. Cheng Jiangbei was afraid that she would tease herself. It's real fear. Otherwise, maybe he got up the next day. He sat on the edge of the bed lost in thought and smoked one after another. And then Aunt Xian sat on the bed, her body naked, covered her face, cried one after another, muttered one after another. Oh, we will go to hell. We will definitely go to hell. Jiang Jingxian would also tear her heart out. Why you? I hate you. I hate you all. What a pain. What a pain. There's no telling what a mess the house will be. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 73, Torn Heart. I'm begging for a book chase. Day 2. Auntie Xian was nowhere to be seen early in the morning. After Cheng Jiangbei kicked his drunken and confused old sister away, he sat at home a little disturbed. Every now and then he looked at his cell phone and sighed, knowing that he had received a call in the afternoon to look at the caller ID before suddenly sitting upright, then quickly put away his cell phone and walked out the door. Soon, Aunt Xian and Lu Yu both saw him and walked over in unison. Aunt Xian hid the complexity under her own eyes and smiled gently as in days gone by. Jiangbei, coming. Cheng Jiangbei looked at her, and then at Dr. Lu, who looked smug today as he followed her aside. Xiui, your nephew is really good to you. I said I'll send you back at night, but it turned out that Jiangbei had to come and pick you up so late. Dr. Lu smiled. Cheng Jiangbei was obviously not very enthusiastic. Aunt Xian get on the car, we'll pick up Wu Ma later. Aunt Xian nodded then twisted her head to look at Dr. Lu and smiled. Thank you for your hospitality tonight. Thank you for your trouble. No trouble, no trouble. I'm still afraid that my hospitality is not good enough to slow you down. See you some other day. I found a Sichuan restaurant last time. Didn't you say you like Sichuan food? Next time we can try it together. Just after this time. Dr. Lu was making an appointment for the next time. Aunt Daylily hummed. I'll be in touch when I can. With that, he got into the car. This time not in the passenger seat, but in the back seat. Chang Jiangbei looked a little bitter, but he didn't know what to say. He could only get on the car as well, start the vehicle and feel the sound of the engine. All the way did not talk much. Chang Jiangbei finally slowly some no. Last night Aunt Xian drank half drunk, and then the heart to recognize a thing, but also out of character some things. After waking up, completely unable to completely forget. When doing nothing, when doing her, cannot, Aunt Xian feel. She seems to be a little unbearable. She finally began to be afraid. Afraid of really out of some things. Afraid that she cannot control themselves. If there is that layer of identity in her still, then they will definitely go to hell. She didn't know what she would look like if Jing Xian found out. How horrible it would be. It hurts. It hurts in the heart. Aunt Xian's hands clenched tightly as she sat in the backseat of the car. Her nails drilled into her flesh without even realizing it, and she was trembling all over. Feeling Chang Jiangbei's gaze, she switched back to a smiling face and chatted with Chang Jiangbei, a change that could not be described as fast, and Chang Jiangbei clearly felt from her expression. At this time, Aunt Xian definitely wore a thick mask. See, Chang Jiangbei is stuffy, but for this stuffy, but cannot do anything about it. Some things, even if you understand, but also in the speculation of understanding to pretend to be confused. Chang Jiangbei from the beginning of looking at Aunt Xian, he has understood. Contact with Dr. Lu also, or want to matchmaking, to marry themselves out also, not narcissism. Aunt Xian is because of herself. She has been completely messed up. Yesterday threw the wine on the head. Through the Shiqingsin has been hanging on Chang Jiangbei. Aunt Xian finally recognized a thing that cannot be accepted. She seems to be in love with Chang Jiangbei, in love with her niece's boyfriend. God, it was going crazy. How the hell was she supposed to take it and deal with it? The windows were open in the car, but it was a little stuffy. Maybe Wuma got on the car to get better. Wuma's face looks a lot better, but went to the hospital to check this several times. The results are not very good anymore. After a lifetime of hard work, in the old age, a series of problems in the body popped up. Wuma said from time to time, she did not have a few days to live. Because of the fact that Wuma stayed in the middle of the two, some of the odd atmosphere somewhat disappeared, and they were all chatting with Wuma. When she returned home, Wuma was in good spirits, pulling Chang Jiangbei and Aunt Xian to sit on the sofa and watch TV for a while before going to bed. And when Wuma went to sleep, there were only two people in the living room, Aunt Xian and Chang Jiangbei, sitting on the sofa, and not going to sleep, and not saying anything, silent for a while. Aunt Xian stared at Chang Jiangbei for a few moments, and also went back to her bedroom. Wait a while. Chang Jiangbei could not sleep in bed, and with a clench of his teeth, he got up and came to a door ticket, slowly twisted the door handle, and slipped in sideways. What's wrong? River North. A female voice killed him before he was all the way into the bedroom. Chang Jiangbei closed the door backhandedly, full of helplessness. At this moment's heart activities, that don't mention the nothing, just want to find you chatting. I look at Aunt Xian, your face today is not right. Is the body uncomfortable? I'm sorry for your concern, but I may have been a little drunk yesterday, and I do feel a little sick. The two were full of mixed thoughts though. You and I talking about something completely painless. At this time, Aunt Xian is still disc hair, a white halter silk pajamas. Large pieces of plump are exposed in the dark night. Tempting. A bottle of Moutai on the nightstand. From the unscrewed lid, Aunt Xian should still have been drinking. She leaned back against the bed, holding her shoulders and looking at the moonlight leaking off the curtains, and didn't look at Chang Jiangbei when she spoke, as if she was thinking about something. There was silence for 10 seconds or so. Seeing that she wasn't surprised why Chang Jiangbei came to her bedroom in the middle of the night, Chang Jiangbei silently sat down on the chair beside the bed and stabilized. What are you thinking about? Auntie Xian grinned into the moonlight, her thighs buckling up under the covers. It's nothing, Aunt Xian. Something on your mind, right? Chang Jiangbei asked knowingly. Tell me about it? Aunt Xian suddenly looked at Chang Jiangbei. You really want to listen? Aha, go ahead and see if I can help you. Then you just give me ideas. After thinking about it for a while, Aunt Xian breathed a sigh of relief, sort of borrowing this way, not saying through, but explaining her mind clearly. Flattening her legs, her body slightly sidled towards Chang Jiangbei's direction. I'm thinking about my future. If Wuma left, I also always have to become a family. Wuma today. You heard the words. Her last wish is to see me wear a wedding dress. Although has been saying that the main is still mainly to my opinion. I have always felt that fate has not yet arrived. There is no need to rush, but lately, I feel that and so on, such fate may not necessarily be a good thing. Just like waiting may be a sinful fate. Jiangbei. Aunt Xian did not say through. She just looked calm and smiled and touched Chang Jiangbei's head. Everything does not need to be said again. The wind tonight seems to be a little cold. You'll definitely treat Jing Xian well, right? Chang Jiangbei was silent, looking at him the laughing Aunt Xian, his mouth as if pulled. Do not know what to say good. The knot in his throat is surging. Chang Jiangbei couldn't stop his hands from trembling. His head sank, and finally, muffled, he uttered 2 words, will, turn around, close the door and go out. Standing in the doorway for a while, he didn't know what he had been expecting before, but this moment was finally coming back to reality. In the bedroom, Aunt Xian looked at the closed door, did not make another sound. The whole person suddenly someone disheveled leaning on the bed. A scene crossed, that palpitation of the heart, that touch of being taken care of everywhere, that broad and secure back. Auntie Xian gritted her teeth, desperately trying to control herself, but eventually she pulled the covers up and tightly covered her head. Her whimpers muffled under the covers. But all the same, it hurts so much, and it goes nowhere. Auntie Xian suddenly had some never experienced before. Tearing at the heart. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 74, The President is back. I'm begging for a subscription. The end of the year is busy. The president all beat a flight home in the middle of the night. After Aunt Xian displayed her attitude, Chang Jiangbei was depressed for half a day and also fell asleep in a daze. And I don't know how long I slept. Early in the morning, it had seemed as if the morning mist was light, but the bed seemed to be an oddly murky mess. How to fat for it. Jiang Jingxian, this leg spread also too fast. Chang Jiangbei has not yet reacted to it. Her small hand under the sheet a rake. It has been stripped clean. At this moment, Jiang Jingxian wrapped her arms around Chang Jiangbei's neck, so she raised her head, and then with a bewildered face, her mouth was looking for Chang Jiangbei's mouth. Kissing Chang Jiangbei's face was simply full of saliva, and then her small hands were also looking for it underneath, and as a result, she didn't find it, and soon it was the mistake to be propped up by Chang Jiangbei with his arms. Not for many days, busy back and simply on fire. Are you thinking about it now? Jiang Jingxian was so disoriented at the moment that she didn't know what she was talking about, nodding her head repeatedly. Master, yes. After saying that, she hated to look for immediately perform a split for Chang Jiangbei. Chang Jiangbei was also hot and dry, but he didn't know where the permission was opened, and he still couldn't get in. The youngest taboo ruffled. He wanted to blow up directly at the moment. Chang Jiangbei only feel high above the president of the adults at the moment, this expression lying at their feet. Alas and alack, too exciting. And even before my eyes in last night's dream some overlap. The right leg lying on Aunt Xian. The left leg is the president of the. He shook his head at the moment in desperate need of silence. Jiang Jingxian sat up and said, what are you pushing me away for? Nope. Jiang Jingxuan's beautiful eyes were distressed. Did you hook up with me then fail to satisfy me? Make me fall, and then achieve your own goals? Chang Jiangbei confused. I did not say anything, Ami. What a way to take you. Jiang Jingxian self-directed big eyes wide, then quickly opened her rosy lips again and spat out. Her beautiful legs sticking up to give stepped on the slippers. Immediately became sultry. Xiao Chang, the more you play the more exciting. Your wife can't stand it a little. Chang Jiangbei could only fake a smile. He damn near couldn't stand it either. When Jiang Jingxian slipped out of the bedroom, Chang Jiangbei's mind drifted over. His ears perked up, and after 10 seconds or so, he heard the commotion of the bathroom opening and closing the door, and then the house was completely silent. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, finally heard the creak of the toilet door opening again, footsteps gradually entering. The bedroom door was gently pushed open by Jiang Jingxian. Her face was smooth as a button at the moment, with a little bit of water stains, silently holding a cup of hot tea on the writing desk. Chang Jiangbei took a look at her and coughed. Jingxian, you just, President Kong said without blushing at the moment. Well, yes. Chang Jiangbei swept towards her body. The exposed fleshy skin almost had a blush hanging on it, charmingly tight. Want some water? All she could say was how virtuous she had to be. Chang Jiangbei nodded. She twisted her body, and came over, copying the small hand. Simply don't be too skillful, pinching the bottle of water, gently next to the bottle mouth next to Chang Jiangbei's mouth. Her eyes softly looked at Chang Jiangbei, full of love touched her face. Do you want to be fed by mouth? Chang Jiangbei was silent for a few seconds, ruffling again. He felt that his hormone secretion was going to be disrupted. Why does the president's little mouth overlap so easily with Auntie Xian's? It's so kissable at first glance. It's okay, Jingxian Jiang gave an ososuli, staple of obedience. When Jiang Jingxian fed herself water, Chang Jiangbei coldly smelled a scent of hand sanitizer wafting from her hands, which had obviously just been washed and were still a bit damp. Chang Jiangbei's heart thumped. Sure enough, there was a different kind of excitement if it was hidden. Seeing his nose sniffing, Jiang Jingxian skimmed her small mouth to prevent him from sniffing, retracting her right hand and only using her left hand to hold the cup. Chang Jiangbei then realized that it was the right hand. Jiang Jingxian was so hot when she saw him that after feeding the water, She immediately, absent-mindedly took a piece of clothing and changed it haphazardly, not knowing what she was changing. All the time she was working, her mind kept drifting. Her body was hot. It felt like something was squeezing more and more inside her body. The feeling, that is, it was stimulating and uncomfortable, and she felt as if she was getting weirder and weirder. This is simply her husband let her sit what she is confused to sit what, and even just let her go to the toilet themselves. She also obediently went. Also no one, even looking for a change of clothes for a moment, soon twisted her head to look at the bed, her lips pursed pinkly into a slit, her eyes immediately becoming infatuated with the, I know you want me to be weird, but if you want to play something new, I can give you. Chang Jiangbei only felt a wave of suffocation as he listened. He hadn't reacted yet. No, you especially like that. Jiang Jingxuan's little expression of I really met you is simply foul. Suddenly pursing her lips, she pushed her hands on his thighs. Chang Jiangbei subconsciously grunted and his expression changed dramatically. Damn, there's no ing mosaic. Jiang Jingxian could be said to be generous. Her head was even slightly raised, raising her eyebrows just to look at Chang Jiangbei's side. Chang Jiangbei only felt that he sucked in his breath fiercely. What the hell is this feeling? The young man actually looked at the writing desk side with some red neck. Soon, after a period of tastelessness, Jiang Jingxian took a tissue and wiped Chang Jiangbei's body clean. Jiang Jingxian wrapped her lips and quickly licked and pursed them. She then tied her hair to herself and said quietly, badass. Satisfied? Chang Jiangbei's throat knots could gush vigorously. At the moment he nodded his head somewhat dryly. He put his clothes on very slowly. For one thing, his body was suddenly a little bit unstoppable. His body seemed to be wrapped in softness and tenderness. And secondly, he was just admiring Jiang Jingxian for putting on her clothes in front of him without blushing. Lining, bottomed flesh stockings, half skirt. The scene in front of me was like something you could only meet in a dream. After putting on her clothes, Jiang Jingxian let her hair down, shook it off, and re-dissed it again. And the naked Jiang Jingxian who had just been kneeling there suddenly became a mature and noble woman again. Blot the marks on the sheet slightly with a hand towel. Throwing away the toilet paper, took that side of the handbag out and got ready to leave for work. Chang Jiangbei was also dressed, so he suddenly turned sideways and took a few sips of water from the cup that had just been placed on the nightstand. Jiang Jingxian goes to the bathroom to rustle her mouth, goes out and raises her eyes to look at him, comes over and kisses him on his cheek. Then she does not go through the ghostly in front of Chang Jiangbei is saying, husband, if you continue to play like this, sooner or later, one day I'm going to be out of my mind in the company. Jiang Jingxian, that kind of infatuation, charming eyes, killing power is simply too big. Chang Jiangbei simply cannot stand. Do not dare to look directly. Eyes glanced to the side, heard the sound of slippers far away. Only then did he dare to draw his eyes back, staring blankly at the door of the room that had been closed on the other side. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 75. What are you doing? I'm begging for a booking. The sky in the capital is all gray. It's dark and heavy. Chang Jiangbei was not much rested night. The president also night. Squinted back a bit. By the time he got up, the president had already gone about his business again, and Wu Ma was already up. Jiangbei is awake? Quickly pack up and get ready for dinner. Looking at Wu Ma, who was doing things a bit slowly and completely not as numb as before, and was still fumbling around the house to make breakfast, Chang Jiangbei put his mind aside and smiled a bit and nodded. Tough on Wu Ma. Wu Ma put the bowl on the table, looked at the clock in the living room. Her voice was a little short of breath. What time is it? Xiaoyi hasn't moved either. Do you not need to go to school today? On a normal day at work, Aunt Daylili's typical alarm clock is the one that gets her up at 7:30 a.m. And she'll watch the morning news. Rare today. Didn't get up. Wu Mom, hand on the apron side, skillfully rubbed her hands a few times, sort of cleaned the water on her hands, while walking to the bedroom over there, walking very slowly, gently knocked. Xiaoyi, wake up, are you? Don't you need to go to the company today? There was a wait in the bedroom before Aunt Xian's vague voice answered. Awake. Wu Ma, who rushed over early in the morning, gently called inside. Then come out for dinner. Didn't you say last night that you had a meeting at 10 o'clock? Don't be late. Wu Ma, concerned chatter. Aunt Xian is not waiting long. Came out. Or last night's white halter silk pajamas. But today is not the same. Chang Jiangbei looked at Aunt Xian. Chopsticks are stagnant. Aunt Xian at the moment face hangs on the bridge of the nose on the side of the face, is a large sunglasses. You girl, in broad daylight, what are you doing at home with sunglasses? Wu Ma was serving kanji to Aunt Xian. She also saw her styling, and said in a bad mood, Auntie Xian can't see her eyes. They're a little swollen from sleep. Sleep swollen on sleep swollen. Go out and then wear this home, and no outsiders. Wu Ma said, while Chang Jiangbei knew that Aunt Xian's eyes under the sunglasses must be looking at him at the moment. Wu Mom, I'm not still here. It's not convenient. Cheng Jiangbei mentally ejaculated, and on his face, he helped Aunt Xian to fool over Wu Ma. Wu Ma put the bowl in her hand on the table and muttered in a low voice, Xiao Cheng is also one of our own people but it didn't matter that Aunt Xian was wearing sunglasses. Get up and intend to go to the kitchen to clean up. The result is suddenly a burst of heaven and earth. Wu Ma a foot slippery, and a butt sit down, almost a leaning fall over. Fortunately Cheng Jiangbei quick eyes and hands, to Wu Ma chair to hold up. Wu Ma, are you alright? Cheng Jiangbei hurriedly put down his own bowl and helped up Wu Ma, while Aunt Xian was also startled and stood up at once, hurriedly coming over. Wu Ma squinted her eyes. Her expression seemed a bit grim, but she didn't faint. Cheng Jiangbei and Aunt Xian rushed Wu Ma to the hospital. Soon, the hospital. Dr. Lu, please. Pushing the hospital bed, Aunt Xian tightly squeezed her left hand with her right hand, worriedly glanced at Wu Ma, then spoke to Lu Yu. Don't worry, what happened to your eyes? Lu Yu saw Aunt Xian's face, at once noticed her eyes. Today Aunt Xian out, too anxious, pajamas have not changed, sunglasses also do not know where to go. Aunt Xian hastily avoided it for a moment while saying in an anxious tone, it's fine, Wu Ma please, while Lu Yu was nodding his head repeatedly, looking at today's dress-up especially lifelike Aunt Xian. His eyes imperceptibly revealed a touch of greed. Waiting for Wu Mother was pushed into the operating room. The hospital corridor. Cheng Jiangbei asked for leave. Accompanied by Aunt Xian next to the hand at the moment is holding a white boiled egg. He is of course very early to notice Aunt Xian red and swollen eyes, and even know why. Hesitating for a moment, he pinched the white boiled egg in his hand and wanted to go and rub Aunt Xian's eyes. And when Cheng Jiangbei's hand came close, Aunt Xian fled in panic and fled away. Her tone a little shaky. I'll do it myself. Cheng Jiangbei hand-stalled, did not say anything, silently put the egg right in the hands of Aunt Xian, and then originally sat next to her Cheng Jiangbei, but also purposely separated a position. Looking over there in surgery a few words, did not say anything, Aunt Xian hand tightly pinched the egg, teeth are clenched, feeling Cheng Jiangbei in a way. He understood. She also wanted to be like Shi Qingzhen that day, hanging tightly on his body, enjoying the smell of his body, pampering him, finally waiting for you, but she can't. The word moo is like 1,000 pounds, pressing her not to move, only numb. The hallway is quiet. Surgery doesn't work too well anymore. Wu Mother's body is getting worse and worse. This time cannot let her capricious discharged. The hospital said, she is in a very bad state, need to stay in the hospital for observation. What happened in an emergency is also convenient to rescue. Do not measure the rescue time. Aunt Xian only felt her head a little faint. Almost some did not stand still. This, so serious well. This time it is not Lu Yu to talk to Aunt Xian about her condition, but a director. Hey, Aunt Wu is currently considered to be stabilized, but she often breaks her own medication and does not have a good rest. Back and forth. The last time to let the hospitalization, but also did not live. The condition is more serious than before, even if the surgery, but also cannot be completely eradicated, only to see if there is a chance to ease it. The difficulty of the infarcts now it is too complicated. The organ blood supply is insufficient, also a little bit of failure phenomenon. Mr. Gu, make some preparations. Yesterday basically did not sleep all night. The mental state was not very good. Aunt Xian listened to a moment on soft feet, did not stand steadily, the body fell to the ground. Aunt Xian, Lu Yu hurried over and was about to hug someone. Cheng Jiangbei in the side, close, he did not care about the distance, quick as a flash, squatted down a hug over. In Aunt Xian from the ground there is half an arm's height. Cheng Jiangbei finally one hand around her neck, one hand around her waist, hard to hold her in the arms. And Aunt Xian cannot think so much, she seems like she has found dependence. It is this chest. Her hand tightly grasped Cheng Jiangbei's clothes and leaned on Cheng Jiangbei's chest, sobbing. Aunt Xian, you. Aunt Xian half lying in Cheng Jiangbei's arms, slightly raised her head, very pitiful, tears falling line by line. Her mouth kept chanting, blame me, it's all my fault, I should have been tougher. I shouldn't have been indecisive and listened to Mrs. Wu. Mrs. Wu. Cheng Jiangbei heart is heartbroken, but also for Wu Ma worried, so quickly moved his hand upward, touching the back of her back. Hard to hold Aunt Xian and her as support, gently caress her back, because it is silk pajamas, separated by a layer of even feel the heat of the skin. But look at the eyes of a man so caressing Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian leaned against him and cried. Suddenly, Lu Yu rushed up with fire in both eyes, he was mad with jealousy. Aunt Xian was already a woman, he could change everything about himself. Only by holding back strongly could he keep his cool, and went over to pick at Cheng Jiangbei's hand, still very hard. Jiangbei, I'll do it. Originally, Lu Yu that little strength, two hands cannot pull Cheng Jiangbei, but Cheng Jiangbei looked at him to come over, said he came to it, to gas, what on you to ah? Aunt Xian is so sad, Wu Ma is in such a bad state, You damn still come to fight this? Cheng Jiangbei originally had no good impression of him. He was this kind of colorful, but also let Liu this person image and his this low to the bottom. What do you want to do? Roll your mom. Cheng Jiangbei heart a vicious. Along with the direction he pulled himself, without any defense, Cheng Jiangbei directly heavy fall down, but hands, the whole body are tightly protected Aunt Xian, until his back hit the ground heavily. Aunt Xian, who had been sobbing a little less, froze for a moment, then her face pulled down at once. Liu Yu, what are you doing? Cheng Jiangbei acted so painfully that sweat came down, estimating that this pull seemed like it could break his hand. Aunt Xian quickly got up and squatted down. Her concern couldn't be hidden at once, carefully holding the back of Cheng Jiangbei's head with one hand. Jiangbei, how are you? Seeing that he couldn't even speak, Aunt Xian turned around and stared dead in Liu Yu's eyes. What are you doing to me? Chapter 76. Where did the shoes come from on the ground? I'm begging for a booking. No, I didn't. Liu Yu was also dumbfounded. He exerted himself, but not that hard. How did the person fall? As a result, Cheng Jiangbei even smiled at him meaningfully this time in order to piss him off. Liu Yu confused. You fake fall? Cheng Jiangbei also leaned into Aunt Xian's arms, looking at Liu Yu's anger surging up. You harmed me? What did I do to you? Cheng Jiangbei borrowed Aunt Xian's arm and propped himself up, still angry. Why did you just come over and pull me? Auntie Xian is so sad. What did you want to do just now? What can't you say afterward? You have to pull me just now? There is no I. Liu Yu was momentarily speechless. You like Auntie Xian, don't you? Are you thinking that it's inappropriate for me to hug Auntie Xian? You want to come over? Is it ing appropriate? What time is it? You still think about those things? I want to smack you. Cheng Jiangbei directly pointed out the problem, said also really want to go over to smack him 2 slaps. The big man. Jiangbei. Aunt Xian pulled Cheng Jiangbei at this moment and looked at Liu Yu with a somewhat unkind look in her eyes. I wondered. I didn't invite you, did I? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Are you out of your mind? Why are you pulling me? Cheng Jiangbei just did say to the point. Would have been these 2 days on the gas. Cheng Jiangbei, a face of anger looked at covering the face of Liu Yu. Aunt Xian, you also see it, right? I just help you. Just stand straight. Not yet stood steadily it. People will monkey rush over. You that is worried about Wu Mom? Worried about Auntie Xian? A big man is not simple-minded. He's also a small-minded man. What are you capable of? I really doubt your purpose of warming up Wu's mom. What do you mean by approaching Auntie Suan? Do you really love her? If you really love Auntie Xian, you wouldn't have stayed by her side and handed her tissues? Damn. You, if it wasn't for Auntie Xian pulling me back, I really want to smack you. Liu Yu lost a lot of face. One sentence made him blush. He walked over angrily and tried to pull Cheng Jiangbei's hand again. What are you talking nonsense about? Aunt Xian instantly shielded herself in front of Cheng Jiangbei. Liu Yu, what are you doing? Stop it. Get away. Seeing Aunt Xian's raw and cold tone, Liu Yu stormed out at once, gritting her teeth and staring at Cheng Jiangbei. Xian, he is talking nonsense here. I these days to Wu Mom, to your care you are in the eyes. I just was too anxious. Watching you cry. Cheng Jiangbei drank. Rush your ass. Why were you in a hurry? Why are you angry now? You pulled me. Are you ing justified now? Aunt Xian looked at Cheng Jiangbei and then at Liu Yu coldly said, well, what did you just come over for? You think you can just comfort me? Liu Yu, aren't you thinking that the two of us are too close, taking care of? You don't say that. Between us is just a simple doctor-patient relationship. My medical fee is not a penny less. You see the money of the private consultation. I also according to the market price of the highest bit to you. I now put the words clearly. Between the two of us, no possible. Liu Yu's face went white. Xian, for the sake of the nonsense of an outsider who can't be bothered with any of the 8 pulls, you say such things? Aunt Xian painfully looked at Cheng Jiangbei who was rubbing his back, and then took a cold look at Liu Yu. A child? Our Jiangbei was able to risk his life to go into the water to save me when I was in an accident. He was able to carry me on his back step by step to the shore after getting soaked in the cold lake water. Can show up at the moment when I need him the most. And you? You've been coaxing Mrs. Wu to help you by being her doctor and taking care of me? You never said anything about being able to take care of me. And children? I tell you, we Jiangbei can be more reliable than with you. In my opinion, you are the outsider. Auntie Xian is protecting her calf to the extreme at the moment. Is your family Cheng Jiangbei reliable? I didn't take care of you guys? Liu Yu laughed back in anger. Good. Turning his head, he left. Cheng Jiangbei also did not expect Aunt Xian actually can say such cruel words. Of course, the heart pain. Well said. This kind of person how to deserve to be Aunt Xian's husband? Even if one cannot. That also absolutely cannot agree. Or else a lifetime will be ruined. But that sentence we Jiangbei can be much more reliable than you words. Dizzy, look at Liu Yu's appearance seems to be a misunderstanding of what? Never mind. 2-bit. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Chang Jiangbei sighed. Aunt Xian, I'm sorry, I just got a little impulsive. I shouldn't have argued about those here. Aunt Xian waved her hand. It's his problem, it has nothing to do with you. This Lu Yua, he has been putting him in the wrong position. Taking a look at Aunt Xian's face, Chang Jiangbei knew that she didn't blame herself, and even cared a little about herself, and helped the person to sit down on the iron chair and said, Aunt Xian, Lu Yu, this person is indeed not worthy of you. He has too much heart, very not pure. I have observed his eyes several times. I can see that he does not have a deep love for you, but a kind of greed and domineering. He may not even love you at all, but just love your identity, love the value that you bring to him. Aunt Xian did not have a big reaction, smiled. So I have not been very fond of him as a person, and are keeping a distance. Yesterday went out to eat, but also because, forget it, don't say it, Wu Mom. Saying that, Aunt Xian put all her thoughts aside first, lowered her head and covered her face with her hands. It was obvious that she was quite remorseful, being interrupted by Lu Yu like this. The kind of strange atmosphere between Aunt Xian and Chang Jiangbei seems to be better. Chang Jiangbei gently caresses her back, and she doesn't rush to avoid it. I don't blame you, I don't blame you. Chang Jiangbei knows that Aunt Xian is now regretting that she didn't let Wu Ma be hospitalized and receive treatment properly before. But listen to her, you just let me take care of you for the last some time, and softened her heart, letting Wu Ma go home. Aunt Xian is like this, to the people she cares about. Her nature is too soft. Wu Ma did not wake up. Lying in the hospital room, Aunt Xian a moment to touch Wu Ma's hand, a moment to touch her face. Very fond, tears from time to stay a few drops. Chang Jiangbei guarded the side, so he was silent and didn't make a sound. After a while, Aunt Xian only began to call the families one by one. There was Mother Jiang, there was Jing Shen. After informing Wu Ma, Aunt Xian sat in her position for a while before she managed to squeeze out a smile with difficulty. Jiangbei, I'll go home to get some things in a while. Go and get busy with your own. I've got me here. I'm in trouble again today. Chang Jiangbei look at Aunt Xian this state. Certainly do not dare to let her drive by herself. So did not wait for Aunt Xian refused. Drove her back to the home. Looking at this side of the big house, Aunt Xian into the check room. Wu's mother's bedroom loaded with things. And Chang Jiangbei is sitting on the living room sofa. Looked around the home. And finally sighed. And so on. Aunt Xian pulling out of the box. Looked at the table of the big bag. Let's go, Jiangbei. Later, Chang Jiangbei briefly went to his house to drag out his own suitcase that he had just packed, and tried to make his tone feel calm. Aunt Xian, that director said that Wu Ma might be hospitalized for a long time this time. And it's not good to stay in your home. I'll go back to school. Usually when I'm free I'll go directly to the hospital. Chang Jiangbei didn't want to add to Aunt Xian's already bad mind. Let her have a good quiet time during this period of time. She stayed at home. She had to worry about Wu Ma, and she had to worry about whether she would be sorry for Jing Shen. It was too depressing, since he couldn't hug her and hold her close and comfort her. Couldn't do it, and she didn't want him to do it, and since she'd made it clear last night, it would be impolite of him to keep it up. Aunt Xian looked at Chang Jiangbei's black box. Her heart trembled, a little flustered, but she couldn't say anything to retain her words. Hurriedly turned her back. Her hand quickly wiped at the corner of her eye, and then squeezed out a smile. Good, this period of time has really worked hard for you. Don't be polite. Wu Ma is also Jing Shen's Wu Ma. It's all what I should do. Aunt Xian felt that she should be very relieved. Relieved that Jiangbei, this little boy, could understand her meaning heart and mind, and also understand herself. But why? When she heard these words, her heart was a little twisted and painful, waiting to return to the ward. At this moment Jiang Jingshan and Jiang mother has come. Wu Ma does not have any relatives. Care about her is not much. Jingxian cried very sad. See Chang Jiangbei dragged the box in. A moment also do not avoid the mother and Aunt Xian. Jumped into Chang Jiangbei's arms, crying. Chang Jiangbei only had to put down the hands of the box, carefully comforted her. Aunt Xian didn't dare to look at this scene. Her hands were shaking a little, and her mind really didn't know what to say. Waiting for people to go. Sitting next to Wu Ma, touching Wu Ma's hand. Some confusion. Expressionless, until the Jiang mother came over to change shifts. She only had some movement. Was sent home by the Jiang mother's driver. Pushed open the door. Gently stomped off their heels when, as if on the ground to see a pair of men's sneakers, hastily looked up to call out, Jiangbei. As an afterthought, I realized that the person was already gone. So where did the shoes come from on the floor? Chapter 77 can't go on like this. I'm begging for a subscription. It is a suite on the top floor of the hospital. The environment is very good. There is an independent bathroom. There is a more luxurious decoration. There was also Aunt Xian who was lying on the hospital bed with a haggard face. She had lost weight, too, her cheeks thinned and pale, and even in sleep her beautiful brow was furrowed, and she looked the picture of a sickly beauty. How to wear yourself out, Cheng Jiangbei muttered in his heart, but he didn't dare to intimately take Aunt Xian's hand and say it. It can't be helped, that bit between the two of them. That was probably one of the reasons why Aunt Xian's brows were furrowed. He only silently accompanied Jing Xian's side, without saying a word, peeling an apple. Aunt Xian is really asleep, no snoring, asleep Aunt Xian kind of posture, and revealed the temperament, are called an elegant. Passing the apple piece by piece to Jing's hand, looking at her spirit is also not very good, so leaned in her ear and gently concerned. What's wrong? Did you have a bad night's rest last night? Zhang Jingxian squeezed out a smile. It's fine. Cheng Jiangbei peeled an apple for Jing Xian to finish. She was all a bit dozy. Jing, you've been so busy for a while. Why don't you go home first? I'm here. I'll help keep watch. There are times when there is a destiny. That's how it is. As if there is a destiny in the underworld. But then again, I think God played a joke. And there is a destiny, but not a destiny. Well, I'll go back and rest. Zhang Jingxian sighed, and her brows were also exhausted to the point of exhaustion. In the end it was Cheng Jiangbei who stayed, as a loved one. Bang! The door to the room was closed. Jing was persuaded by him to go back to rest. This president has dark circles under his eyes, also looked not as radiant as before. Sad. Too sad. If he were to compare Cheng Jiangbei's recent life to something, then Cheng Jiangbei would definitely say it was a pack of instant noodles that had been pressed up against his butt and thinned out. He's fallen into a whirlwind of emotion, silently looking at the bed. Water. Without opening her eyes, a voice she hadn't heard in a long time scurried into her ears, and Auntie Xian's red lips slightly opened. That's one of the bitternesses, and the start of this recent series of ridiculous clutter. Julia's sister-in-law. Cheng Jiangbei recently really feel that what you gain is what you have to lose. Career gained 4 flat. Emotionally cluttered. Did not say anything, poured water, and then placed on the table, before freeing his hand to help Aunt Xian up. She is not only tired, this time fainted, but also because of the cold and fever, and guarded her stubbornness, and the same as the last time, the person is difficult to not be able to do it, and did not see a doctor, for fear of Wu Ma worried. One screwed up people up, belongs to be. However, this time she was alone, with no one to keep her company, no one to comfort a person who suffers in silence, and the last time, she had Jiangbei, lost before you know how good it is when you have. Aunt Xian opened her eyes a little confused, vaguely saw the figure that haunted her. Jiangbei, is it Jiangbei? She was still not completely awake, and her eyes were confused as she stretched out her hand, putting the small hand that had been resting on the comforter and was now somewhat warm with the intention of placing it on Cheng Jiangbei's face. How nice it would have been if he had been able to be by her side all the time. Someone to cook her porridge, someone who would take care of her, someone who would care if she cared about her body, and really resting on Cheng Jiangbei's face, feeling that real. Aunt Xian, as if electrocuted, steeply widened her eyes, panicked and put her hand back. What? Jiangbei, why did you come? Cheng Jiangbei didn't answer for the first time, but re-picked up the cup of water on the side. Look, is it hot? But Auntie Xian couldn't do anything at all as calm as she thought in her heart. It was hard to walk in, but once she did, it was hard for her to let go. Call her pretentious or long-suffering. Do not get will fantasize to get, the more difficult to get, and then the more you want to get. Her and Jiangbei's relationship, to let them further, how difficult cannot get forever in the commotion completely in line with her heart. She, a woman, did not become calm inside because she distanced herself from Cheng Jiangbei, but became more, not to say. Aunt Xian took the cup, absent-mindedly took a sip. The stomach actually has a whole lot of words held back wanting to talk to Cheng Jiangbei, but do not dare to say. Aunt Xian, you had an incident last time. This time you don't remember, right? Worry about Wu Mom can be understood. Cannot be time and again also to toss themselves to the hospital side of it. Cheng Jiangbei said, cannot not speak it. The two do not speak. Sitting here, there is nothing, are looking like there is something like. I'll pay attention next time. After taking a sip of water from the cup, Aunt Xian drooped her head, her eyes fixed on the cup in her hand. Want an apple? I'll peel it for you? No thanks. Do you want to rest a little longer? I'll pull the lights up for you. No, gotta. How awkward it has to be. The conversation is just awkward to the extreme, and for Auntie Xian to just say, no need to bother you, just go away. She and can't say it. She wants Cheng Jiangbei's care on the one hand, but at the same time, she is afraid that she is sorry for Zhang Jingxian. You tell me how screwed up she is. But the process of Jiangbei is no less important. Screwing the tree, screwing the fruit, screwing the tree under you and me. Who do not say who. Wait until later. Zhang Jingxian came over again after resting and took Aunt Xian's hand. Maybe that's how she could give comfort? Cheng Jiangbei took the bag in her hand, roughly used the thermos box to serve the porridge, and then carrying the thermos box, he arrived at the hospital. Didn't eat, did you? Have some kanji. Cheng Jiangbei took out 2 small bowls when he entered the house and gave An Xian and Jing Xian each a bowl before handing it over to their hands. Be careful of the heat. Busy work and peeling apples for the 2 people. This is also thanks to the previous life. Cheng Jiangbei take care of people are also used to taking care of. These jobs are familiar with. And these same moves that Wu Ma has been doing all her life are exactly what An Xian wants the most. Look at you. The corners of your mouth are all sticky. Cheng Jiangbei really had his share of attentiveness and gentleness, which was the most attractive to girls, gently rubbing the corners of Jing Xian's mouth. Auntie Xian actually couldn't control herself from biting the spoon. Is she jealous? No. Only now did Aunt Xian slowly begin to understand the words that Shi Qingxin had said before. The abyss was staring at her, and if she didn't pay the slightest attention, she would fall in and sink. Jiang Dingxian, on the other hand, smiled lightly. But it's really hard for you. No hard work. What do you want to eat? I'll go make it for you later. The ward also has a small kitchen. Cheng Jiangbei simply personality charisma put light, care, and careful. At the moment complete display. I'm craving boiled shrimp. Well, I'll go to the market later to buy some. What about you, Aunt Xian? I can do both. Then I'll see if the market still has salmon. Don't you like salmon? Aunt Xian's hand holding the knife are tight and hard. Lowered her head. Let the hair curtain on the top side of the green silk slides down. She was so afraid of Cheng Jiangbei's impeccable care, afraid of seeing Cheng Jiangbei's intimacy with Jing Xian in front of her. Like being poisoned, she was actually thinking, if, over there, it was herself who was held by Cheng Jiangbei and gently kissed on the forehead, then it would be, bang. The apple wasn't paying attention. It slipped gently and fell to the floor. Auntie Xian, what's wrong with you? Concerned, Jing Xian leaned over and held her up. Is your body not feeling well again? No, it's okay. Aunt Xian quickly cleaned up, threw the apple into the trash can, and then went into the bathroom, looking at herself in the mirror, a few of her knuckles cackling as she squeezed them. God, you, wake up, stop thinking like that. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 78, I don't have a mom anymore. I'm begging for a follow-up order. Is it wrong that she has to come to see Wu's mom when Jingxian Jiang is her niece, and as Jing's boyfriend, he has to take care of Jing, including taking care of himself? Is this to be avoided by covering his ears? Nope, this is a test. Auntie Xian lost her mind and propped her hands on the sink as she grew less and less confident. After Cheng Jiangbei, in the evening, brought the meals and accompanied them in the hospital. Then Aunt Xian came to the hospital to change shifts. She could finally return home. Aunt Xian dragged with Cheng Jiangbei care. The body is not tired, but the mind is about to die of exhaustion of the body. Lost in thought back home. Ta-da! Gently bent over, with the hand to the heels of the high heels of a hook loose. Snapped fell to the ground. Snapped another pair. Aunt Xian's feet stepped on the floor. She just didn't like wearing slippers. Some like the cold floor. Through the ice silk stockings, a little bit of contact with the skin of that kind of feeling. Came to the refrigerator. Wanted milk, but froze for a moment. Hand on the front of the handle of the open door. Motionless for a while. Silent. Pulled off the front of the refrigerator of a yellow sticky note. Is Cheng Jiangbei left? Aunt Xian, there are cupcakes in the refrigerator. There is also porridge cooked for you. The cake can be eaten directly. The porridge you have to heat up by yourself. I cleaned up the house. Don't be busy. Take an early rest. If you don't feel well, you have to say in time. You and Mrs. Wu are both stubborn. Obviously so rich, but you have to do everything by yourself. Aunt Xian, these days have me. When I start school, you will find a nanny for the family again. Aunt Xian holding a yellow sticky note, standing in front of the refrigerator for a good half day, gently faded his coat, just let it fall to the ground, opened the refrigerator, and out of the inside of the cupcake, silence sitting in the chair, hands are slightly trembling open the cupcake packaging, one bite, do not know why, snapped, face with water droplets smashed down, fell on the dining table, a drop, eating. Aunt Xian did not forget to raise her hand, a wipe, and then a wipe, delicious, yet so hard for her to eat, hard to eat. The next day, you don't prepare cupcakes. I don't really like to eat. Aunt Xian mouths to Cheng Jiangbei. Her toes in the high heels are gently hard and clenched. Cheng Jiangbei froze, then nodded, packed up his things and went back to Aunt Xian's house. As usual, Aunt Xian came over, and Aunt Xian changed home to rest. Returning home in silence, the first thing I looked at was the refrigerator, on which today was a pink sticky note. Auntie Xian didn't even take off her shoes, pursed her lips and walked over to the refrigerator. The sticky note was not big, square and small, but it seemed to take up Auntie Xian's entire line of sight. Not good? I also think that the outside cake is not very good. I see that there is an oven in the house. I think of my own pounding and tossing. Aunt Xian, in the refrigerator. I made some cake by myself. It looks pretty good. You eat very little every night. This is not good. You must add something when you go home. Otherwise you don't eat anything. And a while later you're exhausted. You don't like to eat the cake. What do you like to eat? I'll finish cleaning up and give you the. Today, Aunt Xian did not cry, but was silent. Silently finished Cheng Jiangbei's cake. Silently picked up the sticky notes on the table. Returned to the study. Opened the safe. And silently placed the sticky notes inside. Together with yesterday's. Third, fourth, fifth. When every time Aunt Daylily came home from changing her, she received a sticky note. Don't get too stressed at work. I have me at home. Julia at the hospital. And you have us. Aunt Xian. Don't put your underwear in the wash with your clothes. I bought a new washing machine. From now on underwear will be thrown in there. Carefully pulling off the sticky note, looking at the clean and organized home. It seems that there is Cheng Jiangbei left here and there in the home. 2. Sitting on the dining table, drinking porridge, looking at the sticky note next to the bowl from time to time. A glance or two. Auntie Xian suddenly put the bowl on the side, took out a pen, and gently wrote on the back of the sticky note, Auntie Xian, Cheng Jiangbei. The end of the year was a busy one. Soon it will be Chinese New Year. The small assistant Cheng Jiangbei, who runs both ways at the hospital and home, can naturally go home and rest for a while. In the neighborhood, a couple of kids woke up early in the morning and ran out into the yard in their down jackets alive with firecrackers. They set off 2 kickers, hanging whips, and some shiny, non-loud fireworks. Cheng Jiangbei lying on the windows of his house while leisurely smoking a cigarette. The children play very happy, thumping when, crackling, hip-hopping constantly, popping out a New Year's festive atmosphere. He also finally had a rare moment of idleness. It's been a busy month or two for him. Mom and Dad are back home. Made a call to Grandma's house. Got up late. Didn't want to move at noon. And when he got back he was tired of asking questions about the story he and the presidentess had to tell. On the other end was his eldest uncle who answered. Hey, Jiangbei, right? Where are you? How long will it take to get there? Cheng Jiangbei laughed. Uncle, is my mom here? They're making dumplings. They might not be able to spare the time. Why don't you wait and I'll call her? No, I'm just saying. I may not come back at noon today. There's something on this side. I'll go back when the first day of the afternoon. I'm sorry. At noon first help me to bring a good child to Grandma and them. Put out the cigarette. Cheng Jiangbei, now in the family is very important. Because I heard that it is not allowed. And the big company boss and the together. Most of the talk in the family comes through your social status. It's that realistic. No one persuaded him either. Cheng Jiangbei slept peacefully at home until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. No emotion. No illness. No running east and west. Just serenity. Ring, ring, ring. Of course there's love. Hey, Julia, are we there? Although Wu Ma was already a relative. Jingjing's last name was Qin. And she also had more relatives. Her grandfather had patted them on the back. And their Qin family had gone to the South China Sea for New Year's Eve this year. Well, here it is. Happy New Year, Jiangbei. Happy New Year. And Jingjing briefly chatted a few words. Are preparing for the New Year's reunion. Are busy. Hang up the phone. Cheng Jiangbei a good bath and wash his head. Tomorrow cannot wash the bath. After all, the old saying is not good. The first day of the new year to wash his head. Dead uncle. Can't make it. With the spirit of Cheng Jiangbei, drive the car, ready to go back home. The journey is not long, just an hour or so. The New Year's Eve, no traffic jams, rushed back to eat dinner. There is no problem at all. Car, playing a little song, looking at the original hustle and bustle of the city. Some people go empty. Mercedes-Benz's center control suddenly showed a caller ID logo. Hurriedly a press button on the steering wheel. Is Aunt Xian. Took as a heartbreaking cry. What? Cheng Jiangbei immediately braked sharply, then nodded his head and called his grandmother's house while rushing towards the hospital. A smooth ride. Cheng Jiangbei arrived at the hospital exhausted. Saw the Aunt Xian who was squatting in the corner, not knowing how long she had been crying, endured her heartache, walked over, and gently squatted down. Aunt Xian. At this time, the motionless Aunt Xian only seemed to have come to life a little, with a little reaction, slowly raised her head. Her eyes had been red and swollen from crying. Her face was a little pale. The hair scattered on the shoulders. The moment he saw Cheng Jiangbei, did not say anything, but the tears are once again a moment on the clamor fell, crying pearly, let a person's heartache. It's only been a few days since I've seen her. Cheng Jiangbei feels that Aunt Xian is so haggard, and she can't hide the sadness and pain in her brow. See Cheng Jiangbei, it's Jiangbei. Aunt Xian finally couldn't help herself, and violently pounced over Her legs became a little too strong because of the long crouching position, and she almost fell on the ground, but fortunately Chang Jiangbei was quick to hold her. I'm in. Hearing the voice, feeling his temperature, his voice, his embrace, like finding a dependence, finding that attachment of her heart, tears fall drop by drop on Chang Jiangbei's shoulders, desperately want to hold a little tighter. Hold Jiangbei a little tighter. Jiangbei, I don't have a mom anymore. Chapter 79, Damn Aunt Xian. I'm begging for a booking. The hospital, the corridor, the strong smell of medical alcohol, mixed with the familiar faint milky scent of Aunt Xian's body. Chang Jiangbei squatted, and Aunt Xian's entire soft body was completely askew on Chang Jiangbei's body. Mrs. Wu is gone for the day. This was a bolt from the blue for Aunt Daylily. Aunt Xian stayed in her arms, saying nothing emotionally, crying all the time, her voice breaking. Aunt Jiangbei, gone. She's gone. I don't want to lose her, nor do I want to lose. I don't want nothing. Chang Jiangbei silently patted Aunt Xian's back. He did not know how to respond, or softly chatter. There I have me. I don't know. Ultimately red eyes, but also can only be blended into a mouthful of sighs. I do not know how long Aunt Xian cried. Chang Jiangbei has been squatting, because Aunt Xian's entire body weight burdened on Chang Jiangbei's body. Chang Jiangbei squatting legs also squatting numb. Auntie Xian was in his arms and also finally fell into a deep sleep. Chang Jiangbei gently put his hand to support Aunt Xian's back, then exchanged his two legs and slowed down for a while before he stumbled and steadily picked up Aunt Xian. Back to the ward. Chang Jiangbei slowly, steadily put Aunt Xian on the bed, sat next to him, carefully surveyed her for a while, sighed, went to the bathroom and took a towel, soaked it in hot water. The hot towel gently rubbed the corners of the eyes of Aunt Xian's red and swollen eyes. Ringing. Chang Jiangbei was startled. The phone forgot to open the mute, and hurriedly hung up, then hurried out the door, and then called back. Hey, Jing Xian, I'm in. Don't worry. Aha, come back slowly. Pay attention to safety. Aunt Xian, sleeping for now, listening to the intermittent inquiries and concerns over there because of the crying. Jing Xian's family was making their way back, said to take care of Auntie Xian. They should be here tomorrow at noon. Hang up the phone, walked to the hospital in front of the window, smoked a cigarette, looked at the road vaguely passing, all kinds of vehicles, rubbed the acidic eyes. New Year's Eve is like this. The original hustle and bustle of the street became empty, just like Aunt Xian's heart. It looks like a piece of it has been ripped out of her alive this spring festival. Hey mom, I can't make it home tonight. Well, I had some sudden emergency, probably tomorrow. I know. Say hi to grandma and the guys for me. After gathering his emotions, Chang Jiangbei finished the calls he should have made and received, and after briefly replying to everyone's New Year's greetings, he re-entered the hospital room. Aunt Xian on the bed, tightly closed eyes. The hospital room is quiet. Chang Jiangbei did not say a word sitting next to the silly. 1 hour, 2 hours. Suddenly, Aunt Xian's eyelashes moved a little, eyes open, some trance, blinking, maybe the head have not responded to the instinct. A few drops of tears fell down the corner of the eye. Chang Jiangbei rushed to give her a wipe, which knows that Aunt Xian suddenly seemed to sleep like a daze, reached out and pulled Chang Jiangbei's wrist. The corner of the eye tears are still flowing. Some wooden said, the voice is a little soft, but also a little miserable. You will not also abandon me? Snap. Chang Jiangbei had a jolt and hurriedly put his hand back, digressing. Aunt Xian, do you want to eat some fruit? Auntie Xian also seemed to realize that she had lost her words, and hurriedly turned her head away in a panic, her hands unconsciously squeezing a bit tighter. Good. Chang Jiangbei hurriedly rummaged out an apple from the fruits he had brought up on the small bedside cabinet, and his hands were shaking a bit uneasily, and probably a little embarrassed to finish the apple. Aunt Xian just back to God, hurriedly lifted the bunk cover, somehow stockings some pull silk also do not care, stuffed into the high heels, hurry to work to go, funeral parlor, death certificate. Chang Jiangbei had been silently accompanying her, and every time Aunt Xian was somewhat facing a breakdown in her emotions, Chang Jiangbei was behind her. His embrace was right there. Although she didn't say anything, Aunt Xian would gently crash into his arms, sobbing in a low voice, her hands gripping the clothes on Chang Jiangbei's chest. Zhang Jingxian and the girls also finally rushed back overnight. The moment they returned, Jingxian couldn't help but also crash into Chang Jiangbei's arms. Jiangbei, Wu Ma. Chang Jiangbei gently comforted her. He also finally met Jingxian's father and didn't have much to say, just nodded his head in greeting. The family has arrived. Wu Ma will be placed in the funeral parlor for 3 days, and then cremated. And then Chang Jiangbei came back. This time, he is still an outsider at least, but also have to have a sense of proportion. A brief farewell. Chang Jiangbei also went home. The new year. Wu Ma. Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian looked at the back of Chang Jiangbei, leaving eyes written with complexity. Written. looking at Jing Xian as soon as he jumped into his arms. Her heart is trembling. Do not want. She seems to not want others. Painful twisted his head. Aunt Xian's hands were shaking a little. Dust to dust. All arrangements are fixed. Cheng Jiangbei wearing a black dress, followed by Jing Xian's side. Birth, old age, death, sadness. Should have left, finally into the ground. With a large family like Julia Xian's, there was still a lot of catching up to do at her grandfather's house, as well as a lot of visiting by said father. So when they parted, they instructed Cheng Jiangbei that he must help keep Auntie Xian company more these days, and that Auntie Xian didn't have much family. Yes, I will. The year is not yet over. In the capital side, after attending the funeral has not yet returned home, Cheng Jiangbei pondered for a moment, and then immediately ran to the kitchen. From those company employees today visit to send him vegetables and fruits in the rummage, to find a bundle of wine and vegetables, and then took a box of minced meat, a box of Mao Tai. With a quick step down the stairs and a drive, he pulled into the very familiar neighborhood, took the elevator up, and opened the door to Aunt Xian's house. An hour has passed. 2 hours passed. Suddenly, the code ticked and the door opened. Close the door. From the outside came an Aunt Xian, then a tired face bent down slippers. Suddenly, she just found out that there is a pair of more men's shoes on the shoe rack. Could not help but raise a head towards the inside. Heart tightened. Rosy lips pursed. Said, "You, why are you here?" Continuing to take off the shoes, revealing the perfectly curved insteps, he replaced them with a pair of cotton slippers. Cheng Jiangbei in the house stood up. "I'll stay in the capital until school starts. There's no place to go, so I thought I'd open to see Aunt Xian. I'm fine. It's the middle of the year." Aunt Xian gracefully pinched her shoes and placed them on the shelf, and his shoe placing action was particularly graceful. "Not going back, okay? It's okay. I'm all spoken for. You have a heart. Thank you. Told you. You're Jing Xian's Aunt Xian and my Aunt Xian. You're welcome. What are we talking about, thanks?" Auntie Xian Xian Xian. Auntie Xian's wonderful body curved as if it quivered, and the corners of her crystal moist mouth touched. "This damn, Auntie Xian. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases." Chapter 80, No More Repression. I'm begging for a subscription. Aunt Xian had a smile in the corner of her eye, but it was a very complicated smile. Looking at him, I am not sure what to say. "In fact, you came to accompany me? I am quite happy in my heart. I came back. On the way I was thinking, I don't have Wu Ma anymore. Sister Chiu and Jing Jing have their own families. It seems like I'm all alone on New Year's Eve. What's the point of doing something at night alone? What am I supposed to do at night? It's no fun, is it? Jiangbei, since you're here, then let's both get something to eat." I should have known I'd bring something to eat back. Cheng Jiangbei pointed to the kitchen. "I've finished wrapping the dumplings, so if you're hungry, just get off the pot." "All wrapped up?" Aunt Xian twisted her body, looking quite natural on her face now, and walked over. "Just finished wrapping. Stuffed leeks. Our family Jiangbei's dumplings. That's something you have to taste." "Ha!" Aunt Xian seemed to heavily exhale in the bottom of her heart at the moment, glanced sideways at the kitchen, smiled and walked to Cheng Jiangbei's front. "Just like before. Like before." Holding his arm said, "But every time I let you prepare my meals, why do I feel that it's not quite appropriate? You and not my nanny, not a maid, is my Jiangbei. You do not want this it. I personally cook and then get 2 wine dishes. You do not that I although cooking is not too good, but try to mix a cold dish or no problem. Cannot let you a person busy work." That sentence, "our family Jiangbei," was so intimate that Cheng Jiangbei was a bit stunned. "Then I'll give you a hand." "No need." Aunt Xian really wanted to go and cook for Cheng Jiangbei, looking at the whole house being cleaned up. Mrs. Wu is gone and he is still. Aunt Xian secretly clamped her hand hard. Sensitive. She was afraid. If Wu Ma left, Jiangbei is also gone. She is alone, guarding the empty big house. Sorry. Exhaled, rolled up his cuffs and headed for the kitchen. Jiangbei, tired half a day. Right. You watch TV to rest a while. Right. The Spring Festival Gala began right Central Station. That's fine. Just mix a cucumber. Don't make too much. Well, I'll watch and get it out of the way. Cheng Jiangbei knew that Aunt Xian was not at all the kind of character of a small family to do things at home, but Cheng Jiangbei suddenly and keenly observed that her attitude towards herself had obviously changed a little, making Cheng Jiangbei feel a hint of panic. This is still the first time since that time with Aunt Xian because of the feelings of the matter pulled away. Aunt Xian before, but he was very intimate. Will hold his hand. Will be virtuous waiting Cheng Jiangbei, but with the drunkenness that time Aunt Xian's awareness of their feelings and dissipated. This time, Aunt Xian's attitude and let Cheng Jiangbei see the former. 20 minutes later, the dumplings were cooked and the gazpacho was mixed. Cheng Jiangbei and Aunt Xian then watched the Spring Festival Gala reruns with a smile as they drank and ate their food. Most people in the north are in the habit of watching the CCTV Spring Festival Gala. This year's New Year's Eve, there's no way to even watch it. There's nothing else to do today, so I'll just watch the reruns. The Spring Festival Gala is getting worse every year, and Chang Jiangbei's favorite skits and comedies are getting worse. Aunt Xian accompanied Chang Jiangbei's and felt like watching. Jiangbei, delayed you. Let you accompany me to watch reruns. Again, just the two of them in. Chang Jiangbei do not want so much. Normal point to get along well. Before that kind of get along. Also sometimes quite awkward. Not so natural. Clamped a dumpling. Bark bark. Nothing delayed. You these days is hard work. Aunt Xian smiled and gave him a little dumpling soup. Here. Saying that, she also went to the refrigerator to look. You still have to drink ice in winter, said Chang Jiangbei, took out a beer for him, opened it for him, and then poured him a cup with a mug. Drink less. It's bad for your stomach. Auntie Xian's small hand handed the cup over. Comfortable. Chang Jiangbei smiled and took a sip. By the way, how do the dumplings taste? Auntie Xian took a look at him and smiled with narrowed eyes, reaching out and pulling a piece of paper to rub the beer foam at the corner of Chang Jiangbei's mouth, saying, our family's Jiangbei's craftsmanship can't be bad? It's delicious. How many have I eaten? 25? 30? Then have a few more. There's still some left in the pot. But I can't. I should hold out if I eat any more. Looking at her watch, Auntie Xian laughed. You're not going home tonight, are you? You're just going to watch TV? Today this is also considered our New Year's Eve. This new year can't be too level, right? Seeing Chang Jiangbei nodding, Aunt Xian also pulled out a napkin for herself and dabbed the corners of her mouth. I'm full too. Right. Why don't you and I have some wine? Drinking alone is boring. Well, let's play some more games, shall we? If we lose, we can drink, right? Chang Jiangbei look at the back straight. Beauty groove curve perfect. Aunt Xian thought about it, accompany Aunt Xian to drink wine, although she now began to smile normally, but the heart must be all bad. Then drink less. Let's have a degree. Degree? Auntie Xian mumbled in her mind. Degree? So what's the game? It was just the two of them in the house, and the heater was humming, and the living room had warmed up on the inside, and there was no answer, and Auntie Xian fought with both thumbs every now and then, and, finally with a clench of his teeth and a twist of his shoulders he gently removed his suit jacket, pinched it to one side, then his slender fingertips touched the buttons of the white shirt inside and unbuttoned them, one by one. She still had a white fall shirt underneath, a very thin sort of fabric. Ta! And the last button opened, and Auntie Xian's shoulders shortened as she quickly took the shirt off and then put the suit back on. It's a bit hot. Aunt Xian's hands were trembling slightly as she reached for her wineglass, grunted and took a sip, then spoke. It didn't show any flesh, but it was still a sight to behold for a while. As soon as Aunt Xian looked at him, her small hand was placed underneath and slightly clenched, and she actually asked in a rare stuttering voice, Good. Good looking? Good looking. Chang Jiangbei took a look at her. Aunt Xian today seems to be different from the constraints of the time after she spilled the truth to Chang Jiangbei after drinking before, as well as the kind of distance she pulled away from. Chang Jiangbei also do not want to be too formal. Aunt Xian greatly asked, if he stumbled to avoid answering, but like the whole problem between the two, I'll go to adjust the temperature down a little. Got up and thumped over a few times to adjust the center control, just came back and sat down. Aunt Xian suddenly said, then we both play truth or dare. Draw lots. The loser answer each other a question, or do a thing that the other party asks for. Not excessive. Don't want to answer. Don't want to do drink. Will there be too few people? 2 people? How fast the draw is. Around in a while. Chang Jiangbei asked. Who knows that Aunt Xian seems not to think so. Heartbeat is not like the usual frequency. Continue to add. More people I do not want to play. Not familiar. Aunt would like to understand a little more about you, and would like to drink a little wine. Dry drink too rigid. Jiangbei, accompany me. Okay? The words are there. Good. Chang Jiangbei said a big old man is still afraid of what? He also do not know why Aunt Xian suddenly had some changes. But at this moment Aunt Xian no matter what and before not the same behavior. He can also understand. After all, Wu mother just left. Surely on the remaining people to pay more attention to intimate. Accompanied chanting. That's good. Then let's play truth or dare. Saying that, he stood up under Chang Jiangbei's stunned gaze. I'm a bit cold. Go back to the house and put on some clothes first. Okay. P.S. I'm begging for a monthly subscription, and I'm begging for a catch-up subscription. Chapter 81 Truthfulness. I'm begging for a follow-up order. Chang Jiangbei not just was hot, now it is cold again? Just now I set the air conditioning temperature too low? I'm a bit confused, but soon. It was about 9:30 p.m. At Aunt Daylily's house. At this time on the 4th day of the new year, the streets outside are slowly returning to their usual hustle and bustle, and just halfway through the big year. The flavor of the year has not disappeared, and is still full of festive flavor. From time to time the deafening sound of firecrackers pressed against the windows drilled into the house. The living room. Chang Jiangbei got up and pulled the balcony door hula, and then a thought in place. Chang Jiangbei to the curtains are also pulled up, back to the sofa slightly sit, with a calm mood ready to meet the truth or dare. In Chang Jiangbei's opinion, whether it was truth or dare, that was secondary. Aunt Xian mainly wanted to drink. I don't know why she stayed in the check room for so long and changed her clothes for so long. She's not hiding from him and crying again, is she? Thinking here, Chang Jiangbei hurriedly got up, went over and, Auntie Xian, are you alright? Still not dressed? Being worn. A few moments later, the bedroom door opened and Auntie Xian stepped out. There. Ha, didn't you put on clothes to go? Chang Jiangbei blinked his eyes. It felt like nothing had changed. It was still the same suit. Well, come on. With a beautifully curved drop, Auntie Xian sat down gracefully in the leather sofa. At this time, Aunt Xian was roughly dressed more or less the same as before, with a black hairpin in her very dry coiffure, a small black lady's suit jacket wrapping her very slim figure very tightly, a lady's collared white shirt inside, a wraparound skirt and black high heels with pointed toes underneath. That is, she had put on an extra waist-cinching suit jacket and thin high heels than she had worn before she had come into the house, and there were no other changes. This Auntie Xian, I don't know how she suddenly put her high heels on. Come on. Aunt Xian gently got up. A sweep of her own wraparound skirt took out 2 dice. Simple rules, not complicated at all. Throw the dice. Whoever is small loses. Chang Jiangbei smiled, didn't say anything, gently threw out the 2 dice casually, a 4 and a 5, a total of 9 points. Not bad. And as Aunt Xian looked at Chang Jiangbei being so decisive, she didn't hesitate and picked up the 2 dice on the table and skillfully flung them out as well. In the first game, Chang Jiangbei smiled and faced it quite frankly. I lost. Auntie Day pressed him a bit and threw 2 5s. Aunt Xian, you didn't lose. How? Aunt Xian suddenly picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip before placing it on the table. The alcohol reacted a bit and finally said directly again, take off a piece of clothing. No? Chang Jiangbei was silent for 2 seconds. Then what? Is it for me to take off a piece of clothing? I don't know if it's comforting myself or whoever I'm comforting. Well, Aunt Xian doesn't know if she's brainwashing herself or not. We're actually not really in it for any truth or dare. The key to drinking. If the questions asked, the things we're allowed to do, are too simple, then it's not very meaningful, right? Jiangbei, if you don't want to, just drink. What an alcoholic. Chang Jiangbei think, this will simply persuade the wine, but take off a piece of clothing? Chang Jiangbei muffled directly take off his socks, which shall not be counted as clothes. Auntie Xian's beautiful legs placed on the carpet moved and didn't say anything, which was considered acquiescence. Then of his own accord, he took hold of the dice and flicked them. A 2, a 3, for a total of 5 points. Aunt Xian, then you're losing this. Offer ugly. Chang Jiangbei think about it. Simply drinking. Maybe drink a few mouths of Aunt Xian on the mood up want to woo mother. A cry out. Sad. This play the game. Distraction. But also better, so his tone is quite happy. The result of the dice a throw. 2 2s. The luck. Damn it. Aunt Daylily smiled, narrowing her eyes, this time in a tone that was not as tentative as it had just been. Take off a piece of clothing. Again? Chang Jiangbei was about to take off his jacket, but he didn't want to. I'll be sincere. Aunt Xian was silent for a small half a day. I don't know if she was thinking about what question to ask, or she thought of what question to ask but was torn between asking and not asking. Gulp and pour herself a full glass of wine. Aunt Xian finally bit her teeth and asked a question that Chang Jiangbei almost sprayed the wine he had drank in. You and Julia, that what? What the hell? Are you serious? You're asking such a question? Mainly for drinking. Drink if you don't want to answer. Auntie Xian doesn't know if she's washing her own brain or what. Drinking. Just asking because she wants to drink. Chang Jiangbei rolled his eyes, grunted, and directly drank a cup of wine, saying fart. It's the third game. Chang Jiangbei recognized something this time. Snapping, the dice shook. 1 at 5, 1 at 6, 11 o'clock. Aunt Xian, be careful. Chang Jiangbei smiled. You're the one who started it. Don't play tricks later. Auntie Xian's lips spread into a smile. It's still uncertain who will lose, right? Isn't it? Then she took the dice in her small hand and threw it forward. Chang Jiangbei was happy and nonchalant, using his own way of doing things. Take it off. Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian's foot slipped. Very naturally, the heel slipped off a little. Only with that stocking wearing beautiful foot vamps to support the high heels. Toes wobble. Let the shoes elegantly on the toes slowly swing. Jiangbei, why are you so petty? I just joked. Chang Jiangbei did not say anything. Snapped. High heels a loose and fell down. Just let undress. This is not even a temporary intention but early predetermined. Then Chang Jiangbei also no psychological pressure. Anyway, said the dare not happy, then drink. Then I'm serious too. Auntie Xian picks up the 2 dice on the table and tada. 10 points, some confidence, but she underestimated Chung Jangbei's mastery of the body. He tried, remembered the feeling of just throwing 11 points, so he looked for the same feeling, the same force, and threw it gently, and sighed with relief. Sure enough, 11 points. Aunt Xian, resign yourself to your fate and take it off. Let me have a hand. Will you, Jiangbei? Don't you still have socks? It's still early. Take them off in place. You can still drink. Aunt Xian, today but you caused trouble first. I won't be merciful. Cheng Jiangbei mercilessly said. This is good. Let Aunt Xian and him make a mess. It is also a way to make her happy. Don't die all the time crying. No socks. Auntie Day smiled and shook her head once. Cheng Jiangbei gasped with a laugh, pointing to her feet just wrapped in high-heeled shoes and stockings. When you came back, you didn't wear stockings. Now how to put them on again? You've been thinking of fixing me for a long time. Wearing shoes and stockings, not just to use them against your clothes? You probably have thought about it. If you lose, you will definitely either take off your shoes or socks. How many rounds you have to drink less? I also remembered. Auntie Xian, Auntie Xian. Last time I said you can't beat me in drinking. Did you remember? Today is it just to get me drunk? Prove that I can't drink you? Right. Where, though? Although Aunt Xian didn't drink because of the game, but she herself had already drunk several cups. Slightly a cocked leg, smiling to see him, suddenly said, you pay quite a bit of attention to my feet? But no. Cheng Jiangbei froze. It wasn't you who said you went to get dressed. I definitely paid a little attention. Is it? That's right. The flesh stockings I wore these 2 days would have been light in color, not staring hard at all to see if I wore stockings or not. When I came back I was wearing stockings of. Aunt Xian's toes wobbled. No more shoes. The whole little foot elegantly lurching and slowly swinging. It looked a little thick. The obviously, and thin stockings have a different texture. It seems that you indeed do not pay attention to. As if she was intent on hitting on him, Auntie Xian's beautiful feet swayed in front of his eyes. P.S. Please ask for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up subscriptions. Chapter 82, Willingness to Gamble. I'm begging for a booking. Cheng Jiangbei motionless look a few eyes. This Aunt Xian, today drink wine also bold some. What words have to say to export some? Said, hurry up Aunt Xian, don't dilly-dally, take off we good again. Auntie Xian also does not play tricks. Slowly arise, gently bend over, grinding a little, hand inserted into the stockings, gently faded one. Cheng Jiangbei knew that it was so thick, how could he wear only one? Okay? Don't you dare cheat and mean it again later. I've picked dares twice in a row. In the third game, Cheng Jiangbei didn't say that he could find that feeling of throwing 11 points in every hand. This time, one of the dice threw a 5 out, while the other just threw a 3, and the best 8 points lost to Aunt Xian's 9 points. Sincerely, Cheng Jiangbei there could afford to take off as much as Aunt Xian. He didn't wear any fall pants today. Counting bottoms, fall clothes, just 5. Auntie Xian's stockings don't know if he wore 5. You're cheating. Aunt Xian put her wineglass down and glared at Cheng Jiangbei with narrowed eyes. Didn't we agree on a dare? Who said well? Aunt Xian, I didn't promise. You can also choose the truth later. Ask me. Cheng Jiangbei blinked his eyes. Aunt Xian looked at him. This kind of game is seeking to progressively talk more and more open. In addition to Jing Xian, you are still with other people. No, Auntie Xian, why are you so interested in this kind of question? What does it matter to you what I do with other people? Cheng Jiangbei grunted and poured wine, picked up the dice and threw again. No compliance. 11 o'clock. 3 points for Aunt Daylily. Why are you so big again? Aunt Xian put the dice on the table. The corner of the eye raised helpless at smile. This time there is no other words. Slowly arise. The hand touched on the waist intervals. Rattling a ringing sound. Elegant fingers picked open the belt. Unbuttoned. Slightly bent over. Aunt Xian will be stockings off to the knee. The left leg a draw. The right leg lifted. The stockings before it is taken off. Was held in her hands put on the armrests on the side of the sofa. The next hand again she lost. Did not say much, because Cheng Jiangbei listening to take off clothes. Afraid of Auntie Xian cold. Long ago re-gave the air conditioning temperature in the room up. So some hot Auntie Xian, this time but did not take off the stockings. Was followed by another flip of the suit, fading it and tossing it lightly, revealing white kind of quite light fall clothes. Through, even can see. Well, Aunt Xian she seems to have a fondness for black lingerie. And this time too. The bra with red flowers on a black background is flooded with a mature temptation, flickering underneath the fall coat. Aunt Xian, why don't we stop here? Don't play so big. Cheng Jiangbei's eyes all looked straight for a moment, then hurriedly advised. No. Aunt Xian hurriedly shook her head. It can't end, or your Aunt Xian will lose a lot of money now. The 5th, 6th hand. Cheng Jiangbei lost a hand. Aunt Xian died wanting him to take off his clothes. Cheng Jiangbei is also hot, so he followed his meaning to take off his jacket. Then Aunt Daylily looked at him. 2. and bent the stockings off again, flinging them on the sofa. After a few times, Aunt Xian's white, slender legs were finally revealed. Cheng Jiangbei was too perverted. His mastery of the body, after familiarizing himself with the dice, he estimated that he could cheat. How is Auntie Xian a match for him? In no time at all, Aunt Xian looked cool and ripe, with a bit of booze and that ripe beauty that was simply tantalizing and breathtaking. The stockings are off, the blazer was gone too, just a thin fall coat with a wraparound skirt that came off. Auntie Xian would have to reveal the clothing inside, definitely can't take it off, so as long as you lose, Aunt Xian will honestly drink. And, originally, it was truth or dare. Aunt Xian is just dead set on not answering truth. So afraid of some things exposed like, Aunt Xian, why don't we stop here today? Cheng Jiangbei put away the dice. The body clothes are too little. Cheng Jiangbei looked at Aunt Xian that exposed a little bit of the fine slip body. It is not that he is obscene, he just do not think of the study. Think of pink unnameable things. Think of her shouted his name. How can all without palpitations? There really wasn't any reaction. So it was time to see a doctor and be rude to Auntie Xian's tantalizing body. Just there is Jing Xian in. Cheng Jiangbei helplessly muttered in his heart pan. She damn my aunt. Cheng Jiangbei's sight was currently all square. Continue. Aunt Xian swept a glance at Cheng Jiangbei and was also very direct. Good. Cheng Jiangbei also did not intend to let Aunt Xian keep losing. And under his increasingly familiar control points, Aunt Xian also began to ask Cheng Jiangbei questions. Wouldn't miss being at Aunt Daylili's? Will do. Would it be boring or unhappy to help out in those days? To do things for me? To cook for me? To take care of the house for me? That's not true. There's not a lot going on, and I'm kind of happy with it myself. Was there anything very memorable for you at Aunt Kay's house? What about being in the study and hearing things you shouldn't hear? Cough cough. Cheng Jiangbei is not stupid. Of course it's impossible to ask this. Aunt Xian, you often leave cakes for me, right? This one is more memorable for me. And touching. Aunt Xian's questions are now quite normal. There are questions and answers. Cheng Jiangbei just accompany Aunt Xian, and not to straighten Aunt Xian, just accompany her to drink, and so do not make things difficult for Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian lost, just a glass of wine, and then he did not mention to do any new dares. Aunt Xian is also conscious of drinking. There is almost no clothes on her body. Of course it is impossible to take off her clothes, right? Gulp, gulp, gulp. Cheng Jiangbei was answering sentence by sentence. I don't know. After a few rounds, Aunt Xian squinted her eyes. Her cheeks were already a bit flushed, compared to when she was sober. Looking at the corner of Cheng Jiangbei's eyes softened to a somewhat different flavor, and suddenly said, Jiangbei, my home to be renovated. Need to be in the home. To give you a room. A room? Cheng Jiangbei was drinking water, and choked on a small mouthful of it. Mrs. Wu has left. Why would she leave him a room? What's the point of leaving him a room when Mrs. Wu is gone? However, after a brief thought, it is also right. Wu Ma has left. She guessed that she does not like and is still not used to outsiders to take care of her. This period of time wants Cheng Jiangbei to accompany her. This is also understandable. Cheng Jiangbei thought about it and gave a sigh of relief. At present, he could clearly feel that Aunt Xian was not quite normal, very different from usual. It should be that she had not yet come out from the death of Wu Ma, right? Behavior and habits and the usual, there is a difference. Seeing that Cheng Jiangbei had responded, Aunt Xian didn't even lose this hand, but gurgled and poured herself a large glass of wine, waiting for the next round. She lost. She did not frankly drink, and slightly open red lips, gently towards the outside spitting hot air, looked at Cheng Jiangbei several times, and then a turn of the thin fall coat. The fall coat at once pulled to the upper side of the stomach a little bit. Are close to see that huge. It seems that the black underwear are vaguely exposed a little. Black background red flower bra flooded with a mature temptation. Almost from the bottom of the fall coat popped out. At this time, Cheng Jiangbei was damn startled. Aunt Xian drink hemp? Quickly reached out to pull Aunt Xian's arm. I go. Aunt Xian, what are you doing? Willingness to gamble. Chapter 83, can I? I'm begging for a booking. Cheng Jiangbei This said, he froze for a moment. Willing to gamble to admit defeat, that this is no problem. But you admit defeat to admit defeat. Drink on How to drink? Get up and take off your clothes? Are you sure you're okay? Auntie Xian today? Already drunk? Even. Cheng Jiangbei suddenly had a thought crossing his head, thinking that today wouldn't be hitting on me, right? Cheng Jiangbei wanted to say bad, but looked at Aunt Xian's eyes. Not to, or heart a loose. Deep sigh. Alas, forget it. Aunt Xian tonight here. Another day there is still a chance. Today counted as my loss. You put the clothes back on it. Clean up, pack up, and we rested. But also fast past 12 o'clock. Aha. No. Today the fourth day of the year, we do not have to stay up past 12 o'clock. No. Suit jacket. Unfortunately, Cheng Jiangbei feel that he is some men generic disease, before Aunt Xian initiative to alienate the alienation. He will be a little uncomfortable. The line of sight will look at her from time to time. The people showed a big square. Do not say. Cheng Jiangbei also suddenly very strange some small taste, some small palpitations in the hooked him, and now not detached. He instead fell squarely some heart more complex. Aunt Xian didn't retort, didn't argue. Cheng Jiangbei said so she just one nodded and smiled. So I'm getting dressed? Well, don't freeze you. Cheng Jiangbei's jacket was off, but she didn't wear it. It wasn't cold in her house, and she still had clothes on her. Aunt Xian hugged the clothes on the armrest and went back to the bedroom, and not long after, the door opened and the high-heeled shoes duck 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 two clear sounds. Shoes back on? Waiting to see Auntie Xian as a whole. Cheng Jiangbei took a look and was taken aback. Aunt Xian only put on a white shirt at the moment. The neckline is not open high. White. Skirt at a glance to see that there is no fall clothes inside. Before the black background with flowers of the underwear and the shirt printed a shallow trace. And then look at the bottom. Two beautiful legs are still that exposed outside. Just set a black pantyhose. Even pants are not wearing. Attractive feet directly stepped in the black high-heeled shoes. Infinite enchantment. How do you not wear clothes? Cheng Jiangbei took out his cell phone. Some eyes not slanting. The heart is also fluttered. Aunt Xian this body, that the bones of the graceful and noble temperament, how can not be able to be attracted to the line of sight? Or the kind of upper side of the big can be a skirt of the white shirt underneath with thin black pantyhose. No. Cheng Jiangbei slowed down a breath. Thought of the word Jing Xian 2 words. It violently cooled down then said. So where? How cold? Yes? Indeed do not know. Before to come. Aunt Xian just into the door do not like to wear shoes. Slippers do not like. Bare pretty little feet. In their own homes around. And now. Feel before all ready to escape Aunt Xian do not know how. Cheng Jiangbei thought. Today is not more intimate? A little too close? Cheng Jiangbei took a look again. Aunt Xian is just wearing a thin blouse without pants. And now the hem of this shirt like a super short skirt can barely cover the black bottoms. But I don't know if Aunt Xian move a little bit, can be exposed? Is that the feeling of vagueness? Simply don't mention it. Aunt Xian's pale skin had the inexplicable blush that comes with drinking, and she came over and took a seat on the couch, crossing her legs and rubbing the stockings on her legs together. Cheng Jiangbei are almost heartfire, glancing at her back. Look at her legs. You Moncler outlet. A little dumbfounded that this outfit without pants was too lethal to Cheng Jiangbei. No, it should be to men. So he helplessly called out, Aunt Xian. She tilted her head innocently. TSK, high heels and pantyhose. Think about it and realize that a person alone with the house can't dress like that, right? Cheng Jiangbei felt himself hot, and suddenly muttered in his heart, No, that can't be. Especially for me. It's getting late. Cheng Jiangbei said to stay awake. Go on. That's how much to drink. Auntie Xian could tell she was a little tipsy, but for the amount of alcohol she was drinking, this was almost if not just the beginning. Cheng Jiangbei thought it was better not to drink it, so he looked at Aunt Xian, and then looked at the table, and thought about it, and put down Aunt Xian's hand, and quickly went to his bag and took out some blemish flowers he had brought from home, the kind that were shiny and not loud, the kind that sparked with little sparks. Separate a handful of bared flowers in half and hand them to Aunt Daylily. Aunt Xian also put down her glass of wine at this time. How nice not to drink. Set off fireworks and chat. Auntie Xian smiled and took out a raise her hand. Let him light up. Cheng Jiangbei think about it. Take out the lighter bar of fire. Up a little, and to their own hands this flower ignition. Zzz. The living room was bright. Sparkling sparks from the fireworks splashed out. Spray again in midair. Aunt Xian's eyes suddenly curved out of the corner of her eyes, as if she was nostalgic, and her hand trembled slightly as she shook the firework stick. It seems like the last time I released flowers was still in Shicheng, Wu Ma's old home. Cheng Jiangbei a thump. Quickly look at Aunt Xian, for fear that she suddenly see things and cry. That emotional outburst. Look at the heart. Don't look at me like this. I'm fine. Aunt Xian perceived Cheng Jiangbei looking at her, and the concern in his eyes. Finished one and took the initiative to light one. You don't set off firecrackers on New Year's Day? Cheng Jiangbei smiled and replied. Before every year we'll put a little bit of it. In the old home, the yard, and no one to control. Every year we'll be in the yard to put a few dozen firecrackers. We'll put the cupola. The old home for New Year's Eve is quite lively. Cheng Jiangbei said is also sighing. Grandmother is still in the time. New Year's Eve are lively and bustling. And so the deceased left. The popularity of smartphones, lively and slowly fade, gradually become no flavor of the new year. Aunt Xian, do you have this habit at home? It's good not to drink and nag the family. At a very young age I guess. At that time Mrs. Wu, probably thinking of something, didn't cry out loud. Just her eyes drilled a few tears sliding down her cheeks. She sucked in a so-called breath. lifted her little hand and wiped it away. Cheng Jiangbei was silent as he handed Aunt Xian a tissue. In his eyes Aunt Xian had always been flesh and blood. From the very beginning, there was the rawness and defensiveness towards strangers, but there was also the abject sincerity towards those few people who were placed on the tip of his heart. Aunt Xian is emotionally sensitive, and it is precisely because this sensitivity is not easy to get close to. Once hung up on, it could be a lifetime for her. I'm fine. Aunt Xian wiped her tears, tied up her hair, which was draped over her head, gently and squeezed out a smile that, when the dozen or so fireworks are done, Cheng Jiangbei is also a long time no fireworks, play a lot of fun. After all, people will always be in an age to recall another age's silly fun. Why don't I go home again to get some? No more games. She covered her nose and coughed. It's too choking in the house. Open the window. Okay, then put your clothes on. It's cold. Well, you put some on too. Barefoot hurriedly opened the glass door to the balcony and came back with a thud, letting the outside air blow the smell of smoke and fire out of the house. Behind her, Aunt Xian silently sat on the sofa to wear pants. People are worthy of being a lady of the house. Hands and feet have a noble woman's demeanor. Even wear pants also have to sit firmly there. Slightly gathered that was wrapped by black stockings skinny legs, little by little inserted into the pants, and then change the other foot. This action down, simply seductive to the life of the people. It's really kind of intentional. Cheng Jiangbei couldn't help it, and once again he looked out of his mind, until Auntie Xian gently tied the belt and smoothed the shirt. Cheng Jiangbei quickly withdrew his eyes and walked over there, pretending to be pulling the curtains. After letting the smell out, closed the balcony door. Aunt Xian clenched her fists and suddenly laughed. Jiangbei, you come down. Ha! Cheng Jiangbei walked back and sat next to her. What's wrong? Snapping, Aunt Daylily patted her joined thighs. Here, head on the pillow. What's going on? Pillow on your leg? Cheng Jiangbei had a strange expression and eyed uncertainly. What do you mean? Take a look at those just peacefully closed together there. Nice thighs. Cheng Jiangbei asked this with his mouth, but physically hesitated for a moment. No? Aunt Xian lowered her head, and both hands suddenly rested on her thighs, not looking at Cheng Jiangbei, and asked in a muffled voice. Chapter 84 Preparation. Requesting for follow-up orders. Cheng Jiangbei sighed, leaned back and slowly leaned the back of his head up. Then, two slender hands dragged him, correcting the position. Huffing and puffing, Cheng Jiangbei only felt the back of his neck was soft, and his head sank into a piece of hot, soft, and very elastic skin. It was comfortable. Auntie Xian smiled and stuck her hand in his hair, her own hair simply drooping. Auntie Xian gently reached out and touched his face, squinting her eyes as if she were examining a work of art, and then, suddenly spellbound as if she were, her small hand gently stroked his cheeks, and slowly touched his eyebrows, eyelashes, and nose, to touch the lips when Cheng Jiangbei ducked a little. Cheng Jiangbei was soothing and itchy, but his psyche suddenly had a very bad feeling, and he closed his eyes and said with some confusion, Aunt Xian, what's wrong with you? It's been hard on you today, coming to keep me company again, making dumplings, and preparing fireworks. Ha, thanks to you, I'm in a good mood this year. Auntie Xian returned to her senses and also hurriedly put back her soft as boneless little hand. Well, it should be, as long as you're happy with it, is very satisfied. Let me rub your head. It's been hard these days, right? Because I didn't have a good year either. Running back and forth between two places, Auntie Xian gently said, come over a little. Cheng Jiangbei didn't move and replied somewhat absent-mindedly, you're being polite again. No need. Aunt Xian also do not know how a mind gently hold up Cheng Jiangbei's hand, then let him enjoy the hand flat on the belly. Cheng Jiangbei did not move. Gently with a hand copied Cheng Jiangbei's head, let the back of his head moved. Suddenly turned his head sideways, from lying flat to lying sideways, so that his face to his belly, his ears pressed against her thighs, his nose and mouth almost away from Aunt Xian's lower parts only a few centimeters away. The heart of the chaotic Cheng Jiangbei suddenly jumped in the heart, and immediately pretended to be resting with his eyes closed, his mouth and nose as usual inhaling, completely able to mouth close to smell the smell of her body. Phew! The faint scent of milk from Aunt Xian's body was inhaled into his lungs. It's very fragrant and smells good, Auntie Xian said as she gently rubbed his temples. Cheng Jiangbei is still panting, but slowly. Has he panted so much? Aunt Xian's body is too fragrant. That kind of flavor is too comfortable. Cheng Jiangbei then didn't control to inhale 2 mouthfuls. At that moment, the cell phone rang through the house. Cheng Jiangbei just wanted to get up and say don't hold down Aunt Xian's knee pillow. Too titillating. The heart of the small flame seems to have been blown on a lot of big. Aunt Xian in fact is just often to Cheng Jiangbei hold down the head. Have been very titillating, if she then adds some skills. No, Cheng Jiangbei just wanted to get up and said that it was late and they should rest. The result did not wait for him to get up. Suddenly, ringing, Aunt Xian's cell phone rang. Aunt Xian's eyes are still squinting, After drinking wine, a burst of mental construction after the trial and error, do not even know what to think. Stopped the action of the hands. The tone of voice is a little bit cold. You come to see me? An Xian said looking at Cheng Jiangbei. Inconvenient. Made it to the garage? Apologize. Come on up then. He said hanging up the phone and dropping it casually, resting it on the edge of the carpet. Who? A friend. Cheng Jiangbei exhaled a breath. The face is also considered calm. An Xian now this look and he too share a room. Cheng Jiangbei exhaled a breath. Don't. 3 people better. Alone. Inside a small flame like a windproof. How to blow also cannot be blown out, but also with the wind swings like. Auntie Xian this kind of intentional temptation? Can that cadre withstand such temptation? Who is it? College friends. Cheng Jiangbei oh. Think about it. Get up head up from Aunt Xian's soft legs. Rushed to take the cup. College friends at the moment is still like a lifesaver. Can step on the brakes. Right. Auntie Xian nodded and said very naturally. Do you mind? You can send her back if you mind. Lin Ziwei's status with Aunt Xian really couldn't be any higher. Cheng Jiangbei shook his head. Soon someone knocked on the door. Got up and went over to twist the doorknob. Click. Light aroma along the slowly opened doorway a wisp floated in. Outside soon revealed a beautiful face of the country. It is from the old mansion back to the first time rush to Aunt Xian's home of the good classmates. Lin Zivi. She wore a light-toned OL professional outfit. Her plump rear straining an arc on her skirt. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings. The soles of her feet stepped on white patent leather high heels. And the flavor of that mature woman bubbled outward one by one. Looking at his best friend with a member of the opposite sex in his house, he was visibly flabbergasted. Cheng Jiangbei didn't open his mouth to greet him, nodding his head to show that he counted himself as polite, then opened the shoe cabinet and threw a pair of cotton slippers onto the floor, then returned to the carpet and sat down. Lin Ziwei looked at the slippers on the floor, not wearing them, and looked at the young man in front of her as casually as if he were in his own home at the moment, her good-looking eyebrows frowning. This is also a master who loves to step on the ground with bare feet, casually throwing the bag on his body on the shoe cabinet at the entrance, knowing that Aunt Xian has been sad lately, staring at Aunt Xian, and then staring at Cheng Jiangbei, lonely men and women, and then carefully looked at Aunt Xian's dress, high heels hanging on the feet, black stockings with shoes, or at home, and a table full of wine. Good girlfriend Lin Ziwei suddenly looked at Aunt Xian with a strange eye color. I thought of coming to accompany you, but I didn't expect someone to come earlier than me. Lin Ziwei's 2 plump legs that hooked people's souls stepped in. The movement of the high heels landing on the ground were so soft and nice. Walking over to the couch, she gently smoothed her skirt, slid her hands down from her waist in a tight fit, then pressed her back against the top edge of the couch, her legs brought up, her left leg pressed against her right, her stockings gently rubbing together, and curled up on the couch. Without saying a word, he bent straight over and picked up a poured glass on the table, and with a grunt, he drank first. This is Cheng Jiangbei. Julia's boyfriend. Aunt Xian's best friend obviously knew President Jiang. Hello. Cheng Jiangbei greeted politely, but with a bit of detachment. After all, it was the first time they had met. Lin Ziwei charming big eyes to his side over there. Warm smile I just came back from the old mansion. I do not know that someone in your house did not call in advance to ask. Aunt Xian smiled. It's so late. Are you hungry? Do you need to order something? Lin Ziwei lowered her eyelids once and looked at the wine on the table. She wanted to drink. Aunt Xian also said nothing, putting her attention back on the wine as well. Bang! And the 2 of them clinked glasses with Lin Zivi. 3 people did not play the game anymore. Cheng Jiangbei helplessly smiled and continued to accompany the 2 people drinking wine, 1 cup at a time. Cheng Jiangbei look at this situation. Is not drunk not to return? So said Aunt Xian today, or we will be here. Today is only the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, there are. Lin Zixing listened to the words, also put down the wine glass. Look at her best friend. She is also clear about the sadness of the next of kin to leave. See, Aunt Xian's state at the moment is more stable. Do not drink, that will pack. She is also ready to go home. Chapter 85, still not honest. I'm begging for a booking, but who knows? Aunt Xian's face was even redder at the moment, bending her eyes with a blink of her eyelashes. Intimately and smilingly reached out and scraped Cheng Jiangbei's nose. Quickly, point, drink. She has no intention of saying stop today. The more she drinks, the frequency of looking at Cheng Jiangbei the faster, and the more her eyes have an unspoken feeling. It caused Lin Zivi to stare at her in a rare manner, and she didn't know what she was thinking. In the past, Aunt Xian drank, but she would not take advantage of people. But today, don't say, she especially tolerate to take advantage of. You drink a cup of her drink, 2 cups can be. Lin Ziwei can see it all. You're not trying to get yourself drunk, are you? What does she want? Lin Ziwei was puzzled for a moment, suddenly stared at Aunt Xian with wide eyes, pursed her lips and said, do you want to drink here today? I'm leaving first. There no. Aunt Xian still hold up the cup. Do not even look at Lin Ziwei. Under the effect of alcohol, the hideousness of these days, as well as the most important person to her, the person she regarded as her own mother, Wu Ma left. There is something ghostly that seems to be drilling out of the heart. Bye. Go ahead then. The meaning is clear. You go. We'll keep drinking. With or without you. You're alone, aren't you? Lin Ziwei thought is actually a traditional person, and when she pursed to sow a little bit of wrong after walking, she wouldn't dare leave now. Sis, are you serious? Are you serious? Too many years of friendship, and almost instantly, Lin Ziwei understood what was going on. Lin Ziwei looked at the drinking Aunt Xian, and some helpless accompanied Cheng Jiangbei. People are close, only saw Cheng Jiangbei's helplessness, estimated in Cheng Jiangbei's eyes, probably still thinking, Aunt Xian is just in a bad mood because of the loss of Wu Ma, so she wants to get drunk to solve thousands of sorrows. After all, before the two of them have a very clean relationship as well. Extremely scrupulous, he would not have thought that Auntie Xian would be so bold and impulsive, but Lin Ziwei was very sensitive at the moment. I should say that because she went to colleges had developed a little different emotions towards Aunt Xian, and had already had such feelings that defied common sense, so she seems to get it all at once. Lin Zixing put down her wine glass. Really she wanted to pull Aunt Xian to the toilet and ask, Sister, what the hell are you doing? Unfortunately, at the moment, Aunt Xian, whose eyes were gradually getting lost, was only preoccupied with Cheng Jiangbei, as well as the wine glass, and dunking Lin Ziwei. She's going to get Lin Ziwei drunk and throw her in the bedroom. She wants today's house, not to mention really some dry heat. Aunt Xian's head is very heavy and heavy. The whole person is a little spinning, but she forced Lin Ziwei to get drunk. Let her lie on the carpet ABA. While they are looking at Cheng Jiangbei, sitting there, Cheng Jiangbei felt that tonight should be dispersed, did not think that it may be just the beginning. Aunt Xian's brows swirled with soft winks at the moment, and her eyes gradually became watery as she stared at him, the wine with a rush of impulses assaulting her brain, and she might be a sinner after all. Auntie Xian has thrown her defenses clean off the table. Before she got drunk, she was all bold for once and dared to say to Cheng Jiangbei, petulantly asking him not to touch other women. Now, this was the first time Aunt Xian had taken the initiative. So much initiative, so one could imagine what she had become these days as well. 32 for her. However, Cheng Jiangbei felt the sensation coming from under his chin and drifted off for a moment before pushing Aunt Xian away with one hand. You, what are you doing? Watch some TV. Well, there's still the Spring Festival Gala today that I haven't finished watching, and there are a few skits that should be pretty good. Ha ha. Cheng Jiangbei seemed to ignore Aunt Xian's sudden attack, digressing from the topic, and then hurriedly sat away. His head was a little up because of the alcohol, but he still had his senses, and there was another layer of relationship that made him tense his nerves. Cheng Jiangbei finished, head also did not return to the past to watch TV, leaving only lying on the sofa eyes confused. Looking at Cheng Jiangbei's Aunt Xian alone froze. Aunt Xian topped the teeth. Cheng Jiangbei she dodged. Aunt Xian she chased. The left and right palms interacted one after the other, and came close to Cheng Jiangbei, then slowly leaned against Cheng Jiangbei's stomach and lifted his head up. Cheng Jiangbei was still copying her hand and driving her away. You're hurting me. Aunt Xian's eyes are slightly closed. At this moment, the whole person is going to stick to Cheng Jiangbei with force. Cheng Jiangbei does not allow. She actually also muttered in scolding Cheng Jiangbei. You're a pain in the ass. Wide-eyed wolves. Why don't you let it stick to you? You're annoying. Nooble to the point of not. Before Cheng Jiangbei do not know. Aunt Xian drunk. Like a weak body like to lean on others. And others stick. Before Aunt Xian in the home thoroughly drunk once. That is a strong wine to go to stick Guqiu and Jing Xian. Not to mention that this time it was Cheng Jiangbei. Cheng Jiangbei was really a bit restless inside. Coco, who the hell are you? It's all you can do to be manic and not be manic. Gas to gas. Aunt Xian at the moment is pressed. Perhaps Cheng Jiangbei stayed in the heart. She can recall the flavor of Cheng Jiangbei. She even if again steady I cannot in any case like before into the state. The end, day after day to hold back. For Aunt Daylily, the age is here. Not only psychological, she is in the physical it is more and more unbearable. Cannot refuse. Aunt Xian is very infatuated at the moment. Sure is next to Cheng Jiangbei. Her eyes are looking for Cheng Jiangbei's eyes, and then softly muttered, Jiangbei. Feeling the sensations coming from the right half of his body, he reached for the remote and put the station on the air. He hoped the sound of the TV would calm them down a bit. And which knows? Aunt Xian leaned on Cheng Jiangbei's half body, also still not honest. To Cheng Jiangbei whole, a torrent are running into the head. Lean. Hastily, he glared at her. Be honest. Hitting on me. She's red hot hitting on me. Aunt Xian tried her best to clamp her legs together, and in Cheng Jiangbei's eyes, Aunt Xian had actually been a gentle and virtuous character to him in his normal daily life. As a result of this moment attacking her brain, she actually pulled Cheng Jiangbei's vacated right hand, allowing him to be very passive and then stick to Aunt Xian's thigh, her copied right hand. Cheng Jiangbei uses his hands to try and avoid it. The TV was still on, with quite a bit of sound, and Aunt Xian's shallow voice was faintly audible under the stirring New Year's greetings of the CCTV host. Cheng Jiangbei hand to hide, to take back. Aunt Xian play little sex playful not to do. Cheng Jiangbei was so forced to tease Aunt Xian, he didn't dare to move a muscle. His heart was on fire, but he didn't take further action. You're crazy. You're really crazy. Cheng Jiangbei could be said to be in a state of shock. Bad. Aunt Xian at the moment has completely thrown all the concerns, all the hideousness in her head when she was sober, and this may be the reason why she wants to get herself drunk today. Chapter 86, Chaos. I'm begging for a booking. Aunt Xian's eyes became more and more confused. She looked at Cheng Jiangbei breathing sharply, sitting on the sofa. Finally, the patience was already at the limit, and all the defenses in her heart could not be recruited. Love me. Being able to hear this, Cheng Jiangbei was confused, although he could sip to a lot of dissimilarities, and he could also feel the abnormalities tonight, but he really just heard Aunt Xian speak out. Cheng Jiangbei dodged with difficulty and tried to get up, but it was difficult as he was being pulled by Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian anxiously owed a hand of embraced him, and then his hand forcefully ringed in front of his stomach closed his eyes. His sanity is a little unclear. Don't go. Don't go. Don't you leave me behind. I'm all that's left of you. Cheng Jiangbei felt a headache and some explosions. Crazy. It's crazy. Aunt Xian's hands pulled violently. Cheng Jiangbei didn't stand steadily a stagger and fell down, smoothly back to pull Cheng Jiangbei's hands. Let Cheng Jiangbei's hands grabbed her, and then pulled Cheng Jiangbei's hands and pushed hard against his chest. Cheng Jiangbei was completely dumbfounded. Don't. Aunt Xian. Can't. Cheng Jiangbei looked at the fact that she was already clumsily collapsing his pants, and for a moment, he became a little anxious and a little sober. Aunt Xian. No, let's do this. You calm down a bit. Jing Xian. Aunt Xian. Think about Jing Xian. Cheng Jiangbei really panicked. This is the last of his sanity. Ghosts know damn now when the Ninja Turtles need him how much perseverance. He said several times in a row Jing Xian, and sure enough, let Auntie Xian froze. The hand is also slightly loose. Cheng Jiangbei can easily detach from him, and then a slide down to sit on the carpet. The whole heart is thumping in the chaotic beating, huffing and puffing and panting sharply. Dizzy. Before Cheng Jiangbei had time to react, he again felt the body with an aroma leaning over, and the whole person was stuck to Cheng Jiangbei, so he pressed on Cheng Jiangbei's back at once. Wah! Well, she grunted and Cheng Jiangbei felt his back getting wet. The person was probably crying again. Now what's the deal with that? Then probably saw the drink-numb Lin Ziwei began to pickpocket Cheng Jiangbei. In the sofa stayed seated Aunt Xian pinched small fists, the back of the hand to cover the mouth. Wow! Also cried very sad. Certainly not because of drunkenness to cry, just simply because, want to cry. Crying. The whole person slid down from the sofa, feet on the carpet, pulling Cheng Jiangbei's hand, slightly backward force. The sanity that had come back a little bit ran completely out again. Don't touch him. Aunt Xian pulled Cheng Jiangbei's hand to bring him towards the sofa, while Lin Ziwei closed her eyes, tears falling drop by drop hanging on Cheng Jiangbei and not being honest. Nima. Cheng Jiangbei secretly cursed. At this moment his head is also heavy, a little numb. Aunt Xian looked at the force as useless. People are still on Cheng Jiangbei. Suddenly cannot help it. Angry. You go away. She also pounced over, and then she pushed hard on Lin Ziwei who was hanging on Cheng Jiangbei's back. Lin Ziwei is a little dish now, and when she was pushed by Aunt Xian, she wailed and cried, and then she pushed hard on Cheng Jiangbei's back, sucking in her breath, and leaning against Cheng Jiangbei from behind as if she wanted to sue. Cheng Jiangbei head is big, with the smell of wine, but still have the flavor belonging to them. One in front, one behind. Cheng Jiangbei gave a direct clip. I'm breathing so much heavier. Help me. Cheng Jiangbei was really clamped, and afraid of hard to hurt both of them. Not hard it. Aunt Xian mouth exhaled, head tilted up, is going to kiss Cheng Jiangbei, and the back of the Lin Ziwei head also in Cheng Jiangbei's back rubbing it in. I'm dizzy. Go away. Cheng Jiangbei didn't even dare to care about the naive Lin Ziwei behind him, and hurriedly pressed Aunt Xian's hand tightly in front of him. Don't move. Calm down some. Fortunately, Lin Ziwei in the back was drunk and a little bit wanted to vomit, letting go of Cheng Jiangbei, then collapsed on the carpet, crying pitifully. I'm so hard. Cheng Jiangbei hurriedly pushed Aunt Xian, who was still groping herself, away. You, stay honest and sleep. Then hurriedly getting up, he picked up Lin Ziwei in a hug and ran into the toilet as if escaping, then locked the door. Exhaling heavily, he really did respect it, and was really close to being able to resist. Life is on the line. Chang Jiangbei hurriedly in front of the sink, clattering with cold water rinsed his face, and then can only notice lying on the side of the toilet over there while vomiting Lin Ziwei. Go over and pat her back gently. You're the savior today, Iu. Chang Jiangbei couldn't help but sigh. If it were not for her, let Chang Jiangbei's original sanity become more rational. Otherwise, today's Aunt Xian, they're finished. Going to hell? After tossing and turning in the restroom for half a day, he kept gently patting Lin Ziwei's back. Is it done? Want to stop throwing up? Chang Jiangbei are a little afraid. Afraid to go out. Afraid of her. Lin Ziwei twisted her body around and leaned over all over, her hand holding Chang Jiangbei's neck at once. Easy, easy, wait a little longer. Want some more water? Chang Jiangbei was a bit reluctant to even go out that quickly. Don't want it. Full. Lin Ziwei beamed, her head averted, trying to sleep. Chang Jiangbei finally held her. Some headache gently pulled the bathroom door open, poked his head out and looked. The living room was already empty. Chang Jiangbei exhaled, then rushed to carry the already deep sleep into the guest bedroom. Then put her on the bed, put the quilt to her well covered, sitting next to her to keep watch for a while, before stood up, turned off the lights, the door gently on, and then returned to the living room, looking at a mess. Chang Jiangbei froze for a long time, then silently cleaned up for half a day, and then looked at the carpet, as well as placed on the table. Did not drink the wine. He sat up, too hurt to drink, and gurgled to himself for a good half-dozen times more. Aunt Daylily she walked out on the balcony, leaned against the glass door, took several puffs, swallowed, went to the restroom in a bit of a trance, took a shower, and, all night long, it's 2 in the morning, stumbling a little on my feet into the bedroom. Get a little drunk to not think about it so much. Sleep in and leave in the morning. Calm down. It all needs to be calmed down. Chang Jiangbei pushed open his own that bedroom. I do not know whether it is on their own or how. There is still a faint smell of wine inside, with the smell of air freshener. The quilt is also well placed on the bed, but is not it a little drum? Chang Jiangbei shook his head and estimated that his eyes were blurred, and he was also sleepy, just next to the bed, and then fell down, and the quilt was covered, and he did not move at all. I do not know how long I fell, confused, as if suddenly there is a hot little hand from the bottom of his blouse, from the point of the stomach a little inserted, soft, in gently kneading his stomach. Chang Jiangbei frowned. What is it? A shoo away. The result is that the soft little hand leaned over again, this time not only the stomach, a slippery protrusion up, and then at the same time a body suddenly embraced him. Chang Jiangbei has not yet reacted. A jolt, wide-eyed. Chapter 87 Final. I'm begging for a follow-up order. Dark room, looking at the ceiling. Shen. And Xian? Why the hell are you lying in my room? On my bed? Are you wearing Pinu's clothes? Chang Jiangbei was not drunk to that kind of delirium, but his reaction did slow down for a long time. Suddenly the room Chang Jiangbei felt a soft body lying on his body, and his hand tightly held Chang Jiangbei's neck at once. Chang Jiangbei did not dare to say anything, nor dare to think about it. Lay down honestly. Bedroom. Stifling air Uiguru coalesced around. The air conditioning just opened. Breaking, the silk cool breeze offset the heat, and then the tired sweat also gradually dry, slowly cool and unusual. Also knowing how long it had been, Aunt Xian was paralyzed on Chang Jiangbei in an indecent position. Aunt Xian finally failed to escape herself. Her whole body stiffened and hidden tears coalesced in her eyes. Chang Jiangbei also stared woodenly at the ceiling. The two did not say anything for a long time. Chang Jiangbei pushed Aunt Xian away, then climbed up the bed. No shoes, bare feet on the floor. Aunt Xian hugged the quilt, nuzzled her mouth, but in the end, a word did not come out. After sweating, her alcohol also discharged a lot of then cupped her face with both hands, covered her eyes with force, and cried out at once. There are times when impulsiveness is followed by the return of sanity. The blackened room was filled with Aunt Xian's cries, and Chang Jiangbei was on the balcony, letting the cold wind blow, his hand holding a cigarette, one mouthful. Then his face was a little grim as he pinched the cigarette and spat. And, damn, hell, Auntie Xian, you really gave labor all hell. Chang Jiangbei blew a cold wind for half a day, and was completely afraid to go back to that bedroom, and suddenly remembered, today's house is not only the two of them, there is also Lin Ziwei. Heard her say, she sometimes can recall what happened when she was drunk, just now in the living room, in front of the couch, the two of them. This matter won't be known to Lin Ziwei again, will it? She's not going to do anything when she finds out, is she? Chang Jiangbei at this moment is a little bit of doing something wrong panic. Nonsense. Turbulent uneasiness re-entered the house, closed the balcony door, then thumping a few bare feet on the floor, he walked to the front of Aunt Xian's room, his hand on the top of the doorknob, Pretending that nothing had happened was the easiest way to get things to go over the top. Chang Jiangbei breathed heavily and pushed the door back in. Let's talk. Inside the house, the windows were left open, and a strange smell. Lost in thought from the balcony after smoking cigarettes back, Chang Jiangbei casually closed the door, did not sit over, just stood in the doorway of this house for a small half a day, and then snapped, turn on the light. White light filtered down from the ceiling, and Aunt Xian sat on the bed over there, her eyes red, the tear tracks on her cheeks suddenly a little dry as well, her eyes lost in thought and motionless. Chang Jiangbei had begun to be very angry, and even wanted to scold. You cry a fart cry. I only want to cry. Well, I've had a lot of defense all night, but I haven't been able to avoid it. Auntie Xian, what in the world are you making a mess like that tonight? This doesn't add to the chaos. This doesn't. Chang Jiangbei then spat in his heart. But when you really look at the bedroom, sitting there after Aunt Xian, a big stomach, words and hole to the side of the mouth. Do not know how to say well. Still heartbroken, you have to say that he does not like Aunt Xian. To Aunt Xian inside and outside of the idea at all. Do not hesitate to draw Chang Jiangbei a big mouth of. He lied. Chang Jiangbei looked over there on the bed of Aunt Xian. There are bloodstains on the bedsheet. The gas a moment to eliminate a large part of the people. Aunt Xian is the first time. It has to care how much. Love yourself to cross out of this step. Will be the heart then the heart? So that Chang Jiangbei is now completely regardless of Aunt Xian's mood, regardless of the aftermath of her remorse, and directly lift the pants to run away. This he cannot do. Aunt Xian really sorry. Jiang Jingxian. Kneeling and hugging Jingxian thighs to beg for her forgiveness is not too much, but if he puts all the faults on Aunt Xian, then let alone. He is not even a man. Not a little bit of responsibility. Not a little bit of courage. This kind of thing happened. Originally Aunt Xian also need to rely on. Also need direction. Their own, and then throw everything to her. Chang Jiangbei can't do it, but still very helpless. Look at has found himself in but muffled, wrapped in the body of the cover, tightened it tight, cover their face like not dare to see people, still sobbing Aunt Xian. Chang Jiangbei cannot help but curse. You just against my courage. In my waist 7 up and 8 down of the momentum of it? Now you know not to squeak, cover your face and cry? Chang Jiangbei was really worried. What to do? Chang Jiangbei sat down next to Aunt Xian to go. The gas subsided a large part. There is still a small half of it. Rolled his eyes, and pulled the hand of Aunt Xian, who was now down to become a non-speaking calling monster, away from her face. As a result, she was very hard, and her small hand was close to her face. Chang Jiangbei hadn't peeled it away in the first place, and without any good reason. He gave a low growl. What are you hiding from? Let go. Auntie Xian didn't listen, her head shaking slightly. Chang Jiangbei's upper hand directly pinched. Aunt Xian ate the pain before she lowered her head and took her hand away, and then tightly grasped the quilt. Chang Jiangbei looked at her and said with a smile on his face, now you don't say anything. Are you a turtle? Just now the courage is not very big? Sometime is so dramatic, according to common sense. Aunt Xian, how beautiful, how seductive a female and her that what? That man put Aunt Xian people holding, secretly sighing their own walk 8 lifetimes of luck is not too much, the results of which know that now. She felt like to do the wrong thing, the gas short a big cut, low head. Chang Jiangbei sat next to her, looking at Aunt Xian, and her small hands that had nowhere to rest, sighed, and got up. Sit, wait a while, said. Chang Jiangbei moved to the check room, went in, swept around, casually took a set of pajamas, was going to go directly back to the room, but the result was to think about it, and from a cabinet, rummaged around, took a set of black with saffron underwear, back in the room, gave it on the bed. Change, the previous ones were wet. As soon as Aunt Xian rolled up her bed, she thought of something else, froze for a moment, and dryly looked at Chang Jiangbei who was standing over there, and watched that he was staring at a place on the bed fiercely. She blushed, her legs twisted, and rushed to cover the quilt over. Chang Jiangbei turned his back and did not hate it, came to stand in the corridor for a while, heard some weak sound of good inside, and then re-walked in. By this time Aunt Ko had gotten out from under the covers and was sitting on the edge of the bed, and the sheet had gone nowhere, leaving a bit of white lint. Get up and go to your bedroom. Chang Jiangbei knew that it must have been hidden by her, and the falling red is not a ruthless thing. It means something to quite a few women. Chapter 88, I love you. I'm begging for a booking. Auntie Xian was docile at the moment, her face still flushed. She sobered up quickly after getting drunk, but it was impossible to say that she was fully awake immediately, sullenly following Chang Jiangbei as he stepped in the corridor. Taking a few steps into his own bedroom, Chang Jiangbei sidestepped one of his bodies, making a place for Aunt Xian to go in first before closing the door behind himself, clicking it back and unlocking it. Auntie Day had gone over and sat down, and the lower part was sitting on the bed only a little next to her, the rest of the bulk of her being floating in the air, and Sit down. Cheng Jiangbei helpless. Yes, Aunt Xian. You just impulsive that moment, right? Cheng Jiangbei look at the moment shrink back to the shell to go Aunt Xian. Really some gas not to come out. I was held down by you on the bed. Move is your own move. Provoke is also you provoke a night. After the matter, cool after. The rest will be handed over to me to deal with, right? Cheng Jiangbei sat next to her, touched out a cigarette. Frowning, just wanted to light. Looked at the sullen sitting next to the inactive Aunt Xian. Rolled his eyes, threw the lighter on her thighs, and then the cigarette in his mouth. What are you doing? Aunt Xian raised her head, silently looked at Cheng Jiangbei, then honestly picked up the lighter, raised her hand up, snapped. The small flame roasted the cigarette. Phew. Cheng Jiangbei took a drag. Aunt Ko, on the other hand, pinched the lighter in her hand as soon as it was in her hand and put her head down again. After Cheng Jiangbei finished smoking one, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Aunt Xian, who was also sitting at the end of the bed. You don't have anything you want to say? After what happened today, you haven't thought about the follow-up? Cheng Jiangbei quite straight white, also calm and serious asked Aunt Xian, staring at her has been lowered ahead, as if to play their own little hands out of flowers. Cheng Jiangbei rolled his eyes and directly reached out and squeezed Aunt Xian's hand tightly. It's useless to escape. Things have already happened. Aunt Xian, let's just have a good chat. Auntie Xian's nails were probably digging into her own hands. Summoned the courage. Stared at Cheng Jiangbei. Do not speak. Aunt Xian even when sober, are impulsive, but also prepared. But really when things happen completely, the original can be small. Ignore the problem of avoidance began to magnify. All sorts of ideas pressed in the heart, so that Aunt Xian a little gasping for air. Cheng Jiangbei looked also a little helpless. Tell me, what's wrong with you? There is what also say understand. If you really do not know how to say now, then I will ask you. Ask a question. You answer one. Can it? Okay. Good. Aunt Xian exhaled. Jiangbei, it's me who's sorry for you. I'm sorry. Stop. 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 Can apologizing solve the problem? Then let's go to Jing Xian and confess. Say that this time it was an accident. And then say sorry to her together and pray for her forgiveness? Cheng Jiangbei raised his hand, stopping Aunt Xian from continuing. No. No, no. Aunt Xian hurriedly shook her head with a glare. Then don't say these 3 words. Sorry won't solve anything. Cheng Jiangbei smiled bitterly and looked at the ceiling, shook his head and said, the one who really has to say sorry is me. If Cheng Jiangbei didn't want so much and didn't have so many concerns, how much advantage did he take? Think about it. Auntie Xian, Jing Xian, what radiant women they both are. Aunt Xian froze, looking at and self-blamed Cheng Jiangbei, waiting for the hair to droop, staring at their thighs, gently said, it's not your fault. You didn't. It's me strong. Don't say it. Cheng Jiangbei did not have any special expression, but fixed his mind, looked at Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian cannot be mute on the good, Aunt Xian. Or say it. What do you want? Don't be silent again. Don't move to hide west to hide to speak ambiguously. I know. You may want to say, this time is an accident, an irrational impulse under the product, just like the last time you jumped in my arms, said I don't want to touch other women as well. Cheng Jiangbei lowered his head and considered for a moment. Fan was a head up, quietly looked at Aunt Xian. Then, let me, or myself, the surface to pretend that everything did not happen. No one to mention this matter, as if the page has been turned over. After a period of time will be good. Cheng Jiangbei let Aunt Xian stare into his eyes. You know, this kind of is the thing that can't be good even after a while. We can also pretend that this time didn't happen. You're still Jing Xian's Aunt Xian, and I'm still Jing Xian's boyfriend. Cheng Jiangbei's tone at this moment reveals understanding, clarity. But, you know, I also know. This time can't pretend that nothing happened. Can't not talk through this problem. Also can't put the problem between us on the haphazard distance. Because you don't know how often you'll have this kind of impulse again. And I don't know I will not be in the future of our long time together. Will I? I can hold it in. Jiangbei, there's no next time. Aunt Xian sullenly re-avoided Cheng Jiangbei's eyes and lowered her head. I actually didn't even think of having this time. Cheng Jiangbei didn't refute her. He just said this. Aunt Xian squeezed her hand hard. She did want to think like Cheng Jiangbei said. This did not happen. Nothing. She is still Aunt Xian. And Jiangbei is also just Jiangbei. But Cheng Jiangbei obviously didn't give Aunt Xian the chance to be an ostrich this time. He suddenly asked very bluntly, do you love me? Auntie Xian's heart trembled and she hurriedly shook her head vigorously. Cheng Jiangbei for a moment, stood up and was about to leave. Confess. Say it was an accident. And then for now, no matter what Jing Xuan's reaction is, let's just die of old age. Hearing this, Aunt Xian gasped and hastily reached out her hand to pull Cheng Jiangbei's wrist, nodding her head vigorously again. Talk. Auntie Xian took his wrist, her fingers all slightly hard, and drooped her head, nodding in some frustration. her voice presumably for mosquitoes. Love. Perhaps the matter is too chaotic. Chang Jiangbei cannot be completely calm. Cursed. I forced you? Speak up. I love. Love who? I love River North. You're a toad, aren't you? You are a toad, aren't you? Chang Jiangbei finally couldn't help but point at Anxian a few times. Damn it, was I the one who forced you? You didn't get under my covers? Before in the living room is also a hard to my arms. Want to kiss my chin? Want to let me love you? You belong to the fish? Don't you have any memory? Like I'm forcing you to say you love me again? Auntie Xian's face, which was already a bit flushed by the comment, turned even redder, and her red little mouth opened several times in a row. But again, she didn't know what to say. If you are like this again, we don't need to say anything anymore. I directly find Jing Xian showdown. She wants to break up with me. To what I have to admit, I myself should. Auntie Xian, I've told you. Let's have a good chat. Let's have a good talk. If you don't dare to say the truth again, then we won't have a chat in this life. I don't care about you, and you don't have to care about me in the future. I don't care about you and Jing Xian anymore. Let's just leave it like this. Ha, okay? Chapter 89, hard to say. I'm begging for a subscription. After Chang Jiangbei finished, he felt annoyed and wanted to go to the balcony to smoke another pack. No, a few packs of cigarettes, to smoke himself to death. But he did not have any cigarettes. Then get some air. Didn't sit down. Wanted to get out of the bedroom. At this moment, Anxian was also scared by Chang Jiangbei's words and her heart thumped. She clenched her teeth, braced herself, and hurriedly hugged Chang Jiangbei's waist, who wanted to go out of the bedroom tightly. Don't what? Chang Jiangbei stopped in his tracks. Anxian is also afraid that he will say that she is not firm, and say that they are old and dead in a demoralizing way. She is afraid. Her hands are hard, her teeth bite her lip, and she buries her head in Chang Jiangbei's waist. Don't show down. Don't be. In this life. Anxian suddenly grabbed Chang Jiangbei's clothes with force. Jing Xian sorry, pressed against Chang Jiangbei's back. Tears fell at once, unable to tense up. Red lips slightly trembling. Voice also a little trembling. Jiangbei, Wuma went away and left me. I don't want you to leave me too. In the room, Anxian's small arm tightly wrapped around Chang Jiangbei's waist, wringing Chang Jiangbei a little hard. Let go. Forgive Chang Jiangbei's recent bit of crankiness. For a man of his caliber, it has really been tossing him around lately. Listening to Chang Jiangbei's tone is not gentle. Aunt Xian that is even more afraid to let go only to forcefully hold Chang Jiangbei's waist. Don't. I'm not leaving. Chang Jiangbei huffed and puffed, relieved himself a few times before pulling Aunt Xian's wrist, gently exerting. Let me sit. I'm tired of standing. Finished. Aunt Xian only hand back, and then gently pulled the corner of Chang Jiangbei's clothes. Chang Jiangbei also did not want to sit on the bed, but saw a chair. Aunt Xian pulled his hand to peel away, and then Aunt Xian stood up at once. Two people sitting in the bedroom. One sitting on the bed, one sitting on a chair. The atmosphere is stuffy. Aunt Xian lowered her head, staring at Chang Jiangbei from time to time, while Chang Jiangbei is again touching out cigarettes. Distracted him at the moment, also do not care if it is not Aunt Xian's bedroom. And Aunt Xian this time do not need to, Chang Jiangbei said. Copied the lighter that she had just put on the bed, and then give Chang Jiangbei to light cigarettes. Looking at the fretful Chang Jiangbei, she finally spoke. Either, or, to not say no for a long time. What is there to say directly? It is frankly disgust. Why hide it? Can't solve any problems. After Chang Jiangbei looked at her and urged her, it was only then that Aunt Xian, in a very, very small voice, in a voice that sounded like it was spoken to a mosquito, said, or, split, score, still not saying it. However, Chang Jiangbei heard and understood, and froze, suddenly wanting to give Aunt Xian a thumbs up. You are inside. What a good aunt. Aren't you trying to say that I'll break up with Jing Xian and get together with you and that's the end of it? Chang Jiangbei directly pinched Aunt Xian's hand, thinking, this Aunt Xian people still drink nummet. How could he break up with Jing Xian? He was forced to do this kind of thing. Jing Xian still doesn't know. He just flat out looked for Jing Xian to break up. You have to say that he really took the initiative to cheat on his wife. And the object of cheating was not Auntie Xian. He went and confessed, and then broke up, which is also considered manly. But this is Auntie Xian. Where's the easy part? Besides, he wasn't bad enough to be completely bad, but he certainly didn't qualify as a 24-year-old boyfriend, either, and was very nice yet one-dimensional. Really go ahead and confess that it's just little cuties. Big little cutie. And then Auntie Xian is just crazy. Big crazy. That matches, right? Match the hell. Chang Jiangbei then asked Aunt Xian what was going on in her head, how she considered it, and let the idea of breaking up with Jing Xian pop up. Is it all wrong to say that some of the problems with Auntie Xian were resolved when you broke up with Jing Xian? Not really, but that's under the ing premise of a peaceful breakup. Young people broke up because of what conflict is very normal, but Jing Xian now that full of eyes or Cheng Jiangbei state, where to conflict she is obviously all by herself. Cheng Jiangbei opened his mouth, and in the end, he did not have to be born. There is no way. The relationship is too complicated. You say let them sit for such a short while to solve the problem of how long Aunt Xian has been hideous for a perfect and perfect solution. This is also disrespectful to Aunt Xian genus. When perspectives change, eventually minds change too. If it was someone else, even if she drilled into her own nest, to that what? With Cheng Jiangbei's strength if he could have been a little more decisive at that time, he could have pushed the person away with one hand, and wouldn't have given her a chance at all. But to Aunt Xian, he was just sluggish. The first time was not to push Aunt Xian, who was hiding in her own nest. She engaged in a night attack. Cheng Jiangbei is half push, but also this half push. After the fact, everything tasteless after the most screwed up, change into others, but where the relationship is not so complicated. Jing Xian is not so perfect. Cheng Jiangbei can directly after finishing the matter on the bed and put his arm around Aunt Xian's shoulders, and then come to her ear next to say, "You won the lottery." Once again. Cheng Jiangbei had never denied some of his urges towards Aunt Xian. It was just that his previous responsibilities towards Jing Xian had been suppressing his urges, including now, with Jing Xian straddling the fence there, and with that relationship in place, there was no way Cheng Jiangbei could not think about it that much. Aunt Xian looked at Cheng Jiangbei so entangled. Since she chose to intoxicate herself to do so, she actually has the idea now. Just at the moment some dare not say it. The appearance of wanting to speak, gave Cheng Jiangbei a look, helplessly said, "Aunt Xian, what is there to say directly? It is not too messy." Aunt Xian finally exhaled and settled down. Her right thumb gently picked at the nail cap of her left thumb, organizing her language and glancing at Cheng Jiangbei. "I have a proposal, I don't know if it's okay." "Well, that." Aunt Xian just came out with a sentence to get stuck. Half a day did not hold out the next sentence. Just added, "You have to guarantee that you will not be angry before I say, okay?" Cheng Jiangbei was helpless. "You have become unlike you, Aunt Xian. I just had a bit of a messed up mind. My attitude wasn't very good. You forgive me. Go ahead. I'm not angry. I'm not qualified to be angry. My problems are also very big. Bigger than yours." Aunt Xian's eyes flashed a wisp of panic. Of course, more is embarrassed. Staring at Cheng Jiangbei for a while, she a woman's family. Really some difficult to speak. "It is good to drink. Not drink, she even dare not mention it." "Then I said?" Cheng Jiangbei sighed and stared at Aunt Xian for a while. He nodded slightly as he mused. "Well, you say it. I promise not to be angry." But Aunt Xian's rosy lips pursed into a slit, her bright eyes fluttering a bit, wanting to say, but seeming to have some difficulty in speaking. Chapter 90. I'm begging for a follow-up. Aunt Xian blinked her eyes. "This is what you said. Don't bring a lie. In case if you get angry, then you can't just say go away and scare me, okay? You quickly say it." "What proposal?" Cheng Jiangbei sensed Aunt Xian's little sensitivity. He just had a temper that was too bad. Probably also out of this incident, the hatred of his own. His emotions were a little unsteady. "Tonight we are frankly explaining our feelings and exchanging our thoughts. Just like just saying that we broke up with Jing Xian." Aunt Xian played a precaution, then lowered her head and considered for a moment. Fawn was ahead up eyeballing Cheng Jiangbei. "You cannot listen. Just as I blindly said, do not be angry." You could really tell how much Aunt Xian cared about his feelings after Wuma left. "Say no offense." Cheng Jiangbei revealed a warm smile, so he intended to listen to Aunt Xian's intentions, but he ended up waiting for another long time. "Or me, I'll be your." Aunt Xian suddenly held her breath, just about to say it, but ended up spitting it out again, and soon held her breath again, and didn't have the courage to let it fall, and finally lowered her head and disheveled. "No, no more." Playing me again? "No, not right." Cheng Jiangbei looked at her with this hard-to-cut feeling, the urge to speak. His expression was suddenly very strange as he tentatively asked, "Aunt Xian, you don't mean to say, dang, it can't be, lover." Aunt Xian's face changed drastically, and in an instant, a blush floated to her cheeks. I didn't say that." Looking at this reaction, Cheng Jiangbei knew he thought right, glaring at Auntie Ko. "Jing Xian, that's your hand and foot brother, dearly loved family friend." Cheng Jiangbei didn't say anything for half a day. The amount of information was too much for a while, and his head was almost down tonight. Aunt Xian, a skimpy mouth, muffled voice, "I did not want to say so," and all said not to be angry. The root of the matter is also, anyway, just like before said break up. If you do not agree, then do not agree. Cheng Jiangbei for a time a sentence cannot think of. Look at her, and then look aside with a stern face. Surely not angry, but some do not know how to face. Aunt Xian, she is really do not know by her own to propose this. To a man's lethality is how great. The Lin Zawei is not love brain do not know, but Aunt Xian ironed out. Just as she cares so much about Wu Ma, her heart and soul is small, can only fit into a person, and buy her into the heart of the person. She really cannot wait to give her everything to you. Chang Jiangbei heart or a little devil with a fork is almost released. At this moment, the mind is too heavy to ignore her. Really angry? Aunt Xian blinked her eyes and pulled his clothes for a moment. Jiangbei, say a word. Called him several times. Chang Jiangbei all ignored her, taut face looking out the window, as if thinking about what matters of the heart in general. If in accordance with the normal situation, the two of them are impossible to be together. Sneaking around as lovers, I'm afraid is the only implementable means. The light is dark. She is 30 years old. Wu Ma also gone. No one chatter. Married or not already does not matter. She typed Chang Jiangbei initiative to let Chang Jiangbei scourge. Hello. How there is Aunt Xian such a one-track-minded, silly woman. Aunt Xian is also too. Chang Jiangbei, this kind of entanglement is very illustrative of the problem. At the moment there are two little people fighting next to his head. A white little man said, Jingxian, how good to you. Full of you. You cannot let her down. And another red little man with horns growing on his head said, it is not good to have two girlfriends? Not to mention they are. God knows what kind of wrangling Aunt Daylily did to get to this point. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, didn't say anything for half a day. The corner of Aunt Xian's eyes imperceptibly jumped a few times. Side head. Slightly positively looking at Chang Jiangbei, you think I'm joking? Testing you. This kind of words in the future we are not allowed to say again. Jing Xian is good for you. Don't let her down. No? The tone of voice stalled. Aunt Xian suddenly pulled the quilt, curled her body in the quilt, turned her back and no longer look at him. Sleep. Don't think too much. Just take it as a dream. How can it be when a dream has been made? Aunt Xian has actually made her choice and decision. And just two. Either Chang Jiangbei and Jing Xian contradictions break up, hurt Jing Xian and then with Aunt Xian together, or he also do not leave. Aunt Xian and he together, only underground. Aunt Xian may not have a name, hurt Aunt Xian, and the surface did not let Jing Xian hurt, or even if the two people are careful and cautious point of view, under the lights, a lifetime of sneakiness not to let Jing Xian hurt. Aunt Xian just don't want to force him to make a choice. But just as Aunt Xian directly stood up and forcefully wrapped her arms around Chang Jiangbei's waist and said, her careful eyes have already lived into him. She doesn't want him to leave, at least emotionally now. And Jing Xian the same. Aunt Xian is also full of eyes and heart or Chang Jiangbei. He didn't say anything, got up, stared at Aunt Xian on the bed for several moments, and finally silently left the room first. Bam! To be Chang Jiangbei out of the house and closed the door. Aunt Xian throwed out a long sigh, then lifted the quilt, sat up again, twisted his head to look at the bedroom closed door, clenched his teeth, walked, gone? She has put down everything she has. Aunt Xian is the one who loves so humbly, being left behind by her mother since she was a child. The sensitive one cherishes every person who comes into her heart, and is even a bit morbidly afraid of people leaving him behind. Watch Chang Jiangbei leave without a word, like a coward. She has been like this. They will still leave me? Mom is like this. Wu Ma is like this. And now Chang Jiangbei. Tears blurred their vision at once, snapping, a drop of tears sliding down the cheeks. Aunt Xian did not want to cry, but it seemed like she couldn't keep the people she wanted to keep around her in any way. Even if she crushed her pride as a woman to pieces, even if she chose to go to one of the most extreme lengths in order to keep him from leaving and gave him everything she had. Aunt Xian is sick, probably has been sick since she was a child. She stood up and walked uncontrollably to the bedroom door, her palm gently pressed against it, her eyes unable to open. Gone. He is also gone, the large home, only empty her one in the future. This feeling of completely wanting, but completely unable to grasp, so that her eyes seemed to be black, as if she could not stand unsteadily, all of a sudden paralyzed in front of the door, forcefully covering her mouth, as if only to make their voices cannot be transmitted. Tears drop by drop along the cheeks, down the back of the hand fell. Wu Ma's death, Chang Jiangbei's ruthlessness, and I do not know how long I have been crying. The door opened. Chang Jiangbei felt the resistance to open the door, along with the crack exposed by the door, squeezed in the hands of a bowl of hot porridge. Ouch! Why are you sitting on the floor? Why did you turn off the air conditioner? Won't you freeze? Chang Jiangbei just talked to Aunt Xian. I saw her rubbing her stomach a few times, knowing that she was sleepy and her stomach was uncomfortable. Plus he was really upset just now, so he thought that after cooking kanji for Aunt Xian, he would calm himself down and let Aunt Xian drink something hot, so that her stomach would be comfortable and she could also go to sleep. Where do you know? He went away. She actually squatted on the ground crying. He is not Aunt Xian. How can you know for Aunt Xian? Because of all the childhood, coupled with the cold shopping malls so many years. Her mind in the end there is a sensitive how keen. Aunt Xian raised her head dully, looking at Chang Jiangbei's back as he went to the table over there to get the air conditioner remote control. She couldn't help it at once, and climbed up from the ground without shoes, barefoot, thumped a few steps closer to Chang Jiangbei, and slammed into Chang Jiangbei's back at once. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 91, Relationship Established. I'm begging for a subscription. Hiss. Chang Jiangbei didn't pay attention and almost stumbled and fell down. Luckily his lower body was stable. Gently. What's wrong? I thought you were gone. I'm all like this and you're all gone. Aunt Xian's voice was muffled. Like that? Be your lover. And she's not running away. Aunt Xian, you also really do not mind. Chang Jiangbei helpless smile. Said the export, he has some indecisiveness. Tonight on Baba half a day. Just did not think about what to do. He did not think about this, but is hesitant to say, including before Suwan is also, the most screwed up he, really tired. He also do not want to be so tired down. Destroy it, love it, now. He just a hand on his stomach gently, face to pull Aunt Xian to the bed, and then huffing and puffing blowing the hot porridge on the inside of the spoon, one bite at a time, feeding her, and did not dwell on hesitation of what, the competent utterance of the word, good, peak to peak. Aunt Xian gently opened her red lips and ate the porridge one bite at a time, then blinked her turbulent and uneasy hand out and placed it in Chang Jiangbei's hand. Chang Jiangbei gently pinched and held the bowl with one hand, helplessly saying, "You're so, how should I feed you?" At this time, beside Aunt Xian but did not say anything, like a dream to Chang Jiangbei this side moved half a step, his own shoulders and his shoulders tightly together, and even the two people holding the palm of the ground, was also sandwiched in the middle, if not face to see. Simply do not see the two people hand in hand. Aunt Xian twisted her heads to observe Chang Jiangbei's expression, a little trance, as if to see what reaction he had. Whatever you feed. Chang Jiangbei separated 5 fingers, inserted Aunt Xian ground hand grasp up, after the arm a stiffness, but also did not dodge, as Aunt Xian's meaning and he clasped together, just between the throat constantly out of the sound of a soft sigh. To start over again, he actually wanted to be a good person, but unfortunately Aunt Xian Chang Jiangbei looked sideways at the palms of the two people holding each other. Aunt Xian, sooner or later, one day, I have to be killed by you. Saying that, he raised his head slightly, gazing at the white ceiling, stunned. Aunt Xian is looking at Chang Jiangbei, tightly clasped his 10 fingers. A time, the whole room of the table, chairs, beds, what are as, disappeared in general. Eyes, only Chang Jiangbei left. Chang Jiangbei gently inhaled a breath. The air is still slightly mixed with Aunt Xian's milk flavor. At once, a ripple in his heart. He has long wanted to do it. Anyway, now it has been like this. Under a long sigh of relief, the aunt, her body was also locked tightly in Chang Jiangbei's arms. Ouch! Aunt Xian did not react for a moment. Wait until Chang Jiangbei's nose was rubbing around the top of her neck. A mouthful of hot air puffed on her neck, flooded with redness. Aunt Xian is a little sensitive. She only feels itchy, but she didn't do anything. She just trembled her eyelashes, her arm on top of his chest, slowly, and didn't push hard. Don't make a fuss. Chang Jiangbei also ignored her and moved his lips upwards, kissing Aunt Xian's slender and smooth neck and the top of her chin. Don't do this. Aunt Xian slowly twisted her head, pushing him while dodging. However, her movements and strength are very moderate. All can be said to want to reject the look of the ground. The Jiangbei, feeling Aunt Xian in her arms, the milky flavor that can be smelled up close. Chang Jiangbei's heart and mind swirled, and his lips moved away from the top of her chin, close to the bowl held in his hands, barred a mouthful of it, and then exhaled heavily and moved closer to Aunt Xian, wrapped in hot porridge. Chang Jiangbei's speech was still a bit slurred. Use your mouth. Aunt Daylily was bold, but not as bold as she could have been. After bravely said to be a lover, listening to Chang Jiangbei teasing, soon again red face, she has not been so mushy. Of course, cannot compare to Chang Jiangbei, coupled with Chang Jiangbei indecisive strength has passed. Looking at letting the manipulation of Auntie Xian motionless, is to Auntie Xian impolite. Chang Jiangbei's mouth was still wrapped in kanji, looking at Aunt Xian who was collapsing in her arms with a flushed face. Open your mouth. Ouch. Mouth how to feed Aunt Xian made a strong side of the head. Face has been dyed the color of ripe apples. Her eyes for a moment to look at the window over there, for a moment to look at Chang Jiangbei's face, slowly wriggled in his arms. And don't you? How do you feed your mouth? Open it. Of course. While Aunt Xian was there shyly murmuring, Chang Jiangbei's lips imprinted, and the white porridge flowed into her mouth along her sexy lips. Aunt Xian's petite body shook with a sudden shock, and immediately tensed her body and began to push and shove continuously, her head twisting around. Where did she go to learn this kind of knowledge before? Jiangbei, I'm so scared. Chang Jiangbei suddenly stopped the action, head slightly backward, He certainly knows what Aunt Xian said afraid of. Quietly looked at Aunt Xian's eyes. Consider it as I forced you. Don't be afraid. The future. Everything has me. Words. Cheng Jiangbei frankly face. He should have the bear or have Cheng Jiangbei once again kissed the red moist lips. It was in the midst of lust that the two completed their first kiss. When leaving Aunt Xian's lips, Cheng Jiangbei purposely licked the white porridge that had slipped from the corner of her mouth from the bottom up. Before he sat upright and Baba looked at her. Aunt Xian lowered her head and wiped her lips with the back of her hand. Belatedly glanced at Cheng Jiangbei, took a long breath, looked at Cheng Jiangbei twice with a complicated expression, but did not speak. Cheng Jiangbei knows how much courage she has paid, and did not say anything, tightly embraced Aunt Xian. The porridge one by one to feed the end. Aunt Xian also squinted, obediently lying in Cheng Jiangbei's arms. Do not blindly move. There is this small response. The porridge is stirring, bearing. After waiting for a while, because Aunt Xian is the first time, and there is not much foreplay, all the pain cried. Cheng Jiangbei is not in a hurry color, or heartache. Let her bite, and then would have wanted to embrace her to sleep. As a result, she was so shy that she covered the quilt and said in a muffled voice, "Don't, Lin Ziwei is still at home too." Cheng Jiangbei stopped himself from getting under the covers and froze for a moment. Right, there should be someone else at home. It's better to be discreet about them, and it's best for the two of them to know in this life. Cheng Jiangbei tenderly wiped the corners of Aunt Xian's mouth. Go rinse your mouth later before you sleep. It's dirty. Aunt Xian a moment and covered her head with the quilt, or half to Cheng Jiangbei. Gently patted Aunt Xian wrapped quilt stomach. Cheng Jiangbei laughed, then pack pushed the door out, and then back to their own bedrooms. Looking at the point of the moonlight sprinkled in through the window, a road stepped on the bed. Really crazy are only cotton wool, and cotton wool isn't. Cheng Jiangbei looked at the white cotton wool that looked heavier in color at that location. Was it all wet? P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 92 bought a bunch of big bags. I'm begging for a subscription. Cheng Jiangbei looked at the somewhat messy bedroom, thought about it, grunted and huffed or dragged his tired body, went to get the quilt to make the bed again. Even the lint was packed up and put away. Exhaled, sat on the edge of the bed, quickly fell on the bed, legs tucked into the covers, sleepy, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Fortunately, did not start the school year. The company does not need him lately. Do not have to go to work and go to school. He slept until he naturally woke up. Of course, because so much happened last night. I woke up naturally and didn't sleep much. Went to bed at 5 and was up by 8. The weather was nice, and the early morning sun was still shining so brightly that rays of it poured in through the glass. Cheng Jiangbei walked to the living room and stretched, and found that both of them did not wake up. So he walked to the kitchen, pulled open the small cabinet, took out the millet from the inside, wrapped some new rice, and began to cook porridge. It can be seen, last night an Aunt Xian chat through Cheng Jiangbei on the body to bring a large number of shackles seemed to be suddenly opened as if some refreshing. Sometimes, you live too tired. Guess just their own thinking does not make sense. When completely figured out, completely made a choice not to screw up, Cheng Jiangbei need to consider is how to be careful and cautious, not let him and Aunt Xian's relationship was found by others. This someone else, mostly on behalf of Jing Xian. Zip, 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 coo coo coo. The hot porridge was so hot that it was bubbling. The hot air wafted out, and a silhouette, her shoes undressed, stepped heavily on the floor, ran somewhat angrily into the living room, stared at a certain man in the kitchen, and held back, in order to maintain her image as a lawyer. But, well, it was not to be held back. Last night was a pain in the ass. Cheng Jiangbei turned the fire down a bit, and when he turned his head, he saw a somewhat disheveled Lin Ziwei, gently rubbing her hands with a dry towel from the kitchen, and said with a natural expression, "It's fine." Lin Ziwei stared at him for a few moments and also realized that her suspenders were probably partially exposed on the outside now. Then he went back to the bedroom, waited a moment, walked into the bathroom fully dressed, and washed up before re-entering the living room. Come and sit down. Have some porridge to warm your stomach. Lin Ziwei, a little suspicious look at him, do not know what to think, do not move the deep color to move a little but, and then sat on the edge of the table. It was then that he saw Aunt Daylily walk out of that bedroom inside as well. After being completely sober, Aunt Xian, as soon as she saw Cheng Jiangbei, she could not help but panic and organize her hair, and then some inconvenience but forced to pretend to be normal with a twist walked to the table, sat down, and her eyebrows were twisted. Pain sobered up. It was called a fiery pain. Then Lin Ziwei was also surprised to observe Aunt Xian's sudden inconvenience in her actions, blinking her pretty eyes, seeing Cheng Jiangbei go to the kitchen to get a bowl, her eyebrows raised, softly as inquired, "What's wrong with you?" Auntie Xian shook her head, her face as usual, but in reality, her heart panicked as she asked, "It's fine." Oh, Lin Ziwei didn't ask any more questions, and when Cheng Jiangbei took the bowl of Aunt Xian's and handed it to Aunt Xian, he also suddenly made a mouth gesture. Do you need me to feed you? Hey, 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 hey. Aunt Xian took the bowl and stopped looking at Cheng Jiangbei, who suddenly realized that, well, it's just a bad guy. What are you guys muttering about here? Lin Ziwei's head is still heavy, looking at Cheng Jiangbei and Aunt Xian over there. Suddenly alert, last night Cheng Jiangbei ran to stay here alone. Alone man and woman. Jing Xian are not there. Is there so intimate? Although, the argument is reasonable. Wu Ma left, Cheng Jiangbei ran over to take care of it. Comfort it, it is also justifiable. She is still not assured that Xian Xian is at home alone, but on that unique sixth sense. And so Cheng Jiangbei went to wash the dishes. Lin Ziwei suddenly sneaked up and asked Aunt Xian, "You talked to Cheng Jiangbei? With him how?" Aunt Xian's heart tightened, but she didn't dare to show it at all. Lin Ziwei belongs to the dog's nose. It always felt like you weren't getting along with him. Nonsense you, how can it be? I and Jiangbei are innocent. Don't talk nonsense, it's not good to let others hear. Aunt Xian vainly quietly squinted and lightly shook her feet a few times. With Jiangbei's things, Aunt Xian at the moment the most afraid of not Jing Xian no, but the most afraid to know some of the situation of Lin Ziwei found out. Fine counting up, between her and Jiangbei's cattiness, the feeling that there is only Lin Ziwei yesterday suddenly seemed to sip a little bit. Other people even the spectrum did not find out. There is nothing to defend, and no vigilance, but if Lin Ziwei catches her, with her brain circuits and dog brain, she will do something unexpected, and she will die without knowing how to die. Afraid of people knowing? Then you'll be honest. Understand? I also believe that you have your own measure, but you are so beautiful and have such a good body. I am afraid. Lin Zivi opened her mouth. Why don't I try Cheng Jiangbei for you? Let's see if he can stand up to my test. That's just very Lin Zivi. Auntie Xian was all a bit speechless. You'd better drink your porridge. Don't talk nonsense. Oh, I know. Lin Ziwei shrugged her shoulders. Anyway, just know in your own heart. Although Lin Ziwei jumped out of the box a bit and took things for granted, but in her heart she had her own weight and measure. Her attachment to Auntie Xian was evident from the fact that she'd volunteered to come over and try to keep her company this time around. Anyway, when you two are staying together as loners, even with that layer of Jing Xian's relationship, you still need to have some distance? Lin Ziwei is still quite like her, not letting Aunt Xian have too much contact with Cheng Jiangbei, also for fear that the two really, hey, one day at home, Jing Xian and her really tear their faces and fall out, making it impossible to end. I understand. School sister, you can rest assured. Lin Ziwei is her schoolmate. In order to digress, Aunt Xian clenched her teeth and said, "Are you alright today? How about not leaving? Let's go out for a stroll in the afternoon, and let Jiangbei fry a few dishes in the evening." How many years? Lin Ziwei smiled. This is the first time you've taken the initiative to invite me to spend the night at your house since we graduated. Success. Just as Cheng Jiangbei wiped his hands and came out from the kitchen. I'm going to eat. Tonight. Lin Ziwei consciously began to order. Cheng Jiangbei froze and looked at Aunt Xian. Okay, stroll around. There are many people, but in the bottom of the heart is skimming muttered a sentence. What do you put together? Cheng Jiangbei have shown their cards. He really crave Aunt Xian body for a long time. Her body really is a first-class wow factor. With all this discussion, 2 votes certainly outweighed 1, though I don't know what kind of vote Lin Ziwei had now. 3 people in the afternoon at ease in the car to go out to the park, stroll around the Forbidden City, ate some food, skipped a day. To the evening, the 3 people went to the supermarket, a big bag to buy a whole lot of things. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 93, whatever. I'm begging for a booking, and you guys really don't mind that I'm tired. Cheng Jiangbei carried the bag helplessly. The 3 returned home. Turn on the air conditioning. Aunt Xian put the coat draped over the body a takeoff thrown on the sofa. Inside the black and white horizontal stripes arranged side by side sweater, coupled with the red light gauze skirt, legs meat stockings, stepped on high-heeled shoes, a stream of bright needy feeling. Cheng Jiangbei at the moment are able to face Aunt Xian that belongs to the woman's meat flavor frankly. Hooked as hell. As for Lin Ziwei, she was also beautiful and had a good figure, but Cheng Jiangbei automatically avoided her flavor and didn't care what she wore inside her coat after she took it off. After admiring Aunt Xian for a while, she stepped on her slippers and went into the kitchen, and with a burst of work, she made a large table of food. The 3 people still had a very happy dinner. Cheng Jiangbei even took the initiative to pull Lin Ziwei to drink today. She did not get drunk. She did not have a chance. But how do you know? When Lin Ziwei looked at Cheng Jiangbei, she felt that he was not a good person and intoxicated herself. What an asshole. She just held herself back and didn't let go of her drink. All three were on point tonight. Didn't even drink much. After dinner, Cheng Jiangbei sadly sat on the sofa and chatted with the two of them without a word, watching the Spring Festival gala that he hadn't finished watching that day. I'm guessing 2 or 3 hours. It's past 11 again. Because of last night's great drunkenness, and did not sleep too much. Today drink a little wine, and sleep aid. Lin Ziwei said she was sleepy, and then sought to turn off the TV. The three pack up each go back to their own house, ready to rest. Cheng Jiangbei just started to also honestly lie on the bed. But it is this bed. But some tossing and turning cannot sleep. And Xian that night on their own body. It was like being poisoned, like replaying back and forth. Tossing and turning. Grandpa. Cheng Jiangbei heart like a kitten scratching like crazy. There is a fire. Has broken through that step. The man that point of willpower is also considered pathetic. And Xian and his own is already that relationship. Cheng Jiangbei cannot lie. Suddenly stood up. Came to the door. Opened the door. Tiptoed to the door of a bedroom. The ear gently to stick up. Is Lin Ziwei that? No movement. And then a small turn. Hand gently placed on the side of the bedroom doorknob on the side. Gently twisted. The door opened. There is a crack. Cheng Jiangbei a moment. Drilled into it. And gently put the door on. Cheng Jiangbei look at the black bedroom. The big bed. There is a fragrant body lying. Squinting. Breathing evenly. Presumably asleep. Cheng Jiangbei on a few steps. Gently walked over. And then the end of the bed quilt to lift. Not long, like a loach drilled in. Then, it didn't take long to see Aunt Xian blinking in confusion for a few moments. Then her eyes widened steeply and she wanted to scream out. Cheng Jiangbei covered her with a hand. Keep your voice down. Jiangbei. Aunt Xian huffed out her breath. And once she saw that it was Cheng Jiangbei, her taut body loosened up for a moment. And then her face flushed. Her hand slightly pushed. And she said in a bad mood. You don't want to die. Today Zivi hasn't gotten drunk yet. Cheng Jiangbei, just asking you. Where's the guest room key? I'll lock my bedroom door. Then lock up Aunt Xian's bedroom. No matter what the commotion outside. That's, tired last night, sleep too much. I didn't hear it. Bite the bullet and deny it. Ouch. You quickly go back. Aunt Xian was in a hurry. Hurriedly put her hand on the inside of the comforter. Put her own already rubbed wrinkled pajamas, panicked to organize a little bit. And was not angry enough to hit Cheng Jiangbei chest. Don't make a fuss. Hurry up. The key. Cheng Jiangbei didn't listen and wrapped his arms around Aunt Xian just to give her a kiss on the forehead. Be good. Do as you're told. Don't today. Zivi is here. The implication is that if Zivi is not there, just do whatever. But the arrow had to be sent. Cheng Jiangbei huffed and puffed, then moved closer to Aunt Xian's ear and gently bit it. Hurry up. I miss you. Aunt Xian's face immediately turned red. To her, Cheng Jiangbei's love words would be the most lethal. Holding back her flushed face, Aunt Xian hesitated. Jiangbei, today don't. I also, it's okay, I just, not into. Words are simple and concise. Aunt Xian, completely unable to forbid her lover's softening, a small roll over, rummaged out the key from the cabinet, then handed it to Cheng Jiangbei's hand in a muffled voice, and then didn't say a word. Of course is into Cheng Jiangbei a roll over on the up, revealing Aunt Xian just finishing pajamas, but do not know why the black underwear with roses suddenly thrown on the side of the bed. Aunt Xian is also a shy, hurry to clean up a little bit, placed under the pillow. Sat up, small hand gently towards the face of a fan. Looks quite hot, right? It didn't take long for Cheng Jiangbei to lock the door and sit back, all without a second thought. Rolled over on the bed, still warm, a little Auntie Xian residual milk flavor. The entire comforter has the flavor of Aunt Xian's maturity. Cheng Jiangbei likes this maturity. Aunt Xian, you don't even know how charming you are. Love words that come out of your mouth. Forehead gently pasted on Aunt Xian's forehead. Aunt Xian is shy. Do not let him say further. Cheng Jiangbei only narrowed his eyes, tugged the corners of his lips, his mouth lowered, fell to the corners of her eyes, kissed at the same time, but also helped her stroke the corners of her eyes. Aunt Xian liked this little attentiveness of Cheng Jiangbei, and since there was an age gap between her and Cheng Jiangbei, she would of course think about her own age as well, that no Cheng Jiangbei always have small gestures to let her forget age. Let her warm heart, she is afraid of more wrinkles at the corners of the eyes, and Cheng Jiangbei will gently kiss, and then will also say, he likes the mature look. Aunt Xian couldn't take it like that and twisted her head to avoid it. Cheng Jiangbei took a look and changed direction by and by, baring his eyes, to really count. Aunt Xian's mouth is really red and not too thick. Yesterday simply, the feeling and taste that lingers between your lips when you kiss her. A hint of sweetness before a hint of flavor. Cheng Jiangbei was fascinated by the smell on Aunt Xian's body, and Aunt Xian was too shy to respond much, just acquiesced slightly. Well, let him. Eyes reveal a tiny slit. quietly staring at him, eyelids under the end. Faint smile, gently to Cheng Jiangbei stroking hair. However, Cheng Jiangbei wanted to give Aunt Xian pinch thighs, but she was slapped off the arm. Io, mushy, almost got. Breathing was a little unsteady. Then weigh in, honestly lie down for a while, and then go back to sleep. Aunt Xian huffed to Cheng Jiangbei pushed away. Or sensible. Yesterday as she is not sensible, and after tasting the sweetness, immediately as Cheng Jiangbei is not sensible. How rare. The man do not want to open the mouth. Hold fast to the end. Once opened the mouth, where there is not bad, right? Aunt Xian is a bit tough at the moment. No one, just her and Cheng Jiangbei too at home. Whatever. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. A bit stuck on the text. Adjustments. More tomorrow. Take a day off and update tomorrow. Chapter 94, spell spicy with you guys. I'm begging for a booking. The moonlight was coming in through all the cracks. Auntie Xian tenderly wound Cheng Jiangbei's hair one curl at a time, though her eyes were still a bit distracted. Cheng Jiangbei's body was simply soft to the touch as he lay on her. Truly, he had definitely never seen a second Aunt Xian in reality with such a good body. It's rare in comics. This body would look great in his stepmother's dress. Cheng Jiangbei suddenly raised his head, but then thought that Lin Ziwei was still there. Again, with some lack of interest, he found a position to lie down comfortably, his head still shaking. Aunt Xian shook a little, looked down at her chest, helplessly pushed his head. Almost there. Obey la, obediently go back to your room and sleep. After. Giggling and gibbering didn't come out right. Then Cheng Jiangbei got up and saw this mature woman's eyes fluttering a bit, and he couldn't help but touch his eyelashes. Auntie Xian, why do you think you're so cute? As soon as Aunt Xian heard this, she pushed Cheng Jiangbei. Who? Nonsense. Of course, the soft little hands cannot be pushed at all, but was also backhanded a hand to catch. Struggling a bit and finding that he couldn't struggle away either, he finally could only deflate and lean against Cheng Jiangbei's body, listening to his heartbeat as his breathing gradually calmed down. Cheng Jiangbei looked down at her. Are you asleep? Auntie Xian nodded and gave a gentle, soft How can you talk when you're asleep? Aunt Xian was quiet again, but her little hand just scratched at Cheng Jiangbei's hand, tickling the heart strangely. Cheng Jiangbei grabbed it. No scratching. Then she paused for a moment, and sure enough, she went honestly quiet, looking like a particularly bullying sort. Cheng Jiangbei touched her hair. Aunt Xian, can I kiss you on the mouth? She thought about it inside, closing her eyes and softly sidestepping for a moment, but soon opened steeply. Panic wrapped itself around her. I thought I said only kisses. Auntie Xian pulled on her nightgown and bit her rosy lips. Cheng Jiangbei, my hand slipped. Aunt Xian would be damned if she believed him. Lips pursed into a slit, looking at the somewhat quiet door of the room over there. Flushed cheeks. Suddenly don't look away. Then hold her head high. Just for a second. Right in front of me is that Q-tip. The kind of texture that seems to pop out of your clothes. Cheng Jiangbei only felt a little trembling. Indescribable. Muffled grunts passed for a long time. Cheng Jiangbei touched her leg a little bit, but at the moment just received 2 light slaps from Aunt Xian on her back. She sucked in a breath, her lips crystallizing. Little bastard. Always. Someday, I'm going to get killed by you. Cheng Jiangbei still do not recognize gently to her ear spit gas. This I do not recognize. Aunt Xian, you can be in the wrong me obviously I was killed by you. I want to be a good person to come on. Aunt Gu's lips bit as she heard this. Then you let go of your hand. Go be your good self, he said and twisted around in anger. This is the time to let go of the real cutie. There you go. And suddenly, footsteps came. It's like if you don't let go, you'll be a real cutie. Oh, yeah. The bedroom door handle was suddenly twisted by something, startling Cheng Jiangbei to put his arm around Aunt Xian, not daring to move for an instant. And Aunt Xian also held her breath for a moment. It's not. Auntie Xian, asleep? The voice almost made Cheng Jiangbei give a direct fall under the bed. Julia Xian. Rushing to feel his cell phone, he picked it up, fixed his eyes on it, and holy 6 missed calls. Luckily it was muted. But, didn't Jing Xian say she went back to her hometown to pay homage to her ancestors and wouldn't be back until the 8th of the month? Auntie Xian's face went a little pale, wrapped in her quilt, and spoke in shock to the door of her room. Jing Xian? Originally, Auntie Xian was going to tag along, but Auntie Wu just left, so, not asleep yet. Zhang Jingshuan's voice drifted in along the doorway. Cheng Jiangbei is also really. I asked him to accompany you, and he didn't know where he ran off to. He didn't pick up the phone call, and he didn't reply to the messages he sent. More than a companion. I've been to bed with them. Cheng Jiangbei atmosphere do not dare to breathe a sigh. There are times do not know tomorrow and the accident in the end who came first. The king meets the king Cheng Jiangbei was a bit caught off guard. His heart jerked violently, almost jumping right out of his throat. I saw Aunt Shin panicking and waving her soft little hands one by one and directing, "Quick, the bed, the bottom of the bed." Fortunately, the home is not tatami. There is a place for Chang Jiangbei to drill. He rushed along the bed cracks, drilled in, accidentally knocked his knee. The pain, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Tears are about to fall. Mind panic. Aunt Xian organized herself, tidied up the messy bed briefly, stepped into her slippers, and did her best to take a breather, wriggling her way to the bedroom door, giving the doorknob a gentle twist. Julia. Cheeks were flushed, which roughly explained the wrapped quilt. The door opened, and Chang Jiangbei saw the dusty and delicate figure appear outside the room. The sound of the slippers caught Dida. Chang Jiangbei looked along and could see the graphically simple surface of the slippers, and a little bit of flesh-colored stockings popped out along the seams. She entered and gave her Auntie Xian a gentle hug first. The two of them have always been close. When she let go of Aunt Xian, Jiang Jingxuan's soft eyes became a little more inquisitive. Chang Jiangbei ran there this big night. He never came back. Aunt Xian didn't move her feet and shook her head. I don't know. How long out? Auntie Xian thought for a moment, as if she was reminiscing. It didn't take long. I guess I went out not long after Zivi and I went to bed. Lin Ziwei is here too? Jiang Jingxuan's eyes narrowed. Auntie Xian nodded her head. Jiang Jingxian turned her head and went out of the bedroom. Where is that dead girl sleeping in that room? Auntie Xian raised her hand and pointed. Jiang Jingxian walked over, and as soon as she did, she nonchalantly unscrewed the door to the room and twisted her body to walk in. Soon there was movement from the guest room. Whoa! Jiang Dingxian, you're going to murder my mom. Hurry up and take the pillow away. Your Aunt Xian and I are bosom friends and your elders. You're not big or small. Originally feeling quite mature, Lin Ziwei's exclamation of surprise came from Aunt Xian before she entered the door, twisted her head back to look at her bedroom, and then walked in, not moving. Lin Ziwei, I'm your mom. The sound weakened through the door, gradually thickening, but vaguely you can still hear the break. Gu Xianya, you actually helped that damned girl. Jiang Dingxian, beat me up. Awa. No hitting me in the head with a pillow, you two bad guys. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gu Xianya, you big-breasted. You're not allowed to grab my boobs. No taking them off. Jiang Dingxian, you still bite. I'll fight you guys for spice. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 95, Jiang Jingxian. I'm begging for subscriptions. A succession of voices across the room. Chang Jiangbei took the opportunity to rush out from the foot of the bed, organizing his clothes properly, listening to that, but not daring to linger in the slightest. He tiptoed around and grabbed the time that Auntie Xian had created for him. Get the hell out of here. Knowing that after entering the elevator, descending the stairs, and breathing fresh air, Chang Jiangbei sat paralyzed on the masonry at the edge of the flower bed at once, and at this moment was already in a cold sweat, almost hiccuped. Raising a hand to press against his chest, he fluttered, almost jumping out of his skin. It's scary. There was a deadening afterthought, so much so that they barely even kissed the phone when they got the call, and it took a while to calm themselves. Hey, where have you been today, you kid? Chang Jiangbei, my sister drank too much. I've only just gone to send her home, and this is just back. Jiang Jingxian let out a light laugh. Sister went on another blind date? Chang Jiangbei coughed. Is not well. My parents look at my night not to go home or cohabiting for a while. My sister is almost 30, cannot be anxious about it. Jiang Jingxuan's voice on the other end of the phone was soft. When the time comes, it's better for me to find a few reliable ones for my sister. Chang Jiangbei knew that he barely passed this time. Relaxing a bit, he asked, I'm downstairs here. Do I need to bring anything up? Bring what? Brain all day to think about what it tonight cannot be used. Your sister Jiang home is not convenient. You find a hotel to make do for one night. Chang Jiangbei blinked his eyes and sent for. He did not think much. Just want to bring a small barbecue or something. I didn't expect to be driven to the hotel. Waiting until after lying squarely on the bed, Chang Jiangbei hugged his head and looked at the ceiling before recalling the just. Holy, what are they doing in the bedroom? It seems. Lin Ziwei told Jingxian not to bite. In the meantime, home. Lin Ziwei at the moment shrank in a corner of the bed with a look of lifelessness, looking down at her chest, somewhat gritting her teeth. Jiang Dingxian, you belong to the dog. It's all red. Jiang Jingxian put her phone away and crossed her legs, her eyes just narrowed. I didn't see you say anything before when you took advantage of my drunkenness and spanked my ass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Ziwei stared with wide eyes. Some of her defenses were broken. Monkey years and months ago. Can you not be so vindictive? Jiang Jingxian let out a laugh. Her beautiful legs wrapped in flesh silk bobbing up and down. If it wasn't for the fact that my sister is very opinionated, I would have fallen for your tricks long ago. So it's not too much to ask for a little revenge on you, right? How can you call something you love fooling? Lin Ziwei buttoned up her own shirt. Obviously we're just practicing and learning from each other as adults. Studying your mom yet? Zhang Jingxian wouldn't be polite to her. This almost pulled herself into the abyss when she was in college. You're just so devoid of the spirit of exploration. Don't you think so? Xianya. Lin Ziwei, in a rare moment of speaking to her, looked sideways, but Auntie Xian was a bit distracted at the moment, and looked up with an awe. Lin Ziwei became even more furious. Sure enough, I'm the outsider. My two best girlfriends are on the same side to ostracize me. Aunt Xian helplessly pulled her hair back, revealing her crystal-clear earlobes. Who ostracized you? Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Dingxian. Lin Ziwei used her soft little feet to scratch the flesh on Aunt Xian's arm. Go help me beat her up. Then looking at the taekwondo expert, Zhang Dingxian calmly put down a pair of beautiful legs, silent for 2 seconds. Knowing the time, no more punching. Can't win at all. Boobs are almost swollen, just very angry. Lin Zivi could only shrink herself into a ball and sulk. No offense. Jing Xian was joking around with you too. Auntie Xian let out a breath and laughed softly as she went to pick at her arm and was parted from it. Then it is not good to gently push her. Almost on it. Who asked you to read some strange things in college when you have to pull Jing Xian practice? If her parents, my big brother and sister know, not tender death you are good. Lin Ziwei lips are actually quite full. Eyelashes are also very long. Exquisite small face even if veiled are somewhat beautiful. The corner of the eye and a tear mole. The big wave of her head was even more flattering, and her small mouth twitched as she sniffed. She didn't say yes either. Who brings that to class? And you need a remote control. That's what the game says and it's not like I'm not together. Lin Ziwei muttered a bit, but soon miserably covered her breasts again and looked at Zhang Jingxian with a pitiful look. Hitting people is not allowed to hit here It's swollen. Zhang Jingxian let out an oh. Isn't that just right? Aren't you the most envious of Aunt Xian? Lin Ziwei, I don't care about you. Lin Ziwei directly hugged Gu Xianya, then comfortably inhaled next to her neck. Fragrant and most comfortable to hug. Unfair. God is so unfair. Lin Ziwei lowered her head and buried it. She was 36D, not small by any stretch of the imagination, but now she only had low self-esteem. Auntie Xian didn't have the heart to drive her away for a moment. No moving your hands. Go away. It's not like you're different from Zhang Jingxian. Lin Ziwei was not straight and strong. You don't have a boyfriend. Why don't you let me? Aunt Xian icy coldly pushed her face away as she surged towards her. You'd better go and annoy Ginger. It's not like I can beat her. Lin Zivi's soft feet and legs then rubbed against Aunt Xian. So it's just bullying me then? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's clearly my sunken love. No playing with my boobs. Auntie Dame grunted and panted out of breath. Her nightgown creased. Her nature has always been gentle. No wonder they don't talk about inconvenience at home. 3 women in one. Aunt Xian red-faced lying on the bed. Really anyone can bully her. Lin Ziwei's soft body, sitting on the top of her belly, flaunted. In the future, do you know to be good and obedient? Gu Xianya gritted her teeth. Get lost. What a disobedient one. It seems necessary for my sister to come and teach her well. Lin Ziwei actually spanked Aunt Xian's ass. Aunt Xian's entire body trembled in shock for a moment before she puffed up and began to struggle. Damn girl, what strange things did you go and read online again? Zhang Jian, beat her up. Lin Ziwei became unimpressed. If you have the ability to fight one-on-one, but apparently nothing works anymore. It was easily subdued by the combined efforts of both Zhang Jingxian and Gu Xuanya. Her face is also flushed. At this moment there is not much strength. Rosy lips crystal full out of breath. Suddenly asked, Zhang Jian, and boys, isn't it all quite comfortable Aren't you very exploratory? Zhang Jingxian was also covered in sweat, stretched lazily and looked at her. Find a boy and try it. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 96 Auntie Xian is still there. I'm begging for a booking. Lin Ziwei rolled her eyes when she heard that. Then cut out. You think boys are big cabbages. Looking for them when you say so. Lazily, she yawned and fell back on her soft little feet. Sleepy. In a stretched position, he fell back to sleep, not forgetting to hug Gu Xianya tightly, and his nose comfortably arched towards the top of her neck. Xian, you smell so good. And why is your body so soft? Gu Xianya really had a hard time ignoring her. Go away. He. The next day, early in the morning, Cheng Jiangbei carried his breakfast and correctly entered the password, then walked through the door. Yoo-hoo, the lad's a hard worker. Lin Zivi crossed her legs and was sitting on the dining table drinking milk. Cheng Jiangbei then smiled and greeted, putting the breakfast in the plastic bag on the table. Meat buns, ha? Lin Zivi twisted the bag slightly in her small hand and looked at it. Cheng Jiangbei nodded with a smile. And soy milk. Forget it, don't eat it. Xian told me before she left the house. Don't disturb the two of you in Zhang Jingxian in their two-person world. Lin Ziwei pulled back her hair, wiped her mouth, got up and twisted her body to the entrance hall. And she? Cheng Jiangbei sniffed and looked at the inside of the room. For today's early class, went to school. Jing Xian is taking a bath. Lin Ziwei stepped on her high heels and snapped twice. Her small hand touched the doorknob. Smiling, I know you guys are a little out of the way. Peace out, it's just the two of you at home. With that, he twisted the doorknob and walked out. Then, Cheng Jiangbei was the only one left in the large flat living room. It was sparse and flowed in my ears. The bathroom door was dripping with water. Jiang Jingxian is also really plump, and do not cover up. This pair of pure love male large really some super outline. Cheng Jiangbei see blush heartbeat, palms are a little sweaty. A move do not dare to move. I heard over there. Cheng, is it coming? As if Cheng Jiangbei had been named. He hurriedly got up. Aha, what's wrong? Jiang Dingxian? It's fine. It's just that I forgot to take a change of clothes when I came in, so I just wrapped a bath towel. Sorry, take it easy on me. Jiang Jingxuan's voice was calm, as if she was saying something sparse. What the hell? Cheng Jiangbei listened to his head faint for a moment. Jiang Dingxian, what are you talking to me about? Are you? I bear what on me. Fists cannot help but tighten tight. Snapping, the sound of slippers hitting the ground a few times, only to see the blurry silhouette inside getting closer and closer. The woman's S-shaped curves imprinted on the frosted glass. With a creak, the bathroom door opened slightly, and whoosh, the scent of fragrant bath soap and thick vapor squeezed out through the crack. Thereupon, the first thing is a naked arm outward, a stretch rolled up ambiguous. The woman is simply completely faded green, as much as possible as a mature woman's meat and vegetables. You Jiang Jingxian now can only wrapped in a bath towel. Cool, don't peek at you Jiang Jingxian. I. Cheng Jiangbei blushed for a moment, not knowing what to say. Jiang Jingxuan's right body was simply indescribable. The bath towel didn't seem to be able to wrap around the sin. With the vapor of a freshly showered body, walked out of the she also did not deliberately to avoid anything, just so greatly stood there. The other hand also ran the long hair, every move with a right flavor. It's been a long time, and the youngster still thinks that Julia's posing talent is too over the top. Sister Wei Wei just went out. Jing, why don't you still look for a change of clothes? Yeah, I was looking forward to blow drying my hair first, and look, it's all wet. Ahem, that's fine. I still say that I'll do whatever you tell my sister to do. These words made Cheng Jiangbei cough in his heart and pursed his lips, always feeling that this is very ambiguous. However, Jiang Jingxuan's expression was very sincere, and with a hint of mist in her eyes, she twisted her body and walked in towards the bedroom over there, taking one step and turning back 3 times, waiting to come back. Has put the skirt to put on, also do not know is not to go out. Legs also wrapped stockings, eyes curved straight stared at Cheng Jiangbei. For a while, the rosy lips as gently spit out the hot air. These days feel you kid are thin. Did not eat properly, right? Nope, just. Cheng Jiangbei didn't even finish his words yet. Jiang Jingxuan's fingers gently blocked the front of his mouth, then puckered her rosy, full lips and added, in a while, you, Jiang Dingxian, will give you more to eat. With the sudden concern, Cheng Jiangbei felt his heart being scratched by a few fingernail caps, like 100 claws scratching his heart, itching Cheng Jiangbei's body. Words really are especially charming. Like what? Give you some more food? Cheng Jiangbei listened with some little understanding, but he was greatly shocked. Cheng Jiangbei didn't dare to look at her more, avoiding his eyes. He then heard her leisurely open her mouth again not long after. Is it that you, Jiang Dingxian, feel much more haggard? Cheng Jiangbei hurriedly waved his hand, took a breath. Orphans coaxing people to be happy is a survival skill. Survivalist rushed to open his mouth. Jiang Dingxian, obviously so beautiful. What nonsense. Jiang Jingxian smiled and said, really? Then how come you didn't know to make a flight to meet me all these days? Me. Cheng Jiangbei coughed with some shame. Jiang Dingxian touched her face and laughed. Don't try to cheer me up. You've been so busy these past few days that your face has collapsed and is getting more and more unattractive. No matter. Jiang Jingxian is as beautiful as ever. Cheng Jiangbei has a sweet mouth. Yes? Once she was praised by the teenage boy. She smiled gently. Such a sweet mouth. So eat more fruits. Hey, don't bother. It's hot and there's cold watermelon in the fridge. Jiang Jingxian walked to the front of the refrigerator without saying anything, opened the door and huffed and puffed the cold air. The result was like a layer of filters. The back was turned, and the soft body was simply rushing straight at him. The arc was very full, and at first glance it was particularly hot, shaking, and looking at Cheng Jiangbei's throat not surging straight up. But suddenly the door to the room was wrenched open and a buxom body entered. I'm not disturbing you guys, am I? Turning back, Jiang Jingxian came over holding a watermelon, cut in half, with a spoon inside, icy and convenient. Don't bother, Auntie Xian, didn't you go to school? Gu Xianya's expression was a bit unnatural. Well, I forgot that I switched classes with someone else before. Zhang Jingxian gave an oh-so smiling. Here, just in time to eat. Thanks. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, took the spoon and gently grilled it, and the teenager's lips gently bit on the spoon, and the breath was really especially noticeable. Zhang Jingxian couldn't help but narrow her soft eyes. The teenager's smile carries healing, unaware of what beasts are repressed in the mature, gentle body these days. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 97, My Heart Hurts. I'm begging for a subscription. Zhang Jingxian twisted her head to look at Cheng Jiangbei, a little drier, healthier, at first glance, very lean. After being willing to interrupt, the unavailable is even more in commotion, and the little assistant makes her more and more horny, so suddenly sneaked under the dining table. The two legs of the two beautiful legs moved to Cheng Jiangbei heel, the knee next to the Cheng Jiangbei leg. The hem of the bustle dress simply covered Cheng Jiangbei feet. The slight touch of slippers seemed to resound quickly under the skirt. Immediately after, the top of Cheng Jiangbei's foot was then stepped on by a smooth beautiful foot, which seemed to be wrapped in stockings and was very slippery. But there was nothing to be seen as far as the eye could see, only the surge of something slamming into the heart, accompanied by a surge of cerebral heat. Hiss! It's killing me! What are you doing? Jiang Dingxian? Auntie Xian is still there. Cheng Jiangbei was made comfortable by Jing Xian's foot that had taken off her high heels, but her expression couldn't be revealed. The excitement was so crazy that it was painful and pleasurable. Jing Xian, who had behaved in a gentle and elegant manner, acted as if nothing had happened, and her face was natural, gentle and elegant. If it wasn't for the feeling of being rubbed on his feet, Cheng Jiangbei would have suspected that it was a hallucination. The two of them had a conversation. That, in the end, Cheng Jiangbei was really ruffled and couldn't stand it anymore. Aunt Xian was there too, so that's it at most. As soon as he got up, he said, Jing Xian, Aunt Xian, it's almost time to go to work, so I'll leave first. I'll come back in the evening. Jiang Dingxian smiled. Your boss is here. Afraid of being fired for late absenteeism? But don't step on your buddy's foot in front of Auntie Xian. Dude is really scared, so resolved to leave. Still, the afterglow was easy enough to notice that his leg had clearly just moved out of the way. Jing Xian's beautiful feet wrapped in flesh stockings were then immediately exposed under the table before being placed back into the slippers in an unhurried manner. Cheng Jiangbei smiled bitterly and excused himself, but Gu Xianya suddenly pursed her lips and stood up as well. By the way, Jiang Jiang, my house in Guizhou Yuan is almost packed up. Why don't you borrow your house, Jiangbei? Help me move some things today? Yeah, feel free to use it. Jiang Jingxian stretched her lazy waist and yawned. Then I'll rest for a while. After I finish packing, Jiangbei remember to give me a call. Just use whatever you want. Cheng Jiangbei, eyes blinking, out of the door, turned back to see wrapped in flesh-colored stockings crossed legs so imploring. Cannot help but a sweat, the back of the foot and the residual warmth. Do not know what Jing Xian want to do. No words on the way, and I don't know if it's embarrassing or what. Only after really seeing Jiang Jiang, Gu Xianya felt that she really deserved to die. The high heels were a little heavy, but remembered something. When Cheng Jiangbei entered the door, he looked at the silent beside him and suddenly took out a glass jar from his bag, coughing. Aunt Xian, this is not your birthday soon. I do not know what to send you. Send too vulgar, you probably do not need. On their own pour a little trinket. You remembered my birthday? Cheng Jiangbei scratched his head. Didn't you say that last time? Gu Xianya lost his mind to look at the glass bottle, then looked straight at him. Why? Gu Xianya's hands trembled a little, as if she was somewhat unable to catch this happiness from beginning to end. The glass bottle snapped, slipped from Gu Xianya's fingertips. Glass shattered all over the place. Asterisk. Cheng Jiangbei jumped at that moment, then looked down at Aunt Xian's motionlessness. Hey Gu, look at you. Your legs are scratched. Those feet were wrapped in softness and seemed to be somewhat broken. Cheng Jiangbei just wanted to bite his teeth. Gu Xianya, however, took one step at a time and stepped on the top of that 1,000 paper cranes, and suddenly lifted Cheng Jiangbei's chin again like a madman. The pair of white and slender jade hand was originally used to point out the river and mountain grandeur and dominance. At this moment and suddenly pinched Cheng Jiangbei's face, violently dragged his face to his side. Obviously just now is the suppression of the scorching heat, and now it is ice-cold abnormality. Cheng Jiangbei, do I have the right to give you the right to touch my feet? Upon hearing this, Cheng Jiangbei looked up in dismayed innocence while rubbing his buttocks. Young people always carry a bit of broken beauty. Soft like a precarious little sheep one would want to bully nicely. Gu Xianya felt like she was going crazy. His lips were then unreasonably gagged. The professor's lair, not knowing what to repress. Aunt Xian. Cheng Jiangbei stayed gentle and tried to help her a bit. Enough. As soon as she did, she threw Cheng Jiangbei's arm away. ignoring his confused and innocent expression as she stumbled a few steps on her heels trying to get up. Why did you have to show up at this time? Why? Why didn't you let me meet you earlier? The professor is obviously a little disoriented, not enough sense. A hand somewhat trembling propped up on the sofa. A fierce lift pointing to the always heavy door. Voice cold and terrible. Get out. In the future is not allowed to appear in front of me alone. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Chang Jiangbei was uncertain. Aunt Xian. Don't ever call me Auntie Xian again. Jing Xian is back. She's back. Who am I to say? Gu Xianya's lips suppressed. Get out. Get out. You remember to take care of the leg. Chang Jiangbei sighed heavily. Gu Xianya somewhat broke defense, took out scissors from the drawer. Get lost, or else, castrate you. Bang. The gate was immediately shut. The garage moving workers moved very hard. Chang Jiangbei eyes are also drooping. To say that there is no reaction at all, that is impossible. But what can he do? It's just a mess. Since Auntie Xian already has this attitude, Chang Jiangbei stopped talking and just silently followed the moving master to help Aunt Xian move. 2 trips at a time. Aunt Daylily had locked herself in her bedroom by herself and didn't care about anything anymore. One last time. Gu Xianya, the house is already cleaned up, so I'll be leaving. As his eyes said goodbye to the past, bang, the bedroom door slammed open, only for his vision to meet a pair of moving eyes in one place. Those eyes were rarely without a bit of thunder and lightning. Looking at the scene in front of them, actually all confused. You, where are you going? She had been drinking. A great smell of alcohol, drunkenness pervaded. And Auntie Xian didn't look a bit the same. Chang Jiangbei was quiet and didn't speak, just looked at him flatly, actually didn't want to say it, and even more so, he didn't know what to say. Then she was seen crashing in at once, her lips quivering as she kept repeating, no go, left and right. Obviously just told me too often now. Chang Jiangbei didn't blame her. Jing Xian's stimulation of her was too much, making her nerves a little sensitive. Pushing her away, Chang Jiangbei was a little relieved. Okay, Gu Xianya. I've understood. Just, to hear. He really wanted to leave. Instead it was like he was torn apart. It hurt more. It was harder to accept. You're not allowed. You're not allowed to move. Gu Xianya was completely flustered and hugged Chang Jiangbei's thigh at once. In the end, Gu Xianya could only grab his wrist with force. Chang Jiangbei. The voice was already trembling somewhat uncontrollably. Why do I desperately want to forget you? But I can't forget you at all. It hurts. She grabbed Chang Jiangbei's hand and was about to press her chest. It hurts. Chang Jiangbei's palms were slippery and his voice was low. Then what do you want to do? It's all fine. It's all fine. Gu Xianya raised her head, her eyes containing water, her rosy lips trembling uncontrollably. I can be Jiangbei's toy. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 98, Go Hubby. I'm begging for a booking. What the hell? Chang Jiangbei was dumbfounded. What are you all talking about? Gu Xianya was a little drunk. I'm saying, I like you to be stronger, and I like to play all kinds of roles. Jiangbei, I like you more. The corner of Chang Jiangbei's mouth twitched. You drank you. No, I don't have. Only you. Jiangbei, I don't want to give up. Gu Xianya's rosy lips trembled a little. So you just. I completely misjudged your place in my heart. Gu Xianya raised her head pitifully. Can you forgive me? I'll do whatever you want. It's fine. You don't care about Jing Xian. I'll just be good and stay with you. We'll be careful and it won't be a problem. Chang Jiangbei fished his cell phone out of his bag. Speaking of the devil, Julia Xian's phone. You go back. As long as you give me a little once in a while, I'm enough. Gu Xianya climbed on top of Chang Jiangbei. Her hands tightly encircled Chang Jiangbei's neck for a bit before letting go, obediently sending him to the entrance hall with a give-and-take look. Let Chang Jiangbei out of the door. Looking up at the sky are a little stunned, shaking his head, all the way back home. Just pushed the door open, and then the whole thing was dumbfounded. Jing Xian, what are you doing? He's just stepped into the foyer. Just see the soft impatience of the figure in front of you. The pants are gone. Stop. Wait a minute. Chang Jiangbei's face changed drastically, and he heard a whimpering slurred voice mixed with Jing Xian's patience. Cut the crap. Chopsticks freeze. It's a small break, and I don't know how long it's been since then. Chang Jiangbei eyelids lift. He had a bored Guyu lying on the sofa watching TV. At this moment a little bit of pondering. Zhang Jingxian has also arrived home, snapped her heels off the ground, greeted him, and went to the toilet to wash her hands. When she came out, put his head right over, a little surprised. How are you watching this? Good old TV series. The nose is all soft and fragrant. Zhang Jingxuan's head then skillfully rested on his shoulder. The house was not too big, but it was better than cozy. In the bathroom, she has put on a red ice silk nightgown. White tight part of the long legs lifted up and plopped on the sofa. The whole person is bewitching and bright to the point, especially the eyes of a bend. Said to Cheng Jiangbei, the dishes have been sent back. Are you hungry? I'm going to do the cooking. Or, Cheng Jiangbei sat up somewhat surprised. Or what? Her soft body sat up a little and pointed to herself. Or eat me first. Eating again? Didn't you just get off work? Jiang Jingxuan's every move was particularly charming, and the temperament of a mature woman was unmistakable, which made it hard not to be confused. Cheng Jiangbei's throat is a little dry. Looking at her fingers simply foul like finger lips, big eyes watery as if they can talk like hooking people, hurriedly moved a little eye. The president is flamboyant and his is introverted. Her lips were very full with some delicate fresh crystals, otherwise she couldn't speak such wonderful Chinese. The light in the living room of the house is warm, ruffling her long eyelashes, some glitter. She is so bright and frank, who can not be confused? What are you staring at my mouth for? Her eyes paid attention to Cheng Jiangbei. Jiang Dingxian might have been a fox in her last life? Become a spirit? The soft and plump body carried a light fragrance, not the flavor of that ordinary perfume. It was a light as if it was very white milky fragrance, slightly plastered over. The posture was tilting her neck, and she exhaled somewhat irrationally. What's the matter? Do you want to kiss? The same mouth. The introverted Cheng Jiangbei has always been wrong to think, why the same temperature? She can say such hot words. What's the point of being stupid? Jiang Jingxian was open and relaxed, stretching out her soft little hand and putting it in front of Cheng Jiangbei, straightening up. Pay this month's kissing fee first. Cheng Jiangbei looked sideways. Honestly, how much? Not bad for a female president. Ah, the lion can ask for a lot of money. 1 million. Cheng Jiangbei was silent for a few seconds. Who gives kisses to this? Can't afford it. Can it be less? Well, I'll be merciful. How much do you give? Cheng Jiangbei thought for a moment and fished out $100 bill from his bag. 100. Jiang Jingxian was stunned, then went back to rubbing Cheng Jiangbei's face, grunting and stating, your wife's mouth is only worth 100? You're being insulting. Cheng Jiangbei was succinct. Is there a possibility that the money is insulting me? Then I don't care. Give me $1 million or sell yourself to me. Cheng Jiangbei weakly tightened his clothes and looked at the president's big sister who was a bit open-mouthed. You're a bit unreasonable. Jiang Jingxuan's delicate eyebrows raised. I'm talking to you about love? You reason with me? Cheng Jiangbei thought about no words, big eyes for a while, suddenly closed his eyes, but he stayed for a moment, delayed. What did you expect? The president's love has always been rampant. My eyes are closed, and you're thinking of bargaining with me at this point? Gagging me is the best bargain, you know? Little cutie. Cheng Jiangbei only felt a sense of suffocation, and for a moment he was in a bit of a trance. This was a touch that words couldn't bring. Has forked a pair of beautiful legs, sitting on Cheng Jiangbei's lap, wiped the lips of Jiang Dingxian slightly sit up some, and then barred mouth emotionally. I think Jiang Dingxian, beautiful and moving, greatly square. How to find you this nerdit, kissing all have to be taught, and before that, too, youthful stinky brother. Fed in your mouth meat or almost not eaten, damn sibling love. Cheng Jiangbei retorted. Nonsense, I'm not dull, not to mention, it's also your first time, then it means that someone's learning ability is not good. And, Jiang Dingxian bent down again and gently bit Cheng Jiangbei's earlobe, her voice imperial and magnetic to the point of being abnormal. Is that so? Your Jing's mom was the first time? Remember it so clearly. Cheng Jiangbei's ears also don't know if it's too hot this day, slightly reddened up. I mean both of us are in love for the first time. Jiang Dingxian blinked innocently with a pair of large Kazran eyes and nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yeah, I'm talking about this too. Oh, but can you take away your hand that is so serious about blindly touching on my abs? Cheng Jiangbei's throat knots moved, helplessly stating, this is not the car that leads to the kindergarten. I want to get off. Jiang Jingxian smiled and patted his stomach, pulled her hair back, then gently patted him and said, it's late, I can't get off the bus. Go and cook. I even went to the food market after work today. My legs are sore. You do it, your wife is hungry. Of course even when Cheng Jiangbei is doing something, she will stay by the side to accompany him, and will also swing her soft little feet, shouting, husband cheer. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 99 speech is too violent. I'm begging for a booking. Cheng Jiangbei said apron. Do not say. There is a family woman male strength. He has always been very easygoing, doing things unhurriedly, coupled with the height of 1 meter 8. Good-looking skin are not the same kind. There is a special Confucian strength. By the way, if someone suddenly WeChat adds you, what words are usually said at the beginning that you would be interested in? Cheng Jiangbei pinched the chopper, thinking about the disappearance of the mosaic in his cell phone that obscured Jiang Jingxuan's contact information, and twisted his head to suddenly ask, which microsignal did you say to add me to? Work number? The private one. How can a stranger know my private tweets? You don't care about so many details, just asking. Chang Jiangbei coughed. Boys and girls? Boys, I guess. Boys then definitely disagree. Jiang Dingxian, with her aroma, gently hugged him from his back, and her small face gently pressed against his back again. A toy can only have one owner. Chang Jiangbei didn't know how to speak. Right, Aunt Xian is packing alone today. There are still some clothes in her suitcase. In a while you bring some meals and send them over together. Oh, it's like 7 o'clock. Chang Jiangbei finally dragged a large bag back to the top leap located in Guxuanya's top leap located in the second ring of the capital. Let go. It's a little dirty. Standing in the entrance hall, Chang Jiangbei's corner of his eye twitched madly, making Gu Xuanya, who had bent down to greet him, get up. Oh, Gu Xuanya obeyed. Gu Xuanya heard the movement and ran down from the sofa. The soft black silk small feet then stepped on the floor, also really not afraid of the palace cold. Bending down and picking up her slippers, he looked at Gu Xuanya's plump back. Thus, Chang Jiangbei gently raised his head. Change your shoes. Gu Xuanya looked at him, and then gave a good-natured Chang Jiangbei smiled slightly. His hands were all soft and delicate with beautiful feet. Here, the other one. Gu Xuanya lowered her head. Her hair fell quietly. She liked Chang Jiangbei's face, and she also enjoyed Chang Jiangbei treating her well. Obviously feet and legs are such dirty things. He also rubbed gently. A little. As if he had to rub away the exhausting enormity of long hours on high heels. Enough is enough. Gu Xuanya's eyes were in a trance for a moment, fiercely retracting her feet before digressing. I'm hungry. She didn't want to hide with Chang Jiangbei now, so she told him about her fetish and requested him to cooperate. People who like to stay at home and cosplay are always a bit perverted. She was now the gentle sister-in-law pose, but it wasn't at all what she was supposed to be. When the aroma of the meal lingered in the living room, Chang Jiangbei had just sat down in his apron, and her small black silk feet tenderly pasted over before skillfully rubbing all over his pants leg. Tough on you. Oh, Chang Jiangbei inquired somewhat habitually. Then what are you playing now, Mrs. Neighbor? Chang Jiangbei put down the chopsticks in his hands. Did you download something strange on your computer again? Yes, my Mrs. Kayasu. She's addicted to wanting to play. But can you be serious about learning the plot? People's little feet in the movie have to lift up their pant legs to rub them. You rub them through your pant legs, rubbing a lonely Mr. Jiangbei, have some soup. Well, Mrs. Gu Xuanya's handiwork is really good. Laughing to death. Obviously he brought it himself. Chang Jiangbei is also able to open his mouth. Then Mr. Jiangbei will come to my house more often in the future, and I will give you more food. Gu Xuanya's lips are very full, oily crystals, a little bit of curling and spitting hot air. It makes Chang Jiangbei very suspicious of what this sentence is actually eating. Muffling the bowl of soup in one gulp. A pair of small, soft hands pressed up to rub the corners of his mouth. Chang Jiangbei is also a powerhouse. Terrified. Mrs. Xianya, this might not be too good if your husband finds out, right? Gu Xianya tenderly shook her head, placing her palms on the tops of her thighs, ladylike at the moment. My husband passed away a long time ago. Holy. Chang Jiangbei's fists tightened. How many strange things have you recently watched on the netbook? Undead IU. Really? Chang Jiangbei reacted quickly. Gu Xianya softly licked her lips. She already had a mature woman's charm. Her eyes curved and narrowed. Mr. Jiangbei, my husband passed away. You seem to be very happy? No, that's too bad. What sad news? Chang Jiangbei shook his head sadly. I don't think Mr. Jubai is right about not being sorry. Gu Xianya's palm was soft and actually rested gently on the back of Chang Jiangbei's hand, her fingertips rubbing itchily. Because I met you, sir. Chang Jiangbei was touched abnormally, then grabbed her hand, then gently kissed the back of her hand. Pale-faced, beautiful young man, beautiful wife. This is my honor. Gu Xianya didn't know if she was too immersed in the plot or what. His breath kept draping itself around him, as if he were stuffing himself, and his eyes became fluttering. Only at times like this, she didn't get emotional. She didn't lose money, just physical pleasure was good. Gu Xianya pouted her rosy lips. There's one more thing that you've been saying wrong too, Jiangbei. What? I was never supposed to be your Aunt Ko. Mrs. Gu Xianya redid her black silk heels, then obediently knelt and sat on the ground. I'm already a dog. It's only right that you're my master. The corners of Chang Jiangbei's mouth twitched twice. He was already having trouble describing it. It's late at night. The beds are the softness of European furniture. Jiangbei, I'm sorry for making things difficult for you. Gu Xianya heavily exhaled a mouthful of fragrant hot air. Chang Jiangbei also knew to play the end. Not difficult, not difficult. You love what I want. And Xian, you do not put on the heart, forget it. If it's just the two of us. Gu Xianya's soft body propped up, her watery eyes looking at Chang Jiangbei. It's only right that I'm only Jiangbei's possession. Okay, you're all that matters. All that matters. Okay, you want a shower? Gu Xianya's eyes were still a bit confused and in a trance as she exhaled. Oh, okay. Gu Xianya obediently lifted a pair of beautiful legs a little. Cheng Jiangbei looked at her a little trembling, suddenly still a little worried. What if I get pregnant? Gu Xianya immediately made a knowledgeable statement and said, I will give birth to Mr. Jiangbei. The child is mine and will not have a relationship with you to affect you. Cheng Jiangbei could hardly even describe what he heard in his ears. Aunt Xian's speech was so violent. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 100 The President's Involvement. I'm begging for a book chase. Being careful is a good thing. Cheng Jiangbei still quickly went downstairs and found a pharmacy, then grunted and climbed back up the stairs, connected the water, and then took the medicine bag into the inner room. Gu Xianya was softly lying on the bed and was pinching a book. When she heard the commotion, she placed it on her full long legs. Cheng Jiangbei pinched the medicine and the water and took it to Aunt Xian. She didn't hesitate and took the medicine peacefully. Next time, why don't I bring it anyway? Cheng Jiangbei looked at her. She was like, no, I'll go on the short-acting one when my next period is over. It's not good for the body, is it? It shouldn't be anything. Not so good when you get older in a few years. Gu Xianya watched Cheng Jiangbei take off his slippers, so he changed his position and somewhat gently rubbed Cheng Jiangbei's head. Fingers can be so soft. Cheng Jiangbei nodded, his ear against her soft thighs. Slippery, soft. She also has a warm and moist nature like water, which is completely not to mention how much that. Still going later? Her small hand quickly rubbed gently on Cheng Jiangbei's neck again. At first there was an itchy feeling, but later she got used to it and comfortably exhaled. Be it, Jing Xian is still waiting with the family. Gu Xianya at the moment also did not compete. Lips gently peacefully continued to help Cheng Jiangbei knead. Cheng Jiangbei also casually silenced her small feet. Gu Xianya lowered her head and softly inquired, you seem to particularly like stockings? Caught in the act. Cheng Jiangbei coughed, it's okay, but visually it does look pretty good. Gu Xianya hummed for a moment, then thought about it and said, what about what your Aunt Xian has worn? Ouch. Stop. Cheng Jiangbei stopped for a moment, then fumbled for his cell phone. Jing Xian sent me a Weibo. I should go now. Gu Xianya immediately let go of her hand, and also tenderly sent Cheng Jiangbei to the door of the house after pounding around in the bedroom for a bit. I'll go first. Auntie Xian. Go on. Gu Xianya was on the verge of following her out the door. Okay, rest. Well, this you take it. Gu Xianya suddenly handed Cheng Jiangbei a bag from his hand. Cheng Jiangbei was a bit puzzled at, what is this? As a result, peel back a little to take a look. Holy, black silk. I washed them so diligently that I'm down to one pair that's worn. Ouch. What are you giving me this for? Take it if you like. It won't get in the way. What does this have to do with being in the way or not? Cheng Jiangbei just wanted to open his mouth, and then he saw that Aunt Xian was still a little shy and closed the door. Driving on the way home, losing laughter. Driving Cheng Jiangbei side head to look at the bag on the passenger side. Some distracted. It's like you forget something when you go home. Wait until the next afternoon. Cheng Jiangbei waited for Zhang Jingxian at the vegetable market. She made a trip to the office and the two discussed meeting at the food market. Zhang Jingxian rubbed her shoulders vigorously one by one. Bought some random ones. Your wife will try to make them for you when the time comes. Ooh, let me have the bag too. It really smells like a life. Cheng Jiangbei manhood burst. Simply cannot understand the wait. Almost let Zhang Jingxian to be a shirker. Would like to stand on the side of the road to take a taxi. The results of Zhang Jingxian is very natural to lead Cheng Jiangbei to the underground garage. This is. A Q7 was parked there peacefully. Zhang Jingxian touched the key from her bag and handed it out. Parked at home eating dust for some years. In the future it will be a trouble for Cheng Jiangbei. Zhang Jingxian, what stature? Slender hands easily pointing to the mountains. A car is much easier. Really cheap. Cheng Jiangbei. Zhang Jingxian twisted body went to the back of the trunk to press open. Twisted his head when he looked at Cheng Jiangbei humming and hawing big bag. Raised his hand and pinched the tissue to Cheng Jiangbei's forehead. Straight wipe too. Also, you this home. The company. Aunt Xian's home 3 runs. Always inconvenient. A few days ago let the 4 store people come over to check. Maintenance. Can still drive. Cheng Jiangbei is lifting that grocery shopping cart up and stuffing it into the trunk. Sniffing is a dumbfounded. I drive that or else. Aunt Xian also doesn't like to drive. Also doesn't like chauffeur. In the future Monday to Friday said to live in the school. Still need to trouble you Friday weekday time to pick up and drop off it. It sounds like trouble, but if you ask outside, not to mention the Q7, you give a Q5 to a small assistant, that is also a righteous father on the top. It doesn't matter if you're a dog. Cheng Jiangbei eyelids jump. Luxury large SUV in front of the eyes makes people feel a kind of dream. Where could he stand up to such a sugary bomb from Zhang Jingxian? So they worked harder. and the big bags were stuffed into the side of the trunk. Zhang Jingxian smilingly also in the help. Eyes quickly grabbed the white bag on the ground. Eyes as a skim. Would have liked to put it in the trunk. The results of a sudden dawning a bit. Xiao Chang. This I this morning from the Bentley's passenger side of the car to take packing over. What is this What? Cheng Jiangbei turned his head at the sound of the voice. His face changed greatly. Last night's absent-mindedness still forgot. Coupled with the Q7 is too gripping. Attention is obviously not focused. Things just put a floor. Careless I saw Zhang Jingxian suddenly grab the bag in her hand. Her small hand curiously fiddled with the bag for a while, and then withdrew her hand. She raised her head meaningfully, and looked straight at Cheng Jiangbei. Gosh, and daylilies. Looking at people in a panic. Cheng Jiangbei, Zhang Jingxian, listen to my sophistry. No. Explanation. That is. Which knows that Zhang Jingxian waved her hand is interrupted. Grabbed the bag also did not let go. See things are also carried almost. The body turned. The voice also do not know what a rhyme said. First get on the car. Cheng Jiangbei heart drummed a little. Exhaled. Turbulent to the driver's seat. Stared sideways. Found Zhang Jingxian expressionless nothing. Until he drove all the way back to the neighborhood's underground garage. His fists squeezed and he took another breath before twisting his head. Zhang Jingxian, listen to me. As a result, he saw Zhang Jingxian loosening her own seatbelt, grabbing at the bag with her small hands before dropping the remaining books in the back seat, snapping her heels, and resting her beautiful legs on the upper center console with a single lift. White, soft, the stocking in her hand copied the little hand and slipped it up her leg. Cheng Jiangbei looked dumbfounded. Jingxian, what are you doing? As a result, Zhang Jingxuan's calves curled up and had gradually wrapped the sensuality of a mature woman. Wasn't it prepared for you? Zhang Jingxian. First, this is anti-KO stocking. This is to make Aunt Xian more involved, right? Cheng Jiangbei was shocked and swallowed saliva with difficulty. Don't you youngsters love that routine the most? Zhang Jingxian was a bit impatient. Her legs crossed, and she placed them in front of Cheng Jiangbei's eyes without reason. What are you waiting for? Hands over. Come and put your socks on for your Jingxian. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 101, who's better, me or Auntie Xian? I'm begging for a booking. Cheng Jiangbei didn't know where to explain. So Jingxian, I put Gu Xianya's stockings on your legs? Jingxian, why are you wearing Gu Xianya's stockings again? There's nothing to say. Cheng Jiangbei's fingers all trembled for a moment, and then Jingxian just let out a light You brat lighten up. Jingxian pouted. Cheng Jiangbei was innocent, and he sought to think that he hadn't exerted himself, but Jingxian puckered her lips and exhaled hot air. Don't make weird noises. The underground garage was already sparsely populated, and Zhang Jingxian was really still so immodest. Cheng Jiangbei's palm had just moved a little bit towards Jingxian's thighs, but it ended up being clipped by a handful of unreasonable calves. Cheng Jiangbei could only look confused, lifting his head in a very aggrieved position, staring at Jingxian, just watching her eyes look downward, then smilingly said, Miss your family Jingxian? Jingxian, where are you looking? You see how cheeky she is. So bossy. Cheng Jiangbei was a bit dazed and swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty, when he saw Jingxian gently clamping his head trying to hook it towards the passenger seat. It's not reasonable. You kid, why don't you talk again? Aren't the stockings all ready for you Jingxian? Jingxian softened her eyes, her thighs really clamped down on her ears and softened up. At this moment, Sima Zhao sure everyone knows, mature women originally did not have too much reserve, or put in the open to play. Still pulling so much for what? So there is only a want to enjoy the young man's restless heart. Ouch. No, Jingxian, this stuff, ahem, how can I tell you? It's out there. Cheng Jiangbei's nose was full of Jingxian's stimulating breath and his eyes were slowly able to look at the stretching flesh of Jingxian's upper body. Jingxian is sexy. The unbridled body paused at the words. Not for you Jingxian? Cheng Jiangbei opened his mouth and only felt that his mouth was dry. Ooh, looks like I misunderstood. Between her wild thoughts, Jingxian's legs loosened up a bit and she exhaled softly. Looks like I'm sorry Xiao Cheng. Cheng Jiangbei only felt that there was still a residual touch on his ear, and hurriedly stated, there's no such thing. Jingxian also did not know the slightest shyness, in front of Cheng Jiangbei's face, then continued to organize the socks on the thighs, snapped and twisted, loosened, but also hit the flesh of the thighs trembled a little bit, raised his head and stared at Cheng Jiangbei, the soft eyes blinking 2 times. It is a sudden bitter smile and said, is not think I'm not too good like this? Cheng Jiangbei licked his lips. After inculcation, he has long since not been the innocent young boy before. All stood up and stirred, but the face showed false shyness and shook his head. Pretentious ass. Cheng Jiangbei is no longer the Cheng Jiangbei that he once was. The false hero is only coy. At the moment he chose to strike hard. Zhang Jingxian looked at the reaction, then suddenly raised her hand, grabbed at Chang Jiangbei at the moment, some nowhere to put a small hand, and then the soft small hand in Chang Jiangbei's back of the hand patted. See, the young man did not struggle at all. The rosy full lips really gently spit out a mouthful of fluttering hot air. It's all your fault. Jingxian can't help it every time she looks at you. Ha, just scared you again, didn't she? The voices seemed to be all jumpy, and the atmosphere that had all but faded away became ambiguous all of a sudden. Chang Jiangbei felt the soft tease in the palm of his hand and nodded, quickly shaking his head again. What does that mean? Jingxian. Chang Jiangbei weakly clamped his legs. It's just a little exciting. Zhang Jingxian of course noticed Chang Jiangbei's reaction. Exciting? Saying that, she glanced down at her own body. Then her beautiful leg was slightly swinging motionless across the gearshift, suddenly resting on Chang Jiangbei's thigh. Here, then you kid, take a closer look. Where are you? Jing exciting. A pair of legs is ambiguously black, soft with the rustle of taut stockings. Simply not too. Is it because you don't like your Jingxian's feet? Zhang Jingshuan's feet were still moving mischievously, making one's heart flutter. Chang Jiangbei's small hand shook a little. Like it. Julia Xian is generous. Then you can play with your Julia Xian's feet any way you want. This is really very Jingxian. Chang Jiangbei only felt that his palms were delicately soft and the flesh on his legs was too tight. Jingshuan's gaze was brimming, her lips too crystalline. You can be allowed to go up 2 centimeters more. The lights of the underground garage outside the car window are all a little dim. Chang Jiangbei moved his hand, but his mouth stumbled a little. This is outside. It's not good, right? Zhang Jingxian looked at him with a smile. Oh, what's so bad about it? Chang Jiangbei coughed. So what, I'll just touch my feet and legs. Is that so? Zhang Jingxian spoke up, laughing. But don't you Jingxian see that this is quite smooth for you, kid? Chang Jiangbei immediately didn't move, and didn't know how to speak, but could only smile and say, can't help it. Jingxian, the touch of your legs is too good. That's right. Zhang Jingxian pointed at him. What do you feel? What do you want that you can't give? You Jingxian to say? Hiding and cowering is rather unappealing. Don't you think so? Chang Jiangbei immediately nodded with approval. You are so right. Zhang Jingxian touched his hand. A pair of mature beautiful eyes looked at him. Just like you Jingxian. Now all I dream about is your figure. Well, I'm not shy to say it. Chang Jiangbei pursed his lips. A dream. But this moment is real. By the way, do you want to know what your boy did to your Jingxian in the dream? This Jingxian her beautiful legs stepped down slightly, bending her eyes as if she was talking about a very common thing. You youngsters at this age your energy can be really exuberant. But you've done a lot to you Jingxian it. Chang Jiangbei straightened and gulped, unable to eat. Ouch. Jingxian, what are you talking about? Zhang Jingxian said. Alright, say so much. With you Jingxian here still need to cover up? Well, you kid move back a little bit. Jingxian copied her little foot and stomped him. Chang Jiangbei, what for? Zhang Jingxian bashfully withdrew her small feet, drooped her head sideways to take a look, then pulled back her hair and said, can sisters still harm you? Sit still. Underground garages are always hidden. Nice place. Would it be bad to have you here? Jingxian looked up. Good thing the interior of the Audi Q7 wasn't cramped. Exhaled and licked her lips. There was a sudden feeling of congestion in the car. Not to mention the steering wheel. You know nobody can say no to a steering wheel. Chang Jiangbei sucked in his breath. A heart beating chaotically hastily waved his hand. How can it be? Zhang Jingxian a sound. Wiped the small mouth. Then the feet are still hanging on a pair of high-heeled shoes snapped to peel down, thrown to the passenger side of the cushion. The whole person in the limited space hooked waist stood up, and then a cross of the beautiful legs. Fragrant feet a pressure. The air is all weighted down at the moment. Jingxian probably doesn't even know herself how soft and fragrant she is. Her lips were also spitting and pressing, and her breathing was heavier, and she suddenly squinted her eyes and said that, me and your Aunt Daleen, who feels good? Chang Jiangbei's entire body was dumbfounded, shocked. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 102, discovered. I'm begging for a booking. Toward noon, the underground garage was also baking hot, but Chang Jiangbei felt that his heart was cold at the moment. Why are you looking at me? You think I'm a cutie? Zhang Jingxian wrapped her arms around Chang Jiangbei's neck and exhaled twice. I'm too lazy to talk to you about this right now. The secretary has called several times, and the mute hasn't been heard yet. Well, I have too. Chang Jiangbei also glanced at his cell phone, but his mind was clearly not on it. Ahem, Ginger, this. Zhang Jingxian stood her body up, also not at all tight. No need to say anything, you sit up some first. Oi. Chang Jiangbei raised his hand. Zhang Jingxian then pulled 2 napkins from the side and first wiped her own hands, then straightened her wrinkled cheongsam slightly before finally pulling a new one and handing it to Chang Jiangbei. Chang Jiangbei hurriedly took it. After organizing, Zhang Dingxian, who was back in the passenger seat, looked at him and finally smiled and patted his leg. It's done. Get off and go upstairs. I'll make a trip to the company. And you, go to the school and look for Auntie Xian. Let's have a chat in the evening. She had business to attend to, and at the moment her emotions were too stable to do so. Cheng Jiangbei nodded repeatedly and got out of the car, feeling that this attitude of the president, how inexplicably some subtle, obey him and wait until you reach Auntie Xian. The underground garage lights were never that bright, just the amazing fullness of that one wrapped up was simply alarming. Prof. Gu smells so good, and so soft. Sin. Cheng Jiangbei only feel how Mercedes such a good car is still so hot. Ah. The professor's body aroma can also vigorously to his nose next to the T's. Are out of breath. Don't you come any closer. Professor Gu absent-mindedly could look out the car window. Panicked. Afraid of being seen by the neighbors. Cheng Jiangbei ears cannot hear so much. The president's subtle attitude makes his heart itchy. In front of his eyes is their textured soft trembling. Hiss. The curves are so foul. It simply strains the rich, fleshy texture of the dress to the point where it bounces a bit with the slightest movement. This kind of impact in the visual of the LSP makes for a screaming heart attack. Cheng Fong only felt a bit of a trance. His head buzzed, and the knot in his throat kept surging. But, is it okay? Gu Xianya's voice trembled. The original high and mighty professor had no opinion at all at the moment, not knowing how tempting that noble and sexy and submissive blended together really was. I'm so tired. Cheng Jiangbei slowly lowered his head, and there was a flash of dawning in his fiery eyes that this size, too, was normal. Cheng Jiangbei looked at some pain in the heart. Too big. Professor Gu every day must be in the middle of the water. He felt that he must help to share. His head flashed through the righteous version of the reason. Cheng Jiangbei honestly raised his hand, and at once, Gu Xianya's nose grunted. This is a garage. Don't be so. Cheng Jiangbei froze for a moment, his palms hanging in the air, his eyes rolled, and he suddenly found Hua. What about if it wasn't in the underground garage? Gu Xianya only felt herself tingling to the point of tightness. Her body seemed to be about to give out. But it was not easy to bring up the strength to mouth a hard line. It's not okay either. Cheng Jiangbei has completely figured out her path. His chest is all heaving and undulating, and his lips are close to his ear. At noon when the class is over, I'll come to your office to look for you. No. Just look at Gu Xianya's frightened body slightly leaning towards the car door side, across the gear shifter, looking down at her chest. Hiding is a little bit of hiding. Cheng Jiangbei pressed and wrote out the win. Gu Xianya could only fiddle with the hem of her skirt by squeezing her little hand right underneath tightly, just to know how unsettled she really was. Office? No. Would anyone in your office go in without knocking? It won't. So Cheng Jiangbei could not be doubted. That's good. No good. That's the school. Gu Xianya's head shook into a rattle. Cheng Jiangbei's tone aggravated a bit, simply changed shape completely. Are you sure you still want to refute me? Sure enough, Gu Xianya was defeated. Her voice carrying a bit of suppressed hoarseness. Got it. Only after receiving an affirmative answer did Cheng Jiangbei exhale, his palms simply amazing. Professor Gu's reaction was also making it difficult for him to calm down. Come on, go to school. Okay. Gu Xianya straightened herself out against the visor, then settled down and just pressed the gas pedal until she was out of the underground garage, the sunlight clearing the ripples inside the car. Only then was Cheng Jiangbei able to exhale heavily. This is Gu Xianya, in someone else's car to her. Cheng Jiangbei, are you polite? But Prof. Gu wasn't angry at all, completely out of his mind. Office. That was her office as a professor, full of academics. The moment Cheng Jiangbei got out of class and stepped in to close the door smoothly, he knew that the professor and what kind of academic creation will be. The office was proper. Cheng Jiangbei habitually looked in. Professor Gu, I have a question I want to consult with you. After all, in the school, in fact, the professor's lair is not big, but it is better than the bright atmosphere, the air of gravity and simplicity. Professor Gu was at that end of the office, sitting behind his wide desk, looking down at his papers as if somewhat deaf to the voices in his ears. Zicheng, since you have a student, there is a meeting at the company in the afternoon. I'll talk to you on the phone after I'm busy then. I'll leave first. The one who spoke was a young man, suited and booted with gold-rimmed glasses, a successful man at first glance. Treating others, Professor Gu has always had a kind of superior seriousness. The light through the window behind her, baked like shining on her graceful and elegant body. This moment is her home turf. Say it again. Then once more she looked down at her paper attentively, and it was not until a movement came from the doorway that her body was. The successful man took a look at Cheng Jiangbei and then looked back at Gu Xianya, who was obviously paying more attention to the student, and was obviously a bit helpless, but there was no way around it. Then you get busy. Walking out of the office when the road processed Jiangbei, glanced at him. I think the young people do not understand. The teacher obviously have private time, but also come to delay. Not a little I price ah. The young man unfortunately looked at the door of the room that has been closed tightly, unaware that Gu Xianya see him out on the worried rush to get up for fear of others to find then she will not live. Opening is also tense. Put the door. Lock the door. Cheng Jiangbei understood. Oh, click. Gu Xianya tensed at the sound. And then this female professor who had just been calm and perfunctory to the extreme stood in front of the curtains and didn't dare to move a muscle. Your suitor? Gu Xianya's fists tightened half-heartedly. Cheng Jiangbei moved closer and tugged her wrist with some force. The soft body stiffened and then loosened. The rosy lips before a sheet. The eyes simply woofed with water. Yes, yes. Oh, Cheng Jiangbei took a few steps and dragged her to the front of the desk, suddenly looking straight at her. Then like him or like me? On the inside of the office, Professor Gu pursed his lips, completely at a loss for words, struggling with his wrist. But the process of Jiangbei also do not panic. She is not at all powerful, but where the color of the internal stubble a bit Cheng Jiangbei is not so bold. Cheng Jiangbei leaned in again, impacting her bit by bit, his voice deep. No need to answer. None of it matters. Cheng Jiangbei exposed his purpose and bit Gu Xuanya's ear fiercely, because Jingxian has already discovered us. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 103, I'm just mad at you for not telling me. 2-in-1 begs for a booking. At those words, Gu Xianya's entire body was completely flustered. The body tensed a bit confused and also a bit dazed. The rosy lips trembled more than a bit, obviously stimulated by Cheng Jiangbei's words. How could this happen? How could? Gu Xianya felt some heavenly spinning. Cheng Jiangbei also sighed. Jingxian didn't say much. She asked us to meet in the evening to talk about it. Gu Xianya's fingers trembled a bit. Talk about what? Cheng Jiangbei said he didn't know. Auntie K was thoroughly distracted, and looking at her, she knew that at this point she needed time to react on her own. So leave in silence. However, without taking a few steps, beside the main road, Cheng Jiangbei suddenly stopped in his tracks and fished out his cell phone from his bag, and the call was quickly answered. Hello. It was a very magnetic voice on the other end of the line. Cheng Jiangbei opened his mouth and didn't say anything for half a day. As a result, there was a sudden light laugh from there. Scared? It's hard for Cheng Jiangbei not to nod. Well, Jingxian, okay. Zhang Jingxuan's voice seemed to be able to converge into that beautiful, bubbly little face. Remember what sister told you before? Cheng Jiangbei forgot. Didn't I tell you that my sister can't stand you alone some days? Cheng Jiangbei straightened and gulped. What did it mean? It's not clear on the phone. You kid, don't feel bad about anything. If you can't, come to the office. I'm almost done with my work anyway. The president's attitude is really subtle. Cheng Jiangbei thought about it, and suddenly patted his head, as if it was before, when the president even begged for forgiveness. No, it won't. Cheng Jiangbei sucked in his breath. It was hard not to think about it more. I'll be right there. Cheng Jiangbei came to the company with vigor and a smile on his face. Colleagues couldn't help but tease. Jiangbei looks good. Is there something good happening? Would it look too bad to say that it was because the president's attitude made him feel too conventional? Cheng Jiangbei raised his eyebrows and decided that it was better not to irritate his clear-eyed colleague. Thinking about it, he said, well, I remembered something happy. Roommate Jiangsu Nan, clearly the type to break the ice, was curious. What's the happy thing? Cheng Jiangbei, oh, my wife had a baby. Congratulations. My co-worker, whose mouth has always been faster than a dog's brain, returned to the country's flavor with an eye roll. No, where did you get a wife? Didn't you have a fling with the president? Could it be? Cheng Jiangbei drifted away. When she entered the president's office, she saw that she was packing up her things now, obviously having finished her work. You're just in time. Come on, we haven't been alone in a while. Let's go shopping. Cheng Jiangbei glared down. Shopping? Shopping with the big president? Shopping, but we should both call this a date, right? Without waiting for Cheng Jiangbei to react, Zhang Jingxian had already casually grabbed a lady's handbag on her body. Xiao Chang, we still have things to do in the evening. There's not a lot of time, so let's not delay. She is firmly in control of the rhythm of the moment, and did not say anything too much. Aunt Xian's topic, how to pull the date again. I don't know how many blows to Cheng Jiangbei. President Jiang, you, Cheng Jiangbei cried and laughed and patted his head, pondering, love what you want. Anyway, do not understand the president of the Jiang. What exactly is the idea? The person's city so deep it, think is also in vain. Dating on the date, do not want to think so much. How many people in the world can enjoy dating Zhang Jingxian? What's there to worry about? Let's talk about the future later. Cheng Jiangbei was letting go and no longer dwelling on so much. The Wangfu department store is not full of people coming and going even on weekdays. In the customers and shopping mall personnel stunning and jealous sight, Chang Jiangbei steps floating in the first floor hall. Shopping mall lighting is bright and unusual. The president of the adult is really no matter where the focus. At this time is holding his own hand, so that he enjoys the feeling of the attention of all the people. Plus it is also the first time on the woman out of the shopping mall on the arm, but also a batch of nervousness. This stiff look that youngsters always go through. Seeing him like this, Zhang Dingxian couldn't help but laugh a little, and suddenly asked with a sideways glance, "Xiao Chang, am I your proper first love?" Ah, Chang Jiangbei didn't seem to have heard. Zhang Dingxian narrowed her eyes. "Xiao Chang, relax a little, will you?" Chang Jiangbei, ahem, I'm quite relaxed. In fact, not too relaxed, because the heart still owes something. You call that relaxing? The body is all hard and, well, your ginger doesn't eat people. No. Chang Jiangbei tried his best to relax a bit, but it was indeed difficult to be completely calm, silent for 2 seconds, somewhat helpless. Ha, maybe I was a bit nervous. Does it feel hopeless to have to spend time with a president as strange as me? Zhang Dingxian smiled. Don't think too much right now. Let's talk about the evening matters at night. Okay. Chang Jiangbei nodded repeatedly. Aha. Zhang Dingxian stared at him and let out a light laugh. Then relax. Chang Jiangbei didn't know what to say. I know. Zhang Dingxian smiled lightly. Alright, not to make things difficult for you. Look at you silly that way. Just go home after going to the 3rd floor to stroll around. Okay. It was getting dark and the stars were shining. Leave the shopping center and walk on the small square outside the Wangfujing department store. Xiao Chang. Zhang Dingxian, who was originally walking in front, suddenly paused in her steps, her brows slightly wrinkled. Her high heels were a bit crisp in contact with the ground. She came back next to Chang Jiangbei and thoughtfully helped him take 3 bags. You're doing it again. What kind of relationship are we all in? You wouldn't be my subordinate anymore. You, walk side by side with sister, okay? Be well. After shopping, big bag carrying Chang Jiangbei is again distracted. Zhang Dingxian president sent him a set of valuable suit. The president of the year on the sister has a car and a house and money and status, and the face of his and Aunt Xian's broken things are. He heart don't mention what kind of flavor. Inhaled a breath. Ginger, you're too good to me. It's just, you, I don't know if you are pretending to be stupid or really stupid. It's all like this. If your sister is not nice to you, who is nice to you? Zhang Dingxian helplessly stretched out her hand and pointed at Chang Jiangbei twice, then turned around and walked ahead, her tone a little weepy. Let's go back to the car to talk first. Get back in the car. Zhang Dingxian looked at the appearance. The corner of the lips did not by flooding a smile, gracefully lifted a finger. The car inside the air conditioning open, so that the light cold wind swings in the carriage. Okay, buckle up. President Zhang Dingxian first told Chang Jiangbei to fasten his seatbelt, then urged him to start the car. Waiting for the car. The speed is not fast. Steadily parked in the parking space of the neighborhood. Zhang Jingshuan's voice only sounded again. Turning his head to look at Chang Jiangbei, said with a bitter smile to himself, maybe I let you very unclear it. In fact, the original heavenly destiny. After alteration may eventually appear some accidents. You don't feel that there are things can't go through. In fact, I didn't you think so petty. I'm angry. It may be that you are hiding from me. Well, if there are any things, you have to talk to me in advance. Okay, said. Only just put out the fire. Chang Jiangbei pursed his lips. Finally said this. Chang Jiangbei waited too long. Chang Jiangbei immediately nodded and said, good. Zhang Dingxian anyway, we have to cherish this hard-won heart of God. No matter what, we can face it. That's what I think. What do you say? Okay. I'm a little dizzy from all this work. So Chang, you help me up with the stuff, okay? Chang Jiangbei, good. I'll go get you something. After talking through some of them, the big bag was carried upstairs. Soon, sitting on the sofa and catching his breath, Chang Jiangbei finally let go a little more open. His eyes glanced at President Zhang Jingshuan's plump body one by one. And, alas, you say that the gap between this person and the person how is so big, that the face of the country, that thin and slippery body, the beautiful buttocks, that long legs, TSK, before watching the movie feel above the actors really beautiful, but with the president of the Zhang a comparison, on the temperament of the loss of all the mess, too red, starry-eyed high above to describe are too bland. Zhang Dingxian came out from the kitchen over there, catching a glass of water in her hand, her eyes narrowed. Xiao Chang, if I come out to hang out with you in private today, will you think that this body of mine isn't too much of a sight to behold? Chang Jiangbei's eyes quickly moved away from her chest. No, sis, it's only when you wear it like this that it's quite feminine. No, it's just that. This dress is quite suitable for you. Oh, that's good. Zhang Dingxian handed him the cup of water. Next time we come out shopping, sis, try to dress younger and live a little, okay? Yeah, Chang Jiangbei hurriedly agreed. Zhang Jingxian took a sip of water right next to him as well. The two of them watched the news on the TV. Zhang Jingxian put the cup in her hand down, her eyes narrowed sideways, and suddenly asked, "Want it?" Chang Jiangbei's eyes widened steeply. "A little dry, can I?" Zhang Jingxian then ruffled her hair. "It's home, of course. Wait, you're not comfortable through your clothes, are you?" The patter was quick. Chang Jiangbei only felt that the air was suffocated with soft fragrance. "Ginger, that I put up. Well, fine, make yourself at home." Zhang Jingxuan's rosy lips slightly opened and inhaled for a moment, then quickly and gently exhaled a mouthful of fragrant hot air, magnetically hummed from her throat. Her originally woofy and clear eyes flashed a trace of ecstasy. "Harder, I have some favorites." Who? Chang Jiangbei's heart was beating chaotically, and not long after, Zhang Jingxian rubbed her neck again. "Help me press it down again." Chang Jiangbei, at a glance, was a bit of a pawn. After taking the scraping oil and scraping board, Chang Jiangbei gave Zhang Jingxian neck a few drops of red oil, and then he was very vigorous to scrape her. "Zhang Jiang, after the neck is difficult again you will talk to me, scraping or pinching the back or. This work is still not a problem." Kang Dingxian, who was sitting on the sofa with her neck lowered, revealed a warm smile. Thanks. We still say what thank you so will me. Obviously I made a mistake, you still sympathize with me. Say thank you should also be I said. Chang Jiangbei is standing behind the backrest of the sofa. From the top to see down is Zhang Jingxian naked neck. Front chest camisole because of her head down slightly wrinkled. Shadow inside the flesh. The concave groove seems to be able to see the bottom. Chang Jiangbei discovered this. His heart was on fire, and he reflexively yawed his toes and pulled his neck forward to look down. "Hubby, out of the woods yet?" Chang Jiangbei's neck quickly closed, promising her not to move blindly, so he coughed, out. "Ha, red enough." Zhang Jingxian smoothed her long hair. "The left shoulder hurts the most. Shave there more." "Okay, ouch. This side is awesome. It's purple." "You're winded, right? It's not cold. Maybe the window wasn't closed tight when I went to bed that day." As one of his own, Chang Jiangbei did not use any spacing. His hand fell directly on her smooth back. The feeling was naturally different. When Zhang Jingxian shaved her neck and the upper half of her back, Chang Jiangbei's right hand was already shivering with exhaustion, aching and numb. "See how tired you are. Take a break." Zhang Jingxian painfully grabbed his hand and rubbed it for him. "It's okay. Are you more comfortable?" "Well, the neck is much looser than it was earlier." Chang Jiangbei felt that his performance should be very serious. "Anyway, it is necessary to talk about a subtle. Their family Zhang Jingxian such a woman. She has to be more likely to let her feel their own pay. It takes time for everything to go from quantitative to qualitative, and relationships are certainly no exception." Looking at Zhang Jingxian who was rubbing her hands for herself, Chang Jiangbei felt the temperature of Zhang Jingxuan's delicate hands and couldn't help but ask himself a few questions. His own exuberance during this period of time may really also be because of Zhang Jingxuan's openness to him. Of course it was also the drunken accident that day, and after handling it perfectly so to speak, something was let out of his heart. "I guess. Ginger, do you have any beans at home?" "There is, I think, and it will be delivered by a special butler. Then I'll go soak the beans, and tomorrow morning we'll both cook and drink soy milk." "Well, you put more sugar in it. I'm not used to soy milk not being sweet." "Okay." Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell of the house was rung. Zhang Jiang, did you hear the doorbell ring?" Chang Jiangbei suddenly raised his head and looked at the door to inquire. Zhang Jingxian straightened her clothes and climbed up, pulling back her hair. "I don't know. I'll get the door then." Chang Jiangbei went over to the door a twist. A mild perfume flavor came to the face. Through the security door, outside reveals a beautiful face of the country. It is not seen for a long time. Aunt Xian, soft eyes with long eyelashes and an exceptionally fair face with a scent that could not be more charming. Gu Xianya today wore a light-colored tone of OL professional dress. Plump beautiful buttocks in the skirt taught up an arc. Long legs wrapped in meat stockings. The soles of the feet stepped on white high-heeled shoes. Very much a stock of mature women's flavor. Coming. Chang Jiangbei stepped aside to allow her to be able to enter. Aunt Xianya gave Chang Jiangbei a blank look. Her heart fluttered a little. Aha! Gu Xianya's two hooked soles plump legs stepped in. Da. The movement of the high heels falling to the ground are so soft and good. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 104, I want it all. 2 in 1. I'm begging for a booking. After Xianya very gently, stepped on her high heels and somewhat helplessly entered the house, Chang Jiangbei hurriedly went to get her a pair of slippers and threw them next to her. Aunt Xian, here, slippers. Gu Xianya lowered her head, her hair all hanging down along. She ruffled it somewhat absent-mindedly, hooking her body, her feet searching for her slippers, and saw Jing Xian over there walking into the bathroom. A moment of panic. Stepped right in on the floor. Small feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Then uttered a sigh as they stepped on the edge of the gray floor. Auntie Xian's feet are really nice to look at. No flaws at all. The curves are the most beautiful kind. But stepping in with bare feet doesn't even scare you of uterine chills. Chang Jiangbei paused for a moment and hurriedly greeted. Wear shoes. Cool. Gu Xianya didn't say anything. Her lips pursed tightly. In front of her eyes, Zhang Jingxian twisted her body out of the bathroom, squinted her eyes, and couldn't tell what the meaning was as she said softly, "Coming, Aunt Xian." Gu Xianya's palms touching her thighs were a little sweaty, her rosy lips trembling slightly before she spoke. There was a brief meeting of eyes, but they were avoided immediately afterward. Chang Jiangbei didn't know what to say and stood somewhat woodenly in place. Jing Xian, you called me here today. In the end, it was Aunt Xian who didn't hold back, pursed her lips, exhaled, and opened her mouth first. Oh, of course we're talking. After holding it in for so long, don't you want to talk to me? Aunt Xian opened her mouth and didn't quite make a sound. Zhang Jingxian stretched her back and said somewhat lazily, "Sleepy, you're dirty, go take a shower. I'll wait for you in the bedroom." Aunt Xian didn't say any more, but only looked deeply at Zhang Jingxian. "Pajamas and underwear are new and ready for you, on the couch in the check room." And, Zhang Jingxian stretched her legs and gently kicked Chang Jiangbei's thigh with her foot. "I'm hungry. Go out and buy some snacks and come back." Isn't it possible to order takeout? Chang Jiangbei walked towards the door. "I want to eat what you bought yourself, can't I?" Chang Jiangbei understood that they wanted to chat alone and not let him participate. "Okay." Chang Jiangbei walked towards the door, not forgetting to urge, "You guys don't wait for me to leave and start drinking and fighting again." "Drinking? Isn't it just right to get drunk?" Zhang Jingxian said thoughtfully. Aunt Ko froze for a moment, then staggered a step, ignored it, and walked into the check room in her slippers. Chang Jiangbei secretly blushed and went out the door. Only Zhang Jingxian and Gu Xuanya were left in the room at once. Why does it seem to fall into a bit of a calm when a storm is approaching? When Gu Xianya came out from the check room, her delicate body had changed into a new nightgown, which was really how to wear the softness of her body. There was a hint of hesitation in her eyes, but more trepidation. Snapping and snapping, his feet hit the floor. Zhang Jingxian sat on the sofa, looking as if she was really a bit sleepy, but her eyes kept watching Gu Xuanya. How's it going? Are you comfortable in your new pajamas? She asked. Gu Xianya didn't answer immediately, but quietly walked over to the window and looked out at the night scene. Her rosy lips gently exhaled a breath in the middle of the day before she softly spoke. "Jing Xian, you called me here today. It wouldn't be just for me to change my clothes, would it?" Zhang Jingxian smiled and stood up from the sofa, slowly approaching Gu Xuanya. "Actually, there is something I want to talk to you about." "Talk about what?" Gu Xianya turned around and faced Zhang Jingxian. "Between us." Zhang Jingxuan's tone became serious. "I know that over the years, we've all been busy individually, and rarely had the chance to have a good chat, but something happened recently, and I feel the need to talk to you." Gu Xianya nodded, signaling her to continue. "About Chang Jiangbei." Zhang Jingxian took a deep breath. "I realized that my feelings for him seem to go beyond simply liking him, and you've always had a crush on him, right?" Gu Xianya was silent for a while and finally admitted, "Yes, I do have a crush on him, but the relationship between us." Zhang Jingxian suddenly rubbed her eyes and interrupted her. "We are really a family. Our relationship is complicated, but I think the three of us should sit down and have a good talk to find a solution that is fair and reasonable for all three of us. Do you have any specific suggestions?" Gu Xianya pursed her lips and suddenly asked. Zhang Jingxian pondered for a moment and replied, "We can try a more open relationship model, such as a triple sharing lifestyle. That way, everyone can be satisfied while maintaining the bond between us." Gu Xianya's expression looked a bit surprised. "Do you really think this is feasible?" Zhang Jingxian shrugged. "I don't know, but I'm willing to try. At the very least, we should be honest with each other instead of being suspicious of each other like we are now." "Auntie Xian, you're too tight right now." Gu Xianya pondered over Zhang Jingxian's words, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She knew that this relationship model was very non-traditional, but she also understood that what Zhang Jingxian said had some truth to it. After all, the relationship between them had long surpassed ordinary friendship, and Chang Jiangbei had deep feelings for both of them. "We need to discuss this with Chang Jiangbei," Gu Xianya finally decided. Zhang Jingxian nodded in agreement. "Yes, we need to talk to him together. Regardless of the outcome, we need to at least try to find a solution that we can all accept." The two exchanged a meaningful look, as if some sort of consensus had been reached between the two of them in this moment. When Chang Jiangbei returned home after buying a barbecue, he noticed that Zhang Jingxian seemed to want him to come back later. Out of trust for Jing Xian, he stayed outside a little longer. When he returned to the apartment, he found Jing Xian and An Xian already drinking and chatting in the living room, and the atmosphere didn't seem tense, but rather quite harmonious. Jiang Jingxian was obviously a bit hungry and quickly ate a lot of barbecue and asked Cheng Jiangbei to make another egg fried rice. Cheng Jiangbei didn't ask many questions and silently got busy. When they had finished eating and drinking and their faces were flushed, they went into the bedroom together to rest. Cheng Jiangbei cleaned up the kitchen and returned to the guest room but tossed and turned. He decided to take a chance and check out the bedroom. Gently pushing open the bedroom door, the moonlight spilled into the room and he saw that the covers had been kicked to the bottom of the bed and two females in light pajamas were lying on the bed. Julia Xian's hands were on Auntie Xian's hips while Auntie Xian's legs were on Julia Xian's legs. Cheng Jiangbei's heartbeat accelerated, but all of a sudden, he felt that Jing Xian's gaze seemed to be signaling him to join them. He hesitated, but quietly joined them. Jing Xian whispered, "We've already slept together before." If Auntie Xian didn't have any thoughts about it, she wouldn't have come here. She might still be torn, but now is not the time to be torn. You can try to convince her. Cheng Jiangbei gulped, realizing that the situation was indeed a bit delicate at the moment. Jing Xian and Auntie Xian's bodies were close together, and when he joined in, he had to squeeze in between them, causing them to practically lean against his body. Jing Xian's voice whispered in his ear, "I think Aunt Xian should have already fallen asleep. How can that be? Wasn't it only a few sips? How can she be drunk with such a little bit of wine?" Jing Xian's voice was slightly louder. "Right, Aunt Xian?" Auntie Xian didn't respond, as if she was asleep. "Don't mind her, that's just the way she is. A little tongue-in-cheek actually," Jiang Jingxian said. Cheng Jiangbei took a deep breath and decided to have Jing Xian turn on her side to face him, while also having Aunt Xian turn towards him. He wrapped one hand around Aunt Xian and the other around Jing Xian, and despite his inner excitement, he did not make any further moves, but just quietly held them in his arms as they fell asleep. The next morning, Aunt Xian woke up to see Cheng Jiangbei in the middle of them, and pretending to be puzzled, she asked, "Why is he in our bed?" Jiang Jingxian stretched her back and smiled. "Maybe it's the wrong place. He wasn't drinking, so how could he go the wrong way, and just happened to lie down in the middle of us? That's really bold," Aunt Xian suddenly said. Jiang Jingxian chimed in, "Yeah, this kid is really bold." Cheng Jiangbei thought to himself, he was a regular last night, but he didn't expect to receive such a comment. However, he noticed that Jing Xian didn't get mad about it, which made him slightly relieved to see that Jing Xian might be more tolerant of the relationship between him and Aunt Xian than he thought. "Wake him up and put him out to bed." Aunt Xian suddenly reddened and said, "What's so decent about that? And he's got his arm around me. Well, it's as if he's just treating us like we're his first and second wives." Jiang Jingxian laughed. "What did you expect? Don't pretend either. You clearly didn't kick people out last night. What are you pretending now?" Aunt Xian shook her head. "I really did fall asleep last night." "Oh, this joke isn't funny at all," Jiang Jingxian said. "Then I'd better go. You guys go back to sleep." Aunt Xian looked a bit shy. Accepting the relationship would take more time for her. Cheng Jiangbei's arm was pressed by Jiang Jingxian, while his other hand gently touched Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian got up and was ready to leave, but after hesitating at the door for a while, she eventually returned to the bed and turned sideways to Cheng Jiangbei. "No, why should I leave? If I want to leave, it should also be you. This brat, who should leave?" After a while, Jiang Jingxian said faintly, "We probably should have had a good talk a long time ago." He realized that the atmosphere in the room had changed. Jiang Jingxian and Gu Xuanya's expressions were serious but appeared relatively calm. Jiang Jingxian was the first to break the silence. "Jiang Bei, actually last night, we had some things we needed to discuss with you." Cheng Jiangbei nodded, indicating his willingness to listen. Julia Kong continued, "We talked about our relationship regarding the three of us. We know it's complicated, but we think that if we can be honest about it, we might be able to find a solution that is acceptable to all three of us." Gu Xianya lowered her head and added, We both considered, well, just, including establishing a more open relationship model." "Aha, what's the point? Open relationship model?" Cheng Jiangbei didn't hear too much, but was already greatly shocked. Like a lifestyle shared by three people. That kind of talk is a little too subtle. "Share." Jiang Jingxian ruffled her hair. "This way everyone can be satisfied and at the same time keep the bond between us. He knows how much Jing Xian will pay for this." Cheng Jiangbei listened to their words with mixed feelings in his heart. He knew that such a relationship model was very non-traditional, but he also understood that what Jiang Jingxian and Gu Xuanya said had some truth to it. After all, their relationship had long since transcended ordinary friendship, and he had deep feelings for both of them. "Do you guys really think this is really feasible?" Cheng Jiangbei asked. Jiang Jingxian shrugged her shoulders and replied, "I don't know, but this is at least an attempt and an attitude. Anyway, at least we should be honest with each other instead of being suspicious of each other like we are now." Gu Xianya exhaled and added, "This kind of thing, Jing Xian is willing to try, although it does have some but if we are both willing to try, we might be able to find a balance. Cheng Jiangbei thought for a moment. In fact, his heart has long made a decision, but did not dare to show too direct. Well, it's close to saying that the triangle is actually the most stable graph. Then Jiang Jingxuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Are you especially happy in your heart right now? All bubbly with joy? What about Gu Xianya and I? Are we bubbling with joy? Cheng Jiangbei first subconsciously nodded his head, then quickly shook his head again. Jiang Jingxian suddenly turned sideways, her soft legs closing. Then if Auntie Xian and I had pursued you at the same time before, who would you have chosen as your girlfriend? What's the difference between this me and your mom falling in the water? Cheng Jiangbei suddenly closed his eyes. Don't play dead. Hurry up and talk. Seeing that he couldn't pretend anymore, Cheng Jiangbei had to pretend that he had just woken up, yawning and rubbing his eyes, opening his eyes and looking around. He was deliberately startled. Ah, why am I here? What are you guys talking about? Seeing that Jiang Jingxian and An Xian both ignored him, Cheng Jiangbei coughed awkwardly. Can I? Jiang Jingxian glared at Cheng Jiangbei. Can what? Cheng Jiangbei clenched his teeth and prepared to serve the water, braving both of them in his arms. Can I choose both? Shameless. Aunt Xian was furious and suddenly snapped a hand on his chest. It's really thanks to you to say it. Jiang Dingxian, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes and took a look at Cheng Jiangbei holding her arm unkindly. You say, how do you choose them all? You kid, aren't afraid of bigamy, just arrest you all? Cheng Jiangbei gently coughed twice, then said, that what? I know I'm a little not a thing, but after all is the thing after all to this point. You let me how to choose out. Substantial progress would have been. To be honest, I also do not pull far away. Men, are some greedy, choose ginger. Aunt Xian tastes, choose Aunt Xian. I am more, since I am, might as well be positively too. Cheng Jiangbei frankly and openly explained. Jiang Jian, Aunt Xian, both of you, I want all of you. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 105 Auntie Xian's Transformation. 2-in-1 begging for a catch-up. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* straightened his hair and finally said nothing more. I'm going to work. Gu Xianya also pushed him away. Her soft little feet also stepped down from the bed. There was one thing to be said for her. Today she seemed to be leaking all over. I'm also going to class. The two of them didn't care about Cheng Jiangbei, twisted their bodies and washed up, changed their clothes and left, leaving Cheng Jiangbei alone, holding his head and looking at the ceiling. It didn't take long for him to be so happy that he was shaking straight up. I don't know how long it took, but I fell asleep again, and then my cell phone vibrated before I touched it. What time was it? At a glance, it's almost noon. Want to come by the office later? Sure enough, after having no worries, Aunt Xian also relaxed, but this is the news before. Cheng Jiangbei fell asleep and did not see. Gu Xianya, why don't you speak yet? Gu Xianya, what more do you want from your Aunt Xian? Boy, don't get an inch. Cheng Jiangbei thought that Gu Xianya was angry, and his fingers rushed to the top of the cell phone screen, only to see Gu Xianya compromising herself to herself. He clearly didn't do anything, not even flat A. Gu Xianya's core was all crossed. Gu Xianya, I'm really afraid of you. Say it, what do you want your Aunt Xian to play with you? Is Gu Xianya himself almost into this? Cheng Jiangbei only felt his mouth dry. Gu Xianya, picture. Cheng Jiangbei only felt that there were two good-sized birds flying by in front of his eyes. Gu Xianya didn't care. Don't you like your Aunt Xian's breasts the most? It says they miss you. Is there such a wonderful Chinese language in this world? Cheng Jiangbei's eyes are starting to roll. It seemed like he could feel the scorching heat of Gu Xianya's soft skin through the screen. Who can stand it? I'll be right there. The words were simply too much for the youngster to handle, and the mature woman's explicitness was simply too much for the innocent male university to handle. I'm already home. Come to my house. Seeing him finally reply, Gu Xianya pursed her lips. Afternoon. A little over 2. No clouds for miles. The fierce sun in mid-air. The early summer heat of the temperature pressed on the streets, asphalt roads, hotel facades. The surface of the poles seemed to hang like fire, to burn up the feeling. Cheng Jiangbei stood in the familiar doorway, pacing back and forth as if sweating in the heat. And then there was the sound of the elevator dinging. The high heels were not slow. Gu Xianya twisted her body to carry the bag and walked over. Yo-ho, you waited a long time. Right. Gu Xianya's high heels paused for a moment, with a serious face, smiling as if the relationship between the two was particularly innocent. No, I just got here too. Cheng Jiangbei smiled sarcastically, giving a place to Gu Xianya to open the door, and stole a glance at her. Age has not left too many traces on Gu Xianya's face, and the woman has been moisturized and is obviously more charming. That's a great body. Cheng Jiangbei looked a bit dry-mouthed. Gu Xianya just turned around and laughed. I went to buy something temporarily after class. You won't scold me behind my back, right? Sure enough, the appearance of mature women are deceptive. Gu Xianya obviously take up and put down. Body slow, elegant. Where to see open mouth and close mouth to play my look. She is not so screwed up at the moment. Very own temperament. Cheng Jianbei shook his head. There is no such thing. Ha ha, that would be best. No, you want to come. Went out to buy food for you. You kid just know to bully your Aunt Xian's. Gu Xianya opened the door and entered the house. Gu Xianya is still the same Gu Xianya that she once was. But again, there are some differences. Cheng Jianbei pursed his lips. Everything was so natural. Embarrassed, he coughed. Tough on you. Knowing that the building was monitored, and without much delay outside, the door to the room was closed with a thud and a blush. Gu Xianya went in after the feet of high heels dashing mentioned dumped to the ground. Directly take black stockings stepped on the floor to take 2 steps, and then fell head first in the living room on the large sofa. Eyes narrowed, is smiling and said, how is it? The heartache of your Aunt Xian? One high heel lay down. One high heel flipped upside down. Cheng Jianbei felt that Aunt Xian's charm was simply wanton. Suddenly let the young man a little trance. Hurriedly bent down, digressing. That what? Quite good shoes. Do not throw blindly Cheng Jianbei had just picked up her black high heels and placed them flat in front of the shoe cabinet when he turned his head and saw it. Gu Xianya's beautiful feet wrapped in black silk slightly cocked, so she crossed her legs in mid-air. What about your Aunt Xian's stinky shoes that you're also going to touch? Sure enough, without the monitor in, Gu Xianya was exposed, her beautiful legs swaying in front of her eyes. The small blue suit on her body was taken off long ago, leaving only a shirt and white slacks. Her ripe and beautiful body was hidden, plump, sexy, and the pose that seems to have been deliberately struck. Cheng Jianbei looked shocked. 3 years later Gu Xianya really more revealing. Soft little feet before it was just sneakily rubbing. Now it is just plain hooking up. Seemingly noticing Cheng Jianbei's line of sight, Gu Xianya looked down and took a look. Her soft eyelashes fluttering slightly. Do you like your Aunt Xian's feet? The ripe woman grinned as she took her fingertips and gently rubbed them on the pant-bare stockinged legs of her own thighs, looking up with a raised eyebrow and a pout of rosy lips. If it's Cheng, you can play with it any way you want. Gu Xianya really knew too well how to show off the curvature of her legs. But that's what you're testing the assistant on? That little assistant can stand up to your kind of test. It turns out that just at the door is obviously a prude. Mature female vixen just entered the door, completely unloaded their own outside the layer of virtuous wife and mother disguise, showed the original form, swinging the soft little feet. Really cannot wait to. Cheng Jianbei waved a small hand. You kid, not quickly, hurry over. Cheng Jianbei suddenly held his breath and walked over, a heart jumping 2 times. Auntie Xian is really something else, so sultry, on the surface proper in the hall and in the kitchen, but in fact, her bones are overflowing with sexy and seductive. There's no one else. What? Gu Xianya stroked her leg to herself, emitting that unreasonable rustling sound. Don't want to be next to your Aunt Xian anymore? Ahem. What's your boy coughing for? Sit down. But Auntie K, you're all crossed up. You feel like you're taking up all the couch. Where do you want me to sit? You're not that unreasonable. Does it seem like there's no place to sit? It seemed to have detected Cheng Jianbei's line of sight. Gu Xianya stare. The result of the soft body did not move at all raised his head and narrowed a pair of luscious eyes. It's okay Xiao Cheng, come over and do whatever you want. You can sit down Ouch. Cheng Jianbei froze. How to hear this word in the ear so strange it. And think, Aunt Xian. The accent is not so added Cheng Jianbei suddenly felt that his breath was shortened a bit, only feeling that the temperature of the room seemed to be getting hotter and hotter at the moment. Not only was it just the hot air squeezing in through the window outside that was doing the trick, but obviously, for the innocent male big, there was also this Auntie Xian on the couch with all of her maturity outwardly showing, warming up the air temperature in the room. What a look for that hooker. There would be no need to mention it. Anyway, Gu Xianya hot or not, Cheng Jianbei does not know, but he himself looked at a bit scratchy Aunt Xian. The heart of that fire is a hard rubbing to the skin, seems to have more and more dry feeling. As a result, obviously Aunt Xian saw that the teenager's physique was so hot and dry that his sweaty body was filled with young hormones. That was more and more interested. How come you wiped your sweat for half a day? Hot. Cheng Jianbei's daily dry lips. A little hot. Really? You young lads just have a lot of fire in a day. Ha ha, but then, your Aunt Xian is hot. Didn't turn on the air conditioner, did she? There doesn't seem to be any. So how many degrees do I have to drive there? Whatever you want, but I don't want it too cold. Your Aunt Xian's not very good with her back in her old age. Cheng Jianbei then hurriedly bent down to look for the remote control under the coffee table. As a result, when I found it, I looked up and came back with a blink of an eye and saw that Auntie Xian was really hot and flustered. Reaching down, he actually undid the collar of his shirt. Are you really that hot? Convinced? The youngster was considered to be completely convinced by Auntie Xian. Obviously just now at the door Aunt Xian was still an elegant and capable look. This time into the house is like a different person. The contrast is too big. It's too hot. Do you mind, Chang? She pouted her rosy lips and also asked Chang Jiangbei. No, it's fine. But that wrapped in the perfect arc, now a look at the elasticity is not good. The eyes are given to sink in. But also mind what I mind. Oh, Gu Xianya moved her body on the sofa again, then turned around and slightly flipped her face towards Chang Jiangbei, smiling and staring straight at him, and not long after, she let out a ha laugh. Why don't you kids sit down? Professors who can use alliteration really hurt. To sit simply does not distinguish ah. The youngster was a bit formal. I'm turning on the air conditioning, which is why Aunt Xian was silent for a moment and snorted. But you're holding the TV remote. Cheng Fong was abruptly startled, and when he looked down, he realized that it was true, and he couldn't help but have his ears heat up. Disgraced to death. But Aunt Xian see this look, more joyful, the teenager face still with youth, handsome to the point, the body is robust, staring at his hands and feet to pick up the air conditioning remote control again, the eyes a moment on the demented soft a bit, also not ambiguous tease, just like you this kind of look, lovely, let your Aunt Xian cannot wait to eat a mouthful of hard. Cheng Jiangbei's body shape lurched, his mouth was dry, suddenly his ears seemed to be able to hear the sound of his own heartbeat, his eyes glanced, but he couldn't help but be hooked by a glimpse of Aunt Xian's chest and looked at it several times. I knew you boys liked your Auntie Xian's boobs the best. Gu Xianya looked down at her chest, and the movement of raising her hand was unusually skillful. Snap! Cheng Jiangbei's face changed drastically. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry over? The woman's tone complained of impatience at the moment. In a while Jing Xian should be off work. Cheng Jiangbei seems to be separated from the air. At the moment can feel the air ripples out of the elastic soft, as well as the woman's plump body with the skin's hot. Which ing who can top ah? Cheng Jiangbei held his breath and walked over. I saw that she had skillfully slid off the couch, her knees bent, and the professor was indeed well behaved, kneeling by the coffee table. Hurry up this time, it's not going to be good if you're late for Jingshuan's shift. Cheng Jiangbei only felt a little suffocated, his chest seemed to be on fire, and there could be such a wonderful Chinese? Soon Aunt Xian's voice had become slurred, and Cheng Jiangbei sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his toes were clenched. Then, a few minutes later, Gu Xianya suddenly exhaled. Her voice suddenly still had a little bit of Imperial Sister's hoarseness, lazy and mellow, wiped her small mouth, thought for a moment and said, it's better to go to the bedroom, in a while lock the door. Jing Xian if she suddenly comes over also good to have time to prepare. Cheng Jiangbei looked down at her bright little face, his eyes are repressed president of the infatuation, breathing is also rapid, can't take it anymore. Cheng Jiangbei hugged her and went into the house. This is completely VIP plot, children obviously inappropriate, lying on the bed. Fists are clenched. Cheng Jiangbei suddenly inhaled and looked down. Aunt Xian hair are slightly sticky on the face of some redness. She really show all the charm. But he suddenly froze. Did you hear anything? Aunt Xian lifted the quilt a bit, and was also in no hurry. Maybe Jing Xian is back? Cheng Jiangbei was shocked. Suddenly had a sense of being caught. This is not quite right. Just wanted to open his mouth, lowered his head to take a silly look, then felt that he could not say a word. It turned out not to be. After all, this is Auntie Xian's house. It turned out to be a notification of fire and burglary. Go back into the house. Just hear the figure of the clothes as if they were suddenly thrown to the ground. Just did your boy a favor. The professor would have been of age. Cheng Jiangbei erupted, still somewhat confused, and turned his head. He saw that Aunt Xian was slowly removing the belt that she had fastened at night, and was dumbfounded. Xian, Aunt Xian, what are you doing? There was still the appearance of a virtuous wife and mother there at this moment. Aunt Xian's appearance of being in control of the situation had also completely disappeared. Yesterday's suppressed emotions were only exposed in the evening. When she lifted her head her eyes were blank. The whole person looked like she was able to pinch out the water. Pitifully anxious. Xiao Chang, it's your turn to help me. Cheng Jiangbei seemed to still have Aunt Xian's just busy and virtuous appearance in front of his eyes. It turns out that the image in front of me is tantalizingly unusual. Cheng Jiangbei's expression became abnormally odd. Feeling a bit suffocated. Fire was coming out of his chest. Soon, Cheng Jiang north for a moment, and then exhaled, also collapsed on the bed, holding his head, staring at the ceiling with a kind of clarity, and said, if this is the future that he can control, then let him add another female president he is also willing to he too Cheng Jiangbei you really are, what are you thinking? The plot leaps and jumps. Cheng Jiangbei only felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. It was normal for his mind to have a steep change, and the sudden voice in his ear startled him. This Auntie Xian, why is she still talking in her sleep? Rush closer to listen. Ching, Aunt Daylily got off to a perfectly good start. The world line became open and transparent all of a sudden. Cheng Jiangbei stared at the ceiling, just staring. How long it took to fall asleep don't even know. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 106, it was supposed to be contrasting. I'm begging for a subscription. The sunlight has a kind of surge in it at the moment. Cheng Jiangbei eyelids jumped. The whole person wanted to impatiently open his eyes, but immediately froze, looking down to see the sheet towering. No, Auntie Xian, what are you doing? It's true, women of age. Next to her thighs was the heavy, fragrant softness, and her breathing was clearly unsettled. Jing Xian won't wake up for a while. What about this test? Is this Jing Xian's house? Jing Xian will obviously be at the old mansion yesterday. Cheng Jiangbei's throat went dry and he felt that there was no way out. Early in the morning. Jing Xian, it's time to get up. Don't. Cheng Jiangbei, who stood behind Aunt Xian, was already sweating profusely, and after a pause, the teenager was somewhat helpless. Aunt Xian, I am still caught off guard. You first do not speak of martial arts. Do not. What? Do not. No, don't stop. The corner of Cheng Jiangbei's mouth twitched for a moment, gradually stepping into the right track of the teenage boy's body shape of pressure, and then the mouth huffed and puffed thick breath suddenly close to Auntie Xian's ear. And sure enough, let Auntie Xian's murmuring body is just a tremor. Auntie Xian, you're such a... Wait until Gu Xianyu went out to go to class. Cheng Jiangbei stayed alone in the house, a little bored, then slipped into the study, intending to surf the internet for a while to surf the waves. As a result, I've just opened my browser, and my attention was drawn to a certain link. Tap on it. The forums are varied and strange. Cheng Jiangbei seems to be like Columbus discovered a new continent. What is all this? Why is someone hiding on the lawn with no clothes on? What mission? Cheng Jiangbei's heart fluttered, as if he felt that his body temperature was a little hot at the moment. Aunt Xian, who came back from work, pushed open the door of the study in dissatisfaction and twisted her soft body and walked in. Ching, too much information. Finally came back to notice Gu Xianyu, and when he looked over he noticed that Aunt Xian had changed her clothes. It was a very brightly colored outfit. Sky blue hair card, bright pink shirt, flesh-colored leggings, and a pair of white high heels. Wore high heels around the house, as if she wanted to step on the young man's heart bus. Auntie Xian pouted her rosy lips and exhorted, don't stay on the computer all day long. You kid, Auntie Xian is still lecturing me? Cheng Jiangbei's eyes were a bit touchy. The information from the small broken forum seemed to suddenly jump out and attack him. Aunt Xian walked over, her small hand then carelessly placed on the back of Cheng Jiangbei's hand. The young man still needs to be energetic. He needs to exercise and exercise more yet. Cheng Jiangbei's hand that was pinching the mouse tightened with force. Looking straight at Gu Xuanya, Aunt Xian's buttocks slightly leaning a little computer desk. Cheng Jiangbei sitting, so it looks to be a large cut higher, but Aunt Xian is holding the chest, bending over. The finger does not forget to hook up Cheng Jiangbei's chin. What's wrong? Silly looking at you, Aunt Xian. Ouch. Then realized that he did not hook up for long. Already the sky is spinning. The soft body fell to the chair and one fell. High-heeled shoes snapped off the floor. Still speculate to pretend to understand the panic. Jiangbei, what are you doing? Aren't young people supposed to be energetic and athletic? I know. Auntie Xian still won't admit it. I didn't think so. Aunt Daylily. Do you like me like this? Asked you? Cheng Jiangbei's tone was slightly more undoubted. Auntie Xian, yes. How much do you like it? Particularly like? Cheng Jiangbei asked, asking as he did so. Masterless. Auntie Xian cried out. Yes, yes. Cheng Jiangbei said. Then will you still care about me playing games and watching computers from now on? Cheng Jiangbei's tone was heavier. Gu Xianyu shrieked hoarsely. Cheng Jiangbei said. I'm asking you, will you still be nose to nose with me in the future? Not anymore. It's almost like I don't even know how to describe it. At this moment, Gu Xianyu's image was already completely unconnected to her state character in life. Charging up the VIP and then going over the top on demand is superb. A hoot nanny Haiti later. Cheng Jiangbei's toes loosened, and then he heaved out a mouthful of turbid air. He couldn't help but have his ears reddened, and hurriedly touched Aunt Xian's back in a heartbroken manner. Are you alright? Also don't know slowed down for a long time. Aunt Xian only huffed and puffed for several breaths. Crystal full small mouth a purse. Back to the taste. Finally some effort to brace up the soft body. Look a little trance. Eyes disorientation. The whole person blush as if they want to pinch out the water of the infatuation said. You again so whole you Aunt Xian. You Aunt Xian sooner or later one day will be you whole bad. Jiang Jingxian planned to stay busy for a while, then take a vacation for a while and go out for a trip with Cheng Jiangbei. So it's all been a busy no-brainer lately. Early in the morning, Cheng Jiangbei perked up his ears and listened to the outside of the living room. Auntie Xian sent Jing Xian out the door early in the morning with a good breakfast, as if worried about being found out. What strange things. Stood in the doorway for a good half a day to make sure that the daughter left completely before thumping, snapping and stepping on slippers to return to the doorway of his bedroom. Xiao Chang. Jiangbei. Through the bedroom door, he heard movement and greeted, out for dinner. Their sneaky relationship had lasted a few days. Aunt Xian clamped Cheng Jiangbei waist at night and did not let Cheng Jiangbei walk, like he's the best pillow cushion ever. Gu Xianya greeted the bedroom and went back into the kitchen. Aunt Xian is really capable of writing and fighting in the hall and in the kitchen, serving fragrant soup pots. Just stewed it. Jing Xian, that girl left in a hurry. Sort of no mouthful. All cheaper for you, kid. The state of Gu Xianya's life was very different from the state of her game. Not embarrassed at all. Just smiled. Come over and have some soup. Cheng Jiangbei hurriedly sat over upside down and sniffed. Phew, that smells good. Gu Xianya stuck a spoon into the bowl for him. Then drink more. There's still plenty in the pot. Cheng Jiangbei said. Aunt Xian, you drink too. Your Aunt Xianya just ate. She's not hungry. Let's talk about it later. You drink yours. After saying that, Gu Xianya smiled and turned her head into the bathroom, but did not close the door. Drink the soup. Phew. Aunt Xian virtuous. Craft really good. The stomach a warm up. The body also swung up some strength. Good drink. He sipped his soup as he looked sideways into the restroom. The location here didn't allow for a full view. Only a vague glimpse of two perfect curves wrapped in tight pants heading slightly in his direction. Because the shirt was squeezed to some of the above, the lingerie also naughty in the waist popped out a little. Hidden. Auntie Xian squatted on the ground in front of the huffing and puffing do not know what to drum until the smell of laundry detergent drifted into the tip of the Cheng Jiangbei nose. He found that. No wonder you can't find the dirty clothes. To engage in half a day was Auntie Xian packed into the bathroom, and at the moment also gave him a wash. Obviously it was so hard last night. Mouth is spitting bubbles. Now also give him to wash dirty clothes. Virtuous and gentle, considerate, generous and kind Aunt Xian. Cheng Jiangbei was immediately ashamed, hurriedly put down the soup bowl and walked over. Aunt Xian, don't. How can this be good? And let you wash clothes. Gu Xianya waved her hand without looking back. Eat your go. It's really inappropriate. Cheng Jiangbei snatched. I'll do it myself. Gu Xianya looked at him sideways and smiled as she suddenly said, what's so inappropriate about washing a piece of clothing for my little Cheng master? Cheng Jiangbei, normal circumstances, listening to this kind of become still some face hot. Flu, ouch, you do not bury me. Sorry. Apologize to me for what? Gu Xianya's eyes narrowed. Yesterday was clearly that way, and now I'm still making you busy. Cheng Jiangbei was helpless. Your Aunt Xianya doesn't like to hear this. Gu Xianya looked at him. A willingness to fight, a willing thing. Is it that you think your Aunt Xian is particularly flirty? Cheng Jiangbei thought that he had just flopped down on Aunt Xian's ear in a moment of heat of the moment, so he smiled sarcastically and hurriedly shook his head. No. Just, alright. Where does a youngster get so sentimental? Go. Your Aunt Xian is exhausted by what you've done. You go brush the dishes today. Well, you rest. I'll do it. Cheng Jiangbei, of course, obliged. Aunt Xian has never rested. Are almost played out. Not tired to be strange. So immediately went into the kitchen to brush the dishes and chopsticks. And so from the kitchen out, Cheng Jiangbei found Gu Xianya has changed to beautiful clothes. That is a set of youthful dress. White small shirt also played a tie. Gray pleated skirt under a pair of big white legs, meaty. Feet also stepped on a pair of black small leather shoes. Auntie Xian, why are you wearing Jiang Jingxuan's clothes? Cheng Jiangbei looked stunned. Staring blankly? What are you staring at? Gu Xianya copied her finger and gently nodded to Cheng Jiangbei's forehead. What time is it? Don't you want to go out to work again without taking a rest? Well, I'll be off then. Aunt Xian's control skills are really endless. Cheng Jiangbei felt that he couldn't sink so low. You still have your own goals. Wait, hold on a second. Snapping and snapping, the mature woman suddenly wriggled back into the bedroom, quickly coming out again with a purse in her hand and a look of tenderness on her face. Your main purpose now is to get well. Otherwise, when the time comes to go out and travel, we both rely on you. Don't just work all day long. I'll give you my subsidiary gold card. You enjoy the time. Well, this time you're not allowed to give it back to me. It seems that watching Cheng Jiangbei go out to work, Aunt Xian has completely endured it. Not to mention going to work when she didn't have a sister before. Auntie Xian's eyes were all a little complaining. Cheng Jiangbei was silent for a while. A heart pumped twice. His eyes touched tightly. Aunt Xian at this moment will be full of maternal light. Lifting up her palm on Cheng Jiangbei's head to softly touch it. I know, Xiao Cheng. Well, it's not easy for you to grow up, but now there's your Aunt Xian. It's not that hard. Aunt Xian's voice a pause when a step forward, and then the rosy lips feminine charm full bite Cheng Jiangbei earlobe, huffing and puffing with hot air. Don't go to send out to work. Gu Xianya can raise a small Cheng master for life. Oh, my god. You're teaching me how to do things. Cheng Jiangbei, who was standing at the entrance hall, gulped straight, and felt the aroma in his nose. A stream of unreason stuffed him, and then his head was almost completely down. Cheng Jiangbei eyes are a little complicated. At the moment there is a small person and in the heart said, Aunt Xian age is a little older than you, but is this a problem? Auntie Xian let you play. Auntie Xian give you money. Auntie Xian do not let you work hard. Let you enjoy life. No, no, this is no Auntie Xian. Thinking away lad decisively kicks Villanelle away. Auntie Xian was wearing Jiang Jingxuan's clothes, twisting her body to be soft and abnormal. She actually sat her crossed legs on the dining table. Cheng Jiangbei straight gulped saliva, and said that this is clearly the Gu Xianya little baby you were born slightly earlier. Next time we can't ride this part of Julia Xian's business trip like this. Gu Xianya from the pink sheets of the kind of European-style princess bed to put their own at the moment was made a little confused body propped up. Not difficult to find, simply a mess. The clothes on the body are wrinkled. The key parts of a no good. The foot is a have high heels. A foot high heels have long ago do not know where to throw. Oh, so it fell on Jiang Jingxuan's dressing table. You can see how intense it is. Gu Xianya was lost in thought as she ruffled her drooping hair up. The palm of her hand came from her daughter's bed and added with a bitter smile. This is after all, Jing Xian's room Cheng Jiangbei lying on all fours on the bed is gasping back. Hearing, holding his breath. You still know it is your daughter's room. I've got business to attend to. You started stripping as soon as you came in. You're screaming harder than usual, covering her mouth one after another. She grunted and gurgled, almost saying master don't turn around. I'm Jing Xian. Cheng Jiangbei was ashamed for a moment, thinking what he was associating in his head. He too you're cheap. What are you boys thinking about? Putting her own clothes in order. Auntie Xian exhaled. Nothing. Cheng Jiangbei are difficult to speak. You think about so many have and have not. VIP content are not enough to see. Is very easy to 404. I'm going to work. Never mind. Cheng Jiangbei decided to push the main line by his own hands. Why are you still working? Auntie Xian was visibly upset. Didn't I give you my affiliate gold card? And Cheng Jiangbei froze for a moment, twisting his head. You're teaching me how to do things? Gu Xianya's voice softened. Not nah. I have my own thought process. Aha. Whatever you want. When Aunt Xian heard this, she very obediently turned over to dress Cheng Jiangbei. The woman who was nourished to the point of physical and mental fulfillment tenderly patted Cheng Jiangbei's thighs and stomach. Her breasts were large and heavy, and said smilingly, in the future, no matter if it's in bed or under the bed, your Aunt Xian will listen to you, okay? Talking is talking. Who says hello with their boobs? That's a lot of pressure on my thighs. Don't mess with it, Auntie Xian. The youthful dress is very much like Jing Xian. It's already a contrast, and you're still racking your big boobs naughtily, in front of Hu Shi playing mahjong, after me Cheng Jiangbei. You can't blame us for that. You can only blame the world for being too seductive. Cheng Jiangbei then felt amazingly soft from his thighs from the bottom and pushed up. Eyelids cannot stop jumping. Eyes complex and abnormal. Do not take these tests of the little assistant. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 107, Xiao Chang. I'm willing. I'm begging for a booking. It's too hard to develop this kind of plot. What has Auntie Xian become? How can this be? Cheng Jiangbei finally did a good job of building up his heart. Then as soon as he did, he pushed Aunt Xian out of the way and righteously said, that's another price. Oh, that's right. As soon as she heard this, snapped, the mature woman twisted her body and bare feet off the bed, then found her bag and took out her wallet from the inside with a brain. So what does Cheng want? Not only does Auntie Xian get to wear Julia's costume, she also gets to stay in Julia's bed and still talk like this. Cheng Jiangbei was silent for a long while and couldn't help but say, I'm Qin Shi Huang. UV 50. What Auntie Xian's gaze was soft. All for you. As long as you want, as long as Auntie Xian has, Auntie Xian will give you everything. Aunt Xian who gave the money lay down honestly. An inch of her skin was slippery to the extreme. Cheng Jiangbei then looked down at the purse on his chest and fumed for a moment, with a glance of Gu Xianya's eyes and a soft blink of her eyelashes, her fragrant soft feet rubbing against Cheng Jiangbei's calf. She skillfully rummaged through her bag and pulled out the rope again, and lowered her head to naturally start tying herself up. I'm ready. Cheng Jiangbei then felt the naughty and silky touch of his legs. The atmosphere in front of him seemed to have started to be strange again. Swallowing hard. What are you preparing again? Didn't I pay my master? Gu Xianya looked up and froze for a moment, the rope strangling her already soft body in a compact cubum. I was going to have Xiao Cheng tie me up in my niece's bed. Cheng Jiangbei face changed greatly. Cheng Tian Bai Lang Longkuan. Young people must be moderate, to know how to refuse. Cheng Jiangbei you have to know. Young do not know the gold. Cheng Jiangbei felt that he should be able to take it up and put it down, pushed away Gu Xuanya who was about to dance on top of him again soon, and held his breath. What time is it? I should go to work. Ghost knows how much determination he made. Aunt Xian is like a roadblock red name monster, but it is necessary figure a moment of speed, and sustained future. You always have to have trade-offs. My day 3 provinces. Cheng Jiangbei, you can no longer how to be controlled by Aunt Xian today. You did it on purpose. Gu Xianya quiet for a few seconds. Finally braced himself, fair and plump body from the bed sat up, hair slightly drooping, the woman's thighs rubbing themselves. Grudgingly, deliberately provoke me. Let me all over like a cat scratching and do not touch me. And then I step by step even more depraved, fell into your abyss. Xiao Chang, your TJ to your Aunt Xian, more and more perverted. Cheng Jiangbei felt that he was really wronged, but he could not help that he had already been accused for too long. Just wanted to open his mouth and say no. Forget it. As a result, that warmth and softness suddenly came closer, and his slender fingers suddenly blocked his mouth. Play some more. Auntie Day lay back on the bed by herself, her legs perfectly shaped by the rope. I have some favorites. Cheng Jiangbei was about to leave, but he almost stumbled and fell. Aunt Xian, you are calling out to your father in Jiang Jingxian's bed. It's not martial arts. I'm definitely going to work out tomorrow, be a Sigma man for a day, and then be ready for the outing afterward. My head is clear. There's none of that dirty, nasty stuff left, not to mention Dad. It's useless for Auntie Xian to call out to Grandpa. That's what Cheng Jiangbei thought. The next day, forget it, I still want to despise myself. Oh, by the way, I despise Gu Xianya. Your old man is a professor who can be a vice dean. What identity do not need to say more. You in the forum in the end read what? How can you let Jiang Jingxian bring her? And also in the entrance hall penalty. I, Cheng Jiangbei, simply scoffed at this kind of behavior and did not share it. So I decided, forget it or don't feel it anymore. Oh, Auntie K bought ice and got warm boiled water today. Ha, ridiculous, don't even know what she's going to do. Haven't been out all day anyway. This Auntie Xian, she just woke up. The sky is clear. What's going on? Cheng Jiangbei helplessly straightened his pants, patted his buttocks and stood up, feeling that he now had no desire to speak, just hard. Exhaling, he put on his own slippers and followed Aunt Xian out of the bedroom. It was already afternoon when Cheng Jiangbei woke up. During the day Gu Xianya full class, he was at home and cleaned up. Finally have some free time. You, hey, did you wash today's clothes for me as well? The Aunt Xian in front of her then had a sudden lurch in her footsteps, and then smiled bitterly. This has nothing to sit is also very boring. And then go home and scrub the floor, wipe the glass, wash the clothes, shine shoes and so on. Life is quite fulfilling. Cheng Jiangbei then naturally took over the conversation and began to take credit. Dry and clean indeed. This get-up is even a big surprise for Gu Xianya. Compare hearts to minds. Relationships that only give don't always last. On the coffee table, the fragrant dishes were still steaming hot, and the 2 bowls of chopsticks and white rice had already been added to the table. The eyes are full of that kind of cozy warmth where clothes come to the mouth and food comes to the hand. Aunt Xian followed by a moment of consternation, soft to the extreme, her small hand slightly pinched tightly, her rosy lips pursed. This is thanks to our family. Xiao Chang stepped on slippers, walked into the house. The meals are wrapped in heartfelt aromas. Cheng Jiangbei then took her bag and quietly put it away. Thoughtfully speaking, go wash your hands. There's still a soup in the kitchen. It's time to start dinner in a while. And the soup? The woman's flavor also bubbled towards Cheng Jiangbei's nose. Her thighs were still wrapped in stockings. Her ears were quietly attached to the top. Silky smooth. Oh, to your Aunt Xian, so good at. Cheng Jiangbei laughed lightly. It's only right to be nice to Aunt Xian. Gu Xianya's eyes touched a little at once. So much so that after sobriety, Cheng Jiangbei cannot even calm down for a long time after recalling. It's already the middle of March. The air is like spring. When Jiang Jingxian finally finished her work, Cheng Jiangbei went to the company and picked her up from work. It's the same as if I forgot my keys at home and it's so late. Why don't I come and sit at your house? Jiang Jingxuan's small hand patted her head. Her rosy lips self-consciously then said with chagrin, oops, I'm so stupid. I forgot everything. What's going on? Sister, this is the code door. Cheng Jiangbei was still wondering what kind of drug she was selling in her gourd. She then had drifted off for a moment, and with a wink, she began to Leoneize her. Let's go shopping at the grocery store together. Cheng Jiangbei was silent for half a second and opened his mouth to ask, did you do it on purpose? Which knows that Jiang Dingxian him twice and justified. Right. How else are you going to walk me to the grocery store? It's acting again. Her thoughts were clear, and with her small hands behind her back and squinting her eyes, she took a step closer in front of Cheng Jiangbei, curling her womanly aroma. Cheng Jiangbei subconsciously took a step back from Baba. She is indeed very beautiful, and Gu Hanya is completely 2 styles, also has her uniqueness. If Gu Xuanya is the kind of elegant and graceful obedient big sister, she is the kind of mischievous and seductive little demon. Are you serious about the action of retreating half a step? Seriously. Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head and turned around to go back to his bedroom intending to sleep, refusing firmly, I'm not going. which knows that Zhang Jingxian is also not in a hurry, not annoyed, and even smiling. Slender fingers self-composed interlaced stretched a bit. Lazy stretch. Good it. Then these ingredients will be put at home. Help me to freeze. And when I think of one day to bring the mixes, I'll do it with you. Sure enough, girls who can use alliteration aren't easy at all. Do a which kind of do? Cheng Jiangbei teeth knocked, face a little black. Zhang Jian, this is another play. Didn't act. Zhang Jingxian took off the apron she was wrapped in and threw it aside, raising an eyebrow. You're not missing me a meal. Well, it's really her, obviously premeditated. The corners of Cheng Jiangbei's mouth all twitched. This is completely red and naked said then you asked me to pick you up today. This also has her say. It is easy to roll up her sleeves, behind the slippers to reveal the whiteness of her feet. A stride of beauty. Look at the dirty, idle, clean the house for you. Cheng Jiangbei said sharply. What you wait. Zhang Jingxian also didn't listen. Walked to the kitchen, just picked up a clean rag, dabbed it in the water. You're a big man. There's always no woman's heart. The house hasn't had a woman for such a long time. It always has to be cleaned up. Otherwise you'll live in an awkward place. Well, leave it to me from now on. No women? She was simply speaking at the moment with a kind of disregard for the beauty of Cheng Jiangbei's death was also something that he was somewhat used to. Cheng Jiangbei persuaded half a day. Zhang Jingxian also did not listen. Helpless, finally pulled some. Cheng Jiangbei still picked up the broom sweeping, help her to organize the house together. Inside the house, Zhang Jingxian was busy with housework before and after, wiping the table, washing the curtains, cleaning the hood, and never had a moment to spare. Gee, I'll take this one. You stay out of it and sweep the floor. It's all swept. I said I'm mopping the floor. How did you go and put your high heels back on? Don't mind getting tired, are you? Not tired yet. Pass me the rag. I'll wipe the lampshade. No, you wear high heels before you chair, can you? I've got something in mind. Or you can rest. Cheng Jiangbei speechless look. Zhang Jingxian stomped a chair, stretched shoulders to wipe the overhead chandelier. Especially re-wearing high heels is also considered deliberate. Cheng Jiangbei always a little bit of fear and trepidation. Their previous life is estimated to owe her a lot of accounts. Good to say that we have known each other for so long. The previous misunderstandings can still be explained. Cheng Jiangbei reflexively held her waist, is holding her, tilted his head and also looked at the chandelier with her, watched her rubbing it one by one. Effort, right? Enough, all right, it's all said and done. Who steps on a chair and wears high heels? It's good to wear something taller to lift your hands. Well, you'll be fine if you don't hold them up. Don't you dare. Phew. It's dangerous for me just to watch. Zhang Jingxian obviously not much perfunctory at the moment, still reaching out and straining to reach the lampshade above. A little bit of rubbing the dust on it. Very meticulous, but also very concentrated. Cheng Jiangbei also still positively raised his hand to drag her waist, but it was instinctively getting hotter and hotter. Nothing else. It was Zhang Jingxuan's little belly that was just a dozen centimeters away from her eyes that was enough to make it titillating. The black long skirt showed Zhang Jingxuan's lower half of her body, the curvature of her thighs, her gathered belly, all of them were printed out from the tight pants without a trace. Just the right posture, and the smell of her body drilled into the process of Jiangbei's nose from time to time. Cheng Jiangbei only feels some dry lips. Hand Zhang Jingxian that waistline soft touch more obvious. Even holding her right hand lower end of the skin to go to work can also vaguely feel some with the arc of the plump. The palm of the hand is in a barely touched and if it is away from the state. Very ambiguous. Cheng Jiangbei no longer look. Simply raised his head to hide up, but this hide does not matter. Zhang Jingxian at the moment is more walk naked or he aimed to see. Without much defense she reached up and held the rag up. Her shirt naturally propped up. What a hook. She opens her mouth and does. What day? This crazy is too violent. It is simply more difficult than killing Cheng Jiangbei. The heart is inexplicably a little hot. Seeing that Zhang Jingxian was still concentrating on cleaning up her home, she didn't look at it anymore. And the more she looked at it, the worse it got. Cheng Jiangbei simply lowered his head and looked at Zhang Jingxuan's feet. A few moments later, Zhang Jingxian swayed a little on her feet. Cheng Jiangbei panicked and tightened his hand, holding her up. Be careful. At the same time the heart complained that let you do not take off the high heels. Afraid of me to mop the floor. See, almost fall. It's okay, I can't fall. Zhang Jingxian hands stuttered, perhaps feeling unsteady in high heels. Simply 2 feet rubbed. Want to take off the shoes, but after a while did not come off. She stood on the chair. Bending down is not good to take off. Reaching out are not able to do so. Cheng, can you help me? Seeing this, Cheng Jiangbei's throat knots moved and tentatively asked, I'll take it off for you? Heels are such a pain in the ass. Zhang Jingxuan's eyes curved and she gave a soft It's a little hard to pad your feet in. I just told you not to wear it. Cheng Jiangbei was speechless to death, and didn't dare to let go of her. one hand holding her waist, lowering his head, still hesitating. Just felt soft little feet being tucked into his hands, as if they were ankles. It's slippery, very delicate. Do not touch, do not know. A touch only shocked. It turns out that the top is also wrapped in ultra-thin kind of flesh stockings. Jiang Jingxian lowered her head, then slowly lifted her foot up a few centimeters. Her big eyes curved. Obviously not on a whim. Chang Jiangbei subconsciously hand descended, breaking the back end of the black high heel to take the shoe off her foot. A loose hand, put it on the ground, and then whirled to touch her second foot. The result was that she shrank. Her hair were gently hanging down her cheeks. Do you like it, playing with my feet like this? Chang Jiangbei almost let go directly, but thinking that it would be impolite for her to fall down in a while, he could only have a black line. When she saw Chang Jiangbei not speaking, she even pouted her red lips to encourage Chang Jiangbei's. Xiao Chang, you can still play with me more. Chang Jiangbei eyelids dully jumped twice, and saw her crystal full lips again and again. It turns out that acting this out is for this. I do. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 108 from Jingxian. I'm begging for a book chase. Jiang Jingxian opened her mouth. Chang Jiangbei was in a trance and the movements of his fingers were suddenly all a bit bigger. A few fingers accidentally touched Jiang Jingxuan's beautiful feet while removing the high heel, and his fingertips rubbed down the side of her feet for a long time. Perhaps it was an itch. Jiang Jingxuan's foot shrank a little, blinking her eyes, thinking how was she going to keep her balance when she was standing on one foot on the chair. Sure enough, Jiang Jingxuan's body stiffened for a few seconds, and then suddenly softened and stumbled. The whole person leaned back, the chair flipped over, and the whole person fell down from the top. The fall was so chicken fake. Chang Jiangbei only felt a fragrant softness falling in. Chang Jiangbei hurriedly threw his high heels aside, hands raised, although he had a handful of strength, but Jiang Jingxuan's plump body smashed down. But in a trance, Chang Jiangbei apparently a little underprepared, catching the warm and soft body, he stumbled backward a few steps, his buttocks gave a fall on the ground. Chang Jiangbei immediately frowned and sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss, with one eye open and one closed. Ouch, my waist, I'm not standing still. Jiang Jingxian on the bare little feet next to the floor, a few delicate toes exposed in the front meat stockings. Underneath is Chang Jiangbei. Was Chang Jiangbei subconsciously protected tightly? Not a little harm, she has not yet got up. Suddenly squinted his eyes sideways head to look at Chang Jiangbei. Heartless smile and laugh and said, although I did it on purpose. Chang Jiangbei rubbed his ass and finally couldn't help but burst out. Not. To Chang Jiangbei are dry confused, standing on the chair to take off high heels. At this moment sitting on Chang Jiangbei's stomach, apparently some interest, propped up Chang Jiangbei's thighs got up, and did not look for shoes to wear. Bare feet walked in front of Chang Jiangbei. Then in Chang Jiangbei's uncertain eyes, he suddenly took a stride, forked his legs, and sat on Chang Jiangbei's neck. On. The sizzling heat poofed up into Chang Jiangbei's nose, and at the moment it seemed like his head was all messed up for a bit. It was hard to get up. Cough cough cough. Chang Jiangbei coughed violently twice. Seeing him choking and only coughing, Jiang Jingxian elegantly leaned over and actually gently patted his back to help him smooth out the air. Would you like some tea? Chang Jiangbei was enveloped by her virtuous womanly aura at the moment. Is there dirt on the top of my boobs? The boy had subconsciously moved his eyes, and after Jiang Jingxuan's beautiful eyes noticed, he flatly looked up. You don't eat people. If you don't eat people, who will? Jiang Jingxuan's small mouth was red and full. The soft touch on Chang Jiangbei's body was still a little subtle. It straightened and swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. President, you're being ridiculous. Chang Jiangbei, there was a mosquito, but it's flown away now. Oh. Jiang Jingxian did not move and handed the white bag to Chang Jiangbei without thinking. Professor Fingertips seemed to softly and lightly rub the skin on the back of his hand. Chang Jiangbei's throat is really some dry. I always feel that her attitude is somewhat subtle enough to make people's hearts itchy, but the surface is also cloudy and light so that people can't go up and down. It's not bad for a president. It's really good. Until Chang Jiangbei got up and was about to say goodbye and leave. Jiang Jingxian seemed to have rattled twice, but then she didn't seem to have done anything. It feels like some kind of thread is hooked towards the side of your mouth. Jiang Jingxian is so talented at fishing. Masterful. Knowing that there will always be a day when you need to talk about comfort, rather than letting things get out of hand. It's better to take it with purpose. Lean. Chang Jiangbei lowered his head to change his shoes at the entrance hall and couldn't help but mentally spit. Why is this so weird? But Drip's cell phone rang. Let him a moment to pause the action of changing shoes. Touch out the phone. It turned out to be Aunt Xian to the message. She did not go to the market to buy food. Want to treat Chang Jiangbei. Chang, Kangle Food Market? Okay, I'll be right over. The voice on the other end of the phone was smiling, typical of Aunt Xian's gentle voice. Then it's a trouble for Xiao Chang. You see, no man at home is inconvenient. Your Aunt Xian is getting more and more uncompetitive. A little bit of food can't be brought back. When Chang Jianbei heard this, he quickly patted his chest and said that he had him. Waiting for the phone to hang up, Chang Jianbei inhaled a breath, was about to say goodbye. Carrying a new pair of flats, Jiang Jingxian also walked out, as if listening to a general, thought about it, but also took off the slippers. Soft little feet go to step on the high heels, while stepping on the tread while elegantly said, "Leisure market? Next to the school?" Chang Jianbei tucked his cell phone into his bag and nodded his head. Yet Jiang Jingxian a sound. 1 meter on high heels can be too long. Body big sister charm, especially the voice of the imperial sister model full, gently said on the very aftertaste, "By the way, can give you to the door." Chang Jianbei was already opening the door, sniffing his hand movements. This is too much trouble, right? Not too troublesome. Jiang Jingxian stepped one step ahead first and twisted her body to go out the door. Let's go. There was also no room for rejection. Chang Jianbei honestly followed behind Jiang Jingxian's butt. Chang Jianbei honestly sat in the back. Jiang Jingxian adjusted her position, strapped the seatbelt to her body, put the sun visor down, looked for a mirror, organized herself, glanced at Chang Jianbei through the rearview mirror, and then the whole person turned around, narrowed her eyes and stared at Chang Jianbei. Jianbei's character is so good. I haven't seen you blushing with anyone. Chang Jianbei, cough, cough, be kind to others. Oh, pretty good, because just turning her body. Jiang Jingxian's figure is really too good. The seatbelt taut in her body are bundled a little strange. It also seems to think that tying the seatbelt is inconvenient, so she turned her body back again, and the sun visor was gently lifted again and put up. But can I trouble you to sit in the passenger side, and give me a rough idea of the position? Oh, Chang Jianbei sucked in his breath. The seats of the Maserati were really soft and comfortable, and the electric doors opened and closed with texture. By the way, see if there's a paper bag in the back, the one I just took. Oh, is this it? Lift up the tan-colored bag by your feet. Yeah, that's it. Unbuckling the seatbelt, Jiang Jingxian took the bag before she bent over slightly and peeled the high heels off her black silk-wrapped feet. What came out of the bag was a pair of sneakers, hooked up, and the little feet stepped into them easily, one or two at a time. The lines of the ankles were well defined, the thighs fit into the driver's seat were loose and tight, and with that distinctive touch of black silk, it was seductive. Chang Jianbei just resit on the passenger seat. Just saw the scene in front of me. Jiang Jingxian simply feminine. Her knitted brows and every move perfectly display her feminine charm. Chang Jianbei's eyes were a bit straight. It's a shame you don't pedal a tricycle with those feet, isn't it? While Jiang Jingxian changed her shoes, she suddenly turned her head to look at Chang Jianbei. What do you keep looking at my feet for? Chang Jianbei suddenly blinked his eyes, and when he thought about it, he had really become a tool to satisfy her fetish. Before, I was still fighting to feel that I was going too far. Obviously what Jiang Jingxian wanted was not like this. Chang Jianbei steeply sobered up and opened his mouth. Your socks seem to be torn. Jiang Jingxian sniffed and didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Thinking about it, suddenly, the car smelled good, a scent of Jin's body. The sound of music also came out slowly along with the vibrations of the pricey car stereo. Jiang Jingxian actually tiptoed buttocks, small hand is along the arc of a collapse. Snap. Originally put on the shoes are quietly smashed in the Bentley car at a glance on the value of the foot cushion. And then feminine black stockings were small hand twisted casually thrown in the back seat. Chang Jianbei's eyes are almost glaring out. Serious professors who take off stockings in front of students. Sure enough, he gave Jiang Jingxian before the filter pressure to arrange the wrong. He should be heavy-handed no matter the reality or dream world. The white calves were soft and tender at first glance, and when they stepped back into the flats, the smooth insteps were simply the most perfect curves. Chang Jianbei exhaled, and after building up his heart, he looked up and his heart skipped 2 beats. Jingxian, your legs are beautiful. Jiang Jingxian twisted her head and froze for a few seconds, then ruffled her hair a bit, not sure what the reaction was. Thank you, Professor. Adults also strange polite, eh? Chang Jianbei blink, then again sideways looking at the capital city lights and wine, exhaled, until he waited until he reached the entrance of the food market. Chang Jianbei got off the car and was about to leave when behind him was the soft voice. Wait. Chang Jianbei twisted his head back in dismay, and saw Jiang Jingxian plopping down next to the back seat. For a moment, the arc was truly heart-stopping. Small hands quickly grabbed the white bag. You forgot. Chang Jianbei was dazed, but as a result, he quickly opened his mouth uncontrollably again. I saw not only the white bag, the female professor unknown copy of the slender small hand grabbed their own change down the stockings, and then motionless in front of Chang Jianbei face to the stockings thrown into the bag containing Chang Jianbei gift. When Jiang Jingxian looked up, her voice was calm and she didn't know what it was like. Only her long eyelashes picked at the noisy sunlight at the entrance of the food market, making people's hearts palpitate. Well, it's for you. I wore it last time. It's her turn. Take it and give it to Aunt Xian to wear later. You've got a lot of nerve. A few minutes later, Back home from the food market, the virtuous prof. Gu fried the last dish as well. Cheng Jiangbei slipped beside it, and subconsciously went to help. I'll do it. Gu Xianya mildly peeled away his hand, reaching out. No need for you. Wait to eat on it. Their own dishes on the table. Casually unlock the apron. Back to God. Full red lips, some red. Pursed. Actually put the skirt a set. Sure enough. Decent for a while. Virtuous wife Gu Xianya naturally want to be a good mother. Cheng Jiangbei, who was reaching for his chopsticks, was startled and hurriedly greeted. What are you doing? She raised her head, busy with business. The toughness of just grabbing things with Cheng Jiangbei disappeared all of a sudden. Her eyes watery. Don't you want to help? Hubby, help me. Stop it and eat. Cheng Jiangbei's surface is ruthless to the extreme, but his heart is dripping blood. He wants to help but I can't do it. Gu Xianya bristled, patted her small hands, re-straightened. The nightgown also slipped to cover her buttocks. Her own man did not do the right thing, and spoke with a lack of interest. There is still a soup. It's gone. Glanced back. Have to simmer again. Husband, we eat first. Eat just right to drink. If you drink soup in the north, it is usually after the meal, not before the meal. 3 courses and 1 soup. Cheng Jiangbei digressed and hurriedly exclaimed. It's too sumptuous. There are too many dishes. Then you should eat a little more and get full. Gu Xianya tidied up a bit and slid her small hands down from her buttocks and pressed her skirt to sit down. Okay, here, you eat too. Thank you, Jiangbei. Gu Xianya bent her eyes and smiled. Cheng Jiangbei started eating. Gu Xianya didn't gobble as much as he did, and ate more gently, rhyming. It really has a cozy feel to it. Isn't it lucky to have this cozy? Cheng Jiangbei's heart was enlightened, and he was especially grateful to Gu Xianya. Professor, this person can be really sweet. Gu Xianya, she seems to have never had any questions about themselves. From the beginning to the end in support of him, very trusting of him, because it is his wife so completely his shape. This is Cheng Jiangbei never felt. Some people married home a place of chicken feathers as a demon constantly, but Gu Xianya is not. This woman is really too special. It's his professor. Good looking, great body, virtuous and considerate. Years. Hey, it's not that big of a deal if you're a big girl. Except for liking to play with things a little. A little bit of that in this area. This is like the best of the best of the best of the best of the best. The dishes are brushed. It's just 8 o'clock. Not too late and not too early. As soon as Gu Xianya took a look at the time, her eyes started to come alive, and her whole body hung over from behind. Go, husband, go up and I'll press your shoulders? Cheng Jiangbei was a little stiff. Originally young and vigorous, at the moment he was a little middle-aged man who could not pay his rations of panic. Quite late. Tomorrow you go to work. Look at the TV and rest. It's only 8 o'clock. Early. Gu Xianya's slender fingers hooked in Cheng Jiangbei's palm, so fragrant and soft that she spat light air into his ear and greeted him upstairs. Cheng Jiangbei exhaled, and did not say anything, followed up, to another one room, as if decorated out of specialized massage. This bedroom was even bigger, more than 40 square feet, and I don't know if the villa layout was just like this, or if the two couples had later renovated it to be like this. The bedroom is divided into distinct features, with a large waterbed in the corner. Over here was a row of open cabinets with bottles and jars on them, and I don't know if it was one whole unit or 3 cabinets placed together. There's a big balcony outside with some unknown thing. It's too dark to see, and over here is a TV hanging on the wall. How big is it? Anyway, it's big, and young Cheng Jiangbei has no concept of this size anymore. Luxury. The beauty revealed her purpose as soon as she entered the bedroom. The waterbed was soft, and her pale skin, at the moment with a slippery oily feel, smelled so soft that she was huffing and puffing. Cheng Jiangbei simply a head of black line. The whole person is oil huffing and puffing. Silent for several seconds. Pursed lips. So what? Aunt Xian. Jing Xian told you to put this on. Look at the silky smooth contents of the bag. What a bad guy. Professor Gu Xianya at the moment not on the top, sitting on Cheng Jiangbei's stomach huffing and puffing hot air. After a while, lying down, fine little hand in front of Cheng Jiangbei's chest to draw circles. Infatuated with the great. You play like this, I will completely become your little toy. Cheng Jiangbei did not dare to say anything, pretending to be dead. That was given by Jing Xian, as if it was given to insomnia again. I do not know how long it took to fall asleep. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 109, thoroughly officialized. I'm begging for a booking. It was past 10 and the night was slowly getting darker. Cheng Jiangbei decided to take her out to exercise and wake up her brain. What play don't get? Do not say that this is almost summer. The wind blowing through the shade of the trees, not as hot as imagined, gently hitting Cheng Jiangbei's body. He would have liked to change the position to hold Gu Xianya, so that she is sitting on his lap. This pose won't work. At home it's a comfort zone. Outside it's a different story. Gu Xianya immediately pinched Cheng Jiangbei's hand, signaling him not to move. So just said, is it okay to touch? The most taboo to fall in love honestly. People are taking the initiative. You are too honest. Then talk about what love. Why don't you just go home and watch it again and again? Men are not bad. Women do not love. There is some truth to this. To fall in love is a must. I just rub. Do not go in test. Do not test. You may not know. Sometimes it can be so fast. Gu Xianya didn't bother with him anymore. Instead her arm was hooked around his neck, and a pair of beautiful eyes stared at him. Cheng Jiangbei, are you going to beat the exam? At the moment the results are already out. Peking University Admission Office. Tsinghua Admission Office today also began to frantically contact the senior high school students with excellent results. Cheng Jiangbei now is to coax Gu Xianya happy. She is happy, he can also be happy. Win-win. How good. You want to be my teacher? Ah? No? Then you want me to go to graduate school again. Cheng Jiangbei continued. Live and learn. I'll have to discuss this with Jing Xian, but I'll go wherever you go. I'll definitely accompany you. Being so easy on me? Aha. Cheng Jiangbei, a few flowery words let Gu Xianya heart with smeared honey. Sweet. Cheng Jiangbei, see? Wink 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 eyes. Come to the side of her ear. Give her blowing air. See, I'm so obedient. That what? No way. Gu Xianya cupped Cheng Jiangbei's face with her two small hands, then barfed a print on his face. You obey. I'll give you a kiss, okay? Cheng Jiangbei's thievishly unsatisfied. Just a bit. Gently touch it. Can't be la. The public. The two pull and tug. And finally Gu Xianya did not resist Cheng Jiangbei's dead skin. She really do not want to agree, but cannot resist so big only Cheng Jiangbei in her ear pampering through the clothes. Cheng Jiangbei reached out. Bastard. Gu Xianya opened Cheng Jiangbei's stinking hand without a good reason after a few seconds. You said just touch it. Why are you pushing so hard? At this time men's mouths are total ghosts of deception, and listening to them is better than believing that sows will get into trees. The two of them were cuddling for a while. Gu Xianya, who was leaning on Cheng Jiangbei's shoulder, suddenly straightened her head and asked him, Cheng Jiangbei, you're so good at, are you just me hot ginger? Definitely. The two just sat on a wooden chair on the hill, chatting with you and me, but Cheng Jiangbei, sometimes you are really bad, like a bad man. How could it be? How could I be a bad man? Cheng Jiangbei righteously said, I'm so womanly. Xian, you're making it hard for me to say that. No aggravation on the word do. Gu Xianya slowly, and more quickly, was able to react to Cheng Jiangbei's dirty talk. Well, it's so fat. My legs are all pressed numb for me. Cheng Jiangbei took a look at his watch. The time was running towards 11 o'clock in the evening. It was time to go home and rest, so he patted Gu Xianya, signaling her to get off of him. I'm not fat. It's called plumpness. You know. Gu Xianya held her head high. Cheng Jiangbei recalled the touch of his palm just now. Well, it is indeed very fleshy. Well, you are not fat, just plump, okay? Grow up a bit more. Don't starve our child later. Gu Xianya rewarded Cheng Jiangbei with a blank face, and didn't have to shyly say who was going to have a child with you before, but sat on the bench, looked at Cheng Jiangbei who had already gotten up, and put out both hands. Carry me, don't want to go. Looking at the upper half of the black shirt, the lower half of the life of the package hip white short skirt long legs in the night is still white dazzling. Cheng Jiangbei smiled, did not say much, to her front squatting body. Gu Xianya didn't treat him politely, and jumped onto his back in one go. Sit tight, don't fall. Rack. Gu Xianya hooked one hand around Cheng Jiangbei's neck, and one hand even slapped his arm. Cheng Jiangbei said in his heart, you ride a horse? Next time to change a place to ride. However, this time did not say a word. He was listening to Gu Xianya said, really if you go to be her students, what would happen to the two of them in college? Would they take classes together? Would they eat together? And, whatever. We'll sleep together anyway. Resting on Gu Xianya's two thighs that were amazingly smooth and tender to the touch, Cheng Jiangbei added in a timely manner, hate you. Cheng Jiangbei, did you fall in love with me just to sleep with me? Gu Xianya suddenly asked. She also tightened Cheng Jiangbei's arm. I don't know why suddenly all my emotions are hanging on you. When I was in the capital, I was looking forward to coming back every day, looking forward to seeing you, and I would have felt that it was all very childish to fall in love at this age, but I just can't help. Cheng Jiangbei, you said that we and Jing Xian will be together for the rest of our lives, right? Yes, we will be together for the rest of our lives. Cheng Jiangbei replied while slowly walking step by step very steadily carrying Gu Xianya down the mountain. Of course, Shen, when boys fall in love, they all think about sleeping, to the person they like, to have an impulse. This is also a boy's way of expressing love, right? Girls are still not going to think. Gu Xianya buried her head in Cheng Jiangbei's shoulder, and her face was flushed. if I move back to Jing Xian's house, is this okay? The voice is very light, so light that Cheng Jiangbei can only just hear it. Not to mention, the wind on the mountain is soft today. He is also really good for this woman. What he wants is also this kind of hot feelings. Of course it's good. Move back. You can be woken up in the morning by his soft voice. You can squint and hook your eyes around his neck and let him carry you to the shower. Eat breakfast together. Leave the house for school together. Go to class together. Come home together. Cuddle up with each other on the couch and watch old movies, as well as wrapped around him and kissing him as he carries you into the bedroom. Gu Xianya knows that tonight is also almost separate, although tomorrow can still see you again, but still some small loss. Feelings hot when of course think every moment to get tired of together. How not to talk? She tightened Cheng Jiangbei's neck and asked in his ear. No, I was thinking, Cheng Jiangbei said without slowing down. In the future, when we live with Ging Xian, do we need to keep a kitten? I love puppies. Then keep both. You skate the cat, I'll skate the dog. How does a cat sneak? Just hold the rope and follow it. That's called a cat skating me. Just so have a sentence without a sentence chat. To the bottom of the mountain. Walk to the door of Gu Xianya's home district. Away from almost 100 or 200 meters. Put her down. It was already 11:30. Helped her straighten her hair. Go back. Gu Xianya nodded her head and stepped on her boots 3 times. Call when you get there. Well, to get to the entrance of the neighborhood. Suddenly, Gu Xianya stopped her steps, turned around and ran towards Cheng Jiangbei. This sis slammed into Cheng Jiangbei's arms, and then sent her lips on Cheng Jiangbei's lips. Cheng Jiangbei. Gu Xianya squinted his eyes, but also handed his hand to Cheng Jiangbei's hand in front of his hand, held his hand, 10 fingers interlocked, tiptoe. The penetrating red lips came to Cheng Jiangbei's ears next to the voice soft and fine. For the future, I am looking forward to. After saying that, without waiting for Cheng Jiangbei to react, he let go of his hand again, turned his body, and ran directly into the neighborhood in a puff of smoke. The crickets in the grass pile by the roadside are still chirping, and the evening breeze is still blowing, touching his lips and feeling the residual heat still remaining in his hand. Cheng Jiangbei smiled, and Gu Xianya said a lot of good, but really is not a big cake. The very beginning maybe just because you want to coax her. Habitually said a lot of good, and these good, said in the end, in fact, is Cheng Jiangbei own want. That's the kind of sizzling love he wants. That's the kind of passion, where you snuggle up to me and I wrap my arms around you, and I look down and say lovey-dovey things, and you laugh and say I hate it. Cheng Jiangbei was a bit moved, and he also had that flutter of walking. Zhang Jingxian was finally almost done with her work. Today was to go to the office and organize some information, sign a few papers, and after there was a high-level meeting. It was a period of time off. They had a date to go on a trip, still have to move for Aunt Xian, so Cheng Jiangbei intends to accompany Jing Xian to the company first, then come back and go to school to pick up Aunt Xian. The 3 go to Aunt Xian's home to pack up the things after the 3 people together to stay in Jing Xian's home. Incomparably happy. However, do you think Cheng Jiangbei would go to the entrance of Jiang Jingshuan's neighborhood to wait for her today and then go to the company together? No, this bastard played a trick and was dead set on getting Jing Xian to come and wait for him at the entrance of Aunt Xian's neighborhood. Said something about letting her recognize the door, and it would be a second base from now on. Once she heard that it was also the second base, Zhang Jingxian thoughtfully went to Cheng Jiangbei to wait for him at the entrance of his neighborhood. On this day, Zhang Jingxian used perm rolls to slightly curl the end of her hair with a wavy feeling. She remembered. That day Cheng Jiangbei said, like hair slightly curled a little bit draped over the shoulders, wearing a white lightweight sarong with a white camisole on the inside, and light blue high-waisted jeans underneath, plus also wearing a roughly 5 cm sticker with a wafer-looking bling-bling's thin high heel. A pair of jade legs were set off as tall and slender. A look that's mature but doesn't completely lose its youthfulness. Many passers-by obviously noticed Zhang Jingxian, who stood out over here carrying a Prada white bag. She's so pretty. Is this waiting for someone? Without letting them wonder for long, Cheng Jiangbei came out of the neighborhood. Zhang Jingshuan's eyes narrowed slightly when she saw it, and she leaned over to him with a smiling face without slowing down, and then handed her small hand to Cheng Jiangbei's hand frankly and openly, completely ignoring the gazes of the surrounding classmates, or passers-by. Let's go. Cheng Jiangbei held her hand and laughed softly. Didn't I say 9 o'clock to you? Why did you arrive at 8:50? What do you say? Zhang Jingxian turned her head to look at the side of Cheng Jiangbei's face. Cheng Jiangbei also followed the voice and looked over, his hand squeezing her silky little hand, smiling and asking, "Miss me?" Zhang Jingxian didn't squirm and directly nodded her head. It's beautiful. Today. Humph. It's such a pain in the ass to get up in the morning and curl my hair. I'll roll it for you later. Sore feet and heels, too. I'll pinch it for you. Cheng Jiangbei clasped his fingers with hers. Is it troublesome to put on socks? I can help you even if it's troublesome. Zhang Jingxian could understand what socks he was talking about and said helplessly, Aunt Xian likes to wear them too. Do you like them too? Don't talk nonsense. That is like to see, don't like to wear. And stockings of the smooth more can increase the beauty of the legs. Wearing stockings can give a person solemn, beautiful, elegant feeling. At the same time, it can be perfect to modify the leg of the flab, so that the lines of the legs are long and slender. Cheng Jiangbei is serious science and technology. There are many people legs are prone to the phenomenon of varicose veins. Wearing stockings can play to the legs to impose a certain degree of external force, to prevent or reduce the legs of the phenomenon of varicose veins roll. At the same time, it can greatly reduce the long-term sedentary, long-standing, legs appear edema phenomenon. Well, all in all it's a good thing to have. Zhang Dingxian rewarded Cheng Jiangbei with a blank stare. Jiangbei, you're talking nonsense again. It's based on science. How can you not believe me? Letter. Where? Zhang Dingxian big wave Cheng Jiangbei like to give him hot. Wear a pair of socks only. Their dress is not for their favorite person to see. No, don't show it to others. I'll sneak it alone. Let's wear it at home. Oh, Cheng Jiangbei's demands are still one by one. Still wearing it at home? Well, you don't know that stockings serve another important purpose. What? Cheng Jiangbei mysteriously came next to Zhang Dingxian and whispered, at attack speed. Go away. Zhang Dingxian pouted her rosy lips of hitting Cheng Jiangbei twice. The two of you a sentence I sentence. Into the company, through the building, did not care about the eyes of all the people along the way, and finally directly in front of the face of the whole company's colleagues, 10-fingered tightly clasped on the company walked into the company. All the co-workers in the office first stopped all movements in their hands, silenced their voices, and then, oh my god, the office exploded straight away. The two entered the office together holding hands with their fingers tightly linked. There was no need to spread any rumors anymore, okay? This pair, really? Office, because at 9:30 various positions have just begun to work, are not yet on track. It is a hit and miss chat, a few sentences have no. As a result, the discussion soon came to a sudden and abrupt end. Looking at the front, Zhang Jingxian also greatly smiled and directly held Cheng Jiangbei. Holy! At the moment everyone was completely shocked. At the moment dropping a pin might have to make a big noise. In the workplace, there is really nothing greater than the shock brought about by the female president and the little assistant in front of you. Jesus! Assistant Cheng has really rocketed up the ranks. Now the president isn't even hiding. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 110, Traveling Together. I'm begging for a booking. I don't know why. President Jiang and Prof. Gu didn't know if they had discussed this in advance. They were deliberately avoiding each other appearing together at night. We had agreed to move in together. The back became moving company. The airfare is the day after tomorrow, so take a day off? Cheng Jiangbei Baba opened his eyes, and the sound of nuisance in his ears was vaguely visible. Just see, the white flesh is also fragrant enough. Zhang Dingxian early in the morning washing and pouring themselves finished. Bending over is to a pair of long legs wearing stockings. Heard the movement, measured head. Husband, woke up? See you sleep so fragrant, but also said not to call you to get up. Somewhat absent-mindedly, he nodded. It's still early, you can rest a little longer. Zhang Dingxian changed herself and sat on the edge of the bed, her soft little hands straightening Cheng Jiangbei's hair curtain. Cheng Jiangbei stared at her soft little face, a little dazed, and nodded again. She placed a gentle kiss on Cheng Jiangbei's forehead, then got up and coiled her hair. Then I'll go to work first. Isn't today a day off? Cheng Jiangbei was a bit stunned. I'm going to have a meeting over at the Zhongjing department store at noon today. Why don't you come out and have lunch with me at noon and hang out? Cheng Jiangbei nodded and quickly shook his head. I'll just take a rest. I still have to take a flight tomorrow. Well then, you be good at home. Xiao Lu is already downstairs. I'm going to be late. President Jiang also does not force Cheng Jiangbei, twisting the thin waist. The body has enough elegance. Husband, goodbye. Not long after, Cheng Jiangbei sitting on the bed in a daze and summarized their own step-by-step after a small life so beautiful. Hey, the cell phone rang, interrupting Cheng Jiangbei's review. Cheng Jiangbei has noticed the message in his cell phone at the moment. Teach you how many times will not. Go out and remember to kiss. Nerd, really want to beat you to death. The president's sister's bright and pretty face seemed to be right in front of her through the screen, and Cheng Jiangbei's lips pursed. On ringing the bell, he suddenly shook his head, throwing out the jumble of thoughts in his head, and took a breath, apparently somewhat healed. That's right, it's looking at you. You must give kisses when you go out or you'll be scolded for bringing a nerd. When she returned home in the evening, Zhang Dingxian slipped her shopping bag, and after snapping her high heels off at the foyer, her small feet wrapped in flesh stockings stepped on the floor and didn't care about the slippers she was wearing, and she walked in a few steps and collapsed on the sofa, stating, I'm exhausted. After a moment's reprieve, Jiang Jingxian looked at Chang Jiangbei, who today peacefully and quietly had already placed his slippers neatly by the sofa and thoughtfully had already poured warm boiled water. Particularly delicate, wrapped stockings appear particularly tight. Simply a little flawed legs a lift. Justified in front of Chang Jiangbei. Husband, help me rub my legs. Chang Jiangbei flabbergasted for a moment, also did not refuse, tenderly took her silky smooth calves, and sat down smoothly, and then there was a hitch to ask about the matter of her going out shopping in the middle of the day. Once Jiang Jingxian heard this, her legs were not allowed to be rubbed for a moment, and she got up and sat up, her big eyes staring Chang Jiangbei down for several seconds, and then her two small hands were raised, the backs of her hands were pasted next to her chin, and her rosy lips were slightly sheeted out, clearly stating, "You'd be willing to leave your family's overbearing female president at the mall to go shopping by herself? Jiang Dingxian, wake up." Chang Jiangbei's hand was still hanging in the air, with that bit of tenderness and delicacy still lingering in his palm, and after a few seconds of silence, he commented, "You're not overbearing." Jiang Jingxian was clearly not satisfied with this statement, and in Chang Jiangbei's dismayed eyes, her expression was suddenly serious and grave as she stood up. "Then I'm going to show you my cruelty." Her fragrant soft body suddenly lunged ferociously, and Chang Jiangbei wimped out a bit at the sight. She then cleanly bit Chang Jiangbei's lips. "Tell me about this tactic. Simply don't be cruel. Kissing is just kissing, but still pulling so many have-nots is also enough." After she packed and brought her apron to push Chang Jiangbei out of the kitchen, a burst of busy work, fragrant meals on the table also had the face to ask, "Goo, how did my Xiao Chang's mouth break the skin?" Eyes narrowed, no different from a vixen it seemed. Chang Jiangbei lowered his head. Simply a burst of speechlessness, indeed, is to see the president's cruelty. Smelling a gust of beer chicken wings aroma just along the doorway squeezed into Chang Jiangbei's nose. He didn't take care of the words anymore. Some enjoyment took a deep breath, sidestepped and quickly stepped into the house, directly digressing from the topic. "Phew, that smells good. Is the rice cooked?" To the living room table a few steaming dishes on the plate looked. Chang Jiangbei suddenly feel appetite. "This is called life. Before that week, I was living in confusion. That is what I call it. It's just a vest. So what if it falls off? Be firm on your own, don't make waves. Go by the book. This life still can't run away." Chang Jiangbei exhaled, felt simply extremely reasonable. "So roll up the sleeves to sit over to prepare to crunch open to eat dazzle rice. This day is too wonderful. The cure is good, and do not want so much." As a result, Jiang Jingxian slapped him on the back of his hand without any good sense when she saw this. "My family's greedy cat. First, go, wash hands." Chang Jiangbei said, "I went to take a shower just before you came back. You don't touch your hand to the door when you open it? You don't touch your slippers when you bring them to me?" A small hand lifted and gently nudged the side of his head. "It's dirty. Go on." Chang Jiangbei smiled sarcastically and rubbed his nose, turning around and entering the kitchen, tying her apron. Jiang Jingxian couldn't help but smile. "Bring 2 pairs of chopsticks when you come out." "I know. Jiang Jingxian's cooking skills, that is no more. This president don't look like a lady of the house, but especially have the talent to be a good housewife. Go to the restaurant as a cook is also more than enough." Feeling somewhat relaxed at the moment, Chang Jiangbei was comfortable filling his stomach to the brim, burping while sitting on the sofa and rubbing his stomach, looking at the housewife like President Jiang busily picking up the dishes. He felt too happy, and just wanted to comfortably close his eyes and beautifully nestled in the sofa to sleep. Alas and alack, if he really married Jiang Jingxian, would he not be happy for the rest of his life? Is staring at the kitchen Jiang big president's white flowery thighs nonsense. 2 plump white legs suddenly stepped over, closer and closer, closer and closer. Even the bamboo surface slippers on the strand of grain can be seen clearly. Thinking about what? Jiang Dingxian stood in front of him. "It's nothing, it's just that I feel quite lucky." The originally lazy Chang Jiangbei sat up slightly from the sofa. Jiang Jingxian smiled at his words and nudged his nose. "You just realized it now?" No, it's been a long time." "Yes? Why are you talking so nicely today? Have you had your candy? Let me taste it." Jiang Jingxuan's beautiful legs lifted sideways, her small hands wrapped around, and she also sat on Chang Jiangbei's body in a completely nonchalant manner. The eyes, maybe more than the eyes, were really drawn out. Chang Jiangbei was a bit winded. President Zhong's name was Greed. "Hubby, I want to sleep. Carry me to bed." Hoo. The soft aroma then lightly slapped towards Chang Jiangbei's ears. Chang Jiangbei's throat knots gushed with difficulty for a moment. "Don't make a fuss. Just finished dinner. It's better to work when you're full." Jiang Jingxuan's eyes were full. Talk is simply wrong. Jiang Jingxuan's rosy little mouth speaking Chinese in this manner. There really weren't many people who could stand up to it. Chang Jiangbei only felt a little suffocated. Damn. Permissions brave also permissions. Collapse also permissions. Really double-edged sword. Chang Jiangbei had no choice but to dryly turn on the TV. Watch the news first. Oh, Jiang Jingxian went home and washed herself fragrant. The delicate body wrapped in pajamas sat on him and obediently watched TV. Ignore the Chang Jiangbei whose eyes are somewhat fluttering, waiting for the news to end, raised his hand and turned off the TV, stepped on the floor with his bare feet, and did not give Chang Jiangbei the opportunity to refuse, and pulled him, go, husband into the house. It didn't take long to get to the big, soft bed. Jiang Jingxuan's eyes were somewhat gentle and contented as she leaned against Chang Jiangbei's chest, greedily sniffing at his neck, breath gently fluttering still itchy. Chang Jiangbei scratched, suddenly lowered his head, pursed his lips and asked, what are you to me? Jiang Jingxuan's chin gently rested on the top of Chang Jiangbei's chest, her eyes curved and she said, where's the wife? As a result, looking at Chang Jiangbei also blinking eyes looking at her, oh really bad. President Jiang then suddenly a smile, head also rested on his chest rubbing, without the slightest burden on the said, I am the husband's woman. Chang Jiangbei gulped and coughed, repeating and asking again, what are you? Jiang Dingxian felt Chang Jiangbei's body temperature, at the moment is really slightly provoked a little bit is full of hot, slightly with a little bit of redness on the skin seems to be able to pinch out the water, was asked to be full of demented, greasy on the said, husband's woman. Chang Jiangbei took a breath and asked one last time, Jiang Dingxian, what are you to me? Jiang Dingxian regardless of the answer, the mouth has begun to Chang Jiangbei's mouth to kiss, but the fragrant soft body was Chang Jiangbei racked arm was propped up, her eyebrows on the dissatisfaction of a wrinkled bar, but looked at Chang Jiangbei's gleaming eyes, soft eyes blinking 2 times, was asked a little bit of confusion, me, husband's woman ah, okay, then Chang Jiangbei nodded, racked his arms and threw President Jiang to the side, indicating that he fell asleep, we're going on a trip tomorrow, so we'd better get an early night today, leaving Jiang Jingxuan's beautiful legs coiled, she sat next to her, staying dumbfounded for a moment, then biting her rosy lips, she gently pushed Chang Jiangbei, what ah, just this, hubby, the lingerie is all wet. Chang Jiangbei huffed twice, he had no way to close his eyes, so he pretended not to hear it. Jiang Jingxian wanted to kick Chang Jiangbei's ass with her beautiful legs, but didn't dare, hubby is such a bad guy. Chang Jiangbei's heart was filled with tears, but he could do nothing but fall asleep in a daze. The next day, President Kong yawned, they were planning to see the ocean, so they went to a 5-star Ocean View hotel, just arrived at the hotel, took a shower in the suite, changed clothes, ready to go out. Chang Jiangbei was on the plane did not sleep, has been a little shriveled lying corpse on the sofa of the female president called out to ask him where to go. You know I grew up in poor health, often see a doctor, the last time is not because of the stomach again into the hospital. The doctor then took a look at it and said, you have a bad stomach recommended to eat soft food. No, who are you looking for a softie? Jiang Jingxian drooped her eyes and lay on the sofa, confused for half a day before she reacted at once, widened her eyes and sat up. Now don't eat your sister's soft rice. Eat your sister's sister-in-law's right. That's great. He's a good judge of character. Slutty Chang Jiangbei out of the door. Turn a body to a room door. This is Gu Xianya's room. Chang Jiangbei also do not dilly-dally and twist. Directly rang the room bell. Because on the plane, Xianya also slept not a short period of time, and now there is still some spirit. Did not fall asleep. Hello, that one? Room service. Gu Xianya of course familiar with Chang Jiangbei's voice, rolled his eyes, jogged over, intended to open the door to his room, and then look, a big half of the white flesh exposed outside. She just took a bath, alone still wrapped in a towel well, and quickly jogged back. Wait for me. Almost waited 2 or 3 minutes. Gu Xianya sat on a large shirt, and then casually set a pair of shorts. Big white legs did not give cover on, did not wear slippers, afraid of Chang Jiangbei waited anxiously. Bare little feet stepped on the floor came over, opened the door, slowed down their breathing. What do you? Chang Jiangbei pointed to the side of the house. Is it convenient? It's inconvenient. The mouth said so, but the person still opened the door and made a place for Chang Jiangbei to enter. Sitting in his seat, Chang Jiangbei found that Gu Xuanya had only just taken a shower. Her hair was still wet, the bath towel had fallen in the bedroom doorway, and some unspoken things were scattered on the top of the sofa. Well, black with petals, mature style. Gu Xianya also just panicked, forgot about this, ears a moment on the red, staring at their own Kazuelan eyes, racked Chang Jiangbei's next door, said loudly, you, turn around. A moment Jiang saw, not allowed to see. If you don't look at it, you don't look at it. Chang Jiangbei thought to himself, how petty. Okay. The footsteps of bare feet and the floor's collision went to the bedroom, and then probably threw something in. Gu Xianya slammed the bedroom door shut with a bang, her face tensed up calmly, as if she was going to skip over that image just now, and Chang Jiangbei observed very thievishly, looked very seriously into Gu Xuanya's eyes and said, you should be comfortable buying clothes. Gu Xianya was surprised and looked him over as well. 60% off. Gu Xianya didn't understand. Why? Because, with a twist, Gu Xianya was silent for a moment, then rewarded him with a blank stare. Cut. Gu Xianya expressed her disdain. She had seen this paragraph on the internet before. Alright, don't be poor. What's the matter with finding me? Do you want to ask about concert tickets? Don't worry, I've booked my own, and I've also booked them for you, said really from her purse, touched out 3 tickets, handed to Cheng Jiangbei, or VIP private room. Cheng Jiangbei froze, looked up at Gu Xianya 2 eyes. If she is a dozen years older, how do you really have a sense of being adopted by the ants of the vestiges? The president's adoption? A professor? P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 111, let's go on a date. I'm begging for a book chase. Buzzing, the engine roared and turned. July days in a mountain town, where dreams begin. The first stop on their trip was here. The air is too dry and hot. Cheng Jiangbei waited until the car air conditioning power cooled down, and then only a foot gas pedal drove out of the garage. In the morning, when I got up, the cloudy sky also cleared up completely, and the blinding sunshine fell down, giving the car glass, giving the road a layer of gold coat. Driving on the asphalt road, Cheng Jiangbei can comfortably hum a song while enjoying the scenery of the river that he has not seen carefully several times. The windows open, a hot wind blowing on the face, also with the aroma of the soil and the fragrance of the river. The wind blew quickly. Cheng Jiangbei not a moment was to one of the landmarks of the mountain city. Not long after, the glass door over there was pushed open, and many people, including Cheng Jiangbei's line of sight, was immediately attracted to it. Gu Xianya pure white knee-length skirt was opened the door when the breeze brought a fluttering. Summer also flooded a spring freshness. 1.70 m tall and straight, at the moment is mature, but also proportional, front convex and rear curvature, very eye-catching. The small hand held the cell phone, and the big eyes stared left and right as if they were still looking for Cheng Jiangbei. Seeing the situation, Zizi, the passenger window was rolled down. Cheng Jiangbei side body, taut seatbelt, head to the window next to the forceful squeeze, smiling said, beauty, swimming fitness to understand ha. Gu Xianya cupped her cell phone with one hand and froze, probably because the sunlight in the mountain city was too strong. The other hand covered her forehead and bent down, taking a look through the car window. Voila! Professor Gu, a section of white calves exposed to the outside, rushed a lift and a release. Snap stepped on white sandals, arc particularly perfect instep, front exposed painted red nail cover particularly beautiful toes. The girl's aroma then leaned over. She seems to be very surprised. It seems that the first time did not imagine. The summer wind brushed her waterfall long hair, revealing her white through the point of a very charming pretty face. Sandals clattering tentatively close, big eyes blinking curiously. The voice gently and softly, went to get the car in the morning. Well, Ginger said no car is not too convenient. Well, went to get Ginger just to this side of the branch inspection, a moment in the afternoon, and then go to pick her up. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and unbuckled his seatbelt, politely getting out of the car, pulled the car door open for Gu Xianya. How was your rest yesterday? Gu Xianya also did not have too much expression, also politely nodded to Cheng Jiangbei, and then a shallow smile, bending the body into the car, not yet sat down steadily. Looked up and saw the passenger front of the platform, is lying a bouquet of flowers. This is Tiger's Eye Wanyanking. Gu Xianya stretched out her white hand and cupped the flower, lowered her head and pulled up the petals, then raised her head and looked sideways at Cheng Jiangbei with her big, curious eyes. Get back in the car. Cheng Jiangbei, while pulling the seatbelt, while a serious, we know, we are polite people in the capital. It is necessary to reciprocate. Yesterday you sent me concert tickets. I must not repay you? What about repayment? Gu Xianya was a little embarrassed to hear that, and lost her smile as she fiddled with the petals in her hand again. Cheng Jiangbei did not eat so many years of rice in vain, but also not bad to eat the public meal. Quite good, and people into the distance. Not polite to go, but suddenly inquired, do you know the language of the sea onion flowers? Daylight. The distance is not far. Cheng Jiangbei found Gu Xianya's eyes are really especially beautiful. Single on the eyes, seem to have never seen someone's eyes have her beautiful. Long eyelashes fluttering, flickering. I do not know. Affection endures. Cheng Jiangbei laughed softly. Professor Gu's sister, there is a word, right, called at first sight. We have not been a kind of fate. I do not know what you think. So, we are so familiar. You have times to face me without so. Well, anyway, let go a little bit. Open mouth, closed mouth, or thank you. Well, you mouth a thank you. If the latter add a master, I should feel like a drop master R. Ha ha. Gu Xianya once again lowered her head to look at the green petals, raised her head as a inging smile, held the flower closer, a kind of acceptance of the meaning of the flower, and then eyes blinking, bright, thank you master. Come on, I'm really becoming a drip master. Cheng Jiangbei patted his head in a fake manner. The atmosphere in the car from the beginning is good. The beginning of everything is difficult. Well, Chang Jiangbei a small detail to buy flowers, destined to today's trip, but also will be good. The car drove steadily, and the two men talked and laughed, gradually becoming more familiar, which was the purpose of the tour, to go to the heart of the bureau. Find a good spot to park your car near Laziba. Chang Jiangbei followed his parents to the mountain city once before as a child but did not find where it is fun. But the netizens are talented. People originally just built the light rail station inside the building. Hard to say that they eat light rail. It's also rare for a station to become a Netflix hit at the back of the line. The energy of short video word of mouth. Gu Xianya curiously watched as Chang Jiangbei led himself through the various stairways and buildings to where he was going, and it didn't look like there were any sights to see. Then across the road, with my back to the river. The river breeze could be fluttering and the sun was just right. Chang Jiangbei also thankful for his last life homesickness affectionate, often brushing the video of his hometown. Mountain City is now the best tour guide is estimated to be him. Soon. And so Gu Xianya holding a cell phone to look at that side with interest. Professor Gu's sister, you stand here first. Here? Yeah, open your mouth. Yeah, don't look at me sideways. Don't move. Yeah. Chang Jiangbei's photo technology is quite professional in the last life or talk about so many years of love well. Click and millet 3 on the point of 2. Smiling hand over the cell phone, congratulations. The light rail 8. Ha, what Gu Xianya blinked her eyes and turned her head curiously. Her hair was so soft and smooth that she also leaned over with a soft fragrance. It's a bit blurry, eh? What about this one? Also a bit. And this one? Nonsense. When I took the picture, I deliberately shook it a little bit. How can it not be blurred? Gu Xianya suddenly chagrined a pat on the head. There is a chain on the hand. Cartier's bracelet under the sunshine texture is really quite good. Glittering, ouch. As soon as I knew that I have to take pictures today, I'll take the SLR with me. Pity. Chang Jiangbei feigned an A, and then particularly smooth. He proposed. Why don't we just use your cell phone to shoot it? My cell phone's pixels don't work. Gu Xianya is still holding Chang Jiangbei's cell phone drooping head. Big eyes flickering. Flipping through the photos, sniffing, thinking, raising his head, refumbling the cell phone from the bag, and handing it to Chang Jiangbei in a big way. Good it. Chang Jiangbei easily held Professor Gu's small, delicate, and cold cell phone without moving. The cell phones are not just arriving, exchanging what are considered more private phones now, and getting more intimate. Cell phones are expensive at first glance, delicate to the touch, square in appearance. The Chang Jiangbei are a little emotional, rich really good Cell phones are private orders. Some guys are stupid enough to buy their girlfriends a cell phone in installments, while he's not, and when he sees that he likes it, he's going to give it away. Chang Jiangbei got a little shy, so much so that he pinched Professor Gu's cell phone and looked back and forth for a long time, but he couldn't take a decent picture of Professor Gu. Chang Jiangbei? Crushing the miscellaneous thoughts and throwing them into the trash can, the cheerful Chang Jiangbei became excited again, raising his cell phone in the air and shaking it. Sister Professor Gu, let's make a lot of pleasant memories in the mountain city first. Chang Jiangbei ate the blessing of looks, originally actually more abrupt words, but unfortunately the sunlight reflection, a slight grin at the corners of the mouth, arranged neat snow-white teeth, contour face, traces of youth is still there. The sunshine and handsome will appear not at all abrupt, only cheerful and enthusiastic, positive teenage boy. Yes, the vast majority of people pride themselves on not being shallow, but then again, you have to admit that good-looking friends, they're just much more likely to gain the goodwill of others. Chang Jiangbei smiles really good-looking, is a kind of charm that does not have to go through the expression management in particular, a little innocent, but also some wild. You say his smile is really how amazing. Crushing Robin Wu? He's a little bit innocent and a little bit wild. You say how amazing his smile really is. Crushing Daniel Wu? In fact, there is no, just good, but it is this just good, is good. It may be because of this that Gu Xianya looked at Chang Jiangbei, who could always find a lot of strange and weird places to take pictures with special flavor, and walked to the upper side of the Goose Ridge, which seemed to be able to have a panoramic view of the confluence of the two rivers and the fantastic rooftop like the meeting of the buildings and mountains. Professor Gu touched the paper from the small bag, handed Chang Jiangbei, sunglasses under the eyes some hesitation, looking at the 39-degree day, accompanied by his own son sweating. Chang Jiangbei ghostly asked, do you want a? I'll take a picture for you. Gu Xianya has never taken the initiative to call out boys to take a picture with her. Boys looking for her to take a picture, she is generally polite refusal, except for the graduation photo, so that everything is still a destiny. Unexpected time, unexpected place, unexpected person. There are always times when you haven't figured it out yet, but your defenses are down, and people get a little weird. Yeah, Cheng Jiangbei grunt to himself, accustomed to a mouthful of should not be surprised. Not a little ripple. Sweat can be vigorously. The summer of the mountain city, he has not been so hot for many years. Mountain city. Magical feeling. Travel photo out of the film is really out of the film. But the summer over friends. Really not afraid of sun dry here? Cheng Jiangbei and many people love their hometown. Cannot hear others a little bad words, but can skillfully their own silence spit home. And then stared at the side of the Gu Xianya who took the phone. The door clearer said, "Sis, what are you waiting for? Come here." Gu Xianya's eyes under the sunglasses are dodging a bit. The feeling of falling in love. Cheng Jiangbei is particularly generous wave. Come quickly, come quickly. So a morning. We have not yet a group photo it. Gu Xianya, slightly flustered. He pulled back his hair and jogged a few steps to lean in. Is this the place? You look like I'm your bodyguard. Here, let's stand side by side. Cheng Jiangbei moved 2 steps. Very measured, not too close, but also not too far. Acceptable distance. Okay. Sunglasses. Professor Gu twice. Adjusted her expression, and with a slight lift of her small hand, pushed her sunglasses up into her hair. Let's just say, a smile is 10 years less. That's it. Cheng Jiangbei turned around, slightly back a bit of light to see the effect, pondered for a moment and shook his head. This selfie, our faces are so big. Lifted his head and easily called out for help from an enthusiastic older man. That uncle enthusiastically took the cell phone. It is not Cheng Jiangbei looking for the trust, just a double Ching Cheng. Hey, more good people. Such a pretty 2 kids. Come closer. Girls, come over a little bit. Yeah. Boys are slightly more active too. Come out to play. Take pictures. Mo capsule a shortness of time. Small couples of, away from so far why. The male child to the other female doll to embrace to spread. Cheng Jiangbei, the 2 of them look too good. A 1-meter-8 person. A 1-meter-7 long legs. Want 2 stars to come over to take a picture of the poster to come? Naturally surrounded by a group of watching the crowd. The mountain city people straight. All love lively. At the moment is a burst of laughter. No, not. Gu Xianya Beijing people. Listening to the uncle's dialect. Some half understand. But what a small couple. Straddle to up or understand. Don't look at her, look familiar. But Professor Gu is from childhood to large, step by step well behaved. Even the hand has not been held by the yellow flowers of the big girl. Would have been the day was hot. The face is flooded with red. Have not yet had time to explain. A big mom next to her slapped the uncle's shoulder fiercely. I say, Zhang Erwa, you don't go to tease the other 2 youngsters. Can't you see that the other sisters are shy? Auntie, you do not say okay. You say. Professor Gu's face even more red. Ouch. Distended a small face. Did not say anything. No? You're not a good match for me? The older woman looked at her with a somewhat surprised expression. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and looked at half a day. Then twisted his hand, pulled just a little bit of Prof. Gu's sleeve, shook a little bit, and explained seriously, Uncle Simone, the inner one is my daughter-in-law. Oh, then Uncle Simone misunderstood. Apologize to you. Zhang Erwa, hurry up and shoot for the others. Shoot better, haha, got it. Wife, waiting to take over the cell phone again. Cheng Jiangbei pulled Gu Xuanya to go to a chair under the shade of a tree. Rest, and then while twisting the cap of the bottle for her, while giving her, say you are a daughter-in-law you do not mind. Mountain city people are warm and speak straight. It is so. All that could be seen was her drooping head and a rather intimate picture of the 2 of them accidentally taking a picture together on her cell phone because the older man had messed up. Gu Xianya's silky hair was scattered at the moment and she couldn't see any expression clearly. She pursed her lips and nodded her head in a way that sounded particularly silky. I know. The mountain town really deserves to be one of the 4 fireplaces. Cheng Jiangbei stood in front of the kiosk to take 2 bottles of cold mineral water, and so back to the shade of the tree. Gu Xianya has been hot to take their own just on the road. 15 yuan to buy a small fan. A small hand flying straight fan. A hand holding a cell phone pasted next to the ear. Saw Cheng Jiangbei back, moved a position, nodded to show that also do not say thank you, but the mouth did not have to free. Jiangbei, you say I am your daughter-in-law. That's how I like it. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Brothers, take a day off. Update tomorrow. Chapter 112-2. I'm begging for a subscription. Wait until you get back to the hotel. The president really has the president's busy schedule. By the time the 2 had returned to the hotel, she had also completed her inspection. Ginger, hard work. Cheng Jiangbei sat on his butt next to Zhang Jingxian. Zhang Jingxian didn't say anything more, still watching the TV, and pushed Cheng Jiangbei away. Brat, I'm telling you, it's almost enough, but you're still not honest? The people are not all here. You plan to watch me make a fool of myself when Auntie Shin arrives, right? Cheng Jiangbei shook his head. No, how could I have planned this? Then don't move blindly. Save some face for your ginger sister. Cheng Jiangbei smiled sarcastically and nodded, withdrawing his hand. Well, haven't had dinner yet, have you? I'll go have someone fix you dinner. Oh, Cheng Jiangbei nodded twice, looking at Sister Zhang Jiang and seeing her into the bedroom. Cheng Jiangbei followed suit and smashed his body on the bed. Warming up for a while, Cheng Jiangbei realized that Zhang Jingxuan's laptop was open. Neat desktop just like home. Very, very clean. Nothing but my computer and recycle bin browser. What do you want to do? Watch a movie. The download software in the upper right corner is running as if it is downloading something. Cheng Jiangbei then clicked to take a look. But this look does not matter. Cheng Jiangbei coughed. Your grandfather Zhang's sister is also really loved to learn ah. Cheng Jiangbei rummaged on the page for a while. Would have liked to see what Zhang's sister and knew under it. The bedroom door was suddenly opened. Through the bedroom door of Zhang Jingxian saw Cheng Jiangbei has opened Xuanlei. She froze for a moment. Footsteps faster. What are you doing? I'm looking for a movie to watch. Yeah? You're just looking for a movie to watch? I told you that you're full of it. Just immodest. Sister Zhang's skin is not thin. Open mouth is a backward rake. Cheng Jiangbei opened a pair of eyes froze. No, this is not what I placed ah. Good man. You ginger. You've got it backwards, don't you? I just got in, and I'm the one who's watching? You're not making sense. Cheng Jiangbei slyly twisted his head to look at Sister Zhang. You can still dump the pot. This pot dumping is simply skillful. Cheng Jiangbei scat his mouth and felt that he needed to teach Sister Zhang a lesson. So he hurriedly took her small hand and told her to sit down. Yeah, this movie, I'm the one who put it down. What's up? Come watch it together. Cheng Jiangbei greatly ordered out a movie. Sister Zhang's ass is next to Cheng Jiangbei's thigh, looking at the screen with nothing to do, but also pointing and commenting from time to time. This knowledge is not right ah, not as good as you. Not this one. You can watch this one. Cheng Jiangbei was a bit overwhelmed and suddenly asked, Sister Zhang, do you watch this all day long? Nonsense. I usually just look at information files and stuff at home. Aren't these what you downloaded and let me read? I was wondering where all the strange ideas in your head came from all day long, but now I've found the root of it. You're not making any sense at all. But Zhang Jingxian suddenly had an idea with a twinkle in her eye. Aunt Xian is coming over later, right? Cheng Jiangbei nodded. You bring her to this bedroom of mine and drag her to watch as well. Zhang Jingxuan's eyes revealed excitement. I also want to see her reaction. Hey, what the hell? Cheng Jiangbei's lips opened. You be a person. Sister Zhang cut a little, then got up, to go out, and then Cheng Jiangbei found out. Howdy pants have a part of the dark color a little, touching, then staring in bewilderment at Sister Ginger over there wriggling out of the bedroom. Cheng Jiangbei swallowed his saliva, and he suspected that Sister Zhang has a problem on her. Seeing this, Cheng Jiangbei didn't politely talk to Sister Zhang, stood up, and went to catch up with Sister Zhang, held her hand, and then pointed to his pants. What did you do? Gingxian Jiang. Finally, Cheng Jiangbei, this is still the first time to see Zhang's sister cheeks are slightly red, violently pushed away Cheng Jiangbei. The results of Cheng Jiangbei this time improper people. Until after dinner, Sister Ginger still had that little bit of an unnatural expression on her face. It's rare. Sister Zhang was taken by Cheng Jiangbei. Cheng Jiangbei saw that the atmosphere was awkward, so he was busy finding a topic and said, Sister Zhang, you eat shrimp. Sister Ginger gave her a blank look. No food. Cheng Jiangbei coughed and his chopsticks continued to blindly search on the dinner plate on the table. Sister Zhang narrowed her eyes, hit Yubai's chopsticks with hers and said, don't blindly rummage around. You kid can now it seems to be getting bolder and bolder on me. Now just casual, right? No, I have a lot of respect for you. Just now. Only just what? Oh, I can kind of see that you just want to embarrass sis in front of you, don't you? Ahem. That's not true. It's just that, hey, the two of us are talking about this. It's not in a hotel. Okay, in the hotel, right? Zhang Jingxuan's eyes blinked and she was happy all of a sudden, smiling and pinching Cheng Jiangbei's little face. Then in a while, you can't let me be embarrassed alone. Got it? Cheng Jiangbei peeled away her hand pinching her face. It's not good. And you were just nice to me? Ahem. You don't say. It didn't take long and then Aunt Xian finished her bath and after resting she was taking off her slippers and walked in, looking at the water stains on the floor. She just came in with a slight start. What's wrong? Cheng Jiangbei felt Zhang's sister's gaze, sighed. Words did not say more. Pulling just changed shoes. Words did not say more. Aunt Xian pulled into the bedroom. Aunt Xian hurriedly yelled, ouch! What are you doing? Not long after, Aunt Xian with a small red face, was Cheng Jiangbei pressed on the bedroom chair. She stuttered voice very softly said, what are you going to do again? I'll show you something good. Ouch! Zhang, still outside. how are you? Gu Xianya said so, but at the moment her body was sitting solidly on the bed. What the hell? You sit up. I don't. Aunt Xian froze. Then her face turned even redder as she was pulled up by Chang Jianbei and looked at the computer screen. Chang Jianbei opened the shrunken application just for him, and then the screen appeared in front of Aunt Xian's eyes. Aunt Xian suddenly shrieked in shock, grunted and covered her eyes in a hurry, and then lowered her head. What ah? Chang Jianbei blinked his eyes and looked at Aunt Xian like this. Hurry to catch her white wrist, and then bring his hand outward. Aunt Xian's arm is soft, not much force. It is easy to be brought out by Chang Jianbei. The whole face is so red that he doesn't know what to do. Speech stumbled. You, what are you shy about? Come on, take your hand away. Let's look at the screen, haha. Chang Jianbei framed her hand so that she could look at the computer screen head on. Aunt Xian's head tried to hide, but she was also caught by Chang Jianbei, and finally looked at the computer screen in resignation. 1 minute, 2 minutes. This time, Aunt Xian was anxious and froze, raised her hand and hit Chang Jianbei's hand with a small exasperation. What? Chang Jianbei advances instead of retreating. Ginger is still out there. Stop it. I'm in a hurry with you. Gu Xianya bluffed her face viciously for the first time. Really anxious ah? Chang Jianbei took a look and knew that she was not really in a hurry. Where would he be in a hurry with Chang Jianbei? And he was even more bold. Auntie Xian is really too gentle. You really are an asshole. Gu Xianya's face burned and she hit Chang Jianbei's hand 2 more times. Just a bully. Chang Jianbei was hit a few times like scratching an itch, but instead, it made his heart even hotter. Ooh, sooner or later you'll be pissed off. Gu Xianya skimmed her mouth, then gave him a sly glance, and after thinking about it, the 2 legs slightly shrunk, and pulled the sweater on her abdomen with her left hand and tugged it downward. Immediately, she glared at Chang Jianbei again, after which she actually slowly let go of the first gear. Her gaze moved to the computer screen, and no longer squeaked, as if to tell Chang Jianbei in addition to here, you do not want, the other can be well. Looking at Gu Xianya this feeling, Chang Jianbei's mouthful of old blood almost spewed out. Look, Auntie Xian's kind of nature. How can people not bully her? People always get an inch. Chang Jianbei then began to get an inch and pull on Aunt Xian's thighs. It's really a bit soft. Auntie Xian, do you especially like me now? Auntie Xian looked back at him and blushed. Who said Auntie likes you? It's not that. Chang Jianbei slapped her on the leg. You can make me if you don't like me? Gu Xianya's face flushed for a moment, suddenly raised a small fist posture, and shy and angry. You are a little bastard. It is you dead begging to make a fuss. Dead begging to be naughty. It is not that I am willing to. How did it fall into the I let you touch it? Ginger is outside. May feel a little loud. Aunt Xian immediately lowered her voice. Angrier removed the stinking hand on his lap. Not allowed. Side to go you want to dare to move with me again. I really beat you to death ah? Don't believe you try. Aunt Xian and Chang Jianbei were really in that kind of love now. And Aunt Xian's cute little nature showed. Chang Jianbei blinked, and without any fear at all, he raised his hand and touched her cheeks. Aunt Xian's face was deflated, but also really Bud Fierce raised her small fist and hit Chang Jianbei's thigh 5 or 6 times. I told you to bully me. Every time. No big no small. Chang Jianbei was after being painlessly punched twice. He suddenly hugged Aunt Xian with an outstretched arm. The way she was now. She was simply too cute. Chang Jianbei couldn't stand it a bit. Gu Xianya hurriedly pushed him in exasperation. Do what? I'll beat you up. Open your mouth to beat you up, and then you don't get any action at all. Chang Jianbei couldn't suppress the impulse in his heart any longer, and with a lowered head, he barfed. He had one thought in his mind right now. Love it or hate it. It's so cute. Gu Xianya pushed him hard. Hey, don't you. And then the clicker clock ticks. Chang Jianbei opened his eyes a little nervously and looked down at her. What is Ginger going to think? Aunt Xian didn't know why, but she suddenly looked at him with red eyes, her eyes misting up. Sorry. Look at her this kind of watering look. Chang Jianbei heart a thump. Chagrined to give himself a hand in the head, is to make Aunt Xian anxious. Blame me you. Get hurt you right. You want to beat or scold casually right no. Don't casually. You must beat me eh. Gu Xianya looked at him expressionlessly and said nothing. Oh, no. No. Chang Jianbei was honest all of a sudden. Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian pursed her lips and said in a low voice, you just know how to bully me. Then beat me up. I won't hit you back. I won't curse you back. Chang Jianbei closed his eyes. Just highlight one. You hit it hard, just leave me breath. The next moment, his scalp tightened as his hair was grabbed by Auntie Xian, or by both hands. Chang Jianbei gritted his teeth. already feeling that he could resign himself to his fate, and that he deserved to be beaten. Cheng Jiangbei didn't react for a moment and subconsciously opened his eyes. At a glance, Cheng Jiangbei directly froze. Gu Xianya lost her temper, didn't hit him, didn't scold him. Instead, she actually hugged his head and hummed and cupped her face. "Aunt Xian, what are you?" Then, Sister Ginger squinted at the doorway, having watched it for half a day. After the two were about to have their next step, she suddenly stepped forward, took them both by the arm, and led them into the living room. Cheng Jiangbei was dumbfounded, and Gu Xuanya flustered and organized her hair with some uncertainty. But seeing Jiang Jingxian raise her hand, she pointed to the floor. Cheng Jiangbei, seconds to understand, would have been embarrassed, but looked at Jiang's sister's unkind eyes. "I can't believe I pulled Auntie Xian right where I was." Jesus! Aunt Xian's entire body was almost dumbfounded. "Jiang Jingxian, what are you doing?" In the evening, Cheng Jiangbei took a break and slept for a while. In the dream, a variety of thighs hovering in front of the eyes, slim, white, plump, slender, at least there must be 20 or 30 legs, and finally the numerous thighs Cheng Jiangbei pressed underneath, suffocating him so that he could not breathe. Swoon, huffing and puffing, he made it up from the bed, and Baba looked at the sky that was not yet dark. Cheng Jiangbei realized that it was a dream, and slightly recalled the softness and awesomeness of the thighs. "Look up," and I don't know how long it was. The curtains were drawn tightly, and the whole house was blacked out by them. In the living room were two quick breaths that seemed to close their eyes and go back to sleep. Cheng Jiangbei found Jiang Jingxuan's hand from the comforter and grabbed it into his stomach, and then he immediately yanked over Aunt Xian's hand, holding them both separately on one left and one right, breaking them apart and letting the two of them hold each other's small hands. "Come on, shake hands, and don't fight in the future." As a result, no one paid any attention to him, still with his eyes closed. Only when Cheng Jiangbei lifted the comforter as soon as he could, only then did Jiang Jingxian open her eyes at once to glare at Cheng Jiangbei, desperately pulling her hand back, though without much force. "Let go, you coaxed a child, nah?" Cheng Jiangbei didn't care, said, "Aya, you two are holding make some strength. Where's the energy?" Aunt Xian's hair was sticking to her face, and at the moment she was also impatiently yanking her hand back. "Stop it, I'm going to sleep," Jiang Jingxian said. "I'll sleep too." Cheng Jiangbei shook his head. "That is, no, you two must shake hands, or none of us will be allowed to sleep. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're overdoing it. If you hit my ass again I'll be in a hurry with you. Jiang Jingxian bristled, but after hesitating for 10 seconds or so, she had no choice but to put her hand over. "P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 113, Angry? I'm begging for a subscription." It wasn't just Jiang Jingxian who was in a hurry. Soon, Aunt Xian also took a look at him, and finally just got up without saying anything. "It seems like Auntie Xian is a little angry. Think about last night. This is kind of worrying." Cheng Jiangbei. Without saying anything to Cheng Jiangbei, he left, as if he had returned to the capital. Apparently yesterday was too much of a burial, and so the tour was aborted. In the living room, Cheng Jiangbei's face was not washed, his teeth were not brushed, his hair was disheveled, and his face was written with bitterness and depression. He clutched his cell phone with his back hand in the two bedrooms back and forth in a circle, from time to time to take the phone to the front to turn out Aunt Xian's number. Thumb pause, want to press and did not press, and then back up his hand in the house tangled walk. A circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, and so on for a few minutes. Cheng Jiangbei once again took out his cell phone to look at the screen. The heart is still unable to get the idea. To play or not to play? Do you want to fight? At the end, Cheng Jiangbei gritted his teeth and fought, but after a dozen beeps, no one answered. Finally Cheng Jiangbei had no choice. Not to borrow the phone, anything is false. He rushed to call Jiang to ask for help. Then Jiang received his phone call as also a bitter smile. "Gu Xianya called me this morning. Asked if I know. I said I know. She seems to be angry with me too. Ouch. What about that? How do I know?" Then the voice on the other end of Jiang's phone also sounded meaningful, suddenly said again. "And is there something you want to explain to me to explain?" As soon as Cheng Jiangbei heard it, he knew what Jiang meant. Evening. Around 8:30. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell on Aunt Daylily's side of the house rang again. Cheng Jiangbei was afraid that she might come back at night in case she figured it out, so he didn't leave for a day and kept this side of the house. So Ginger was here to see him tonight. Cheng Jiangbei first hurriedly leaned over the door's eyelet to take a look, and a slate-faced, stunningly beautiful face pierced into the eyeballs. "It's not Auntie Xian. This time it's Ginger who's here." Cheng Jiangbei then quickly pulled open the door and sidled up to let Jiang in. "Coming? Aha. Why are you so late?" "Came back for a little meeting with your co-workers." "Oh, come on in. I'll get you some tea," Mouth said politely. After all, Zhang Jiang in the afternoon on the phone that seems to say to find Cheng Jiangbei to settle accounts, but wait for the door to close. Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jiang naturally do not need to be so much to talk about. After all over more than once bed. Zhang Jingxian wore a quite dry clothes, pure white suit pants, dark blue lady's small suit, wrapped around the plump figure, looked seductive. Inside and out wafted a mature woman's seductive strength. More than Chen Xiaomei's natural temptation, Cheng Jiangbei took the lead and hugged her from behind. Did you miss me? Zhang Jiang frowned with a dark face at the moment. What are you doing? Nothing, just asking if you missed me. What do I want you to do? Zhang Jiang at this moment hardened. Didn't you say you want to give me an explanation? What explanation? I'm listening. I still have to go back in a while. You're not having fun anymore, are you? Get off me. Well. Ugh. Cheng Jiangbei had no choice. Let go of her bitter smile to the side of the tea. Turned back to see Zhang Jiang took off the suit jacket sitting on the sofa. Cheng Jiangbei glanced at her bulging shirt chest, walked up to hand her water. Drink it, be careful hot. Well, in fact, our relationship, there is nothing to explain. Ginger's brow slatted today as she grunted and got up. I'll be off then. Cheng Jiangbei hurriedly pulled her. You see. It is too difficult to serve Khan. That what? You want me to give you an explanation of what how to get angry on? Oh, you're just going to play dumb about the other night, aren't you? The other night. What was that night? Zhang Jiang said in a rude voice. Do you still need me to ask? Are you a toad, poking and moving? No. Cheng Jiangbei didn't know how to explain well at the moment, feeling that Zhang Jiang wasn't actually too angry, just playing the jerk. The atmosphere was silent, and no one said a word. Cheng Jiangbei was helpless. Anyway, this time it had been piled up and blown up. Cheng Jiangbei understood that she was not angry at herself because of Fangya, but she was angry at herself for hiding it from her before, and simply went along with her. Zhang Jiang, this thing relies on me, but at that time, that kind of situation, you cannot all blame me. I love you too much. You let me do what I do. I do not just do it, and then the arrow on the string had to be sent. Ginger looked at him. Love me too much? Cheng Jiangbei said. Yes, at that time we had that accident. I don't know how to say it. Ginger narrowed her eyes at him. How much do you love me? Why don't you stay the night and I'll talk to you? Now talk. Hey, it won't be clear for a while. I'll have to think about it. You don't want to wait around, or take a shower? What's the shower for? I didn't mean anything else. It's not cold. Take a comfortable bath. Doesn't wash. Why don't I take a shower? Just trying to think of what to ask you. In fact, Cheng Jiangbei just washed it, but just want to give the two a time to rub it in. If you are too clear in your own purpose, where to so much quarrel? Is to kiss, make out not enough? Cheng Jiangbei intends to explain in bed in a while. Zhang Jiang that temper Cheng Jiangbei still understand, so had to once again into the bathroom, turn on the water to soak a hot bath. About 20 minutes before comfortably wrapped in a bath towel came out. Look, Zhang Jiang is leaning on the sofa napping. It seems to be asleep. Anyway, eyes closed. Ginger? Seeing that she did not react, Cheng Jiangbei then walked up to look at her, lowered his head and gently kissed on her sexy lips. At that moment, Zhang Jiang's eyelids jumped twice, but still did not open. Sleeping? Definitely not asleep. Cheng Jiangbei heart will have a bottom. Said today, you are pretending up, but he did not say anything. Arm to Zhang Jiang below a hug, will be held across the chest, walked to the edge of the bed slowly put Zhang Jiang into the nest inside. Ginger didn't move a muscle. Cheng Jiangbei immediately untied the bath towel and nakedly followed suit. Finally, Ginger spoke suddenly and coldly with her eyes closed. Turn off the lights. Don't turn it off. Do you? It's over by the door. It's too far. Turn off the lights. Ginger repeated without having to say no today. Let's. Cheng Jiangbei at the moment had to get out of bed to turn off the lights, and then came back. Said you on the call me? See how to pack your buddies later. The comforter. Both of them lay down. It's just that process Jiangbei isn't wearing any clothes, while Zhang Jiang is still wrapped up thickly in her clothes. Cheng Jiangbei then gulped and reached for the buttons of Zhang Jiang's shirt. Zhang Jingxian tensed her face and didn't say a word as if she was sleeping again. Cheng Jiangbei blinked his eyes, and then through the moonlight, he saw the color of the clothes exposed in the shirt. Red again, or bright red, simply especially beautiful? It's always the same color every time. This kind of does go so well with Ginger's personality, which is fiery on the inside. Simply don't mention it. Every time you see Cheng Jiangbei have a visual impact. Feel very hot outside and hot inside. This is also Zhang Jiang character on the real portrayal. Undoing her shirt, Cheng Jiangbei then threw her clothes under the bed and threw them down likewise. But this time was different from the past. Cheng Jiangbei didn't bother to untie Zhang Jiang, but let them wear on Zhang Jiang. It seems to be angry with you by though, but what you by said. Jiang Jiang words did not even say. The next moment obediently did so. Ginger ended up grabbing her own hair hard. The next day, all morning, it was still light out, only 5 or 6 o'clock. The sleeping Cheng Jiangbei on the bed was woken up by the movement next to him, opened his eyes and looked. A bright red-dressed Jiang Jian leaned over the bed, lowered his head in the bag and rummaged through a box of medicines, took up the water on the bed and swallowed it, and at the end of the day he also ate some whiskers, which seemed to be a white medicine. Cheng Jiangbei stretched his back and also leaned against the bed naked, reaching out to test the waters and gently wrapping his arms around Jiang Jingxuan's back. Why did you get up so early? Jiang Jingxian frowned at the moment. Well, Cheng Jiangbei said helplessly. Well, what was the answer? Ginger moved her back a little sourly. I have things to do back at the office in the morning. Cheng Jiangbei also do not care. Continue to embrace her. He also knows that Jiang Jiang, slightly cold at the moment, is still a little angry. Angry Cheng Jiangbei hid from her. However, it is estimated that there is not too angry. Just more than 5 o'clock. 6 o'clock is not yet it. There is no hurry. Or else take a bath and then say it. I'll give you to put the water? I'll put it on myself. Ahem. That's okay. So you're washing now? Cheng Jiangbei looked at her, but Jiang Jiang still leaned against the bed and sat with a stern face. And a minute passed without any movement at all, and even more so without speaking. Aren't you taking a shower? Aha. Cheng Jiangbei said that you should go. Why are you still leaning here? Eyes twitching. Cheng Jiangbei coughed. Or else again? Ginger suddenly looked at him. The arms and legs grow on you. Do you still need to ask me? Oh, in the past, Cheng Jiangbei had to spend most of the night before letting her rest. And yesterday was especially gentle. As a result, Jiang Jiang was probably not accustomed to it in return and was dissatisfied. Cheng Jiangbei then understood her meaning. Heart a sweat, said Jiang Jiang. You're also cute like this, said and now I still have to make my own guess. But also let me put forward? Alas, it is true that a liar shall not die, so now you have to serve. Come on, going out on a limb. Cheng Jiangbei immediately lifted the comforter and flung it over Jiang Jiang. 10 minutes, half an hour. An hour. Time passes by. In the bedroom, Cheng Jiangbei leaned on the bed and drank water. His waist was a little sore and tired. Jiang Jiang also seems to be a little tired, straining to climb out of the wet comforter out of bed, bare feet on the carpet, so in front of Cheng Jiangbei's face to reach the clothes and everything else off, before slipping towards the bathroom, turning on the water to take a shower up. Jiang Jiang has actually always been a bit more open than Cheng Jiangbei. The bathroom door faces the bedroom, and there are blinds on the glass. But Jiang Jiang didn't know whether she forgot or intentionally didn't pull it. Anyway, the situation inside Cheng Jiangbei could see clearly. This was a feast for his eyes. While smoking, he admired Jiang Jingxian bathing. Alas, this little life. Cheng Jiangbei felt too happy. After coming out of the bathroom, Ginger took a towel and wiped her body while walking over to the bed with a flat, pretty face, picking up her own clothes piece by piece and putting them on her body. Pants, shirts, shoes. Cheng Jiangbei just stared with one side. Finally, Ginger exhaled. Let's go. Leaving right now? Cheng Jiangbei said. Wait for me to finish my bath. I still have something I want to talk to you about. You wash yours, that's all. Ginger is a bit thunderous today, taking the bag in one hand, turning around and leaving the house, closing the door. Cheng Jiangbei laughed bitterly. Just leave. He knows that Jiang Jiang is this kind of character. That is called his own lied to her it. Face to him to throw 2 days is also his deserved. Cheng Jiangbei didn't say anything, got up and took a shower, then dressed and organized his line. Cheng Jiangbei knew that in the past 2 days, Jiang Jiang was angry, and it was difficult to find her help, but he also had the idea at the moment that there is strength in numbers. And anyway, things have come to this point. He intends to show his cards completely, next to each other to tell them the ins and outs of the matter, and then everyone brainstormed to come up with a good solution. So Cheng Jiangbei went to Capital University. Contact them early and go wait for Aunt Daylily in her small bedroom in her office. The figure appeared gracefully. Aunt Daylily has had some free time in class lately and hasn't had much to do. Although Cheng Jiangbei didn't mess with Jiang Jiang last night, he didn't sleep well either. A little sleepy Cheng Jiangbei first drilled the quilt, the capital of this weather. The past 2 days and cooling down. The quilt is cool and terrible. The body only wore a large pantsuit by immediately hit a jolt. Sweat hairs are from head to toe from the skin jumped up. Not too cold. Cheng Jiangbei hurriedly climbed out of the quilt again under the bed. Will be put on. The door opened and Aunt Lu came in. Cheng Jiangbei, what's wrong? Phew. Cheng Jiangbei grabbed the heater and said, the comforter is too cold. I'll slow down my energy first. Aunt Xian looked at the bed and suddenly whispered, do you have electric heaters and warm water bags at home? I'll get you one. She was still a little heartbroken. It's all put away. Cheng Jiangbei said, you sleep yours first. Don't mind me. Just wait until you get your fall clothes warm. Aunt Xian suddenly exhaled, and then she slowly sat down on the bed, hesitated for a moment, her flushed face with one side of the head, her back to Cheng Jiangbei will be on the body of the sweater off, folded in the chair, a turn after the wrapped clothes even more seemingly plump, and then swirled. Aunt Lu dragged her two big plump long legs onto the bed, but with a lift of her hand, she drilled into Cheng Jiangbei's comforter and rested her head on the pillow. Cheng Jiangbei's heart jumped. What are you? Let me cover your blanket. Aunt Xian said softly. Gee, how embarrassing that would be. She pulled on the covers. I'm not afraid of the cold. It's okay. All are meat long. Which people are not afraid of the cold? Cheng Jiangbei knows she is tight to their own. Very touched. Aunt Xian is really very good their own day also. Really not a personal P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 114. Listen to him. I'm begging for a book chase. Cheng Jiangbei thought she was angry. As it turned out, it wasn't. And gentle Aunt Daylily took a phone call and got ready to go out. Cheng Jiangbei climbed up and followed a few steps towards the foyer. What's wrong? It's fine. Jing Xian called me out. I might not be back tonight. Cheng Jiangbei was a bit surprised and lifted his hand to hand her his bag. Going for what? Gu Xianya looked at him and her eyes blinked back. She said she wouldn't tell you. Eyes on Auntie Xian left. Cheng Jiangbei heard Aunt Xian say this. Of course he was very curious and wanted to know what the two of them ran out in the middle of the night to do. Until late at night, when he received a call, Cheng Jiangbei went to pick up Jiang Jingxian. Cheng Jiangbei drove very slowly, just sitting in the driver's seat, and every now and then twisted his head to look at Jiang Jingxian on the passenger side. The position of the main palace is completely untouchable now. Aunt Xian is also quite listening to her. In addition to what Cheng Jiangbei had said, what she had said, not to mention, had really worked for Aunt Xian. This is a bit of personality charm belonging to her. Right, no wonder the previous Cheng Jiangbei was eaten to death by her. Because of curiosity about what they went out in the middle of the night, Cheng Jiangbei temporarily parked the car on the side of the road in the delineated parking space. Tell me, what did you two go out in the middle of the night? Jiang Jingxuan's ears were red as she listened to Cheng Jiangbei ask, as if she recalled something. Jiang Jingxian twisted her head to look at Aunt Xian in the back seat, then narrowed her eyes and looked back at Cheng Jiangbei in the racking seat. What do you think? Cheng Jiangbei simply shook his head. I don't know playing dumb, then I'll quietly tell you. Come here over a little. Cheng Jiangbei heard, then the seatbelt to the one time to set aside, mouth slightly close to Jiang Jingxuan's mouth. Her red lips gently spit gas, make Cheng Jiangbei ear itchy. Cheng Jiangbei listened to the whole person are frozen for a moment, and then shocked to turn to look at Auntie Xian, said, Halo, you guys play with so flowery? Auntie Xian bit her lips, her face was swollen red. At the moment she couldn't say anything, as if she was unable to say anything. Her head was lowered and she almost hit herself. Later, do you guys want to? Aunt Xian immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. Don't. Try it. I haven't actually seen it yet. Gu Xianya all wanted to open the door and jump out of the car. At the moment, she didn't dare to make any noise and pursed her lips. Cheng Jiangbei didn't tease her when he saw this and continued to drive forward. 10 minutes. Half hour. It's getting late. Already almost 1:30. The road is not much people. To the end of the car drove to do not know what place. Not to mention people, even a light cannot be seen, can borrow the moonlight to see only the distant vague mountains and around a piece of farmland and woods. A person has not. It is simply a deserted countryside in the deserted countryside, and occasionally can hear the forest bird well called. Do not know what kind of bird. Cheng Jiangbei's throat got a little tight, pursed his lips, blinked his eyes, and pickpocketed Jiang Jingxian next to him. Jiang Jingxian Ping opened her eyes and yawned, exhaled. 80% thought it was arrived, ready to pull open the door to get off, but just touched the hand on the door and then stopped, a little frozen. Where is this? Isn't this a park? Cheng Jiangbei, for the sake of insurance, was careful to drive the car not close before stopping. Cheng Jiangbei shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. He really didn't know. Just find no one's place to drive blindly, and purposely stuck the car into the woods. Even if someone walks on the dirt road outside the forest, it's impossible to see this car. Jiang Jingxian said helplessly. What do you mean? Isn't this the middle of nowhere? Cheng Jiangbei coughed. The effect is actually the same. Well, are outside. Jiang Jingxian rolled her eyes and said, where is the difference? The park is at least usually managed by someone, and it's much cleaner. Where is this? There's no human life at all. You first do not rush. The more sparsely populated is not the better. Cheng Jiangbei put the seatbelt to loose and said, think about it. The park is because there is talent is not good. There may be surveillance cameras and what? That is not safe. Jiang Jingxian might not be happy with the place and wanted to say something else. Cheng Jiangbei said at the end, anyway, I don't know the way, and I can't go back today, so we'll rest here today. Adjusting the angle of the seat, Cheng Jiangbei laid down. Jiang Jingxian didn't say anything for half a day, and when she looked at Cheng Jiangbei, she obviously knew that he wasn't holding back any good yet. In the end, he actually sighed, unbuttoned and took off the thin little jacket that was on the outside and threw it behind him. Cheng Jiangbei was happy when he took a look. Hey, you are also bachelor enough. Jiang Jingxian upper body is a small shirt, legs is a long skirt. High-heeled shoes on the top of the foot also reveals wrapped stockings very textured insteps. When her clothes with the wind from the side of the body, the backseat dozed off for a while. Anti-Xian. Jingxian also awake. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings. Cheng Jiangbei also twisted his body over and looked back. Antixian thighs a touch of flesh-colored stockings. The whole person will look particularly soft. Today's skirt is bare thighs. Cheng Jiangbei did not let her wear socks. After all, to each have 1,000 years of it. The two woke up a bit rushed without Jiang Jingxian's bare hands. Jiang Jingxian knows her stuff. Cheng Jiangbei opened the door to get out of the car into the back seat. Have to let the atmosphere warm up a little bit to the right. Winking after the side facing her side. Will hand over the past. Through the skirt touched Aunt Xian her thighs. It's very soft. Handy. Auntie Xian didn't move either, and at the moment suddenly closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Seeing this, Cheng Jiangbei touched a few more times, and the skirt rubbed against the meat stockings on the thighs below, making a nice rustling friction sound. The two of them are not the first time. Cheng Jiangbei is more than familiar with Aunt Xian. Cheng Jiangbei secretly unbuckled his belt, not only unbuckled it, but also quietly drew it down, and then clutched both of Aunt Xian's hands and pinched both of her wrists together. Aunt Xian opened her eyes in a flash of panic. What for? Ouch! Cheng Jiangbei was quite pleased when he succeeded in his cunning plan. This time, you're not pretending to be asleep, right? Gu Xianya stuttered. You, Jiangbei you don't. Cheng Jiangbei moved, came to her seat squeezed together, not only did not let go of her, but also, anyway, we'll start with Aunt Daylily tonight. The next day, all slept until high noon, and Jiang Jingxian didn't know when she had left. Cheng Jiangbei's cell phone are ringing, only confused to climb up the sound. The phone is Jiang Jingxian's. Jiang Jingxian's soft voice came over. You are just waking up? Still asleep? Cheng Jiangbei confused left staring right staring. He at the moment is really called to stay in the pile of women. The homie. I bought you an outfit. Come over and meet me. Jiang Jingxian is good. Are not checking the post. Cheng Jiangbei next to who or something. May also know that last night, when Cheng Jiangbei heard this, of course he had to respond positively to Jiang Jingxian's call. Looking at Aunt Xian beside him, who had only gone to bed this morning and was sleeping in a daze. Cheng Jiangbei didn't wake them up and tiptoed out the door. I didn't even take a shower. So where does Jiang Jingxian wash it? By the time he got all the way to Jiang Jingxian's place, the sound of water was sparse in the bathroom. Cheng Jiangbei did not disturb him, sat on the sofa and rested for a while. Last night he was also tired. The car's so small environment. The three of them. Forget it. That's the clothes Kong Jingxian bought on the sofa, right? Cheng Jiangbei took a look at it, and no nonsense to take the clothes went to another bathroom. Sparingly give himself a bath. He moves fast, but also first wash finished from the upstairs bathroom out. Waiting for Jiang Jingxian gracefully stroked the wet long hair. The corner of the eye smiled. Hair while taking the water beads of children while walking to Cheng Jiangbei in front of him. Stroked the collar of his clothes. Lazily cupped his chin up and down to look at him for a few moments. Nodded his head slightly. It's also really quite fitted. Ha, line. Quite handsome. Cheng Jiangbei also liked it. Why did you remember to buy me clothes? What's the point of getting you something? Ahem. I should have known I'd buy you one too. No, I'll go to the mall tomorrow. I have to pick one for you. By the way, what's your circumference? Jiang Jingxian smiled and said, see for yourself. Gulp. Cheng Jiangbei can finally sullenly look to her breasts. That body simply too hot to see him want to put his fingers into it. And that waist, fine the arc can be clearly seen. This is how much? How much is this? I can't tell. So what? Why don't I take a ruler and measure it? You, just find ways to take advantage of me. I'm not buying you clothes. You all have something to say. Buying clothes doesn't have to be about 3 circumferences. Jiang Jingxian elegantly wiped her hair. Alright, watch the TV yourself first, okay? I'm going to blow out my hair, and my clothes aren't even on yet. Cheng Jiangbei cheekily said. This is quite good. Don't wear it. Jiang Jingxian laughed. You don't feel sorry for me. It's not even summer yet. The house is cold. Yo, then hurry up and wear it. Don't freeze. Cheng Jiangbei where can not heartache her. As soon as he heard this, he hurriedly urged her to go to the bathroom, and finally he himself shyly went in and said, in order to show my gratitude, this day I will give you a blow dry. Come on, blow dryer to me. What hairstyle do you want? I'll do it myself. If you don't let me blow, I'll get mad at you. Come on, what kind of haircut do you want? Jiang Jingxian laughed and shook her head as she headed to the chair, facing the mirror squarely. Blow drying is fine. My hair is usually coiled up. It doesn't matter what kind of blow drying it is. That's not good. I'll design it for you. While fiddling with her head, Chang Jiangbei took the opportunity to touch her face that was too beautiful to be true, and in his heart, he immediately felt very satisfied. This life is really not in vain. Not for a while. You've got a lot of nerve. Too, being out here with so many people? That's not what Auntie Xian wanted. Oh, I think it's you who want to be right. It's so late to get up today. It's bitter for your family, Ginger. You have to go to the company early in the morning without sleeping well. From the bathroom, blow-drying hair out of the Zhang Jingxian has taken off the bath towel, changed into a white pajamas, dressed casually, walked over to the TV screen after a glance. Zhang Jingxian smiled and crossed her legs to sit beside Cheng Jiangbei, casually pinched up the armrest of the sofa on a white shirt, set on the body, and then slightly gracefully held up a steaming cup of tea, blowing air, sip a mouthful of tea. It really does look so beautiful in every move. Cheng Jiangbei playful, quietly hand back to explore, gently touch a large, silky Zhang Jingxian looked at him sideways. There's something on my leg? What are you pinching? Ahem. Well, there was just a mosquito that I crushed. Yes? Zhang Jingxian had a smile in her eyes. Thank you then? Hey, what are you being polite to the two of us for? No thanks, no thanks. Cheng Jiangbei bravely mooched another hand on her stomach. Another one pinched to death. Cheng Jiangbei grabbed the hand on his thigh and threw it away. Stirring up your nose is not it? It's more than 9 o'clock. Take an early rest. Don't make a fuss today. Take a rest, or else I definitely can't let you fool around. Okay? Zhang Jingxian was still more worried about Cheng Jiangbei's body and said so. Cheng Jiangbei even felt that his body was a bit perverted, but in fact he really didn't feel much hurt. He didn't have that feeling of feeling his body being hollowed out at all. You look down on your man. I have to clean you up today. Cheng Jiangbei picked up Zhang Jingxian in one go amidst her exclamation of surprise. Ouch. Wait a minute. Cheng Jiangbei did not wait at all, and when he arrived upstairs, it did not take long before there was no sound of Zhang Jingxian talking. Wait a little later. Zhang Jingxian begged for mercy. Cheng Jiangbei is really no mercy. Stopping all non-stop a bit. Finally Zhang Jingxian grunted and puffed only with a hand to cover their eyes. And then to Cheng Jiangbei said, Lao Miang is afraid of you. Your great line, right? Hearing the words that satisfied him, Cheng Jiangbei got up with a special start, ready to go to the bathroom to take a shower. Not a moment later there was a knock outside on the bathroom door. Cheng Jiangbei turned off the water. Zhang Jingxian? How much longer? Kang Jingshuan's voice came through the door. What? Do you want to wash too? Cheng Jiangbei said. That'll be done soon. Rinse it and I'll come out. Zhang Jingxian hummed. Slowly wash without any hurry. But just don't sing while bathing. Ha! Your singing voice is simply going to show me the Hulanbire prairie. Cheng Jiangbei said happily. Grassland? Isn't it quite beautiful? Zhang Jingxian hummed and said. Beautiful is beautiful, but it just runs a bit far. Cheng Jiangbei, paralyzed, and said that I sang out of tune. They do not run out of tune. Obviously burying yourself. A few minutes later, Cheng Jiangbei dried himself and went out. On the bed, Zhang Jingxian had actually already laid over and was watching TV, her back leaning against the bed, her feet also crossing her legs to loll and lurch rhythmically. Zhang Jingshuan's still somewhat white and red-looking healthy body was not covered with a quilt. Her body was only draped with a layer of bath towel, the four-square kind, around her chest and thighs. The bath towel was short. Her chest was only half enclosed. Her thighs were only covered by a third. Her plump white little flesh was exposed, and from a distance it seemed that she could smell the tangy, sexy flavor of her body, and a little bit of other flavors, not to mention how alluring it was. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 115, Just Go to Work. I'm begging for a follow-up. Cheng Jiangbei felt as if this feeling was somewhat exciting. He also likes to play with Zhang Jingxian like this. Seeing Ginger with this attitude, Cheng Jiangbei coughed, also relieved, and a little more certainty in his heart. It seems that she is not too angry. Still drinking tea? I'll mix you some water then? Zhang Jingxian also did not look at him mouth ahem. Cheng Jiangbei picked up the moment leisurely her teacup full of water, carefully put her on the coffee table. Slightly hot but also almost just right to drink. Cheng Jiangbei a look at her walked up to sit next to her, but this time not as far away as just now so far but deliberately sit close to some. She sat on the right half of the sofa. Cheng Jiangbei is sitting in the middle, with her almost next to each other. Thighs were rubbing against her rustling red skirt, and as soon as he sat down, Cheng Jiangbei's knees naturally opened slightly outward as well, vaguely touching Zhang Jingshuan's thighs wrapped in black stockings. Zhang Jingxian brow blinked. Closer. Cheng Jiangbei also is only to smell. Coiled hair reveals a touch of shampoo flavor. Body also has bath liquid scent. Taking a shower and changing your clothes like that? Cheng Jiangbei's heart was greatly relieved, and he was more courageous. Good job. There may be a good show today. The house was dark anyway, so he slid his hand forward, carefully picking at her as he inhaled. Jiang Jingxuan's frown deepened and she looked at him sideways. What for? Chang Jiangbei coughed. Seeing that you also helped me pinch my legs last time, I don't want a filial piety back, said, and mischievous a big down on it. Is this force appropriate? Jiang Jingxuan's narrowed eyes have said, it's not appropriate. I'll push harder with you. Jiang Jingxian then ignored him and turned her head to watch TV. Seeing this, Cheng Jiangbei slid his hand inward and pushed the flaming red hem of her fine smooth fabric upward. At once, it seemed as if most of her thighs were exposed, and even the dark, square-shaped pattern of the upper end of the black pantyhose was illuminated by the bright light of the television, which was very cloying. So Cheng Jiangbei's big hand approached slowly. It's very silky. Jiang Jingxuan's body hardened slightly and she inhaled a breath, bending her eyes to look even more unreadable. But she didn't say anything. Cheng Jiangbei saw that this did not get scolded, so he knew that she should not be angry just now, so he simply reached out and fished, and easily held her small feet. Holding up Jiang Jingxuan's left leg, she gently rested it on her lap, touching her red high heels, caressing her smooth foot surface with her thumb, and then looking at her translucent little feet. Jiang Jingxian couldn't help but run her 5 fingers down her hair vigorously from the bottom up, and her rosy lips let out a deep breath. Cheng Jiangbei's eyelids were raised, still beautifully named massage. A moment later, Jiang Jingxian suddenly jerked her leg back out of his arms, her high heels re-falling to the ground, and said nothing with a stern face. And a massage. Cheng Jiangbei thought that she was not happy, and the table was busy with a stagnation, somewhat uncertain. But this ginger, day by day, is too provocative. Some days it's hard to know what she wants. Cheng Jiangbei felt that it wasn't a solution to try so much back and forth, so he simply said directly, then you watch TV first. I'll go take a shower. Jiang Jingxian didn't move a muscle. Cheng Jiangbei then got up and went into the bathroom, and as soon as he closed the door, he took off and dropped his clothes and started showering. That's an obvious statement. I'm going to take a shower. This signal is very obvious. If they come out after Jiang Jingxian is still there, then it means that people actually do not care. No problem too, but to come out when people have gone, that is to say that today people do not have this mind, or that she has not thought clearly. Well, what Cheng Jiangbei said before, we have to respect her. How respectful to let her make her own choices. Whoa. Cheng Jiangbei even washed his hair with his body, and when he came back, he slept in a hurry and didn't bother to take a shower today. His bathing speed can't compare to the girls. It probably took more than 10 minutes to finish. Shaved and blew his hair. Cheng Jiangbei then wrapped the bath towel and did a deep breath. With a nervous and expectant mood, he pushed the bathroom door open from the inside. Creak. The door opens. The living room TV was still on, but it was empty. Cheng Jiangbei smiled bitterly and patted his head. This is solid. People are gone. Sure enough, she was probably angry. Myself. Cheng Jiangbei regret if I had known that their own blind reserved should take the initiative a little bit of it, but also bath? Silly not stupid you. This is good. Let you test. Let you respect people run away, right? Well, why don't we go to her house and knock on her door? Try again? No way. Since she's leaving, it's clear what she means. Walk over and turn off the TV. A few minutes later, after reflecting, Cheng Jiangbei sighed, forget it, do not blindly think about it, go all the way to say anything is useless. Sleep. Cheng Jiangbei rubbed his hair and yawned, walking slowly towards the bedroom and pushing open the half-hidden door with one hand. But the next moment, Cheng Jiangbei was startled as a bright red figure pierced into his eyeballs in a flash. It's Jingxian Jiang. Jiang Jingxian was actually sitting in the small bedroom reading the newspaper. Cheng Jiangbei was stunned. Jiang Jiang, you're not mad at me here? The small fur on the bed was lit up, and Jiang Jingxian sat expressionlessly at the head of the bed flipping through the newspaper, ignoring Cheng Jiangbei's words and concentrating on watching. Hi, I dare you to come into my house. Thanks to me, I've been reflecting with the living room for half a day. Cheng Jiangbei was a bit agitated, but his previous thinking had calmed him down a bit. So what? Jiang Jiang, if you don't leave now, I might have to misunderstand something and do something too Jiang Jingxian frowned at him, and with a lowered head, continued to read the newspaper. Cheng Jiangbei blinked his eyes. What kind of reaction was this? Acquiescence? In fact, Cheng Jiangbei did not mean anything else, just want to put things first. After the chaos, if the latter Jiang Jingxian said that he came blindly, and said that he did not respect her, this blackpot Cheng Jiangbei cannot back. But by the way, Jiang Jingxian still do not move the nest sitting, as if he did not hear the same. Big was silent for a few more minutes. Cheng Jiangbei felt that both sides were calm enough to think clearly, so he closed the bedroom door and got on the bed, burrowed into the quilt, wrapped his arms around Jiang Jingxian from behind, and asked in a low voice, really good Let me tell you, If you don't get angry like this, you won't have any regrets in the future. Jiang Jingxuan's hand lurched as she threw the newspaper onto the nightstand with one hand, smoothed out her hair, removed the hairpin that coiled her head, and threw it over as well. The long water-like hair immediately fell apart. It's a little after 1 in the night. The ambiguous atmosphere had moved from the living room to Cheng Jiangbei's small bedroom. Under the dimly lit bedside floor, Cheng Jiangbei saw Jiang Jingxian throw away her haircard and scattered her long hair. And even if he was stupid, he also knew what he should do. And the hand that wrapped around her waist from behind tightened slightly, pulling her back over a little, and lowered his head. Jiang Jingxuan's mouth had kissed around the red dress halter on her shoulder, which was particularly white, and the fragrant smell drilled in along her nose. A lift of the eyelids. Cheng Jiangbei paid attention to Jiang Jingxuan's expressionless side face. Hand a pickpocket. Will be her fragrant shoulders on the skirt belt child pushed down. Phew. Stunning feeling. Today is obviously specially at home dressed over. No, 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 that's the effect even without dressing up. You're so beautiful today, Cheng Jiangbei said. This time was probably the first time Ginger had been so normal that something, so it seemed like she was a little squirmy. Jiang Jingxian hooked her hand. Her eyelashes fluttered and closed her eyes. Off. Turn off the lights. Cheng Jiangbei still wanted to see it, so he couldn't help but hesitate. Don't turn it off. Leave it on? Jiang Jingxuan's eyes narrowed in an uncertain attitude. Whatever. Cough cough. Line. Off. Cheng Jiangbei saw her like this, felt helpless. Into. Respect her chant. Had to reach out to the bed. Snapped off. This Zhang's mind really no way to understand. Obviously in the middle of the night to dress up so flamboyant. Is not she in order to show herself? Arrived still let off? Thinking out of the box. The lights went out and the room went horribly dark. Okay? Cheng Jiangbei touched black and kissed her hair. Staying here today? Or are you going to find Aunt Xian later? And what do you think? All of a sudden, this time unable to see her expression. I think tonight, we'll all listen to you. Cheng Jiangbei felt that it was time to let Jiang be the master. You little bastard must want to go to Auntie Xian. Okay. Ginger is practically white change. You treat her differently and she has whatever corresponding attitude back. The character is particularly flexible. At the moment, listen to Cheng Jiangbei are listening to her. She would like to face the subordinates in the company as if the tone of voice is more hard and dry. Cheng Jiangbei is still not used to how to flirt with this state of affairs, or that do not know where to find an entry point. As if they say what the words leader Jiang are very unloving, said that they can only try to close their mouths. Cheng Jiangbei first took off his own clothes, then but did not give her to take off, directly stooped over. At this moment the eyes also probably adapted to the darkness. Through the moonlight can already see Jiang Jingxuan's body, then hands a hug. Jiang Jingxian directly to the bed. Day 2. Cheng Jiangbei sighed. In the morning, a sliver of sunrise grazed the curtains and beat in, illuminating the small bedroom. Cheng Jiangbei yawned, sleepily opened his eyes, looked at the bright light outside the window, and then looked at the wall clock on the wall over there, before continuing to close his eyes in a daze. Last night, the whole mattress sheet this has been shifted, wrinkled, crooked, the two of them covered with the body of the pressure of the sheet bedding inside is not yet dry. Phew! A woman's exhale came from her ear. Cheng Jiangbei also did not open his eyes, reached forward and put his arm around him, not knowing what he touched. His hand was immediately imprinted with a fleshy touch. Awake? Sleep a little longer. What time is it? It's just 7 o'clock. It's early. I'll fix you breakfast later. Can't be used. As soon as I heard that Jiang Jingxian was the same as last night, her tone was end up again. Since the last time Aunt Xian, she's been a bit like this. Cheng Jiangbei then let out a laugh, rubbing his eyes while yawning and looking at her, only to see that Jiang Jingxian was gathering her long, loose hair from the bottom to the top one by one and stroking it to the back of her head, her eyes looking at the ceiling in a raw way, her pupils a little frozen. Seeing this, Cheng Jiangbei slipped his wrist and immediately moved his hand from under the comforter, tucking it into Jiang Jingxuan's two beautiful legs and touching them. Little Jingjing, what are you thinking about? Jiang Dingxian frowned. What's your name? Cheng Jiangbei laughed, called Little Jingjing. What do you call it if not this? You say, get it, almost got it. A moment masters clean up your said so, but Cheng Jiangbei still did not with her general understanding. I just asked you. A person think what? Does it matter to you what I think? I don't like it when you chat like that. Then don't you enjoy a look? Jiang Jingxian let out a laugh. Come on. It's broad daylight. I won't say anything anymore, okay? Cheng Jiangbei grunted in his heart. Tease me again. Really clean you up. Jiang Jingxian looked at her and pinched her eyebrows with her eyes closed. Cheng Jiangbei took a look and pulled his hand out of her tightened thighs, slipped upwards in an outward motion, slid across her smooth belly, and finally burrowed out of the comforter, plunging down Jiang Jingxuan's face into her long, silky hair, lovingly rubbing his fingertips against her scalp, and his body pressed up, wrapping his arms around her naked waist from the side. What do you want to eat in the morning? I'll make it for you. Jiang Jingxian pursed her lips. Anything. What's all the walking? You always have a favorite, don't you? Name one. I said anything. Cheng Jiangbei, this violent temper. Enough to give face. This ginger really do not know who is the size of the king at home. Cheng Jiangbei rolled over on his back, and not a moment later, brutally shoved his feet into Jiang Jingxuan's arms, as if he were a grandfather. Press it down for me. Sure enough, as soon as Cheng Jiangbei was strong, Jiang Zhang's attitude changed again. Her character it went soft like a little daughter-in-law. Without pinching for a while, Cheng Jiangbei wrapped his arms around Jiang Jingxian and tried to sleep again. Not a minute later, however, Jiang Jingxian ran her hair through her hair one last time and exhaled, ripping the smelly hand around her stomach away and tossing it away as she lifted the covers and sat up from the bed. Cheng Jiangbei opened his eyes. What for? Getting up. Jiang Jingxuan's voice wasn't raw, and she answered honestly. Her bare back was visible, and the arc was beautiful. Isn't it only 7 o'clock? Why did you get up so early? Cheng Jiangbei caught up, his arm once again encircling her waist, and his head also pressed into her. Take the clothes. Jiang Jingxian didn't resist at all. Take what clothes? Jiang Jingxian looked at the red dress and black stockings thrown on the backrest of the chair. You can't make me wear this to work, can you? Ooh, that too. Jiang Jingxuan's words made Cheng Jiangbei perceive that the relationship between the two of them at this moment already had a mode of getting along. It's okay for you to make Jiang Jingxian that tight and tense on the surface, and it's okay for her to be so patient in explaining all this to herself. Her attitude is all about her attitude. One thought, this is not also a kind of 100 obedience. Cheng Jiangbei refreshed, intends to tease her. Sat up, a hand to put her arms around, not let her go. Aggravated tone of voice said, no taking it, just wear it to work. Jiang Jingxian twisted her head to look at Cheng Jiangbei, and was silent for a few seconds. Oh, P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 116. The weather is quite dry. I'm begging to be read again. The weather is pretty dry. Cheng Jiangbei waited at home for Jiang Jingxian to return home from her noon meeting and watched as she gently stomped her high heels, snapping them down her toes. What's on your mind? Looking so sad? Jiang Jingxian pushed Cheng Jiangbei. It's nothing. Cheng Jiangbei hesitated, sighed, and didn't say anything to Jiang Jingxian. Jiang Jingxian gave him a blank look. If you have something to say, just say it. Forget what I told you before? We're the ones who are one. Cheng Jiangbei then said that he felt that Aunt Xian was always a bit twisted yet. Then Jiang Jingxian suddenly smiled. Isn't this easy? With that, he moved closer to Cheng Jiangbei, his mouth next to Cheng Jiangbei's ear, and gently muttered a few words. Dang, is that okay? That's where Aunt Rin Xian works. You just have to slowly make Aunt Xian let go a bit more. Anyway, the method is handed over to you. If you don't slowly make Aunt Xian let go, with my understanding of her, she will definitely become more and more resistant in the future. Cheng Jiangbei heard Jiang Jingxuan's words and thought about it, but it was indeed this reasoning. Once he gritted his teeth. Cheng, then I'll go and call Aunt Xian in a while. Cheng Jiangbei sighed. Exempted. Now go to the balcony toot to give people dial sent over. Aunt Xian where is it? School when it's time to eat at noon. The classmate who was greeted by Aunt Daylily with a smile was received in the office. Auntie Xian's office. Cheng Jiangbei in the house mentioned to Aunt Xian how it was recently, and then followed Aunt Xian's words and said a few sentences about Jiang Jingxian on a daily basis. And then he didn't talk about this anymore, but changed to another topic. I'm not interrupting your work, am I? That's okay, just a few papers left to read. Well, look at you. I'm talking about you and you're listening. You need to be so polite with me? Speak without delay. Well, Auntie Xian, how's your job these days? Is it still going well? It's been busy since we came back from our trip. It's okay, mostly I've had some classes lately. Yes? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, talked for a good 20 minutes or so. Auntie Xian listened and smiled from time to time. Say a few words. At the end things were finished. Cheng Jiangbei saw that she was still busy, so he said, otherwise, you should be busy first. It's not appropriate for me to be here all the time. Aunt Xian said, that's all right. I've already explained down that I have something to do this afternoon, so don't bother me without sudden circumstances. You sit on yours, and no one came for a while? Well, I just have some piles of things I haven't taken care of yet, not much else. Cheng Jiangbei heard, thinking of Jiang Jingxuan's words, boldness suddenly also big. Think about it, turned back to the door, a lift of the hand to the door from the inside unlocked up, coughed, and then walked to Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian smiled slightly. You, locking the door for what? Cheng Jiangbei's entire body then reached around the desk and wrapped his arms around Aunt Xian's head, and boldly lowered his head to kiss her. The crystal full lips were simply very comfortable to kiss. In front of Aunt Xian, Cheng Jiangbei has actually always been very active over people are more mature, and he is equivalent to the first on the car. After the ticket, Cheng Jiangbei the whole person always feel a little heart fluttering, strange sorry for her, the back or she is more and more open heart. Auntie Xian was somewhat used to not refusing or catering. Cheng Jiangbei kissed for a while, his lips parted. I miss you. Aunt Daylily blinked at him. It's still at my school. Ha, it's not that no one is coming. Cheng Jiangbei similarly winked. Do you think it's okay? What do you say? I don't know. Outside, 10 meters away, are a couple of teachers' offices, and the dean's office which also happens to be at the other end of this building. Ahem, they're not coming in anyway, and you have to knock before you come in, don't you? I think that's okay, right? I'll listen to you on this one anyway. Aunt Xian lowered her head and continued to look at the teaching log in her hands, signing a few names before putting down the pen and sighing. You kid, now you seem to be getting loose with me. No, how dare I? You, for one, have never dared less. Auntie Xian did not speak again, briefly thought about it, and with a gentle reach of her small hand, she simply packed up the things and papers on the table in one go, and the table was vacated a bit. Cheng Jiangbei immediately understood and immediately went up to hug her. Auntie Xian warmly and softly touched Cheng Jiangbei's hair, easily kissed by him on his neck. Auntie Xian also raised her head and actively extended the place Cheng Jiangbei wanted to kiss to him. Reaching down to undress himself, he revealed the entire neckline of his little shirt. Aunt Xian underneath wearing a long skirt to the ankle, feet on high heels. The upper body is a knitted short-sleeved light-colored sweater. Look very mature. Wrapped in the body is also very full. Cheng Jiangbei easily grabbed downwards and slowly yanked Aunt Xian's long skirt up, leaving those two thighs wrapped in flesh stockings, exposed to the air. Aunt Xian's legs, especially tight, delicate skin feel especially smooth and tender. The skin is very good. Feel great. Not long after, Cheng Jiangbei's hand looped around, and he picked up Aunt Xian's whole person at once, and just directly carried Aunt Xian to the desk. Don't, right? Then well, hold on tight. Auntie Xian tied her hair, then didn't say anything. Cheng Jiangbei then inhaled excitedly and didn't say much. Desk, office chair, parlor sofa, window seat. Half an hour later, the desk, suddenly, thumped. Then the sound of Cheng Jiangbei's huffing and puffing gasps soon came from the office, as well as the sound of Aunt Xian's breathing as well, but it was still slightly stable, not the particularly rapid kind. Before noon, 1 o'clock, in the office, the head sweat is not like Cheng Jiangbei collapsed on the desk gasping for breath. The brain was a little hot and tired with a soothing and complex expression. The tired look was natural, there had been no lying down today, but, pain and pleasure, I guess. Physical and mental double whammy in Aunt Daylily's office. Soothing, tired is as tired as it gets. It's worth it to be tired. Cheng Jiangbei lay on the hard table to slow down his energy. Aunt Xian, who was also lying next to her, reached over with one hand and wiped Cheng Jiangbei's sweat with her small hand. You, what are you doing holding me all the time? How tired are you? Next time, just take it easy. You don't know what's important or what's urgent. Cheng Jiangbei turned back and wrapped his arms around her as well. I know. Had enough rest? Auntie Xian pursed her rosy lips and sat up. One first, then with her head down she drew napkins from a drawer and briefly poured herself out. Cheng Jiangbei's entire body didn't move either. After Aunt Xian finished getting it done, she shook her head and grinned slightly with her lips, and also went up warmly and softly to wipe the sweat on Cheng Jiangbei's forehead. Cheng Jiangbei took the opportunity to just yank Aunt Xian over again, wrapping his arms around her and laying down on the table. Auntie Xian looked into his eyes. Cheng Jiangbei aired for a moment, his eyes then averted. Cough cough. I'll get up. Aunt Xian laughed and slapped his butt. You, don't get any bad ideas today. Get dressed first. Whereafter Aunt Xian only then again put the hair down. Simple shake. Only then again re from the bottom to the top to disc up. Gently exhaled a breath. The expression soon returned to calm. Only waiting to put the table on the traces of simple with hand paper wipe clean. Throw away the toilet paper after the document out to continue to sign. He saw that Cheng Jiangbei was also dressed and pinched Aunt Xian's cup and took a few sips of water. Aunt Xian raised her eyebrows and glanced at him, then smiled. Forget it this time, don't be in the office in the future. In the final analysis, am also a person who wants to be ashamed. Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head and agreed. Well, as you wish. Aunt Xian's head nodded slightly. Sit down. Why don't you take a break? It's almost lunchtime, and I'm almost done here, so I'll take you out to dinner in a little while. How is it that you bring it? And if you do, I should be the one to take you to dinner. Okay, then you bring it. Look at your watch. There's still quite a bit of time before the 12 o'clock break. Cheng Jiangbei blinked his eyes. Suddenly, he said, is it okay for you to read the teaching log with the couch? Okay, all the same. What's up? Auntie Xian looked right at him with her beautiful eyes wide open. Cheng Jiangbei licked his lips and said with a smile, I'm sleepy. I just want to lie on your lap and sleep for a while. Aunt Xian smiled helplessly, copied her small hand and picked up the documents and pen in hand, twisted her body and walked to the parlor sofa and sat down. Then the documents were gently placed to the side. Her small hand slightly raised and patted her thighs. Chang Jiangbei walked over when he saw this, his entire body laying back, his head simply resting on her somewhat fleshy legs, feeling very soft. Auntie Xian shook her head when she thought about it and continued to look at the paper. Chang Jiangbei leisurely squinted his eyes and just fake sleep. Suddenly, Chang Jiangbei was in a daze. He felt some soft little hands on his head gently massaging his scalp, making his whole body itchy and comfortable. Aunt Xian, are you done with your business? Well then, come on then, let's go eat first. Auntie Xian nodded. Right, Zhang Jingxian seems to be resting. Why don't we three eat together? It's been a long time since we ate together. Aunt Xian was silent for a moment, then sighed and nodded. Success. You see to it. Late, just after 9, after dinner, Zhang Jingshuan's house. It wasn't a very good day. There were no stars visible on the dark night sky, and the moon was foggy and less radiant. Under the moonlight, a Mercedes drove into the neighborhood. When the door opened, Zhang Jingxian, Chang Jiangbei and Xian, three people got out of the car. Upstairs, entering the code to open the door, Chang Jiangbei sidestepped to let the two people enter the house. Change your shoes? No, go in. Someone will probably have to make you wear it then anyway. What nonsense. Closing the door, Aunt Xian and Zhang Jingxian put their bags down. Zhang Jingxian took off her OL dress blouse and hung it up, leaving only a white shirt with a lace neckline, and said, "Why did you all come together to find me today?" "Missed you." Zhang Jingxian narrowed her eyes. "Is that so? I see it's not just me you're thinking about." Auntie Xian didn't like it too much. "What's the matter? You're the only one you can think about?" Zhang Jingxian looked at her. "You're spoiling him now," saying nothing to help him. Auntie Xian looked at her as well. "You do like to stomp and holler at him." Sure enough, as soon as there were no outsiders around, the two choked on their words. As expected, there is no absolute peace and quiet. With Chang Jiangbei in the middle, there is always some disagreement, even if the two of them had a good relationship before. Chang Jiangbei skillfully busied himself with making peace and said, "Any way you can." It was Aunt Xian who quickly pursed her lips and said, "It's late. Rest?" Zhang Jingxian nodded slightly. "How will you rest tonight?" "Well, there are so many rooms, just one for each." "Jiangbei, what do you think of this?" "Ah, I'm all right with that, I guess. Let's rest then." 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half hour. Chang Jiangbei finished washing up, and later changed. Aunt Xian also started brushing her teeth and washing her face. When they were both done, Zhang Jingxian suddenly stood up as well. "I'll take a shower." Auntie Xian pouted her rosy lips and gave a simple "You can just wash it outside. I'll go upstairs to the inner room later." Chang, seeing Zhang Jingxian, she went into the bathroom and slammed the door. As soon as Aunt Xian left, Chang Jiangbei instantly let loose as well, taking out the arm that could only move as soon as he lifted his hand and wrapped it around Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian only felt her face heat up and glared as she pushed him. "What are you doing?" Chang Jiangbei closed his mouth and didn't say anything, pulling her into the upstairs bedroom to rest, gently closing the door with a small hand. Aunt Xian is estimated to understand. No good face hit him on the head. "We'll fool around. Afternoon is not just." "Zhang Jiang, still bathing, don't let her see, or she will have to say you again." Chang Jiangbei as a whole said thickly. "It should be fine, she bathes very slowly, at the very least half an hour." Auntie Xian was almost amused by him and said, "Oh, you don't have any idea about yourself at all? You're still here for half an hour? Bah, you half an hour probably just started." Chang Jiangbei listened to the anxious, "Hurry up, how long have we not seen miss you? I just saw it this afternoon." Auntie Xian paused for a moment, sighed, and said with a gentle skittish smile, "I am so afraid of you." Auntie Xian raised her eyes to glance at the bedroom door, and after a moment's hesitation, she too began to peel off her clothes, buttons snapping. Auntie Xian was slightly unnatural, and the base of her neck flushed a little. "Don't look, check it out. It's beautiful. I'm talking about the neck. Told you not to look." It always felt like Jing Xian was downstairs. Geez, what's the point of being shy when it's already happened? Chang Jiangbei has been clean and simply very fast. After getting dirty this afternoon, Auntie Xian changed her stockings, and at the moment, she was wearing black stockings, which just felt sexy. Once she had removed her long skirt, she took her hands little by little and ran them around her waist, slowly removing her black pantyhose, sitting down on the bed and removing them from her beautiful feet. In the bedroom, Aunt Daylily, "Aha, do you want to call me a nice voice?" Without any warning at all, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open from outside, and the one who opened the door was Zhang Jingxian. "It's not the first time I've bumped into it, but it just feels like I've been caught in the act." "Zhang Jingxian, you are not." The water was too cold, so I washed my hair and didn't take a shower. Auntie Xian was thin-skinned and pulled the covers. Cheng Jiangbei didn't change a bit at the moment, and even said, "You came just in time." The roots of Auntie Xian's neck went scarlet, listening to Cheng Jiangbei's words. Jiang Dingxian, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes and cursed, "Ooh, it's really true that you're thinking quite beautifully." However, in the face of Jiang Dingxian, Aunt Xian would always not show weakness. After calming down a bit looking at her, she said, "Don't think I don't know. Last night Jiang Bei stayed at your place. Who backstabbed? Still don't know." Jiang Dingxian looked at her and laughed. "I couldn't care less if you guys were elsewhere, secretly making out, but to do this in front of me now, isn't it too much of a disregard for me? In such a hurry? The effort of me taking a shower? Sneaking off?" Auntie Xian's face turned a little red as she said, "What's sneaking around?" Cheng Jiangbei quickly said, Don't argue. You all blame me. This is all on me. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Take a day off and be on time tomorrow. Chapter 117, Lin Zoe? Big star? I'm begging to be read. Cheng Jiangbei took the blame on himself on the spot, but Jiang Jingxian just narrowed her eyes at him before lightly rubbing her hair, raising her eyebrows and saying, "And I'm still relying on you. You kid is stealing joy in your heart." Cheng Jiangbei aired and shook his head in immediate denial. Jiang Jingxian just cut out a sound, then twisted her body and gave her but a seat at the edge of the bed. Gu Xianya's beautiful legs lifted. The body gently moved towards the side, then the fragrant whole person downward to repressure down. Cheng Jiangbei sneaked a glance, then copied his hand to pinch Gu Xuanya's small hand, and seeing that she didn't move much, he had twisted his head and carefully went to pick at Jiang Jingxuan's thigh. She instead blankly glanced at Cheng Jiangbei, but in the end she didn't say anything more. Leaning against the bed with one arm around her chest, then pinching her cell phone and looking at the news messages in it verbatim, twisting her head to glance at Professor Gu. She had also hung her kind of rimless glasses over her eyes from the nightstand and was looking at a book. In contrast, Cheng Jiangbei was completely a bit uneducated, and this was the difference in realms. Environment affects people a lot. Looking at the two of them so thoughtfully aware, Cheng Jiangbei could only exhale softly in the end and resentfully withdrew his hand, then also pondered what to see and do something. After all, is the head of the family always have to be a little self-conscious, touching her chin, not realizing that she hadn't picked a good item yet. Jiang Jingxian suddenly put her phone down, looked down, and then narrowed her eyes. Not touching it? What words are these? Cheng Jiangbei sighed. Both of you are serious with here. If I don't improve my quality, sooner or later I'll be finished. And how are you going to raise it? Jiang Jingxuan's legs were very long and straight, and with a slight bend she gently rubbed her knee against Cheng Jiangbei's waist, then said with a smile, "Looking for Xianya to make up with you? Since that what?" Jiang Jingxian no longer called Xianya Xian auntie, so it felt like she was being taken advantage of. "Yeah, it just so happens that I get to lead a PhD student this year." Gu Xianya obviously came to be interested, putting down the book in her hands, her rosy lips closing one by one. "You'll have someone to watch over you then as well." "I think it's fine." Jiang Jingxian nodded. "Why are you looking at me?" Cheng Jiangbei wondered if he was still going to study for a doctorate, or take it or leave it. "Your boy will bring us back a sister," Jiang Jingxian said nonchalantly with soft eyes. Cheng Jiangbei opened his mouth just to retort, then wilted and coughed. No, I haven't seen any other girls lately. Where's Lin Zivi?" Gu Xianya suddenly added. Aunt Xian, you're head over heels with Jiang Jiang now. Cheng Jiangbei thought back. "Isn't Lin Zoe your good sister? It's been a while since I've seen her." "Xianya or my Aunt Xianit, the closer the relationship, the better chance you kid will have." Jiang Dingxian raked Cheng Jiangbei over the coals. I'm not. Lin Zoe I really don't know well Cheng Jiangbei has bitter words. Never mind, it's actually not too bitter. Gu Xianya took a look at his dilemma, and the thoughtful Aunt Xian helped him change the topic. "Right, where has Zivi been lately? And I haven't seen her speak much in the group." "Well," Jiang Jingxian lifted the quilt and drilled into the quilt first. "Hasn't she been interested in singing and dancing since she was a child? The Tangda video under our group came out with a talent show, and she ran off in a hurry to participate. To be closed or something. Didn't Uncle Lin not allow her to engage in this?" After several fights, Auntie Lin finally relented, and Uncle Lin was so afraid of Lin Zoe's mother that he finally compromised. Of course, and then she quit her job. Aunt Xian before the outside for further study. These news really Jiang Jingxian more clear. Don't look at the two people meet not very deal with. In fact, the feelings are deep. Is growing up together feelings? At that time in a compound, the three of them were the most similar in age, and the closer they got. Zai Wei is also really capricious. Gu Xianya also tenderly lifted the quilt, and the second one entered the quilt. Hasn't she always been so jumpy? Jiang Jingxian yawned. Cheng Jiangbei, who couldn't intervene, pretended to nod his head, and then took care of himself to get under the covers as well. I didn't realize the quilt was being pressed. What are you doing? Zhang Jingxuan's hand pressed the gap closed. Cheng Jiangbei a foot simple. Sleepy. Can't you see that your Aunt Xian and I are already lying down? What a coincidence. Cheng Jiangbei simply couldn't understand. Rest together. **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************raised her hand and twisted on Cheng Jiangbei's face. You're resting there. Cheng Jiangbei immediately went to the quilt, and the fragrant smell was drilled into his nose one by one. It's really resting. I'm sending for. Gu Xianya was lying on the bed motionless as if asleep. Zhang Jingxian couldn't argue with him and ended up lifting a little bit of the quilt. Then there's no more then. The next day, the sunlight first sprinkled in from the curtain cracks. Cheng Jiangbei still sleeps a little sparsely, naked, and touched the bottom of the pillow, touched the cell phone. Look at the time, is already noon. Yawning and rubbing his somewhat disheveled hair, the sheets were completely crumpled. Surely a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. Can't be honest for a bit. Climbing up, though, he was alone, and thinking about it he did seem a little too vocal, like a hobo all right. His lips were a little dry, rinsed his mouth, simply washed up, poured himself a cup of hot milk. Cheng Jiangbei carried the cup and went to the study, turned on the computer. After moving his wrists around a bit, it felt like the moment to do something about it. You can't have everyone progressing and yourself regressing, not to mention staying put, sitting in front of the computer to create a new document. In fact, he has a lot of opportunities to show, but he did not care too much, and can even say that it is too wasteful. So much valuable content in his head, not to say that in order to earn money, take it out is also very valuable. The keyboard clicks and clacks. Cheng Jiangbei deleted it again a moment later, turned his head and stood up to get up and went to look at Aunt Xian's books that she read last night again. It was a novel, a very dated kind, and Cheng Jiangbei read it with great interest, then recalled it and realized that the mystery and the fetus that he had awakened in his head before seemed to have similar content. Just slammed his thigh. If you say you're going to write it, no one else is going to write it in this lifetime anyway, so you can't really let your golden mystery in the womb die in the womb. Unclosed is open. Cheng Jiangbei also felt that he shouldn't be so degraded anymore. Even thinking about it, I have to write a journal summary every day. It's important to have your own attitude. It's important to have a goal of your own. We can't disgrace Jiang Jiang and Aunt Xian. Cheng Jiangbei's fists tightened, and for the first time the emotions called ambition and struggle ran rampant, pounding the keyboard all afternoon. Just after 4 in the afternoon, Gu Xianya no class went home and looked at snapping in the study busy work. Cheng Jiangbei are a little surprised. What are you doing? Cheng Jiangbei immediately clicked save and then closed the document, shaking his head and blinking his eyes. Didn't do anything. He intended to give Professor Gu a surprise, so there was no plan to expose himself. Gu Xianya, however, was a little suspicious, stepping on slippers and walking in, bending over to look at the computer desktop that was quiet at the moment, suddenly looking up. Are you doing something bad? Cheng Jiangbei and her stared at each other wide-eyed for a few seconds. I didn't. Aunt Xian was usually the one who didn't refute anything Cheng Jiangbei said. Alright then. Aunt Xian, a stream of all the flavor of a good wife and mother, twisted body out of the room ready to go to cook, but soon and then paused, twisted his head back. By the way, Zhang Jiang today went out and said that the night to come back to settle accounts with you. You Aunt Xian cannot help you. You good for yourself. Oh, why does that sound a little gloating? Xian seems to have gotten worse too, I guess. Cheng Jiangbei skimmed his lips, followed her out of the study. Not long to see wearing an apron. Simply do not be too virtuous. She twisted her body from that side, came out, raised his hands of the phone. The Ginger asked you to pick her up. What? Cheng Jiangbei stood up. Zivi told her to drink. Didn't you say you went to the show? Oh, it seems to have been eliminated. Gu Xianya shrugged her shoulders. Cheng Jiangbei was quiet for a few seconds before he got up and walked to the entrance hall, then hooked his body and started putting on his shoes. Oh, I know. Wait until you get to the restaurant's underground garage. Now what about this? Cheng Jiangbei just let go of Zhang Jingxian when he was sweating profusely, exhaled and asked her. I don't know if her driver has left yet. It looks like Lin Zivi is really drunk. Why don't you let the old lady advance? It might just be a way to drown your sorrows in alcohol. Driver? Zhang Jingxian sniffed then shook her head. A little riddling, people said. That or forget it. She drunkenly don't even like others to send her. Before, she had some things happen. However, this is her private matter. Very few people know about it. A lot of what everyone knows I can tell you, but this is a bit of a secret nature. So don't get mad at me. There are things I can't tell you without her consent. It's true. Friends who feel incompatible are sometimes more powerful than serious friends. Cheng Jiangbei, of course, expressed understanding, but also more and more aware of their small family get along with the way, become more and more comfortable. There is something to say. look at the people. So take her to the hotel, or should we go back to your place? What do you think? Zhang Jingxian raised an eyebrow before asking a rhetorical question, then stretched and stood up, humming and puffing as she was about to go and pickpocket Lin Zivi. Well, it felt quite disgusting, but sure enough, she went home. Still a good sister. Cheng Jianbei thought so, but, when Zhang Jingxian blinked her eyes, she went up to shake, as if she wanted to shake her head with gusto. You threw up? Why aren't you throwing up yet? Well, the conclusion is premature. Ginger has a good sense of proportion, but there are times when the president is not human and is really not human. Cheng Jianbei saw this and hurried over. It's better if I do it. It's not wonderful when you really give people the whole puke in a moment, and you don't have to clean it up. You put it on my back. People get drunk and carry her on their backs. It's the most convenient. As a result, Zhang Jingxian frowned and hesitated for half a day before she copied Lin Ziwei's hand. She pursed her lips before allowing her arm to be able to hold on to Cheng Jianbei's arm, and she didn't want Cheng Jianbei to carry Lin Ziwei's either. The president frowned, expressing his thoughts very directly. I don't actually want you to carry her, but there's no way around it. This ugly woman doesn't have a man. Not very hurtful. Extremely insulting now. Cheng Jianbei corner of his mouth laughed a laugh. People are drunk. You still bury her. This Zhang Jingxian is also really. In the end though, there was nothing that could be done, and it was impossible to really not care. Ginger, I can see that you and Lin Zivi still have feelings for each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Cheng Jianbei take her home first on his back, and just throw a hotel at her. Zhang Jingxuan's ears heard it and was a bit unhappy. Then she pinched Cheng Jianbei. Don't talk nonsense. Who went to talk about feelings with her? What do you know? Don't the two of us have so many pictures together for souvenirs? I was thinking of just coincidentally taking a picture of her in this dead-ass state tonight, and then sneakily saving it for her so I can wait for the chance to go and make fun of her properly. Cheng Jianbei, President, really worthy of you. You're the one. But it's straightforward enough. Cheng Jianbei did not hesitate. It is not early in the day. Huffing and puffing on the back of Lin Ziwei, who is a bit weak and spineless at the moment. This big woman looked a little thin, on the body that is really neat, a little taller than Zhang Jingxian. Thighs are to be a little slimmer. Of course, is not as fleshy as Zhang Jingxian, but still very tight. That is a different kind of touch. At the same time, wearing softer than Zhang Jingxian, the whole person drunkenly leaning on Cheng Jianbei's back, only to feel that there is trapped in the cotton on the back as if, Assistant Cheng, in a moment, what exactly do you think I'm going to pose for her? Cheng Jianbei's attention is not too focused at the moment. Didn't react. Looked back. Posture? Oh, the president is thinking about going home later, tossing Lin Ziwei, taking some shy pictures of her, and then mocking her. Cheng Jianbei could think of the president's face as he laughed and straightened up. Useless little piece of garbage. Next time, let's see if you dare to drink water with me. However, at the moment, Zhang Jingxian walked step by step beside her, and one of her hands was still gently supporting Lin Ziwei on Cheng Jianbei's back. This subconscious reaction can't be hidden. Still a good sister. Zhang Jingxian took a look at Lin Ziwei, who was currently frowning, then closing her eyes, her entire face flushed red, then pouting her rosy lips as she puffed and exhaled one bite at a time onto Cheng Jianbei's back, staring again at the handsome side face of his own Cheng Jianbei, who was looking straight ahead. Zhang Jingxian suddenly had a strange feeling, spraying a little bit of alcohol. She was also direct, her red lips slightly opened. Jianbei, who do you think is more comfortable to carry between me and surname Lin? Cheng Jianbei is simply hesitant to even 0.1 second. Of course there is no doubt that Our Lady back on the feeling of soft, but also to rub my neck. Copied up the small hand will give me to wipe the sweat. Simply virtuous don't want to be, which let me back a lifetime I am also willing to Zhang Jingxian likes to hear it said like this, like a cat that tastes sweet and tasty. Assistant Chang, I want to kiss you again. What should I do? Say it when you want to kiss. Our president is so direct. Ahem. What about outside? So many people. Oh, well then, we'll kiss when we get in the car. Cheng Jianbei answered, and could not help but think, their family president is almost 30. Cheng Jianbei swallowed his saliva and walked on the way to the parking lot. Zhang Dingxian, on the other hand, was squinting her eyes at the moment and took out her own little handkerchief again, gently wiping Cheng Jianbei's face and wiping the sweat from time to time. Then Cheng Jianbei was also carrying a big beauty right now. There's a great beauty to look after tenderly. Walk the whole way. Don't mention how enviable it is. Some of the boys straightened up, even as their eyes gave way. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 118, is it really that good? I'm begging for a booking. It's getting late. Nights in the capital are never short of hustle and bustle. This Lin Ziwei looked slender, but I didn't expect it to be so heavy to carry. Cheng Jianbei grunted and puffed. and in the end it was an old nose of effort to carry the person back home. Aunt Xian, who had been waiting for a long time, twisted around at the sound. Ouch! Drinking so much? Aunt Xian was gentle and virtuous enough to rush over to help. Slow down. Then looking at Cheng Jiangbei's sweaty head again, he was heartbroken, pinching the towel and rubbing it on his face, waiting until Cheng Jiangbei exhaled and took the towel in his hand, then focusing on Lin Ziwei, briefly wiping her face, and looking at Jiang Jingxian again. How much is this to drink? Jiang Jingxian gulped down a mouthful of plain water. A lot. Then, seeing that Jiang Jingxian was also full of alcohol, Aunt Xian was somewhat helpless. What about this? Which knew that Jiang Jingxian took out her cell phone and was about to click it. Auntie Xian was speechless. Stop it. Who knew that Jiang wouldn't listen and went to grab the arm of the sleepy Lin Ziwei. The corners of Aunt Xian's mouth all twitched. Okay, Jiangbei, you take Jiang away. Cheng Jiangbei was just resting. Where to? Don't let the two of them stay together anyway. Tomorrow when Lin Ziwei comes to her senses, she might have to drag Jiang to fight for her life. Auntie Xian knew it well. Cheng Jiangbei looked at Jiang and nodded in understanding. Early the next morning, it became clear exactly what Aunt Daylene meant. Lin Ziwei woke up on the phone bombing, said Jiang yesterday to take advantage of people, have the ability to come back today. Obviously a little unacceptable about being drunk yesterday. Jiang Jingxian seemed to be childish for a moment at this moment, pulling Cheng Jiangbei and preparing to go back. Cheng Jiangbei also some cannot hold back. Suddenly side head, she is now head high, ring chest high, occupying the initiative, pouting rosy lips is puzzled. Look at me for what? Following the line of sight, Jiang Jingxian looked down at her chest again and gave him a blank look without any good sense before she started to adjust her seat. All you know is to think about those crap things all day long. I wasn't thinking. So what are you looking at? I'm watching you breastfeed the steering wheel. Then Cheng Jiangbei gave Jiang a punch. Shut up. Shut up. Jingxian Jiang changed into a black camisole with an ice-sleeve jacket over it today. It can be said to be very graphic, but as soon as the car door opened, Jiang Jingxian grunted and walked forward, not allowing to see. Tall and plump body stood in front of the thick password door. Small hand touched the password button with a strong sense of technological texture, lowered her head to look at her chest, rosy and slightly biting, breastfeeding the steering wheel. Thanks to him to say it. Ming. Cheng Jiangbei staggered a step. What was in his mind? It's true that Chinese culture is profound. This verb has turned into an adjective. But fortunately, Jiang Dingxian, at least the president, the company had something temporary to do, so he let Lin Ziwei off the hook. Then after the busy work, Lin Ziwei was no longer at home. Back at the house was opulent. Jiang Dingxian bent over, her small hands throwing his slippers to the side, and from back to front, the denim shorts wrapped in that rounded arc. Upper body halter top, lower body denim shorts, beautiful legs extremely white, soft small feet on the floor, living summer hot girl, twist back to look at, saw Cheng Jiangbei is end to end. There had been a clench of teeth to snap at him about what he was looking at. It turned out to be another realization. It's all what it looks like today anyway. Jiang Jingxian swallowed the words she wanted to say with her rosy mouth, and suddenly her eyes narrowed. Does sister's ass look good? The so-called know yourself and know your enemy. Cheng Jiangbei did not panic at all. Honestly nodded. Good looking. Really? Feeling that she was now on her own home turf, and that it didn't count at school, and that she could definitely get her own back. Jiang Jingxian turned her back. Actually, not only does it look good, but it's also very nice to touch. Oh, pa dash. The sound was particularly crisp, accompanied by a florid awe from the woman, who turned back again dazed. What are you hitting me for? Cheng Jiangbei blinked innocently. I misunderstood? Jiang Jingxian adjusted, didn't say anything, and went into the house on her own. Are you okay? Oh, it's fine. Cheng Jiangbei looked down and then bent down and grabbed it, and in a few steps, he went around to Jiang Jingxuan's body, squatted down, and thoughtfully set the slippers by Jiang's feet. Little white feet bare on the floor to show off the instep arc is simply perfect. Cheng Jiangbei did not forget to raise his head, his gaze clear, warm as a gentleman. How to enter the house with bare feet, not afraid of uterine cold. Still posturing, Cheng Jiangbei obediently squatted by his leg, thoughtfully holding her ankle and helping her put on her slippers. Jiang Dingxian originally didn't have much of a little temper, especially good at coaxing. Her eyes moved slightly, her heart warmed, and she decided to forgive him for saying that he breastfed the steering wheel as well as spanked his own butt, which was simply not big or small anymore. Okay, what are you grabbing my ankle for? Put the slippers down and I'll change myself. Jiang Dingxian lost her smile and lightly stomped with her beautiful legs. Cheng Jiangbei could easily find a reason. It's fine. You've taken care of me for so many years, not just changing shoes. In fact, it's only right for me to help you wash your feet. No more talking about that. Be good. Let go. You ginger just drove the car. Your feet are dirty. I'll just put on my own shoes. Jiang Jingxian hadn't had any defenses in the first place. Mouth is not the heart. In fact, the heart is all women sing husband. Jiang Jingxian on this nature, gentle with a little stubborn but not at all capricious, very graceful and noble temperament, but all the virtuous wife and mother of the aura. She warmly and softly bent down, smilingly, and then gently touched on Cheng Jiangbei's head, but one foot was held by Cheng Jiangbei. Quite inconvenient. Cheng Jiangbei touched Jiang Jingxuan's ankle. Jiang Jingxuan's skin was already good and tight. That kind of warm and delicate skin, coupled with the touch of the stockings, simply don't be too that. Cheng Jiangbei listened to Jiang Jingxuan's greeting, not to mention did not let go. He did not dislike Jiang Jingxuan's small feet rested on his lap. Dirty what and then dirty you are also my Jiang. Step on high heels all day. Tired right? Don't move. I help you pinch. Really hard. A day out and about. As soon as he said now, Jiang really obeyed. The beautiful legs also do not move. The whole person in the front of the entrance hall is not much far to stand. Hot girl dress. Long legs raised. Gently stepped on Cheng Jiangbei's thighs. Honestly let him pinch his feet. Cheng Jiangbei shelved stockings from time to time, pinched the center of her feet. Thought of lifting a bit of translucent toes. And finally have to give Jiang Jingxian hold down the heel. The face is not fond of. Hold down a. Look up. Look at Jiang Jingxian, hair hanging down. Long eyelashes slightly moving. A pair of beautiful eyes woofing looking at himself. Gu. Jiang Jingxian. How old are you? You're not going to shed tears, are you? Cheng Jiangbei hurriedly put down her foot and stood up, originally wanting to pull the paper and hand it to Jiang Jingxian, but in the end, thinking of holding her foot down, he carefully took all the packets of paper to Jiang Jingxian. Jingxian Jiang is one woman who is good at capturing the finer points. She closed her eyes and shook her head, also smoothed the hair that had just been spread out, opened her eyes, patted Cheng Jiangbei's head, and suddenly said with a muffled grunt, "Want to play?" Cheng Jiangbei was stunned. And then he saw Jiang Jingxian retract her feet, and then he saw Jiang Jingxian self-consciously right in front of the entrance hall don't have her head, absent-mindedly lifting the fullness of the camisole on her own body upwards. Today, it can be law, but I haven't washed my hands yet Cheng Jiangbei lowered her feet. Then you go wash it. Jiang Jingxian copied her small hands about to pull the camisole down. I'll wait for you on the couch. He didn't expect to be blocked by Cheng Jiangbei's raised hand. Jiang Jingxian staggered down to look at her own chest. Gradually have become accustomed to Cheng Jiangbei's line of sight. Raised his head is no good saying. Why? Your feet are dirty. Not allowed to play now. Jiang Jingxian thought that Cheng Jiangbei had washed his hands and came out and was about to do something bad. And with a reluctant look, he started to hold his head high. I didn't expect Cheng Jiangbei to walk straight towards the entrance hall against the pair. What are you doing? Jiang Jingxuan's fragrant and soft body did so in dismay. I actually saw Cheng Jiangbei the bastard start to want to shine her shoes again. Jiang's soft heart, on the urgent, hurry to reach out to seize the process Jiangbei in the hands of high-heeled shoes. What are you doing? Shoes you Jiang know their own rub. Cheng Jiangbei puffed and puffed as he wiped his shoes. Hey, I haven't even started the class here. I won't have time later when I get busy. Anyway, I've been idle lately. Ginger was so angry and amused that she took the black high heel in her hand. Don't rub it. You're a big man. What's wrong with rubbing my shoes? These things in the old days to be serious are things that women do for men. Don't you want to play with your Ginger's breasts? Quickly get up and drink some water to go sit on the sofa. All of a sudden, Jiang Jingxian didn't even feel like stumbling when she said that she was playing with her chest or anything. Cheng Jiangbei positively behaved. It's fine. Wait for me to finish polishing this shoes. Ginger's eyes narrowed and she got a little angry. Go rest and relax. Okay? Back tired someone to pinch the feet. Unhappy also coaxed her happy. Know their own hard work will help their shoes. The last time they also cleaned their own house. Dirty clothes are for their own wash it. Jiang Jingxian no longer knew what she had to say. The corners of her eyes touching. Cheng Jiangbei backhand on the pinch her hand. Pulled in the phone. And then gently patted the back of her hand. Then smiled. Eyes a turn. This only wear to wear not just help me Jiang do housework well. Said Cheng Jiangbei let go of Jiang's hand. Then pulled a piece of toilet paper warm and gentle to Jiang rubbed the corners of her eyes. And then patted his chest and swore to guarantee. As long as Jiang likes, I will do it for you every day. Jiang Jingxian snorted and laughed, then suddenly pinched his nose. Do what I do? Don't think you Jiang don't know what you mean. Cheng Jiangbei simply, what Jiang Jingxian exhaled. Go over to the couch. Cheng Jiangbei honestly walked over and watched her pull back her hair. Her eyes blinked, and she suddenly patted her thigh. Jiang Jingxian stopped herself again. What do you want again? Squeeze your feet. No need. You Ginger knows how tight you are to me. Now that makes you Ginger happy. Cheng Jiangbei said, you're happy. Let me stop halfway, right? Just said. Give you pinch your feet, have you so well? Zhang Jiang a burst of laughter. Silly boy, let you rest for a while, I still have the wrong is it? Intimate reach out and scrape Chang Jiangbei's nose. Line. You are happy to press you on the press. Anyway, tired is not me. Chang Jiangbei got up, the last ginger or her own slippers. Thought about it, also right, before you ginger to cook for you, give you to wash clothes, sometimes stinky socks are thrown to sister to give you to wash. In the future it is to take good care of your sister. Hear me? I'll take good care of you. Okay. Zhang Jingxian graciously lifted her foot up and placed it on Chang Jiangbei's thigh. You play. Chang Jiangbei coughed. Pinch your feet and pinch your feet. Zhang Jingxian now see through. Also do not tear him down. Feet and so on. He likes. Then just let him. Anyway, the eyes are all him. Ginger has beautiful little feet. The skin is so nice and silky and hydrated. Chang Jiangbei was a bit in love. It's such a cold day. Look at your feet are a bit icy cold. Just say so if you want your ginger in stockings. Zhang Jingshuan's feet lifted mischievously. It's too much trouble. I still have to go upstairs. We'll play with it. I'll put it on you some other day. Ginger, you're so nice now. Meaning I wasn't good before, right? No, it was cute before too. Cut. Zhang Jingxian sighed. It's all in this state now. What can sister do with you? Of course there's a way. I listen to my Jiang the most. Chang Jianbei immediately took a stand. Zhang Jingxian let out an "Oh, you don't bully your ginger. Your ginger is burnt out." Nonsense. How dare I bully you? Chang Jiangbei did not admit it. Zhang Jingxian suddenly retracted her legs and then crossed them, her feet bumping up and down, lolling a bit. I know it's Xianya who told you to coax me to stay, afraid that the two of us, Lin Ziwei and I, will get more serious. You kid, it seems that if you don't bully me, no one in the world can bully me. Chang Jiangbei suddenly leaned his entire body towards Zhang Jingxian. What? Zhang Jingxian ducked. What about a mouth that speaks so well? Chang Jiangbei he chased after him for a moment, noticing his sight. Zhang Jingshuan's eyes narrowed. What about not letting people talk now? Chang Jiangbei didn't say anything. If you don't talk about it, just don't talk about it. It's also rare for me to bother with Lin Weiwei too. Zhang Jingxian craned her neck. Chang Jiangbei had actually sort of half-pressed Zhang Jingxian onto the sofa, the corners of his eyes twitching as he suddenly opened his mouth. Yun Ro, why are you so cute? Zhang Jingxian opened her eyes just wanting to retort in front of her sister's sexiness. Cuteness is not worth mentioning at all. Okay. As a result, just after slightly opening his lips, he winced. Phew, why are you so kissable? His head was all hot and bothered to push away a little in a daze, stifling a grunt and saying, ouch, don't kiss while you. But before he could finish, he was gagged again. Please don't talk when you're kissing. Well, Ginger, I still want to kiss you. Oh, Ginger, do you like it when I kiss you? This kind of thing. Don't ask me. Ginger, you, oh, phew, didn't I tell you that you're not allowed to talk during the kiss? P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 119, can't stand it. I'm begging to be read. Zhang Jingxian seemed to be in a good mood today and finally stopped ignoring him, even pushing him out of the house with some impatience, telling him that if he wanted to make a scene, he should go and make a scene with Professor Gu. And Professor Gu's prowess was truly staggering. A modern, single-family villa was located in the center of the capital, in a mid-level hillside with fresh, pleasant air, with extensive use of glass. This white building was both luxurious and understated, emphasizing the charm of modern design. Chang Jiangbei was almost stunned by the scene in front of him when he walked through the door with his bag. As an ordinary little assistant, he looked a bit out of place in this top-class mansion, as if he was in another world. Mistress Gu Xianya turned around and handed him a pair of men's slippers, explaining that they were a gift from her parents when she came of age, and that since she rarely lived here, her necessities might be lacking, so she asked him to bear with her. The gift of adulthood turned out to be a mansion like this. Chang Jiangbei waved his hand in a hurry, put on his slippers, and stepped carefully, as if each step was on gold and silver. Looking around, every corner of the place revealed luxury and refinement, and every piece of furnishing was worth its weight in gold. Since dating Zhang Jingxian, Chang Jiangbei felt that his eyesight and taste had significantly improved. Now, faced with Professor Gu's mansion, he was even more deeply shocked. Gu Xianya observed his reaction and asked with a slight frown, "How is it here? Will you not be used to living here?" Chang Jiangbei said in his heart, "I'm not a giraffe. How can I not get used to living there?" But he still politely praised, "Professor Gu, this villa is really beautiful." Hearing his praise, Gu Xianya's eyes flashed with a hint of pleasure, but she only smiled faintly. So what if the house is beautiful? It's just a building with no temperature. Then, she proposed that Chang Jiangbei pick a room to live in, and pointed out that one of them belonged to Lin Ziwei, while all the others were optional. Cheng Jiangbei secretly pondered in his mind and finally chose the room that he thought was the most suitable, reasoning that it was quieter and wouldn't disturb Professor Gu if he brought his girlfriend back later. This answer caused Gu Xianya to be momentarily speechless, and she seemed to be surprised by this answer. Cheng Jiangbei, you're teasing me, right? She said somewhat helplessly. Cheng Jiangbei pretended to be innocent, while Gu Xuanya started to get busy and helped Cheng Jiangbei settle his luggage. The corners of Cheng Jiangbei's eyes twitched a few times because he couldn't help it, and he intended to make the first move, and even said as if he wanted to dove into a magpie's nest. Professor Gu, the main reason is that room is in a better location. It's quieter, and in the future, if I bring a girl home, so that it won't make noise for you. What? Gu Xianya's eyes widened in disbelief. This was her house, and Cheng Jiangbei was actually thinking of bringing a girl back? She even imagined the image of her room being occupied by another girl. God, that's a sour feeling. Cheng Jiangbei then joked. Professor Gu, are you serious? Gu Xianya dragged her suitcase, walked into the elevator with a face full of displeasure, pushed the suitcase into the room that Cheng Jiangbei had chosen, and then wanted to come over and grab the bag in Cheng Jiangbei's hand, intending to stuff it into the room as well. Hey, Professor Gu, you're not thinking of sharing the same room with me, are you? I was just joking. I live right next door, and how would a little assistant like me have the chance to bring a girl home? Cheng Jiangbei said with feigned surprise. Oh, Gu Xianya's hand loosened and a seemingly careless smile appeared on her face. Professor Gu is also joking with you. Cheng Jiangbei's heart thumped. This joke wasn't funny. How else would he dare to let Gu Xianya stay at school alone? On the surface, Gu Xianya was simply organizing the betting while rambling. You kid, don't joke with your Aunt Xin like this. It's not funny. It was a pity that she didn't go to be an actress with that expression managed properly. She narrowed her eyes and looked straight at Cheng Jiangbei, revealing a gossipy expression. Honestly, is there an idea? Where do I have any ideas? I'm just teasing you. Cheng Jiangbei replied. Gu Xianya, however, was unforgiving. Oh, anyway, there's already me and Zhang Jiang in the house, so you can actually think about it. Consider what? Cheng Jiangbei asked in confusion while shaking his head. I'm a great person. Cheng Jiangbei looked at her and casually helped her straighten the sheets. Gu Xianya smiled and nodded, puckering her rosy lips and pulling up his palm as if in approval. It's great that you have such an awareness. Cheng Jiangbei looked at her in surprise. She seemed pleased with the young man's self-reliance and gave him an encouraging pat on the back of the hand. She was like a gentle big sister, warming Cheng Jiangbei's heart with a maternal glow. If you want to improve yourself, Gu Xianya assumed the posture of an elder and let go of his hand. Well, what are you going to do then? Cheng Jiangbei thought about it and sat next to the edge of the bed, looking at her delicate figure, so he didn't move to say what he was looking forward to in the future. The fortune teller said that I have a peach blossom in this life, so I might be able to find a pretty little rich woman from the capital to give me a home and help me get a foothold in the big city. Bah! Gu Xianya put her leg down and cocked it in a different direction, her tone somewhat dissatisfied. Can young people have some ambition? After a pause, she added, you still want to find a little rich woman in the capital. What kind of rich women in the capital have been influenced by you? Cheng Jiangbei instantly felt that he understood every word, but together he couldn't comprehend it. Influenced into what? Is that a really vivid use of the verb? Gu Xianya gave him a meaningful look. The capital was a bustling place, and their home was in the center of the bustling world. Want to see the view from up high? Why don't you join them? The professor will show you a good time. It's not impossible to take root while enjoying the view from the top floor by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Cheng Jiangbei turned his head to look at the professor who was still as gentle as water, and his eyelids jumped as he thought to himself, is that really an ordinary floor-to-ceiling window? Young people should be ambitious? It's great that you've come to this realization. Wait, how did she say those words in a serious manner? Seeing that Cheng Jiangbei was still frozen there, Gu Xuanya urged, go pack your things. Aren't you going swimming? Bikinis. Pick the coolest one you can find in a while and it's sure to attract a lot of attention. Neither Lin Ziwei nor Zhang Jiang could match Professor Gu's stature. He nodded, then exited the room and made his way to his bedroom, but instead of organizing his backpack right away, he began unbuttoning his shirt and preparing to change. Gu Xianya, on the other hand, took an elegant step and slowly stepped into the check room. Cheng Jiangbei thought that she would choose a cool outfit. However, when she reappeared, she had an eye-sleeved jacket over her body, and it was also zipped up. Inwardly, although there were 10,000 reluctances, on the surface Cheng Jiangbei still maintained a polite sense of distance. Only after Cheng Jiangbei changed into his swim trunks and jumped into the pool did Gu Xuanya squint her curved eyes and walk out of the house. The eye-sleeved jacket she was wearing made her appear both conservative and fashionable, but despite this, her choice of swimsuit made Cheng Jiangbei realize that he had underestimated her charm. What Gu Xianya was wearing wasn't that extremely sexy style, but a design closer to everyday underwear, but it was enough to emphasize her curves. As she walked towards the pool in her ice-sleeved jacket and slippers, Chang Jiangbei realized that even if it wasn't the so-called coolest bikini, Gu Xuanya's body was still very attractive. I've gained some weight recently, and the swimsuits I bought before are a bit tight to wear. Gu Xianya walked up and smiled. Where's the fat? Professor Gu's body is well built and well proportioned, Chang Jiangbei said in a hurry. Yes? Gu Xianya looked down at her breasts. It did plump up a bit here, but judging from Chang Jiangbei's reaction, he didn't seem to mind that. Chang Jiangbei didn't show any embarrassment. Instead he swam towards her in the pool under the setting sun. Gu Xianya gently lifted one foot and gently nudged it on the surface of the water. Well, the water is a bit cool. It seems that swimming in the summer is indeed good. Yeah. Chang Jiangbei blinked and looked at her. Gu Xianya didn't rush into the water, but leisurely fiddled with the water with her feet, her white feet appearing even more crystal clear under the setting sun. The occasional splash of water spilled onto Chang Jiangbei's face. Hey, Professor Gu, you're going too far. You can't attack me like that, Chang Jiangbei said. The feet moved on their own. There's nothing I can do about it. Gu Xianya's feet continued to frolic in the water, looking very mischievous. Feeling Chang Jiangbei's gaze, she still maintained her elegant posture as if she was enjoying the moment. The corner of Chang Jiangbei's mouth twitched slightly. Then he reached out and grabbed that naughty little foot. Gu Xianya's body stiffened slightly. What are you doing? Chang Jiangbei said calmly. Didn't I say, don't make personal attacks? Saying that, he actually did start tickling the center of her feet. Gu Xianya immediately let out a startled cry. The sunlight poured over the poolside and the water rippled. Gu Xianya's legs kicked gently in the water when she suddenly felt an itch. She couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Stop it, Chang Jiangbei. No more rubbing my feet, she said in mock seriousness, yet there was a hint of pout in her tone. Chang Jiangbei sniffed and immediately stopped his hands. Gu Xianya had just breathed a sigh of relief when she felt a force underwater violently pull her into the water. With a thud, her entire body was plunged into the cool pool water, and she was shocked. A few moments later, she poked her head out of the water and shook out her long, wet hair. The two of them stared at each other through a few wisps of water, and the atmosphere was silent for a moment. The smell of your body is so nice, Gu Xianya couldn't help but say, then realized what she had said and her cheeks slightly reddened. Chang Jiangbei felt the other party's gaze and smiled slightly, explaining, I'm just trying to find my feet. Found it now? He added, then quickly swam away, trying to diffuse the awkwardness of the moment. The corners of Gu Xianya's mouth rose slightly as she watched his departing figure. She stood up from the pool and gently stroked her arm, which seemed to still have the touch from earlier. Chang Jiangbei swam a few laps, disembarked and put on a towel, intending to go back to the house for a shower. Gu Xianya, on the other hand, stayed by the pool, enjoying the leisurely afternoon. Not long after, Chang Jiangbei finished washing up and returned to the living room to find that Gu Xuanya had already prepared the meal. He approached the dining table, but was tapped on the back of his hand by Gu Xianya with her chopsticks, reminding him to go wash his hands first. Gu Xianya was wearing an apron, her hair was still wet from the bath, and her whole person looked extraordinarily fresh and unassuming. She gazed tenderly at Chang Jiangbei, her eyes full of favor. Go wash your hands, she said, and come to dinner when you're clean. Chang Jiangbei smiled and nodded, obediently going to the restroom. After Chang Jiangbei washed his hands and returned to the dining table, Gu Xuanya had already set up the meal, and the steaming dishes on the table emitted a tantalizing aroma. Chang Jiangbei sat down, picked up his chopsticks and prepared to feast. Eat slowly, don't choke, Gu Xianya said as she gave Chang Jiangbei a piece of fish, her movements natural and considerate. Thank you, Professor. Chang Jiangbei smiled as he took the piece of fish. Gu Xuanya's cooking always made him rave. The two of them quietly enjoyed their lunch, occasionally exchanging a few light-hearted words. The atmosphere was harmonious and cozy. The sunlight outside the window poured in through the gaps in the curtains, adding a bit of warmth to this afternoon. After finishing the meal, Chang Jiangbei offered to help clean up the dishes. Gu Xianya smiled and nodded, but didn't refuse, instead getting up and going to the kitchen to prepare tea. What kind of tea are you drinking? Gu Xianya's voice came from the kitchen. All right, I like whatever the professor brews, Chang Jiangbei replied, his voice carrying a hint of flirtation. Not long after, Gu Xianya walked out with 2 cups of hot tea and placed them on the coffee table. The two of them sat on the sofa in the living room, enjoying the peaceful time in the afternoon. The aroma of the tea was overflowing, and a faint serenity filled the air. After the meal, the two decided to relax in the living room for a while. Chang Jiangbei leaned on the sofa, holding the remote control in his hand and casually switching between TV channels, while Gu Xuanya sat on the side, holding a book in her hand, occasionally raising her head to look at the TV screen, and occasionally lowering her head to immerse herself in the world of the book's pages. Professor, what are you looking at? I saw you looking at it a few days ago. Is it that good? Chang Jiangbei glanced at Gu Xuanya's focused appearance and couldn't help but ask. Well, It's quite interesting. It's about psychology. Gu Xianya replied, then turned a page. I can lend it to you if you're interested. Psychology. Ah, sounds very deep. Cheng Jiangbei scratched his head, looking a little curious. It's actually not that hard to understand. Gu Xianya put down her book and turned to face him. For example, the look in your eyes right now reveals your curiosity. Ha ha, you saw through it. Cheng Jiangbei laughed, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Gu Xianya laughed softly and continued. Psychology can help us understand ourselves and others better, and sometimes it can help us make better decisions in life. Then you must be an expert. Professor, Cheng Jiangbei complimented. Where? I'm still learning too. Gu Xianya responded modestly. But what are you reading psychology books for? Cheng Jiangbei was curious, and Gu Xianya ruffled her hair. Her eyes narrowed. Otherwise I won't even know if I'm tricked into being a fool by you. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 120, You Don't Be Like This. I'm begging for a booking. It was about 8 or 9 o'clock on this lighted night. Cheng Jiangbei receives an invitation from his good friend Meng Ping, the one who got up to be a civil servant and whose grandfather went to jail. But that doesn't dampen Meng Ping's optimism. He excitedly invites Cheng Jiangbei to join him for a celebration at a lively entertainment center. The corner of the city at night. Neon flashes. The hustle and bustle. In the bar, the music was deafening, and young people in fashionable clothes were releasing themselves in the center of the dance floor. Meng Ping's face was overflowing with a healthy wheat color, and he said with joy, Jiangbei, this place will definitely make you feel interesting. Although Cheng Jiangbei had a few hesitations in his heart, in the end, he could not beat his friend's enthusiasm. Plus Meng Ping promised that he would bear all the expenses tonight, so Cheng Jiangbei agreed half-heartedly. Cheng Jiangbei was not interested in this kind of extravagant occasion, but if he didn't have to spend his own money, maybe it wouldn't hurt to experience it. Let's go, let's go, let's go in. Meng Ping excitedly pulled Cheng Jiangbei's hand and urged. Cheng Jiangbei sighed softly and somewhat reluctantly followed into the bar. The decoration inside the private room was extravagant to the extreme, revealing an air of paper and gold everywhere. A group of fashionably dressed girls stood in front of them, and 2 of them were eventually chosen to stay in the box. Cheng Jiangbei's intention was just to come and sing and relax. However, facing Meng Ping's enthusiasm, he could only compromise. Jiangbei, get high, get high, Meng Ping said while already raising a glass and sharing a drink with the girl next to him, seeming to have fully integrated into the environment. Seeing this, Cheng Jiangbei shook his head helplessly and picked up the microphone to prepare to sing a song called Love Even When You're Dead. The high-pitched part of the song was a challenge for him, and his voice was almost teetering on the edge of breaking. The girls next to him looked at him from time to time, curious about the handsome-looking man. Cheng Jiangbei noticed the girl's gaze and kindly handed her the microphone, hoping that she would also participate. The girl took the microphone and displayed her singing voice, taking a gentle sip of wine after singing. The atmosphere in the box gradually warmed up. Meng Ping was laughing and joking with one of the girls, while Cheng Jiangbei kept a certain distance, only occasionally participating. At this time, one of the box waiters quietly reminded Cheng Jiangbei, Sir, if you don't enjoy other services, you need to pay for tonight's expenses as well. Oh, Cheng Jiangbei laughed and didn't pay much attention, continuing to immerse himself in his song. It wasn't until 11 o'clock late at night that Cheng Jiangbei and Meng Ping left this entertainment center. Meng Ping seemed to be reluctant to leave, especially the girl. He expressed some of his thoughts to Cheng Jiangbei. I think she's interested in me. Cheng Jiangbei asked in confusion. How so? Meng Pei replied. She offered to go to the hotel together. Cheng Jiangbei blurted out. How much does that cost? She said 1,008. Meng Ping said. Cheng Jiangbei sniffed and couldn't help but tease. You're really a big wrong seed. What do you mean by that? Meng Ping caught up a few steps and argued. The girls here might not all be what you think they are. Of course, everyone has their own difficulties, and there are quite a few that are out of necessity. Cheng Jiangbei added, with more understanding and tolerance in his tone. Cheng Jiangbei did not retort, just shrugged his shoulders and stood on the street to stop a cab. The moment the car door closed, he asked softly, but why did you have to look for food in the garbage? As Meng Ping nodded his head in a gesture, Cheng Jiangbei drove off, and the cab drifted away, eventually disappearing into the night. The city under the night, neon flashes, traffic like weaving. In such a night, Cheng Jiangbei bumped his way back home. Despite the fact that it was already late at night, the heat of the capital remained unabated, and even at night, the air was still filled with a scorching heat wave. Pulling out his cell phone, he skillfully scanned the code to pay the fare, and then stepped inside. When I first entered the house, I was greeted by a pair of casually discarded high heels, a pile of empty cans scattered around the coffee table, and a heavy odor of alcohol in the air. Looking along with the scent of the wine, he saw that Gu Xianya was curled up on the carpet, her slender legs stretched out, and with a bit of drunkenness on her face. She seemed to be gawking at a bottle of capital city beer. At the sound of the door opening, her misty eyes lifted slightly as she tried to focus on the sight before her. When Cheng Jiangbei saw this, his heart couldn't help but tighten, and he hurriedly went forward. Aya, why did you drink so much wine alone? Gu Xianya saw him approaching, but she turned her head to the other side as if gambling, muttering indistinctly, I'm not drunk. Though her words were slurred, her mind was unusually clear. She had gotten herself drunk to wait for him to return, and he even went to a place like that. If it hadn't been for that lingerie, she might still be in the dark. Cheng Jiangbei understood something at once, and after a few seconds of silence, he tried to explain. Actually, tonight, Gu Xianya, however, seemed to be stimulated and covered her ears in a panic. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Her heart was filled with sourness. Lowering her head, tears dripped down onto the flesh-colored stockings, leaving a wet circle. Cheng Jiangbei was heartbroken and hurriedly pulled out a tissue to wipe her. Gu Xianya's red face looked extraordinarily fragile, but she still obediently let him wipe away her tears. Cheng Jiangbei looked at her, and with a softness in his heart, he couldn't help but gently pinch her cheeks. Gu Xianya's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion, and then she raised her hands even more aggressively, letting out tiny sobs, and finally even jumped headfirst into Cheng Jiangbei's arms. Cheng Jiangbei stood quietly, opening his arms to let her lean against his chest, even though her impact didn't have much power. Soon, Gu Xianya lost her strength and just hugged his neck tightly, burying her head on his shoulder, muttering under her breath and gradually falling into sleep. The living room was silent, and the villa halfway up the mountainside was now left with only the soft light of the moon shining through the windows. Gu Xianya lay drunk in his arms, unresisting, very different from the cool feeling in the pool. Cheng Jiangbei could feel Gu Xianya's soft body pressing against him, emitting a gush of hot air. In the darkness, it took him a great deal of effort to place her on the bed. She was 1.72 meters. Her legs were long and straight, and although she looked slender, she was rich in curves. However, when he was just about to put her down, she wasn't having any of it. Gu Xianya closed her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed, her hands tightly hooked around Cheng Jiangbei's neck and refused to let go, and she raised her legs and tightly wrapped them around his waist. The whole person seemed to be like a wombat, climbing tightly on him. Cheng Jiangbei knelt on the bed with one knee, immediately feeling the pressure. His face became grave. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't be like this. Ouch. He whimpered helplessly. Although Cheng Jiangbei is young, but in the face of Gu Xianya this kind of unreasonable behavior also seems to be unable to do. He supported his body on one knee. It was too much for him to bear her curvaceous body. Just as he was about to lose his balance, Cheng Jiangbei quickly stretched out his hands to support his body, barely avoiding a fall onto Gu Xianya. At this moment, Gu Xianya's white shirt couldn't withstand such a tug, and a button was tautly flown out. The shirt then loosened, and the outline of it was vaguely visible. Cheng Jiangbei tried to stabilize his body, and seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel his throat dry. The JK uniform Gu Xianya was wearing was obviously on the small size, which contrasted with her mature and gentle image, making people feel both sexy and with a hint of innocence. Cheng Jiangbei's hands couldn't help but tremble a little, but he realized that his behavior was inappropriate and immediately adjusted his mind. It took him a while to remove Gu Xianya's palm from his neck, and he stood up and took a deep breath. Gu Xianya was sleeping soundly at the moment. The high heels on one hand had fallen off, while the other foot kicked off the shoe without thinking. She appeared to be very comfortable in her sleeping position and didn't seem to notice the changes around her. The night in the mountain city was still hot, and the mixture of alcohol and sweat made Cheng Jiangbei's shirt sticky. He secretly sighed in his heart. This kind of situation was really a test for a college student, especially when he saw Gu Xianya's stocking-wrapped foot. It was soft and delicate. One could not help but want to touch it, but he stopped his thoughts immediately, admonishing himself not to take advantage of the situation. Cheng Jiangbei shook his head helplessly and gently covered Gu Xianya with the quilt. Upon returning to his room, he could still feel the silky smoothness remaining in his hands and couldn't help but marvel at his own boldness. He knew that Gu Xianya had a deep background and was by no means an object that could be easily offended. Lying on the bed, Cheng Jiangbei had a lot of thoughts and didn't know how long it took before he gradually fell asleep. The next morning, when he awoke with a yawn, he found the door to the master bedroom open and the sound of a shower coming from the bathroom. With a splitting headache, Gu Xianya asked herself in her mind, how much alcohol did she drink yesterday? In fact, some of the behaviors of men are not completely unforgivable as long as they will eventually come home again. As a mature woman, sometimes you need to learn to be tolerant of these small things. The frosted glass of the bathroom reflected a hazy figure in the shower that seemed to be thinking about something as well. Cheng Jiangbei stopped and listened to the slight sound mixed in with the sound of the water flowing. Gu Xianya's heart seemed to have a lot to say, but it was masked by the sound of the water. What's more, who are you to blame him for his behavior? After all, you're yourself. Her heartfelt voice was interrupted by the sudden cessation of the water flow. After a moment of silence, that familiar voice came through the doorway. Chang Jiangbei? Well, Professor Gu, you're awake. Chang Jiangbei adjusted his posture in response. Well, for breakfast, it'll be ready soon. Then, the sound of clattering water came from the bathroom again. Your Professor Gu will go and make it for you in a while. Even under these circumstances, her voice maintained that gentleness and maturity, as charming as ever. Chang Jiangbei said that he wasn't hungry, so the two of them simply ate some toast from the refrigerator. Gu Xianya looked at the mess left behind last night and propped her head up and yawned a few times. This time, she wasn't able to argue with Jiangbei and agreed to rest a little longer after her hangover. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, rolled up his sleeves and quickly cleaned up the dishes. After he washed his hands and dried them on his apron, Chang Jiangbei took out his cell phone from his bag and casually sent a message to Jiang Jiang. Ginger's always so busy with her work and a new day as president. After a flurry of activity, calm finally returned to the house. Chang Jiangbei exhaled and stood by the window, looking out of the window gradually brightening the city, but his thoughts drifted back to the scene last night. Was bumped into, as if not even much explanation. Professor Gu accepted everything. Gu Xianya, on the other hand, sat on the sofa and rubbed her temples, trying to dispel the last bit of discomfort from her hangover. Chang Jiangbei, Gu Xuanya's voice broke the silence. Why didn't you go to Jiang Zhang's place last night? Chang Jiangbei turned around with an easy smile on his face. I was worried that you would be uncomfortable alone, so I stayed. Also, I wanted to see what you look like in the morning when you're drunk. Gu Xianya let out a light laugh, a trace of imperceptible gratitude showing in her eyes. You, always so attentive. However, you don't spoil me too much. I'm a person with many problems. I don't want to be a burden to you. Chang Jiangbei approached the sofa and squatted in front of Gu Xuanya, his gaze firm and gentle. You're not a burden, Xuanya. You know what? Every time I see you looking like this, I feel especially comfortable. Anyway, we need a little reliance on each other, don't we? After Gu Xianya heard this, a trace of complexity flashed through her eyes. Then she gently nodded. Maybe, but I still have to remind you. You still have to be a bit count. Can't that what? By Jiang Jiang found out then. Chang Jiangbei smiled faintly and reached out his hand to gently stroke the back of Gu Xuanya's hand. I know. Just at this time, Chang Jiangbei's cell phone vibrated, and a message from Jiang Jiang was displayed on the screen. Jiangbei, there is an urgent meeting this afternoon. Remember to pick me up at the company later. Chang Jiangbei finished reading the message and looked up at Gu Xuanya. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the company later today. Xianya, do you have any plans today? Do you want to go out together and have lunch first? Not eating at home. Gu Xianya thought about it and shook her head. I'm going to have a good day of rest at home today, I guess, and it just so happens that I don't have any classes. Go about your business. Don't worry about me. Chang Jiangbei stood up and helped Gu Xuanya straighten her hair. Alright then, take care of your body. Don't get too tired. I'll accompany you for dinner when I come back in the evening. Gu Xianya smiled and sent Chang Jiangbei to the door. Be careful on the road. Don't be late. After seeing Chang Jiangbei leave, Gu Xuanya returned to the sofa, picked up the book next to her, and sighed softly. She knew that her feelings for Chang Jiangbei were getting deeper and deeper, but at the same time, she was also clear that their relationship was not that simple. One more then. She needed more time to sort it all out, and Chang Jiangbei's patience and support was exactly what she needed most at this moment. In this moment, she decided to give herself some space, and at the same time, she could give the relationship more possibilities. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and subscription chases. Chapter 121 Dating. I'm begging for a booking. After Chang Jiangbei went out the door, Jingling received another phone call. It turned out that Jiang Jiang received another temporary notice, saying that there is something to go on a business trip. Then Chang Jiangbei put his cell phone back into his bag and had to fight his way back home. The sky is clear and the sun is shining. Chang Jiangbei returned home and immediately proposed to take Gu Xuanya out for a walk to enjoy some leisure time on the weekend. Gu Xianya readily agreed as she changed into a relaxed and comfortable dress, and the two of them set off for the nearby shopping street. Walking through the bustling crowd, Chang Jiangbei naturally put his hand on Gu Xuanya's shoulder, gently guiding her to avoid the crowded places. Gu Xianya felt the warmth and the corner of her mouth rose slightly as she placed her hand on Chang Jiangbei's arm in response. There's a new dessert store here. I heard that the reviews are good. Why don't we go and try it? Chang Jiangbei asked, pointing to a store not far away. Yeah, I have a sweet tooth. Gu Xianya's eyes lit up. Walking into the store, the two chose a seat by the window and sat down. Chang Jiangbei helped Gu Xuanya pull out the chair and gently pushed it back after she sat down. After ordering, Chang Jiangbei looked at Gu Xuanya with interest. You seem to be in a good mood today. Did you rest well last night? Gu Xianya pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, after talking to you last night, my heart is much lighter. When the dessert was served, Gu Xianya picked up the spoon and tasted it. Her eyes lit up. It's so delicious. You try it too. Saying that, she gently pinched with her small hand and simply scooped a small piece with a spoon before handing it to Cheng Jiangbei. It's sweet. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and opened his mouth to catch the bite of dessert, and their eyes met. The air seemed to be filled with sweetness at the moment. After the meal, they strolled along the street, with Cheng Jiangbei from time to time introducing Gu Xianya to the small stores and specialty goods around them. As she passed by a handicraft store, Gu Xianya was attracted by a pair of handmade earrings in the window. Do you like the earrings? Cheng Jiangbei followed Gu Xuanya's gaze. Well, it's beautiful. But, Gu Xianya was a little hesitant. Cheng Jiangbei read her meaning and smiled. If you like it, why don't you try it? So, Cheng Jiangbei accompanied Gu Xuanya into the store. After trying them on, Gu Xianya turned around in the mirror with a satisfied smile on her face. Seeing this, Cheng Jiangbei did not hesitate to buy the earrings as a gift for her. The shopping was relaxed and enjoyable, and the exchanges between the two were full of warmth and understanding. Despite the complexity of their relationship, they both chose to cherish every day of each other's company during this short time. While strolling to a small store selling decorations, Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya were attracted by the wide array of decorations in the store. They each picked out a few small items with the intention of exchanging ideas with each other. Gu Xianya picked up a small handmade photo frame with beautifully painted patterns, and she turned back to Cheng Jiangbei and asked, "What do you think of this? I want to buy one for my home." Cheng Jiangbei took the photo frame and looked at it carefully, nodding his head in approval. This is really pretty, and it suits the home's decoration style. Just at this time, the store's owner's wife walked over. She was an amiable middle-aged lady. The two of you have taken a liking to this piece? It was designed by my daughter herself. Gu Xianya and Cheng Jiangbei both expressed their admiration for the boss's daughter, and the boss's wife appeared delighted and began to enthusiastically introduce them to other handicrafts. Just as they were listening, the boss's wife suddenly said, "If you guys like it, my daughter is upstairs in the studio. I can ask her to come down and show you more works." Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya smiled at each other and nodded in agreement. Soon, a young girl came down from upstairs with some new work in her hands. The girl introduced herself as Haru, a designer who loved art. Xiao Qing's work was truly unique, and Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xianya were both deeply attracted. While admiring the artwork, they also chatted with Haru about the story behind the art creation. It turns out that most of Xiao Qing's design inspiration comes from the little things in life, which touches Gu Xianya deeply because she herself has a similar experience. During the chat, the young girl then suggested a special customized piece as a memento for them. Gu Xianya and Cheng Jiangbei are both pleasantly surprised and decide to accept Xiao Qing's kindness, so the three of them worked together, choosing materials and discussing designs. Although Cheng Jiangbei wasn't good at this, he enjoyed it, while Gu Xuanya guided from the side, letting out laughter from time to time. In the end, they completed a one-of-a-kind ornament, a tiny wind chime with their initials and the date engraved on it. This is the most beautiful wind chime I've ever seen. Gu Xianya held the finished product with a smile on her face. Cheng Jiangbei was also quite proud. Yes, this is the result of our cooperation. Haru watched them from the sidelines and smiled. You guys really look great together. I hope this little gift will help you remember today. When they left the small store, Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya not only took away a unique souvenir, but also left unforgettable memories. Soon after exiting the craft store, Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya continued to stroll aimlessly along the commercial street. As the sun dipped into the west, the lights on both sides of the street began to come on, adding a touch of romance. Tired? Cheng Jiangbei noticed that Gu Xuanya's pace had slowed down and suddenly asked with some concern. Gu Xianya gently shook her head, but Cheng Jiangbei still keenly noticed the weariness on her face. He suggested, "There's a little park up ahead. Why don't we go sit over there for a while?" Gu Xianya nodded and the two of them walked in the direction of the park. After finding a bench to sit on, Cheng Jiangbei took out a bottle of water from his bag and handed it to Gu Xuanya to quench her thirst. It's been a wonderful day. Gu Xianya took the water bottle and smiled. Cheng Jiangbei leaned on the back of the chair, looking at Gu Xuanya's contented expression, and felt great pleasure in his heart as well. As long as you're happy, then I feel everything is worth it when I'm like this. As we speak, the musical fountain in the park began to perform. The water column danced with the music, attracting many passers-by to stop and watch. Cheng Jiangbei stood up and reached out his hand to Gu Xuanya. Do you want to go take a look? Gu Xuanya looked at Cheng Jiangbei's hand, then at the fountain, and finally smiled, placing her hand on his palm. On this autumn afternoon, Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya decided to put aside their daily worries for the time being and chose a peaceful park as the location for their date. The sunlight poured through the sparse clouds on the trail, creating dappled light and shadows. They strolled down the boulevard, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. Cheng Jiangbei held Gu Xuanya's hand and felt her palm slightly cool, so he gripped her hand a little tighter. It's a beautiful day today, he spoke. Just like your mood. Gu Xianya laughed softly as she looked up at him, a gentle light shining in her eyes. That's because I have you by my side, she replied, otherwise I might still be at home bored out of my mind. That won't do, Cheng Jiangbei said in a serious manner. How can a beautiful woman like you stay at home all day? Got to come out for a walk, bask in the sun and breathe fresh air. Spoken as if I'm a pet dog. Gu Xianya snickered, but she didn't let go of his hand. But, seriously, it does feel good to come out and get some air. They continued to walk forward and came to an open lawn. Cheng Jiangbei suggested, why don't we sit down and rest for a while? Gu Xianya nodded in agreement, and the two of them found a comfortable spot to sit. Cheng Jiangbei took out the prepared picnic basket from his backpack, which was filled with a variety of snacks. This is what I just bought for you at the supermarket and simply made, he said, handing her a sandwich. Try it, I hope you'll like it. Gu Xianya took the sandwich and took a bite. The flavor was surprisingly good. Wow, it's really good. I didn't expect you to have this. I'm on call whenever you like to eat. Cheng Jiangbei smiled in response. Then he leaned over a bit and gently wiped away a crumb that had fallen on the corner of Gu Xuanya's mouth. Eat slowly, don't rush. In the park, the trees are green, the lake is sparkling, flowers are in full bloom, and the air is filled with a faint fragrance of flowers, as if the whole world is immersed in this tranquility. Why don't I take your picture? Cheng Jiangbei quickly suggested. He had his beloved DSLR camera in his backpack, intending to leave a memory of this wonderful day for Gu Xianya. Gu Xianya, a female professor with bright big eyes, a pair of soulful eyes under the long eyelashes flashing with the light of wisdom. Her skin is fair and delicate, as pure as the first snow, and a head of black shiny long hair naturally falls down on her shoulders, gently fluttering in the wind, adding a little more softness and beauty. The two of them walked on the path in the park. Cheng Jiangbei suggested, Xianya, how about you look under the cherry blossom tree over there? The petals are scattered all over the place, just right for a background. Gu Xianya smiled and nodded, her eyes showing anticipation. Good, I haven't tried taking pictures under the cherry blossom tree yet. Arriving in front of the cherry blossom tree, Cheng Jiangbei began to debug the various settings of the camera. At this time, a breeze blew by, and a few pink petals floated down on Gu Xianya's hair. This is a match made in heaven, Cheng Jiangbei said with a smile. I don't even need to pick up the petals. Gu Xianya turned slightly sideways and playfully asked, then do you think I look good like this? Cheng Jiangbei looked seriously, then replied, you were already beautiful, but now it's even more intentional. After saying that, he gently removed the petals from Gu Xianya's hair, and his fingers inadvertently gently touched her earlobes. Both of them were slightly stunned, and a hint of a subtle atmosphere filled the air. After adjusting his posture, Cheng Jiangbei began to take pictures. From time to time, he instructed Gu Xianya to strike various natural poses, and from time to time, he himself ran in front of the camera to make some mischief, making Gu Xianya laugh non-stop. For example, he would suddenly say, pretend there's a kitten here that wants to climb onto your shoulder, or imagine you're grabbing nuts from a naughty squirrel. During the shooting, Gu Xianya also became more and more relaxed, and she tried to come up with her own idea. Can you take a picture of me feeling the wind with my eyes closed? Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. Of course you can. You must look very beautiful with your eyes closed. When Cheng Jiangbei saw the picture in the viewfinder, he couldn't help but exclaim, fantastic, you really are a natural model. Gu Xianya's face flushed when she heard the compliment, but she didn't stop moving. Instead, she became more engaged in cooperating with the shooting. As the shooting progressed, the tacit understanding between Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xianya grew, and their interactions were filled with a relaxed and happy atmosphere. Every time the shutter was pressed, it was like recording a sweet moment between them. And those inadvertent physical contacts, such as the light touch of Cheng Jiangbei's fingers when he helped Gu Xuanya straighten her collar, or Gu Xuanya's initiative to hold Cheng Jiangbei's arm in order to find a better angle, all made their hearts beat faster. As the sun set and the sky was tinted with a gentle orange-red color, Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya sat on a bench in the park, looking through the photos taken today. Each photo captures their laughter and happy moments, along with a hint of that ineffable sentimentality. As night fell, the fountain show ended and people gradually dispersed. Cheng Jiangbei offered to send Gu Xuanya home, and she didn't refuse. On the way home, the two remained hand in hand, occasionally conversing and sharing bits and pieces of the day. Arriving at Gu Xuanya's apartment downstairs, Cheng Jiangbei stopped and looked at Gu Xuanya. How was your day? Gu Xianya raised her head, starlight shining in her eyes. I'm very happy. Thank you for spending such a wonderful day with me. Cheng Jiangbei gently touched Gu Xuanya's hair and said gently, at any time, as long as you need it, I will be by your side. Gu Xianya's heart warmed as she stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Cheng Jiangbei's cheek before turning around and stepping into the building. Cheng Jiangbei stood in place, watching her disappear behind the elevator door. A happy smile on his face quickly followed again, and just pushed open the door of the room. he saw Gu Xuanya hooked in front of him, her small hands humming and gently picking at her feet, showing those pink feet, 1 or 2, then easily tucked into the side of the slipper. Snappy quickly sat down next to the couch, and his little hands kept rubbing at the soles of his feet. Cheng Jiangbei hurriedly followed, winking. Tired today, right? Auntie Xian nodded. Cheng Jiangbei immediately volunteered. The palm of the hand at once is stuffed with slippery tender, a little pinch of soft and unusual, plus wrapped stockings. The touch is simply amazing. Auntie Xian was grabbed by her feet. At the moment she was still embarrassed for a bit yet, and stumped forward gently. Dirty. Cheng Jiangbei immediately disagreed. Where is it dirty? It's clean. It's not too much at all. Aunt Xian heartwarm, obviously the most ate this kind of love words. Small hand raised, gently rubbed in Cheng Jiangbei's head, soon again suddenly patted the position next to their own, signaling Cheng Jiangbei to sit down next to her, and cupped Cheng Jiangbei's head to let in her soft thighs to lie down. Cheng Jiangbei a moment all silky touch, and Aunt Xian also lowered her head to look at her own chest. Eyes drooped. If you want, Aunt Xian give you. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 122, I'll help. I'm begging for a catch-up read. The home is very cozy and every detail reveals understated but with a touch of luxury. Walking into the kitchen, the light softly spills over the wooden cabinets, making it extra cozy. What a beautiful day today, Gu Xianya said as she skillfully opened the refrigerator and took out fresh ingredients. Let's make a garlic broccoli and tomato scrambled egg today. It's simple and delicious. She turned her head to Cheng Jiangbei, who was staring at the row of spice bottles with interest and a few moments of confusion on his face. Can you help me chop some minced garlic? Gu Xianya asked. Cheng Jiangbei nodded in agreement, but he was clearly a little hesitant as he picked up the knives. Don't worry, Gu Xianya encouraged. Even if you slice the garlic, the flavor won't be too bad. Cheng Jiangbei laughed and began to carefully cut the garlic. Although his movements were slightly rusty, his serious appearance made Gu Xuanya unable to stop snickering. Your look reminds me of the first time I cooked, Gu Xianya said. At that time, I didn't even recognize garlic and thought it was a small onion. Then how did you find out the truth in the end? Cheng Jiangbei asked curiously. Oh, when I put the little onion in my mouth and tasted it, that spicy flavor directly made me spew out, Gu Xianya described exaggeratedly, making Cheng Jiangbei laugh. Cheng Jiangbei also began to share his own embarrassing stories. I tried to make a surprise breakfast for my roommate once before, and I ended up sprinkling sugar into the eggs as if it were salt. And that morning, we both laughed so hard our stomachs hurt. It seems that neither of us are natural cooks. Gu Xianya laughed. But now that I'm here, don't worry. Gu Xianya stood by the stove, skillfully operating the spatula, and the aroma of hot oil soon filled the air. At this time, Cheng Jiangbei suddenly had a bright idea and said, what do you say if we have a cooking competition? Let's see who cooks better. Fine. Gu Xianya accepted the challenge, but the loser has to wash the dishes. Deal. Cheng Jiangbei quickly agreed, and the two began their cooking competition. Cheng Jiangbei was responsible for the garlic broccoli, while Gu Xuanya concentrated on the tomato scrambled eggs. During the process, Cheng Jiangbei accidentally spills the garlic on the ground, while Gu Xuanya almost spills the oil in the pan because she was distracted. The two joked with each other and laughed constantly. Dinner was ready and the two men brought the dishes to the table. Gu Xianya also took out her treasured red wine, adding a sense of ceremony to this special evening. They sat down at the table and toasted to each other's company and efforts for the day. To be fair, they invited Xianya Gu's smart speaker to be the judge, even though it can only express its opinion by playing music. At the table, the two chatted as they ate, with topics ranging from daily chores to their understanding of the art of photography to their respective experiences of growing up. In a very cordial atmosphere, Cheng Jiangbei shared some interesting stories from his college days. After dinner, Gu Xianya cleaned up the dishes while Cheng Jiangbei helped clean up the kitchen. Every now and then the two looked at each other in the process. When all was quiet, the two sat on the couch in the living room, reflecting on the day's experience with satisfaction and happiness in their hearts. After dinner, Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya finished packing. The two sat down together on the living room couch, ready to relax and enjoy the entertainment of a television program. Gu Xianya turned on the TV, and after the remote control turned around in her hands a few times, it stopped on a channel that was playing a comedy program. Cheng Jiangbei stretched his back and relaxed against the sofa, saying, "It seems like this program will be the entertainment for tonight. I hope it's not too boring." "It won't," Gu Xianya said confidently. "Look, this program is highly rated, and I've heard that the segmenters in it are especially good at making people laugh." On the TV, the host was telling a joke while Cheng Jiangbei began to study the buttons on the remote control. He pressed them without thinking. The TV screen suddenly enlarged a lot. Cheng Jiangbei smiled awkwardly. "Looks like I've found a new feature." Gu Xianya looked at the suddenly enlarged image and couldn't help but laugh. Are you trying to enjoy every expression of the host up close? Chang Jiangbei hurriedly adjusted back and said with a smile, I was just curious about what these buttons do. Who knew they were so sensitive? As the program progressed, the actors on television began to perform a series of comical skits. One of the actors imitated a famous singer, but ended up singing out of tune, causing the audience to burst into laughter. Chang Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya also laughed so hard that Chang Jiangbei even burst into tears. This is simply the best laugh of the year. Chang Jiangbei wiped the corners of his eyes and said, Gu Xuanya, on the other hand, covered her stomach and laughed as she responded, I bet that singer will also faint from laughter when she sees this performance. Before the two could stop laughing, another skit about an office romance was staged on TV, in which the male lead pretended to be a courier to send flowers to the female lead, but accidentally dropped the flowers into a bucket of water. Chang Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya glanced at each other and both saw the laughter in the other's eyes. Chang Jiangbei imitated the male protagonist in the TV and said in a funny tone, Honey, your flower, has now turned into a water plant. Gu Xuanya laughed and patted his arm, saying, You're quite good at having fun. If I were the female lead, I'd probably be pissed off and laugh at you. The two of them chatted and watched the program. The atmosphere was very relaxed and happy. As the night deepened, Chang Jiangbei unintentionally leaned towards the sofa and his shoulder bumped into Gu Xuanya. He immediately realized this and was ready to move away. But Gu Xuanya said softly, It's okay, just like this. It feels warm. Hearing these words, a warm current welled up in Chang Jiangbei's heart as he gently nodded his head and continued to enjoy this rare moment of tranquility with Gu Xuanya. After the show, the two began to discuss the highlights of the show, and Chang Jiangbei suggested, Next time, we can also do an improvisation. Just act out the bridge where the courier delivers the flowers, and see if we can make our neighbors laugh too. Gu Xuanya thought about it and said excitedly, That's a good idea. We can adapt this bridge into a skit and perform it at a friend's party. As the night grew darker, Chang Jiangbei looked at the time and realized that it was time to go home. He stood up and said to Gu Xuanya, Today was so much fun. Thank you for giving me such a wonderful day. Gu Xuanya also stood up and smiled. No need to thank me. I hope we'll have many more days like this. The two of them walked to the bedroom, and Chang Jiangbei jokingly said, Remember, next time it's my turn to show off my cooking skills. Don't be shocked by my masterpiece then. Gu Xuanya smiled, then suddenly remembered something and took out a small box from home and handed it to Chang Jiangbei. I almost forgot. This is the cookies I made in my last baking class. Although the selling looks may not be good, the flavor is okay, so take it back and try it. Chang Jiangbei took the box and opened it. It was filled with cookies in different forms. Some were like stars, some were like hearts, and some looked like randomly pinched shapes. Wow, this is simply a work of art. I can't bear to eat it, he said, but then he couldn't help but pick up a cookie and take a bite. It's really good. That's good. Gu Xuanya breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried you wouldn't like it. Chang Jiangbei placed the cookie box on the shoe cabinet at the door, and suddenly had a bright idea. Picked up a pen, drew a smiley face pattern on the box, and wrote a line that read, Best Chef Award, Gu Xuanya. He held the box out to Gu Xuanya and smiled. This is an honor you deserve, and I hope you'll keep it up in the future as well. Gu Xuanya took the box and couldn't help but smile when she saw the graffiti and handwriting on it. Looks like I'll have to find a place to treasure this trophy. That's right. Chang Jiangbei was especially cuddly. Rest. Auntie Shen twisted her soft body and fell asleep on the bed. Chang Jiangbei followed her. The first rays of morning sunlight poured into the room through the curtains, bringing a hint of warmth. Chang Jiangbei rubbed his eyes and woke up from his sleep. He habitually stretched his waist before getting up and walking towards the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The laughter from last night seemed to still be echoing in his ears, putting him in an extraordinarily good mood. Gu Xuanya also woke up at the same moment, dressed in comfortable loungewear, her hair casually tied into a ponytail. With a lazy yet contented smile on her face, she walked into the restroom, intending to wash up before coming out to enjoy breakfast. Chang Jiangbei was busy frying eggs and bacon, and a tantalizing aroma filled the kitchen. He hummed a little song while looking out the window every now and then, enjoying the peaceful and beautiful morning time. Just as he was concentrating on turning the food in the pot, the doorbell rang. Chang Jiangbei was a bit surprised, thinking who could it be this early in the morning. He quickly turned off the fire and went to open the door. Standing outside the door was the courier, handing him a parcel. Chang Jiangbei signed for it and returned to the kitchen, placing the parcel on the dining table in passing. At this time, Gu Xuanya had already finished washing up. She came to the kitchen, only to see Chang Jiangbei setting up plates, and on the table, besides the package she had just received, there was also freshly baked bread and steaming hot coffee. Wow, this is like 5-star hotel treatment, Gu Xuanya said in surprise as she approached the table, picking up a piece of bread and gently biting into it. It really smells good. Cheng Jiangbei smiled smugly and pointed to the package on the table and said, "The courier that came just now. I don't know what it is. See if it's yours." Gu Xianya put down the bread in her hands and curiously unwrapped the package, realizing that inside was an exquisite tea set. Isn't this the tea set I bought online last time? I didn't expect it to arrive so soon," she shouted excitedly. "It seems like we can have a richer breakfast today," Cheng Jiangbei suggested. "Why don't we make a pot of tea with this new tea set and celebrate this wonderful morning?" "Good idea," Gu Xianya replied happily. She began to carefully arrange the tea utensils while Cheng Jiangbei helped out. The two of them worked well together and had the tea ready in no time. They sat at the dining table, and the sunlight from the window shone right in, sprinkling on their bodies, warm and cozy. Cheng Jiangbei looked at the way Gu Xianya was concentrating on making tea, and couldn't help but feel a few moments of appreciation in his heart. Her side face looked extraordinarily soft in the sunlight, and her hair fell slightly over her shoulders, adding a bit of feminine charm. "You know what?" Gu Xianya picked up the teacup and gently blew on the hot air, then turned to Cheng Jiangbei. "I feel that the tacit understanding between us is getting better and better, just like this set of tea set. Although each piece is a separate individual, when combined together they can create a wonderful flavor." Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. "Yeah, sometimes I even feel like we're like a duo dance team, understanding each other's next move without having to say much." Gu Xianya's soft eyes blinked. "What about such a sweet mouth?" Cheng Jiangbei smiled and responded, "I'll be honest. Our tacit understanding is like the best dance partners. We can dance elegantly even in the simplest of routines." He picked up his own teacup and gently touched Gu Xianya's cup, making a crisp sound as if it was a perfect conclusion to their words. The birds outside the window seemed to be infected by the peaceful atmosphere, chattering and jumping on the branches, and occasionally a few would fly to the windowsill, peering curiously at the scene inside the house. Cheng Jiangbei's gaze inadvertently landed on Gu Xuanya's hair, and those hair strands illuminated by the sunlight shone like golden threads, making him unable to resist wanting to reach out and touch them. "You know what?" Cheng Jiangbei said softly. "Every time I see you, I feel like I'm looking at a flowing painting. Your every move is so natural, yet poetic." Gu Xianya's cheeks blushed slightly when she heard this, and she looked down to cover her mouth with a light smile, her eyes full of happiness. "Then you're the one who knows how to appreciate paintings," she responded playfully. "And the breakfasts you make are like life's little blessings, simple yet overwhelmingly happy." Hearing this, Cheng Jiangbei smiled even more triumphantly as he stood up and walked behind Gu Xuanya, gently massaging her shoulders. "Then, I'll provide more happiness for my Aunt Xianya," he said, his fingers deftly traveling between Gu Xianya's shoulders and neck with just the right amount of strength, causing Gu Xianya to feel a wave of relaxation. The scenery outside the window became brighter as the sun gradually rose, and the dewdrops on the leaves glittered with a crystal clear light in the sunlight. The two people inside the room seemed to be isolated from the world at this moment, and only the presence of each other was the most real feeling. Gu Xianya turned around and faced Cheng Jiangbei. Their gazes met in the air, and it seemed that there were 1,000 words in the air. She gently held Cheng Jiangbei's hand and put her heart in the right place, and her mouth suddenly came close to Cheng Jiangbei's ear and said, "Jiangbei, if you want, next time I will help make Jiang kneel at the basement gate. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription." Chapter 123 Concert. "I'm begging for a booking." The gym was close to Gu Xianya's school. "I heard that a star recently came over for a concert, and looking for a gimmick. I gave Aunt Xian and their school about 10 tickets. Auntie Xian asked Ginger and found that the person was unavailable. It would be the only two people who could go with Cheng Jiangbei." In the evening, the sky was gradually tinted with the afterglow of the setting sun, and the lights in the city began to light up. Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya drank coffee at a cafe and prepared to head to the concert venue together. Gu Xianya was wearing a light blue dress, the hem of which gently swung with her steps, as if carrying a hint of summer coolness. Her long hair was tied back in a simple ponytail, with a few strands of broken hair falling across her forehead, adding a bit of playfulness. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, was dressed in a casual outfit with the band's logo printed on his t-shirt, looking both stylish and energetic. The two walked down the street toward the concert venue. The neon lights on the street flashed with colorful light, reflecting on their faces and adding a touch of festivity. Cheng Jiangbei noticed that Gu Xuanya seemed a bit nervous, so he gently held her hand, conveying a reassuring strength to her. "Don't worry, I'm here," he said softly. Gu Xianya felt this warmth and returned a gentle smile. As the crowd grew, the air was filled with excitement and anticipation. When lining up to enter, the sky suddenly drizzled. Cheng Jiangbei quickly took off his own jacket and carefully draped it over Gu Xuanya's shoulders to prevent her from getting wet. Gu Xianya looked up at him with gratitude in her eyes. The rain dampened the ends of his hair, but he didn't care, only focusing on her in front of him. Finally entered the arena. The atmosphere of the scene is warm to the extreme. Colorful lights intertwine with a dreamy world of light and shadow. Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya found their seats, and after sitting down, Gu Xuanya realized that she had forgotten her cell phone, and was anxious. Cheng Jiangbei comforted her. Don't be anxious, I'll accompany you to ask the staff. Maybe I can help. So, the two of them together to the staff for help, and with the help of the staff, they did find the missing cell phone at the security checkpoint. When Cheng Jiangbei handed Gu Xuanya's cell phone, his fingers unintentionally touched the back of her hand, and both of them were slightly stunned, then looked at each other and smiled. The concert began. The stage lights flickered on and off, and the music rocked. Gu Xuanya swayed gently to the melody, a happy smile on her face. Cheng Jiangbei looked at her, his heart filled with joy. When a fast-paced song started, Gu Xuanya pulled Cheng Jiangbei to his feet and danced to the rhythm of the music. Their arms occasionally collided, each contact making both of their hearts beat faster. When it came to the intermission, Cheng Jiangbei proposed to get something to eat. In the crowded crowd, he held Gu Xuanya's hand tightly for fear of getting separated. A burst of warmth came from Gu Xuanya's palm, making her feel incredibly at ease. After getting their food, they found a relatively quiet corner to sit in. Cheng Jiangbei handed her a cup of hot drink and asked with concern, "How is it? Still cold?" Gu Xuanya took the cup and felt the warmth coming from her palm, shaking her head with a big smile. As the concert reached its climax, the audience was pushed to its peak as the singer sang one classic after another. Cheng Jiangbei took the opportunity to get closer to Gu Xuanya and whispered in her ear, "Every moment of today has been beautiful. Thank you for accompanying me." Gu Xuanya turned her head, and as their gazes met, she nodded gently. "Want to go get some more food?" Gu Xuanya suddenly remembered that she hadn't eaten dinner yet, and her stomach rumbled indisputably. Cheng Jiangbei heard it and immediately smiled as he suggested, "I know a stall over there that sells particularly delicious roasted sausages." Gu Xuanya nodded and followed Cheng Jiangbei through the crowd. In the process of purchasing food, Cheng Jiangbei didn't forget to carefully ask Gu Xuanya about her taste preferences, and thoughtfully included a pack of paper towels when he handed her the food. "Eat it, and be careful not to dirty your clothes." Gu Xuanya received the food, feeling the other party's care and concern. Her heart warmed. She took a bite of the grilled sausage and nodded in satisfaction. "It's really delicious." As the show continued to begin, the dazzling lights and rousing music on stage brought the atmosphere to a climax. Cheng Jiangbei realized that Gu Xuanya was blocked from view by the people in the front row, so he proposed, "Let's switch to a position a little to the side, so we can see more clearly." Gu Xuanya agreed, and the two of them carefully made their way through the crowd. Cheng Jiangbei always keeping an eye on Gu Xuanya's safety, using his arm to separate the space where she might collide. When they found a new location, Gu Xuanya said excitedly, "The view is much better here." As the concert progresses, the singer invites the audience to join in the chorus. Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya stood side by side, humming along with the music. Cheng Jiangbei turned his face sideways and realized that Gu Xuanya's eyes were glittering and a happy smile was spreading on her face. He couldn't help but laugh along with him, their voices intertwining as if they were the only ones left in the entire world. When a slow song started, Cheng Jiangbei gently pulled Gu Xuanya's hand, signaling her to dance along with the music. Gu Xuanya was first surprised for a moment, then smiled and nodded. They slowly rotated, Gu Xuanya's head gently leaning on Cheng Jiangbei's shoulder, enjoying this rare intimate moment. As the song drew to a close, Cheng Jiangbei whispered in Gu Xuanya's ear, "You know what? Every time I see you smile, I'm happy along with you." Gu Xuanya raised her head, and their gazes met again, and at that moment, it was as if all the clamor had disappeared, leaving only their presence with each other. After the concert, they strolled home. Cheng Jiangbei noticed that Gu Xuanya's shoes didn't seem too suitable for long walks, so he suggested, "Why don't we take a taxi back? You look a bit tired." Gu Xuanya gratefully accepted the suggestion, and the two of them stopped a cab together. In the car, Cheng Jiangbei continued to share his feelings about each song with Gu Xuanya, who listened with great interest, occasionally interjecting with his own opinions. Upon arriving at the destination, Cheng Jiangbei reached out to hold Gu Xuanya first as he got off the bus, making sure she got off safely. When saying goodbye, Cheng Jiangbei gave Gu Xuanya a warm hug and said softly, "Today was really fun. I hope we can come out together again next time." Gu Xuanya responded with a hug as well, her heart filled with fond memories of the day. "Me too. Thank you for bringing this to me." After the concert, Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya chose a route through the campus to go home. In the campus at night, the lights were softly sprinkled on the winding paths, the shadows of the trees were stretched out on the ground, and the air was filled with a faint scent of flowers. The two walked side by side on the campus path, the sound of their footsteps intertwined with the occasional chirping of night birds, forming a quiet nocturne. "Today was really great," Gu Xuanya said softly, her tone filled with satisfaction. "Thank you, Jiangbei." Cheng Jiangbei smiled and looked at her. "I'm the one who should be thankful. It's the luckiest thing for me to be able to spend a night like this with you. They continued on their way, passing the school's lake. The lake reflected the stars in the night sky, sparkling. Chang Jiangbei suggested, "Why don't we sit here for a while?" Gu Xianya nodded, and the two of them walked over to the bench by the lake and sat down. Chang Jiangbei took out a blanket from his backpack and gently put it on Gu Xuanya's shoulders to prevent her from catching a cold. Gu Xianya gave him a grateful look. Then the two of them looked at the lake together, enjoying the moment of peace. "You know," Gu Xianya broke the silence, "every time I see the students free and easy on campus, I'm reminded of my own days when I was studying here. Back then, it always felt like the future was far away. And now, everything has become different." Chang Jiangbei turned his head sideways and listened attentively, his eyes filled with understanding and encouragement. Everyone's growth is a process, just like us today. From meeting to knowing each other, every step is full of surprises. A breeze blew by, bringing with it the fresh scent of the distant woods. Chang Jiangbei subconsciously moved closer, and Gu Xuanya smoothly leaned on his shoulder, the distance between the two of them getting even closer. At this moment, their heartbeats seemed to synchronize. "Do you still remember?" Chang Jiangbei asked softly. "The first time we met was in the library, when you were preparing for a class while I was studying for my final exam." Gu Xianya smiled as she closed her eyes, as if she had returned to that busy but hopeful moment. "Of course I remember. You were always so serious back then, and sometimes you would even ask me for advice on problems. That was on purpose." Chang Jiangbei winked mischievously, "Just to see you a few more times." Gu Xianya laughed softly as she raised her head and looked into Chang Jiangbei's eyes, which were filled with sincerity and gentleness. "You, always so good at talking." They continued to chat about the past, reminiscing about those days they spent together. From time to time, Chang Jiangbei tidied up the slipping blanket for Gu Xuanya, each subtle action revealing his care for her. Without realizing it, it was already late. Chang Jiangbei looked at his watch and realized that it was time to send Gu Xuanya home. "It's getting late. Let me send you back." Gu Xianya nodded and stood up. Chang Jiangbei reached out his hand and gently pulled her along. Their hands briefly touched, and that warm feeling made Gu Xianya's heart surge with warmth. They walked back along the path of the campus. The night breeze lightly brushed their cheeks, bringing a slight coolness. Chang Jiangbei closely followed Gu Xuanya's side, shielding her from the wind from time to time. The atmosphere between the two was warm and romantic, as if the entire world was surrounded by this youthful atmosphere. When they reached the school entrance, Chang Jiangbei stopped. "What's wrong?" Gu Xianya smiled, her eyes sparkling with starlight. "Shall we go get some wine?" Near the campus is a small barbecue stand frequented by Professor Gu, which has a strong sense of life and is a good place for students to relax. The barbecue stalls are brightly lit at night, and the owners are skillfully turning and grilling a variety of ingredients, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Chang Jiangbei proposed, "Then why don't we go sit over there and have some barbecue on the way?" Gu Xianya readily agreed, and the two of them walked towards the barbecue stall. There were already quite a few students and faculty members enjoying the food around the stall, and the sound of conversation and laughter was lively. Chang Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya found an empty table and sat down, and the stall owner enthusiastically came over to greet them. "Still the same?" the stall owner asked familiarly, obviously recognizing Gu Xianya's. "Yes, 2 more beers," Chang Jiangbei replied. The stall owner smiled and nodded, turning to prepare their food. Chang Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya looked around. The lights of the barbecue stall were not harsh, but instead gave a warm feeling. Some of the diners around them were talking and laughing loudly, while others were whispering with their heads down. Relaxation and pleasure written all over everyone's expression. Shortly afterward, the vendor brought the food and beer they had ordered. Chang Jiangbei poured a glass of wine for Gu Xuanya and picked up the bottle himself. The two of them raised their glasses and lightly clinked them. Chang Jiangbei smiled and said, "Here's to the good times we've had today." Gu Xianya also smiled and responded, "Cheers." With the aroma of the barbecue coming from their noses, Chang Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya began to enjoy the food. Chang Jiangbei picked up a skewer and handed it to Gu Xuanya. "Try this. This family's lamb skewers are especially delicious." Gu Xianya took the skewer and took a bite. It did taste good. She nodded approvingly. The two chatted as they ate, the conversation moving from concerts to work to funny things in their daily lives. Whenever she got to the funny part, Gu Xianya couldn't help but laugh out loud, and her laughter was crisp and pleasant, making the atmosphere around her lighter and happier as well. Chang Jiangbei noticed that Gu Xianya's hair was a bit messy from the evening breeze, so he reached out his hand and gently helped her organize it. "Hair's a mess. Help you with it." His movements were gentle and natural. Gu Xianya smiled her thanks, and their gazes met again, laughter flickering in each other's eyes. At this time, Chang Jiangbei suddenly thought of something and said, "Right, the last time we had a barbecue here, you were drunk and had to say that you wanted to teach me about psychology." When Gu Xianya heard that, her face brushed red. She pretended to be angry and punched Chang Jiangbei. "You still have the nerve to say that?" That night caused me to not dare to see anyone the next day. Cheng Jiangbei laughed out loud and raised his glass. Come on, cheers to your cuteness. Gu Xianya followed suit and laughed, and the two clinked glasses again. As the night deepened, the atmosphere at the barbecue stall became more and more lively. Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya continued to enjoy the food and beer, and occasionally other students would come over to greet them, to which they responded in a friendly manner. When the night was already dark, the two were ready to leave. After Cheng Jiangbei settled the bill, he thoughtfully asked Gu Xuanya, do you want to not go home today? Gu Xianya drank wine, at the moment nodded, the rosy lips crystal full, eyelashes some infatuation. Good today is really happy. What do you want? Your Aunt Xian all accompany you. Well, how Jiangbei can be. They walked out of the barbecue stand together, the night breeze brisk with a hint of coolness. Cheng Jiangbei naturally moved closer to Gu Xuanya to shield her from the wind. The distance between the two was close, but the closeness made them both feel very comfortable. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 124, Broken Foot. I'm begging for a booking. As night falls, stars dot the sky. Cheng Jiangbei suddenly proposed running. Gu Xianya changed into her pink running shoes, while Cheng Jiangbei was in a sporty outfit, and the two of them were ready to have a relaxing night run on campus. Bureau of Fellowship. They set off from downstairs in Gu Xianya's office and started jogging along the path by the lake. Under the moonlight, the surface of the lake was flooded with faint waves. The air was filled with the fragrance of grass. Everything seemed so peaceful and energetic. Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya ran side by side, breathing in the fresh air and enjoying this rare quiet time. You say, if the moon could also run, how fast would it run? Gu Xianya suddenly opened her mouth to break the silence, her tone tinged with a bit of playfulness. Ha ha, I think it should run quite fast. After all, it's circling the globe. Cheng Jiangbei laughed in response. He could always keep up with Gu Xuanya's jumps in thought. The two of them were chatting vigorously, but Gu Xianya suddenly stumbled, her feet slipped, and her whole body tilted forward. Fortunately, Cheng Jiangbei was quick on his feet and grabbed her arm, stabilizing her body. Be careful, Cheng Jiangbei said with concern, while holding Gu Xuanya's arm tightly to prevent her from falling again. After Gu Xianya stood firmly, she tried to move her ankle and frowned. It seems like I twisted my foot. Is it serious? Do you need me to carry you back? Cheng Jiangbei anxiously inquired, his eyes filled with worry. No need. It's just a bit of pain. It'll be fine after some rest. Gu Xianya shook her head, trying to show a strong side, but her little face still couldn't help but show some pain. Cheng Jiangbei helped Gu Xuanya sit on a bench by the side of the road, then squatted down and gently lifted her foot. Let me take a look. Gu Xianya smiled faintly and didn't refuse. Cheng Jiangbei carefully examined her ankle, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that there was no obvious swelling. It's okay, it should just be a slight sprain. Let me give you a rub. Saying that, Cheng Jiangbei began to gently massage her ankle. Gu Xianya felt a wave of warmth spreading from the soles of her feet as she closed her eyes and enjoyed the unexpected care. The night breeze blew gently through the trees, and the leaves rustled as if accompanying the pair of young people's intimate interaction. How does it feel? Cheng Jiangbei looked up and asked, his eyes as gentle as water. Much better, thanks. Gu Xianya opened her eyes and looked at Cheng Jiangbei gratefully. The two of them's eyes met at this moment, as if the whole world had quieted down. That's good. Let's walk back slowly. Tonight's night run ends here. Cheng Jiangbei stood up and reached out his hand to pull Gu Xuanya up. Gu Xianya held his hand and used her strength to stand up, even though there was still some discomfort in her ankle. In Cheng Jiangbei's company, she felt that there was nothing she couldn't overcome. When Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya slowly walked home, the night was already deep. The lights of the buildings in the neighborhood were sparse, with only a few windows still transmitting faint light. Although Gu Xianya's steps were a bit hobbling, she tried not to let her discomfort show too obviously so as not to make Cheng Jiangbei worry too much. When they arrived at the dormitory entrance, Cheng Jiangbei signaled Gu Xuanya to sit on the edge of the bed first, while he himself went to rummage through the medical kit. Wait here for a moment. I'll go get something, he said softly, turning around and walking into the room. Gu Xianya looked at Cheng Jiangbei's busy figure, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. His back appeared especially reliable in the dim light, which made Gu Xianya couldn't help but recall the moment just now when he held onto himself tightly. Not long afterward, Cheng Jiangbei returned with a bottle of bone-setting medicinal oil and a clean towel. He sat on his knees in front of Gu Xianya, gently lifting her feet and placing them on his knees. Gu Xianya felt a trace of coolness and looked down, only to see Cheng Jiangbei concentrating on untangling her shoelace. These pink running shoes are quite suitable for you. Cheng Jiangbei smiled, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over her tiny toes. But now you'll have to commission them for a while. Gu Xianya smiled back. Well, I hope they won't mind. Before her words fell, Cheng Jiangbei had already begun to gently remove her shoes. He carefully stroked her ankles, his movements so gentle that it was as if he was treating a fragile treasure. The line of your ankle is beautiful, Cheng Jiangbei said seriously, but now we have to take good care of it so that it can recover as soon as possible. Cheng Jiangbei opened the medical kit and took out a bottle of Bumble and Bumble medicinal oil and a clean cotton cloth from it. He gently placed Gu Xianya's foot on his cotton-padded knee for better observation and treatment. Moonlight poured into the room through the cracks in the curtains, adding a bit of coziness to the small therapy scene. It might be a little cold, Cheng Jiangbei warned. Then he poured the medicinal oil onto his palms and rubbed his hands against each other to warm them up, so as to minimize the icy coldness when they came into direct contact with the skin. Ready, he said softly, and began gently circling around Gu Xianya's ankle with his fingertips. His movements were very cautious, afraid that too much force would cause more discomfort. As you move your fingers, the medicated oil is gradually absorbed into the skin, bringing a cooling sensation of relief. Gu Xianya inhaled slightly and closed her eyes to enjoy the pampering. Cheng Jiangbei's fingers were meticulously massaging around her ankles, each movement so appropriate. From time to time he stops to inquire, "Is this okay? Will it be too heavy?" "Very well," Gu Xianya replied, a hint of reassurance in her voice. "Jiangbei, you're very professional." Cheng Jiangbei smiled and continued his work. His attention was focused on Gu Xianya's ankle, occasionally glancing up at her relaxed expression as the desire to protect her surged in his heart. He noticed that her ankles were a little red and swollen, but the lines were still smooth and graceful, just as she usually gave off the impression of being strong and feminine at the same time. "That should help with the swelling," Cheng Jiangbei said, ending the massage as he gently wiped away the excess medicinal oil with a cotton cloth. "If you still feel uncomfortable, it's best to go to the hospital tomorrow." "Okay, I know." Gu Xianya nodded her head with a smile on her face. "Really thank you, Jiangbei." Cheng Jiangbei helped her put her socks back on, his movements as gentle as if he was treating a work of art. "No need to thank you," he said. "That's how it should be between friends, let alone the two of us. And now I'm relieved to see that you're fine." Gu Xianya's eyes were soft. "Do you want me to keep rubbing you?" Gu Xianya gently nodded. "Aha." He poured a bit of medicinal oil into his palm, rubbed it hot and gently covered Gu Xianya's ankle. Gu Xianya felt a burst of coolness penetrate through her skin, bringing a hint of relief. Cheng Jiangbei's fingers were dexterous and firm. Each press was just right, neither too heavy nor too light. "How do you feel?" Cheng Jiangbei asked, his voice more gentle than usual. "Much better," Gu Xianya replied, her eyes glittering with gratitude. "Thank you, Jiangbei. Don't be polite." Cheng Jiangbei raised his head, their gazes met again, and some kind of subtle emotion seemed to fill the air. "We're friends, we should help each other." Gu Xianya smiled faintly, her heart warmed. She knew that sometimes, a simple sentence could warm the heart. After treating his ankle, Cheng Jiangbei helped Gu Xianya slowly sit on the soft sofa in the living room. He turned on the projector, and the beginning of a classic romantic comedy then appeared on the screen. In order to create a relaxing atmosphere, Cheng Jiangbei also deliberately lit a few scented candles, and a faint lavender aroma filled the entire room. "Here, have a grape." Cheng Jiangbei picked up a grape and gently removed the skin before handing it to Gu Xianya's mouth. Gu Xianya smiled faintly and opened her mouth to catch the small, crystal-clear fruit, her eyes filled with gratitude and happiness. "You eat it too." Gu Xianya picked up a grape and followed Cheng Jiangbei's example, mischievously sending it to his lips. Cheng Jiangbei cooperatively opened his mouth to catch it, and their gazes met at this moment, as if the air was filled with a sweet flavor. The movie played to a hilarious clip, and the two of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. Cheng Jiangbei turned his head to look at Gu Xianya, only to see that the corners of her mouth were slightly curled, her cheeks were lightly flushed, and her eyes were bright, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Cheng Jiangbei couldn't help but be amused by her appearance, and couldn't help but reach out and run his hand through the strands of hair scattered around her ears. "Your smile is so pretty," Cheng Jiangbei said, a hint of warmth in his voice. "Every time I see you smile, I feel like the world has become a better place." "Then you'll have to tell me more jokes in the future," Gu Xianya responded playfully with a wink, "so I can keep laughing at you." The movie's soundtrack flows slowly. The atmosphere in the living room became more relaxed and pleasant. The conversation between Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xianya became more and more natural and fluid. A comical sequence in the movie made the two men laugh again, and after the laughter, they turned to each other in unison, their eyes full of empathy and understanding. "You know," Cheng Jiangbei suddenly said, "when I was a child, I was actually especially afraid of the dark, and I had to turn on the lights every time I watched a movie at night. Now that I have you beside me, I feel that even if I turn off all the lights, I won't feel scared." Hearing this, Gu Xianya smiled softly, her eyes appearing brighter in the dim light. "So you're not afraid now?" she asked, a few hints of flirtation in her tone. Cheng Jiangbei shrugged his shoulders and said with feigned helplessness, "I don't know why, but now I just wish the lights could be dimmed a bit more so that I could see your eyes more clearly." "That's because you haven't seen me wearing glasses yet," Gu Xianya retorted with a smile. then got up and brought her glasses from the room to put on. How about it? Isn't it more intellectual and beautiful? Cheng Jiangbei looked at Gu Xuanya after putting on her glasses. She had added a bit of bookishness, but that affinity had not diminished at all. Indeed, he commented sincerely, but I still like you best when you don't wear glasses. That way I can see the starlight in your eyes more clearly. The two of them smiled at each other, as if all the words were not as good as the heartfelt realization of this moment. The movie continued, but their minds no longer seemed to be on the screen, but immersed in each other's company. As time passed quietly, Cheng Jiangbei naturally placed a blanket on both of their shoulders, while Gu Xuanya gently leaned on his shoulder. As the night deepened, the movie drew to a close. The atmosphere between Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya became more and more relaxed and harmonious. When the movie ended and the end credits slowly played, Cheng Jiangbei suggested playing a small game to add some fun. Let's play a game of truth or dare, Cheng Jiangbei suggested, but with the condition that you can only choose to answer questions or accept a small punishment. Gu Xuanya thought for a moment, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Sounds quite interesting. Well then, you ask first. Cheng Jiangbei thought for a moment and asked the first question. If you could choose to turn into any kind of animal, what would you choose to turn into? Why? Gu Xuanya thought about it and said with a smile, I think I'll turn into a cat, because cats have an independent character and can still enjoy a leisurely life. And it's said that cats have 9 lives. It's my turn. Jiangbei, what about you? Cheng Jiangbei laughed. If I had to choose, I would like to become a dolphin. They are smart and free, swimming in the sea. How great. Next question. Do you have any strange collecting habits? Strange collection. Gu Xuanya thought for a moment. I collect a lot of different shaped keychains, and every time I travel I buy a new one as a souvenir. What about you? Do you have any special collections? Cheng Jiangbei nodded. I like to collect stamps, especially those landscape stamps from all over the world. Sometimes when I look at them I imagine that I have already been to those places. The game continued as the two took turns asking and answering questions and occasionally bursting into giggles at each other's answers. Cheng Jiangbei asked a more interesting question. Then if you were able to travel to ancient times one day, which dynasty would you choose and what identity would you want to be? Gu Xuanya thought about it and a relaxed smile appeared on her face. I would probably choose the Tang dynasty, when women were relatively open-minded, and I could become a talented poetess, or a talented woman who was good at zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. What about you? Cheng warrior? Cheng Jiangbei laughed. Then I'll choose the Song dynasty, and become a Jianghu warrior, walking the rivers and lakes and practicing chivalry. But I'd rather become an inventor, like Lu Ban, creating practical gadgets. Then you'll have to be careful not to let others steal your craft. Gu Xuanya joked. But speaking of inventions, if you had the chance to invent one thing now, what would you want to invent? Cheng Jiangbei thought for a moment and coughed. I will invent an intelligent rhyme-avoiding robot so that no one will be bothered by forgetting to take their medication or using it improperly. Gu Xuanya's ears warmed up before she gently pushed Cheng Jiangbei. Hate you. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 125 What to Think About. I'm begging to be read. After the movie, Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya decided to upgrade the game to Truth or Dare. Cheng Jiangbei was the first to propose a risky task. Gu Xuanya, can you stand on the sofa? Turn around 3 times with your eyes closed, and then show me any item in the room? Gu Xuanya smiled and accepted the challenge. She stood up on the sofa, closed her eyes, and after spinning around 3 times, her finger pointed in a random direction. Alright, look over there. Is it that blue pillow? Cheng Jiangbei confirmed the target and applauded her accuracy. Very good. You won this time. It's your turn to ask the questions in the next round. Gu Xuanya thought for a moment and said, Cheng Jiangbei, I want you to mimic the way I usually speak, including my tone and expression, to ask me a question. Cheng Jiangbei pondered slightly, then imitated Gu Xuanya's usual tone of voice and expression and asked, Dear Xuanya, what's your favorite color? Gu Xuanya was amused. She didn't expect Cheng Jiangbei to be able to imitate so well, which made her feel both surprised and amused. Ha ha, you're really too funny. My answer is blue. Now it's my turn to ask a question. As the game progressed, the interaction between Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya became more natural. During one of the games, Cheng Jiangbei was asked to complete a task that required Gu Xuanya's assistance to walk across a corner of the room with his eyes closed, and Gu Xuanya needed to guide him safely to his destination. Gu Xuanya gently held Cheng Jiangbei's hand. Her hand was warm and firm, giving him enough confidence. Follow my footsteps, Jiangbei, she guided softly. Feeling her support, Cheng Jiangbei felt relieved to follow her guidance, walking through the obstacles step by step. After completing their mission, the two of them smiled at each other, and Cheng Jiangbei gratefully clasped her hand for a moment to express his gratitude. Thank you, Xuanya. If it wasn't for your help, I might have hit the wall long ago. Gu Xuanya gently drew back her hand, the smile still hanging on her face. That's a must. Who made us teammates? In another round of the game, Gu Xianya was asked to sit on the sofa, close her eyes, and have Cheng Jiangbei feed a grape to her. Cheng Jiangbei carefully picked up a grape and approached Gu Xuanya's slightly open lips, and at that moment, both of their breaths seemed to become soft. Gu Xianya felt his care and gently bit the grape, then opened her eyes, and both of them couldn't help but laugh. How does it taste? Cheng Jiangbei asked, his gaze looking at her gently. Sweet as can be, Gu Xianya replied, their smiles filled with warmth and joy. The next day, Cheng Jiangbei got up early in the morning. Because the end of the semester was over, Gu Xianya wasn't busy. Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya decided to go to a nearby hot spring resort together to relax. Gu Xianya had accidentally broken her foot the other day, and although it wasn't very serious, it was still a bit inconvenient to walk. Cheng Jiangbei took careful care of her along the way, making sure she didn't feel any discomfort. When they arrived at the hot spring area, they chose a private soup pool. The surroundings were quiet, and the hot air steaming up from the water made people feel extra relaxed. Cheng Jiangbei helped Gu Xuanya to the edge of the pool and carefully sat her down before slowly entering the water himself. The water temperature here is just right. Cheng Jiangbei stretched his body and leaned against the edge of the pool. It feels like the whole person is relaxing. It's indeed very comfortable. Gu Xianya also breathed a sigh of relief as the hot spring water gave her a burst of warmth. It's just that my feet still hurt a little. Cheng Jiangbei gave her a concerned look. Let me take a look at your ankle. Gu Xianya gently lifted her injured foot and placed it on the surface of the water. There was some slight swelling at the ankle, but it wasn't serious. It just hurts a little here. Cheng Jiangbei reached out his hand and gently touched her ankle. It's okay, there's no obvious bruise. It should just be a slight sprain. I'll rub it for you. It should be more comfortable. Gu Xianya nodded, so Cheng Jiangbei began to gently massage her ankles. His technique was gentle and professional, with moderate force, making Gu Xianya feel a wave of relief. That's a good technique you have. Did you often give massages before? Gu Xianya asked half-jokingly. Cheng Jiangbei smiled. Actually, I've learned some basic first aid before, including how to deal with sprains. However, this is the first time I've pressed a girl's foot. Then you've earned it, Gu Xianya teased with a smile. After all, not everyone has this kind of treatment. I'll have to cherish this opportunity then. Cheng Jiangbei continued to rub her ankle earnestly. How does it feel? Better? Well, that's much better. Gu Xianya relaxed and closed her eyes. You could definitely catch fire if you switched to being a masseuse. Then I'd better continue to do my job as a Jianghu warrior. Cheng Jiangbei said humorously. But if you want to twist your foot again in the future, just remember to look for me. I was afraid you'd think I was stupid. How could it be? The two of them chatted in the hot spring, enjoying the peace and comfort. As time passed, Gu Xianya's ankle didn't seem to hurt as much anymore. Cheng Jiangbei's massage coupled with the effects of the hot spring water had made her injury significantly better. Here, let me rub that one. Cheng Jiangbei continued to gently massage Gu Xuanya's ankles, making sure that the strength was just right to make her feel comfortable without pain. The temperature of the hot spring water was just right, and the steam lingered, giving it a dreamy feeling. You know, Gu Xianya suddenly spoke. When I was a child, I used to dream of becoming a swimmer, but then I almost gave up because of a small accident. Cheng Jiangbei stopped his hands and asked curiously, what happened? Once in a swimming pool, I accidentally stepped on the air and ended up falling. Gu Xianya recalled. Since then I had some fear of water, which I didn't slowly overcome until later. Then are you still afraid of water now? Cheng Jiangbei asked with concern. No, Gu Xianya shook her head. Then I met a very good coach who taught me how to face my fears. Now, instead, I love the feeling of being free in the water. Cheng Jiangbei nodded and said with emotion. It seems that everyone's path of growth will have so many turning points. The key is to find the right way to face. There are girls who have the misfortune of losing their footing, but later on, they are still not brave enough to face life. Ha! Cheng Jiangbei opened his mouth. By the way, do you remember that smart medicine box from yesterday? I think if we really go for it, we can definitely help a lot of people. What are you helping? Gu Xianya blinked. Well, speaking of technical implementation, do you think we should develop the hardware part first, or the software part? Gu Xianya looked down at her chest. What hardware and software? I think it's best to do it in parallel. Cheng Jiangbei analyzed. The hardware part can design the prototype first, while the software part can develop the basic functional modules in parallel. This can save time and identify problems in time. Go away. Gu Xianya's ears were hot. I think we need to sit down sometime and discuss the exact steps. Gu Xianya skimmed her mouth and smiled. Fine, fine. You can research if you want to, but just soak in the hot spring now. Don't bully your Aunt Xianya. I'm not going to. The two of them spoke to each other. Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya soon began to explore the small environment around the hot spring pool as well. They found a small waterfall in one corner of the pool, the water gently spilling down, creating a natural massage area. Look over there. Cheng Jiangbei pointed in the direction of the waterfall. That stream of water looks perfect for massaging your back. Gu Xianya smiled and nodded. Indeed. Do you want to try? Of course. Cheng Jiangbei stood up and walked to the bottom of the waterfall, letting the water gently wash over his back. Geez, it's quite comfortable. Seeing Cheng Jiangbei enjoying himself, Gu Xuanya also tried to move over, but since her ankles were still a bit uncomfortable, she looked a bit hesitant. Cheng Jiangbei immediately sensed this and took the initiative to extend a hand, saying gently, "Come, I'll help you over." Gu Xianya held his hand and slowly moved under the waterfall with his help. As soon as she got close, she felt the soothing relief from the water flow and couldn't help but let out a pleasant sigh. It's really comfortable. Thank you. You're welcome. Cheng Jiangbei responded with a smile. We'll just enjoy it together. They also tried different hot spring pools together, some with warmer water for relaxing muscles, and some containing different minerals that are said to be good for the skin. In the different pools, they exchanged their views on life and shared their dreams and future plans with each other. During this time, Cheng Jiangbei also taught Gu Xuanya some simple hydrotherapy techniques, such as how to utilize the buoyancy of the water to do simple stretching exercises to help alleviate her ankle discomfort. Gu Xianya learned very carefully, and the interaction between the two was filled with laughter. As night falls, the sky is dotted with stars and the lights around the spa come on, creating a romantic and tranquil atmosphere. There were some small stones at the edge of the pool, which were of different sizes and shapes. Cheng Jiangbei suddenly had an idea and suggested that they should play a game. Xianya, look at these stones. Cheng Jiangbei picked up a flat stone. We can compete to see who can throw it farther and make the stone jump on the water the most times. Gu Xianya was interested when she heard this. Sounds fun. So let's get started. Cheng Jiangbei demonstrated once. He threw the stone at a suitable angle, and the stone jumped on the surface of the water a few times before sinking into the water. Your turn. Gu Xianya took the stone and mimicked Cheng Jiangbei's movements and threw it with force, but the stone fell straight into the water without jumping up. Looks like I need to practice again. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and encouraged her. It's okay, just try a few more times. How about this? I'll teach you a secret. He walked over to Gu Xianya's side, bent down, and used his hand to gesture the throwing angle of the stone. Look, like this. Tilt it a little bit, then throw it out with force. Gu Xianya followed Cheng Jiangbei's instructions and tried again, and this time the stone really jumped over the water 2 or 3 times. Wow, it worked! The two took turns competing like this, with laughter coming from time to time. As the match progressed, Gu Xianya's skills gradually improved, sometimes even surpassing Cheng Jiangbei's, making him have to admit how quickly she had improved. During the break, Cheng Jiangbei also found an interesting phenomenon. There were a few fallen leaves floating on the water. He was inspired to suggest that they could use their hands to move the water and let the leaves race. We each pick a leaf and see who can make it float across the room first. Cheng Jiangbei explained. Gu Xianya picked a larger leaf and said with a smile, That's it then. I'll pick this larger one. Hopefully it will run faster. The two began to flick the water with their hands, trying to get their leaves to move faster. Sometimes the leaves would be disturbed by the other's ripples, causing them to go off course, at which point they would blame each other and laugh. Cheng Jiangbei turned his head sideways and noticed that Gu Xuanya's ankle was still slightly uncomfortable even though it had improved. He decided to utilize the resources in the hot spring to do some extra care for her. Xianya, wait a moment, I'll go find something for you, Cheng Jiangbei said as he got up. I know there's a special kind of stone here that's good for the skin and can help accelerate blood circulation. A few minutes later, Cheng Jiangbei returned with a few small smooth stones, which were picked up from the edge of the hot spring, warm and with a delicate surface. I heated these stones slightly and then gently placed them on the soles of your feet and ankles. This will promote blood circulation and allow your ankles to recover faster. Gu Xianya looked at Cheng Jiangbei gratefully and nodded her head to agree to his proposal. Cheng Jiangbei carefully placed the stone on the soles of her feet and around her ankles, and the warmth of the stone made her feel very comfortable. How do you feel? Cheng Jiangbei asked with concern. It feels nice and warm, Gu Xianya replied. Thank you for your attentiveness. You're welcome, as long as you feel better, Cheng Jiangbei said with a smile. In addition, Cheng Jiangbei noticed that Gu Xuanya's hair was a bit wet, and worried that she would catch a cold. He offered to drape a bath towel over her. The temperature here changes quite a bit. Don't catch a cold. Gu Xianya nodded in agreement. So Cheng Jiangbei quickly fetched a clean bath towel and gently draped it over her to make sure she wouldn't get cold. He also carefully straightened the edges of the towel for her, making sure she was completely wrapped up. You're really thoughtful today. Why are you so nice? Gu Xianya smiled and said. Say, what do you want your Aunt Xin to do? Isn't it only right to be nice to you? What else do you need to do? Really? Fake. Cheng Jiangbei took a look at Aunt Xian's particularly rosy lips and responded with a wink. Think. Ouch. Your mouth is going to eat later. During the process of enjoying the hot spring, Cheng Jiangbei also didn't forget to pay attention to whether Gu Xuanya's mouth was free or not. and prepared drinks for her at the right time to ensure that she could replenish her water while relaxing. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 126 The Best Day Ever. I'm begging for a catch-up read. After soaking in the hot spring, both Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya felt much more relaxed physically and mentally. Back in their hotel room, they decided to continue enjoying the peace and quiet by booking a spa service for two offered by the hotel, but with soft music playing. Soon the professional spa therapists quietly retreated, leaving a room of fragrance and silence. Gu Xuanya was lying on the soft massage bed, her eyes closed as she enjoyed the tranquility around her. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, sat on the side, ready to give her a relaxing shoulder and neck massage. You know what? I've actually learned some basic massage techniques myself, Cheng Jiangbei said softly, afraid to break this rare peace. Pressing me again? Ha, didn't we just press the feet? Now the body. Oh, then I'm blessed today. Gu Xuanya opened her eyes, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a smile. She turned her head to look at Cheng Jiangbei and realized that his eyes were filled with tenderness and care. Cheng Jiangbei began to massage Gu Xuanya with gentle yet powerful strokes, from her shoulders to her neck to her arms. His fingers slid nimbly over her muscles, each movement just right, not causing pain but also soothing strength. You usually work under a lot of pressure, and your shoulders and neck tend to be tense, so you need to relax more often. Gu Xuanya hummed comfortably. I'm falling asleep with you like this. Then rest well. Cheng Jiangbei smiled. I'll be here with you. In the time that followed, Cheng Jiangbei continued to massage Gu Xuanya, and the conversation between the two gradually shifted to some lighter and happier topics. As the topic deepened, Cheng Jiangbei's movements became more nuanced. Gu Xuanya felt relaxed and happy like never before. Thank you, Jiangbei. This is one of the best days I've ever spent. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and gently helped her adjust the bathrobe on her body to make sure she wouldn't catch a cold. I'm happy to be able to do this for you. We still have a lot of good times waiting for us. Under the soft light, Cheng Jiangbei continued to massage Gu Xuanya. His hand moved gently over her arm, pausing briefly at each tight spot until he felt the muscles gradually relax. Gu Xuanya closed her eyes, a satisfied smile on her face, occasionally letting out a soothing sigh. I remember once, I was on a business trip abroad and got lost. Cheng Jiangbei spoke softly, trying to divert her attention and make her more relaxed. It was late and my cell phone was out of battery, so I was really anxious. Gu Xuanya opened her eyes and smiled. Then how did you end up finding your way back? Cheng Jiangbei also smiled. Luckily, I met a kind old granny who gave me a hand-drawn map and told me how to go. Although I ended up making a lot of detours, that experience was really fun. Then did you thank that old granny? Gu Xuanya asked curiously. And I bought her a bouquet of flowers to send to show my appreciation. Of course, Cheng Jiangbei replied. What about you? Any similar experiences? Once I went camping with my friends, but it suddenly started raining heavily at night and the tent leaked, recalled Gu Xuanya. We had to huddle together to keep warm, and only the next morning did we realize it was because we had pitched the tent the wrong way. Speaking of this, the two of them burst out laughing unanimously, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. Cheng Jiangbei's technique became more gentle, and he noticed that the corners of Gu Xuanya's mouth kept a smile on her face. Obviously she was enjoying the process. When he massaged his legs, Cheng Jiangbei carefully avoided the ankle position, but he still gently massaged the calf belly with his fingers, and Gu Xuanya's legs involuntarily trembled a little. Isn't it a bit itchy here? Cheng Jiangbei asked. Well, a little. Gu Xuanya smiled. But it's quite comfortable. Then I'll be a bit lighter, Cheng Jiangbei said, adjusting his technique to make the movements more gentle. He noticed that Gu Xuanya's skin looked extraordinarily smooth and delicate under the light, and a few moments of appreciation couldn't help but grow in his heart. Right, Jiangbei, you said you like yoga, so do you have any recommended moves for me? Gu Xuanya suddenly asked. Yes, Cheng Jiangbei said, we can practice together tomorrow morning, such as cat-cow pose and downward-facing dog pose, which are good stretches to help relax the muscles. Sounds good. I'm looking forward to it. Gu Xuanya nodded in agreement. After the massage, Cheng Jiangbei helped Gu Xuanya cover her bathrobe to make sure she wouldn't catch a cold. Gu Xuanya looked at him gratefully, her eyes full of smiles. That was wonderful. Thank you for my little Cheng's care. You're welcome, Cheng Jiangbei smiled. I hope you wake up tomorrow with a whole new look. It's early. It's not like we're busy sleeping. Aha, where is this going? When the massage was over and Cheng Jiangbei helped Gu Xuanya adjust her bathrobe to make sure she wouldn't catch a cold, both of them felt a great sense of relaxation both physically and mentally. Gu Xuanya leaned against the side of the bed, her eyes showing a sense of calm satisfaction. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, sat next to her, gazing at her tenderly. You've really worked hard today, Gu Xuanya said softly, with gratitude in her tone. I didn't realize you would be so good at massage. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and said, I learned some of this in the past to ease my fatigue after work, and I didn't expect to be able to use it today. Do you still remember that time we went to watch the sunrise together? Gu Xianya suddenly brought up the past. At that time, you were also so attentive and prepared hot drinks and blankets for me. How could I forget? Cheng Jiangbei replied. The scenery that day was really beautiful, especially when I saw the first rays of sunlight on your face. Yes, Gu Xianya nodded her head, a touch of tenderness flashing in her eyes. I felt like the happiest person at that moment. Cheng Jiangbei's heart warmed when he heard this, and he reached out and gently held Gu Xuanya's hand. The two of them smiled at each other, as if everything was in the air. Right, Cheng Jiangbei suddenly remembered something. I just discovered a little secret in the bathroom. What secret? Gu Xianya asked curiously. I found out that there's a hidden sound system there that can play music through your cell phone. Cheng Jiangbei explained. Would you like to listen to something? Then put on some light music, Gu Xianya suggested, preferably the kind that relaxes people. Cheng Jiangbei took out his cell phone and connected it to the stereo, and soon the room was filled with melodious piano music. Amidst the music, Gu Xianya closed her eyes, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. You know what? Cheng Jiangbei said softly. Sometimes I feel that every moment with you is like being on vacation. That's because you always make me feel at ease. Gu Xianya responded. Just like now, not having to think about anything, just being still. Cheng Jiangbei nodded and continued. I think we should create more of these moments, not just on vacation, but in our daily lives as well. For example, going hiking together on weekends, or cooking together at home. Good idea. Gu Xianya opened her eyes and looked at Cheng Jiangbei. I've actually been looking forward to doing all those things with you. At this moment, Cheng Jiangbei stood up and walked to the window, pulling open a corner of the curtains. The lights of the city outside were dimmed, but the room was filled with warmth because of the presence of the two people. You see, although the world outside is bustling, at this moment this is the warmest place. Gu Xianya got up and walked to Cheng Jiangbei's side. The two of them stood side by side in front of the window, enjoying this rare tranquility. At this moment, there were no unnecessary words, only the sound of each other's heartbeats and breathing, proving the tacit understanding and attachment between them. After enjoying a massage and cozy conversation, Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya decided to take a walk on the hotel's top-floor open-air terrace. There was a small stargazing area there, equipped with comfortable lounge chairs and telescopes, making it an ideal place for couples to enjoy a romantic evening. They walked through the hotel's exquisite corridors and took the elevator straight to the top floor. When they reached the open-air platform, the stars twinkled in the night sky, and the breeze lightly brushed their cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. Cheng Jiangbei carefully draped a blanket over Gu Xuanya to prevent her from getting cold. Gu Xianya chose a seat with a wide view and sat down, while Cheng Jiangbei adjusted the telescope so that it was pointing towards a bright cluster of stars. Look over there, Cheng Jiangbei said, pointing to a certain constellation in the sky. That's Andromeda, the legendary goddess of beauty. Gu Xianya looked along with his guidance and saw the pattern of a few bright stars through the telescope, imagining the story behind it. They sat quietly like this, occasionally conversing a few sentences, more than enjoying the moment of peace in each other's company. As the night wore on, the lights of the hotel softened and the whole city seemed to be creating a perfect evening for the lovers. Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya snuggled together and looked at the starry sky, their hearts filled with longing for the future. After enjoying a moment of tranquility and romance on the open-air platform, Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya decided to return to their room to rest and refresh themselves for the next day's trip. Returning to their room, they found that the hotel staff had thoughtfully set up the room. The beds had been made up in a very comfortable way, and there were 2 cups of steaming hot herbal tea at the foot of the beds, obviously designed to make the guests better able to relax. Cheng Jiangbei turned off most of the lights, leaving only a soft wall lamp, adding a bit of cozy atmosphere to the room. He handed Gu Xianya a cup of tea and the two of them sat on the edge of the bed, enjoying the peace and quiet. Today's experience was fantastic, Gu Xianya sighed as she took a light sip of tea. I haven't relaxed like this in a long time. Yeah, Cheng Jiangbei agreed. Sometimes we need moments like this, to get away from the daily hustle and bustle and give ourselves a break. As they savored their tea, they chatted about their experiences during the day and their expectations for the future. As time passed, the night grew darker and both of them felt a little sleepy. Cheng Jiangbei suggested, why don't we take an early rest? Tomorrow we can still get up early to experience the sunrise yoga class recommended by the hotel. Gu Xianya nodded her head in agreement, and the two of them each washed up and prepared to go to bed. Cheng Jiangbei pulled the covers for Gu Xuanya to ensure that she could sleep comfortably. Before going to bed, they exchanged goodnights and agreed to greet a new day together the next morning. Early the next morning, Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya greeted the rising sun and went to the hotel's outdoor yoga venue. The venue was elegantly decorated, surrounded by green trees, with a soft yoga mat in the center. The instructor was ready and waiting for the students to arrive. Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya changed into comfortable sportswear, and Gu Xuanya wore a light pink yoga outfit that accentuated her slender figure and healthy complexion. Her hair was tied back in a simple ponytail, revealing a clean-shaven face. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, was dressed in a black sports suit, simple but not too stylish. They found a quiet corner and laid out their yoga mats, ready to start practicing. The coach led everyone to start a simple warm-up exercise, and Chang Jiangbei paid attention to Gu Xuanya's movements from the side, giving her some small tips from time to help her better adjust her breathing and posture. This movement should keep the spine straight. Chang Jiangbei gently reminded Gu Xuanya, "You can slightly pull your shoulders back a little bit, so it will be more comfortable." Gu Xuanya adjusted her posture according to Chang Jiangbei's instructions, and she really felt the difference. She gave Chang Jiangbei a grateful look and said softly, "Thank you for your help." "It's okay." Chang Jiangbei smiled. "We're practicing together and helping each other." As the practice progressed, the yoga movements gradually became more complex. When performing the cat-cow pose, Chang Jiangbei noticed that Gu Xuanya was struggling a bit, so he gently placed his hand on her back to help her better complete the movements. "Take your time and feel every breath." Gu Xuanya felt the warmth of Chang Jiangbei's palm, which filled her heart with a sense of security. She closed her eyes and focused on each inhalation and exhalation, and gradually, her movements became more fluid and comfortable. While practicing the downward dog pose, Chang Jiangbei stood behind Gu Xuanya, gently holding her waist with his hand to prevent her from losing her balance. "Well done. Hold this position and take a deep breath." Gu Xuanya felt Chang Jiangbei's encouragement and support. Her body became more relaxed and her movements became more standardized. There was a tacit understanding between the two of them, as if their minds were connected. At the end of the practice, the coach led the group in meditation and relaxation. Chang Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya sat side by side on the cushion, gently folded their hands together, closed their eyes, and enjoyed the tranquility of the moment. In the tranquil sound of the music, it was as if their minds had also been thoroughly cleansed. When the instructor announced the end of the class, Gu Xuanya slowly opened her eyes, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Today's yoga class was so wonderful. It felt like the whole person was activated. Chang Jiangbei looked at her and also revealed a pleased smile. "I'm happy to see you so happy." "Well, we'll have to practice alone together sometime in the future." "Not with anyone else." Gu Xuanya nodded. Their eyes met. She pouted her rosy mouth. "If you want to play with your Aunt Xian, just say it. It's not like you're not allowed to. There's no need to find so many serious reasons. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading." Chapter 127. I miss you. I'm begging for a booking. In broad daylight. Since it's out, Chang Jiangbei didn't monkey around and want to go home, but instead discussed with Gu Xuanya and decided to go boating on the lake and enjoy some water fun. The lake next to the hotel was glowing softly in the morning light. Its surface was as calm as a mirror, and occasionally a few waterfowl skimmed over it, stirring up a circle of ripples. Walking along the wooden walkway to the edge of the lake, a brightly colored boat is quietly moored, waiting for visitors. They chose a blue boat. Chang Jiangbei skillfully untied the cable, while Gu Xuanya excitedly jumped onto the boat, but almost capsized because her center of gravity was unstable. Chang Jiangbei was quick on his feet and pulled her back, laughing. "Looks like we haven't practiced enough yoga. Next time we need to strengthen our balance training." Gu Xuanya smiled. "Isn't that all because you didn't teach her well? Don't be ridiculous. I haven't taught today." Gu Xuanya smiled. "Now then, I'll show you my technique," Chang Jiangbei said, sitting at the stern of the boat, picking up the oars and paddling easily. The boat left the shore smoothly and headed towards the center of the lake. The sunlight sprinkled on the lake surface through the gaps in the leaves, sparkling like it was sprinkled with golden shreds. The scenery in the lake was very different from that on land. The water lilies floating on the water surface, and the mountains faintly visible in the distance reflected in the water, so beautiful that it was mesmerizing. Gu Xuanya reached out to touch the surface of the water, and the cool water droplets splashed and landed on her cheeks, and she couldn't help but let out a light laugh. "You know what?" Chang Jiangbei suddenly said. "In fact, I was especially afraid of water when I was a child, and every time I saw a swimming pool, I would be so nervous." "Really?" Gu Xuanya looked at him curiously. "Then how come you can still row a boat now?" Chang Jiangbei smiled. "Then it was my dad who took me to learn how to swim and slowly overcame my fear. Sometimes the best way to overcome fear is to face it." "You're so brave," Gu Xuanya heartily exclaimed. She turned her head to look into the distance, her light pink yoga outfit fluttering gently in the morning breeze, her side face looking extraordinarily gentle in the sunlight, as if even the air was tinted with a bit of sweetness. Chang Jiangbei was infected by her smile and his mood became pleasant. He suggested, "Why don't we have a race to see who can reach that island first?" "Yes," Gu Xuanya responded excitedly, and the two of them began a friendly race. As their laughter and the sound of paddling echoed on the lake, this simple and pure joy became a beautiful memory in their hearts. When Chang Jiangbei proposes a race, the two begin to paddle hard, trying to be the first to reach the island in the center of the lake. At first, Chung Jianbei temporarily took the lead with his more skillful technique, but Gu Xianya was not to be outdone, her arms paddling in the water, driving the boat forward. However, due to her lack of experience, her movements were not as coordinated as Chang Jianbei's, causing the boat to veer left and right at times. Just as Chang Jianbei was about to approach the island, a curious duck suddenly emerged from underwater, right in front of Chang Jianbei's boat. This sudden visitor caused Chang Jianbei to be taken aback, and the oar in his hand involuntarily hit the ground, causing the boat to slam to one side and almost overturn. This scene made Gu Xianya laugh so hard that she pointed at Chang Jianbei and said joyfully, "Ha ha, it seems that you also have a miss." Chang Jianbei pretended to shake his head in chagrin, but the corners of his mouth couldn't restrain themselves from turning upwards as he smiled back. He readjusted his stance, intending to move on, but realized that Gu Xianya had already begun to accelerate, almost catching up. Thus, Chang Jianbei accelerated his speed, and the two of them chased after each other, eventually arriving at their destination at almost the same time. "Ha ha, Jianbei, it looks like you also had a miss. I thought you were an expert rower." Her tone was light and lively, with a hint of mischief. Subsequently, after the two of them arrived at the island almost simultaneously, Gu Xianya gasped for breath and said with a smile, "It seems like we're evenly matched. No one won. However, this kind of competition is really fun. Let's compete again next time." When Chang Jianbei offered to take a photo for her as a souvenir, Gu Xianya readily agreed, pinning a small wildflower behind her ear and striking a few natural and playful poses for the camera. After taking the picture, she took the camera to check the photo and praised, "Thank you for helping me record these beautiful moments. The scenery in this photo is so beautiful, I can't even bear to delete it." Upon reaching the vicinity of the island, they decided to dock the boat for a short rest. Chang Jianbei helped to fix the boat, and the two of them walked up to the island, and found that it was an undisturbed natural world, with lush grass and trees, and birds and flowers. Gu Xianya picked a small wildflower and inserted it between her ears. Her face was more vivid under the sunlight, and her light pink yoga clothes complemented the surrounding natural scenery, forming a beautiful picture. Chang Jianbei took out his camera again and snapped a few pictures of her. Gu Xianya showed a bright smile to the camera. After enjoying a peaceful time on the island, Chang Jianbei and Gu Xianya decided to explore the surroundings. They strolled around the island and walked along a winding path for a while before discovering a small, hidden gazebo. Various flowers were planted around the gazebo, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of flowers. They sat on the bench under the gazebo, enjoying the comfort of the breeze on their faces. Chang Jianbei suggested that they could take a short rest here before returning to the hotel for lunch. Gu Xianya agreed to this, and she took out the water bottle she had brought along with her, handing Chang Jianbei a bottle of water and opening another bottle herself to drink. After resting for a few moments, the two decided to return the same way, back on the boat. They chose a different route to return so that they could enjoy the lake view from another angle. On their way back, they also encountered a group of water birds that were playing in the water. Chang Jianbei slowed down his paddling speed and tried not to disturb them, while Gu Xianya softly marveled at the beauty of these natural creatures. Soon, it was noon. Chang Jianbei and Gu Xianya returned to the hotel and chose a restaurant called Lakeside. The restaurant, as its name suggests, has large floor-to-ceiling windows that offer an unobstructed view of the lake. They were led to a seat by the window. The table was covered with a white tablecloth, on top of which were placed exquisite tableware. Everything looked so elegant. Gu Xianya sat by the window. She slightly turned her head sideways. The sunlight sprinkled on her face through the gap in the curtains, making her skin look even more delicate and smooth. The light pink yoga clothes contrasted with her healthy wheat-colored skin, adding a bit of youthful vitality. Her ponytail swayed with her light movements, making her look extraordinarily agile. Chang Jianbei looked at her and couldn't help but sigh. "You're really naturally beautiful, casually standing like a painting." Gu Xianya smiled shyly at her words, raised her hand to straighten the hair around her ears, and said, "That's also because you chose a good place. The light here is really fantastic." The waiter handed over the menu. Gu Xianya scanned it and said to Chang Jianbei, "The dishes here all look very good. What do you think we should order?" Chang Jianbei suggested, "I see that there are a few specialties here, such as steamed sea bass and seasonal vegetable salad. We should give them a try." Gu Xianya nodded her head in agreement. "Listen to you, I also want to try their signature dessert. I heard it's very delicious." After ordering their meals, the two of them chatted about the interesting things they had just done while boating, and Gu Xianya once again mentioned the scene where Chang Jianbei was scared by the ducks, and she jokingly said, "I really wish I had recorded it at that time. It would definitely be able to catch fire on the internet." Chang Jianbei replied with a fake seriousness, "Then won't I become a netizen? But then again, that duck did give me a surprise and made me realize the charm of nature." The meals were served one after another, and each dish was full of color and flavor. Chang Jiangbei carefully pinched dishes for Gu Xuanya, while Gu Xuanya didn't forget to praise the chef's handiwork. Lunch was spent in a relaxed and happy atmosphere. The laughter of the two men intertwined with the beautiful scenery outside the window, forming a cozy picture. After the meal, they also enjoyed the restaurant's recommended dessert, mango mousse, which was sweet but not too sweet. Yummy! Chang Jiangbei then handed her to the side of her mouth. Then seeing that her lips had crumbs, his little thumb gently rubbed the corner of his mouth. After lunch, Chang Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya took a short walk along the lake, enjoying the warm afternoon sun. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and occasionally a few waterfowl swept across the surface, stirring up a circle of ripples. The breeze brushed by, carrying the fresh scent of the lake water, refreshing one's mind. They returned to the hotel room and Chang Jiangbei suggested, "Since we had such a great lunch, how about we do some gentle yoga poses to help with digestion?" Gu Xuanya smiled and nodded. "Good. It just so happens that I also want to move my muscles." Inside the room, soft background music slowly played. Chang Jiangbei pulled open the curtains to let in more natural light, and the whole room suddenly brightened up. He laid out a yoga mat, and the delicate pattern on the mat complemented the interior decor. Gu Xuanya changed into a more professional set of yoga clothes. The clothes hugged the curves of her body and showed her well-proportioned figure even more. She walked to the yoga mat and prepared to start practicing. Chang Jiangbei stood by the side, patiently instructing her on the details of each movement. This movement is called tree pose. You have to put your weight on one leg, bend the other leg, and place your foot on your calf or inner thigh. Chang Jiangbei demonstrated as he said, "Pay attention to keeping your breathing steady and feel the balance of your body." Gu Xuanya followed his instructions, but it seemed a little less stable as she struggled to adjust her posture, trying to find a sense of balance. Seeing this, Chang Jiangbei gently stepped forward and held her waist, helping her maintain her posture. "How does it feel?" Chang Jiangbei asked. "It's a bit hard." Gu Xuanya laughed softly, "But it feels quite interesting, as if you're turning into a real tree." Chang Jiangbei was also amused by her analogy. "That's right, you are a beautiful tree. Let's try the next move next." Chang Jiangbei continued to search to see what other poses he could practice, and suddenly saw a picture and blinked. "Nah, this seems like a good pose, eh?" Gu Xuanya looked at it and blinked her eyes. "This way, ah." Her ears perked up, but in the end she didn't say no, but said, "Whatever you want then." When practicing the baby pose, Gu Xuanya followed Chang Jiangbei's instructions and slowly sat on her knees on the yoga mat, then sat her hips toward her heels, stretched her arms forward and touched her forehead to the ground to get into the pose. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling her body relax, especially as the tension in her back and lower back eased. Chang Jiangbei was observing from the sidelines, and when he saw Gu Xuanya's back, he couldn't help but admire. "This pose really suits you. It looks like a kitten basking in the sun." Gu Xuanya couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. She gently lifted her face, her forehead still pressed against the cushion, and said, "You said I'm like a kitten. What about you? Are you that lazy big cat?" Chang Jiangbei also laughed as he walked over and sat next to Gu Xuanya, mimicking her movements. "If I were that big cat, then I would be the happiest of all because I would have such a cute kitten to keep me company." The two of them looked at each other and smiled, and the atmosphere became cozy and full of fun. Chang Jiangbei continued, "You know what? This pose isn't just for relaxation. It can also help us meditate better. Let's try to be quiet together for a while and feel the inner peace." Gu Xuanya nodded and closed her eyes again, following Chang Jiangbei's lead and gradually letting her thoughts sink in. There was only the sound of light breathing in the room, and the scenery outside the window was projected in through the gaps in the curtains, creating dappled light and shadows. After a few minutes, Gu Xuanya spoke softly, "It's like I really feel an unprecedented tranquility, as if the entire world has slowed down." Chang Jiangbei responded, "Yes, this is the gift that yoga brings us. When we learn to slow down, we can better enjoy every moment of our lives." After practicing, Gu Xuanya got up and stretched, as if she had really turned into a lazy kitten. She turned to face Chang Jiangbei and said with a smile, "Thank you for bringing me to experience this feeling. I feel like a whole new person." Chang Jiangbei also stood up and looked at her with a smile. "Seeing you so happy makes me feel that everything is worth it." The two just tried different yoga poses one after the other, occasionally poking fun at each other over the difficulty of the moves. As time passed, Gu Xuanya's movements became more and more skillful, and Chang Jiangbei's smile became even brighter. After completing a full yoga practice, the two sat on the floor, enjoying the peace and quiet of their practice. Gu Xuanya suddenly stomped Chang Jiangbei's thigh gently with her soft little foot. "What were you just laughing at again?" Chang Jiangbei just blinked his eyes. "Ahem, nothing ah." Gu Xuanya's eyes were soft, staring at Chang Jiangbei and not speaking again. Chang Jiangbei quickly showed his form. "So what? No more pretending. Aunt Xian, I want you to look like this. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading." Chapter 128. Jing Xian is back. I'm begging for catch-up reading. Day 2. Chang Jiangbei was sleeping in a daze, and had just gotten up. It was as if he heard a knock on the door outside. Push open the door to your room and walk out to take a look. A mature, gentle voice was seen crashing over. Chang Jiangbei was abruptly startled. Stop, stop, just felt a bump on his body, and before he was ready, he stumbled a few steps and fell on his butt. After Jiang Jingxian saw Chang Jiangbei fall, she was first shocked for a brief moment. She instinctively used her hands to protect her head, but when she realized that she was being caught by Chang Jiangbei, that feeling of nervousness gradually transformed into a feeling of reassurance. She gasped softly, feeling her heartbeat calming down. It really scared me to death. There was a hint of embarrassment in Jiang Jingxuan's voice, but it was more of a relief because she knew that the accident had not caused any serious consequences. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, perhaps because of the moment of shock just now, or perhaps because she was now leaning almost her entire body against Chang Jiangbei. She tried to sit up, but the slight discomfort in her ankle made her frown. Chang Jiangbei noticed her discomfort and immediately asked with concern, "Are you sure you're alright? Does the ankle side hurt a bit?" Jiang Jingxian shook her head, but her eyes revealed a trace of uncertainty. "It should be nothing big, just a little numbness." Chang Jiangbei acted quickly to help her adjust her posture so that she could sit more comfortably. He found ice and carefully wrapped it in a towel before gently placing it on her ankle. "Ouch! What's the hurry you're in?" Jiang Jingxian looked at him gratefully, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, feeling the warmth from his concern. "Thank you, Jiangbei, for causing you trouble every time." Jiang Jingxuan's words were apologetic, but at the same time, there was a sense of closeness. Chang Jiangbei smiled and comforted. "Don't say that. You're my daughter-in-law. This little thing is nothing." After applying an ice pack to Jiang Jingxian, Chang Jiangbei continued to observe her reaction to make sure that there was no more serious damage to her ankle. He sat next to her, maintaining a certain distance so as not to make her feel uncomfortable. "Jingxian, if you feel uncomfortable, it's better to go to the hospital," Chang Jiangbei suggested. "After all, in places like ankles, sometimes you don't feel pain at the time, but after a while it might swell up." Jiang Jingxian gently shook her head, but her expression was somewhat hesitant. "I don't think it should be necessary. Really, I'll just rest for a while." Chang Jiangbei nodded in understanding, but he still decided to do something more to ensure her comfort. "Then at least let me help you take off your other shoe. It'll be more comfortable." He gently lifted her other foot, moving very carefully for fear of hurting her. Jiang Jingxian felt a hint of warmth in her heart as she sensed his care. When Chang Jiangbei helped her take off her other shoe, she obviously relaxed a lot. "Is this better?" Chang Jiangbei asked with concern. "Much better, thanks." Jiang Jingxian smiled with gratitude in her tone. Chang Jiangbei then proposed, "I have a hot water bag here. Do you want to bring it to warm your feet? The weather outside has already started to turn cold." Jiang Jingxian nodded in agreement. Chang Jiangbei got up and went to prepare the hot water bag, and soon returned. He gently placed the hot water bag next to Jiang Jingxuan's feet, making sure that it wasn't too hot, but at the same time warm enough. "Take a rest here. I'll go make some hot drinks, okay?" Chang Jiangbei said gently. Jiang Jingxian nodded her head and looked at Chang Jiangbei's figure as he walked into the kitchen, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. She knew how reassuring it was to have someone beside her to take care of her after such an accident. Chang Jiangbei was busy in the kitchen for a while and soon returned with 2 steaming cups of tea. He handed a cup to Jiang Jingxian, and the two of them sat together quietly. Jiang Jingxian accepted the hot tea that Jiang Bei handed her and was overwhelmed with gratitude. She said softly, "Thank you, Jiang Bei, it's really thanks to you today." Her eyes were filled with sincere gratitude, and although her voice was not loud, it allowed Chang Jiangbei to feel the warmth of her heart. She continued, "Actually, I've always known that you're the best person ever." She paused a little, as if thinking about what she was going to say next, "but I realize that we may have a lot of differences between us and disagree at times. I want to say that I cherish the love you have for me." After saying this, a faint blush spread across Jiang Jingxuan's face, and it was clear that she wasn't used to expressing her emotions so directly. However, she felt it was important to express her gratitude to Chang Jiangbei in this situation. Chang Jiangbei's heart was also warmed when he heard Jiang Jingxuan's words. He smiled and replied, "Jingxian, you don't have to be so polite. It is proper for friends to help each other. If you need anything, just let me know. I do my best." Jiang Jingxian took the hot tea and gently blew a few mouthfuls before looking up at Chang Jiangbei with a soft glint in her eyes. "Jiangbei, you're really too kind. I don't even know how to thank you." Chang Jiangbei smiled, gazing gently back at her. "The two of us still need to be so polite. No need to thank you. This is what I should do. It's good that you're fine." There was an ineffable atmosphere in the air, and it was as if the distance between the two of them had shortened a lot in an invisible way. Jiang Jingxuan's gaze couldn't help but rest on Chang Jiangbei's face, and she noticed an imperceptible tenderness in his eyes. "Actually, I've always liked you, Jiangbei." Zhang Jingxian said softly, a hint of tenderness in her voice. You've always been so eager to get a bite, making one's heart flutter. Cheng Jiangbei's heart warmed when he heard this, and he said softly, "Oh, Jingxian, don't you say that." The two of them smiled at each other, and there seemed to be an additional tacit understanding in the air. Cheng Jiangbei noticed that Zhang Jingxuan's eyes were a bit tired, so he asked with concern, "You look a bit tired. Do you want to lie down and rest first?" Zhang Jingxian nodded, but she seemed a little reluctant to leave her current seat. Cheng Jiangbei could see her hesitation and suggested, "Why don't you lie down on the sofa for a while first? I can get you a pillow and blanket." Zhang Jingxian smiled faintly and nodded. "Alright then, please." Cheng Jiangbei quickly got up and went to the bedroom to fetch a soft pillow and a warm blanket. When he returned, Zhang Jingxian was already half lying on the sofa, looking much more relaxed. Cheng Jiangbei gently placed the pillow under her head and then covered her with the blanket. "Will this be too hot?" Cheng Jiangbei asked with concern. Zhang Jingxian closed her eyes with a satisfied expression on her face. "Just right, very comfortable." Cheng Jiangbei watched Zhang Jingxian gradually fall asleep, a sense of responsibility rising in his heart. He gently got up and adjusted the position of the blanket for her, making sure she wouldn't catch a cold. When he sat down again, he noticed that Zhang Jingxuan's hand was unintentionally resting on the edge of the sofa, her fingers trembling gently. "Jingxian, your hand will get cold if you leave it like this," Cheng Jiangbei said softly, then slowly picked up her hand and gently held it within his own palm, giving her warmth. Zhang Jingxian seemed to feel this warmth in her sleep, and she unconsciously held Cheng Jiangbei's hand tightly, her eyebrows slightly stretching as she slept more peacefully. Cheng Jiangbei couldn't help but feel a slight movement in his heart when he felt her hand in his own. He did not immediately draw back his hand, but quietly felt the connection, as if it was a tacit understanding between the two. After a while, Cheng Jiangbei asked in a low voice, "Jingxian, will this make you feel uncomfortable?" He gently shook his hand in an attempt to wake her up in order to get her permission. Zhang Jingxian heard Cheng Jiangbei's voice in her half-asleep state and let out a soft "It's okay." Hearing her response, the concerns in Cheng Jiangbei's heart were slightly alleviated. He continued to hold her hand until he confirmed that she had completely entered a deep sleep before gently pulling back his hand. For the rest of the day, Cheng Jiangbei checked on Zhang Jingxian from time to time to make sure she was sleeping comfortably. He got up several times, adjusted the position of the blanket for her, and even gently assisted her when she rolled over to avoid pain from her ankle discomfort. As time passed, Zhang Jingxian finally woke up. She opened her eyes and realized that she was lying on a soft sofa with a warm blanket covering her body. She sat up and looked around, realizing that Cheng Jiangbei was sitting not far away, looking intently at a book. "Jiangbei." Zhang Jingxian called out softly. Cheng Jiangbei raised his head and saw her waking up. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Zhang Jingxian rubbed her eyes and felt her ankle, realizing that the pain had lessened a lot. "Much better, thank you, Jiangbei." Cheng Jiangbei stood up and walked over to her, asking with concern, "Do you need anything else?" Zhang Jingxian shook her head, but a hint of good behavior showed in her eyes. "Really, thanks. You stayed with me the whole time and even covered me with a blanket." Cheng Jiangbei smiled and gently patted her shoulder. "These are all small matters. Don't take them to heart." Cheng Jiangbei smiled faintly and said softly, "It's good that you're awake. How do you feel? Does your ankle still hurt?" Zhang Jingxian tried to move her ankle and found that the pain had lessened quite a bit. "Much better. Thank you really. You've been taking care of me last night, right?" Cheng Jiangbei nodded, a coy smile on his face. "You were sleeping quite well, so I thought I'd cover you up so you don't catch a cold." Zhang Jingxuan's heart warmed as she remembered the warmth she felt last night when she was half asleep. It turned out that it was really the comfort given by Cheng Jiangbei's hand. Her eyes became softer and she said softly, "You really are more attentive. Why are you so tired of people coming back this time?" Seeing that her mood was relaxed, Cheng Jiangbei smoothly sat at the other end of the sofa, maintaining an appropriate distance. "Jingxian, if there's anything you need, feel free to let me know. I'll go make you something to eat now. Are you hungry?" Zhang Jingxian nodded, her heart grateful for Cheng Jiangbei's thoughtfulness. "There's a little bit of hunger, but don't bother too much." Cheng Jiangbei got up and walked towards the kitchen. "It's okay, I'll be quick." Zhang Jingxian looked at Cheng Jiangbei's busy back and had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She knew that Cheng Jiangbei's actions were not just out of caring between friends, but had deeper emotions in them. She began to seriously think about the relationship between the two and whether it was possible to develop it further. After a while, Cheng Jiangbei returned to the living room with 2 plates of steaming food. Zhang Jingxian took the plates and looked at the food in front of her. Her heart warmed even more. "Finish eating. How's it feelin'? Does the ankle still hurt?" Cheng Jiangbei asked with concern. Zhang Jingxian smiled and shook her head. "Much better." Cheng Jiangbei put his heart down and said with a smile, "That's good. It seems there are no major problems. I have an idea today. How about we practice yoga together?" Yoga can help relax your muscles and will be good for your recovery. Zhang Jingxuan's eyes narrowed. She had heard about the benefits of yoga but had never tried it. Yeah, but I've never practiced yoga before, so I don't know if I can learn. Chang Jiangbei encouraged. No problem, I can teach you. The point of yoga is to relax the body and mind, not how standard the movements are done. Zhang Jingxian nodded in agreement. With some anticipation in her heart, the two of them came to the living room. Chang Jiangbei spread out the yoga mat and gestured for Zhang Jingxian to sit on the mat. Let's start with simple movements, Chang Jiangbei said, before demonstrating a basic cat-cow pose. You see, it's bending your back like this and then concave it down. Zhang Jingxian followed, a little clumsy at first, but Chang Jiangbei patiently guided her from the side. Yes, that's it, take your time and feel the stretching of the spine. As the practice progressed, Zhang Jingxian gradually found the feeling, and her movements became more and more fluent. Chang Jiangbei stood beside her, reaching out to correct her posture from time to time. Every contact made Zhang Jingxian feel a wave of warmth, and she could feel Chang Jiangbei's care and concern. Well done, Jingxian, Chang Jiangbei praised, you're very talented and a quick learner. A smile surfaced on Zhang Jingxuan's face as she looked up at Chang Jiangbei with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you for your guidance, Jiangbei. Without you, I probably wouldn't have even been able to do the first move. Chang Jiangbei smiled, his eyes full of encouragement. I believe you can do better, as long as you keep practicing. After practicing, the two of them sat on the yoga mat and rested, enjoying the sense of relaxation after practicing. Zhang Dingxian looked at Chang Jiangbei, and an unspeakable emotion surged in her heart. She whispered, Jiangbei, do you just want to practice yoga now? Chang Jiangbei turned his head to look at her and winked, asking knowingly, or else what? Zhang Jingxian pouted her rosy lips. What do you think? When Chang Jiangbei heard this, his heart fluttered. It's not good to do bad things in broad daylight. The two men's eyes met, and a subtle atmosphere filled the air. Come on, I want to. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 129 Open Air Parking Lot. I'm begging for a catch-up read. After practicing, the two decided to take a shower each to wash away the sticky feeling from the sweat. Zhang Jingxian walked into the bathroom and the hot water rushed over her body, making her feel relaxed like never before. Her heart was filled with sweetness as she thought about Chang Jiangbei's words. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, changed into casual clothes after a simple rinse in his room. When he stepped out of his room, Zhang Jingxian happened to come out of the bathroom as well. She was wearing comfortable cotton clothes, her hair was still slightly damp, and her whole person looked extraordinarily fresh and natural. Ready to go out? Chang Jiangbei asked, handing her a dry towel. Zhang Jingxian took the towel and gently wiped her hair as she nodded. Well, I want to go for a walk outside and get some fresh air. Then let's go to the nearby park and take a stroll. The weather forecast says it's a sunny day, Chang Jiangbei proposed. The two of them went out the door together and took a walk along the wooded path. The sunlight sprinkled on them through the gaps in the leaves, and the air was filled with the faint scent of flowers. As they walked, Chang Jiangbei inadvertently reached out his hand and gently touched Zhang Jingxuan's fingers. This simple action caused both of them to be slightly stunned, but then they exchanged a smile and naturally interlocked their fingers. The sky was blue and the sun was bright but not harsh, just the right weather for outdoor activities. They put on lightweight clothes, and Chang Jiangbei had thoughtfully prepared a sun hat for Zhang Jingxian. Walking along the paths of the park, lined with lush trees and a few occasional birdsongs, is a delightful experience. Zhang Jingxian took a deep breath and enjoyed the fresh air. Her mood seemed more relaxed and happy than ever. The environment here is so nice. Every time I come here I feel especially relaxed, Chang Jiangbei said as he walked, his gaze falling on the side of Zhang Jingxuan's face from time to time, admiring her carefree smile. Zhang Jingxian nodded as she looked around and noticed a row of benches by a small lake. So she suggested, there's a lake over there, why don't we go sit over there? Chang Jiangbei agreed, and they walked towards the lake together. Occasionally, a few waterfowl swept across the lake, sending up a circle of ripples. They sat down on a bench and quietly enjoyed the tranquility. Chang Jiangbei took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and handed it to Zhang Jingxian. She took it and nodded gratefully. You know what? I actually rarely have the opportunity to take a leisurely walk like this. Zhang Jingxian broke the silence as she looked into the distance, her tone tinged with a bit of emotion. I'm usually too busy with work, and I always feel like I don't have enough time. Chang Jiangbei smiled understandingly. I know that feeling. Sometimes we need to slow down and give ourselves some breathing time. Saying this, he gently touched Zhang Jingxuan's arm with his elbow, and this small physical contact made the atmosphere even more cozy. Zhang Jingxian felt the other party's concern and support. She turned her head, and their gazes met, instantly having a feeling of spiritual connection. By the way, look, there's a kiosk over there. Do you want to go buy some ice cream to eat? Chang Jiangbei proposed, trying to break the subtle and slightly tense atmosphere. Zhang Jingxuan's eyes lit up. Yes, I like ice cream the most. They got up and walked towards the kiosk, picking out a few of their favorite flavors. With ice cream in hand, the two continued to stroll along the lake, occasionally stopping to feed the ducks in the lake, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. As time passed, the sun began to dip in the west and golden rays of sunlight flooded the park. They walked slowly along the wooden trestle by the lake, which was sparkling with light, and the breeze brought gusts of coolness. Zhang Jingxian was wearing a light blue dress, which gently swayed with the wind as if it were a blooming flower. Her hair was tied back in a casual ponytail, looking perky and natural. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, was dressed in a casual outfit, white t-shirt with jeans, simple but clean. His pace was brisk, occasionally stopping to pick up a small stone, aiming at the lake surface and gently throwing it. The stone jumped several times on the water surface before sinking. Look at me, Chang Jiangbei said smugly. This is called beating the water. When I was a kid I was a champion level. Zhang Jingxian giggled as she also tried to pick up a rock and throw it, only to have the rock sink straight down just as it touched the water. Ha ha, looks like I still need to practice more. Don't be in a hurry. I'll teach you. Chang Jiangbei walked to her side and gently held her hand, instructing her on how to hold the stone and how to adjust the angle. Be like this. Use force on your wrist, then gently fling it out. Zhang Jingxian felt the warmth and strength of Chang Jiangbei's palm, and a warmth couldn't help but arise in her heart. She followed his instructions and tried again, and this time, the stone did jump a few times on the water surface. Wow, it worked. See, I told you that you are very talented. Chang Jiangbei laughed, his eyes full of appreciation. They continued to walk along the lake, stopping from time to time to observe the ducks in the lake. One duck suddenly fluttered its wings and leapt from the water with a splash, making the two men laugh. Does this duck want to learn how to hit the water as well? Zhang Jingxian joked. I think it wants to compete with you. Chang Jiangbei chimed in, and the laughter of the two echoed across the lake. As they walked, they realized that there was a large rock by the lake with a strange shape, like a natural seat. Chang Jiangbei suggested, let's sit here for a while. It has a good view. Zhang Jingxian readily agreed. They sat on a rock and Chang Jiangbei took out a bottle of water from his backpack and handed it to Zhang Jingxian. Here, take a sip of water and rest. Zhang Jingxian took the water bottle and looked up at Chang Jiangbei. His side face appeared more three-dimensional in the sunlight. His nose was straight and a gentle smile hung at the corner of his mouth. She couldn't help but marvel. You're such an attentive person. Chang Jiangbei smiled, his eyes gentle. To me, there is nothing more important than making you happy. After resting for a while, Chang Jiangbei proposed to take a walk by the flower beds in the park, where the fall flower exhibition was being held. The two men got up and continued along the lake, and in a short time they came to the flower beds. Zhang Jingxian was immediately attracted by the scene before her. Chrysanthemums of various colors competing to open, emitting a faint fragrance. Wow, it's so beautiful, Zhang Jingxian said excitedly as she picked up her cell phone and prepared to take pictures. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, looked around for the best angle. The light here is good. Come on, stand here, I'll take a picture for you. Zhang Jingxian smiled and walked to Chang Jiangbei's designated position, with a blooming yellow chrysanthemum in the background. Chang Jiangbei adjusted the angle and pressed the shutter, capturing the beautiful image of Zhang Jingxian and the flowers reflecting each other. Let me see. Zhang Jingxian couldn't wait to come over and look at the photo. She was smiling brightly in the photo, and the chrysanthemums in the background were like a golden ocean. The picture was very harmonious and beautiful. It's so pretty, how about you take one too? Zhang Jingxian suggested, handing her cell phone to Chang Jiangbei. Chang Jiangbei took the cell phone and thought for a moment, then walked to the other side of the flower bed. There was a pink chrysanthemum there that was particularly conspicuous, and he stood amidst the flowers, striking a relaxed pose. Is that okay? He asked. Zhang Jingxian looked at Chang Jiangbei in the camera. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, standing in front of the pink chrysanthemums. His whole body looked both sunny and handsome. Very good. Smile. Chang Jiangbei revealed a confident smile, and Zhang Jingxian quickly captured the moment. Then, she suggested, why don't we take a group photo? Chang Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement and they stood together next to the flower bed. Zhang Jingxian set her cell phone to time shooting mode and then quickly returned to Chang Jiangbei's side. The two of them stood shoulder to shoulder and gave their brightest smiles to the camera. 3, 2, 1. Zhang Jingxian counted, and when her cell phone clicked to take the picture, the two smiles were frozen in the moment. This photo is just perfect, Jingxian Zhang said happily after checking out the photo. We look like models in the garden. Chang Jiangbei looked at the photo and smiled as well. Yeah, we kinda look like professional photographers took them. They continued to stroll around the flower beds, stopping from time to time to admire the different flowers. Chang Jiangbei also taught Zhang Jingxian how to recognize several common chrysanthemum varieties, and the two of them took photos while learning, enjoying this rare peace and happiness. When they left the park, Both Jiang Dingxian and Chang Jiangbei were in an extraordinarily relaxed mood. As they walked and chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the nearest movie theater. The poster wall of the movie theater displayed a variety of upcoming movies, ranging from sci-fi blockbusters to romance. "Which one shall we watch?" Jiang Jingxian inquired, her eyes scanning back and forth across the posters, trying to find a movie of interest. Chang Jiangbei looked at the time and suggested, "It's still early. Why don't we watch this newly released comedy movie? I heard the reviews are good." Jiang Jingxian nodded her head in agreement. "Sounds good. I also like watching comedies to relax." The two of them bought tickets, and Chang Jiangbei even bought a popcorn and a cup of cola for Jiang Dingxian. When they entered the screening hall, the lights had already dimmed, and they found a seat against the center. "Be careful, don't trip," Chang Jiangbei reminded, extending his hand to help Jiang Jingxian, helping her to smoothly sit on the seat. Jiang Jingxian glanced at him gratefully, feeling the warmth and strength of Chang Jiangbei's palm. She whispered, "Thank you, Jiangbei." The two were still chatting in whispers before the movie started. Jiang Jingxian noticed that Chang Jiangbei's side face looked especially soft in the dim light, and she couldn't help but admire. "You look especially handsome today." Chang Jiangbei smiled faintly with a doting look in his eyes. "That's because you're especially beautiful today." Jiang Jingxuan's cheeks blushed slightly as she smiled down. Her heart warmed. After the movie started, the two of them quieted down and concentrated on watching the movie. There were quite a few funny moments in the movie, with Jiang Jingxian letting out light laughter from time to time, while Chang Jiangbei would turn his head to look at her at key moments, enjoying her smile. Jiang Jingxian let out a light laugh every now and then, while Chang Jiangbei would turn his head to look at her at key moments, enjoying her smile. Just as the movie reaches its climax, a particularly hilarious scene has the entire audience roaring with laughter. Jiang Jingxian couldn't help but burst out laughing, and accidentally spilled some of the popcorn out of her hand in her laughter. Seeing this, Chang Jiangbei hurriedly helped her clean up the scattered popcorn. "Oops, sorry," Jingxian Jiang said with some embarrassment. "I dropped the popcorn." Chang Jiangbei softly comforted. "It's fine, don't worry, I'll help you pick it up." In the dimly lit movie theater, Chang Jiangbei carefully bent down to pick up the scattered popcorn, while Jiang Jingxian tried to stay as quiet as possible so as not to disturb the other audience members. At this time, Jiang Jingxian accidentally touched Chang Jiangbei's hand. Their fingers gently touched, and Jiang Jingxian immediately felt her cheeks heat up and her heartbeat accelerate. Chang Jiangbei looked up at her, and as their eyes met, they gave each other a heartfelt smile. At this moment, despite the noisy sounds around them, they seemed to be able to feel each other's heartbeats. Chang Jiangbei then gently held Jiang Jingxuan's hand and gave her an encouraging smile to make her feel at ease. When the next hilarious scene in the movie arrived, Jiang Jingxian once again laughed her head off, and this time she didn't let go of Chang Jiangbei's hand, but instead held it tightly. Chang Jiangbei also felt her joy, and the two of them held their hands together naturally like this until the end of the movie. After the movie ended, they walked out of the screening room together, and Jiang Jingxian was still immersed in the fun she had just had. That scene just now was hilarious. "I haven't laughed so hard in a long time." Chang Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. "Yes, I haven't laughed so heartily in a long time either. It seems like this movie was chosen right." The two of them smiled at each other and continued to talk about interesting things from the movie as they strolled home along the street. The day had been more than just a great weekend for them. It had deepened their emotional connection with each other. There was a scene in the movie that was particularly funny, and Jiang Jingxian couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Chang Jiangbei followed suit. After the laughter, Jiang Jingxian realized that she had inadvertently placed her hand on the back of Chang Jiangbei's hand, and their fingers gently touched. Chang Jiangbei did not pull back his hand. Instead, he gently held Jiang Jingxuan's hand and gave her an encouraging smile. Jiang Jingxuan's heart warmed as she felt the support and warmth that the other party passed on. When the movie ended, the two still maintained this silent gesture until the lights came on and they slowly let go of their hands. Walking out of the movie theater, Jiang Jingxian looked back at the theater's big screen with a satisfied smile on her face. "Today's movie was really good. Thank you, Jiangbei." Chang Jiangbei smiled back as he gently patted Jiang Jingxuan's shoulder. "I should thank you for spending such a wonderful day with me. Wait until you get to the underground garage and get in the car." Jiang Jingxian gently cupped her hair, softened her eyes, and suddenly turned her head sideways. "Then, since your daughter-in-law let you experience such a wonderful day, shouldn't you reward your daughter-in-law properly?" Chang Jiangbei blinked. How to reward? He saw Jiang Jingxuan's soft thighs lift. "P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catching up on subscriptions." Chapter 130, Saying Go. I'm begging for a booking. When night falls, the lights of the city and the stars in the sky intertwine into a sea of brilliance. Chang Jiangbei climbed up and put on his clothes suddenly suggested. "Jingxian, since we both like adventures so much, why don't we just take a trip and leave?" Jiang Jingxian froze for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Yes, actually, I've always longed for that kind of spontaneous traveling, but there's always no right time. So what are we waiting for? In one shot, Cheng Jiangbei said excitedly, we can go to the neighboring town. I heard that there's an untouched primitive forest over there with beautiful scenery, and there's also a legendary waterfall that's perfect for exploring. So they drove to that town. The scenery along the way gradually transitions from the bustling city to the quiet countryside, with fewer and fewer streetlights, replaced by a sky full of stars. Outside the window of the car, a few lone huts occasionally flashed by, warmly lit and giving an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Cheng Jiangbei was driving a black SUV, the headlights illuminating the road ahead, and soft music was playing in the car, creating a relaxing and pleasant atmosphere. Zhang Jingxian was sitting on the passenger seat. She was wearing a white knit shirt with a pair of light blue jeans. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, swaying gently with the music in the car. She turned her head to look out the window. The lights of the city were becoming sparse, and the shadows of the mountains in the distance loomed mysteriously and tantalizingly in the night. Jiang Bei, are you sure this is the right road? Zhang Jingxian asked, glancing at the navigator, which showed that they were driving into a small road leading to the suburbs. Cheng Jiangbei smiled confidently. He was wearing a dark-colored jacket with jeans, looking very handsome. Don't worry, Jingxian, I've already checked the route. This road isn't the fastest, but the scenery is great. I think you'll like it. As the car continued to move forward, the hustle and bustle of the city gradually faded away and the surroundings became peaceful. The trees on both sides of the road began to densely populate, and occasionally some wild animals could be seen weaving in and out of the night. Zhang Jingxian opened the window of the car, and the fresh air mixed with the scent of the earth came out, which was refreshing. You know what, Jiang Bei? I've actually always dreamed of being able to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city and go to a place where no one disturbs me to quietly enjoy nature. Zhang Jingxian looked out the window with a hint of longing in her tone. Cheng Jiangbei gave her a sideways glance, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. Then aren't you realizing your dream now? Together with me, away from the hustle and bustle of the world, to find that tranquility. Hearing these words, Zhang Jingxian turned her head to look at Cheng Jiangbei, and their eyes conveyed wordless emotions in their brief meeting. She smiled, a smile as warm and bright as the brightest star in the night sky. Yes, she nodded softly. Thank you, Jiang Bei, for making this little wish come true. As the car continued to drive, the two men began to discuss the schedule for the rest of the trip. From discussing the route to sharing each other's views on life and reminiscing about funny stories from the past, the journey was filled with laughter. Occasionally, Cheng Jiangbei would open the sunroof on the roof of the car, allowing Zhang Jingxian to reach out and feel the night breeze, and at that moment, it was as if the whole world belonged to the two of them. As the night grew thicker, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei decided to spend the night in the car. They found a place to park with a wide and safe view, surrounded by trees, but the sky above their heads was wide enough to clearly see a sky full of stars. Zhang Jingxian didn't hide anything and changed into comfortable pajamas. It was a pink cotton pajamas that was soft and cozy. Her hair was casually tied into a ponytail, looking extra playful and cute. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, put on a loose sweatshirt. The whole person looked relaxed and at ease. The two of them began to prepare for sleeping matters. Zhang Jingxian took out blankets and pillows from the trunk, while Cheng Jiangbei was responsible for organizing the space inside the car so that they could lie down comfortably. In the process, they realized that the space inside the car was limited and it wasn't easy to lie down comfortably. Jiang Bei, do you think this will work? Zhang Jingxian said, placing her pillow on the backrest of the back seat, trying to find a suitable position. Cheng Jiangbei looked and laughed. I think you should put the pillow on this side so that it's more comfortable to lean on. Zhang Jingxian tried to adjust it according to Cheng Jiangbei's suggestion, but she still felt that it wasn't quite right. She couldn't help but complain. Why is it so hard? I'm about to turn into an origami crane. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jiangbei couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll just turn into a paper crane folding catcher, and make sure I won't let you fly too far. After some tossing and turning, they finally found a relatively comfortable position, with Zhang Jingxian leaning on Cheng Jiangbei's side, while Cheng Jiangbei moved his body as far to the side as possible to make more space for Zhang Jingxian. Outside the car window, the occasional cries of distant animals were heard, but more than anything else, it was the peace brought by the quiet night. You know what, Jiang Bei, when I was a child, I always dreamed of spending the night in a car. I always felt that it would feel like an adventure. Zhang Jingxuan's voice sounded a bit distant in the night, but it was full of childish fantasies. Then now you've sort of realized your childhood dream, Cheng Jiangbei replied gently. Moreover, you still have me as your best traveling companion. Well, Zhang Jingxian laughed softly. Even dreams become different when I'm with you. As night fell, the temperature began to drop. Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei realized that the temperature inside the car was gradually getting colder, especially when the night breeze blew in through the cracks in the car windows. In order to make the night more comfortable, they began to take measures to keep warm. Jiang Jingxian first took out a thick woolen scarf she had with her, which she slung over her shoulders, and then found a few spare blankets. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, activated the car's heating system, allowing warm air to slowly blow into the compartment. However, considering the amount of fuel they were saving, they only let the heating run for a few minutes and turned it off when the temperature inside the car picked up a bit. This should be warmer, Jiang Jingxian said, handing a blanket to Cheng Jiangbei. Cover yourself as well, don't catch a cold. Cheng Jiangbei took the blanket and nodded with a smile. Thank you. You also pay attention to keeping warm. Don't freeze. To further increase the sense of warmth, Jiang Jingxian suggested, we can lean against each other for warmth so we won't be so cold. Cheng Jiangbei agreed to the idea, so the two of them lay side by side in the back seat, back to back, each wrapping themselves tightly in blankets. This way, even though the temperature outside the car continued to drop, the inside of the car was much warmer because of the body heat of the two people. You know what, Jiangbei, when I went camping with my family when I was little, we would also warm each other up like this. Jiang Jingxuan's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. At that time, I always felt that as long as I had the company of my family, I wouldn't be afraid of even the coldest night. That's for sure, Cheng Jiangbei replied. The warmth of family is something that nothing can replace. But tonight, even though I can't be with my family, I'm happy to spend the night with you. Inside the car, the sound of the two men's words gradually lowered, with only the occasional sound of breathing breaking the silence. As time passed, the temperature inside the car stabilized and was no longer so cold. In each other's company, they had a warm and wonderful evening. Well, extra warm. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight poured into the car through the gaps in the leaves, Jiang Dingxian and Chang Jiangbei woke up one after another. Outside the car window, the chirping of birds rose and fell, and the air was filled with a fresh forest scent. The two stretched and sat up from the car, starting to prepare to wash up. Since there was a small stream near the campsite they chose last night, they decided to go there to solve the problem of washing up. Cheng Jiangbei took down a portable water cup and toothbrush from the car, while Jiang Jingxian grabbed her toiletries, including a small mirror and comb. They walked along a path towards the creek, and the early morning sunlight jumped between the leaves of the trees, casting dappled light and shadows on the ground. Jiang Jingxian was wearing a simple t-shirt and shorts, her hair tied casually with a hairband. Looking extra fresh, Cheng Jiangbei was dressed in a sporty outfit, looking energetic. When she came to the edge of the stream, clear flowing water gurgled between the rocks, the water reflecting the sunlight and sparkling. Jiang Jingxian squatted down and cupped the stream with her hands, the cool sensation lifting her spirits. She briefly straightened her hair in the small mirror, and then started brushing her teeth with a toothbrush and a cup of water. Cheng Jiangbei stood aside as he also washed his face with stream water and then cleaned his mouth with a toothbrush. After washing, he also moistened his hair with water and organized it briefly with his hands. Looking refreshed, the morning air is so fresh. Jiang Jingxian stood up and took a deep breath. I feel like my whole body is awake now. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and nodded. Yes, the air here is much fresher than in the city. How did you sleep last night? It's not bad. It's a bit cramped, but the thought of spending the night in a car feels kinda fun. Jiang Dingxian replied. After washing up, they went back to the car to pack up their things, ready to continue their adventure. Jiang Jingxian turned on the car stereo and played some light music, adding a lot of vigor to the new day. Go, let's continue on the road to have fun. Cheng Jiangbei started the car. On the way, Jiang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei stopped from time to time to take pictures and occasionally collected some wildflowers to weave into a garland. And Jiang Jingxian put the garland on her head, smiling like a little girl. Cheng Jiangbei used his camera to record these beautiful moments. As Jiang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei made their way along the winding path toward the waterfall, the scenery around them became more and more fascinating. The sunlight dappled through the gaps between the treetops onto the leaf-covered ground, and the air was filled with the scent of moist earth and the faint scent of grass. The occasional bird song, like a symphony of nature, added a bit of liveliness to their journey. Just as they walked through a more open area, Cheng Jiangbei suddenly stopped and pointed at a tree trunk not far away. Jingxian, look there! Following his line of sight, Jiang Jingxian found a small squirrel sitting on the tree trunk, holding a nut with its two front paws, its round eyes looking curiously at the two uninvited guests. Jiang Jingxian wore a long pale yellow dress, the hem of which gently swung with her steps. Her hair was blown by the wind, and a few strands of it brushed her delicate face. She smiled and said softly, "Wow, this little squirrel is so cute. It doesn't seem to be afraid of people." Cheng Jiangbei wore a blue t-shirt with jeans, looking both casual and spirited. He took out a small packet of nuts from his backpack, a small snack he had prepared for the hike. He gestured to Jiang Jingxian, then gently placed a few nuts on a rock not far from them. "Little one, this is for you," Cheng Jiangbei said softly before retreating to Jiang Jingxuan's side. The little squirrel first observed vigilantly and after confirming that there was no danger, It darted over, picked up a nut and nibbled on it. Its movements were agile and amusing, and with each nibble, it would raise its head to look at them, as if to confirm that they were still there. Jiang Jingxian couldn't help but smile as she watched the scene. Look at the way it looks, as if it's saying thank you. Cheng Jiangbei smiled back. Maybe, but I think it might be more concerned about how to take this food away. They quietly observed for a while until the little squirrel ate all the nuts and left reluctantly. Jiang Jingxian took out her cell phone and recorded this cozy moment. She turned back to Cheng Jiangbei and said, "Today was really wonderful. Meeting this little squirrel was like a little gift for our journey." Cheng Jiangbei nodded, his eyes gentle. Yes, sometimes, the best moments are often these little inadvertent blessings. You know what, Jingxian? I've always felt that life should be full of unknowns and surprises, Cheng Jiangbei said as he walked, just like what we are doing now. No plans, no constraints, just following our mood. Jiang Jingxian smiled and responded, yes, life is meaningful this way. We are always busy with work and rarely have time to stop and appreciate the beauty around us. This trip made me realize that happiness is actually so simple. They traveled along a winding path through thick woods and finally came to the legendary waterfall. The waterfall pours down from a great height, creating a white curtain of water that is deafening in sound, but gives a power that shakes the soul. Standing at the foot of the waterfall, the two looked at each other and smiled, their hearts filled with fulfillment and happiness. But soon, Cheng Jiangbei dogged sneakily closer to Jiang Jingxian, watching her bare little feet, upside down, playing in the water at the pool. Ouch! No messing around. Someone's coming. Where did someone come from in the middle of nowhere? Ginger, danger! It's not underwater. It's right by the tree. Hurry up, Cheng Jiangbei urged. Jiang Jingxian sighed and put her feet up and, you're really not polite either. Pull your ginger sister. Hurry up today, give your family ginger sister to save some face. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 131, How All Today. I'm begging to be read again. Soon, the waterfall pours down from a great height, creating a white curtain of water that is deafening in sound, but gives a power that shakes the soul. Standing at the foot of the waterfall, Cheng Jiangbei addressed Jiang Jingxian and smiled at each other, their hearts filled with satisfaction and happiness. It's so beautiful here, Jiang Jingxian exclaimed, her long hair fluttering in the wind and her clear eyes glittering with excitement. I never thought a waterfall could be so spectacular. Cheng Jiangbei looked at Jiang Jingxian, her simple white t-shirt sticking to her skin in the humid air, showing off her healthy complexion and vigor even more. He smiled and responded, yes, and the air here is extraordinarily fresh. Come, let's sit on the rocks over there. They chose a dry boulder to sit on, with the crystal clear stream at their feet. Jiang Jingxian took off her shoes and dipped her feet into the water. The cool sensation made her unable to hold back her laughter. Wow, this water is so cool, she said happily, then looked up at Cheng Jiangbei. You want to try it too? Cheng Jiangbei laughed and shook his head, but he still pulled up his pants leg and tentatively put his foot into the water. Oops, it's really cool, he said, and then frolicked around the water with Jiang Jingxian. They picked up small stones and hit the water surface, their laughter echoing through the valley, and at this moment, it was as if the entire world belonged to the two of them. You know what? Jiang Jingxian raised her head and looked at the sky that was gradually tinted with orange-red colors. I've always dreamed of being in a place like this and feeling the power of nature. Today it finally came true. Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. Me too. In fact, I've always felt that the best moments in life often come from the simplest things. Like right now, there are no cell phones, no hustle and bustle of the city, just us and nature. Yes, Jiang Jingxian agreed. Sometimes we forget to slow down to appreciate everything around us. But now, I think every moment is precious. Cheng Jiangbei looked at her with gentle eyes. So do you like it here? Do you want to come back if you have the chance? Jiang Jingxian smiled, her smile looking especially warm under the setting sun. Of course I want to. As long as you're the one accompanying me, it's fine to go anywhere. Then it's a deal. Cheng Jiangbei said, next time we can explore more places. And maybe there are more beautiful landscapes waiting for us. They looked at each other with anticipation of the adventure ahead in their eyes, and it wasn't until night had fully fallen that they set off for home, hand in hand, but leisurely traveling to the middle. Look, there's a small hill over there, Jiang Jingxian said, pointing to a small plateau in the distance. How about we go up and take a look? Maybe there's even a panoramic view of the waterfall from up there. Cheng Jiangbei looked at the small hill and nodded. Sounds good. Let's go. There might be something new to discover. They began to climb the hill, and although the journey wasn't far, they needed to be careful at every step so as not to slip. When they finally reached the top of the hill, they were both awed by the sight in front of them. The entire valley was in full view, and the waterfall looked like a silver band set in the midst of all this green. It's so spectacular, Jiang Jingxian exclaimed as she opened her arms as if she wanted to embrace this entire heaven and earth. Cheng Jiangbei took out the previously prepared food from his backpack and said with a smile, "Looks like this is a good picnic spot. Let's eat something. I brought sandwiches and fruits." They sat on the soft grass, sharing their food, and occasionally a few small birds would fly around, seemingly attracted by the harmonious atmosphere. After eating, they chatted for a while, talking about their dreams and future plans. As the day wore on, the sky became darker and darker and the stars began to twinkle in the sky. They decided to pack up and return while the night was still not too dark. "It's been a wonderful day," Jingxian Jiang whispered on the way back. "Thank you for bringing me here." Cheng Jiangbei held her hand tightly and replied with a smile, "It's me who should be thankful, because with you here, this is all more perfect." They accompanied each other like this, and with hearts full of joy, they ended this unforgettable trip. Upon returning to the city, despite being surrounded by skyscrapers and traffic, their hearts remained immersed in the tranquility of the day. In the evening, they chose a quiet cafe to sit down and share the photos they had taken of each other and discuss the day's experiences. "This is a great photo," Jiang Jingxian said, pointing to a photo of a waterfall. "Look, the sunlight is shining right on the water droplets, as if there are countless little stars jumping around." Cheng Jiangbei looked at the photo and a warm current welled up in his heart. "At that time, I was thinking of taking a picture of you, but you ended up running in front of the waterfall, smiling so happily." "Ha ha," Jiang Jingxian recalled with a smile. "I was really so happy at that time. It felt like the whole person was cleansed." "There are many other places we can go together in the future," Cheng Jiangbei suggested. "For example, we can go hiking through the forest, or go to the beach to watch the sunrise." Jiang Jingxuan's eyes lit up. "That sounds great. We can make a list of places we want to go and realize them one by one." They drink coffee while recording each other's dream travel destinations in their notebooks, from distant snow-capped mountains to tropical rainforests, each of which carries their yearning for the unknown. As the night deepened, they realized it was getting late. When Jiang Jingxian answered a phone call, Cheng Jiangbei sent her back to the old mansion and then returned home as well. Though physically exhausted, their hearts were filled with fulfillment. Jiang Jingxian opened the door to her home, changed into comfortable loungewear, and walked into the bathroom to get ready to wash up. She stood in front of the mirror and saw her face slightly tired from the day's activities, but her eyes were still bright and alert. She gently removed her makeup and washed her face with water, and in the mirror she regained her usual freshness. After washing her face, she draped her long wet hair, put on her loose pajamas, and walked to the window to pull back the curtains and let the cool night air blow in. She picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Cheng Jiangbei. "Jingxian Jiang, today was really tiring, but it was well worth it. Are you home yet?" Cheng Jiangbei was also at home at this time. He had already finished washing up and was lying on the bed in his simple pajamas. Seeing Jiang Jingxuan's message, he immediately replied, "Cheng Jiangbei, I just got out of the shower and am getting ready to rest. I'm really tired today, but I'm glad I was able to spend such a wonderful day with you." Jiang Jingxian, "Me too. By the way, do you have any plans for tomorrow?" Cheng Jiangbei, "Nothing special tomorrow, just some routine work. What about you?" Jingxian Jiang, "I'm going to organize the photos I took today, and also try to get an early night's rest to be refreshed for the new week tomorrow." Cheng Jiangbei, "Sounds good. Remember to rest early and don't stay up too late." Jingxian Jiang, "Well, you too. Good night. Sweet dreams." Cheng Jiangbei, "Good night. See you tomorrow." Putting down her cell phone, Jiang Jingxian laid down on her bed and closed her eyes, replaying the good times of today in her mind. She felt a wave of warmth and soon fell into sleep. On the other side of the same city, Cheng Jiangbei similarly felt a sense of peace and contentment. He turned off the bedside lamp. Early the next morning, sunlight poured into Jiang Jingxuan's room through a gap in the curtains. She opened her eyes and stretched before getting up to prepare for a new day. After briefly freshening up, she changed into a lightweight dress and prepared breakfast. It was at this moment that the cell phone rang with a beep. A message from Cheng Jiangbei. "Cheng Jiangbei, good morning. I'm already on my way. I'll be downstairs at your house in about 10 minutes. Are you ready to go out?" Jingxian Jiang replied. "Jingxian Jiang, good morning. I'm ready. Let me know when you arrive." When Cheng Jiangbei drove to the downstairs of Jiang Jingxuan's house, she was already waiting at the door. Today, she was wearing a light blue dress and her hair was casually tied into a ponytail, looking both refreshing and lively. "Good morning." Cheng Jiangbei stopped the car and poked his head out of the window to greet him. Jiang Jingxian smiled as she walked towards the car, opened the passenger seat door and sat in. "Good morning. How are you feeling today?" "Pretty good." Cheng Jiangbei started the car. "I slept well last night, and I'm full of energy today." "Me too." Jiang Jingxian nodded. "I was in a good mood last night thinking about what I'm going to do today. So what's our plan for today?" Cheng Jiangbei asked. "I'm going to go to the market to buy some fresh ingredients first," Jiang Jingxian said. "Then we can go for a walk in the park by the river and enjoy the morning's tranquility." Cheng Jiangbei smiled in agreement. "Sounds good. I haven't been over there for a long time either." As the car drove towards the market, the two of them chatted about the dreams they had last night and their visions for the future. The market was crowded with people, and they picked up fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as some local specialties for breakfast. In the park, they found a quiet corner to sit down and enjoy the beauty of nature. With the sunlight pouring in and the breeze blowing gently, everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. Yesterday was awesome, exclaimed Gingxian Jiang. I wish every weekend could be like this. Cheng Jiangbei looked at her with gentle eyes. As long as you want, you can spend every weekend together. After simply enjoying a nice morning in the park, Zhang Dingxian and Cheng Jiangbei decided to head to a cafe they both loved for lunch. Located on a quiet street in the center of the city, this cafe was known for its unique decor and delicious food. It's always so quiet and relaxing here, Zhang Jingxian said as she sat in her seat by the window, which overlooked the bustling streets, but it was like another world. Cheng Jiangbei nodded in agreement, especially their lattes. I have to try one every time I come. They ordered their favorite meals and drinks and chatted as they ate. The conversation extended from yesterday's event to their respective hobbies and interests, as well as some of their visions for the future. Actually, I've always wanted to learn photography, Zhang Jingxian said. Do you think there's a good photography course anywhere? Cheng Jiangbei thought for a moment. I know there are a few photography clubs that often organize activities. I can help you check if there are any courses for beginners. That's great, Jingxian Jiang said gratefully. We can go to events together and learn how to capture beautiful moments. After lunch, they decided to visit a nearby bookstore. The bookstore was filled with all kinds of books, from literature to travel guides. They each picked out a few books and then sat in the reading corner of the store, sharing the good books they found with each other. Time passes unnoticed, and when they realize it is already mid-afternoon, the two decide to go home and prepare dinner. They agreed to spend the evening cooking together and enjoying a cozy evening. Today was another full day, Zhang Jingxian lamented on the way home. Being with you always makes me feel happy. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and responded. Me too. No matter what you do, as long as you're there, everything will be better. On the way home, Zhang Dingxian and Cheng Jiangbei discussed the menu for dinner. They decided to make a simple spaghetti with a fresh salad and a dessert, tiramisu, for dessert after dinner. Jingxian Jiang, I'll prepare the salad and dessert. How about you cook the noodles? Cheng Jiangbei, okay, I'm good at cooking spaghetti, so we'll just split the work. They each prepared the required ingredients. Gingxian Jiang chopped fresh vegetables for the salsa, while Cheng Jiangbei started to cook the noodles while preparing the sauce. In the evening, they met at Zhang Jingshuan's house with their respective results. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of food and the two of them chatted as they went about their business. You cut the vegetables so beautifully, Cheng Jiangbei praised. I can't even bear to eat them. Zhang Jingxian smiled and responded. Then you have to hold back. The flavor is what matters. In a short while, dinner was ready. They brought the dishes to the table and the lighting was soft, creating a cozy atmosphere. The two sat down and raised their glasses to celebrate this wonderful day. Changjiangbei, here's to our relationship, Jingxian Jiang, and to more good times. During dinner, they shared more stories about each other, from childhood anecdotes to important moments growing up. After dinner, they cleaned up the dishes together and then sat on the couch, sipping tiramisu and enjoying the peace and quiet. Jingxian Jiang, today was really perfect. Thank you. Cheng Jiangbei, you're welcome. It's always such a pleasure to be with you. We can try to make other dishes together in the future. Jingxian Jiang, that's great. I can't wait to try it. It's late at night. Cheng Jiangbei gets up. Zhang Jingshuan's heart was filled with warmth. She looked at the remaining desserts on the table, and the corner of her mouth lifted up a smile. Zhang Bei can do whatever he wants today. Oh, P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 132, Dancing. I'm begging to be read again. After the kitchen was cleaned up after dinner, Zhang Dingxian and Cheng Jiangbei sat on the sofa in the living room, the sweet scent of tiramisu still echoing in the air. While the city lights outside the window were dimmed, the house was cozy and quiet. Zhang Jingxian suggested playing a game to increase their understanding of each other. Zhang Jingxian, Jiangbei, why don't we play a game? How about truth or dare? Cheng Jiangbei smiled and nodded his head, his eyes flashing with curiosity and anticipation. Cheng Jiangbei, okay, but don't be too exciting, let's just take it easy. Zhang Jingxian agreed with a smile. She got up and went to get a deck of playing cards and came back, casually shuffling them a few times before placing them on the coffee table. Jingxian Jiang, the rules are simple. Draw cards, red truth or dare, black dare. Cheng Jiangbei watched Zhang Jingshuan's movements and realized that she was wearing a loose knit sweater today and her hair was casually tied into a ponytail, making her look extra fresh and natural. He secretly marveled in his heart that Zhang Jingshuan's every action was characterized by a sense of ease and spontaneity. It was Cheng Jiangbei's turn to draw first. He closed his eyes and drew a card at random. It was a heart. Cheng Jiangbei, looks like I'll be the one to answer the question first. Jingxian Jiang, then I'll ask, which was your most memorable trip? Why? Cheng Jiangbei thought for a moment and recalled that time when he backpacked through Europe alone, which was the freest time in his life. Cheng Jiangbei, I think it was the time we said we'd leave a few days ago because it was by the waterfall. Jiang Jingxuan's good-looking eyebrows raised. Alright, stop it, stop it. Then it was Jiang Jingxuan's turn and she drew a spade. Cheng Jiangbei, then you'll have to accept the dare. Jiang Jingxian, come on, you say it. Cheng Jiangbei pondered for a moment and proposed a simple yet interesting task. Cheng Jiangbei, then describe my current appearance in 3 sentences. Jiang Dingxian looked at Cheng Jiangbei. He was wearing a dark-colored t-shirt with a casual jacket over it. His short hair was slightly messy, but his eyes were bright and alert. Jingxian Jiang, the first sentence. You are dressed comfortably today, giving a very relaxed feeling. The second sentence. Your eyes are especially bright, like you are full of enthusiasm for life. The third sentence. I think you are a very storytelling person, and every time I listen to you, I can feel your experiences. Cheng Jiangbei. The whole so much false head. You can't cleanly praise buddies handsome? Oh, then you're the most handsome. Perfunctory. Go on and on. Of course, in the game of truth or dare, there are a lot of funny details that add to the fun of the game beyond those slightly awkward moments. Here are some specific examples. When it was Jiang Jingxuan's turn to draw a card, she was given a dare task. The task required her to run out onto the balcony without being spotted by her neighbors and shout out, "The wind is so boisterous tonight." Although Jiang Jingxian was a bit hesitant, she still summoned up the courage to go to the balcony, poked her body out, took a deep breath, and shouted out the words. After shouting, she quickly ran back to the living room with both an excited and nervous smile on her face. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, laughed out loud and encouraged her to be louder next time. Another interesting episode occurred when Cheng Jiangbei drew a genuine question. Jiang Jingxian asked him, if you could become any fictional character for a day, who would you choose? Why? Cheng Jiangbei thought for a while and smiled. I'd like to become Harry Potter from Harry Potter because I'd like to experience life in the wizarding world and it would be cool to ride a flying broom and play Quidditch. When it was Jiang Jingxuan's turn to answer the heartfelt question, Cheng Jiangbei asked her, have you ever done anything particularly crazy? Jiang Jingxian thought for a moment, then told a story about her college days when she went camping on the beach with Aunt Xian and the girls and rushed into the sea at night to swim. She said that the moon was bright and the water was cool that night, so she frolicked in the ocean and didn't return to her tent until late at night. We can go to the beach with Aunt Xian in the future. Cheng Jiangbei blinked and opened his mouth to propose. Oh, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Well, let's see you boys behave. Behave yourself. Ha, Cheng Jiangbei, Jingxian, I see that you seem a bit tired today. Why don't I help you wash your feet? Jiang Jingxian, slightly surprised, really? Won't that be too much trouble for you? Cheng Jiangbei, where do you mean? I also want to do something to make you relax. Jiang Dingxian sensed Cheng Jiangbei's sincerity and accepted the offer. Cheng Jiangbei prepared hot water, adjusted it to the right temperature, put in some flower petals and essential oils, and created a relaxing environment for Jiang Jingxian. When Jiang Jingxian put her feet into the water, she clearly felt that the day's fatigue was slowly dissipating. Cheng Jiangbei, is the water temperature right? Should I add more hot water? Jiang Jingxian, it's quite good. Thank you, Jiangbei. Cheng Jiangbei gently massaged Jiang Jingxuan's feet, every movement seeming very meticulous. In the process, the conversation between the two became soft and cozy, and the occasional silence was filled by the sound of the night breeze coming from the window. Jiang Dingxian, you're really too meticulous. Jiangbei, Cheng Jiangbei, you've worked hard all day, this is a little something I can do. Cheng Jiangbei performed well. I should have said positive performance. Jiang Jingxian sat face softly, actually, I would really still feel a little embarrassed to have you like this. Cheng Jiangbei, it's nothing. Small couples just need some small care sometimes. Jiang Dingxian looked at Cheng Jiangbei's focused expression and warmed her heart. She noticed Cheng Jiangbei's fingers gently kneading the soles of her feet, each movement seeming extremely gentle. She could sense that he wasn't just completing the maneuver mechanically, but that he truly wanted her to relax. As time passed, Jiang Jingxian completely relaxed her body and even closed her eyes, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. The only sound in the room was the sound of water and occasional conversations, and the air was filled with a faint scent of flowers, making her feel like her entire being was surrounded by warmth. Jiang Jingxian's sad face opens her eyes and looks at Cheng Jiangbei. You know what? It's been a long time since I've been taken care of like this. It really feels good. Cheng Jiangbei's sad face smiling, then I'll do this again sometime in the future. Jiang Jingxian nodded, a satisfied smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, her heart was filled with gratitude, and she also cherished the friendship with Cheng Jiangbei even more. This simple act had made her feel incomparably happy and at ease. After washing her feet, Jiang Dingxian put on her slippers, stood up and gave Cheng Jiangbei a big hug to show her appreciation. This hug was simple, but it conveyed countless words and emotions. Jiang Dingxian, really thank you. Jiangbei, Cheng Jiangbei, don't mention it, I'm willing to do that for you anytime. At this time, the lights in the living room were even softer, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. The two of them sipped hot tea and continued their previous game. This time, their conversation became more open and deeper. Jiang Jingxian, let's have another round. This time you draw first. Cheng Jiangbei casually drew a card, which turned out to be a black dare. Cheng Jiangbei, looks like I'm up for another challenge. Jiang Jingxian, so what are you going to do? Cheng Jiangbei thought for a moment, then said, I want you to teach me a dance. Jiang Jingxian froze for a moment, then smiled. She knew that Cheng Jiangbei wasn't good at dancing, so she stood up, turned on the stereo, and chose a light music. Jiang Jingxian, then I'll teach you a little street dance. The two stood in the center of the living room, with Jiang Jingxian patiently demonstrating the moves while Cheng Jiangbei clumsily imitated them. With every wrong step, Jiang Jingxian would laugh her ass off, while Cheng Jiangbei would giggle along with her. Before long, the living room was filled with laughter. It was Jiang Jingxian's turn to draw a card, and she drew Red Truth. Cheng Jiangbei, it's your turn to answer the question this time. Do you have any wishes that you've always wanted to do but haven't realized yet? Jiang Jingxian thought carefully for a moment, then slowly opened her mouth. Jingxian Jiang, I've always wanted to travel to Tanxi to see the blue sky and white clouds there and feel the purity. Cheng Jiangbei, that sounds great. Maybe we can plan something and call Auntie Xian and go together then. Jiang Jingxian, really? That's great. Jiang Jingxian quickly drew a dare card. According to the rules of the game, she needed to complete a task proposed by Cheng Jiangbei. Cheng Jiangbei thought about it and decided to let Jiang Jingxian tell a joke in dialect. Cheng Jiangbei, then tell us a joke in dialect. Jiang Jingxian smiled. She found this task quite interesting. She got up and walked to the center of the living room, looking around as if looking for inspiration. Her ponytail bobbed gently as her head turned, and her loose-knit shirt and casual pants made her look both casual and comfortable. Jiang Jingxian, I'll have to think about it then. It's the first time I've told a joke in dialect. Jiang Jingxian recalled the jokes her grandfather had told her when she was a child, and as she thought about it, she was suddenly struck by an idea for a suitable segment. She cleared her throat and began to tell it in her hometown dialect. Jiang Jingxian, in dialect, once upon a time there was a pig. This pig, it went around the mountain every day. One day, it met a rabbit, and the rabbit asked it, Brother Pig, aren't you tired of going around this mountain every day? The pig said, Not tired, because I am waiting for my friend. The rabbit asked curiously, And where is your friend? The pig replied, It hasn't come yet, but I've waited so long that it will surely come. Hearing this, the rabbit asked again, Then how long will you wait? The pig said, I'm in no hurry. Anyway, I'll wait here, and one day it will come. Hearing this, the rabbit shook his head and said, Brother Pig, will the pig you are waiting for have already been slaughtered and made into bacon? When Jiang Jingxian reached this point in her speech, she paused for a moment, and then imitated the rabbit shaking its head with a delicate expression and movement, which made Cheng Jiangbei unable to hold back his laughter. Cheng Jiangbei laughed cooperatively, Ha ha ha, this joke is too funny. Jiang Jingxian was relieved to see Cheng Jiangbei smile and continued to speak in dialect. Jingxian Jiang, in dialect then. This pig thought about it and said, If that's the case, then I'll wait for my bacon friend to come along for the hot pot. Hearing this, Cheng Jiangbei laughed even more, and Jiang Jingxian couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. The living room was filled with joyful laughter, and this joke not only made the two of them feel happier, but also made the atmosphere between them more relaxed and harmonious. Cheng Jiangbei, I didn't realize you were quite good at telling jokes. Jiang Jingxian, this is all from listening to my grandfather when I was a child. I have inherited his humor cells. The two continued to sit on the couch, chatting and sharing more anecdotes. The night was deeper outside the window, but the lights and laughter inside the house made the night extra warm. In the living room at night, the lights were soft, and Jiang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei were sitting on the sofa, laughing. The game has been going on for quite a while now, and emotions are running high for both of them. In one corner of the living room stood the stereo equipment, which was currently playing a dynamic pop song. When Jiang Jingxian finished her dialect jokes, Cheng Jiangbei proposed an impromptu dance competition. He got up and walked towards the stereo, chose a fast-paced song, and then said to Jiang Jingxian, Cheng Jiangbei, come on, let's compare whose dance steps are cooler. Jiang Jingxian smiled and stood up, straightening her clothes before saying, Jiang Jingxian, are you sure? I'm a bit of a dancer. As the music started, the two began to dance in the center of the living room. Jiang Jingxian first demonstrated some street dance moves she had learned. Her steps were light and her movements were smooth and free. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, watched carefully from the side, trying to imitate her movements. Although his movements were a bit clumsy, his efforts and comical appearance made Jiang Jingxian laugh. Cheng Jiangbei, imitating Jiang Jingxian's movements, is this right? Jingxian Jiang, laughing her ass off, almost, but with some of my own style added. Cheng Jiangbei nodded and began to add his own creativity. He tried some jumping and spinning movements, which were not very standard, but full of vigor and fun. Jiang Dingxian, on the other hand, encouraged him and gave him some guidance from time to time. Jiang Dingxian, yes, that's it, do it again. As the climactic part of the music arrived, the two began to dance with more dedication. Jiang Jingxuan's ponytail swayed in the air as she moved, her eyes filled with confidence and joy. Cheng Jiangbei also let go and enjoyed the moment to the fullest. Cheng Jiangbei, after dancing a section, how is it? Isn't it also very model? Jingxian Jiang, ha, you're really good. Both of them were breathing heavily after the dance, but the smiles on their faces said it all. They sat down on the couch and drank water as they reminisced about the dance they had just done. Jiang Jingxian, I didn't realize you were quite fun to dance with. Cheng Jiangbei, that's for sure. Usually there's just no chance to show it. Jiang Jingxian, then it looks like we can still practice dancing together in the future. Cheng Jiangbei, ahem, no problem. I'd love to dance with you again too. Yes? Jiang Jingxian suddenly stared down. Her position seemed to be a bit awkward. I don't think your kid is the one who wants to dance so simply. Right, just resting on your sister's body and moving around. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 133 together. I'm begging for a catch-up read. It was late at night, and only a dim light remained in the living room, mirroring the silent street outside the window. The music had long since ceased. Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Dingxian sat on the sofa, their conversations with each other gradually shifting from dancing skills to daily chores in a relaxed and cozy atmosphere. The moon is so full today. Jiang Jingxian looked up at the window as a bright moon hung in the sky, shedding a silvery white light. The weather forecast says it's going to rain for the next few days, so I'm really lucky to see the moon tonight. Yes, Cheng Jiangbei responded. He got up and walked towards the window, pulling back a corner of the curtains. The air is also particularly good. There's a sense of freshness after the rain. He turned his head to look at Jiang Jingxian. Why don't we go to the balcony to catch a breeze? Good idea. Jiang Jingxian stood up and followed Cheng Jiangbei to the balcony. A cool breeze blew by, and both of them took a deep breath in unison, feeling the tranquility of the night. What a pleasant night today, Jiang Jingxian said softly, her voice extraordinarily gentle in the night. Well, I feel the same way, Cheng Jiangbei responded, his eyes looking exceptionally bright in the moonlight. A few moments later, they returned to the house and prepared to wash up. The sound of the faucet clattering was especially clear in the quiet room. After shuffling around, the lights went out in turn, leaving only a small light still on in the hallway. Good night, Cheng Jiangbei said to Jiang Jingxian by the door. Good night. Jiang Jingxian smiled in response before she gently closed the door to her room. Then, the first rays of morning sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains, bringing a touch of warmth to the entire space. Cheng Jiangbei woke up early and habitually got up to do his morning exercise. After a brief stretch, he changed into a clean t-shirt and shorts to prepare for breakfast. In the kitchen, the coffee machine was ticking away, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of coffee. Cheng Jiangbei skillfully operated it and prepared a healthy breakfast, fresh fruit salad with whole wheat bread and fried eggs. Jiang Dingxian, on the other hand, was washing up in the bathroom, wearing a comfortable cotton nightgown, her hair casually tied into a high ponytail, her face with a natural flush. Ding dong, Cheng Jiangbei pressed the switch of the electric kettle, turned around and took out two exquisite porcelain cups from the cupboard, ready to make tea. Just then, Jiang Jingxian walked into the kitchen, and a look of surprise appeared on her face as she saw the breakfast laid out on the table. Wow, such a sumptuous breakfast. Fantastic, Jiang Jingxian exclaimed as she walked over to the table and sat down, picking up a piece of bread and gently biting into it, nodding her head in satisfaction. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and replied, I saw you dancing so hard last night and thought to give you some energy. Jiang Dingxian smiled, then you're really sweet. However, I can't lag behind. After dinner later, I can help you organize those messy bookshelves. After Cheng Jiangbei heard this, he scratched his head a little embarrassed. Ha ha, that's a big help. I do need someone to help me sort things out. The two of them ate and chatted, occasionally passing each other food or taking a sip of tea. The atmosphere in the kitchen was relaxed and happy, and the sun shone through the window and fell on the table, creating a beautiful interplay of light and shadow. After breakfast, they cleared the table and Jiang Jingxian offered to help clean the dishes while Cheng Jiangbei dried them. After completing all this, they were ready for a new day. Whether it was a morning jog or a visit to the museum, they were already full of anticipation. Let's go! Cheng Jiangbei put on his sneakers and turned back to Jiang Jingxian. Let's start this beautiful day. Jiang Jingxian smiled and nodded, picking up her backpack from the doorway, and the two of them stepped out of the house together, heading towards their set goal of starting an energized new day. The early morning sunlight softly sprinkled every corner of the city, and the air was filled with a fresh smell. Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian had already changed into their sportswear and were ready to go out for a morning run. Jiang Jingxian was wearing a bright yellow sports undershirt today, paired with tight black sports pants, her ponytail swinging gently with her steps. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, was wearing a gray sports suit, looking very spirited. They ran out along the path next to the neighborhood and entered a scenic park. The park was lush with green trees, birds chirping, and the air still smelled of dew. Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian walked side by side, breathing in the fresh air and feeling extraordinarily relaxed. It's so beautiful here, Jiang Jingxian said as she stopped and pointed to a lake in front of her. Look, there are a few ducks on the lake. Chang Jiangbei also stopped and looked in the direction of Jiang Jingxuan's finger, and indeed saw a few ducks leisurely cruising on the calm lake, occasionally looking down to feed, stirring up a ripple. Yeah, they seem to be enjoying this beautiful morning as well. Chang Jiangbei laughed. The two retraced their steps and continued on their way. There were quite a few morning people practicing in the park. Some were doing Tai Chi, some were jogging, and some were doing stretches. Occasionally, people would greet them and encourage each other. Jiangbei, look over there, there's a grandpa practicing Taijiquan. His movements are so standard. Jiang Jingxian suddenly pointed at an old man not far away and said. Chang Jiangbei followed her gaze, only to see a crane-haired old man standing on a patch of grass, slowly performing Tai Chi movements, each one smooth and powerful. Yes, the old man is in such good spirits. We should learn it too. Saying that, they politely nodded their heads in greeting as they passed by the old man. The old man smiled back and waved at them, as if to bless the pair of vibrant young people. Continuing to run forward, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian arrived at an open area of the park. The grass here had just been mowed, and there were still crystal dewdrops hanging on the tips of the grass, glittering in the sunlight. Not far away, a group of children were practicing soccer under the guidance of the coach, and the sound of laughter rose and fell. Let's go over there and take a look around, Jiang Jingxian suggested. It looks lively. Chang Jiangbei nodded, and the two of them adjusted their direction towards the direction where the children were running to. Upon arriving, they stood to the side and watched, only to see the children split into two teams, practicing passing the ball under the guidance of the coach. A little boy suddenly kicked the ball off course, and the ball flew directly to Jiang Jingxuan's feet. Reacting quickly, Jiang Jingxian caught the ball and threw it back onto the court with a smile. Go for it, she encouraged loudly. The little boy scratched his head a little embarrassed when he saw that the ball was caught, but shouted back, Thank you, sister. It seems that we're lucky today and have encountered so many interesting things. Chang Jiangbei sighed as he looked at the scene in front of him. Jiang Jingxian nodded. Yes, mornings like this are really invigorating. The two continued to jog along the park's trails, enjoying the scenery along the way, occasionally stopping to rest, breathe in the fresh air and feel the beauty of nature. After more than an hour of morning jogging, their bodies were already slightly sweaty, but their spirits were fuller. How was your run today? Chang Jiangbei stopped and turned his head to ask Jiang Jingxian. Jiang Jingxian wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and smiled. It feels good, more motivated than usual. That's because I have you to run with me, Chang Jiangbei said sincerely. Let's do this every day from now on. Let's work together. Hearing this, a trace of emotion flashed in Jiang Jingxuan's eyes and she nodded. Okay, cheer together. When they finished, they smiled at each other and turned in the direction of home. After leaving the park, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian each went home and changed into comfortable civilian clothes. Jiang Jingxian chose a light blue dress that was embellished with small white flowers, making her look fresh and unassuming. She pulled her hair loosely behind her head and fixed it with a simple hairband. Her whole person looked both elegant and energetic. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, wore a dark blue t-shirt with khaki casual pants and a pair of white sneakers. The overall look was simple and fashionable. The two met up again and decided to walk to the museum in the center of town. The weather today was very pleasant, with a slight breeze bringing some coolness. On both sides of the street, the trees were lush and green, and occasionally a few pedestrians could be seen taking a leisurely stroll or hurrying past on their bicycles. Did you know? This museum has recently displayed a batch of ancient artifacts, all of which are said to be on public display for the first time. Chang Jiangbei introduced them to Jiang Jingxian as he walked. Really? Then we are considered fortunate today, Jiang Jingxian said excitedly. I've always been interested in historical artifacts, especially those stories about ancient civilizations. That's too coincidental. So am I, Chang Jiangbei responded. I remember when I was a child, I always pestered my grandfather to tell me all sorts of historical stories, and at that time I dreamed of one day being able to see those legendary treasures with my own eyes. As they spoke, they had already walked to a busy commercial street. Both sides of the street were lined with all kinds of stores, from delicate cafes to fashionable clothing stores. At this moment, a handmade ice cream store attracted their attention, and there was a long line in front of the store. Apparently the ice cream here was very popular. Why don't we buy an ice cream to quench our thirst? Jiang Jingxian suggested, her eyes glittering with anticipation. Chang Jiangbei smiled and nodded. Good idea. There's no rush for this moment anyway. So, the two joined the queue and waited. During this time, they chatted about their favorite flavors. with Jiang Jingxian preferring vanilla and Chang Jiangbei leaning more towards chocolate. When it was finally their turn, both of them chose their favorite flavors and additionally tried the special flavor recommended by the store, matcha red beans. Grabbing the ice cream, they continued on their way. The sweet flavor of the ice cream spread in their mouths, adding a bit of sweetness to this beautiful morning. Suddenly, a stray cat scurried out of a flower bed on the side of the road and looked curiously at the delicacy in their hands. "Aya, look how poor it is," Jiang Jingxian said heartily as she scraped a small piece off her ice cream and squatted down to hand it to the cat. Cheng Jiangbei also squatted down and watched as Jiang Jingxian tenderly stroked the cat's head. "You're such a caring girl," he said. "Who made it so cute?" Jiang Jingxian replied with a smile. She raised her head just in time to see Cheng Jiangbei's gaze. The two of their eyes met in the air, and for a moment, a subtle emotion seemed to permeate the air. Saying goodbye to the cat, they continued on their way to the museum. Soon after, a magnificent building appeared in their field of vision, and that was the destination, the City Museum. The outer wall of the museum was made of ancient stone with exquisite carvings on it, and from afar they could feel a strong historical flavor. "Wow, this place is even more spectacular than I imagined," Jiang Jingxian marveled. Cheng Jiangbei nodded. "Yes, every time I come here I find something new." The two of them stepped into the museum, and the first thing that caught their eyes was a huge sculpture, which depicted the image of an ancient emperor in a majestic and dignified manner. Various precious artifacts were displayed around it, each with a unique story. They scrutinized each exhibit, occasionally exchanging views and sharing their insights into the history behind the artifacts. In front of a particularly striking piece of porcelain, Jiang Jingxian stopped and scrutinized it. "The craftsmanship of this porcelain is truly exquisite. Look at the delicate patterns. It's almost as if they were painted on." Cheng Jiangbei also chimed in. "Yes, and can you imagine? These were made hundreds of years ago, and it's amazing that the technology back then could reach such a high level." They continued to move from showroom to showroom, with surprises around every corner. Then the two walked and saw the cafe. "Just thought I'd take a break. I ran in the morning and my feet are a little sore from walking." When Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian walked into the cafe inside the museum, they found that it was elegantly decorated, with wooden furniture paired with vintage decorations, creating a warm and nostalgic atmosphere. Soft classical music was playing in the cafe, complementing the museum's antique style. They chose a window seat and sat down, the window just overlooking the museum's garden, which was filled with a variety of flowers, and occasionally a few butterflies could be seen dancing among the flowers. "The environment here is really nice," Jiang Jingxian sighed as she looked around. "It feels like it's a pleasure to have a cup of coffee here." Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. "Indeed, sometimes, what we need is such a quiet place to get ourselves away from the hustle and bustle for a while." The waiter came over and handed them menus. Jiang Jingxian ordered a latte while Cheng Jiangbei chose an Americano. Just as they were waiting for their coffee, a waiter in vintage attire passed by their table with a tray, but accidentally bumped into the chair next to them, causing the cup in his hand to shake a few times and almost spill out. "Oops, I'm so sorry," the waitress hurriedly apologized, her movements looking a bit flustered, but she still steadily controlled the cup in her hand. Seeing this, Cheng Jiangbei immediately got up to help. It's fine. Do you need help?" "Thanks, I'm fine," the waitress declined with a smile, but her eyes showed her gratitude. "Your coffee will be right with you." Jiang Jingxian looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh. "Look at this. Your family's John's clothes are almost wet, and you're still concerned about the waitress. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading." Chapter 134, Talking About Love, I'm begging for a follow-up. The two of them picked up the coffee and tasted it. Jiang Jingxian took a light sip and praised. "This latte tastes really good. The milk froth is very delicate. My Americano is also good, mellow without being too bitter." Cheng Jiangbei also tasted his own coffee and continued. "It seems that the waiters here are a bit nervous, but their craftsmanship is still good." Just as they were enjoying the cozy time brought by the coffee, an old man pushing a wheelchair slowly approached their table. On the wheelchair sat a gray-haired grandmother, who was holding a thick picture book in her hands. The old man stopped the wheelchair and smiled at Jiang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei as he asked, "Excuse me, would you guys mind taking a picture of us?" Jiang Jingxian immediately stood up and replied enthusiastically, "Of course I don't mind. Where would you like to take the picture?" The old man pointed to the garden outside the window. "Right there. My old partner loves the view." Cheng Jiangbei took the old man's camera, adjusted the angle, and waited for the grandmother to pose. With a click, the beautiful scenery and happy smile was fixed in that moment. "Thank you so much," the old man said with satisfaction as he took the camera and examined the photo. "This photo will surely be a wonderful memory for us." "No need to thank you. This is what we should do," Jiang Jingxian responded with a smile. Cheng Jiangbei also chimed in. "We feel happy to be able to help you." The old man and grandmother continued to push the wheelchair and left the cafe. leaving behind a string of cozy images. Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian smiled at each other and continued to enjoy their coffee time. The sunlight outside the window spilled onto the tabletop through the gaps in the leaves, adding a bit of warmth to this beautiful morning. It was a day full of surprises. Jingxian Jiang exclaimed. From the morning run to the museum to the chance encounter here, every step was unforgettable. Chang Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. Yes, perhaps this is the charm of life, always bringing us surprises inadvertently. Zhang Dingxian and Chang Jiangbei were immersed in the cozy atmosphere of the cafe, the coffee fragrance mixed with the faint floral scent around them. At this moment, Chang Jiangbei suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He put down his coffee cup, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Jingxian, this cafe has a piano inside, and they allow guests to play at certain times. Chang Jiangbei's words were filled with anticipation. I've learned the piano for a few years, so if you don't mind, I can play a song for you. Zhang Jingshuan's eyes lit up as she smiled and nodded. That's fantastic. I've always loved listening to live piano performances. So, together, the two of them walked towards a corner of the cafe where a polished black piano stood silently, as if waiting to be awakened. The lighting inside the cafe was soft, and there were some works of art hanging on the walls, adding a bit of literary flavor to the place. Chang Jiangbei sat on the piano stool, his fingers gently touching the keys, and after auditioning, he began his playing. He chose a song that this world had to play to try the water first. The melody was beautiful and melodious. Each note was like a jumping spirit, reverberating in the air. Zhang Jingxian stood aside and closed her eyes to listen. She was dressed in a light dress, her hair falling casually over her shoulders, her face beaming with contentment and peace. As the music flowed, the other patrons in the cafe couldn't help but slow down their movements, all seemingly drawn to the moving melody. Some talked softly, others raised their cell phones to record the moment, while many more soaked up the serenity. When the song ended, Chang Jiangbei stood up and bowed slightly to thank the crowd. The cafe erupted in applause, and Zhang Jingxian walked forward and gave him a hug. Thank you, Jiangbei. This is the most wonderful improvisation I've ever heard. Chang Jiangbei smiled and responded. As long as you like it, I feel that it is all worth it. Wait, I'm playing you a song. It's useless anyway. When Chang Jiangbei's fingers danced on the keys, what flowed out of the piano was no longer Chopin's classic, but a brand new melody. The song is full of the charm of improvisation, and every note is like an expression of Chang Jiangbei's mood at the moment, both the cherishing of good times and the longing for the future. Zhang Dingxian had only been expecting Chopin's nocturne, but when she heard the unheard of melody, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. She looked at Chang Jiangbei, her eyes filled with surprise and appreciation. This was a piece full of emotion. Every note seemed to tell a story that one could not help but be immersed in. Other customers in the cafe were also attracted by the sudden and beautiful melody. They stopped what they were doing. Some even gave up their conversations and turned to listen to this unique performance. A few guests took out their cell phones to record the improvisation, while others murmured, clearly impressed by the sudden surprise. When the last note fell, Chang Jiangbei looked up at Zhang Dingxian, and seeing the expression on her face, he knew that his attempt had been recognized. A round of applause rang out in the cafe, which was not only a recognition of Chang Jiangbei's skill, but also an appreciation of his share of creativity. Zhang Jingshuan's eyes glittered with pride as she applauded. Jiangbei, you're really great. I thought you could just play, but I didn't expect an even bigger surprise. Chang Jiangbei smiled. I just wanted you to hear something different, and I'm glad you liked it. Someone in the crowd of onlookers shouted. Sir, what's the name of this tune? It's so beautiful. Chang Jiangbei thought for a moment, then replied, let's call it To Alice, in honor of today's good times. Afterwards, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian returned to their seats amidst the applause of the crowd and continued to enjoy their rare leisure time. The sunlight outside the window was still bright, but at this moment, for them, the most dazzling thing was each other's smiles. When Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian left the cafe and strolled home along the street, both of them were immersed in the unexpected musical journey they had just taken. The sunlight filtered through the treetops and sprinkled on their shoulders, adding a bit of warmth to this peaceful afternoon. Back at home, Chang Jiangbei turned on his computer and prepared to check some emails, while Zhang Jingxian prepared the afternoon tea on the side. Just at this time, Chang Jiangbei's cell phone suddenly rang, and the screen showed a message from a close friend. He picked up his phone and found that it was a link to a video on a social media platform, and the video was exactly the image of his own impromptu creation in the cafe. Below the video, the comment section was already crowded with messages from enthusiastic netizens, with praises pouring in, and many asking for the name of the song and the story behind it. Jingxian, look at this. Chang Jiangbei handed his cell phone to Zhang Jingxian with some surprise on his face. Zhang Jingxian took the cell phone and looked at Chang Jiangbei in the video. An unspeakable feeling of emotion welled up in her heart. He in the video was focused and confident, every movement full of power and beauty. She looked at a message of encouragement and support, and felt an incomparable warmth in her heart. Looks like R2Alice has become a little hot topic on the internet yet, Jiang Jingxian said with a smile. Cheng Jiangbei also smiled. I didn't expect such a reaction. I originally just wanted to give you a little surprise. Now, this surprise has turned into a beautiful memory shared by everyone. Jiang Jingxian added. Maybe we should consider releasing it officially so that more people can hear the track. Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. Good idea. I can put this idea in my mind and start working on it. Thus, after a day filled with love and music, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian decided to release To Alice officially, so that more people could feel the beauty and hope conveyed by music. The unexpected online response was a wonderful start to their creative journey together. As the video continues to fester, netizens reacted very positively and enthusiastically to Cheng Jiangbei's improvised piano piece To Alice. When the video was uploaded to the internet, it quickly attracted a large number of viewers, who were impressed by Cheng's smooth and expressive playing. The comments section was filled with positive feedback, with many expressing their love for the track, praising its melodic and emotional nature, and wondering about the story behind the track. Some netizens shared their feelings after listening to the music, saying that it brought them peace and comfort, especially during busy or stressful times. Others said that such improvisation showcases the talent and creativity of the performers and is an innovation and tribute to traditional music. Of course, the feedback on the internet is always diversified, and apart from positive voices, there may also be some different opinions. But on the whole, To Alice has gained wide acclaim on the internet and become a topic of discussion for a short period of time. Cheng Jiangbei has also gained a lot of supporters as a result, and everyone is looking forward to more beautiful works from him in the future. In particular, it has attracted the attention of not only the general audience, but also some professional musicians. These professionals discovered Cheng Jiangbei's improvisation through various channels and gave their comments. According to some music critics, Cheng Jiangbei's performance demonstrated deep musicality and personal style, and they praised the emotional depth and technical maturity that flowed from the piece. Some musicians have pointed out that this kind of improvisation requires great musical sensitivity and skill, and not every pianist is comfortable with it. In addition, a number of independent music producers have contacted Cheng Jiangbei, expressing interest in working together to help him get the track more professionally recorded and promoted. Even a few well-known conservatory professors left comments encouraging Cheng Jiangbei to continue exploring his musical path and offering guidance or further collaboration opportunities. Overall, the feedback from the professional community has been positive and encouraging, recognizing Cheng Jiangbei's talent and looking forward to his future development. These positive feedbacks not only increased Cheng Jiangbei's confidence, but also opened up new possibilities for his path to copying music. Art comes from life. Shortly after deciding to officially release To Alice, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian began to make preparations. They chose the right studio and invited an experienced recording engineer to assist in the recording. After several rounds of careful polishing, the track was finally presented in its best form and was subsequently uploaded to all major music platforms. The following week, Cheng Jiangbei received many favorable comments from music fans and professionals, including some of the biggest names in the music industry. To celebrate this achievement, Cheng Jiangbei invited Jiang Jingxian to join him for a high-level piano recital. The concert was organized by an internationally renowned pianist, and Cheng Jiangbei hoped to be inspired by it and share this wonderful experience with Jiang Jingxian. On the day of the concert, the two arrived at the concert hall early. Cheng Jiangbei was wearing a neat suit while Jiang Jingxian was wearing an elegant long dress. They found a place in the audience and quietly waited for the performance to begin. However, as they took their seats, several people had already recognized Cheng Jiangbei, and one of the young men took a ticket stub and came up to ask for an autograph. When a fan recognizes Cheng Jiangbei and asks him for an autograph, Cheng Jiangbei might respond like this. Cheng Jiangbei froze for a moment, then revealed a gentle smile as he took the pen and paper handed by the other party and politely said, "Thank you for your support. I'm glad you like my music. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." After saying that, he wrote his name on the paper and attached a short blessing. "May the music bring you happiness." If the situation at the scene permitted, Cheng Jiangbei would also have short exchanges with the fans, such as asking each other which piece of music was their favorite, or listening to the fans' opinions on the music. His sincere attitude made the fans feel very cordial, and also made Jiang Jingxian look very pleased from the sidelines. After handling the autograph requests, Cheng Jiangbei would thank the fans and remind them to return to their seats as soon as possible to enjoy the rest of the concert. He told Jiang Jingxian, "I didn't expect so many people to like my music. It was a real surprise for me." Jiang Jingxian, on the other hand, encouraged him by saying, "This is the result of your hard work and a proof of your talent. I believe that as long as you keep going, more people will appreciate your work." Soon, as more and more people noticed Cheng Jiangbei's presence, One after another people came forward to ask for autographs or take pictures. Zhang Jingxian watched the scene from the sidelines and felt proud of Cheng Jiangbei in her heart. The concert began with a round of applause, and Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian listened to every note with rapt attention. After the performance, the two walked out of the concert hall, still immersed in the joy of the music. They talked about the performer's technique and emotional expression, and shared their feelings with each other. On the way home, Cheng Jiangbei said with emotion, "Today's experience was really great and made me realize that my music can also bring joy to so many people." Zhang Jingxian smiled and responded, "Yes, today is not only a recognition of you personally, but also a recognition of your joint efforts. I think you can create more beautiful works in the future." Chapter 135 Works. I'm begging for a subscription. The night after the concert was over, the air was filled with the cool and fresh scent of autumn. Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian walked along the illuminated streets, both of their moods lightened by the beautiful music. They decided not to go to one of those upscale restaurants and instead chose a stall full of marketplace atmosphere, where the tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat wafted out. "You know what? Actually, I've always liked this kind of place," Cheng Jiangbei said, his eyes sparkling childlike. "Here, you can completely relax yourself without thinking about image." Zhang Jingxian laughed softly as she held Cheng Jiangbei's arm, feeling a long-lost sense of intimacy. "Then let's have a real nighttime bash," she proposed. They found a corner seat and sat down, ordering a few skewers of lamb, chicken wings and vegetable skewers, as well as a bottle of cold beer. During the time they waited for the food, Cheng Jiangbei took out his cell phone and opened the recording software, ready to record the sounds of the night. "I want to capture the feeling of this moment. Maybe I can turn it into a song later." Zhang Jingxian nodded her head in agreement as she picked up her cell phone to help Cheng Jiangbei take some pictures, and he looked particularly charming in the shots. After the food was served, they raised their glasses to celebrate the good times of the night, the beer foam flooding with a cheerful bubbling sound. During the course of eating the barbecue, Cheng Jiangbei would occasionally use his chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and hand it to Zhang Jingxian, while she would use her eyes to signal him to try her favorite grilled mushrooms first. The two of them moved naturally and with tacit understanding, as if they were already accustomed to this mode of getting along. After eating and drinking, Cheng Jiangbei suggested, "How about we walk back? I want to walk around more and let these delicacies digest properly." "Good," Zhang Jingxian readily agreed. "It's just as well to chat on the way." They walked slowly along the familiar path, occasionally stopping to observe the roadside scenery or discuss possible future cooperation projects. On this quiet night, the shadows of the two of them stretched long under the streetlights, seeming to speak of the ineffable emotions between them as well. After finishing the barbecue, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian strolled along the street, enjoying the cool breeze of the night. Just as they passed by a lively street corner, a melodious guitar melody caught their attention. A young singer-songwriter was sitting on the side of the street with an open guitar case in front of him, with some coins scattered sporadically inside. He played a simple melody, his voice slightly raspy but with a unique flavor. Cheng Jiangbei stopped and listened with interest. Suddenly, he turned to look at Zhang Jingxian, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "What do you say? Should I go up and try?" he asked. Zhang Jingxian smiled slightly and encouraged, "If you're willing, I'm sure everyone will be happy to hear you sing." Receiving an affirmative answer, Cheng Jiangbei did not hesitate to walk towards the young man who was selling the song and softly asked if he could borrow his guitar for a while. The seller obviously recognized the pianist, who had recently become very popular, and was even more excited to nod his head in agreement with the surprise, and offered to give up his place. Cheng Jiangbei took the guitar, adjusted his posture, tried a few chords, then looked at Zhang Jingxian and said tenderly, "This song, for you." The crowd of onlookers gradually grew, and everyone was attracted by the sudden appearance of the singer. Cheng Jiangbei's voice was clear and magnetic, and when he began to play and sing, the whole street seemed to be surrounded by his singing. He chose a cozy ballad with lyrics full of love for life and the pursuit of beautiful things. Zhang Jingxian stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at Cheng Jiangbei's focused expression, her heart surging with emotion. The side of his face looked even more angular under the light, sweat glistening faintly on his forehead, while his fingers flexibly jumped on the strings, each note flowing as if from his heart. At the end of the song, the crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Everyone was blown away by the unexpected street concert. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and gave his thanks, then returned the guitar to the singer-seller and put a note in the guitar case with a few words of encouragement and his contact information. When Cheng Jiangbei returned to Zhang Jingxian's side, she gently hugged his arm, her eyes full of appreciation. "You always bring surprises to people," she said, "like this. You're really too charming." Cheng Jiangbei smiled and held her hand tightly, and the two of them continued to stroll through the city at night, their hearts filled with warmth and happiness. As the night deepened, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian returned home. The lighting inside the house was soft, creating a cozy atmosphere. After they entered, they casually closed the door, as if they had temporarily isolated the outside world. The two of them took off their jackets and casually threw them on the back of the sofa before smiling at each other as they each walked towards the restroom to prepare for washing. Chang Jiangbei walked into the restroom, turned on the faucet, and washed his face with cold water, trying to dispel the day's exhaustion. He saw himself in the mirror with a few moments of post-show excitement and satisfaction on his face. After washing up, he changed into comfortable pajamas, and when he walked out of the restroom, he found Jiang Jingxian fiddling with something by the stereo in the living room. "What are you doing?" Chang Jiangbei asked curiously. Jiang Jingxian turned around with a wry smile on her face. "I was looking for that concert clip you recorded and wanted to listen to it again." "Oh, that." Chang Jiangbei approached and wrapped his arms around Jiang Jingxian's waist from behind. "Actually, I recorded not only the concert, but also some of our conversations and laughter tonight." Hearing this, Jiang Jingxian turned around and placed her hands on his chest, looking up at him. "Then why don't you play it for me?" Chang Jiangbei smiled and replied, "Because I want to keep it until the future, when we can reminisce about today together." Jiang Jingxian was impressed by this delicate heart. She gently stood on her tiptoes and left a kiss on Chang Jiangbei's cheek. "Thank you for giving me such a wonderful day." After the two exchanged goodnights, they each went back to their bedrooms. Jiang Jingxian set the alarm clock on the nightstand, while Chang Jiangbei checked to see if the windows were closed. As they lay in their respective beds, they could still hear each other's steady breathing traversing the distance between the rooms. The night was already late, but the warmth in their hearts was like a never-extinguished lamp, illuminating each other's hearts. On a night like this, even simply washing up and getting ready for bed is filled with endless sweetness and happiness. As the streets outside the window gradually quieted down, the two of them also entered the dreamland, looking forward to the arrival of tomorrow. The next morning, the sunlight poured into the room through the curtains, and Chang Jiangbei woke up to find that Jiang Jingxian had already left. He got up and shuffled over to the window and pulled back the curtains to greet the new day. He ate a brief breakfast and then began his day's schedule. At the same time, Gu Xianya learned that Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian had spent a wonderful night last night, especially after hearing that Chang Jiangbei had also improvised a piece of music for Jiang Jingxian. Her heart inevitably felt a little bad. Nonetheless, Gu Xianya came to Chang Jiangbei's residence according to the agreed time. Chang Jiangbei heard the doorbell ring and walked to open the door. Seeing Gu Xianya, he revealed a gentle smile. "Xianya, you're here, come on in." Gu Xianya walked into the room. Her expression was a bit subtle. Although she tried to hide the emotions in her heart, she couldn't help but ask, "Jiangbei, I heard that you improvised a song for her last night?" Chang Jiangbei sensed the dissimilarity in Gu Xianya's tone, and he immediately explained, "Yes, but that was just a temporary idea." When Gu Xianya heard this, the uneasiness in her heart eased slightly, but she was still a bit reluctant. But Chang Jiangbei walked to her side, gently held her hand, and said seriously, "Xianya, I know you may feel it's unfair, but I hope you can understand that music is a form of expression for me, and no matter who it's written for, it's all out of the emotion of that moment. I hope you can believe in me and in our relationship." The lump in Gu Xianya's heart seemed to dissipate a bit when she heard Chang Jiangbei's words. She nodded and said softly, "All right, I believe you. It's just that sometimes I feel like I'm not important enough." Chang Jiangbei held her hand tightly, his gaze firm. "In my heart, you are very important. I hope we can be honest with each other and face anything together." Through this conversation, the relationship between the two seemed to have gone further. Chang Jiangbei also realized the importance of communication, and he decided to pay more attention to communicating with Gu Xianya in the future to keep misunderstandings from happening again. And Gu Xianya also felt Chang Jiangbei's sincerity at this moment, and she was willing to give more trust and support. On this day, Chang Jiangbei and Gu Xianya spent time together. They talked a lot about their future plans and shared each other's recent creative inspirations. On the basis of mutual understanding and tolerance, their relationship becomes stronger. After some in-depth conversations, Chang Jiangbei and Gu Xianya decided to utilize this afternoon. The rain has to fall evenly. Arriving at a professional shed filled with a wide variety of instruments and equipment, several portraits of musicians hung on the walls, and the faint scent of wood filled the air. Chang Jiangbei sat in front of the piano, his fingers gently tapping on the keys, seemingly searching for that moment of inspiration. Gu Xianya, on the other hand, stood by the side, quietly observing him, with anticipation and trust in her eyes. It didn't take long for a beautiful melody to flow out from the piano, and Chang Jiangbei closed his eyes and hummed a few words along with the melody. "This is the song I wrote for you." Chang Jiangbei stopped playing and turned his head to look at Gu Xianya. "I'll give you what Jiang Jiang has. I still want to hear you sing." Gu Xianya's long eyelashes stared straight at Chang Jiangbei touched. As the melody rose and fell, both of them were immersed in the charm of the music. When Chang Jiangbei resumed playing the piano and performed the song they had just composed, Gu Xianya was so captivated by the melody that she couldn't help but sway gently to the rhythm. As the song entered its climactic part, Gu Xianya was suddenly struck by an idea and began to dance in the center of the studio. Her dance steps were light and fluid, as if she was undulating with the waves of the music. Cheng Jiangbei was infected by her dancing, and the melody of the piano became even more stirring, as if it was accompanying her dance. Gu Xianya's dance steps were sometimes as gentle as water, sometimes passionate, and every turn she made and every time she lifted her hands echoed Cheng Jiangbei's playing in just the right way. Her eyes were full of confidence and joy, as if the whole world was applauding her. Cheng Jiangbei looked at the scene in front of him and his heart was filled with emotion. He stopped playing, stood up and walked to Gu Xianya's side, and the two began to dance together to the melody. Cheng Jiangbei gently embraced Gu Xianya, and the two of them rotated in the sea of music, as if there was only each other in the world. As the last melody faded away, only the even breathing of the two remained in the studio. Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xianya looked at each other and smiled, as if the dance just now was not only an artistic collaboration, but also a witness to the sublimation of emotions between the two. Gu Xianya leaned on Cheng Jiangbei's shoulder and said softly, "This song plus this dance is as perfect as our story." Cheng Jiangbei stroked her hair and responded fondly, "Yes, with you by my side, everything has become different." The two continue to stay in the studio, enjoying this rare moment of silence and harmony. As night fell, Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xianya were still immersed in the joy of creating music. As the last note fell, a moment of silence echoed through the studio. Gu Xianya looked at Cheng Jiangbei, noticing his tense shoulders and tired eyes. She knew that he had put in a lot of effort to create this song. "Jiangbei, are you tired?" Gu Xianya asked with concern as she walked forward and gently took the zither sheet in Jiangbei's hand and placed it on the table aside. Cheng Jiangbei rubbed his eyes and smiled. "It's okay, just a little tired." Gu Xianya walked behind Cheng Jiangbei and began to gently massage his shoulders. Her technique was skillful and her strength was moderate, making people feel comfortable. "You've worked hard, let me help you relax." Cheng Jiangbei felt the warm strength coming from his back and his entire body relaxed. "Thank you, Xianya. It's so good to have you around." After massaging for a while, Cheng Jiangbei turned around and held Gu Xianya's hand. "You're also tired. Let's go take a rest together." Gu Xianya nodded and the two of them sat down on the sofa together. Soft background music was playing in the studio, and the two of them leaned on each other, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Cheng Jiangbei gently swept Gu Xianya over, letting her lean in his arms, and the two of them sat quietly like this, occasionally exchanging a few soft words. Gu Xianya looked up at Cheng Jiangbei with tenderness in her eyes. "You know what? Everything today makes me feel very happy." Cheng Jiangbei lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "Me too. It's also my greatest honor to be able to create music for you together." The two spent a cozy evening in the studio until late at night. "Jiangbei, don't go home." Cheng Jiangbei paused for a moment and gave an somewhat unresponsive. Then I heard Gu Xianya say, "You can." "Well, I'm alright with that. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading." Chapter 136, Greasy. I'm begging for a catch-up read. As night fell, the lights of the city intertwined with the starlight, reflecting a cozy night. Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xianya returned to their apartment in the city center. The place was furnished in a simple yet stylish manner, with a few black and white photographs hanging on the wall, recording the bits and pieces of their creative careers. A piano was placed in the center of the living room, and in front of the floor-to-ceiling window next to the piano, the curtains fluttered gently, and the breeze carried a hint of coolness, but also brought a hint of freshness. Gu Xianya walked into the kitchen and poured a cup of warm honey water for Cheng Jiangbei, handing it to him. "Drink some water first, I'll go get ready." Cheng Jiangbei took the cup and took a sip. The warmth flowed slowly along his throat, as if even his exhaustion had been reduced by a few points. He sat on the sofa and looked out the window at the night scene, his heart filled with longing for the future. A few moments later, Gu Xianya returned to the living room, holding a bottle of lavender essential oil in her hands. She was wearing a soft cotton nightgown, and her hair naturally fell to her waist, emitting a faint fragrance. She walked behind Cheng Jiangbei, gently pulled open his shirt collar, and evenly applied the essential oil to his shoulders and neck. "During today's practice, I saw that this position of yours was particularly tight," Gu Xianya said, her hands skillfully pressing and kneading on his muscles, each stroke just right, neither causing pain nor looking weak. Cheng Jiangbei closed his eyes, feeling this care from his beloved, and couldn't help but let out a contented sigh. "Well, Xianya, you're really a genius, not just in music. What about you?" Gu Xianya smiled and responded, "Your melodies always touch the heart, and every time I hear you play a new composition, I feel like it's a treat. That's because I have the best source of inspiration." Cheng Jiangbei replied, his tone filled with gratitude. "Is it life?" Gu Xianya asked curiously. "Yeah, but more importantly, it's you. With you by my side, I was able to write these songs," Cheng Jiangbei said sincerely. Gu Xianya stopped her hand movements and turned to face him, their gazes meeting under the soft light, as if the whole world had stood still. Jiang Bei, she said softly, as long as we are still together, no matter what difficulties we encounter, I believe we can overcome them, because we are each other's best companions. Cheng Jiangbei nodded and held her hand tightly, as if he wanted to convey all of his emotions through this action. The two of them smiled at each other as if they had already said 1,000 words. In this quiet night, their hearts pressed closer together. Early the next morning, the sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains, adding a bit of warmth to the room. The first thing Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya did when they woke up was to check the feedback of the song's release last night. When they opened their computers, they found that the social media was already abuzz. The comments section filled with enthusiastic words, and the various words of praise and encouragement made the two's mood soar. This track is simply fantastic. Every note hits straight to the heart. The collaboration between Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya is a match made in heaven. Looking forward to more of your work. This song gives me unlimited power. Thank you. Seeing these messages, Cheng Jiangbei had a pleased smile on his face as he said to Gu Xuanya, it seems that our efforts have not been in vain. People really like this song. Gu Xuanya leaned on Cheng Jiangbei's shoulder with pride in her voice. Yes, Jiangbei, I'm proud of you too. Your talent, paired with our cooperation, can really create miracles. She looked up with a twinkle in her eye and suggested, to celebrate this success, how about I treat you to a big dinner as a reward? Cheng Jiangbei smiled and responded, sounds good, but I think the best reward would be to create more beautiful music with you. That's for sure. Gu Xuanya nodded in agreement. But for now, let's go enjoy a nice morning. The two of them stepped out of the house together and strolled through the quiet streets of the early morning with the rising sun. Surrounded by the newly awakened city, the fresh air and the chirping of birds made one feel extraordinarily relaxed. They arrived at a cafe they frequented, ordered a few simple breakfasts, and sat in the open air to enjoy this rare leisure time. Jiang Bei, you know what? I've actually been thinking how great it would be if we had the chance to have a concert. Gu Xuanya said longingly as she savored the coffee in her hands. Cheng Jiangbei looked at her with determination in his eyes. There will definitely be, Xuanya. As long as we work together, nothing is impossible. Gu Xuanya smiled faintly and raised her cup to clink it with Cheng Jiangbei. To our dreams. Cheers. On this hopeful morning, the conversation between the two was filled with anticipation of the infinite possibilities of the future. And this belief was as warm and bright as the sunshine at this moment. Gu Xuanya decided to give Cheng Jiangbei a special reward to celebrate his success. She proposed to take him to a restaurant they both loved very much to enjoy a sumptuous meal. The restaurant was known for its exquisite cuisine and romantic atmosphere, and was the two's usual go-to place for celebrating special moments. In the restaurant, Gu Xuanya purposely picked a quiet corner spot so that they could enjoy the food and each other's company undisturbed. The table was lit with cozy candles, and the candlelight swayed, reflecting on the faces of the two of them, creating an atmosphere of intimacy. Jiang Bei, this is the best reward I can think of. Gu Xuanya said gently, you deserve all of this, because you've put in far more effort than people can imagine. Cheng Jiangbei looked at her gratefully and said, actually, the biggest reward for me is to see you so happy. With you by my side to support me, I'm already satisfied. Dinner went very pleasantly, with the two of them talking about each other's dreams and future in a relaxed atmosphere. Just as the main course was over and dessert was about to be served, Gu Xuanya's expression suddenly became a bit tense and serious. She gently put down the knife and fork in her hand and held Cheng Jiangbei's hand, looking at him firmly. Jiang Bei, her voice trembled a little, but it was full of sincerity. From the time we met until now, we have experienced many unforgettable moments together. Many. I have deeply felt your love and support. I know that our relationship is complicated and we can't be capricious, but I want to be capricious this time. Cheng Jiangbei felt the warmth in Gu Xuanya's hand and realized the unusual nature of this moment. He looked at her quietly, waiting for her to speak. I've always believed that the most important thing for two people together is mutual understanding and support. And you, Jiangbei, you've given me all that. So I want to ask you if you're willing to walk with me every step of the way in the future. Not just as a partner, but as the most important person in your life. Will you marry me? Just this once would be fine. Just tonight would be fine. I want to be your wife. Just for one night would be fine. After saying that, Gu Xuanya took out a ring from her pocket. It was simple yet elegant, just as pure as the feelings between them. She gently placed the ring in Cheng Jiangbei's palm, expecting his answer. Cheng Jiangbei's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, followed by a full of emotion. He covered his chest with his other hand as if to calm his inner excitement, then looked at Gu Xuanya with deep emotion and said, Xuanya, it's my good fortune to have met you. To be able to create music with you is something I've only dreamed of. And now, you've given me an even bigger dream, to spend the rest of my life with you. Of course I do. I'm willing. After saying that, he put the ring on his finger, symbolizing the destiny of the two to be more closely connected from this moment on. The surrounding customers seemed to have sensed this special moment and began to chime in with applause and blessings for the two lovers. This night was destined to be an unforgettable one for them. The candlelight in the restaurant became softer, the air was filled with the smell of happiness, and the hearts of the two men were brought closer together by each other's promises. Professor Gu was already very humble. She just wanted this night, although she didn't know why it was so sudden. Cheng Jiangbei had no reason to refuse at all. After dinner, Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya left the restaurant arm in arm and strolled through the streets at night. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the moon's soft light sprinkled on the cobblestone-paved paths, adding a bit of romance to the city. The shadows under the streetlights lengthened, and the two of them walked at a brisk and harmonious pace, as if the entire world belonged to them. Tonight was so wonderful. Cheng Jiangbei sighed. I didn't expect you to propose to me in this way. I'm really touched. Gu Xianya smiled and looked at him sideways. You've always been the one to take care of me. This time I just wanted to give you a surprise. After all, there's no need for either of us to stick to traditional ways, is there? That's right. Cheng Jiangbei nodded approvingly. The relationship between us has never needed those formalistic things to prove it. As long as we have love in our hearts, it's enough. They walked around a corner and came to a small park. There were neat rows of trees in the park, and the leaves rustled in the breeze. The two found a bench and sat down, enjoying the peace and quiet. In the distance came the sounds of children playing and occasionally a few laughs, adding a bit of life to the evening. Jiangbei, Gu Xianya said softly, you know what? When I proposed to you, I was actually nervous in my heart, but the thought of being able to face every day of the future with you made me feel full of courage. Cheng Jiangbei held her hand tightly and responded tenderly, Xianya, you have given me endless confidence. As long as I have you, I am fearless. We still have a long road ahead of us, but I believe that as long as we walk hand in hand, there is no difficulty that we can't overcome. Both of them looked at each other and smiled, with the desire for a better life and the future shining in their eyes. They knew that although there might be many unknown challenges ahead, with each other's support, everything would become less difficult. As the night grew darker, the two got up and left the park, walking slowly back along the road home. The pedestrians on the street gradually thinned. There's love in the air. As they walked home, the stars twinkled in the night sky, the breeze was light, and everything around them seemed to be creating a perfect atmosphere for the two of them. As they walked into the shadow of an old building, Cheng Jiangbei stopped and turned to face Gu Xuanya. Moonlight spilled over her hair, making her look even more beautiful and attractive. Cheng Jiangbei gently raised his hand and stroked through her soft hair, his eyes filled with deep love. Kaya, he said, you are the one who gave me the best memories of my life tonight. I would like to meet every challenge ahead and share every happy moment with you. Gu Xianya's eyes glistened with tears as she smiled and nodded. At this moment, all words seemed superfluous. The air between the two seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of each other's heartbeats and breathing. Then, Cheng Jiangbei leaned down and gently kissed Gu Xuanya's lips. This kiss was full of tenderness and love, as if it was speaking of their infinite visions for the future. The surrounding clamor seemed to have disappeared, with only the two of them holding each other tightly in this tranquility. When they finally parted, both wore smiles as if the whole world was blessing them. They continued to walk side by side, their hearts filled with bright anticipation for the future. And this moment of kissing became the sweetest part of their shared memories. When Cheng Jiangbei and Gu Xuanya returned home, the lights inside the house were warm and soft, creating a cozy feeling of home. They entered and closed the door, as if they had isolated the outside world, leaving only each other's company. Soft music was playing in the living room, adding a bit of romance to the space. Cheng Jiangbei took Gu Xuanya's hand and guided her to sit on the sofa. After the two of them sat down, Cheng Jiangbei turned to Gu Xuanya once again, his eyes filled with tenderness and love. He said softly, Xianya, tonight was perfect. Thank you for giving me such a wonderful experience. Gu Xianya smiled gently, her eyes equally full of love as she replied, Jiangbei, I already feel incredibly happy to be able to go through all this with you. The atmosphere between the two grew closer and closer. Cheng Jiangbei moved closer to Gu Xuanya once again. They listened to each other's heartbeats and felt each other's presence. This time, their kiss was deeper than before, full of anticipation and promise for the future. In this cozy home, the two of them are immersed in each other's arms, enjoying this sweet time that belongs only to them. As time slowly passed, they finally pulled out of their embrace and smiled at each other as if everything was self-evident. Cheng Jiangbei put his arm around Gu Xuanya's shoulders, and the two of them leaned together, quietly enjoying this rare peace and warmth. This moment, for them, is the best footnote in love. Jiangbei, hold me. I want to. Gu Xianya breathed slightly. I want Jiangbei to completely become something of Jiangbei. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 137, Musical Genius. I'm begging for a catch-up read. The next day, early in the morning, Prof. Gu would no longer be around. And then, Zhang Jingxian early in the morning did not go to the company, actually rushed over. Beautiful feet hanging slippers underneath. One upside down is a good hook. Jing Xian, so early. Jiang Jingxian nodded. Cheng Jiangbei then asked smilingly, have you run into Professor Gu? Well, after a few words, Auntie Xian left for work. Oh, Cheng Jiangbei took a look at her, and then he felt that Jiang Jingxian seemed as if she had something to say, so he walked over to her and gently gave a hold of her hand, encouragingly saying, if there are things that you can tell me, no matter what it is, we can face it together. Jiang Jingxian felt the warmth of Cheng Jiangbei's palm. Her heart was touched for a moment. She looked up at Cheng Jiangbei's firm eyes and finally summoned up the courage to say, in fact, I want to say that, recently there have been some changes in my body, and I went to the hospital for a checkup. Cheng Jiangbei saw Jiang Jingxuan's serious expression and also realized that this could be a big deal. He held Jiang Jingxuan's hand tightly and quietly waited for her to continue. Jiang Jingxian took a deep breath and continued, the doctor told me that I'm pregnant. Hearing this news, Cheng Jiangbei froze. No wonder Aunt Xian was so strange last night. Maybe the two knew about it and then just, who is the father of the child if you are pregnant and not married? But soon he exhaled and a happy smile spread across his face. He looked at Jiang Jingxian, his eyes filled with tenderness and love. Cheng Jiangbei, really? That's really great. We'll have a family, we'll have our children. Jiang Jingxuan's eyes also narrowed as she looked at Cheng Jiangbei's happy appearance, replaced by a full happiness and peace of mind. They smiled at each other as if the whole world had stood still for a moment, just the two of them in the cozy light of the challenges ahead. Jiang Jingxian looked into Cheng Jiangbei's eyes and felt an unprecedented peace of mind. But I still want to go to the hospital for another review to confirm the situation. Of course, Cheng Jiangbei immediately responded. We're going to the hospital now. They head to the hospital together, and on the way, the two talk about the upcoming new addition to their lives in a happy mood. In the hospital, the waiting area was softly lit and there were posters on the wall encouraging good health. Jiang Jingxian sat on a chair, and Cheng Jiangbei held her hand tightly to give her support. Jingxian, no matter what the outcome is, I will stay by your side. Cheng Jiangbei's voice was filled with tenderness. The results of the retest confirmed the previous diagnosis that Jiang Jingxian was indeed pregnant. Walking out of the hospital's front door, with the sun shining just right and the breeze blowing, both of them felt an unprecedented happiness and anticipation. We need to start preparing the nursery, Cheng Jiangbei suggested, and tell the family the good news. Jiang Jingxian nodded, a smile spreading across her face. Yeah, we have a lot more to prepare. They walked home hand in hand, their hearts filled with visions of a better life in the future. As Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian walked on their way to the hospital, the scenery and atmosphere around them added a special touch of color to their conversation. It was a refreshing morning, with a few lazy white clouds floating in the sky. The sun had just risen not long ago, and the sunlight sprinkled on the wet ground, mapping out a golden color. There weren't too many pedestrians on the street, and occasionally a few early buses drove by, bringing up a gust of wind. Jingxian, look at the stall over there still selling breakfast. Do you want to buy some soy milk donuts for dinner? Cheng Jiangbei asked, pointing in the direction of the street corner. Jiang Jingxian shook her head slightly. Although she usually enjoyed eating these traditional breakfasts, her nervous mood right now made her not have much of an appetite. Halfway to the road, a stray cat suddenly scurried out from the grass by the side of the road and ran to their feet, meowing as if seeking help. Jiang Jingxian squatted down and tenderly stroked the kitten, while Cheng Jiangbei observed from the sidelines, secretly thinking in his heart that in the future they would have to teach their children to be caring as well. Jingxian, when we have a baby, we should also teach him to love small animals, Cheng Jiangbei said, reaching out and also gently stroking the cat's head. Jiang Jingxian raised her head and gave him a smile, her eyes glittering with a vision of a better life in the future. Continuing on their way, they passed by a small park and saw a few old people practicing in the morning, some playing Tai Chi, others taking a walk. Such a scene gave them a sense of calming power, as if it was a reminder that no matter what challenges they faced, as long as they maintained their inner peace, everything would be easier. You know what? I was most afraid of going to the hospital when I was a kid, but now, I think the hospital is a place full of hope, Cheng Jiangbei said with emotion. Jiang Jingxian smiled. She understood what he meant. For them, going to the hospital today was not only for a review, but also to welcome the arrival of a new life. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of the hospital. Glancing back at the road they had traveled, each other's hearts were filled with strength and hope. At this moment, both the surroundings and their hearts were filled with the expectation of an infinitely bright future. In the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology outpatient room, Jiang Jingxian was lying on an examination bed, and Cheng Jiangbei stood at one side holding her hand tightly. The lighting in the room was soft, the smell of disinfectant filled the air, and posters about pregnancy care hung on the wall. The doctor, an amiable woman, put on her gloves and prepared to conduct an ultrasound. After gently applying the gel, the doctor began to operate the probe, and a black and white image soon appeared on the screen. She carefully observed it for a while before turning to Jiang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei with a smile on her face. Congratulations, the fetus is developing well and the heartbeat is normal. The doctor's words dropped a stone in the hearts of the two. She continued to explain. Judging from the ultrasound image, the fetus is about 6 weeks old. You should take good care of your pregnancy, such as taking folic acid on time and coming for regular checkups. The doctor recorded the results and printed out a few ultrasound photos and handed them to Jiang Jingxian in Changjiangbei. This is a picture of your baby. Take it back and you can keep it well. Thank you, doctor. Jiang Jingxian said gratefully, and Cheng Jiangbei followed suit, nodding his thanks. The doctor advised some more precautions. There may be some physical changes during pregnancy, such as nausea and vomiting, which are normal reactions. Please feel free to contact us if any abnormalities occur. Also, keeping a good state of mind is very important for both the pregnant woman and the fetus. After confirming that everything was normal, the doctor concluded, today was a very good day, and your next appointment is in 4 weeks, when we'll check again to see how the fetus is growing. Hearing the doctor say this, Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei's mood relaxed even more. They looked at each other with each other in their eyes, as if they had already seen what a happy future would look like. Under the doctor's guidance, they understood some of the things they needed to pay attention to next, and left the hospital with great anticipation. After leaving the hospital, both Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei's mood seemed extraordinarily relaxed and happy. The sunlight dappled on them through the gaps in the leaves, as if nature was congratulating them on their good news. The two strolled home hand in hand, discussing along the way the changes that the upcoming new life would bring to their lives. Back home, Chang Jiangbei suggested, Jingxian, why don't we clean up the room first to make a space for the future little baby? Jiang Jingxian nodded, a happy smile on her face. Good idea. We can clean up the clutter first and then take our time picking out the furniture. They began to organize the room, packing up unneeded items to donate or dispose of, and the empty space gradually became visible. Chang Jiangbei moved the heavier items, while Jiang Jingxian was responsible for sorting and cleaning. Even though it was a physical job, they enjoyed it, and every task they completed was like a step forward on the road to welcoming a new life. After tidying up the room, they sat down to rest and Chang Jiangbei opened his laptop and started searching for a design plan for the nursery and a list of essential supplies. Jiang Jingxian, on the other hand, flipped through magazines on the side, looking for inspiration. The two exchanged opinions from time to time, discussing details such as color matching and furniture styles. We have to buy a crib, preferably the kind that can be adjusted in height, so that it's easy to take care of the baby at night, Cheng Jiangbei said. Jiang Jingxian nodded in agreement. Also, it's best for the walls to be a lighter color so the baby will feel more comfortable. As the plan gradually takes shape, their excitement grows. Although there is still a lot of preparation to be done, they are confident that by taking it one step at a time, they will be able to create a cozy home for the new life to be born. During this time, they also discussed when to tell both their families and friends the good news and plan how to share the joy with everyone. After considering it for a long time, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian decided to tell both of their parents first, as they were the closest family members and the ones who could give them the most support and advice. They chose to meet their parents individually first, choosing a cozy and quiet cafe as the meeting place. On a sunny afternoon, they each confessed the good news to their parents. Chang Jiangbei chose to share the news with his parents first. He invited his father and mother to a frequented cafe with cozy sofas and warm lighting, perfect for sharing such an intimate and joyful affair. Cheng Jiangbei sat across from his parents and placed his hands clasped on the table, taking a deep breath before speaking. Dad, Mom, I have something important to tell you. That Jingxian and I are having a baby. Cheng Jiangbei's father froze for a moment, then revealed an incredulous smile, while his mother directly got up and embraced her son, her eyes glistening with tears. They were happy for their son, and at the same time, they were excited to be grandparents soon. Similarly, Jiang Jingxian also chose a tea house she was familiar with as the place to inform her parents. In the tea-scented environment, she slowly broke the news, and her parents were both surprised and delighted to hear it, immediately expressing their support and blessings. Only after receiving the support of their immediate family members did Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian feel more confident in telling the rest of their relatives and friends the good news. In this way, they ensured that they had received the support and understanding of their closest family members before announcing the happy news. Of course, when Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian announced the good news of their pregnancy to their families, the families' behavior varied, but were generally filled with joy and excitement. When Cheng Jiangbei's parents heard the news, they were first surprised, followed by uncontrollable joy. Cheng Jiangbei's mother immediately shed tears of happiness as she hugged her son tightly before turning to Jiang Jingxian and giving her a warm hug as well. Cheng Jiangbei's father, on the other hand, appeared calmer, but there was a glint of pride in his eyes. He patted Cheng Jiangbei's shoulder and said in a firm voice, "This is good news. You have to be prepared. We will fully support you." Jiang Jingxuan's parents were equally delighted. Her mother was a little worried at first, asking about Zhang's health to make sure she was ready for the new baby. She breathed a sigh of relief at the affirmative answer and then began to plan for the future. Jingxian, Zhang's father, on the other hand, seemed very excited and was already imagining what his future grandchildren would look like, and said he would help in any way he could. Other relatives have expressed their blessings and anticipation upon learning the news. Some relatives have already begun to ask if they need help with the baby's supplies, while others have begun to discuss the baby's name, and the entire family has become closer because of the news. Throughout the process, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian have felt the support and love of their family, which has given them confidence in the future. Family members have said that they will support the couple in welcoming the new baby whenever and wherever they can, and provide them with all the help they need. This family warmth and support has made Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian even more determined to create a happy family for their upcoming child. To know that the family is so supportive and joyful about the new life that is coming, a strong urge welled up in Cheng Jiangbei's heart. He wanted to give Zhang Jingxian a formal commitment to build a complete family for their future and upcoming child. On a sunny afternoon, the park is lush with green trees, birdsong, the lake is sparkling, and everything looks so harmonious and beautiful. Cheng Jiangbei held Zhang Jingxian's hand and walked slowly along the path by the lake. His heart was filled with gratitude as he recalled the little moments they had spent together. Walking to a place with pleasant scenery, Cheng Jiangbei stopped and turned to face Zhang Jingxian, his eyes filled with deep love. Jingxian, from the time we met until now, we have gone through a lot together, with laughter and tears, but most importantly, we have always walked hand in hand. Now that we are about to welcome a new life, I hope we can face every challenge and joy in the future together. I am willing to take on the responsibility for you, for our child. Will you marry me? After saying that, Cheng Jiangbei took out a ring from his pocket, knelt down on one knee and opened the ring box, revealing the sparkling diamond ring. Zhang Jingxian's eyes glistened with tears. She felt incomparably happy and touched, and nodded her head to agree to his proposal. I do. Zhang Jingxian's voice was filled with happiness and anticipation. Cheng Jiangbei stood up and put on the ring for her. The two of them hugged each other tightly. Everything around them seemed to be still. Only the two of them were immersed in happiness. At this moment, their hearts were closer together, and they were filled with infinite bright visions for the future. The proposal was not only a commitment to love, but also to a sense of responsibility for their future family. From now on, they will meet every important moment of their lives together as husband and wife. Honey, Zhang Jingxian gently hugged Cheng Jiangbei. Cheng Jiangbei eyelashes are also touched. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 138, Looking at the House. I'm begging to be read. Shortly after that loving afternoon, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian started to prepare their new home. As a successful female CEO, Zhang Jingxian had very high demands for quality of life, while Cheng Jiangbei wanted to give her the best of everything. Therefore, they decided to look for a house that could satisfy her taste and carry their future dreams. A weekend was chosen and the two drove to a high-end residential area in the city center. Each villa here was like a work of art, situated in the middle of a well-tended garden, surrounded by green trees and fresh air. The sunlight poured down through the gaps in the leaves, creating dappled light and shadow on the ground, creating a tranquil and cozy atmosphere. The first villa they visited was a modern-style building with a simple and generous exterior and an even more unique interior design. When they stepped into the lobby, the spaciousness immediately attracted Zhang Jingxian's gaze. A simple but elegant chandelier hung from the high ceiling, and with sunlight shining in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire space was bright and cozy. Cheng Jiangbei observed Zhang Jingxian's expression. Her face was filled with a satisfied smile, but at the same time, it also carried a hint of thought. This place is very nice, but I always feel that something is missing. Zhang Jingxian said softly. What's missing? Cheng Jiangbei asked curiously. Is it because there isn't enough private space here? Or do you wish to have a bigger garden? Zhang Jingxian smiled and shook her head. Neither of them. In fact, I can't say for sure. Maybe it's a feeling of home. Hearing this, Cheng Jiangbei thought for a moment, then suggested, why don't we look at other houses? There might be one that suits us better. When they visited the second house, the two were surprised to get lost inside due to the size of the house and the complexity of its interior. After passing through a series of corridors and rooms, they found themselves back in the hall they had initially entered. Zhang Jingxian couldn't help but laugh and said, it seems like we need to find a guide, or else if we live here in the future, I'm afraid we'll have to play hide and seek every day. Cheng Jiangbei also smiled. He immediately contacted the realtor and asked them to send someone to guide him. At that moment, Zhang Jingxian found a hidden bookcase door, and with a gentle push, it turned out to be a secret passage to the basement. The discovery surprised both men as if they were on an adventure. In the kitchen of the last house, Zhang Jingxian noticed a specially designed drawer containing a hidden coffee maker. She jokingly said, it seems that in the future, we don't have to go to the office in the morning to enjoy professional coffee, saving us a lot of trouble. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and responded, "It seems like we need to learn how to use it, or else such good equipment will go to waste." The most hilarious part was that in the courtyard, Jiang Jingxian suddenly noticed a small squirrel nibbling on nuts in the grass, and she gently walked over to try to get closer to the cute little creature. Unexpectedly, when the little squirrel saw the person approaching, it did not immediately run away, but instead stared curiously at Jiang Jingxian, and finally jumped onto her hand, as if it knew that this would be its new home, and behaved in a very friendly manner. These small interludes not only added to the fun of the viewing, but also brought Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian closer to each other. Each unexpected surprise is a beautiful moment in their shared memory. Of course, as their tour continues, Jiang Jingxian seemed to become more and more silent. That was until they arrived at the last house. It was a villa that blended traditional and modern elements. When they pushed open the front door, a familiar scent greeted them. The courtyard was filled with Jiang Jingxuan's favorite wisteria flowers, while the interior was decorated with warm wooden tones, giving people a sense of belonging to a home. "This is the place," Jiang Jingxian suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a bit of excitement. "There's a feeling here that makes you want to go home." Cheng Jiangbei looked at the smile on Jiang Jingxuan's face, and his heart was also filled with joy. He knew that this choice was not just about the house itself, but also about the vision of their life together. "Then let's settle on this one," he said. "I'm sure we'll create more wonderful memories here." They were standing in the front yard admiring the scenery around them when they suddenly heard a friendly greeting. Turning my head, it was an aunt with somewhat graying hair who was coming out of the house next door with a basket of freshly picked apples. This aunt introduced herself as a resident of the neighborhood, named Auntie Li, and said, "Hello, I'm a resident here, and I heard you came to see the house. These are the apples I grew in my own yard. Try them." Jiang Dingxian and Cheng Jiangbei took the apples and thanked Auntie Li for her hospitality. Auntie Li also told them that the neighborhood is very good. "We often help each other, and on New Year's holidays we'll also hold parties to promote mutual affection." Hearing this, Jiang Jingxian couldn't help but yearn for life here. Then Auntie Li warmly invited them to her home and told them some history and interesting facts about the neighborhood. At Auntie Li's home, they sampled homemade treats. Later, after signing the contract, the two sat on a bench on the patio, holding hands and enjoying the tranquility of the afternoon. The sunlight sprinkled gently on them, as if in recognition of their choice, and instead of rushing to leave, they decided to take a walk around the neighborhood to get a feel for their future living environment. Holding hands, they strolled along the trails in their neighborhood, surrounded by lush greenery and pleasantly fresh air. The gardens of every home in the neighborhood look exquisite at sunset. Some of the residents were trimming their flowers and plants, and when they saw them, they nodded and smiled in greeting. Occasionally, the sounds of children playing could be heard in the distance, adding a little life to the quiet afternoon. As they walked, they passed an open lawn where a couple of kids were playing soccer with a few parents standing next to them watching. Jiang Jingxian suggested, "Let's go over and take a look. Perhaps our children will play here in the future." Cheng Jiangbei nodded and the two of them walked towards the lawn. As they approached, a young mom noticed the couple, who looked like they were about to become parents, and took the initiative to come forward to greet them. "Hello, I'm one of the residents here. By the looks of you guys, you should be here to see the house, right?" Jingxian Jiang smiled and replied, "Yes, we love it here, especially the atmosphere." That mom proudly said, "Yes, it's really nice here. The kids are so blessed to be growing up here. Look at the kids playing soccer over there. They're regulars here. We have a soccer club here that organizes weekly activities." Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian listened with great interest, and they even imagined their children joining in these activities in the future. In the course of chatting, they also learned that there is a team of volunteers in the community that specializes in organizing various activities, such as summer camps and holiday celebrations, so that residents can better communicate with each other and enhance the relationship between neighbors. As the sun gradually sank in the west and the sky was dyed orange-red, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian reluctantly bid farewell to the friendly neighbors. They returned along the same road, their hearts full of hope for the future. As night fell, the street lamps were lit up one by one, illuminating their way home and the hope in their hearts. Back in the car, Cheng Jiangbei looked at Jiang Jingxian and asked, "How is it here? Are you satisfied?" Jiang Jingxuan's eyes are full of affirmation. "It's like a big family here. Everyone is working hard to create a good living environment. I think that this is what our future home will look like." Cheng Jiangbei held her hand tightly and said with anticipation, "Then let's work together and turn this place into our most cozy harbor." The walk not only deepened their understanding of the community, but also gave them a bright vision for the future. After returning home, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian sat in the living room. The evening sunlight outside the window gradually faded, and the lights inside the house softly illuminated the entire space. Jiang Jingxian sat on the sofa, looking at the glittering ring in her hand, her heart filled with sweetness. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, was on a single sofa on the side, holding a wedding planning manual in his hand. and was preparing to discuss the details of the wedding with her. Jing Xian, do you have any thoughts about the wedding? Cheng Jiangbei opened his mouth and asked, his gaze moving back and forth between Zhang Jingxian and the manual. Zhang Jingxian lifted her head and smiled slightly. I think that since we have decided to give our child a complete home, the wedding should have meaning as well, shouldn't it? Of course, Cheng Jiangbei nodded approvingly, but there are many meaningful ways to do it. For example, we can have a charity wedding and exchange the guests' gifts for donations to help those in need. Zhang Jingshuan's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. It shows social responsibility and also makes our wedding more meaningful. But, will this be too simple? After all, it's a once-in-a-lifetime wedding. Cheng Jiangbei laughed. It won't be too simple. The key is the heart. We can invite some of our artist friends to perform, and we can also set up a wishing wall for guests to write down their blessings for us and their hopes for the future. I like this idea, Zhang Jingxian said approvingly. Also, I think our wedding should be both traditional and innovative. For example, we can wear traditional Chinese dresses, but add some modern elements to the wedding, such as a live broadcast, so that our friends who can't be there can also share in our joy. Cheng Jiangbei nodded excitedly. Yes, live streaming is a good idea, and we can also set up an interactive session for our friends on the line to participate through pop-ups or messages. At this point in the discussion, Zhang Jingxian stood up and walked over to the window, looking out at the night scene that had completely darkened. Speaking of clothes, I think we should personally pick out our wedding dresses and suits. After all, this is one of the most important days of my life, and every second should be perfect. Cheng Jiangbei also stood up and walked to her side, gently resting his arm on her shoulder. Of course, I will accompany you. We can also customize some special souvenirs for each guest attending the wedding. In the living room, the warm light reflected on the two of them, and their words were filled with anticipation for their future wedding and deep love for each other. Zhang Jingxian turned around and looked at Cheng Jiangbei, her eyes filled with happiness. Jiangbei, thank you for giving me such a bright future. Cheng Jiangbei gently responded. Jingxian, all of this is because of our joint efforts. Our wedding will be a testament to our love and the beginning of our new life. The two continued to talk about the details of this cozy evening. Regarding the theme color of the wedding, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian had an in-depth discussion. Zhang Jingxian liked mauve because it represented elegance and romance, while Cheng Jiangbei proposed orange, a color he thought gave a feeling of warmth and vitality. Zhang Jingxian sat on the sofa, holding a lavender fabric sample in her hand as she looked at Cheng Jiangbei thoughtfully. I think mauve really suits me. It reminds me of lavender fields in the spring and that purple in the sky on the evening of our first date. Cheng Jiangbei nodded in agreement. Mauve does suit you, but can we add my orange color as well? Orange gives off a warm and cheerful feeling, and I want our wedding to be not only romantic, but vibrant as well. Zhang Dingxian smiled. You're right, a wedding for two people should have the colors of two people. We can combine these two colors to create an atmosphere that is both warm and romantic. Cheng Jiangbei said excitedly. We can use mauve as the main color for tablecloths, chair covers and flower decorations, while orange can be used as an accent, such as on seating cards, napkin rings or gift wrapping for guests. Zhang Jingxian nodded approvingly, then added, for the backdrop and stage decoration of the wedding, we can use a lavender veil, which can be embellished with some orange flowers and decorations, so that we can blend the two colors well. Also, Cheng Jiangbei said, we can have the best man and bridesmaids outfits incorporate the two colors as well. The best man can wear an orange tie, while the bridesmaids can wear lavender dresses. Zhang Jingxian nodded, her heart filled with anticipation as she imagined the wedding day. Such a pairing sounds really perfect. Moreover, we can also set up a photo wall at the wedding site, which is decorated with mauve and orange balloons and ribbons, so that guests can take pictures here. Cheng Jiangbei added, by the way, there are also wedding invitations and seating cards that can be designed with these two colors, so that we can maintain consistency throughout the wedding. During the discussion, Zhang Dingxian and Cheng Jiangbei kept exchanging views, and their ideas were perfectly integrated with each other. They decided to set the theme color of their wedding as a combination of lavender and orange, which reflects Zhang Jingshuan's romantic feelings and also contains elements of Cheng Jiangbei's vitality. The final result will be warm and vibrant, adding a unique charm to their wedding. As the discussion progressed, they sketched out the wedding more and more clearly. With every detail they finalized, the two would look at each other and smile, the happiness and anticipation overflowing. The lights in the living room seemed softer, as if they were also cheering for the new chapter in their lives that was about to begin. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription. Chapter 139, You Drink Farts. I'm begging to be read again. The next day, afternoon, the sun is shining. Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian discussed walking outside, exercise to keep fit, so they sat in a cafe full of retro atmosphere and began to discuss the design of the wedding invitations. Outside the window, the autumn wind gently ruffled the leaves of the sycamore tree, occasionally dropping a few golden yellow leaves. Inside the store, melodious jazz music is playing, making people feel extraordinarily relaxed. Cheng Jiangbei wore a simple white shirt with dark blue jeans and his hair was gently brushed back, making him look spirited and stylish. He was looking intently at the tablet screen in his hand, which showed a sketch of the design for the wedding invitations. Jiang Dingxian, on the other hand, was wearing a lavender dress. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders with tiny earrings, and her entire body exuded a gentle aura. Her fingers gently traced the patterns on the screen, a happy smile spreading across her face. I think we can add a little silhouette of the two of us here. Cheng Jiangbei pointed to a spot on the screen and said, "This is both creative and reflects our personalities." Jingxian Jiang nodded. "That's a good idea. And you can also add some of our favorite elements around the silhouette, like the guitar you love and the books I love." Cheng Jiangbei smiled. "That will be fun. However, I think we'll also need a special way to invite those friends and family members who can't be there in person. After all, they are also an important part of our lives." Jingxian Jiang's eyes lit up. "We can do a virtual reality tour experience, so they can be immersed in our wedding scene by wearing VR glasses." Cheng Jiangbei's eyes lit up. "Fantastic. This way, even if you are far away, you can still feel the joy. Moreover, we can also make this VR experience a downloadable app for everyone to review at any time." They continued to discuss the details, and every aspect was carefully planned, from the wording on the invitations to the choice of background music. As the sunset began to color the sky, they finally finished the design of the invitations and finalized the details and technical support package for the online broadcast. As the wedding preparations progressed, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian began to plan the specific layout details of the wedding venue. They sipped lattes in an art-filled gallery while discussing how to create a wedding venue that was both romantic and creative. Jiang Jingxian gently stroked the coffee cup in her hand, her eyes filled with longing. "I want our wedding to be not just a celebration, but also an unforgettable art exhibition." Cheng Jiangbei nodded in agreement. "That's right, we can show our story through the arrangement. For example, a time tunnel can be set up at the entrance, decorated with LED light strips and transparent veils to give people the feeling of stepping into a dream." Jingxian Jiang said excitedly. "Yes, the sides of the tunnel can be hung with photos of our important moments from the time we met until now. And each photo has a small QR code that guests can scan with their cell phones to hear a recording of how we were feeling at the time." Cheng Jiangbei continued. "And the wishing tree, we can use an old bicycle as the base. The bicycle is tied with colorful balloons, and the tree can be hung not only with blessing cards, but also with some small lanterns, which will be very beautiful at night." Jiang Jingxian imagined that scene and revealed a sweet smile. "Well, there's also the dining table, where we can use wooden trays instead of ordinary dinner plates, and put a small vase on each tray with small flowers we planted with our own hands. This is both environmentally friendly and meaningful." Cheng Jiangbei added. "In the open space between the dining tables, we can arrange some retro furniture, such as an old-fashioned telephone booth with an old-fashioned telephone and a guest book next to it, so guests can use the phone to leave messages for us in the future or write down their blessings." Jiang Jingxuan's eyes lit up. "This is fantastic. There can also be a small library corner next to the phone booth with some of our favorite books for guests to flip through while waiting for the opening." Cheng Jiangbei nodded in agreement. "Right, we can also arrange a circle of vintage bulbs around the dance floor, with dim and cozy lighting, making the dance floor the most dazzling place all night." Jingxian Jiang added. "Also, a few vintage suitcases can be placed in the corners of the wedding site with stamps from around the world, and the suitcases contain photos and souvenirs from our travels, so that guests can feel the beauty of our experiences together." After discussing these details, the two looked at each other and smiled, their hearts filled with anticipation. After discussing the basic layout of the wedding venue, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian began to turn to the design of the wedding ceremony itself. They wanted the wedding to be not just a visual feast, but also a heart-touching experience. So they decided to add some creative and personal aspects of the ceremony to make the wedding more memorable. Jiang Jingxian first proposed, "We can arrange a door of time segment before the ceremony begins. That is, let the guests receive a small slip of paper each when they enter, on which they write a moment in the course of our relationship, and then arrange them in chronological order to form a timeline. That way, when the ceremony officially begins, a guest representative tells the story of how we met, and then moves forward in sequence until this moment where we stand here today." Cheng Jiangbei nodded. "This sounds like telling a piece of history, very suitable for literary youths like us. Next, we can have a vow exchange session. Unlike the traditional oath, we can adopt a more personalized approach. For example, we first stand face to face under the wishing tree, close our eyes, meditate on the vows we have written down, and then exchange them with each other, so that even in front of a crowd, we can maintain the privacy and sacredness of that vow." Jiang Jingxian continued. "Yes, and after exchanging our vows, we can put them in a time capsule, just like the session we mentioned before. But instead of opening this time capsule only after 10 years, every year on our wedding anniversary, we can open it and take a look at it before writing new vows and resealing it. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and responded, the idea of reviewing our commitment every year is really good. Also, I'd like to include a gratitude passing segment in the ceremony, where we can prepare some small gifts, such as customized handmade soaps and bookmarks, and then pass them one by one from Jiang Jingxian and I to each of our guests as a way of expressing our gratitude for their attendance at the wedding. Jingxian Jiang added, yes, and the favors can be placed in a basket with a ribbon tied to it that says thank you for being there, and when we are passing it around, we can say a word of thanks so that every guest can feel our sincerity. Cheng Jiangbei came up with another idea. Another idea is the wish lantern release ceremony. We can prepare some beautiful lanterns with our names and wedding date printed on them. Then before the ceremony ends, invite all the guests to come outdoors together, and we can all light the lanterns together, make a wish, and then release them. It's not only a beautiful image, but also signifies that we will take everyone's good wishes with us as we embark on a new journey of life together. When Jiang Jingxian heard this, her eyes sparkled. This link is simply too romantic. While enjoying their afternoon coffee, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian talked about the upcoming new member of their family. As the wedding preparations were gradually getting on track, they naturally began to think about the education of their future child. Jiang Jingxian gently caressed her slightly bulging abdomen, her face beaming with a smile of infinite longing for the future. Jiangbei, we need to start thinking about the baby's education. Do you think we should start learning a second language from a young age? Jiang Jingxian asked. Cheng Jiangbei pondered for a while and replied, I think it's fine. Children nowadays are exposed to a lot of information. Learning multiple languages at a young age will help them better adapt to the internationalized environment. We can find some bilingual kindergartens so that children can have a good language environment from a young age. Jiang Jingxian nodded her head in agreement. Then in addition to language, we should also focus on cultivating his hobbies, right? Such as music, painting or other sports activities. Cheng Jiangbei added, that's right, I think interest is the best teacher. We can guide our child according to his interests. For example, if he is interested in music, we can expose him to the piano or violin. If he likes to draw, we can provide him with opportunities and conditions for drawing. Jiang Jingxian thought for a moment and then said, however, I've also heard that many parents are now desperately trying to get their children to attend all kinds of cram schools for fear of falling behind. Shouldn't we also keep up with the trend? Cheng Jiangbei shook his head, expressing his disagreement with this approach. In fact, I think the most important thing is to cultivate children's independent thinking and problem-solving abilities. These abilities are much more important than any specific knowledge. We should encourage children to ask more questions and think more, instead of just instilling knowledge. Jiang Jingxian nodded in agreement. You're right, we can't let our child lose the joy of childhood. I think that apart from studying, we also need to give our child enough free time and space so that he can explore the world and discover his own interests. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and picked up the conversation. Yes, we have to be supporters and guides, not manipulators. We have to give the child a healthy environment to grow up in and let him grow up in happiness. As the discussion progressed, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian came to a greater consensus about their children's education. They realized that as parents, they should not only focus on their children's academic performance, but more importantly on their children's all-round development, including the development of emotions, social skills and creativity. They believe that with reasonable guidance and support, their children will be able to walk more confidently and firmly on the road ahead. This discussion not only deepened their planning for their future family life, but also deepened their feelings for each other. They believe that by working together, the days ahead will be filled with love and hope. After discussing their children's education, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian realized that as new parents, they still had a lot to learn about childcare. In order to better prepare for their upcoming little one, they decided to enroll in a professional babysitting course. At a well-reputed parenting center, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian found a babysitting class for parents to be. This class covers a wide range of areas, including pregnancy care, newborn care, and breastfeeding instruction, and is designed to help parents to be prepared for a new life. Walking into the spacious and bright classroom, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian found that there were already a few fathers and mothers to be waiting for the class. The walls of the classroom were hung with various posters of parenting knowledge, as well as some cute baby photos, making people feel cozy and intimate. When the course started, the professional babysitter first introduced the syllabus of the course and asked about any special concerns. Jiang Jingxian asked some questions about nutrition during pregnancy and postpartum recovery, while Cheng Jiangbei inquired about specific methods of daily care for newborns. The babysitters patiently answered these questions and shared many practical tips and experiences. During the course, they learned basic skills such as how to hold a baby properly, how to bathe a baby, and how to deal with common baby illnesses. Cheng Jiangbei especially showed great interest in learning baby massage, which he believes not only helps babies digest and sleep better, but also enhances the intimacy between parents and children. Jingxian Jiang, on the other hand, focused on learning about breastfeeding. She learned that proper breastfeeding positions are very important for babies, and she also gained a better understanding of how to ensure her nutritional intake in order to maintain an adequate supply of breast milk. The course also arranged some hands-on sessions to give the participants a chance to practice the skills they had learned by hand. Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian collaborated with each other and quickly mastered the basic operations. At the end of the course, they also shared their expectations and concerns with other parents to be encouraging and supporting each other. Cheng Jiangbei listened attentively during the class, and naturally even more so after the class to rationally apply the things learned in the textbook to practice. Watching Jiang Jingxian finish her bath and watching with bated breath as her small hands cupped the bath towel to wipe her head, her eyebrows jumped slightly and she opened her mouth to question the, "What do you want?" Cheng Jiangbei innocently spread his hands. "I think that the teacher's speech in class today was too level. Such knowledge must make us study and drill." "Well," Jiang Jingxian blankly glanced at him, knowing him well, so to speak. "Just say what you want." Cheng Jiangbei reasoned and spoke. "I want to drink." Jiang Jingxuan's rosy mouth was twitching. "The month of my old lady hasn't arrived yet. What the hell are you drinking? You drink. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading." Chapter 140, The Wedding. I'm begging to be read. The two are very learning at the moment. Ms. Jingxian Jiang shared with Cheng Jiangbei what she has learned from the breastfeeding part of the program. She mentioned that the correct breastfeeding position not only helps the baby suckle more effectively, but also reduces pain or damage to the mother's breasts. I've heard that some moms get chafed due to incorrect breastfeeding positions, so I think we have to prepare some precautions in advance. Cheng Jiangbei listened attentively, blinking his eyes as he nodded his head in agreement. "Yes, I also heard from my teacher that it's important to keep it clean and dry, and also to choose the right underwear to support your breasts, avoiding too tight or too loose. And, if you do encounter problems, it's also crucial to consult a doctor or professional nurse in time." Jiang Jingxian added, "Yes, and it's also important to ensure enough rest and a balanced diet. After all, only a healthy mom can provide the best nutrition to her baby." "That's right," Cheng Jiangbei continued. "I also noticed that the course mentioned that a mother's emotional state also affects the quality and production of her milk. Therefore, I intend to do my best to help you share your household chores and other stresses, so that you can relax and focus on taking care of your baby." Hearing this, Jiang Jingxian suddenly smiled. "Thank you for being so considerate. I think I'm starting to feel the happiness of being a parent." Cheng Jiangbei held her hand and said gently, "We are partners who will face all this together. No matter how many unknowns there are in the future, as long as we support each other, there is no difficulty that cannot be overcome." "Aha." Jiang Jingxian narrowed her eyes and hemmed, then raised her eyebrows again. "But according to your daughter-in-law, the difficulty I should overcome now, is you, the bad guy." Cheng Jiangbei coughed. What words this is. After completing a full day of classes, despite being slightly tired, they were in an unusually relaxed and happy mood. After dinner, the two of them decided to follow what they had learned in the course and do some pregnancy-friendly exercises together. Jiang Jingxian changed into comfortable sportswear, while Cheng Jiangbei looked up some gentle exercise videos from the internet that were suitable for pregnant women. They chose a yoga tutorial for pregnant women demonstrated by a professional instructor. The movements in the video are designed to be perfect for women during pregnancy, and can help relieve pregnancy discomfort and increase stamina, as well as benefit the healthy growth of the fetus. Spreading out the yoga mat in the living room, Jiang Jingxian sat on it while Cheng Jiangbei stood by the side ready to offer help. With the instructions in the video, Jiang Jingxian began the simple stretching movements. These movements not only helped her relax her body and reduce back pain, but also strengthened her pelvic floor muscles in preparation for her future labor. Cheng Jiangbei followed along and did some supporting actions, such as gently pressing on Jiang Jingxuan's back to help her do spinal twists, or helping to stabilize her legs when she did leg stretches. He found that such interactions brought them closer together, and also made him feel a sense of responsibility that he had never felt before. After completing a series of movements, Jiang Jingxian felt her body become lighter and her mood more pleasant. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, recorded this heartwarming moment with his cell phone on the side, thinking that he could show it to their baby in the future, so that she would know that she had been loved by the whole family since she was still in her mother's womb. At the end, they had a few minutes of meditation together, following the suggestions on the course and imagining what it would be like to be connected to their unborn child's mind. It was an emotional connection not only to the baby, but also a way to relax themselves. Through such activities, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian not only deepened their understanding and support for each other, but also prepared themselves better physically and mentally for the upcoming changes in their lives. The day of the next maternity checkup was quickly approaching, and Cheng Jiangbei woke up early and prepared all the things he needed to bring to the hospital, including the maternity checkup card, ID card, health insurance card, and other documents. He also prepared a bottle of warm water in case Jiang Jingxian needed to hydrate before and after the checkup. When Jiang Jingxian walked out of the bedroom, Cheng Jiangbei greeted her, helped her adjust the position of her scarf, and said gently, "Today's weather is a bit cool. Wear a bit more, don't catch a cold." Jiang Jingxian looked at him gratefully and nodded. "Well, I really feel much more at ease since you prepared so thoughtfully." They drove to the hospital together, and on the way, Cheng Jiangbei turned on the car stereo and played some soft music, knowing that this would help Jiang Jingxian relax. After arriving at the hospital, Cheng Jiangbei helped Jiang Jingxian open the car door and helped her get out of the car. Then the two of them walked to the obstetrics and gynecology clinic together. During the waiting time, Cheng Jiangbei chatted with Jiang Jingxian to distract her. When it was their turn, Cheng Jiangbei accompanied Jiang Jingxian into the consulting room, where the doctor welcomed them and began the routine examination procedure. The doctor first measured Jiang Jingxian's blood pressure and weight, and then had her lie down on the examination bed in preparation for the ultrasound. When the clear sound of the baby's heartbeat was displayed on the screen, Cheng Jiangbei held Jiang Jingxian's hand tightly, and both of them were thrilled. The doctor operated the instrument while explaining the baby's current development, and also pointed out the baby's small hands, feet and facial features. "Your baby is developing well and his heartbeat is very strong." The doctor smiled. "In a little while, you will be able to feel your baby kicking." Hearing this, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian looked at each other and smiled, as if they could already feel the marvelous life force. The doctor also reminded them of some of the things they needed to pay attention to next, including diet and lifestyle habits, and answered some of the questions they had raised. After the maternity checkup, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian left the hospital with full of joy. On the way home, they talked about the baby's appearance and imagined all the scenes they would spend with the baby in the future. This maternity checkup not only gave them a better understanding of the baby's health, but also made Cheng Jiangbei's sense of responsibility as a father to be stronger. He promised to take more careful care of Jiang Jingxian in the days to come and prepare everything for the arrival of the baby. After the successful completion of the maternity checkup, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian were both in a very happy mood. They decided to go to the mall to pick up some necessary baby items to prepare for the upcoming little one. Arriving at the baby section of the mall, they were both excited and a bit overwhelmed by the wide array of products in front of them. From cribs, mattresses and bedding, to clothing, diapers, bottles and pacifiers, as well as a variety of toys, safety seats and much more. Jiang Jingxian carefully selected the baby clothes. She liked those soft and mildly colored clothes, believing that it was the best protection for the baby's skin. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, was concerned about the choice of the crib. He wanted to find a style that was both stable and easy to dismantle and wash for future maintenance. During the selection process, Cheng Jiangbei also noticed some safety products, such as protective covers for sockets and corner bumpers, which are designed to prevent babies from being accidentally hurt while exploring the world. He feels that these small objects, though insignificant, are vital to safeguarding the safety of babies. After Jiang Jingxian chose a few sets of clothes, the two of them went to the bottle section. Here, they learned that bottles made of different materials have different advantages and disadvantages. For example, although glass bottles are easy to clean and BPA-free, they are relatively heavy and fragile, while plastic bottles are lightweight but require attention to material safety. In the end, they chose a few bottles suitable for newborns with the help of professional sales staff. After purchasing the basic necessities, Cheng Jiangbei proposed to pick up some toys for the baby. They chose some soft toys that are brightly colored and easy to grip, as well as some sound-producing toys, all of which help with the baby's early sensory development. After shopping, they returned home fully loaded. When they returned home, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian organized the purchased items together and started to decorate the baby's room. They put the crib in a sunny corner of the room and folded the clothes they had chosen one by one into the closet. Looking at the baby's room taking shape, the two of them were full of anticipation for their future life. Through this busy day, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian not only prepared a warm and cozy nest for their baby, but also deepened their emotional connection with each other through their joint participation. It is more to further strengthen the emotional bond with the unborn baby. Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian easily decided to carry out a series of interesting fetal education activities at home. They reviewed a lot of information and looked at other parents' experiences to create a schedule that included a variety of activities. One evening, the two prepared a piece of soft classical music, which they had carefully selected for fetal education. Jiang Jingxian sat on the sofa while Cheng Jiangbei sat next to her, gently placing his hand on her stomach as they listened to the music together. They closed their eyes to the music and imagined their baby listening quietly in their tummies, feeling this love from their parents. After the music ended, Cheng Jiangbei took out the storybook he had prepared beforehand. This book is designed specifically for fetal education and is filled with warm and inspiring stories. Cheng Jiangbei read the story aloud in a gentle voice while Jiang Jingxian listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a few thoughts of her own. In this way, they hope to expose their babies to the fascination of language at an early age and develop their interest in literature. On another night, they decided to have a conversation. Jiang Jingxian lay flat on the bed, Cheng Jiangbei sat on the edge of the bed, and the two of them took turns talking to Jiang Jingxuan's abdomen. They described their daily lives to their babies, talk about fond memories from the past, as well as bright visions for their future lives. Cheng Jiangbei also made a point of saying that he has begun to prepare some simple little woodworking projects for his baby in the hope of teaching him the joys of hands-on toy making. In addition, they tried painting as a fetal education activity. Cheng Jiangbei was responsible for drawing the picture while Jiang Jingxian filled in the colors, and the two of them worked together to complete a picture depicting the future life of the family. They hung the painting on a wall in the nursery as a wish for the future. Through these activities, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian not only enhanced their emotional connection with their babies, but also deepened their mutual understanding. After each activity, they would sit together, share their feelings and talk about the baby's reactions, and although there was no way of knowing exactly whether the baby could actually perceive these interactions, they were convinced that love could be transmitted across any barrier. Then after a series of fetal education activities, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian sat on the sofa in the living room, enjoying the most peaceful time of the day. That's when Jingxian Jiang brought up some of her concerns about breastfeeding. Jingxian Jiang said softly, "In class today, I heard a lot of information about breastfeeding, but I'm still a little worried about what I'll do if I don't have enough milk by then." Cheng Jiangbei nodded in understanding as he comforted. This issue was actually discussed in class. Our teacher told us that there are many ways to help increase milk supply, such as frequent breastfeeding, maintaining a relaxed mindset, eating properly and getting enough rest. We can also consult professional nurses or doctors who will give specific advice. Jiang Jingxian nodded, but still looked a little worried. So Cheng Jiangbei continued, "We can also prepare some aids, such as a milk pump, so that even if you're not with the baby for a while, you can store milk in advance. Also, if you really need it, you can consider formula as a supplement." Jiang Jingxian relaxed a little after hearing Cheng Jiangbei's words. "Well, I also know that I shouldn't be too nervous. After all, every mom's situation is different, but I still want to give my baby the best possible." Cheng Jiangbei held her hand and said gently, "I believe that you will be able to be a wonderful mom. We'll have enough time to get used to it all, and if we do run into problems, we'll face them together and find a solution." In order to further dispel Jiang Jingxuan's doubts, Cheng Jiangbei suggested, "Why don't we check online now to see if there's more information or what other moms have shared?" Jiang Jingxian smiled. "Good idea. I think hearing about other people's experiences will also make me feel more at ease." So together, they searched the internet for relevant experiences and advice, reading what other moms had to share and what experts had to offer. By doing so, Cheng Jiangbei suddenly looked sideways at Jiang Jingxian, who was sitting on his lap, and suddenly spoke. "I think all your worries are unfounded, eh?" Her body was soft as could be, and her eyes were a mature woman's stare. "How so?" Cheng Jiangbei lowered his head and looked at it, then pursed his lips and stated squarely, "Your kind of size, and it's impossible to lack awe. It is estimated that in addition to feeding our baby, plus feeding me is more than enough." Jiang Jingxian looked down at her chest, then raised her head and gave Cheng Jiangbei a blank look. "Don't even think about it. No snatching food from the baby. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription." Chapter 141 The Belly. I'm begging for a follow-up. Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian sat on the wide beige sofa in the living room, the light softly spilling over the two of them, creating a cozy and serene atmosphere. Jiang Jingxuan's stomach was already slightly bulging, signaling the arrival of a new life. Her face was slightly tired, but her eyes were filled with a sense of anticipation and uncertainty about her future motherhood. Seeing this, Cheng Jiangbei gently held Jiang Jingxuan's hand a little tighter, his eyes filled with love and encouragement. "Jingxian, you just said that you want to hear about other moms' experiences. Where can we start looking?" he asked, while opening his laptop and preparing to search. Jiang Jingxian thought for a moment and said, "I remember there's a mom's forum that's very popular with a lot of real-life experiences shared on it, so we can check it out first." Cheng Jiangbei nodded and quickly typed the keywords into the search engine, quickly finding that forum. The page was densely lined with various posts, some of which were new moms asking for help with their problems, while others were experienced moms offering advice. Cheng Jiangbei slid the mouse and skimmed through a few articles on how to increase breast milk production, then began to read them to Jiang Jingxian. One mom here said she managed to increase her milk supply by drinking a Chinese herbal formula called lactation soup. Cheng Jiangbei read. Another mom mentioned that insisting on letting the baby suckle for at least 20 minutes or more each time she breastfeeds helps stimulate the mammary glands to produce more milk. Jiang Jingxian listened intently, nodding her head in agreement from time to time and occasionally interjecting questions. As the discussion progressed, a relaxed smile gradually appeared on her face, and her previous worries seemed to have lessened by a lot. "It seems like there are still a lot of ways we can try. Jiang Jingxian sighed with emotion, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and responded, yes, and with the two of us working together, we'll definitely be able to find the most suitable approach for you. For now, why don't we make a preliminary plan, such as a daily routine, and how to ensure your nutrition and rest? Jiang Jingxian nodded, and the two began to discuss the specific details. The atmosphere in the living room became more harmonious and warm. The night outside the window was already deep, but the interior was brightly lit, full of visions of a better life in the future. Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian continued their discussion, and their conversation centered around the specifics of breastfeeding, while also taking into account Jiang's health and personal comfort. Cheng Jiangbei says, we have to make sure you get plenty of rest after the birth. After all, it's important for the production and quality of breast milk. We can ask grandmothers or aunts to help take care of us for a few days until we've all adjusted to the new rhythm of life. Jingxian Jiang agreed. Yes, rest is important, but I'm also wondering if there are any specific foods that can help boost milk production? Cheng Jiangbei replied, yes, we can look for recipes online, like protein-rich foods, and foods that are traditionally thought to promote milk production, like oats, walnuts, green leafy vegetables, etc. Well, there's more, Jiang Jingxian added. I've seen some moms say that they get especially sleepy at night, but their babies often need milk. I thought if we prepared the pump ahead of time, we could store some milk when I'm tired so that I have a spare even if the baby wakes up during the night. Cheng Jiangbei nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. Also, we have to consider the baby's sleeping habits and try to cultivate a regular routine for him, so that it will be easier for you to keep track of feeding times as well. Jiang Jingxian laughed. Listening to you say that, it seems as if everything can be arranged properly. However, I'm still a bit worried about whether or not I'll encounter a lot of unanticipated problems in practice. Cheng Jiangbei held her hand and said gently, it's true that we may encounter some challenges, but we are not fighting alone. We can join some postpartum support groups where there are many moms who can share their experiences and help each other. Moreover, our friends and family will also be our strong backing. They continued to discuss possible challenges and solutions, from the baby's sleep patterns to Jingxian Jiang's own nutritional supplements, even down to tips for daily life, such as choosing the right breastfeeding underwear and things like that. Outside the window, night had fallen, and the lights inside the house looked cozy. Jiang Jingxian gently stroked her gradually bulging abdomen with a hint of worry on her face. Jiangbei, I've heard that it's best for pregnant women to get more than 8 hours of sleep, but I always wake up in the middle of the night right now, and it's hard for me to fall back asleep. Cheng Jiangbei looked at Jiang Jingxian with concern. He understood that the discomfort during pregnancy would put extra pressure on his wife. He said, we can improve your sleep quality by adjusting some of your habits. For example, you can do some appropriate exercise during the day, but not too strenuous. Try to put down your cell phone earlier in the evening to reduce the impact of blue light on your sleep. Jiang Jingxian nodded. Well, exercise is not a problem. I've been doing pregnancy yoga lately and I feel pretty good, but it's really hard to control myself not to look at the cell phone. Cheng Jiangbei smiled. It's okay, we can put our phones away from the bed to charge them, or use some specialized apps to help reduce screen time. Also, at night we can try listening to some light music or nature sounds to help relax. Jiang Jingxuan's eyes lit up when she heard it. Listening to light music sounds great. I've tried meditating a few times and it works quite well. Right, Cheng Jiangbei continued. There's also the importance of preparation before going to bed. For example, you can make a cup of hot milk and soak your feet in hot water. All of these help to relax your body and mind. Jiang Jingxian listened attentively and felt a trace of warmth in her heart. All of the methods you mentioned sound quite practical. I can give them a try. Cheng Jiangbei continued. Another suggestion is that you can try to sleep less during the day so that it might be easier to fall asleep at night. Of course, if you're really tired during the day, you still need to rest appropriately. After all, your current physical condition needs more care. Jiang Jingxian looked at Cheng Jiangbei gratefully as she felt that her concerns were understood and addressed. Thank you for your advice, Jiangbei. Sometimes I always feel like I'm fighting alone, but in fact you've always been beside me to support me. Cheng Jiangbei held Jiang Jingxuan's hand tightly and said tenderly, Jingxian, we are a family. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we will face them together. Now let's work together to prepare for the baby's arrival. As the discussion progressed, Jiang Jingxuan's mood gradually calmed down, and she began to look forward to the days ahead. A reassuring aura filled the living room. The night outside the window grew deeper and deeper, but the room was exceptionally bright and warm because of the conversation between the two. Cheng Jiangbei said, Jingxian, I know that newborn babies need to eat often, especially in the beginning weeks. We can start with breastfeeding on demand, which means feeding the baby whenever he is hungry. Jiang Jingxian nodded her head in agreement. Yes, I've read that this can better stimulate the mammary glands to secrete milk, and it's also beneficial for the baby to get enough nutrients. Cheng Jiangbei continued. Then, in the first month or two, we can try feeding the baby every 2 to 3 hours. This will ensure that your baby gets enough breast milk and also give you a relatively regular break. Jingxian Jiang adds, but if my baby sleeps longer at night, I may need to set an alarm to remind myself to pump so that it doesn't affect my milk supply. Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. That's right, and also remember to record the time of each breastfeeding session and the baby's performance, so that you can observe if there's a pattern to be followed and it helps to understand the baby's growth. Jiang Dingshan looked at Cheng Jiangbei with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you for being so attentive, Jiangbei. I feel that with this plan, I will be more confident to face the next days. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and said, this is what we should do. Moreover, once we familiarize ourselves with the baby's habits, perhaps we can slowly adjust to a more regular schedule. For example, try to keep it every 3 hours during the day, and adjust it to the baby's actual needs at night. Jiang Jingxian agreed. Okay, then that's what we'll do. If we really encounter a situation where the baby sleeps longer at night, I'll do as you said and use a pump to store some milk in advance. Cheng Jiangbei continued. By the way, we also need to take into account the characteristics of the baby's growth and development at different stages, and may need to adjust the frequency and amount of breastfeeding. So, every once in a while, we'd better review the breastfeeding diary to see if we need to make any changes. Jiang Jingxian smiled and nodded. Sounds like a scientific approach. I'm sure that if we both work together, we'll be able to find a breastfeeding rhythm that works best for our baby and ourselves. The two continued to discuss the details until late at night. An atmosphere of both tension and anticipation pervaded the living room. The night was getting darker outside the window, but the house was still filled with warmth and hope at the sound of their conversation. With the gradual improvement of the program, Cheng Jiangbei then opened the web page on his laptop and pointed to the product on the screen and lent an introduction. Jingxian, look at this breast pump with good reviews. It's a double-side synchronized breast pump with higher efficiency and many mothers have said that it's very comfortable to use. Jiang Dingxian took a closer look at the product's detail page and asked, does it have a function to adjust the suction power? Because I've heard that if the suction is too strong it might cause nipple injuries. Cheng Jiangbei nodded. Yes, this breast pump has multiple levels of suction that can be adjusted, so you can adjust it according to your comfort level, and it also comes with some accessories such as different cup sizes to suit different moms. Well, this point is important, Jiang Jingxian said. I also want to know if it's easy to clean and maintain. After all, we need to use it every day. Cheng Jiangbei flipped through the user reviews and said, it looks like it's designed quite humanely, and it's easy to disassemble and clean. Some moms say they clean it directly in the dishwasher, but others suggest it's best to wash it by hand to ensure hygiene. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Jingxian asked, so when is the best time for us to start using a breast pump? Should we wait until after the baby is born, or should we practice ahead of time? Cheng Jiangbei replied, generally speaking, doctors recommend waiting until at least a week after the baby is born before starting to use a pump, so that the baby can get used to sucking directly first. However, if you feel more comfortable knowing how to use it in advance, we can buy it now and familiarize ourselves with the process. Jiang Jingxian agreed. Okay then, I also want to know how loud the pump is. After all, I don't want to wake up the baby. Cheng Jiangbei checked the product's noise test results and said, the noise level of this breast pump is very low and shouldn't disturb the baby. After determining the choice of pump, Cheng Jiangbei continued, we also need to think about milk storage bags and coolers. If there is a lot of milk, we need to store it properly. Jiang Jingxian nodded her head in agreement. Yes, the milk storage bag also needs to be made of BPA-free material to ensure safety. For the cooler, it's best to have a portable one so that you can carry it even when you go out. Cheng Jiangbei added. And then there's the fact that we may need a small freezer or a separate freezer in the refrigerator to store the extra milk. Jiang Dingxian looked at Cheng Jiangbei, her heart filled with gratitude. Jiangbei, you've really thought this through. I feel that with these preparations, I'm less worried about the amount of milk. Cheng Jiangbei held her hand and said gently, we are a team. Jingxian, whether it's the choice of a breast pump or the care for each day ahead, we will face it together and overcome it together. During their conversation, the living room lights reflect the two of them, as if in this moment, all the future is carefully planned, and all the uncertainties are dissolved by warm words. The night outside the window is deep, but the house is full of beautiful expectations for the future life. After discussing the various features and needs of breast pumps, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian finally chose a well-reviewed and fully functional breast pump. This breast pump, bilateral synchronized pumping, pumps milk from both breasts at the same time, saving time and making it more efficient. Multi-speed suction adjustment allows the suction level to be adjusted according to individual comfort to avoid causing injury. Portable design, small and lightweight, easy to carry around, suitable for use when you are out and about, easy to clean, designed for easy disassembly and cleaning. Some parts are dishwasher safe, low noise operation, which produces less noise during operation and will not disturb the baby or other family members. A full range of accessories are available, including different sized cups to suit different moms, as well as accessories such as milk storage bottles. This pump has been well received by many moms in the market, especially for its user-friendly features designed to help moms manage the challenges of breastfeeding more easily. Even the fathers-to-be were particularly pleased. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 142 Eat to Become Fat. After discussing matters related to breast pumps, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian realized that as new parents, they also needed to be prepared for possible emergencies. Cheng Jiangbei brought up a new topic. In addition to daily care, we also have to consider what to do in case of an emergency. For example, if the baby suddenly gets sick, or other emergencies. Zhang Jingxian nodded her head in agreement. Indeed, we should learn some first aid knowledge, such as how to deal with babies when they are choking, and how to recognize if they have a fever or any other illness. Cheng Jiangbei continued. Yes, I've signed up for an online infant first aid course, so we can take the time to learn together. Also, I've found the contact information for the community hospital, so I can contact them directly in case anything happens. That's great, said Jingxian Zhang. I also think we should gather information about good hospitals and pediatricians near our homes, including addresses, phone numbers, etc., and keep that information in an easy-to-find place, just in case. Cheng Jiangbei said, I've made a list and stored it in my cell phone, as well as printed a copy and stuck it on the refrigerator door. That way no matter which of us has a problem, we can quickly find the information we need. After thinking about it, Zhang Jingxian raised another question. Jiangbei, what if we ourselves are in some kind of situation and can't take care of the baby in time? Cheng Jiangbei pondered for a moment before replying. This issue is also important. We can contact a few reliable family members and friends in advance, tell them about our plans, and let them know that they can come and help take care of the baby in case of an emergency. Jingxian Zhang adds, you can also leave them with a detailed guide that includes the baby's feeding schedule, preferred method of soothing, and anything that needs attention. Cheng Jiangbei nodded. That's right, so that even if we're off-site, we can still make sure the baby gets the best care. In addition, we can also prepare some spare items, such as a few extra sets of clothes, diapers and other essentials, and place them in an easily accessible location. Aha! Cheng Jiangbei suddenly had a twinkle in his eye and coughed again. Jingxian, since there's a chance that the breast pump could break down, it's very essential to learn. Although you may find it a bit difficult at first, once you master the technique, it will become easy. In order to make sure that Zhang Jingxian was able to be comfortable manually when needed, Cheng Jiangbei decided to let her practice this skill. Zhang Jingxian nodded. Although she was a little apprehensive in her heart, she understood that this was a necessary skill. I know, Jiangbei, but I'm not quite sure exactly what to do. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and encouraged her. It's okay, let's watch the tutorial video together and follow the steps to try. Over the next few days, Cheng Jiangbei supervised Zhang Jingxian practicing manual milking every day. He was completely happy with it. Zhang Jingxian sat on the sofa, while Cheng Jiangbei observed and offered help. Zhang Jingxian went to the restroom first and washed her hands thoroughly with warm water and soap. Back in the living room, she got a clean milk storage bottle and laid out a clean towel on the coffee table. Cheng Jiangbei reminded her, Jingxian, remember to apply a hot towel first. This will promote flow. Zhang Jingxian followed Cheng Jiangbei's advice and used a hot towel for a few minutes, then started milking according to the correct technique. She gently pressed the edge of the areola with her thumb and forefinger, then released it and repeated the motion. At first, she felt a little rusty, but with Cheng Jiangbei's encouragement, she gradually found her way. Cheng Jiangbei suggested, Jingxian, try to maintain a frequency of 20 to 30 beats per minute. This will help improve efficiency. Zhang Jingxian nodded and tried to adjust her rhythm. Cheng Jiangbei added, you can also listen to music to relax yourself a bit. Cheng Jiangbei opened his cell phone and played some soft music. Zhang Jingxian closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths along with the music, feeling her body relax quite a bit. At this point, she paid attention more smoothly. Cheng Jiangbei also mentioned, if necessary, we can use that manual breast pump we bought earlier to assist. Zhang Jingxian nodded. She knew that this manual breast pump was perfect, especially when she needed to take her baby out. In the process of practicing, Cheng Jiangbei kept giving affirmation and encouragement. Jingxian, you are doing well. This will do. No need to rush. Zhang Jingxian felt her husband's support and her heart warmed. While discussing how to use reflexivity to improve efficiency, Jiangbei Cheng and Jingxian Zhang found this to be a topic worth delving into. Jingxian Zhang expressed interest in this and hoped that it would become easier in this way. Cheng Jiangbei said, Jingxian, we can trigger the reflex through some methods, such as listening to the baby's voice, or looking at the baby's picture, or even smelling the baby's clothes. Zhang Jingxian nodded in understanding. I've heard of this method, but I'm not quite sure exactly how to do it. Chang Jiangbei explained. It's actually very simple. For example, when you plan to feed your baby, you can start by playing some baby sounds, like a baby's laughter or a recording of a baby's voice. Doing so can make your brain associated with the baby, thus promoting secretion. Jiang Jingxian said. Then I can try. Maybe I can even look at the baby's picture and imagine him drinking milk in my arms. Chang Jiangbei continued. That's right, this will not only help you relax, but also trigger the reflexes better. Also, smelling your baby's clothes, especially those with baby odors, can have a similar effect. Chang Jiangbei said happily. Great, Jingxian, looks like we've found a good method. In the future, you can do this before every time. Over time, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian continued to explore more ways to facilitate feeding. By supporting each other and constantly experimenting, they not only made milking more efficient, but also strengthened their bond with each other. Whenever Jiang Jingxian was in need, Chang Jiangbei was always by her side, helping her prepare everything and providing psychological support. Sometimes, he would read some interesting stories to Jiang Jingxian, or play some light music to make her mood more pleasant and thus better triggered. Through these efforts, Jingxian Jiang is not only able to ensure that her baby has enough nutrition, but she is also able to stay in good shape herself. Chang Jiangbei suggested. Jingxian, I think we can set up a specialized area somewhere in our home. A comfortable chair can be placed here, with a small table next to it with all the supplies you need. Jiang Jingxian nodded her head in agreement. That sounds good. I think this area should not only be comfortable, but also private enough. That way I won't feel awkward when I'm milking. Chang Jiangbei continued. We can arrange this area in a corner of the bedroom and use a screen or curtain to add privacy. If the weather is nice, there is also the option of milking on the balcony or in the sunroom to enjoy the natural light. Jiang Jingxian thought for a moment and added. By the way, Jiangbei, I think it's best for this place to be close to an electrical outlet because sometimes I might need to use an electric breast pump. Also, there should be a trash can and a hand-washing basin next to it, so it's easy to discard waste and wash your hands. Chang Jiangbei nodded in agreement. These are important details. We can also place a small refrigerator or warming box here for storage. Jingxian Jiang added. We can also hang some baby photos or baby art paintings on the wall so that we can look at the baby and be in a better mood. Chang Jiangbei smiled and said. Yes, this is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also helps you relax. You can also put on some relaxing music, or play some baby sounds, such as baby's laughter, all of which can help you trigger your reflexes. Jiang Jingxian thought about it and came up with another idea. If possible, I would also like to put a bookshelf in this area, on which I can put some of my favorite books, or some parenting-related books. That way when you're milking, you can read a book to make the time go by faster. Chang Jiangbei said approvingly. This is a good idea. We can look for a multifunctional bookshelf that can hold books as well as some commonly used milking supplies. To further improve this milking area, Chang Jiangbei also suggests, we can also place a small speaker here, connected to a cell phone or computer, so that you can play your favorite music or even play some guided meditation sounds to help you relax. Jiang Jingxian nodded. Yes, sometimes listening to some soft music does help me relax. Chang Jiangbei continued. We can also place some small decorations here, such as plants or aroma lamps, to make the air fresh and the environment more pleasant. Jiang Jingxian smiled and said, that sounds like a perfect place. I don't think milking will be a bothersome thing after this arrangement. Chang Jiangbei held Jiang Jingxuan's hand and said gently, yes, Jingxian, we have to do our best to create a milking environment that is both practical and cozy for you. This will not only make you feel comfortable, but also improve the efficiency of milking. Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian began to seriously consider all corners of their home in order to choose a suitable location for their breastfeeding area. They wanted to find a place that was both private and comfortable, so that Jiang could feel relaxed while nursing or expressing milk, while keeping the baby safe and quiet. Chang Jiangbei suggested, Jingxian, I think our master bedroom might be one of the best options. It's relatively quiet and there's enough space for us to set up a nursing area. After thinking about it, Jiang Jingxian nodded and said, the master bedroom is indeed a good choice. But I think we might also need to consider the issue of privacy. If friends or family members visit, they might come right in. Chang Jiangbei thought about it and made another suggestion. Then we can use a screen to make a partition in one corner of the master bedroom, so that we can ensure privacy without taking up too much space. Jiang Jingxian agreed. That's a good idea. We can also consider setting up a nursing area in the study. The study is usually less likely to have people coming in, and it's a quieter environment. Chang Jiangbei nodded in agreement. The study is also a good place, but we need to consider whether there are enough outlets to use the milk pump, and whether it's easy to get in and out. Jiang Jingxian added, yes, we can solve the problem of the outlet in the study, and as for access, we can lock the door or put a sign to remind others not to enter at will. Chang Jiangbei continued, there is another place. and that is a corner of the living room. Although there are more people coming and going here, if it's separated by a screen or curtains, it can also ensure a certain amount of privacy. After thinking about it, Jingxian Jiang said, the living room is really a place to consider, especially when we have visitors. I can feed the baby here without having to go and leave everyone. In the end, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian decided to set up a breastfeeding area in the master bedroom and one in the study, so that they could choose flexibly according to the actual situation. They thought the master bedroom would be more suitable for nursing or milking at night, while the study would be more suitable for daytime use. Cheng Jiangbei said, this gives us two options that can be adapted to the specific situation, and, if we need to in the future, we can also set up a temporary nursing area in the living room. Zhang Jingxian nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this gives us enough flexibility. I think this arrangement is very reasonable. After determining the location, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian began to set up. They placed a cozy rocking chair in one corner of the master bedroom and separated it with a screen to create an intimate space. Instead, the den was furnished with a chair with an upholstered seat and ensured that a nearby outlet was available. Through meticulous planning and arrangement, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian not only provided a comfortable environment for Zhang Jingxian, but also made better preparation for the future life. Whenever Jingxian Jiang is here, she feels the warmth and support of home. After determining the location of the breastfeeding area, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian decided to go to the mall the next day to pick up some necessary supplies to complete the two breastfeeding areas. They made a shopping list that included nursing pillows, cozy pillows, a small coffee table, a nightlight, and some essential hygiene items. On Saturday morning, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian went to the nearest shopping center together. They first went to a home goods store, where they found a beautifully designed nursing pillow that not only supports the baby, but also makes it easier for Jingxian Jiang to breastfeed. They then shopped for some soft pillows and a compact side table so that Jingxian Jiang could keep a glass of water or other essentials handy while she nursed. Next, they came to the lamps and lanterns area. Considering the need for soft light when breastfeeding at night, Cheng Jiangbei suggested buying a nightlight with adjustable brightness. Zhang Jingxian agreed with him and they selected a table lamp with a simple shape and cozy light. Chapter 143 Shopping. I'm begging for a catch-up read. That is, in the morning, the sky shed gentle sunlight, and through the gaps between the leaves, it dappled onto Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian. Hand in hand, the two stepped into one of the shopping center's upscale furniture stores, which displayed an assortment of chairs ranging from vintage styles to modern simplicity. Zhang Jingxuan's eyes rested on a rocking chair with soft cushions, a classic rocking chair design with a wooden frame covered with beige fabric cushions, which looked both comfortable and brought a sense of serenity. She walked over and gently sat down, gently rocking back and forth with a satisfied smile on her face. Cheng Jiangbei observed from the sidelines and asked, how does it feel? It's very comfortable. I think this rocking chair is perfect to put in the bedroom, and when you're feeding at night, sitting on it and gently rocking it should make your baby fall asleep faster. Zhang Jingxian replied. Cheng Jiangbei nodded, but he still wanted to see if there were any other options. Let's look at the others. Maybe there's a better option? So they continued to wander around the store. Cheng Jiangbei noticed a modernly styled single sofa, which had thick armrests and a spacious seat and looked very comfortable. He invited Zhang Jingxian over to experience it. After Zhang Jingxian sat on it, she realized that the sofa was not only supportive, but also had an adjustable angle, making it suitable for prolonged sitting for breastfeeding or resting. This one is great too, and it's adjustable so I can find the most comfortable angle when I nurse, Zhang Jingxian said excitedly. Cheng Jiangbei looked at Zhang Jingxuan's contented look as she sat on the sofa, and felt very pleased in his heart. He thought for a moment and proposed, how about this? We use that rocking chair for the nursing area in the bedroom, and use this sofa that can be adjusted to an angle for the one in the study. What do you think? Zhang Jingxian thought about it and nodded in agreement. This is quite good. The two chairs each have their own characteristics, and both are practical. Once they had decided, they asked the store clerk for specific measurements and prices, and confirmed home delivery. While waiting for the store clerk to process the order, they shopped a little longer, stopping to pick up some trinkets that they planned to use to accent the two new nursing areas. Inside the furniture store, besides the comfortable seats, there were some other items that attracted the attention of Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian. As they continued to browse the store, they passed a row of small areas displaying a variety of side tables. A small, sophisticated side table caught their eye. It has a minimalist design and a small drawer underneath the tabletop that can be used to store small items or nursing supplies. It occurred to Jingxian Jiang that having a side table like this within reach would be handy for grabbing a glass of water or other essentials while breastfeeding. This side table fits right next to the chairs, Zhang Jingxian said to Cheng Jiangbei, pointing to the side table, so I don't have to get up to look for something. Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. Yes, and this drawer can also be used to store some small items that need to be used when breastfeeding. Next, they saw a set of cute wall-mounted storage baskets that came in different sizes and could be used to hang some of the baby's small toys or small blankets. Thinking that this would save space and beautify the room, Jiang Jingxian suggested, "We can buy a few of these storage baskets and hang them on the wall, so the baby's toys will have a place to go." Cheng Jiangbei smiled and responded, "Good idea. This will not only make the room look tidier, but also create a fun space for the baby to play." In addition, there were also some decorative pillows and blankets in the store with very warm and lovely colors and patterns. Jiang Jingxian picked a few soft-colored pillows, thinking that these pillows would not only increase the comfort of the chair, but also play a decorative role. Cheng Jiangbei also picked a lightweight cotton blanket, saying, "When breastfeeding at night, this blanket can be used to cover the baby to prevent him from catching a cold." Finally, they also found some small potted green plants in the plant area of the store, which don't require much maintenance but can bring life to the room. Jiang Jingxian felt that placing some greenery in the nursing area could freshen up the air and also give people a sense of natural harmony. After selecting all the items, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian felt very satisfied. They believe that through these careful arrangements, they will create a space that is both cozy and practical for the upcoming new member of the family. When they left the furniture store, the sun had risen higher and the sunlight was even brighter. Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxuan's mood was also as bright as the weather. They know that the upcoming addition to their family will bring more joy and responsibility to their lives. Of course, after deciding to purchase a side table, storage baskets, pillows, blankets and some greenery, Jiangbei Cheng and Jingxian Jiang continue to look for more facilities that can help them organize and store breastfeeding supplies. They arrived at an area specializing in storage products, where they were dazzled by a wide variety of organizers, drawer organizers, and wall-mounted storage bags. Jingxian Jiang was attracted to a wooden drawer organizer with multiple small compartments. This organizer not only has a simple and generous appearance, but each small compartment can be pulled out independently, which is perfect for categorizing and storing all kinds of small baby items, such as pacifiers, bottle brushes, soothers, and so on. Jiang Bei, what do you think of this organizer? Jiang Jingxian asked. It can help us organize the baby's things well. Cheng Jiangbei looked at it and nodded his head in agreement. This is good. Each compartment can be opened individually, so it's convenient when looking for something. We can put it in the nursing area of the study. Next, they found some clear plastic organizers that came in different sizes and were suitable for storing some items that needed to be dust-proofed. Jiang Jingxian picked a few boxes of different sizes, intending to use them to store some spare bottles and other nursing accessories. The transparent design of these boxes is good. At a glance you can see what's inside, Jiang Jingxian said, putting a few storage boxes into the shopping cart. Cheng Jiangbei also noticed some hooked organizer bags that can be hung behind the door, and he thinks this design can make full use of the space, and it won't take up too much floor space when hung behind the door. This hooked organizer bag is also good. It can be hung behind the door of the study or bedroom, and used to put some frequently used things. Hearing this, Jiang Jingxian smiled and said, "Yes, this way, you can quickly find what you need before each breastfeeding session, and it won't look cluttered." During the shopping process, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian didn't forget to discuss the practicality of each item with each other to make sure that they were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also could really help them in their daily lives. They believe that by utilizing these storage tools wisely, they can make the breastfeeding area more tidy and organized. Eventually, they arrived at the checkout counter with a full shopping cart. With the help of the store clerk, they confirmed all the items they had purchased and arranged for home delivery. After purchasing a series of storage items, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian continued to look for other facilities that could enhance the convenience and comfort of the nursing area. They decided to go to the electrical appliances area to see if there were any suitable auxiliary electrical devices. First, they focused on a nightlight designed specifically for nighttime breastfeeding. This nightlight can adjust the brightness by touch, and there is also an automatic shut-off function, which avoids the bright light irritating the baby's eyes when breastfeeding in the middle of the night. Jiang Jingxian was very interested in this product and said, "With this night light, getting up at night to breastfeed won't be so blinding, and turning down the brightness to the lowest level can also create a quiet atmosphere." Cheng Jiangbei agrees, and the automatic shut-off function is very sweet, so we won't forget to turn off the lights when we're taking care of the baby. Next, they went to the small appliances area and found a portable milk warmer. This milk warmer can not only heat the bottle quickly, but also has a heat preservation function to keep the milk at a constant temperature, avoiding the situation where the baby has to drink cold milk that leads to an upset tummy. This milk warmer looks very convenient, especially when feeding at night. You can directly use it to heat the bottle, Cheng Jiangbei said. Jiang Jingxian added, and it can also be used to heat up supplements, so you can use it later when you add supplements to your baby. In addition to these appliances, they also noticed a manual breast pump designed for moms. This breast pump is compact, easy to carry and simple to operate, making it suitable for use when you are on the go. considering that sometimes it is necessary to prepare the milk in advance. Jingxian Jiang found this breast pump very practical. Chang Jiangbei suggested, since we already have an electric one, this manual one is also good as a backup, especially when the power goes out or when we go out. After shopping around in the electrical appliances section, they also found a multifunctional electric kettle. This electric kettle not only boils water fast, but also has a sterilization function, which can be used to sterilize milk bottles and other baby products. This kettle is really 2-in-1. Not only can it boil water quickly, but it can also be used to sterilize, saving a lot of trouble. Jiang Dingxian said. After shopping for the required electrical appliances, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian went to the cashier's counter and checked out all the goods they had purchased. They planned to have the merchant deliver the goods directly to their home and made an appointment for installation services. As they left the mall, both of them wore satisfied smiles, thinking that the nursing area in their home was about to become even better, and their hearts were filled with beautiful visions of their future lives. Back home, they couldn't wait to start planning how to set up these new additions, striving to make the best of every detail to be fully prepared for the baby's arrival. The two slipped around. It's not a bad deal anyway, so of course it's a buy. They arrived at a store that specialized in baby products, with many products for new parents. Jingxian Jian was first attracted to a soft cotton apron. Not only does this apron come in a variety of colors to choose from, but it also has pockets to hold small items such as a cell phone or tissues while breastfeeding. This apron is very practical. It protects your clothes from getting dirty when breastfeeding, and it has pockets, so it's very convenient. Jiang Dingxian said. Chang Jiangbei also thought it was a good idea. Well, this way you won't have to worry about your clothes getting dirty when you're breastfeeding. Then they found some waterproof mats for babies, which can be spread on the bed or sofa to prevent babies from wetting the bed sheets or sofa. Dingxian Jiang believes that such waterproof mats are necessary, especially at the beginning of the breastfeeding stage, when babies can easily wet the items around them. Chang Jiangbei agreed. This waterproof pad is good to protect the mattress from damage. In addition, they also picked out some baby-specific wipes and diapers, which are indispensable items for daily care of babies. Jingxian Jiang paid special attention to the ingredients of the wipes, choosing fragrance-free and alcohol-free styles to ensure that they are gentle and non-irritating to the baby's delicate skin. Finally, they shopped for some cute children's books and toys. The big bags are getting bigger and bigger. There really is no limit to the desire to buy things for your own baby. As they continued to browse the store, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian came to the baby and toddler section, where many practical gadgets were displayed, just what they needed. The first thing that catches your eye is a portable bottle sterilizer. This sterilizer adopts ultraviolet sterilization technology, and its compact size makes it perfect for carrying on the go. Jiang Jingxian picked up one and read the introduction. This sterilizer is so convenient. Whether at home or out and about, you can always sterilize bottles. Chang Jiangbei added, and sterilizing with UV light is easier, faster and safer than the traditional boiling method. Next, they saw disposable breast pads that were designed to be so thin that they could barely feel their presence, yet were strong enough to absorb excess milk. This breast pad looks breathable and should be comfortable to use, Jiang Jingxian said, putting a pack of breast pads into the shopping basket. Then they discovered several different designs of breastfeeding covers. Not only are these cover-ups made of soft materials and cute patterns, but more importantly, they can completely cover the nursing process, which protects privacy and allows the baby to eat without worry. This cover-up is great for both at home and outside, Chang Jiangbei said. In the baby care section, they found a round-tipped scissors for babies, which is designed to be very safe and can easily trim babies' nails without hurting them. Jingxian Jiang said, babies' nails grow fast, and these scissors come in handy. Immediately after, they found a multifunctional baby carrier, which not only looks stylish, but also can be adjusted according to different postures, so that the baby can feel comfortable even in the mother's arms. Jingxian Jiang tried it on and found the carrier to be very supportive and easy to put on. In the thermometer section, they selected an electronic ear thermometer, which measures quickly and accurately and is perfect for babies. Chang Jiangbei explained, it's important to measure a baby's temperature in a timely manner when he or she is sick, and this ear thermometer allows us to quickly understand the baby's health. Chapter 144, Come to my office. Requests for follow-up readings. When Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian returned home with a fully loaded shopping cart, it was already evening. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the floor through the windows of the living room, adding a bit of warmth to the room. Jiang Jingxian put down the bags in her hands and exhaled softly, looking at the items piled into a small mountain in the center of the living room. She couldn't help but smile. Today is really full of harvest, Jiang Jingxian said to Chang Jiangbei while organizing the shopping bags in her hands. I didn't even expect to buy so many things. Chang Jiangbei took the bag in her hand and replied with a smile. Yes, but these are all things that the baby will need in the future, so it's always good to prepare them in advance. Piece by piece, they began to categorize and arrange the things they had bought. Jiang Jingxian opened the portable bottle sterilizer and carefully read the instructions, imagining how to use it in the future. The operation of this sterilizer seems to be very simple. I'll be able to use it once I see it. She looked up to Chang Jiangbei and shared her findings. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, was studying the baby carrier on the side, trying to figure out how to wear it properly. It seems like the design of this carrier is quite user-friendly. It should be easy to learn how to use it. He tried to mimic the movements on the instructions and put the carrier on himself. Well, that way the baby can be close to me all the time. Jiang Jingxian nodded and continued. Right, we haven't had dinner yet. What would you like to eat? Chang Jiangbei looked at his watch and realized that it was getting late. Whatever, how about making some simple pasta? Or ordering a takeaway is fine. Jiang Jingxian thought about it and decided that it would be better to make some simple dinner by herself. It's better for me to make some noodles. It's simple and quick, and you're hungry too. After saying that, Jiang Jingxian went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Chang Jiangbei continued to fiddle with the newly purchased supplies and imagined their future life. At the dinner table, the two of them ate and chatted, talking about their upcoming new life and all the preparations they had made to welcome the new baby. As night fell, they simply cleaned up after dinner, and then they each washed up and prepared for rest. As the bedroom light faded out, the room fell silent, leaving only the occasional sound of insects chirping outside the window and the two men's visions of a better life ahead. The next morning, the sunlight gently shone into the bedroom through the gaps in the curtains. Jiang Jingxian was awakened by a ray of light. She gently rubbed her eyes and saw that Chang Jiangbei was sitting on the edge of the bed, seemingly already waiting for her to wake up. Good morning, Jingxian, Chang Jiangbei said gently. Today we're going to the hospital for a maternity checkup. Are you ready? Jiang Jingxian smiled faintly and stretched. Well, it's ready. Let's set off. They ate breakfast together and then headed out the door to the hospital. Today's weather was beautiful. The clear sky and mild sunshine made people feel happy. When they arrived at the hospital, Jiang Jingxian sat in the waiting room while Chang Jiangbei went to check in. Soon, the nurse called their names and guided them into the examination room. The doctor, a kindly middle-aged woman, greeted them warmly and asked for some basic information about Jiang Jingxian's physical condition. The doctor began to conduct routine blood pressure and weight checks, and then prepared to conduct an ultrasound. Chang Jiangbei held Jiang Jingxian's hand, giving her encouragement and support. The image of the baby was displayed on the screen, and the clearly visible little hands and feet made both of them excited. Look, this is the baby's heart beating and everything is normal. The doctor pointed at the screen and explained. Hearing the doctor's words, Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei both breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at each other. After the examination, the doctor told them that the baby was developing well and there were no abnormalities. She also gave them some advice on pregnancy care and reminded them of the time for their next delivery. On the way out of the hospital, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian were both in a good mood, discussing what they had just seen of the baby and what they needed to pay attention to next. They planned to start adjusting their lifestyles according to the doctor's advice once they got home to fully prepare for the healthy birth of the baby. On the way home, they also stopped by the market and bought lots of fresh vegetables and fruits to make a healthy lunch to celebrate the wonderful day. When they got home, Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei worked together to prepare lunch. They selected fresh ingredients bought from the market, intending to make dishes that were both nutritious and delicious. Jiang Jingxian was responsible for washing the vegetables and fruits, while Chang Jiangbei was in charge of chopping and cooking. At the dinner table, the two enjoyed the food they had made, and while eating, they chatted about their arrangements for the coming months. Jiang Jingxian mentioned the possibility of needing more rest, while Chang Jiangbei expressed his willingness to take on more household chores to ensure that she would be adequately cared for during her pregnancy. After lunch, Jiang Jingxian decided to take a break. After all, it was very important to maintain a good mental state during pregnancy. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, continued to be busy as he began to organize some of the information that he brought back from the hospital in the morning and went online to find more knowledge on pregnancy care. In the afternoon, they decided to take a walk together in a nearby park to get some fresh air and move their muscles at the same time. The park was full of fallen leaves covered the paths, and there was a slight coolness in the air. They strolled under the shade of the trees, enjoying the peace and harmony. Upon returning from their walk, Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei decided to create a detailed to-do list, including the layout of the nursery, the study of parenting books, and the various necessities for the upcoming family member. In the evening, they watched a couple of documentaries on parenting together and learned a lot of practical parenting skills from them. After watching the movie, the two sat on the sofa and thought about the scene after the baby's arrival with a lot of anticipation and happiness. As the days passed by, Jiang Jingxian's pregnancy came to an end. Her belly grew bigger and bigger, and her mobility gradually became more and more inconvenient. Chang Jiangbei looked in his eyes and ached in his heart. In order to make things easier for his wife, he began to take the initiative to take on more household chores, trying not to overwork Jiang Jingxian. Every morning, Chang Jiangbei would wake up early to prepare a nutritious breakfast for Jiang Jingxian to ensure that she could take in enough energy. He will include a variety of iron and calcium-rich foods in his breakfast, such as eggs, milk and nuts, and will also pair it with fresh fruits and vegetable juices to ensure that both Jiang Jingxian and the baby get plenty of vitamins and minerals. Jingxian Jiang also pays close attention to her diet, knowing that her choices can affect the baby in her womb. As a result, she tries to avoid fried, high-sugar or processed foods, turning to fiber-rich foods to aid digestion. Sometimes, she would cook herself and make some light and delicious dishes for Chang Jiangbei to savor her handiwork. As her due date approached, Jiang Jingxian began to feel a little anxious. Although she was excited about the life that was to come, the thought of labor and delivery still made her a little nervous and uneasy. Sensing this, Chang Jiangbei not only looked up many positive cases and experience sharing about childbirth on the internet, but also took time off work to accompany her to attend prenatal classes held by the hospital. During the classes, they learned how to relieve pain by breathing, understood the different stages of labor and delivery, and also mastered the basics of newborn care. These classes not only increased their confidence, but also made Jiang Jingxian feel much more at ease. Chang Jiangbei even promised to be with her throughout her labor and be her strongest support. On the weekend, Chang Jiangbei invited a few good friends to his home for a get-together. The friends brought a variety of baby items as gifts, including soft baby blankets, cute bottles, and beautiful children's books. Everyone sat around and shared parenting tips and told interesting stories about their children's growth. Such gatherings not only allowed Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei to gain valuable advice, but also allowed them to feel the support and love of their friends around them. During a maternity checkup, the doctor told them that the baby's development was very good, which made the couple very happy. The doctor also reminded them that they needed to be ready for labor at any time as the due date was approaching, and informed them of the signs of impending labor and measures to deal with it. When they got home, Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei started to prepare their waiting bag, which was filled with items that might be used during labor, such as maternity supplies and baby's clothes and diapers. Every night, Chang Jiangbei would read storybooks to Jiang Jingxian and the baby in her stomach. He would tell a wonderful story in a gentle voice, imagining the baby listening to the story attentively. Sometimes, he would even sing lullabies, hoping to bring comfort to the baby. Jiang Jingxian, on the other hand, likes to touch her belly and feel the baby kicking inside, an intimate interaction that makes her feel incredibly happy. In order to create a cozy and comfortable environment for the baby, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian also prepared a nursery for the baby. They had carefully selected environmentally friendly furniture, and the walls were covered with decorative paintings in soft colors. The room also had a crib with a soft mattress and bedding. Chang Jiangbei also learned how to properly assemble the crib on the internet, making sure that every screw was tightened and every plank was solid and error-free. During the preparation process, Chang Jiangbei also learned how to properly change the baby's diaper, bathe and dress him. He practiced over and over again until his movements became skillful and smooth. Jingxian Jiang, on the other hand, focused on how to breastfeed a baby, soothe a crying baby, and how to recognize the needs represented by a baby's different cries. As the days passed by, their home became more and more cozy and hopeful because of the new life they were about to welcome. Every night before going to bed, Chang Jiangbei would embrace Jiang Jingxian and tell her softly, "No matter what happens, we will face it together and welcome the baby together." Jiang Jingxian would also return a warm smile and nod her head in agreement. "Aha, do you want to go shopping for baby car seats tomorrow?" Chang Jiangbei asked. "Well, randomly there's still the waiting bag to prepare." Jiang Jingxian snuggled into her arms and, installing an infant car seat and preparing a birth kit is especially important for parents to be now. So, in order to ensure the safety of the baby, Chang Jiangbei decided to start by installing an infant car seat. He purchased a car seat for newborns that has good side impact protection and an adjustable angle so that the baby can sleep comfortably even in the car. After getting the seat, Chang Jiangbei first carefully read the manual to understand the various parts of the seat and the installation steps. To make sure, he also found instructional videos online and followed them step by step to learn the proper installation. During the installation process, he constantly makes sure that the seat is secure and adjusts the position of the seatbelt to ensure that the baby can get the best protection while in the car. Jiang Jingxian observed from the sidelines, offering her opinions and suggestions from time to time. When Chang Jiangbei finished the installation, Jiang Jingxian sat in the car and tried to simulate placing her baby in the seat, checking that it was easy to maneuver to make sure that even with her postpartum physical limitations, she was able to place her baby in the seat without any problems. After confirming that everything is correct, Chang Jiangbei also deliberately drove around to experience the actual effect of the seat, to ensure that there is no hidden safety hazards. The next task was to prepare the waiting bag. Together, Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei made a detailed list to ensure that they would not miss any necessary items. The list included maternity items such as sanitary napkins, toilet paper, pajamas, slippers, baby items such as diapers, baby clothes, wet wipes, bottles, milk powder, etc., and some personal necessities such as cell phone chargers, glasses, and combs. They prepared one by one according to the list. First went to the supermarket to buy diapers, wipes and other consumables, and then went to a mom and pop store to buy baby clothes in bottles. Zhang Dingxian paid special attention to the quality of the clothes, choosing cotton to ensure that the baby was comfortable to wear. Cheng Jiangbei was responsible for choosing the right bottle. He consulted the store staff and finally chose one that was easy to clean and came with an anti-colic design. When they returned home, they sorted and organized all the items together and put them into a large suitcase. For ease of use, Zhang Jingxian also put some commonly used items in a separate small backpack, so that in case they needed to go to the hospital in an emergency, they would only need to take the backpack with them. In addition, they have a pamphlet with the hospital address, doctor's contact information, insurance information, and copies of documents that may be needed at the time of delivery so that they can quickly access the information they need at a critical time. After the preparation of the maternity bag was completed, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei checked together to make sure that all the items were in place, and only then did they rest assured that the suitcase was placed near the foyer, so that it could be picked up and left at any time. They joked with each other that all that was left was for the baby to order and ship. Preparing for all this was a mixture of nervousness and excitement for them. Whenever they thought of the little life that was about to arrive, the two people's hearts were filled with warmth. Every night, Cheng Jiangbei would be with Zhang Dingxian, gently stroking her stomach and talking to the unborn baby, telling her how much her mom and dad were looking forward to his arrival. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 145 Happiness. As their due date approached, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian began attending maternity classes more frequently to ensure that they would have sufficient parenting knowledge before their baby arrived. Cheng Jiangbei took notes very carefully during each class, while Zhang Jingxian enjoyed exchanging experiences with other moms-to-be, which made their preparation more comprehensive. One night, Zhang Jingxian suddenly felt a contraction. Although not very strong, it made her a little nervous. Cheng Jiangbei immediately calmed her down and began to record the intervals of the contractions according to what she had learned earlier. They knew that if the contractions became regular and increased in duration, it was a sign of labor. After a period of observation, it was found that the contractions did not become more regular, so they judged that it might be false contractions. Nevertheless, Cheng Jiangbei thoughtfully prepared a hot water bag for Zhang Jingxian and told her to lie down and rest. In order to distract her attention, Cheng Jiangbei suggested playing some soft music to help Zhang Jingxian relax. The next morning, Zhang Dingxian felt better, but Cheng Jiangbei insisted on accompanying her to the hospital for a checkup to make sure everything was normal. At the hospital, the doctor informed them that they were currently doing well, but reminded them to be ready for the baby's arrival as the due date was not far away. On the way home, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian talked about their future lives, imagining the daily routines of a family of three, from simple diaper changes to teaching their children to walk and talk in the future and so on. Although the prospect of becoming new parents made them feel a little uneasy, they were also full of confidence, believing that the support of each other would make it all easier. At night, they decided to practice the scene of waking up in the middle of the night to take care of the baby in advance. Cheng Jiangbei set a few alarm clocks and copied the sound of the baby's cries to practice their quick reaction. Zhang Dingxian, on the other hand, tried changing diapers and breastfeeding. Even though it was just a simulation for now, these exercises definitely increased their confidence in facing the actual challenge. Every night before going to bed, Cheng Jiangbei would still say goodnight to the baby in his stomach with Zhang Jingxian, and Zhang Jingxian would gently respond as if she could feel the baby's response. They knew that the real test was still ahead, but at the moment, they enjoyed the sweetness that came from this waiting and expectation. Parenting is the biggest worry. As the day approaches, they plan to make a final inspection of their home environment. They know that a safe home environment is vital for the little one to be born. The first thing is the furniture safety check. Cheng Jiangbei first came to the living room. Looking around, he noticed a glass coffee table next to the sofa. This coffee table was obviously no longer appropriate after the baby's arrival. Cheng Jiangbei decided to move it to the study and replace it with a small wooden round table. He moved the coffee table carefully, afraid of any slip-ups in the process. Zhang Jingxian sat on the sofa and watched her husband's busy figure, her heart filled with emotion. She knew that Cheng Jiangbei was expressing his responsibility for the future with practical actions. Next, Cheng Jiangbei began to check the rest of the furniture. He wrapped the sharp corners of the table and chairs with soft cushions and made sure that every drawer and cabinet door was fitted with child safety locks. Zhang Jingxian assisted on the side, and she reminded Cheng Jiangbei not to forget the TV cabinet and bookshelves. Cheng Jiangbei nodded and quickly checked these pieces of furniture and secured them to the wall using a specialized child safety rope. This way, even if the baby learns to walk and tries to climb these pieces of furniture later on, there is no risk of them tipping over. Next on the door and window protection, Both Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian know that babies are very curious and they may try to open doors and windows, which is very dangerous. Therefore, they scrutinized every window to make sure that the protective netting was firmly and reliably installed, and that all window handles were fitted with child safety locks. Cheng Jiangbei also paid special attention to the protection of balconies by reinforcing their guardrails and making sure that the balcony doors were always closed. During the inspection, Cheng Jiangbei found a large gap in the door of the master bedroom and was worried that the baby's fingers might be pinched. So he bought some special protective strips for the doorway and installed them immediately, which can effectively prevent the baby from being pinched by the door. Then mull over the fact that electrical safety is also quite important. The safety of electrical appliances at home was also their main focus. Cheng Jiangbei carefully checked all the power outlets and installed safety plugs in each one to prevent the baby from being accidentally electrocuted. He also organized all the electrical cords and secured them with a special cord organizer to prevent the baby from tripping over or ripping off the cords. Jingxian Jiang, on the other hand, was responsible for checking the various household appliances in the house to make sure they were all in good working order and away from the baby's range of motion. Also, chemicals need to be stored with care. Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian cleaned out the kitchen and bathroom storage cabinets together. They moved all cleaners, detergents, and other items that could cause poisoning to high places and used lockable cabinets for storage. Jiang also made a point of emphasizing that even those seemingly harmless items must be kept out of the baby's reach. She told Cheng Jiangbei, "Babies are more curious than we think, and we have to do everything right." Final floor cleaning was carried out. In order to give the baby a clean environment, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian did a thorough cleaning. They used a vacuum cleaner to clean every corner of their home, including under the bed, in the crevices of the sofa, and other places where dust tends to accumulate. Jiang Jingxian, with a big belly, even volunteered to wipe down all the floors with a wet rag, saying she had to move around herself to make sure there was no dust or bacteria left behind. They even cleaned the curtains and carpets to minimize allergens in the indoor air. The air quality felt so much better all of a sudden. Considering that babies have high requirements for air quality, Cheng Jiangbei purchased an air purifier with a HEPA filter after checking the information on the internet. He placed it in the baby's room so that it can effectively purify the air of pollutants and provide the baby with a healthy breathing environment. Also critical is the safety of drinking water. Jingxian Jiang is also very concerned about the drinking water in her home. She checked the filter cartridge of the water purifier and found that it had reached the replacement cycle, so she immediately contacted the after-sales service staff and made an appointment to replace the filter cartridge. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, is responsible for cleaning the water jugs and cups in the house to ensure that every sip of water the baby drinks is clean. Worked for a while and sat in the living room. After discussing with Jiang Jingxian, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian decided to set up a baby activity area in one corner of the living room. They spread a thick foam mat and set out some soft toys. Jiang Jingxian also carefully selected a few books suitable for the baby, intending to read with him when he was awake. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, was responsible for installing a small fence, which would give the baby a relatively enclosed space when he played alone. It's not just space. The choice of crib is also important. Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian chose a crib that met safety standards and assembled it themselves, making sure every screw was tightened. They also paid special attention to the choice of mattress, and finally selected a product with the right amount of softness and firmness. Jingxian Jiang emphasized that there should not be any extra decorations on the crib to avoid affecting the baby's safety. Finally, Cheng Jiangbei double-checked the safety facilities in the bathroom. He put non-slip mats around the bathtub and installed a bathing chair specially designed for babies. This way, even if the baby moved around in the bath, it would not be easy to slip and fall. Jiang Jingxian also reminded Cheng Jiangbei that the faucet in the bathroom should also be installed with an anti-scald casing, so that the baby would not accidentally touch the hot water and get hurt. More than that, to ensure that help can be sought quickly in an emergency, Cheng Jiangbei has created an emergency contact information sheet that lists the hospital's address, emergency phone number, family doctor's contact information and other important information. He also printed out several copies and posted them prominently in the living room, nursery and bedroom. Meanwhile, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian checked the first aid kit at home together. They counted the items inside and found that some had expired and needed to be replaced. They replenished it with new band-aids, disinfectant, gauze, fever-reducing medicines and other commonly used items, and added some products specifically for infants and young children, such as thermometers and baby fever-reducing patches. It was a blue sky and sunny day, a great day to be out. They intend to examine the neighborhood. After all, these need to be taken into account when you become a parent later on. They wore easy and comfortable casual clothes. Cheng Jiangbei wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Looking refined, Jiang Jingxian wore a loose maternity dress, her stomach slightly bulging, her face overflowing with the joy of impending motherhood. The two drove to the community hospital, talking and laughing along the way, occasionally discussing baby names. About 20 minutes later, they reached their destination. The hospital was situated in a quiet neighborhood surrounded by greenery, with a simple and generous appearance that gave it a sense of serenity and reassurance. Cheng Jiangbei parked his car in the hospital's parking lot, and then the two of them walked into the hospital's front door hand in hand. As soon as they entered, they felt the neatness and coziness of the hospital's interior. There were some green plants in the hall, and a faint smell of disinfectant filled the air, but it was not pungent. Several nurses were busy receiving patients, but still maintained a polite smile. Zhang Jingxian noticed a huge mural hanging on one of the walls in the hall, showing a happy family with the mother holding the baby and the father standing aside. The picture was warm and harmonious. This warmed her heart, feeling that this hospital gave off a positive vibe. Cheng Jiangbei went up to the nurse at the front desk and asked, "Hello, we are the family of a pregnant woman who is about to give birth and would like to learn about the hospital's birthing process and facilities. Could someone please introduce us?" The nurse smiled and replied, "Of course, sir. You can wait here for a moment and I will arrange a guide for you." After saying that, the nurse picked up the phone and a young guide soon came to receive them. The guide, a girl in a neat uniform, introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Lena, the guide here, and I'm happy to be of service to you. Is there anything I can help you with, please?" Zhang Jingxian smiled and said, "Hello, we'd like to get some information about the maternity facilities, the labor and delivery process, and postpartum care here." Lena nodded her understanding and enthusiastically guided them through the hospital. She first took them to the maternity ward. The corridor was spacious and bright, with a ward lined up on both sides, and a small display screen at the entrance of each ward showing basic information about the patient. The wards were warmly decorated, the beds were neat and tidy, and there were cute cartoon patterns hanging on the walls, which made people feel very friendly. Lena explains, "This is a single room that we have specially prepared for women in labor. And in addition to being equipped with basic medical equipment, it also has a separate bathroom and shower facilities for the convenience of women in labor." Next, they arrived at the maternity ward. The door to the maternity ward was clearly marked, and upon entering it was a large space with a delivery bed in the center surrounded by various medical instruments. The labor room was softly lit, giving it a quiet and professional atmosphere. Pointing to the delivery bed, Li Na said, "This is our multifunctional delivery bed, which can adjust the angle according to the different needs of the mothers to help them give birth more comfortably. In addition, it is equipped with advanced monitoring instruments that can monitor the vital signs of the mother and baby in real time." Afterwards, Lena showed them around the postpartum care area. There was a lounge specially prepared for postpartum mothers, and the interior was very cozy, with soft sofas and coffee tables, as well as cribs for babies. Seeing this, Zhang Jingxian couldn't help but imagine herself recuperating here. The nurses here will help new mothers learn how to properly breastfeed, change diapers, and basic skills in caring for their newborn babies. Lena continues, "And we also hold regular postpartum rehabilitation classes to help moms get back to good health as soon as possible." After visiting the main areas, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian sat in the hospital's small garden to rest. It was filled with all kinds of flowers and plants, and there were some benches for people to rest. They sat on one of the benches and enjoyed the afternoon sun. Cheng Jiangbei exclaimed, "It's really nice here. Whether it's the environment or the service, you can see the hospital's dedication to every patient." Zhang Jingxian gently nodded her head with a smile on her face. "Yes, I think this place suits us. Also, it's closer to home, so it'll be convenient when it's time to give birth." Cheng Jiangbei held Zhang Jingxian's hand tightly, "Then decide to give birth here." Zhang Jingxian smiled and nodded, her eyes filled with happiness. On the way back, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian reconfirmed their impression of this hospital. They thought that this hospital not only had advanced facilities, but also had attentive service, making it perfect for welcoming their soon-to-be-born baby. Back home, they told their families what they had seen and heard today and finally decided to give birth here. At this moment, their hearts were filled with longing and expectation for a better life in the future. Chapter 146, The Baby, Book Catch-Up. As the days passed by, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxuan's life seemed to have entered a state of calm and anticipation. However, just one day before the due date, Zhang Jingxian felt contractions that were different from those in the past, which were stronger and more regular than any of the previous ones, occurring every 10 minutes. She immediately told Cheng Jiangbei, who immediately stopped what he was doing and followed the steps she had learned before, carefully recording the time and frequency of the contractions. "Looks like this time it's for real," Cheng Jiangbei said in a firm tone as he looked at the point in time on the record book. He quickly helped Zhang Jingxian pack her maternity bag, making sure that all the essentials inside were ready. Then, he drove her to the hospital, constantly comforting her along the way to keep her breathing steady. Upon arriving at the hospital, the medical staff quickly pushed Zhang Jingxian into the delivery room, with Cheng Jiangbei holding her hand tightly and accompanying her throughout. The doctors got busy while Cheng Jiangbei kept encouraging and supporting Zhang Jingxian. reminding her to use the breathing techniques she had learned in the course. In the hospital's maternity ward, Jiang Jingxian was lying on the bed, her forehead covered in sweat, but her eyes were shining with perseverance. Cheng Jiangbei sat by the bedside, holding her hand tightly and constantly cheering her up with words of encouragement. Jingxian, you're doing very well. You've handled every contraction well. Remember, take your time when exhaling, just like we practiced in class. Jiang Jingxian took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. I know, Jiang Bei, thank you for always being by my side. I think I can do it because we're together. As the contractions became more frequent, Cheng Jiangbei began to worry, but he tried not to let his anxiety affect Jiang Jingxian. The doctor said the baby is coming out soon. We're about to see him, her. Jingxian, hold on a little longer. You can do it. Finally, with the assistance of the doctors and nurses, the baby was successfully born. The nurse held the newborn and cleaned it up before handing this new life over to Jiang Jingxian. Cheng Jiangbei's eyes moistened as he watched this scene. He leaned over and whispered in the baby's ear, "Baby, welcome to this world. I'm your daddy." Jingxian Jian looked at her husband with a smile and then turned to the baby. "I'm your mommy and we will love you forever." In the days that followed, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian gradually adapted to their roles as parents. Once at night, the baby suddenly cried out, and Cheng Jiangbei ran into the nursery in a panic, only to realize that it was the alarm clock he had set that was acting up. Oh, so it was a false alarm. I thought the baby was awake. Jiang Jingxian walked in with a smile. Look at you. You still say you're a super daddy. How come you didn't even hear the alarm clock? Cheng Jiangbei scratched his head. Ha ha, probably too nervous. But this is good. At least it proves that our reaction speed is fine. After a few more days, Cheng Jiangbei tried to bathe the baby and ended up splashing water everywhere. Jiang Dingxian took pictures from the side and laughed her ass off. Jiangbei, look at you. This is not bathing the baby. It's almost like cleaning the bathroom. Cheng Jiangbei also laughed. Ha ha, we must improve our technique next time. However, looking at how cute the baby is playing with water, I think she might be a little sailor. What's the baby's name? Though, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian were very careful about naming their baby because they knew that the name would stay with the baby for the rest of his life. They wanted the name to have a good meaning, but also reflect the family's cultural heritage and personal characteristics. A few months before the baby was born, Cheng Jiangbei started looking through dictionaries and poetry collections for inspiration. He tends to choose names that are both culturally rich and express his expectations for the baby. Jingxian Jiang, on the other hand, pays more attention to the phonetic harmony of the name as well as whether it is easy to pronounce. She believes that a good name should make a lasting impression on first hearing. After much discussion, they decided to make the name modern and traditional. Cheng Jiangbei suggested a few names, such as Chang Siyuan, which means they hope the baby will be able to think of the source of water and never forget its roots, while Jiang Dingxian suggested Chang Shirhan, which means that the baby will be rich in connotation and beauty, just like poetry. In the end, the name they chose was Chang Shirhan. Cheng Jiangbei explains, Shir represents our hope that our baby will have a poetic life, while Han implies rich inner cultivation. The name not only expresses our expectations for the baby's future, but it is also pleasant to read. Jiang Jingxian nodded her head in agreement. I also like this name. It has the flavor of traditional culture without losing its modern flavor. I believe that this name will accompany the baby through a fine journey of life. Thus, Cheng Shirhan became the name of the new member of their family, carrying the parents' good wishes and infinite hopes. With the birth of Cheng Shirhan, a new chapter is ushered in for Cheng Jianbei and Jiang Jingxuan's family. The baby's arrival fills the house with laughter, but it also brings new challenges, especially for Jiang Dingxian, who has just gone through labor and delivery, and recuperation during the menstrual period is crucial. Cheng Jiangbei was determined to do everything he could to make sure that Jiang Jingxian received the best possible care during her menstrual period. Every morning, he would get up early and prepare nutritious yet easy-to-digest food for Jiang Jingxian, such as millet porridge and egg custard, to ensure that she had enough energy to recover her strength. In addition to the careful care of her diet, Cheng Jiangbei was also responsible for the daily affairs of the house, including laundry, cleaning and other household chores, so that Jiang Jingxian could rest in peace. Whenever the baby wakes up and needs to nurse, Cheng Jiangbei is always the first to wake up Jiang Jingxian and help her adjust a comfortable position. One night, Cheng Jiangbei noticed that Jiang Jingxian had a somewhat tired expression after feeding her baby. He asked with concern, Jingxian, you look a little tired. Do you want me to massage your shoulders? Jiang Jingxian smiled and nodded. Cheng Jiangbei gently massaged her, relieving her sore shoulders and neck and making her feel very comfortable. During her menstruation period, Jiang Jingxian sometimes felt mood swings, and Cheng Jiangbei always listened patiently to her confidences and offered comfort and support. He knew that this period was not only a time of physical recovery for women, but also a time of psychological adjustment. So, he would find some light topics, tell some jokes to make Jiang happy, or watch a relaxing movie or TV series together to help her relax. In order to keep Jiang Jingxian in a good frame of mind even during her menstruation period, Cheng Jiangbei also invited a professional sister-in-law to provide guidance to ensure that Jiang Jingxuan's diet and care were in line with scientific standards. At the same time, he also actively learns about childcare so that he can provide effective help to Jiang Jingxian when she needs it. One day, Cheng Jiangbei found that Jiang Jingxian was giving her baby a touch massage, and although her technique was not yet very skillful, the baby was enjoying it. Cheng Jiangbei went up to help, and the two of them learned the correct massage techniques together. Jiang Jingxian laughed. So you are also a massage expert. Our baby is blessed. As time passed, Jiang Jingxuan's body gradually recovered and the baby grew healthily. Cheng Jiangbei's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment when he saw all this. He said with emotion, Jingxian, we have spent so many unforgettable days together, and it is really meaningful to watch the baby grow up day by day. Jiang Jingxian also responded with gratitude. Yes, I feel especially happy to have you by my side. Thank you for taking care of me during this time, as well as caring for the baby in every way. As the baby grew, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian gradually got used to the new rhythm of life. Even though the baby's work schedule was not synchronized with that of the adults, they did their best to adapt, especially Jiang Jingxian, who needed to wake up several times a night almost every night to breastfeed. On a quiet night, Jiang Jingxian was awakened by her baby's cries. She opened her eyes and saw that Cheng Jiangbei had gotten up and was gently walking towards the nursery. It wasn't long before Cheng Jiangbei returned with the baby in his arms, and he gently handed the baby to Jiang Jingxian before sitting on the edge of the bed and turning on the bedside nightlight. Jiang Jingxian took the baby, skillfully held it in her arms and began to breastfeed. Cheng Jiangbei looked at the mother and child and a warm current surged in his heart. He took out his cell phone, wanting to record this moment of beauty. Noticing his movements, Jiang Jingxian smiled and said, "Are you going to take pictures again?" Cheng Jiangbei nodded and said softly, "I want to record every cozy moment so that when the baby grows up, we can reminisce together." A happy smile spread across Jiang Jingxuan's face as she watched her baby suckle. "Every time I see him breastfeeding so earnestly, I feel like it's all worth it." Cheng Jiangbei looked at his wife and said heartily, "Jingxian, you've worked hard. Every time you woke up in the middle of the night to breastfeed, you didn't complain a single word." Jiang Jingxian responded softly, "I know it's temporary, and it makes me happy to see the baby so healthy. In fact, I think this is a special bond between me and my baby." After feeding the baby, Cheng Jiangbei took over the baby and gently patted the baby's back to help him burp. Jiang Jingxian took the opportunity to lean back on her pillow and close her eyes. After the baby finished burping, Cheng Jiangbei carefully put him back into the crib, then returned to Jiang Jingxuan's side and turned off the nightlight. "Go to sleep. You need to rest too," Cheng Jiangbei said softly. "Aha." Jiang Jingxian nodded and closed her eyes, but after a while, she opened her eyes again and turned her head to look at Cheng Jiangbei. "You know what? Sometimes I wonder what life would be like if we didn't have a baby." Cheng Jiangbei thought for a moment and replied, "It might be a bit more free, but it's definitely not as fulfilling as it is now. Having a baby has added a lot more fun to our lives and made us cherish each other even more." Jiang Jingxian smiled and closed her eyes again. The two of them lay quietly on the bed, listening to the baby's even breathing, their hearts filled with fulfillment and peace. "That's nice." Cheng Jiangbei just watched the baby and the baby's mother like that. The whole thing seemed to be stuffed with happiness. Don't mention how satisfying it is. Early the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight poured into the bedroom through the gaps in the curtains, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian were still in deep sleep. Last night several breastfeedings had left them a little tired, but the tacit understanding and love for each other warmed them. When they woke up, they heard the sounds of the nanny playing with the baby coming from the living room. Cheng Jiangbei opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Jingxian beside him. She had a hint of a smile on her face. Obviously last night's rest had refreshed her. Cheng Jiangbei said softly, "Jingxian, how do you feel today?" Jiang Jingxian stretched and opened her eyes, responding, "Feeling much better. It was so thoughtful of you to help me burp the baby last night." Cheng Jiangbei smiled and kissed her forehead. "That's for sure. You worked so hard last night. I have to do something to compensate you." They slowly got up and made the bed, then walked to the living room together. The nanny was playing with the baby, and when she saw them come out, she smiled and said, "You're awake. The baby is in great shape today. I just finished changing his diaper." Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian looked at the baby, their hearts filled with happiness. Jiang Jingxian walked over to pick up the baby and said gently, "Baby, did you disturb mom and dad's sleep last night?" "It's okay, mommy doesn't blame you." Cheng Jiangbei then walked to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Jiang Jingxian. He boiled a cup of hot milk and cut up fruits. When he walked back to the living room with his plate, he saw that Jiang Jingxian was sitting on the sofa and telling a story to her baby, who was looking at her intently as if he was listening with great interest. Cheng Jiangbei put down his plate and sat next to Jiang Jingxian, saying softly, "What do you want to eat this morning? I've prepared milk and fruit for you." Jiang Dingxian looked up at Chang Jiangbei and said gratefully, "Thank you, Jiangbei. In fact, what I want to do most is to spend some time with you. We've been so busy these past few days that we haven't had much of a good chat." Chang Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. "Yes, since the baby was born, it seems like we haven't had much time to spend alone. However, when the baby is a little older, we can arrange some time for two." Jiang Jingxian smiled and nodded. "That sounds like a really good idea." After breakfast, they left the baby in the care of the nanny, and the two of them sat together on the balcony drinking coffee. The sunlight sprinkled down on them through the leaves, bringing a hint of warmth. Cheng Jiangbei held Jiang Jingxuan's hand and said softly, "Jingxian, you've given so much to this family. I hope you know that I'll be by your side to support you whenever you need me." Tears welled up in Jiang Jingxuan's eyes, but she still smiled and responded, "I know, Jiangbei, and I will always support you. Together we will face the challenges and create a better future together." On this cozy morning, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian enjoyed a rare time for two, talking to each other about the feelings in their hearts, and the emotions between them became deeper as a result. Despite all the hustle and bustle and challenges of life, they believe that as long as their hearts are together, there is no difficulty that cannot be overcome. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 147, Early Learning. Day 2. Jiang Jingxian then suggested that we can add some green plants to our home together, which can purify the air and also make our home full of vitality. Cheng Jiangbei nodded approvingly, thinking that not only was this a good idea, but it would also make their home look more lived in. They changed into comfortable civilian clothes and drove to the nearest flower market. The variety of plants and flowers in the market is overwhelming, and the air is filled with the fresh scent of earth and flowers. Cheng Jiangbei pushed a wheelbarrow behind Jiang Dingxian, and the two of them picked out plants as they walked. Jiang Jingxian was quite knowledgeable about gardening, and she patiently explained to Cheng Jiangbei the characteristics of each plant and how to care for it. "Look at this hanging orchid. It's not only pretty, but it's exceptionally easy to maintain. It doesn't need much sunlight and grows well with occasional watering," Jiang Jingxian said, pointing to a pot of hanging orchids with drooping leaves. Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head and put the hanging orchid into the wheelbarrow. "Let's pick a few more pots then. I want to decorate the study as well." "Well, the study is suitable to put some plants that can absorb computer radiation, such as cactus or tiger orchids," Jiang Jingxian suggested. After they chose a few pots of plants, they wandered into the succulent plant area. When Jiang Jingxian saw the small and cute succulents, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. "These succulents are really cute. Jiangbei, what do you think?" Cheng Jiangbei looked at the rounded leaves and said with a smile, "It's really cute. Just buy a few pots and go back and put them on the balcony so that the baby can get in touch with nature as well." After picking out the plants, they bought some more gardening tools and fertilizers. On the way home, Jiang Dingxian suddenly thought of something. "Jiangbei, do you think we should get a small garden for the kid in the future so he can kick a soccer ball or something? The president is the president, and he opens his mouth to be rich and powerful." Cheng Jiangbei thought about it and replied seriously, "It's okay." Back at home, they got busy, first cleaning the old pots and then carefully transplanting the newly purchased plants in. Cheng Jiangbei was responsible for digging and fixing the roots of the plants, while Jiang Jingxian was in charge of watering and placement. They divided up the work and exchanged their ideas from time to time. "Put a pot of hanging orchids in this corner, and a pot of greenery over there, so it's beautiful and purifies the air," Jiang Jingxian commanded as she adjusted the position of the plants. Cheng Jiangbei followed Jiang Jingxuan's instructions and placed the plants one by one. When all the plants were properly placed, they stood in the center of the balcony, looking at their carefully arranged little world, their hearts filled with a sense of accomplishment. "From now on, this will be a good place for us to relax." Cheng Jiangbei took Jiang Jingxuan's shoulders and the two of them smiled at each other. At the moment, everything on the balcony looked so harmonious and beautiful, as if even the air was filled with the flavor of love. Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian both knew that no matter how bumpy the road ahead was, as long as the two of them walked hand in hand, they would be able to create more beautiful memories. After enjoying some peaceful time on the balcony, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian decided that they wanted to add more color to this new lush green space. Jiang Jingxian suggested that they could make some decorations to accent the greenery, such as hand-painted flower pots or hanging ornaments. "We can DIY with some used items, which is both environmentally friendly and meaningful," Jingxian Jiang said excitedly. "I've seen someone make a small vertical garden with used wooden boards online before, and I think we can totally try it too." Cheng Jiangbei's eyes lit up after hearing this. "This is a good idea. I happen to have some basic carpentry skills. We can design and build one together. This will not only increase the space utilization, but also make the balcony more unique." So they spent the following weekend working on their DIY project. Cheng Jiangbei found the required materials and tools, while Jiang Jingxian was responsible for designing the pattern and color matching. The two worked well together, with Cheng Jiangbei sawing the wood and nailing the nails. while Jiang Jingxian guided and took care of the final coloring. After several hours of hard work, they finally finished their first work, a small vertical garden shelf. There were different sizes of flower pots hanging on the shelf, each of which was painted in a different color with a pattern carefully designed by Jiang Jingxian. When all the plants were neatly hung on the shelf, the whole balcony suddenly had a new look. As time goes by, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxuan's balcony becomes more and more lively, not only with a variety of plants, but also embellished with handicrafts they made with their hearts. Whenever friends visit, they are impressed by the creativity and hard work of this young couple, and praise them as master gardeners in the city. And whenever night fell, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian would sit on the balcony, enjoying each other's company. They talked about the interesting events of the day, shared each other's moods, and occasionally looked up at the starry sky, feeling the tranquility and coziness that the city's night brought them. On this small balcony, they have found their own little happiness, and have drawn a better blueprint for their future lives. Sure enough, it's good to be rich. With the help of a babysitter, the young couple is not so frazzled. It's more of a way to make the days more and more livable. After Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian successfully created their own small balcony garden, they began to think about what they could do next to further enhance their quality of life or add joy to it. One evening, while they were drinking tea and chatting on the balcony, Jiang Jingxian mentioned an idea. Jiangbei, you know what? Recently I read some articles on the internet about indoor herb gardens, saying that you can grow your own fresh herbs at home, which are convenient for cooking or making tea. Chang Jiangbei heard this and thought it was a good idea. Sounds interesting, so we can always pick fresh herbs to flavor our meals. Also, having a small herb garden in the kitchen will make cooking more fun, so they decided to create a small corner for growing herbs. To ensure success, they first went online to find out which herbs were suitable for growing indoors and how to take care of them. After that, they made a trip to the gardening store and purchased the soil, seeds and some small pots needed to grow the herbs. Over the next few days, they sowed the seeds together, watered regularly, and watched how the little creatures sprouted and grew. As the herbs grew taller and taller, their kitchen began to smell natural and fresh. Whether you're cooking or brewing a cup of herbal tea, you can feel the joy of nurturing them with your own hands. After Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian successfully decorated their balcony and added an herb garden, they began to think about whether other areas of their home needed some changes as well. During their discussion, they realized that the walls in the living room and bedroom seemed a bit monotonous and lacked personalization. Jiang Jingxian came up with an idea. Couldn't we decorate some of the blank walls in our home? For example, hang up some art paintings or photos of our travels. This will make the house feel more like home. Chang Jiangbei agreed. That's a good idea. And we can also pick some meaningful artworks, such as supporting local artists, which will not only beautify the home environment, but also provide a little support for the artists. So they decided to head to an art gallery or bazaar to find some unique artwork. During the selection process, they focused on choosing pieces that reflected their personal tastes and harmonized with the existing decor in their home. In addition, they also planned to take some photos of their travels, print them out and frame them to make a family photo wall to record their shared memories. Apart from wall decorations, they also thought of adding some soft furnishing elements to their home, such as replacing curtains and sofa covers, or adding some pillows and carpets to create a more cozy and comfortable living atmosphere. They planned to pick up some fabric products with soft colors and comfortable textures to make every corner of their home exude warmth. Considering that Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian have already added a lot of greenery and decorations to their home, they may tend to choose furniture that is simple yet not overly designed to maintain the consistency and comfort of the overall style. For the living room, they may choose a sofa with smooth lines and a mild color that provides enough sitting and sleeping space without looking too bulky. The color of the sofa will probably be light gray or beige, which makes it easy to match with other furniture and decor. At the same time, they will be paired with some brightly colored pillows to add a bit of liveliness to the plain sofa. For the bedroom, they may pick a firm and modern minimalist king-size bed, with a bed frame that may be wooden to give a feeling of natural intimacy. The bedding, on the other hand, will be made of soft and comfortable materials, such as cotton or linen, to ensure a good night's sleep. The choice of nightstands and closets will also focus on practicality and aesthetics, favoring simple and generous designs. If they want to add a work or reading area, then a functional work desk and a comfortable chair will be essential. The design of the table should be simple with enough space for a computer and other office supplies, while the chair needs to provide good support to minimize fatigue from long hours of work. While selecting furniture, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian also pay attention to its quality and environmental performance, choosing products that are made from sustainable materials, which are in line with their lifestyles and demonstrate their concern for environmental protection. In short, they will select furniture according to the actual needs of the home and personal preferences, and strive to make every detail reflect the warmth and personality of the home. After Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian decided to decorate the study, they started their plan. They first searched the internet for some inspirational pictures of study room decorations and made a list of items they needed to purchase. One weekend afternoon, they went to a well-known home furnishing store. Walking into the store, the wide array of furniture and decorations caught their eyes. Chang Jiangbei pulled Zhang Jingxian towards the office furniture section, where all kinds of desks and chairs were displayed. I think this desk is good. It's the right size and there's enough space for a computer and books, Chang Jiangbei said as he pointed to a dark-colored wooden desk. Zhang Jingxian nodded, then walked to a chair on the side. The chair is also important. We need a chair that can be adjusted in height and has good support. They carefully selected an office chair with adjustable arms and backrest. Next, they selected several sets of wall-mounted bookshelves and a locker with drawers for organizing files and office supplies. In terms of lighting choices, Zhang Dingxian looked at an LED chandelier with adjustable brightness and a table lamp with simple styling, both of which can help reduce eye strain. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, noticed a window decoration with a blackout curtain, which he believes can help control the intensity of light in the room, especially in the late afternoon when the sun is strong. As they walked to the decorations area, Zhang Dingxian was caught by an abstract painting. It's an interesting painting, and it should be very uplifting to hang in the study, she said. Chang Jiangbei smiled and responded, yeah, I like its color and style too. Let's just take it home. After picking out all the items they needed, they drove back to their home. Unloading all the furniture and decorations, they began to set up the study. Chang Jiangbei was in charge of assembling the desk and chair, while Zhang Jingxian helped organize the bookshelves and place the plants she had picked out earlier in the right places. When everything was ready, Chang Jiangbei sat down at the desk and tried out the comfort of the new chair, while Zhang Jingxian turned on the desk lamp and adjusted it to the most comfortable brightness. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, both feeling very satisfied with this brand new study. This will be our creative world from now on, said Zhang Jingxian, where we can definitely do a lot of meaningful things. Chang Jiangbei nodded and added, that's right, I believe that as long as we work together, this study will witness many successful moments for us. After setting up the study, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian realized that the space was not only suitable for their own use, but also a good place to spend time with their baby. They decided to involve their baby in the activities of the study as well, to cultivate the baby's interests and habits. One morning, Zhang Jingxian walked into the study with the baby and found Chang Jiangbei working at his desk. She gently placed the baby on the soft cushion spread on the floor and then began to organize the books on the shelf. The baby saw her mother's movements and curiously crawled over, reaching out to touch the books. Chang Jiangbei stopped the work in his hands and looked at the baby with a smile. Look, this is our new study room. In the future we can read and study here together. Oh. Zhang Dingxian picked up a picture book and sat on the cushion, inviting Chang Jiangbei to join in. They took turns reading the story to the baby, using exaggerated expressions and actions to attract the baby's attention. The baby listened with great interest, giggling from time to time. Jiangbei, look, the baby seems to like listening to stories, Zhang Jingxian said happily. Chang Jiangbei nodded. Yes, I think we can fix a period of time every day to read with the baby here, so that he can develop the habit of reading from a young age. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading. Chapter 148 Love, Request for Catch-up Reading. While the baby was being naughty, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian were not idle. They take turns taking care of the baby while the other one gets to take care of some work stuff. Sometimes they will work together to teach the baby to recognize words or to draw on paper to encourage the baby to use his or her imagination. As the days passed by, this study gradually became a common activity center for the whole family. Whether it was Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian working and studying here, or the baby playing and studying here, the place was filled with laughter and a cozy atmosphere. One night, when the baby was asleep, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian sat in the study, reviewing the changes that had occurred during this time. Since we have this study, it feels like our lives have become more colorful, Chang Jiangbei lamented. Zhang Jingxian smiled and responded, yes, this is not only a place for us to work and study, but also a memory bank for the baby's growth. Watching the baby grow up here a little bit makes it all worth the effort. After enjoying the pleasures of the study for some time, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian began to consider whether the other spaces in their home could also be made more practical and comfortable. The kitchen, being another important area of the home, is naturally their next target. One weekend, Zhang Jingxian suggested, Jiangbei, our study has turned into a great family corner, but the kitchen seems to be the same as always. Can't it be remodeled too? Chang Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. Right, the kitchen isn't just a place to cook. It can also be a space for family interaction. We can add a small dining table so that breakfast can be settled here. So they started planning how to rearrange the kitchen. Zhang Dingxian was in charge of picking out new kitchenware and tableware, while Chang Jiangbei was in charge of measuring the space and looking for suitable furniture online. A few days later, they brought the selected items back home. Cheng Jiangbei started to install a new cabinet, while Zhang Jingxian was responsible for clearing out the old items and cleaning the kitchen thoroughly. They also purposely chose some brightly colored decorations, such as wall paintings and curtains, to add a sense of warmth to the kitchen. When everything was ready, Zhang Jingxian prepared a simple dinner and invited Cheng Jiangbei to savor it together. "Look, now we can chat in the kitchen while cooking," Zhang Jingxian said, serving the freshly prepared dishes on the new dining table. Cheng Jiangbei sat down and savored a bite. It's really good. This place isn't just a place to cook now. It's more like a small world where we can relax." "Yeah," Zhang Jingxian agreed. "And the baby can help out here when it gets older and learn some basic life skills." In this way, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian not only made the kitchen more practical and beautiful, but also laid the foundation for the growth and participation of future family members. Whenever the family is busy in the kitchen or sharing a meal, they can feel the warmth and happiness of home. During the days of rearranging the kitchen, the tacit cooperation between Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian became more and more obvious. One sunny afternoon, they decided to add some green plants to the kitchen to add life. Zhang Jingxian wore a pale yellow dress embellished with small flower patterns, which made her look especially fresh and elegant, while Cheng Jiangbei was dressed in a casual outfit, wearing a light blue t-shirt with jeans. Looking relaxed and at ease, they shopped around in the nearby flower market and finally selected a few small and cute succulents. Zhang Jingxian particularly liked one of the succulents with thick leaves and bright green color, thinking it looked cute and could purify the air. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, liked a few mint plants that emitted a fresh scent, which he thought would beautify the environment and could be used for cooking. When they got home, together they carefully placed these new members on the windowsill, where there was plenty of sunlight, perfect for the plants to grow. Zhang Jingxian also ordered several sets of cute ceramic flower pots from the internet, intending to give these plants a cozy new home. For the next week, the kitchen became a testing ground for them to explore new recipes. One day, Cheng Jiangbei had an idea and decided to try making a homemade cake for once. He put on an apron and dove headfirst into the world of baking. Zhang Jingxian, on the other hand, helped weigh the ingredients and occasionally dipped her fingers into the frosting to taste it. When the cake was finally taken out of the oven, the entire kitchen was filled with the sweet smell. Zhang Jingxuan's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Wow, Jiangbei, the cake you made looks amazing." Cheng Jiangbei wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and smiled. "I hope the flavor will please you as well." At this time, the baby was attracted by the scent and looked at the golden-colored cake on the table with a curious glint in his eyes. Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian smiled at each other and decided to cut a small piece of cake for the baby to taste. The baby grabbed a piece of cake with his little hand and put it in his mouth, a satisfied smile on his face. Babies always bring a lot of unexpected fun and surprises in the kitchen. As Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian made a series of kitchen renovations, the space gradually became a new world for the baby to explore the world. One morning, Zhang Jingxian was busy preparing breakfast when she suddenly heard a giggle from behind her. She turned around and found her baby holding a small spoon and imitating the way she banged pots and pans, seemingly playing her own music. The baby was so happy to see her mom noticing her that she was dancing around. Another day, Cheng Jiangbei was making a salad in the kitchen when he noticed that the baby was trying to imitate himself washing vegetables. The baby stood on a small stool, struggled to reach the sink, and gently slapped the water with his little hands, pretending to wash the vegetables. Cheng Jiangbei saw this, then took a plastic bowl and some plastic vegetable toys, so that the baby has a safer washing experience. On another occasion, Zhang Jingxian was baking cookies, and the baby curiously came over and wanted to participate. So she gave him a small piece of dough and asked him to make shapes on a piece of greaseproof paper. The baby first kneaded it carefully, and then began to play with his creativity, making it into a sphere at one time and pressing it into a flat shape at another. Although the final product may not be regular, it was the baby's first baking experience. After dinner one day, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian were in the kitchen cleaning dishes while the baby played with water. He found the water coming out of the faucet very interesting and tried to catch the water flow with his hands. When the water drops fell on his hands, the baby would squeal with excitement, as if each time was a new discovery. Whenever the baby plays in the kitchen, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian patiently teach him how to safely participate in household activities and tell him what is safe to touch and what is dangerous. On a sunny weekend morning, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian decided to have a fun parent-child early learning activity in the kitchen. The baby was almost 1 year old, a time of intense curiosity and a desire to explore everything around her. Zhang Jingxian wore a pink housecoat with her hair gently tied up. Looking gentle and friendly, Cheng Jiangbei was dressed casually as usual, looking both friendly and energetic. Zhang Jingxian prepared some colorful plastic models of fruits and vegetables, as well as a set of kitchen toys for children, intending to educate the baby about different foods through simulated cooking games. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, was responsible for preparing some real ingredients, such as vegetables and fruits of various colors, which he cleaned and cut into small pieces so that the baby could touch and observe them safely. The activity began with Zhang Jingxian first guiding the baby to recognize different colored plastic fruits and vegetables, and for each one she took out, she would tell the baby its name and color. The baby looked at the toys in her mother's hands and curiously reached out to touch them, and occasionally tried to imitate her mother's voice, making some vague syllables. Then, Cheng Jiangbei let the baby come to the real ingredients. He first handed the baby a reddish apple slice, then said, "Baby, this is an apple. It's red and delicious." The baby took the apple and gently squeezed it with his little hand, then carefully put it in his mouth and tasted it, a satisfied smile on his face. To make it more interesting, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian also designed to find the same game. They mixed several toys of the same color with real food, and then asked the baby to find 2 items of the same color. The baby searched intently and clapped happily whenever he found a pair of items of the same color. During the process, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian are constantly encouraging babies to explore and sense their surroundings in their own way, and at the same time, they are teaching babies some simple vocabulary and color concepts. When the baby shows interest or successfully completes a task, they will give timely praise and rewards so that the baby can feel a sense of accomplishment. As the activity progressed, the kitchen was filled with the baby's laughter and cheers. Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian were overwhelmed as they watched the baby learn from the game. This parent-child early learning activity not only taught the baby a lot, but also allowed Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian to experience more fun of parent-child interaction. In this loving space, every progress of the baby became the most precious memory in the family. After the pleasant parent-child early childhood education activity, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian returned to the bedroom with the baby. The room was flooded with afternoon sunlight, warm light filtering through the gaps in the curtains. The sofa is dark gray, with a few soft pillows on it, one of which is embroidered with the words "Family is Forever," which gives people a warm feeling when they see it. Opposite the sofa is a wooden coffee table with a cup of unfinished tea and an open parenting book, the pages of which are slightly wrinkled from frequent flipping. Hanging above the TV cabinet was a set of photo frames, which contained framed photos of Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian when they got married, as well as some important moments since the baby was born. The smiles in the photos overflowed with happiness, recording the little moments of this little family. Against the window stood a small desk with some notebooks and stationery neatly stacked on it. A floor lamp on one side cast a soft light, illuminating the items on the desk. There is a large window next to the desk. The curtains are slightly pulled open, the outside scenery into the eyes. The sunlight just through the gap in the curtains, sprinkled on the corner of the desk, forming a dappled light effect. A small bookshelf was placed in one corner with not only adult reading books but also some brightly colored children's picture books. Next to the bookshelf was a rug with several baby toys scattered about, including a tiny toy car and a few blocks. On one side of the room stood a piano, the lid half open and the keys covered with a thin layer of fabric to keep out the dust. This was the place Cheng Jiangbei occasionally used to play music, and sometimes the baby would curiously press the keys a few times to make a crisp sound. The entire room was arranged in a simple yet cozy manner, with every corner revealing traces of family life. Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian sat on the sofa, discussing their children's future education, occasionally looking out of the window, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. As the conversation progressed, the atmosphere in the room became more harmonious and beautiful. Zhang Jingxian sat on the edge of the bed with the baby in her arms and gently changed him into comfortable pajamas while Cheng Jiangbei opened the window to let the fresh air flow in. The baby kept moving around during the changing process, and Zhang Jingxian smiled while calming him down until the baby quieted down. When the baby finally lay down and closed her eyes, Cheng Jiangbei gently closed the door to the room. The two walked to the living room, sat down and started discussing the child's future education. Zhang Jingxian spoke up. "I was pleasantly surprised by the baby's performance this morning, and I think we should continue this kind of early education program." Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. "Indeed, I've noticed that the baby is very interested in colors and shapes, so maybe we can enroll him in an early childhood class and let him learn with other children." Zhang Jingxian pondered for a moment and said, "That's a good idea. However, I've heard that some early childhood education organizations focus on teaching knowledge quickly rather than stimulating the child's interest. I think we need to look into it carefully to find a place that really suits the baby." Cheng Jiangbei pondered for a moment and then said, "You're right. In fact, I also have an idea. Can we design some activities of our own, combining games and learning, so that babies can get a good initiation at home?" Zhang Jingxuan's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "This is a great idea. We can make plans according to the baby's interests. For example, today he enjoyed that Find the Same game. We can design more similar activities." Cheng Jiangbei added, "Yes, we can also utilize various resources at home, such as books in the study, ingredients in the kitchen, and even the natural environment outdoors, all of which can be part of education." The discussion lasted more than an hour, and Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian outlined a detailed educational schedule, including the types of activities to be conducted each week, the materials needed, and the goals expected to be achieved. They also decided to assess the baby's progress at regular intervals and adjust the program accordingly. When everything was arranged, Zhang Jingxian looked up at the window. The setting sun's afterglow spilled into the room, giving a golden edge to her and Chang Jiangbei's silhouettes. She smiled and said, "Jiang Bei, I think our baby will definitely become a smart and kind person in the future." Chang Jiangbei held her hand and replied firmly, "Yes, as long as we work together, I believe nothing is impossible. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and a catch-up subscription." Chapter 149 Happy. The next day, the sky had just turned fish belly white when Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian were already ready, planning to take the baby for a walk in the nearby park. The baby was wearing a newly purchased bear coat and a cute hat, looking both warm and playful. Chang Jiangbei was responsible for checking the bag of baby supplies he brought with him to make sure he had all the essentials, such as diapers, bottles and wipes, while Zhang Jingxian was busy putting on the baby's non-slip shoes and carefully checking to make sure the laces were tied. After everything was ready, the family pushed the stroller out of the house. The morning air was particularly fresh, and there were already many morning walkers in the park. The baby looked around curiously in the stroller, his eyes sparkling with the freshness of the world. Upon arriving at the park, Chang Jiangbei parked the stroller in a grassy area with a wide view and a few large trees around to provide shade. Zhang Jingxian took out a small blanket from her bag and spread it on the ground, then placed the baby on it. The baby immediately began to explore, first using her hands to touch the grass, then trying to roll over. While Chang Jiangbei observed the baby's every move from the side, Zhang Jingxian took out a picture book and began to tell the baby the story inside. Although the baby might not fully understand the content of the story right now, he seemed to be enjoying the feeling of intimate interaction. After a while, Chang Jiangbei proposed to take the baby to the small lake in the park. They walked slowly along the path, meeting other parents with their children on the way, and greeted each other in a friendly manner. When they came to the lake, the baby's attention was attracted by the ducks swimming on the surface of the water, and his two little hands waved excitedly. Soon, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian brought the baby to a green area in the park, where there was a large grassy area and a few tall trees, and the sunlight spilled down through the treetops, forming dappled light and shadow. The baby was sitting in the stroller, curiously looking at everything around him, his eyes full of amazement at this world. Chang Jiangbei first pushed the baby along a path lined with a variety of flowers, the scent of which was pleasant to the nostrils. He points out the colorful flowers to the baby, describes their colors and shapes with simple words, such as red and round, and imitates the sound of the flowers blooming to try to pique the baby's interest. Zhang Dingxian, on the other hand, took out a magnifying glass from her backpack and squatted down to point to a leaf to show her baby the marvelous world under the magnifying glass. She gently touched the texture of the leaf with her finger to let the baby feel the different textures on the surface of different plants. She told the baby that this was a leaf, explaining that leaves help plants breathe, just as people need air. As they continued on, Chang Jiangbei spotted a large tree with many small insects crawling on its trunk. He stopped and asked the baby to reach out and gently touch the bark to feel its roughness. Chang Jiangbei told the baby that this is the bark, is part of the tree, to protect the tree from harm. He also pointed to the bugs on the tree and imitated the crawling bugs with exaggerated expressions and sounds, making the baby giggle. After walking for a while, they came to a grassy area. Chang Jiangbei parked the stroller and Zhang Jingxian spread out a soft picnic mat, then placed the baby on the mat. The baby began to try to support his body with his hands and knees. Feeling around, Chang Jiangbei picked some non-toxic grass and flower petals and placed them in the baby's hands for him to grasp while telling him that these were all part of nature. Zhang Jingxian also took out a small spray bottle from her bag and filled it with water. She showed the baby how to gently spray the leaves with water to simulate the effect of dew, so that the baby could feel the water droplets resting on the tips of the leaves. She explained that rain and dew moisturize the earth and make plants grow strong. During this process, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian constantly interacted with the baby with simple words and actions, trying to make the baby more interested in the things around him. Although the baby could not fully understand his parents' words yet, he clearly enjoyed the fun of being close to nature with a happy smile on his face. When Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian brought the baby to a small lake in the park, they noticed that the surface of the lake was sparkling and occasionally a few ducks swam by. The baby's eyes were glued to the surface of the water, curious about the dynamics. Chang Jiangbei stopped the stroller to give the baby a better look at these water birds. Zhang Jingxian took out a soft cushion from the stroller and spread it on the ground, then gently placed the baby on it. This way the baby could move more freely, and the temperature of the ground would not make the baby feel uncomfortable. Chang Jiangbei squatted next to the baby and pointed at a group of ducks on the water and said in a clear voice, "Look, that's a duck, a quacking duck." He mimicked the sound of the ducks, and the baby laughed when he heard it, reaching out his little hand to touch it. At this time, a bold duck swam close to the shore, and it seemed to be no stranger to the people on the shore. Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Dingxian exchanged a look, Then Chang Jiangbei got up and walked to the bread stand not far away to buy a few small bread balls. After returning to the baby, he tore off a small piece of bread crumb and handed it to Zhang Jingxian. Zhang Jingxian took the breadcrumb and asked the baby to stretch out her palm. The duck saw the breadcrumbs and waddled toward the shore. It carefully stretched its neck and gently pecked the breadcrumbs from the baby's hand. The baby watched his hand being pecked by the duck and felt very novel. Although a little surprised, he was not afraid. Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian encouraged the baby, telling him that ducks are friendly animals and will not hurt people. They then continued their walk along the lake, stopping every now and then to let the baby observe the other animals. A group of pigeons were foraging in the grass, and the baby's eyes followed their every movement. Chang Jiangbei picked up his cell phone and recorded the precious moment when the baby interacted with the animals for the first time. After walking for a while, they came to a boulevard where there were many sparrows jumping between the branches. Zhang Jingxian pointed to the trees and said to the baby, "Look, those are little birds. They will fly in the sky." Chang Jiangbei picked up a fallen leaf and put it in the baby's hand, telling him that it was a leaf that fell from the tree where the birds were perched. While observing the animals, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian did not forget to teach their babies to love nature and respect life. They told their babies that animals are also inhabitants of the earth and we should treat them well and keep the environment clean so that the animals can have a good home. Back in a soft grassy area of the park, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian decided to let the baby have more sensory experiences. They chose a flat and clean patch of grass, laid out a soft picnic mat, and then placed the baby on it. The baby started kicking and hitting the mat with his little hands and feet, seemingly curious about this new environment. Zhang Jingxian took out several small objects of different materials from the stroller, including a smooth stone, a soft feather, a small piece of fluffy toy, and a wooden block with a bumpy texture. She first let the baby touch the smooth stone. The coolness and smoothness of the stone was a novelty to the baby, and he stroked it back and forth with his little hand, trying to understand the touch. Next, Zhang Jingxian took out the feather and let it gently cross the baby's palm. The light touch from the feather made the baby smile. He tried to grab the feather but was always unsuccessful because it was too light. Chang Jiangbei encouraged the baby to keep trying while telling him that it was a feather from a bird. Then, Chang Jiangbei picked up the piece of fluffy toy and brought it close to the baby's cheek. The softness of the plush made the baby feel comfortable, and he began to rub his cheek against it, enjoying the touch. Chang Jiangbei told the baby that this was soft fluff and many toys were made of this material. Finally, Zhang Jingxian handed the baby the wooden block with a bumpy texture. The surface of the wooden block was rough and very different from the items the baby had touched before. The baby began to use her fingers to explore every corner of the block of wood, seemingly studying how the piece of wood was made up. Chang Jiangbei explains that this is wood, the material for much of our furniture at home. In addition to these artificially created items, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian also let their babies directly experience the touch of nature. They let the baby lie on the grass and feel the softness and coolness of the grass blades. Zhang Jingxian gently pulls down a small handful of grass and lets the baby hold it in his hand, telling him that it's a small grass in the meadow, that it's green, and that it can absorb sunlight to grow. Then, Chang Jiangbei picked up the baby and let him step on the wet ground with his little feet. The baby looked a little surprised the moment his feet touched the ground, but soon adapted to the feeling and began to try to move around on the grass. Chang Jiangbei guided the baby from the side, telling him about the feeling of the land and how it was the basis for plant growth. As the baby became more familiar with his surroundings, he also became more active. Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian take turns to play with the baby, constantly describing in words the tactile experiences the baby is experiencing, and helping the baby to build up an awareness of these new things. After the baby had explored the many tactile sensations of nature to his heart's content, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian decided to bring the baby a musical and singing experience. They chose a lawn surrounded by large trees, where the sun was gentle and the leaves rustled in the breeze, creating a peaceful yet energizing atmosphere. Zhang Jingxian took out a portable Bluetooth speaker from her backpack and connected it to her cell phone. She picked a children's song with a light rhythm and simple melody as the opening track. As the music started, Zhang Jingxian began to rock gently to the rhythm, and she picked up her baby so that he could also feel the rhythm of the music. The baby seemed to have a strong interest in this novel sound, and her eyes were fixed on her mother. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, took out a string of small bells on the side and shook them, the crisp ringing echoing the melody of the song. He went to the baby and asked him to reach out and touch the bells to feel the change in sound. When the baby's little hand touched the bell, it made a more pleasant sound, which made the baby excited. When the first song ended, Jingxian Zhang turned off the speakers and decided to sing for her baby with her own voice. She chose a traditional lullaby and hummed it in a gentle voice. The baby listened quietly, as if attracted by her mother's voice. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, gently patted the baby's back, matching the rhythm of the song and giving the baby a sense of security. After singing the lullaby, Chang Jiangbei proposed that everyone sing a simple children's song together. He and Zhang Jingxian sang Little Star, A song with simple lyrics and a beautiful melody that is perfect for babies. They made gestures as they sang, such as pointing to the sky with their fingers when they sang Little Star Shining in the Sky. Although the baby could not sing along with the song yet, he followed the song and the gestures with his eyes following his parents' gestures, seemingly trying to understand the meaning of the lyrics. To increase interactivity, Chen Jiangbei also took out a plastic snare drum and placed it in front of the baby. Whenever a certain beat in the song comes, Chen Jiangbei will knock on the drum surface, so that the baby can imitate the action of knocking. Although the baby's movements are not yet so coordinated, but every time he hits the drum surface will reveal a happy smile. As time went by, Chen Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian took turns performing several songs for the baby, ranging from cheerful children's songs to soft lullabies. They also tried to involve the baby in the songs, such as having the baby imitate drumming or ringing a bell during certain parts of the song. Gradually the baby stopped being just a listener and became part of the performance. When the music and singing session was over, Chen Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian noticed that the baby was in very good spirits and seemed to be unfulfilled. So they decided to take the baby to do some outdoor games to further stimulate the baby's motor skills and spirit of exploration. Zhang Jingxian placed the baby on the soft grass and then took out several brightly colored toy balls. She lined up the balls in a row and then encouraged the baby to grab the one closest to him. The baby seemed to be extremely interested in these colorful balls as he slowly crawled over and tried to grab them with his hands. Chen Jiangbei observed from the side, ready to assist the baby and make sure he didn't get hurt in the process of trying. When the baby succeeded in catching the first ball, Zhang Jingxian gave the baby an encouraging applause and praised the baby for doing well. Then, she pushed the second ball a little farther away and encouraged the baby to keep going. In the process of trying to crawl, the baby not only exercised her muscle strength, but also gradually learned how to control her body. Chen Jiangbei then took out a small plastic arch from his backpack and fixed it to the ground. This was a specially designed obstacle for babies to learn to go around obstacles or drill through them from underneath. Chen Jiangbei demonstrated once and then encouraged the baby to imitate. At first, the baby was a bit hesitant, but with the encouragement of Chen Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian, he bravely tried to climb over the arch. Each successful attempt drew cheers from the parents. Then they started a new game, hide and seek. Jingxian Jiang hid behind a tree and called out the baby's name. When the baby turned her head to look at her, she suddenly jumped out and exclaimed, "Peekaboo!" The baby was amused by this sudden action and laughed continuously. Chen Jiangbei also joined the game, hiding in different places and then suddenly appearing to surprise the baby. Chapter 150, Sweetness. After a game full of laughter and exploration, Chen Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian decided to prepare a cozy picnic for the baby under a shade of a tree in the park. They chose a spot near the lake, where there was a wooden bench next to a verdant meadow with a pleasant view. Zhang Jingxian spread out a picnic blanket with a plaid pattern, while Chen Jiangbei took out the basket with food from the stroller. The basket is filled with healthy snacks for baby, including cut-up fruits such as apples and bananas as well as blueberries, and sandwiches made especially for baby with soft shredded chicken and fresh vegetables. There are also several bottles of water and juice for babies to ensure that they are adequately hydrated. Zhang Jingxian carefully arranged the dishes while Chen Jiangbei was in charge of arranging the food one by one on the blanket. When everything is ready, they invite the baby to sit in the center of the blanket and put a little bib around him so he doesn't get dirty. The baby looked at the colorful food in front of him and clapped his hands excitedly. Chen Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian took turns feeding the baby while enjoying the lunch that belonged to them, occasionally sharing some light-hearted conversation about the little changes in the baby's growth. During the picnic, a breeze blew across the lake, sending ripples across the surface and rustling the leaves, bringing a touch of coolness. The baby looked at everything around curiously, occasionally picking up a leaf or a small flower to study. Chen Jiangbei noticed the baby's interest in nature, so he casually picked up a few leaves of different shapes and taught the baby about their colors and textures. After eating and drinking, the baby began to roll and play on the picnic blanket, while Chen Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian watched quietly from the sidelines with happy smiles on their faces. At this time, Zhang Jingxian suggested a family photo. She turned on her cell phone camera, set up the timed shooting mode, and then the family huddled together, revealing their brightest smiles to the camera. With a click, the beauty of this moment was permanently recorded. As the afternoon sunlight gradually became softer and the baby began to feel sleepy, Chen Jiangbei gently picked him up and let him lean on his shoulder. It didn't take long for the baby to enter dreamland in his father's arms. Zhang Jingxian gently stroked the baby's hair, her eyes filled with tenderness and love. After the picnic, Chen Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian would first check the surroundings to make sure there was no garbage or other items left behind and to keep the public areas clean. Then, they would gently pack up everything, trying not to wake up the sleeping baby. After packing up, they may choose to take a short walk in the park to allow baby to continue his nap and for the digestive system to work better at the same time. If the baby wakes up, they may push the stroller and stroll along the lakeside path, enjoying a peaceful moment as they admire the evening sun reflecting off the lake. If the time is still early and the weather is suitable, they may find a quiet place, Let the baby sit on the grass. He or she is sitting on the sidelines, accompanied by the baby to play for a while a simple finger game or sing children's songs, to help the baby to relax, but also can enhance the interaction between parents and children. When all the activities are over, they will return home and prepare a hot bath for the baby to help wash away the day's exhaustion. When Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian returned home with the baby, they decided to give the baby a hot bath. To make the process more fun, Jiang Jingxian prepared some water toys in advance, including a couple of yellow ducklings and a small whale that could squirt water. After entering the bathroom, Jiang Jingxian first filled the bathtub with warm water and tested the water temperature to make sure it was right. She also added some tear-free formula baby body wash to make the water slippery. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, hugged the baby and gently whispered in his ear, "We're going on an adventure, little captain." When the baby was put into the water, he froze for a moment. Then he was attracted to the ducklings floating on the surface. Chang Jiangbei picked up one of the ducklings and imitated its voice. "Quack quack. Hello there, little friend." When the baby heard this, he laughed and reached out to grab the duckling. Jiang Dingxian, on the other hand, gently wiped the baby's body with a sponge with very gentle movements. During the bathing process, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Dingxian took turns interacting with the baby, and they used a small whale toy to create tiny jets of water for the baby to try to catch with his hands. The baby showed great interest in this novelty toy and kept smiling and waving his little hands to reach those water droplets. To add to the fun, Jiang Jingxian also prepared a small water gun and gently sprayed water towards the baby's stomach, and every time a water droplet touched the baby's skin, the baby would let out a surprised laugh. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, was responsible for maintaining the baby's safety and making sure he didn't slip and fall because he was too excited. While the baby was playing, Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei used the opportunity to communicate. They talked about their baby's performance today and shared their feelings about each other. Jiang Dingxian mentioned, "The baby's performance today was fantastic. I think he's braver than before." Chang Jiangbei nodded in agreement and added, "Yes, and he seems to know how to explore and try new things better now." When the baby was almost done playing, Jiang Jingxian began to rinse off the foam from the baby's body with clean water. She gently rinsed the baby's body with warm water to make sure there was no body wash residue. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, got ready with a towel on the side and waited for the baby to get out of the bath. When the baby was taken out of the water, he looked very content, as if he had just had a marvelous adventure. Jiang Dingxian quickly wrapped the baby in a large towel and gently dried his hair and body. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, applied moisturizer to the baby to help keep his skin moisturized. Finally, after the baby was dressed in clean clothes, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian smiled at each other, their hearts filled with happiness. After the baby was bathed and changed into clean and comfortable clothes, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian decided to start preparing a nutritious dinner. Jiang Jingxian was good at cooking, while Chang Jiangbei was a good assistant, and they tacitly cooperated and got busy in the kitchen together. Jiang Jingxian first checked the refrigerator and the ingredient cabinet and decided to prepare a protein-rich chicken puree with vegetables and a soft pumpkin puree for the baby tonight. For themselves, they prepared steamed fish, stir-fried greens and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, all of which were simple yet healthy dishes. Chang Jiangbei was in charge of washing and cutting the vegetables while Jiang Jingxian started cooking. She first heated a small amount of olive oil in a pan, then added the chopped chicken breasts and slowly sautéed them until they were golden brown on both sides. Next, she added some diced carrots and peas and slowly simmered them over low heat until the chicken became tender and the vegetables were cooked through. With a spoon, Jiang Jingxian crushed the chicken and vegetables to make a fine puree for the baby's convenience. On the other side, Chang Jiangbei was preparing pumpkin puree. He peeled and cut the pumpkin into pieces, and put it into the steamer to steam. The steamed pumpkin was put into the blender, added a little water and a little salt, and blended into a smooth puree. Chang Jiangbei tasted it and after confirming that the flavor was moderate, he poured it into a bowl and set it aside. After Jiang Jingxian finished the baby's dishes, she began to concentrate on preparing their dinner. She skillfully spread the fish fillets on a plate, sprinkled them with shredded green onions and ginger, and placed them in a steamer to steam. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, began to stir-fry the bok choy. He first heated up the wok, added the right amount of cooking oil, then popped in the minced garlic, then added the washed bok choy and stir-fry quickly until the bok choy became soft and retained its bright green color. The last dish was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Jiang Jingxian cracked the eggs into a bowl, added the right amount of salt and pepper, and stirred well. Next, she poured a little oil into the pan, poured in the egg mixture and quickly stir-fried it, and when the egg was solidified, served it out. The same pan add a little oil, add the cut tomatoes stir-fry, wait until the tomatoes out of juice and then pour the scrambled eggs back into the pan. Stir-fry evenly can be. After dinner was prepared, Jiang Dingxian and Chang Jiangbei brought the food to the table. They prepared a special children's dinner plate for the baby, which held the carefully prepared food. The baby clapped her hands excitedly when she saw so much colorful food. Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian took turns feeding the baby while enjoying their own dinner, and the family sat around the table, sharing this cozy dinner time. After dinner, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian cleaned up the table and restored the kitchen to a clean and tidy state. At this time, the baby had already started to show fatigue, rubbing her eyes. Obviously today's outdoor activities had consumed a lot of energy. Zhang Jingxian picked up the baby and gently walked to the living room, while Chang Jiangbei turned off the bright lights, leaving only the soft wall lamps to create a warm and cozy atmosphere. Zhang Jingxian sat on the sofa, letting the baby lean on her arms, while Chang Jiangbei sat on the single sofa next to her, holding a brightly colored picture book. The picture book was the baby's favorite, Good Night, Moon, which depicted the story of a little rabbit saying goodnight to every item in the room before going to bed. Chang Jiangbei opened the first page and began to read aloud in a warm and emotional voice. Good night, Moon. Good night, jumping rope. Good night, the picture in the frame on the wall. As the story unfolds, the baby's eyes follow the pictures on the pages closely, and occasionally reaches out with his little hand to touch the pages, seemingly feeling the world in the book. Zhang Jingxian listened to the story while gently stroking the baby's back. This gentle touch made the baby feel at ease, and his eyes began to slowly close. Chang Jiangbei continued to tell the story. Whenever he came to something familiar to the baby, he would stop and ask the baby, "Look, what is this?" The baby would try to open his eyes and answer with a tender voice, sometimes giggling out loud. Halfway through the reading, Chang Jiangbei realized that the baby was on the verge of falling asleep, so he slowed down his speech and his voice became softer. Zhang Dingxian, on the other hand, continued to gently caress the baby, occasionally humming a lullaby softly to help the baby enter dreamland more quickly. When the story reached the last page, Chang Jiangbei said, "Good night, Moon. Good night, little rabbit," then gently closed the book while Zhang Jingxian carefully picked up the almost completely asleep baby and walked towards the baby's bedroom. Chang Jiangbei walked ahead and pulled the curtains open for the baby, letting the moonlight pour into the room, adding a sense of tranquility. Zhang Jingxian placed the baby on the bed and covered it with a thin quilt, while Chang Jiangbei turned off the lights in the bedroom, leaving only a nightlight to provide the baby with a hint of security. On the baby's nightstand, they placed the baby's favorite plush toy, letting it accompany the baby through a wonderful night. Before closing the door, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian stood in the doorway, quietly looking at the baby sleeping peacefully. They glanced at each other, their hearts filled with happiness and fulfillment. This day was busy, but it was also full of fun and cozy memories, and this was the best reward for them. When the baby went into dreamland, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian decided to organize the photos and videos taken today to record every precious moment of the baby's growth. They went to the study. Chang Jiangbei turned on the computer, while Zhang Jingxian sat on the side, and the two of them began to sift through all the materials from today's shoot. Zhang Jingxian plugged in the data cable of her cell phone and imported the photos from her phone into the computer. Chang Jiangbei was in charge of reviewing each set of photos, and together they recalled the events of the day. From the baby's first attempt to grab a toy ball on the grass, to his brave passage through the plastic archway, to his smiling face when catching bubbles, every detail made them feel warm and happy. Zhang Jingxian pointed to a photo of the baby catching the ball and said, "This one is a great shot. The baby's expression is simply too cute." Chang Jiangbei nodded in agreement. "Yes, this one can be used as the cover of the baby's growth record book." They picked out some special photos and planned to print them out and make a photo album of the baby's growth. Chang Jiangbei also suggested, "We can make an electronic album with background music, so we can just play it later when we want to look at it." Zhang Jingxian thought this was a good idea and started picking out suitable background music. In addition to the photos, they had also organized the video clips they had taken today. Chang Jiangbei used video editing software to put the clips together, adding simple text descriptions and timestamps to create a short video. The video recorded every first time of the baby, from the first time he successfully grabbed a ball, to the first time he bravely walked through an obstacle, to the first time he tried to find his hide-and-seek parents. Jingxian Zhang added a sentence at the end of the video, "Our little warrior, every day grows up, every day brings us new surprises." This sentence not only expresses their feelings about their baby's growth, but also contains infinite expectations for the future. After organizing the photos and videos, they also uploaded some selected works to the family cloud storage space, so that even if the devices are changed in the future, these precious memories will not be lost. They are also thinking of sharing some photos with their loved ones far away, so that their family members can also feel the joy together. After completing all this, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian looked at each other and smiled, their hearts filled with a sense of accomplishment. Organizing these photos and videos was not only a record of the baby's growth process, but also an affirmation of their role as parents. In this way, they not only preserved the good memories, but also left a valuable testimony of the baby's growth. Finally, they turned off the computer and gently walked out of the study, ready to rest. It was a busy day, but it was full of love and warmth, making them feel the greatest happiness as parents. Chapter 151, Love. Cheng Jiangbei closed the computer and stretched, then looked at Zhang Jingxian and said with a smile, "Today was really fulfilling. Not only did we record a lot of the baby's firsts, but we also accomplished so much work. Shouldn't we plan what we're going to do for the next week tomorrow?" Zhang Jingxian nodded in agreement. Yes, the baby is in a rapid growth period right now, and we need to prepare for the next stage in advance. For example, I've heard that babies need to start touching some simple foods when they reach a certain month. We should look into the preparation of complementary foods. Cheng Jiangbei nodded. That's right. I remember we bought a book on baby supplements before. We can look it up. In addition, I think we should also think about taking our baby for regular physical checkups to make sure that his growth and development are all within the normal range. Well, that's a good reminder. Jingxian Jiang responded. We can also make an appointment with the pediatrician to ask about what health matters the baby needs to be aware of at this age. Cheng Jiangbei added. Right, there's also the fact that the weather is getting cooler, so we need to add some fall and winter clothes for the baby, especially warm underwear and jackets to wear outside. Zhang Jingxian smiled and replied. Yes, and shoes. The baby is getting more and more active now, so I have to buy him a pair of well-fitting soft-soled shoes to make it easier for him to move around the house and outdoors. The two just walked and talked their way back to the bedroom. In the hours before bed, they continued to discuss their plans for the baby's future, every detail from education to health. In the process, they not only deepened their communication with each other, but also became clearer about their sense of responsibility as parents. It was late at night, and the light outside the window was thinning, while the room was warmed by the cozy conversation. Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian sat down in the bedroom and began to plan in detail their family affairs and personal schedules for the coming week. They knew that as the baby grew, family life would become busier, so it became especially important to organize their time wisely. Zhang Jingxian took out her notebook and started listing out her schedule for the upcoming week. Jiang Bei, what do you think about us going to the supermarket first tomorrow morning to buy some things? I want to buy some fresh fruits for the baby and see if there are any complementary food ingredients for him. Cheng Jiangbei thought about it and said, good idea, but I remember that supermarkets are crowded in the morning lately, so why don't we go a little later to avoid the rush hour? And I think we can also stop by that newly opened parenting store to see if there are any fall clothes for babies. Zhang Jingxian nodded in agreement. Let's set it for the afternoon then. In the morning I'm going to try making some finger foods for the baby at home to see how he reacts to the new flavors. Cheng Jiangbei smiled and said, then let me help. I can make some simple steamed eggs and vegetable puree. These are foods that babies can easily accept. Zhang Jingxian said happily. That's great. If we do it together, the baby will also feel happy. However, we can't always revolve around the baby, and we need to set aside some personal time for ourselves as well. Cheng Jiangbei said approvingly. That's right. After all, we can only take better care of the baby if we are in good shape ourselves. I'm planning to go play a game of badminton on Saturday to relax. You can come along or stay at home to enjoy a quiet time. Zhang Jingxian considered for a moment. I'll go to a yoga studio on Saturday morning. I haven't had the time to practice lately, and I feel that my body is a bit stiff. However, we can go play soccer together in the afternoon, so we can exercise and improve our relationship at the same time. Cheng Jiangbei nodded. Then it's settled. Speaking of personal time, I'd also like to remind you that next Wednesday is your birthday, so we'll have to make arrangements in advance to celebrate. Hearing this, Zhang Jingxian smiled. Oops, I almost forgot. It doesn't really need to be a big celebration. Just a family of 3 having a meal together is enough. Cheng Jiangbei said seriously. But this day is important to you, and we want to make it special. I want to make a reservation at one of your favorite restaurants and then surprise you when we get home tonight. Zhang Jingxian was touched and looked at Cheng Jiangbei, happiness shining in her eyes. You always think of these thoughtful things. Thank you, Jiangbei. Cheng Jiangbei tenderly held Zhang Jingxuan's hand. This is our common day, and I also want you to have a happy time. By the way, you can have mom and dad come over that night to help take care of the baby so we can enjoy a romantic evening. Zhang Jingxian thought for a moment. That's not bad. Mom and dad will definitely be happy to help. However, we still need to tell them in advance, lest they have other arrangements that day. Cheng Jiangbei laughed. Okay, I'll call mom and dad tomorrow to confirm. The two continued to discuss their schedule for the next few days, with everything from meetings at work to the baby's daily activities carefully noted on the calendar. As time went by, their plans became clearer and clearer, while they felt a mutual understanding and trust. When all the arrangements were completed, Zhang Jingxian suddenly remembered something. Right, Jiang Bei, I recently saw that there is a parent-child painting class in the community, so you can take your baby to it on the weekend. What do you think? Cheng Jiangbei's eyes lit up. This is a fantastic idea. Not only can we cultivate our baby's artistic cells, but it will also give us a chance to exchange parenting experiences with other parents. We'll take the baby to try it out during the weekend. Jiang Jingxian nodded, a smile spreading across her face. That sounds like fun. We can also take pictures of the baby's work and make a growth album. Chang Jiangbei added. That's right. We can also invite grandparents to come along so that the baby can experience more family warmth. In this way, in a relaxed and happy atmosphere, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian spent a night full of love. Not only did they make detailed plans for the upcoming week, but more importantly, they found a balance in each other's support and understanding, making their busy lives more meaningful. As the night grew thicker, the moonlight outside the window spilled into the room, reflecting on their faces filled with happiness. Chang Jiangbei gently embraced Jiang Jingxian, and the two of them smiled at each other, as if conveying endless affection in silence. At this moment, their hearts were tightly connected, looking forward to every day in the future together. The next day, early in the morning, the early morning sunlight poured softly through the cracks in the curtains and into the bedroom. Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian had already gotten up and started a new day. Jiang Jingxian went into the kitchen and prepared a cup of freshly squeezed orange juice and a serving of oatmeal porridge for breakfast, while Chang Jiangbei was responsible for waking up the baby and helping him change into clean clothes. After breakfast, Jiang Jingxian began to prepare the baby's complimentary food. She decided to start with the simplest pumpkin puree. Chang Jiangbei helped clean the ingredients while Jiang Jingxian skillfully peeled and cut the pumpkin into pieces and put it into a pot for steaming. While waiting, Chang Jiangbei held the baby and walked around the living room, letting him feel the cozy atmosphere of the house. After the pumpkin was steamed, Jiang Jingxian used a blender to puree it into a fine paste. To make sure the food was at the right temperature, she carefully tasted it with a spoon. After confirming that there were no problems, she started feeding it to her baby to try. The baby's expression changed from curiosity to attempting to swallow, to showing a satisfied smile, and the entire process was recorded by Chang Jiangbei on his cell phone. Noticing that the baby seemed to like the texture, Jiang Jingxian added a few slices of steamed apple as an extra little bonus. After the feeding was over, Chang Jiangbei suggested, Jingxian, look, the baby ate quite happily. Can we make a small video of the process and share it with other new parents for reference? Jiang Jingxian smiled and replied, that's a good idea. We can organize it together in a while and then upload it online. At noon, the baby had already finished her complimentary food and had a nap. Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian grabbed the time to prepare their own lunch. With balanced nutrition in mind, they opted for a vegetable salad with sautéed chicken breast and a bowl of light nori soup. After eating lunch, Chang Jiangbei proposed to let the baby try the nori soup as well to add variety to the food. Jiang Jingxian, on the other hand, prepared warm water on the side in case the baby got scalded while drinking the soup. During the lunch break, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian took turns taking care of the baby, allowing him to crawl freely in a safe environment, while they also used the time to take care of some household chores, such as washing dishes and organizing the kitchen. When Jiang Jingxian realized that there were still some leftover ingredients in the fridge, she suggested, Jiangbei, when we go to the supermarket this afternoon, let's make a list of these ingredients by the way, so that they won't go to waste. Chang Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. Okay, this way, we can not only avoid duplicate purchases, but also ensure the freshness of the ingredients. After a nap, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian were ready to leave for the supermarket. They first dressed the baby in lightweight going-out clothes and then put the baby in the stroller. Before leaving the house, Chang Jiangbei checked the shopping list again to make sure nothing was missing. On the way, they talked about the items they were about to buy and discussed whether they needed to buy some new household items for the upcoming fall. Upon arriving at the supermarket, they divided up the work, with Chang Jiangbei pushing the shopping cart and following Jiang Jingxian while she selected items one by one according to the list. In the fruit and vegetable section, Jiang Jingxian carefully selected fresh apples, pears and oranges, which are all fruits that babies like. Next, they went to the mother and baby goods area, where all kinds of baby clothes and toys were displayed. Chang Jiangbei suggested, Jingxian, look over there are a few baby autumn clothes. The colors are all very bright. They should be very suitable for babies. Jiang Jingxian carefully looked through the materials of the clothes and finally chose a few soft and comfortable styles. Before checking out, they browsed through the parenting store again and found some interesting interactive games for parents and children, so they bought a few to go back, intending to play with their babies during the weekend. After the shopping was done, they returned home. Chang Jiangbei was in charge of unloading the goods, while Jiang Jingxian started to organize the things she had just bought. She put the fresh fruits into the refrigerator, hung up the baby's clothes in categories according to the seasons, and then put some commonly used items in an easily accessible place. Chang Jiangbei helped out at the side, and the two of them worked well together and quickly took care of everything. At dinner time, Chang Jiangbei proposed, Jingxian, the purple cabbage soup we made today tasted good. Should we make it again? Jiang Jingxian readily agreed. Yes, we can make more this time and prepare one for the baby as well. After dinner, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian bathed the baby together, which was one of the most enjoyable bonding times of their day. The baby played happily in the tub while Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian patiently scrubbed him to make sure every corner was clean. After the bath, they dried the baby and put on clean pajamas, then put him in bed and read him a bedtime story. Jiang Jingxian picked up a colorful storybook and gently read. Once upon a time there was a brave little bear. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, sat on the sidelines, listening to the sound of Jiang Jingshuan's storytelling, his heart filled with happiness. The baby listened quietly, occasionally making babbling noises, as if he was also following the adventures of the characters in the story. After the story was finished, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian gently kissed the baby's forehead and told him, "Good night, baby, may you have a wonderful dream." As the baby entered a sweet dreamland, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian also ended a busy and loving day. They turned off the light in the baby's room and gently closed the door, then walked to the living room and sat on the sofa, snuggling up to each other and enjoying a rare quiet moment. They talked about the interesting things that happened today and planned for tomorrow's activities, their hearts filled with visions of the future and endless love for their baby. Saturday morning was bright and sunny, and the air was filled with freshness. Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian woke up early, ready for an energizing weekend. Today, Jiang Jingxian plans to attend a yoga class at the community center, while Chang Jiangbei will stay home with the baby and prepare some new complimentary foods for him to try. Jiang Jingxian woke up first. She walked gingerly into the kitchen and began to prepare a glass of honey lemonade, her customary morning drink to help cleanse her stomach. Then, she began to prepare a simple yet nutritious breakfast, whole wheat toast with eggs and tomatoes and a glass of fresh juice. Attracted by the scent, Chang Jiangbei walked out of the bedroom and saw that breakfast was already set on the table, and he couldn't help but cast a grateful glance at Jiang Jingxian. After the two of them enjoyed their breakfast, Jiang Jingxian changed into her yoga clothes. She carefully prepared the supplies the baby would need for the day and gave Chang Jiangbei some precautions. "Jiangbei, if the baby wakes up, make him a cup of milk first, then play with him for a while, and wait until he's a little more awake before trying new foods for him. Also, remember to change his diaper every 2 hours." "Oh." Chang Jiangbei nodded his head to show that he understood. He kissed Jiang Jingshuan's cheek and encouraged her. "Don't worry about going. I'll take good care of the baby. Have a good time in class." Jiang Jingxian drove to the community center, and along the way, she was in a very happy mood, as this was the first time in a long time that she had the opportunity to relax. Upon arriving at the yoga studio, she found several moms already waiting there, all seeking a moment of peace and self-care. The instructor, a gentle lady, guided the group through a series of soothing movements to help them relax their bodies and release stress. Chapter 152 Swimming. I'm begging for a catch-up read. On Saturday afternoon, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian got ready for their outing to exercise early. Today was the day they planned to go play badminton, which was not only for exercise but also for relaxation. Because the grandparents are there to help look after the baby, they can enjoy this rare time for two with peace of mind. There were a few leisurely clouds floating in the sky, and the sunlight poured down through the gaps in these clouds, giving the earth a golden coat. Chang Jiangbei drove the car with relaxing music playing in the car, while Jiang Jingxian sat on the passenger seat with her cell phone in her hand, occasionally flipping through the photos in her phone, which were the various expressions of the baby that she had taken earlier, and every little action could make her laugh out loud happily. It was already 2 in the afternoon when we reached the badminton court. There weren't many people in the ballpark, just enough for the two of them to swing as hard as they wanted. After changing into their gym clothes, they began their warm-up exercises, helping each other stretch their muscles to make sure they didn't get injured during the exercise. With the first ball issued, the two immediately into the state. Light pace, quick reaction, the ball flying back and forth, sweat gradually soaked their clothes. Each moment of hitting the ball was accompanied by a crisp sound, as if to applaud their efforts. In between sports, they sit on the sidelines to relax and share how they've been feeling about each other lately. Jingxian Jiang said, "I think my baby seems to be getting smarter lately. Every time I try a new food for him, he stares at me with his eyes as if asking me if it's good." Chang Jiangbei laughed and responded, "Yeah, I've noticed that too, and he's a great imitator now. He learns everything we do." After a break, they resumed playing again, this time joining a few friends who also love badminton in a small friendly match. The competition was both competitive and cooperative, with laughter and encouragement intertwined in a warm and energizing atmosphere. After the competition, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian returned home, and despite being a bit physically exhausted, they were in an exceptionally happy mood. They decided to cook their own dinner tonight, not only to treat themselves, but to make the day perfect. Jiang Jingxian tied on her apron, walked into the kitchen, and began to prepare the ingredients. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, helped wash and cut vegetables, and gagged from time to time, filling the kitchen with a joyful atmosphere. Tonight's menu is simple, but it's all their favorite foods: sautéed baby bok choy, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and braised fish. Jiang Jingshuan's handiwork had always been good, and with Chung Jiangbei's assistance, a dish that was full of color and flavor was soon placed on the table. During the meal, the two chatted about the fun they had at the dugout during the day and some of their visions for the future. Jiang Jingxian suggested, "We can arrange regular exercise days like this in the future, which will not only make us healthier, but also enhance our relationship." Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. "Yes, I think this is good. It keeps the energy up and allows us to have more shared experiences." After the meal, they cleaned up the dishes together, then sat in the living room, made a pot of tea, and enjoyed the peace and quiet. At this point, Cheng Jiangbei suggested, "Why don't we listen to some soft music and then look at the baby's photos to review his growth during this time?" Jiang Jingxian smiled and nodded, and the two of them began to look through the photos on their cell phones. Each photo recorded the moments of the baby's growth. From the first time he rolled over to learning to sit and stand, to now trying to walk. Each small progress made them feel immensely pleased. In this way, in a cozy atmosphere, the Saturday night slowly passed, and Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingshuan's hearts became more closely connected. This day is not only a relaxation for the body, but also a recharging of the mind so that they can better face each day ahead. The next day, early in the morning, the first rays of morning sunlight poured through the curtains in the bedroom, and Jiang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei were awakened by the baby's laughter. Today was a special day because Jiang Jingshuan's birthday was today. Cheng Jiangbei had quietly prepared a surprise the night before. Breakfast is a simple milk cereal and fresh fruit. This is to provide enough energy for the day's activities. After breakfast, the family packed up and prepared to head to the community center for the parent-child painting class. Cheng Jiangbei pushed the stroller with the baby's favorite plush toys inside, while Jiang Jingxian carried a painting kit bag filled with colorful paints, brushes and paper. When we arrived at the community center, there were already several families waiting for classes. The babies looked at each other curiously and some even started babbling and communicating. The teacher of the painting class, an experienced art educator, began by introducing the theme of the day, my family. The teacher encouraged parents to help their children express their impressions of their families in color. Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian sat next to the baby and watched as the baby tried to hold the paintbrush in his little hand and scribble on the paper. Even though most of the colors were applied to the baby's hands, the experience made the baby look very happy. Cheng Jiangbei picked up his cell phone and captured the beauty of the moment. Ms. Jingxian Jiang was there to guide the baby on how to use her fingers to create interesting patterns. As time passes, a colorful family portrait gradually emerges on their canvas. After the painting class, the family returned home with their baby's artwork. Jingxian Jiang suggested scanning the paintings into the computer and making a digital album to preserve them. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, is responsible for photographing each painting with his camera to ensure that each work is fully documented. The baby seems to have developed a keen interest in drawing and kept pointing at his drawings and making excited noises on the way home. When they got home, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian decided to display the baby's work. They put up a magnetic whiteboard on one of the living room walls that was designed to display artwork, and then carefully pasted each painting on it. The baby stood by and watched his masterpiece being displayed with great pride. After organizing the paintings, Cheng Jiangbei took out the invitations that he had made the night before and prepared to send them to both parents, inviting them to dine together in the evening. The invitations not only contain information about the time and place, but also photos of the baby in the painting class, so that the grandparents can feel the joy in advance. As night fell, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingshuan's home gradually became lively. Parents from both sides arrived one after another, bringing their own specialties. The table was set with a variety of delicacies, from the traditional braised pork to steamed fish, to the homemade stir-fry made by Jiang's mother, each dish filled with the taste of home. At the dinner table, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate Jiang Jingshuan's birthday, and the baby was carried to the table and sat in the safety seat specially prepared for him. Even though he was too young to eat adult food, he happily waved the plastic cutlery in his hand as if he was also toasting his mom's birthday. After the meal, Cheng Jiangbei took out the pre-prepared cake with happy birthday written in cream and the baby's handprint. When the lights went out and the candles were lit, everyone sang a birthday song. Jiang Jingxian closed her eyes and made a wish, then blew out the candles. At that moment, the house was filled with warmth and happiness. After dinner, we all watched a video of the baby in the painting class and listened to Cheng Jiangbei tell the story of that day. The baby sat in her grandmother's arms, looking at herself on the screen with a smile on her face. This night was not only a simple family gathering for Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian, but also a memory full of love. Now that we've described the activities of Sunday morning, afternoon, and evening, we can move on to enrich the evening and introduce some subsequent plot developments to make the story more coherent and interesting. After watching the video, everyone sat around the living room and shared interesting stories from the past week. Jiang Jingxian recounted some of her anecdotes while preparing her baby's complimentary food, such as the change in her baby's expression when she tried pumpkin puree for the first time, and the way Cheng Jiangbei's hands were busy beside her. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, shared the tidbits they encountered during their walk in the park, such as the baby's curiosity in chase of a butterfly, which made everyone smile. Afterwards, the parents of both parties took out carefully selected gifts for Zhang Jingxian. Kang's mom gave her a hand-knitted scarf to represent warmth and love, while Cheng's dad gave her a book on parenting knowledge in the hope that it would help her become more competent in her parenting journey. Zhang Jingxian accepted the gift, her heart filled with gratitude for her family. To make this special day even more memorable, Cheng Jiangbei proposed a family game. After some discussion, we decided to play Guess the Word. In the game, each person takes a turn acting out a vocabulary word or phrase while the others have to guess the correct answer. The baby was not yet able to participate in the game, but giggled at the exaggerated expressions and actions of the adults. As the game drew to a close, the group began to talk about future plans. Cheng Jiangbei mentioned that they are considering enrolling their baby in more age-appropriate parent-child activities, such as music enrichment programs or swimming lessons. Jingxian Jiang, on the other hand, expressed her desire to better balance family and personal development in the coming year. Finally, Cheng Jiangbei took out his camera and took a group photo of the whole family. This photo will become a precious piece of future memories, capturing the laughter and warmth of the day. The baby was held in the center with the biggest smile, as if to say, "This is my happiest day." As the night wore on, both parents began to prepare to leave. They hugged each other goodbye and promised to meet again soon. Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian sent them to the door and watched their departing figures, their hearts filled with warmth and gratitude. On a sunny morning, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian took their baby to a nearby children's swimming pool. It was the baby's first time in the water and both seemed both excited and nervous. To make sure the baby has a great experience, they have waterproof diapers, sunscreen, and cute swimsuits for the baby prepared in advance. Upon arrival at the swimming pool, the baby looked around curiously, his big eyes sparkling with anticipation of the unknown world. Cheng Jiangbei was in charge of putting on the baby's swimsuit while Zhang Jingxian applied sunscreen on the side to prevent the baby's delicate skin from being harmed. Entering the pool area, the water is moderately warm and perfect for the little ones. Cheng Jiangbei held the baby and gently placed him into the water. At first, the baby seemed a bit scared and clung to his father's neck, but with Cheng Jiangbei's gentle words and gentle rocking, the baby gradually relaxed and began to slap the water with his little hands, splashing a splash. Zhang Jingxian stood aside and recorded this cozy scene with her cell phone. "Baby, look, how fun the water is," Zhang Jingxian encouraged. When Cheng Jiangbei carefully touched the baby's fingers to the water surface, the baby first retracted his hand in surprise, and then curiously reached out his fingers again to test the cool water droplets. When he felt the droplets fall on the back of his hand, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and then he began to gently pat the water with his little hand, as if he was playing with the water. With the help of the coach, Cheng Jiangbei let the baby lie flat on the water and started practicing floating. At first, the baby looked a little uncomfortable, squeezing his eyes shut and gripping his hands tightly around his dad's fingers, but with a few attempts, the baby gradually relaxes, opens his eyes and starts to look around curiously and even tries to paddle with his little hands as if he is exploring this whole new world. When your baby puts on his flippers for the first time, he seems to become curious about his feet. Baby keeps touching the flippers with his little hands, trying to figure out what this novelty is. Whenever the trainer tries to get the baby to practice kicking, the baby always stops and concentrates on his flippers, and that focused little look makes you smile. While splashing around in the water, babies show an amazing ability to imitate. When Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian are doing actions in the water, the baby will try to imitate their movements, and even though he is often just stomping around, his seriousness is still very cute, especially when he succeeds in imitating a move. He will show a proud smile, as if he is waiting for his mom and dad's praise. Babies especially love water splashes. Whenever someone splashes in the water, baby's eyes light up and he slaps the water with his little hands to try to catch those splashes. Sometimes the baby even tries to catch those water droplets with his mouth, although most of the time it's just a futile effort, but his persistent little look is still very amusing. During the swimming lessons, the baby also interacted with other children who were learning to swim together. When he saw other children, he would wave his hand to greet them, and sometimes he would imitate their movements, as if he was making friends. This innocent behavior made all the adults present feel very warm. The coach came over and introduced Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian to some basic interactive games in the water to help the baby get used to the water. Cheng Jiangbei followed the coach's instructions, holding the baby's stomach with his hands and letting him float on the water. At first, the baby looked a little nervous, but soon he realized that the floating sensation was amazing and started giggling. Chapter 153, Two People's World. I'm begging for a follow-up. After nearly an hour on the water, the baby was obviously a little tired. Cheng Jiangbei took him out of the water and gently wrapped him in a large towel, carefully drying every inch of his skin. Zhang Jingxian then changed the baby into clean clothes and fed him some warm water to rehydrate him. The baby did really well today. look how brave he is, Chang Jiangbei praised. Jiang Jingxian smiled and responded, yes, I also didn't expect him to adapt to the water so quickly. It seems like we can bring him to swim more often in the future. On the way home, the baby was already sleepy and fell asleep. Chang Jiangbei drove smoothly while Jiang Jingxian sat in the back row, gently stroking the baby's little face and feeling his even breathing. Soft children's songs are playing in the car, as if they are also accompanying the baby to dreamland. It's been a wonderful day, Chang Jiangbei said with emotion, looking at the baby so happy. I think it's all worth it. Jiang Jingxian nodded, her eyes filled with tenderness. Yes, the baby's smile is the greatest reward for us. I hope we can give him more happy times in the future. Over time, your baby's fear of water fades and is replaced by a love of swimming. At the end of each session, babies reluctantly leave the pool and seem to want to play a little longer. Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian found that the baby had transformed from initial discomfort to enjoying moving freely in the water. Noticing the baby's growing interest in water activities, the coach began to teach some basic swimming skills, such as the basic leg movements of breaststroke. The baby imitates the coach's movements, although not yet too skillful, but the persistence of the spirit touches everyone. After each practice, the baby thanks the instructor in his baby voice and looks forward to the next session. After mastering the basic floating and kicking skills, the baby started to try skating for longer distances. At first, Chang Jiangbei always follows closely behind, fearing that the baby will make any mistakes. However, the baby's courage and confidence exceeded their expectations. Even in deep water, the baby dared to try to swim a short distance independently, which made Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian both nervous and proud. To add to the fun and encourage baby to improve further, Chang Jiangbei proposed a small family swimming competition at a community pool near his home. Baby was so excited that on race day, he jumped in his favorite swimsuit. Although the rules of the competition are very simple, whoever swims to the opposite side first and then comes back wins, it was a big challenge for the baby. In the end, amidst the cheering of the whole family, the baby did his best, and although he wasn't the fastest, his spirit of not giving up won him the warmest applause from everyone. Through swimming, babies not only strengthen their bodies, but also learn to persevere and be brave in the face of challenges. More importantly, swimming becomes a special bond between baby and family, which records the baby's growth and adds countless warm and unforgettable memories to family life. As the weather turns cooler, there are fewer opportunities for outdoor swimming, but Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian don't let that stop them from bonding with their baby. They start looking for indoor swimming pools so their babies can enjoy swimming all year round. In addition, they enroll their babies in land-based sports classes, such as gymnastics and taekwondo, to help them stay active and healthy. In indoor swimming pools, babies meet more children of similar ages. Led by the coach, the babies participated in team games together, such as water balloon relay race. These activities not only exercise the baby's physical coordination, but also develop his ability to work with others. After each game, the baby would high-five the other children to celebrate an innocent friendship that pleased Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian. With the baby's birthday coming up, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian decide to organize a special birthday party for the baby at an indoor water park. They invited friends that the babies knew from their swimming classes as well as their parents to attend. The party featured a variety of water activities and a fun competition just for kids. As the birthday boy, the baby was the center of attention throughout the party, and he had a great time playing with his friends and having a day full of laughter. As their baby grew up, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian began to realize that swimming was not just a sport, but also part of their baby's character building. Babies become more cheerful, brave and willing to try new things. Whenever they see their baby swimming confidently in the water or actively participating in various activities on land, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian exclaimed that it is swimming that has allowed their baby to grow into a more well-rounded child. Watching their baby grow step by step into a vibrant and confident child, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian are looking forward to the future. They plan to take their baby on a beach vacation when he is a little older so that he can experience the vastness and magnificence of the sea. Finally arriving at the planned beach vacation, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian took the baby to a scenic beach, with crystal clear waters and fine, soft sandy beaches. It's perfect for families. The baby was excited to see such a vast ocean for the first time and ran around the beach, occasionally stopping to pick up beautiful shells. As they walked into the ocean water, the baby was both amazed and delighted at the sensation of the waves lapping at his body, and he tried to grab those incoming waves with his little hands as if he wanted to embrace the whole ocean. In the shallow water area, Chang Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian accompanied the baby to feel the impact of the waves. At first, the baby would hide in his dad's arms with some fear whenever a bigger wave hit, but soon he got used to the rhythm and started to brave every wave under the protection of his parents. Sometimes, Chang Jiangbei would lift the baby up high so that he could experience the feeling of being lifted up by the waves, while the baby let out a joyful laugh, enjoying the close interaction with his parents. In addition to playing on the beach, they also arranged for a shallow water snorkeling experience. To ensure safety, Babies wear special children's snorkeling gear and explore the wonderful world under the sea accompanied by their parents. Colorful fish, different forms of coral reefs, all of which are new to the baby. Although he couldn't fully comprehend what he was seeing, it was clear from his focused eyes that he was curious about the world. In the late afternoon, families set up tents on the beach for a picnic dinner. They sat around, enjoyed the carefully prepared food and talked about the interesting events of the day. The baby also tries to build a castle out of sand, which is always washed away by the waves, but he enjoys it and feels a sense of accomplishment with each rebuild. As night falls, the sky is dotted with stars, the sea breeze is gentle, and the baby drifts off to sleep in the arms of his parents in a day full of adventure and joy for him. This beach vacation not only left wonderful memories for their baby, but also made Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian realize the importance of accompanying their child's growth. They realized that whether it's swimming or any other activity, the most important thing is to be able to share these experiences with your baby. As their baby grows older every day, they want to continue to give him more love and support so that he can be more confident and strong in the future. And starting with this beach vacation, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian decided to make the beach trip at least once a year a family tradition. They believe that such trips not only expose babies to different natural environments, but also enhance emotional communication among family members. Each year, they will choose a different destination so that the baby can see a more diverse range of ocean landscapes and at the same time record the footprints of the baby's growth. As the baby's familiarity with water and self-confidence grew, Cheng Jiangbei began to consider exposing the baby to some of the more challenging water sports. After consulting with professionals, they chose surfing as their baby's new goal. Of course, considering the age and stamina of the baby, they first chose a surfing lesson suitable for children. Under the guidance of professional instructors, babies begin to learn how to stand on the board, how to balance, and gradually try to stand and glide on small waves. Although it was inevitable that the baby would fall in the beginning, he always got up with a smile and continued to try. And this undaunted spirit made everyone around him applaud. In order to stimulate their baby's sense of competition and team spirit, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian decided to organize a small family sports meeting at home, which included a variety of fun water sports, such as water balloon throwing and water treading competitions. All the programs are designed to enhance the interaction between family members, and at the same time let the baby learn how to cooperate with others in the game. Babies are very active in the game, and even when they lose, they are not discouraged but work harder to complete each task. Through this sports meeting, the baby learned that victory is not proud and defeat is not discouraged. As time goes by, your baby improves in swimming. He becomes more skillful and stronger. In the sports meet held by the school, the baby signed up for the swimming event and achieved excellent results. When he stood on the podium, his face was beaming with pride. This moment was not only the baby's personal honor, but also the best reward for Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian's hard work all along. Besides focusing on their own development, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian also attach great importance to fostering their baby's sense of social responsibility. They have led their babies to participate in community service activities, such as organizing benefit classes for local swim clubs to teach swimming skills to children who have limited access to the pool. In the process, the baby not only learns to share his skills, but also learns to care about others, which is an invaluable asset for his development. Through this series of experiences, babies not only get exercise physically, but more importantly, they gain growth spiritually. Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian have witnessed their baby grow from a tiny baby afraid of the water to a brave, confident, and compassionate child, and all of these wonderful changes have come from that first little baby splashing around in the water. Days to now, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian decide to arrange a period of time for themselves in the world of two in order to relive the sweetness of their relationship as well as to breathe new life into each other's lives. They planned a short weekend getaway and started planning every detail of the trip days in advance. To make sure the trip goes smoothly, they drop the kids off at grandma's house ahead of time and have all their bags ready. The morning of their departure, they woke up early, packed everything and drove to their destination, a scenic town. Along the way, they listened to relaxing music and talked about the good old days and visions for the future. Zhang Jingxian recalls the first time they met, while Cheng Jiangbei shares the wish in his heart that has remained unspoken. This conversation made them appreciate what they have now even more. Upon arriving at their destination, they checked into an exquisite bed and breakfast with lush mountains and babbling brooks right outside their windows. After dropping off their bags, they couldn't wait to get out and explore the natural beauty around them. Strolling along the winding paths, breathing in the fresh air, and listening to the birds chirping, all of this put them in an extraordinarily relaxed mood. In an open meadow, they spread out their picnic mats and enjoyed a simple lunch, during which they flew kites together, as if they were back to their carefree childhood. Back at the B&B, they decided to enjoy a romantic candlelit dinner on the terrace. The B&B hosts thoughtfully prepared a hearty meal and a bottle of champagne for them. At the dinner table, the two poured out their gratitude for each other and shared their hopes and dreams for the future. After dinner, they took a walk under the stars, holding hands on a quiet path, enjoying the rare silence and harmony. Back in their room, they opened the window to let the evening breeze blow gently, then sat in the rocking chair by the window and talked about what was on each other's minds as they savored their desserts. This night is significant for them because it's not just a short getaway from everyday life. It's an opportunity for their relationship to warm up. The next morning they woke up to the sound of birds chirping and the view outside the window was like a beautiful painting. After breakfast, they chose to stay in the B&B to rest and enjoy this rare moment of leisure. Perhaps reading a good book together or sitting quietly in the garden enjoying the warmth of the sun on your body. Such days are simple and pure, but full of happiness. This experience in the world of two not only deepened the relationship between Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian, but also made them realize how important it is to keep some time for two people in the busyness of their lives. When they return home, they will cherish every moment with each other and with their children even more, allowing love to bloom in every corner of the home. P.S. I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendations, and catch-up reading now. Chapter 154 Surprise. Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian's home is a nest full of warmth and love. As each day passes, they realize more and more that in the busy pace of life, how to maintain that heartfelt and fresh feeling when they first met has become their common goal. For this reason, Chang Jiangbei proposed a small surprise-at-home program, hoping to create more unexpected joy for each other in ordinary days. On an ordinary Tuesday night, Chang Jiangbei quietly began his covert operation while Jingxian was working overtime and had not yet returned home. He had rearranged a corner of the living room, moving a small round table to the window and covering it with a lavender tablecloth, which was topped with 2 delicate candlesticks and flowers he'd ordered from the internet. Chang Jiangbei knew that Jingxian liked to have a cup of hot tea in the evening, so he also prepared an exquisite tea set containing jasmine tea that he had carefully selected. In order to add some romance to the night, Chang Jiangbei had also downloaded some relaxing music, intending to play it when Jingxian came home. The moment Jingxian pushed open the door, she saw a completely different living room. Warm yellow light spilled over the table, and the scent of flowers intertwined with the aroma of tea, instantly relaxing her body after a long day of exhaustion. Welcome home. Chang Jiangbei's voice came from the kitchen, followed by him walking out with 2 cups of steaming tea. Tonight, I want to serve you once. Jingxian was deeply impressed by Chang Jiangbei's intention, and she knew that such a surprise did not happen by chance, but was the result of Chang Jiangbei's heartfelt planning. She took a sip of her tea, the warmth spreading from her throat all the way to her heart. In order to return Chang Jiangbei's kindness, she decided to give Chang Jiangbei a little surprise on the following weekend. On Saturday morning, when Chang Jiangbei was still asleep, Jingxian had already quietly gotten up and started to get busy in the kitchen. She planned to make a special breakfast, Chang Jiangbei's favorite pancake fruit. She followed the method Chang Jiangbei had taught her and made it herself from start to finish, from grinding the soybean milk to cooking the pie crust, taking care at every step. When Chang Jiangbei woke up, he was greeted by a neatly arranged breakfast on the dining table, as well as Jingxian's beaming face. Quickly taste it. This is the first time I've made it. I don't know how it tastes. Chang Jiangbei picked up a piece of pancake and took a bite. Although it wasn't as professional as the one sold outside, the thought moved him. That's the best pancake fruit I've ever had, he said with a smile. Since then, the little surprises between Chang Jiangbei and Jingxian had become part of their lives. Sometimes, Chang Jiangbei will put a small gift under Jingxian's pillow, which may be a book she wants to read recently or a photo of the two of them together. Sometimes, Jingxian will stuff a card with words of encouragement into Chang Jiangbei's school bag, reminding him that he should not forget to take care of himself while he is working hard outside. Every little unintentional gesture became a catalyst for their relationship to heat up. Chang Jiangbei and Jingxian realized that these seemingly simple little things were actually a way of expressing their love for each other. They don't cost much money or time, but they can make ordinary days extraordinary. In this way, they continue to breathe new life into the relationship as they surprise each other, allowing love to maintain that initial touch in the minutiae of daily life. The first rays of the morning sunlight poured onto Chang Jiangbei's face through the cracks in the curtains. He rubbed his eyes and glanced at the time on his cell phone. 6:30 a.m. This was the time he had set for his alarm, and it was also his signal to start a new day. Chang Jiangbei quickly got up and gently closed his bedroom door so as not to wake up Jingxian, who was still asleep. Arriving at the child's room, Chang Jiangbei found his son already waiting for him with half-open eyes on the bed. He gently patted his son's back. Good morning, baby. Daddy is sending you to school today. When his son heard this, he excitedly jumped out of bed and started to get dressed. Chang Jiangbei helped to organize his book bag on the side and checked to make sure he had brought everything with him. After sending his children to school, Chang Jiangbei stopped by the food market. Thinking that he wanted to make a dish that Jingxian liked today, he carefully selected a few ingredients. When he returned home, it was already 9 in the morning. Chang Jiangbei started to prepare lunch while turning on his computer to deal with some work-related matters. He habitually checked his email and replied to a few important emails. At noon, Zhang Jingxian ended her morning work early and rushed back home. As she pushed open the door to her home, the familiar scent of a meal hit her nose. Cheng Jiangbei was busy in the kitchen. While the table was already set with a few simple dishes, Jingxian put down her handbag and walked to the kitchen door. Looking at Cheng Jiangbei's focused back, her heart filled with gratitude. Hard work. Jingxian's voice made Cheng Jiangbei turn around, and he responded with a smile. Go wash your hands. The meal is ready. At the table, the two of them chatted while eating, sharing their respective work situations and their plans for the future. Such time was very precious to them, as they could feel each other's support and companionship even in the midst of their busy schedules. There was a clear division of labor between Cheng Jiangbei and Jingxian. Cheng Jiangbei is responsible for transporting the children to and from school, while Jingxian is mainly responsible for the family's food arrangements. Every day after work, they discuss the next day's schedule at the dinner table to make sure there are no scheduling conflicts. Sometimes, if one partner is particularly busy at work, the other will take the initiative to take on additional family responsibilities as a way to relieve the other's stress. Cheng Jiangbei has noticed a significant improvement in their quality of life since the introduction of this division of labor model. The children's academic performance is also not affected by their parents' busy schedules, but rather they perform better in a more harmonious family atmosphere. And the relationship between himself and Jingxian became stronger because of mutual understanding and support. Every Sunday evening, Cheng Jiangbei and Jingxian would hold a short family meeting. At this time, they review the past week and discuss plans for the upcoming week. Family meetings are not only for planning family affairs, but also an important bridge of communication between them. They will talk about the children's growth and share their feelings and thoughts. At a recent meeting, Cheng Jiangbei made a new suggestion. Couldn't we have a gratitude day? Pick a day each week and everyone takes turns saying what they are most thankful for during the week. This proposal was approved by the whole family. Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian know that common interests are crucial to enhancing the tacit understanding and intimacy between couples. Therefore, they chose an activity that could fulfill both physical and mental health needs: yoga. Not only does this sport help them relax and improve their physical health, but more importantly, it provides an area for both of them to explore together, thus deepening their connection. On a Saturday morning, the sun was shining brightly, and Cheng Jiangbei and Jingxian decided to try a yoga class. They chose a yoga studio not far from their home, which had an elegant and tranquil environment, perfect for meditation and asana practice. The two changed into comfortable sportswear and walked into the yoga studio hand in hand. At the beginning of the course, the instructor led the group to do a few simple breathing exercises to help the participants adjust their mindset and get into shape. As the exercises progressed, Cheng Jiangbei realized that he looked a bit clumsy in some of the movements, but he didn't feel frustrated because Jingxian was always there to encourage him. Whenever he completed a movement, she would always cast an appreciative glance, which made Cheng Jiangbei feel very proud. After a few sessions, Cheng Jiangbei and Jingxian gradually adapted to the basic asanas of yoga. They found that with mutual help, many movements that were originally difficult to accomplish became much easier. Cheng Jiangbei's strength and flexibility improved, while Jingxian's balance and concentration were enhanced. After each practice, they would sit on the yoga mat and share their feelings for each other. Cheng Jiangbei would praise Jingxian's progress in certain difficult moves, while Jingxian would praise Cheng Jiangbei's efforts in strength training. Let's cheer together, she said. We can become stronger together. In addition to regular weekly yoga classes, Cheng Jiangbei and Jingxian decided to add some practice time at home. They bought professional yoga mats and other aids such as yoga bricks and yoga wheels online. Every weekend, they would pick a time slot and practice on the balcony of their home. The plants on the balcony and the scenery in the distance add a bit of nature to their practice. When practicing at home, Cheng Jiangbei and Jingxian have more freedom to adjust the intensity and time of practice according to their needs. Sometimes they follow along with online videos to practice, and sometimes they are free to play according to their own preferences. Cheng Jiangbei found that even the simplest actions, if done with care, can bring unexpected results. Over time, Cheng Jiangbei and Jingxian realized that yoga is not only good for the body, but more importantly, it has a positive impact on the mental state. After each practice, they feel happier and more energized. Cheng Jiangbei found himself more focused at work, while Jingxian felt her emotional management skills had improved. They began to apply some of the breathing techniques they learned in yoga to their daily lives. When experiencing stress or anxiety, a few deep breaths helped them calm down. This inner change has also made their relationship stronger. Cheng Jiangbei said, I think we are more like a team now, and no matter what difficulties we encounter, we can face them together. Cheng Jiangbei and Jingxian also decided to share their yoga experience with friends and family around them. They invited some friends who were also interested in yoga to come to their home to practice together, which not only added to the fun, but also made this hobby more meaningful. They also often post photos and tips of their exercises on social media, encouraging more people to join in this physically and mentally beneficial activity. Once, they organized a small yoga party and invited friends and family. Everyone sat around and shared their stories and experiences of practicing yoga. This transfer of positive energy made everyone feel joy and peace from deep within. As time goes by, Cheng Jiangbei and Jingxian have traveled further and further on the path of yoga. They have not only progressed technically, but also grown on a spiritual level. Yoga is not only a sport, but also a bridge for them to explore themselves and enhance their relationship together. Now, whenever they recall their decision to choose yoga as a common hobby, their hearts always swell with gratitude. It is because of this perseverance that their lives have become more colorful and their relationship has become stronger. In the days to come, they will continue to work hand in hand, exploring the unknown in yoga and other fields, and writing a beautiful chapter together. Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian decided to record every bit of their life, whether it was moments captured with a camera or moods recorded through words. They wanted to leave these precious memories behind. By doing so, even if they were busy in the future, they could always look back and recall those cozy images. On a sunny afternoon, Cheng Jiangbei and Jingxian sat in the living room with a laptop spread out in front of them. They were browsing through the photos they had taken recently, picking out some special moments from them and uploading them to an electronic photo album created specifically to record life's moments. This one was taken when we went for a walk in the park. Look, the clouds were especially beautiful that day, Cheng Jiangbei said as he pointed to a group photo under a blue sky and white clouds. Jingxian nodded her head in agreement, and she clicked the save button to add this photo into their shared album. As photo after photo is uploaded, their photo albums gradually become richer and richer. From daily dinners to children's growth moments to occasional short trips, there is a story behind each photo. These photos are not just images, they are carriers of memories of their lives. In addition to photos, they also decided to use words to record their feelings and thoughts in life. Whenever something special happened, Cheng Jiangbei and Jingxian would add a diary entry to the album to record the mood and feelings of that moment. Once, Cheng Jiangbei worked overtime until very late and came home. When he walked in the door, he found Jingxian and the children still waiting for him in the living room, and the table was full of his favorite food. At that moment, he felt the warmth of home. He recorded the moment. Even though work makes me exhausted, when I see your smiles, all the exhaustion disappears. This is what home is all about. As the contents of the album continued to accumulate, Cheng Jiangbei and Jingxian realized that documenting life was not just for themselves, but for the whole family. So they started encouraging the kids to get involved in the recording process. Each weekend, they go over the events of the past week with the children and have them tell about what they see as the funniest or most impressive moment. The children showed great interest in this as they competed to be the first to tell their stories. Sometimes they draw a picture to describe a scene. Sometimes they write down a few sentences. Cheng Jiangbei and Jingxian scan them into the computer and save them along with the photos. By documenting beautiful moments, Cheng Jiangbei and Jingxian not only make precious memories for themselves, but also create a family tradition for their children to look back on and learn from. They believe that these records will become part of the family's history, and that one day in the future, when they grow old, these photos and words will be a precious legacy to the next generation. Chapter 155. Swimming to finish the workout. Back home, Zhang Jingxian carefully carried the baby from the car into the house and gently placed him on the bed. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, went to the kitchen to prepare some simple lunch, knowing that everyone would feel a little hungry after the swim. In a short while, the table was set with a few light and tasty foods, with fresh vegetable salad, steamed eggs and some fruits. Zhang Jingxian gently woke up the baby, who opened his eyes to see his mother's warm smile and immediately got energized. Cheng Jiangbei sat at the table holding the baby, while Zhang Jingxian sat on the opposite side, and the family enjoyed a peaceful lunchtime. Although the baby was not yet able to eat on his own, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian took turns to feed him some soft and sticky food with a small spoon, and the baby ate with great relish. After lunch, the baby looked very excited, and it seemed that the morning's swimming had not consumed all his energy. Cheng Jiangbei proposed, why not use this opportunity to accompany the baby to do more interactive games? Not only can enhance the parent-child relationship, but also promote the baby's cognitive development. So, they moved together a large baby playmat, printed with a variety of cute animal patterns, bright colors and soft texture, very suitable for the baby crawling on it to play. Cheng Jiangbei took out a colorful plastic block box and began patiently demonstrating to the baby how to stack the blocks one by one. As he did so, he told the baby in a clear voice, "This is red, this is blue, let's add them one by one." Although the baby is not yet able to understand these concepts, he is curious about the increasing height of the tower of blocks. Every time he successfully stacks up a tower, Cheng Jiangbei encourages him, "Good job, look, we've built another layer." When the tower finally collapses, the baby always claps and giggles with excitement, as if it's more fun than successfully building it. Zhang Dingxian, on the other hand, prepared a large basin filled with warm water with some rubber ducks and other waterproof toys floating in it. She let the baby sit on the edge of the basin and pat the water with her little hands to feel the flow of water. Jiang Jingxian guided the baby. Look, the ducklings are swimming. Come and help them take a bath too. The baby is obviously very interested in the water. He tries to grab the floating toys with his hands, and occasionally tries to taste the water droplets on his fingers. Jiang Jingxian keeps reminding the baby not to drink the water in the basin, and promptly uses a dry towel to dry the baby's splashed area. At the same time, Jiang Jingxian also prepared some cloth books, which are not only safe and non-toxic, but also can be kneaded at will, which is very suitable for the baby's age. She turned the pages of the books, pointed to the patterns on them, and told the baby, "This is a puppy, barking. Listen, how does a puppy bark?" Then she imitated the barking of the puppy, making the baby laugh. Jiang Jingxian continued to turn the pages one by one, and with each page, she would introduce the contents of the book in simple and clear language to help the baby establish the connection between language and objects. Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian took turns accompanying the baby to play different games to ensure that the baby could get enough attention and interaction. In the process, the baby not only practiced hand-eye coordination, but also enhanced his knowledge of the world around him. Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian also felt the joy and responsibility of being parents, and their smiles were full of happiness and anticipation. As dusk fell and the sky was gradually covered by night, the room became dim and quiet. Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian decided to end the day with a cozy story to create a nice bedtime atmosphere for the baby. They placed the baby on the bed and covered it gently with a soft blanket, then sat around the baby's bedside. Jiang Jingxian opened the carefully selected book of classic fairy tales, the cover of which was painted with a star-studded night sky that mirrored the real starry sky outside the window. Cheng Jiangbei cleared his throat and began tonight's story in a soft and rhythmic voice. Once upon a time, in a forest far away, there lived a brave little lion. As the story unfolds, Cheng Jiangbei's voice is sometimes high and sometimes low, as if he is really leading the baby into that marvelous world. Whenever he comes to a tense episode, he will pause for a while, letting the baby guess what will happen next. When it comes to the lion cub overcoming difficulties, his voice is full of strength, encouraging the baby to be as brave and strong as the lion cub. Jingxian Jiang added some vivid expressions and actions from time to time. For example, when mentioning the lion cub jumping over the stream, she would imitate the jumping action. When talking about the lion cub sharing the food with his friends, she would make the gesture of sharing the food. These details make the story more vivid, and the baby listens to it with great interest and a curious glint in her eyes. As the story draws to a close, the little lion finally becomes the respected leader of all the animals in the forest. Cheng Jiangbei slowly said, "The little lion won everyone's trust with his wisdom and courage." And from then on, the forest was filled with laughter every day. The baby also seemed to be infected by this warm and positive story. Slowly closing his eyes, his breathing became even, and he entered a sweet dreamland. Seeing this, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian both revealed a pleased smile. Jiang Jingxian gently closed her book, while Cheng Jiangbei turned off the bedside table lamp, leaving only a soft night light to illuminate the room. Under the warm light, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian exchanged a deep look with each other, as if conveying infinite expectations for the baby's future in each other's hearts. In this moment, time seemed to stand still and the warmth and peace of home filled the air. They know that although every day is busy and challenging, these precious parent-child moments are precious memories that nothing can replace. Before the baby goes to sleep, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian decide to take the baby to experience a special night activity, outdoor stargazing. Although the baby is still very young and may not be able to fully understand the charm of the starry sky, they believe that this experience will become one of the unforgettable memories for the baby as he grows up. Cheng Jiangbei had checked the day's astronomical information on the internet in advance and learned that a bright full moon would appear in the sky tonight, as well as a few more conspicuous planets. He prepared a cozy picnic mat and brought along a small telescope, ready for the baby to get a closer look at the beauty of the night sky. When everything was ready, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian brought the baby to the backyard of their house. Although it was already late fall, the weather was still pleasant and there was no biting cold wind. They spread out the mat and let the baby sit in the center. Then each sat on either side of the baby, wrapping the baby in a warm embrace. Cheng Jiangbei first pointed to the bright full moon in the sky and said to the baby, "Baby, look over there, that's the moon. It brings us light at night, just like the light you bring in our lives." Jiang Jingxian continued, "The moon is sometimes round and sometimes curved, just as varied as the baby's smile." Cheng Jiangbei then picked up the telescope and pointed it at a brighter star, then adjusted the focus until the image of the star was clearly visible. He asked the baby to come closer to the telescope, and even though the baby might not be able to see it clearly, the attempt itself was a new experience. "Look, this star is called Venus and it is very bright in the sky, like a jewel in the sky." Jiang Jingxian pointed to another star and said, "Do you know, baby, each star has its own name, and they form different patterns in the sky, just like a huge picture scroll." She pointed to a constellation and told the baby it was the Big Dipper. These 7 stars line up in the shape of a spoon and can help people find their way in the wild. As the night deepened, the surroundings became even quieter, with only the occasional chirping of insects breaking the tranquility. Chang Zhongbei and Zhang Jingxian took turns pointing at the stars in the sky, recounting various knowledge about the universe, and even though the baby couldn't understand them, their words were like a lullaby, making the baby feel at ease. Gradually, the baby began to yawn and his eyelids became heavy. Chang Zhongbei and Zhang Jingxian realized that the baby was sleepy, so they packed up their things and carried the baby back to the house. On the way back to the room, they continued to talk softly about the beauty of the night, allowing the baby to enter dreamland in a beautiful fantasy. Back in the baby's room, Zhang Jingxian gently placed the baby on the bed while Chang Zhongbei turned off all the lights, leaving only the nightlight. Under the dim light, they checked if the baby was comfortable one last time and then hugged each other, feeling this rare time of family coziness. This scene under the night curtain seems to be fixed into a beautiful picture, recording the most sincere emotion and the most cozy moment of this family. For the baby, this is not only a stargazing experience, but also an unforgettable night spent with his parents, which will become a warm memory in his heart in the years to come. When the baby started to show signs of sleepiness, Chang Zhongbei and Zhang Jingxian decided to let the baby do some quiet games to help calm him down and prepare him for sleep. They chose several quiet activities suitable for indoors that would keep baby's interest without being too stimulating. Chang Zhongbei and Zhang Jingxian decided to start with the shadow play. They turned off most of the lights in the baby's room and kept only a floor lamp. Chang Zhongbei turned on the lamp and let the light shine on the wall, then used his hands to make various shadow shapes, such as rabbits, birds, and puppies. Zhang Jingxian was at the side describing the image of each shadow in vivid language. Look, this is a little rabbit. It has long ears. The baby's eyes were fixed on the shadows on the wall, reaching out to touch them from time to time, as if trying to catch those marvelous shadows. Chang Zhongbei and Zhang Jingxian took turns changing their gestures to create different shadows, and every time a new shadow appeared, they explained it with simple words to help the baby understand. This kind of interaction not only makes babies feel novel, but also promotes the development of their visual tracking skills and imagination. Next, they prepared some finger manipulation games. Zhang Jingxian took out a finger exercise book, in which there were many cute animal images, each with corresponding finger exercise movements. She followed the instructions in the book, imitated the shape of the animal with her fingers, and then read out the corresponding children's song, Little Rabbit jumping, left jumping, right jumping. The baby looks at his mother's dexterous fingers and excitedly imitates her movements. Although he can't do it completely yet, this imitation game makes him feel very happy. Chang Zhongbei was not shy. He used his fingers to make the shape of an elephant, imitating the long trunk of an elephant, and then said, "Look, this is an elephant. It has a long trunk." The baby was amused and giggled as if he was playing with these animal friends. To further help babies relax, Jingxian Jian brought out a set of static puzzles designed specifically for infants and toddlers. These puzzle pieces are large with rounded edges, perfect for the baby's small hands to grasp. Chang Zhongbei and Zhang Jingxian patiently instructed the baby how to put the puzzle pieces into the corresponding holes. Whenever the baby succeeded in putting together a piece, they would give warm applause and words of encouragement so that the baby could feel a sense of accomplishment. During the jigsaw puzzle, Zhang Jingxian also teaches the baby about different colors and shapes, while Chang Zhongbei describes the patterns on the puzzle in simple language, helping the baby to establish the connection between vision and language. Finally, in order to let the baby enter a better state of sleep, Chang Zhongbei turned on a small audio device and played some soft classical music. These melodies were beautiful and tranquil, quickly calming the baby's emotions. Jingxian Jian first prepares a warm bath for the baby. The bathroom is lightly scented with lavender, which helps to relax your baby's nerves. Zhang Jingxian gently cleans the baby while Chang Zhongbei sings to the baby, creating a relaxing atmosphere with his songs. After the bath, Jingxian Jian wrapped her baby in a soft bath towel and gently dried every inch of her skin, then dressed her baby in a clean and comfortable nightgown. Then, Zhang Jingxian gave the baby a gentle massage. Using a specialized baby massage oil, she starts at the baby's head and slowly works her way down to the toes. Chang Zhongbei observes from the sidelines and learns the correct massage techniques so that he can do it for his baby in the future as well. Jingxian Jian's movements were very gentle, her fingertips tracing over the baby's skin, helping to relax the baby's muscles and relieve the fatigue from the day. After the massage, Chang Zhongbei and Zhang Jingxian brought the baby to his bedroom. Jingxian Jiang opens her baby's favorite picture book and begins a story about a brave little animal. Chang Zhongbei, on the other hand, sat by the baby's bedside and narrated the plot of the book with his warm voice. The story is full of love and adventure, and the baby listens quietly with wonder in his eyes. When the story was halfway through, Chang Zhongbei stopped and asked the baby, "What do you think the bear will do?" Although the baby can't answer yet, the question seems to pique the baby's interest and he looks at his dad with bright eyes as if waiting for an answer. Chang Zhongbei continued to tell the story until it was over and the baby already looked a little sleepy. After the story, Gingxian Jiang gently hummed a familiar lullaby. Her voice was soft and sweet, like a warm spring breeze brushing the baby's cheeks. Cheng Jiangbei held the baby and gently rocked it, matching the rhythm of the song to make the baby feel safe and warm. The baby curled up in his father's arms, his breathing gradually becoming steady. Jiang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei took turns holding the baby, speaking softly to him, telling him how much they loved him and what a wonderful day tomorrow would be. The baby's eyes began to slowly close and occasionally a sweet smile would appear. Seeing that the baby had fully entered dreamland, Cheng Jiangbei gently placed the baby on the bed and covered it with a light quilt. Jiang Jingxian turned off the headlight, leaving only a soft nightlight to provide a cozy environment for the baby. They stood beside the baby's bed and looked at each other, their hearts filled with love and fulfillment. Cheng Jiangbei leaned down and kissed the baby's forehead and said softly, "Good night, baby, have a good dream." Jiang Jingxian also bent down and kissed the baby on the cheek, saying softly, "Mommy loves you, see you tomorrow." Chapter 156, Baby's Day Out. When Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian left the baby's room, they went to the living room and enjoyed the rare world of two. The living room was so quiet that the only sound that could be heard was the occasional night breeze coming from the window. Jiang Jingxian walked to the window, pulled back a corner of the curtains, looked out at the peaceful night scene, and couldn't help but sigh. Time flies, the baby seems to have grown up all of a sudden. Cheng Jiangbei walked over and wrapped his arms around Jiang Jingxian from behind, saying softly, "Yes, it feels like yesterday we were still in the hospital welcoming him to this world. Now he can already understand our story." Jiang Jingxian turned around and leaned against Cheng Jiangbei's chest, and the two of them smiled at each other. "You know what? Every time I tell my baby a story, I feel especially happy. I think it's the best time." Cheng Jiangbei nodded in agreement. "I feel the same way. Although sometimes work is exhausting, as long as you see your baby happy, all the exhaustion will disappear." They chatted for a while about daily chores and shared some anecdotes from work. Jiang Jingxian mentioned how her co-workers complimented the baby pictures in the unit today, while Cheng Jiangbei told about a small challenge he encountered in a project and how he solved it. These light-hearted topics made their moods more pleasant. As time passed, both of them felt slightly sleepy. Cheng Jiangbei suggested, "Why don't we take an early rest as well? We have to get up early tomorrow to take care of the baby." Jiang Jingxian nodded her head in agreement, and together they checked to see if the doors and windows of the house were locked before each of them washed up and prepared for bed. Lying on the bed, Cheng Jiangbei took Jiang Jingxuan's hand, and the two of them softly exchanged their visions for the future, as well as how to better balance family and career. "No matter what, we can't miss every important moment of our baby's growth," Cheng Jiangbei said seriously. "Of course, we have to witness every first time together," Jiang Jingxian responded. They embraced each other and slept, their hearts filled with infinite and beautiful expectations for the future. In this cozy family, love and responsibility become eternal themes, and the baby, surrounded by this love, grows up carefree, each day moving towards a better future. ## First light of the morning. ##. Early the next morning, the first rays of sunlight poured into the baby's room through a gap in the curtains. The baby rolled over in bed, rubbed his eyes with his little hands, and slowly opened them. He looked around, as if to make sure where he was, before breaking into a wide smile. The baby kicked and tossed his legs a few times on the bed and let out a babbling sound. That was him calling out for mom and dad. Hearing the baby's voice, Jiang Jingxian immediately got up from the master bedroom and gently walked into the baby's room. She opened the door and found that the baby was excitedly looking at the door with a joyful expression on his face. Jiang Jingxian walked over to the baby's bedside and said gently, "Good morning, my little baby. Did you have a beautiful dream?" As she said this, she reached out and picked up the baby, gently kissing his cheek. The baby reached out his arms and wrapped them tightly around his mom's neck, as if responding to her greeting. At this time, Cheng Jiangbei was also attracted by the baby's voice. He walked into the baby's room in his pajamas, and a smile appeared on his face when he saw the intimate scene between mother and son. Cheng Jiangbei approached, stroked the baby's head, and said, "Looks like our little one is in good spirits." The baby gave Cheng Jiangbei a bigger smile and tried to imitate his dad's voice, making some fuzzy sounds. Jiang Jingxian handed the baby to Cheng Jiangbei and went to prepare breakfast herself. Cheng Jiangbei then carried the baby to the living room, opened the window to let fresh air circulate, and let the baby look at the world outside the window. The early morning sunlight shone in through the window, adding a touch of warmth to the home. Cheng Jiangbei chatted with the baby while gently rocking him, letting him feel the beauty of a new day. Jiang Jingxian was busy in the kitchen, and before long, a nutritious breakfast was set on the table. The family sat around to enjoy breakfast, and the baby was in his own special dining chair, pointing at the food with his finger, seemingly expressing his preferences. After breakfast, Cheng Jiangbei and Jiang Jingxian began to prepare the baby's outfit for going out, as today they planned to take the baby for a walk in the park to expose him to more natural scenery. Went back to the house at noon. When the baby started to show signs of sleepiness, such as rubbing his eyes or looking a bit irritable. Zhang Dingxian and Chang Jiangbei knew it was time to let the baby rest. They usually chose to let the baby have a nap around noon to ensure that the baby had enough energy to get through the whole afternoon. Jingxian Jiang starts by turning the baby's bedroom to the right temperature, keeping the room between 20 to 22 degrees Celsius and ensuring that the air in the room circulates without blowing directly. She draws blackout curtains to reduce the impact of outside light on the baby, creating a quiet, comfortable and sleep-friendly environment. Chang Jiangbei is responsible for adjusting the audio equipment next to the baby's bed, playing soft natural sounds, such as ocean waves or birdsong, to help the baby fall asleep faster. Zhang Jingxian brought the baby to the bedroom and first changed him into soft and comfortable pajamas. Then, she gave the baby a short massage, starting from the baby's little feet and pressing all the way to his back. Each movement was very gentle, aiming to relax the baby's muscles and help him relax. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, gently communicated with the baby, using his warm voice to soothe the baby's emotions. After the massage, Chang Jiangbei picked up a picture book suitable for reading before nap time and began to tell the baby a simple and cozy story. The story was usually about the creatures of nature or the adventures of the baby's favorite cartoon characters. The baby gradually quieted down in the sound of Chang Jiangbei's story, and his eyes began to become mesmerized. After the story was finished, Zhang Jingxian began humming the baby's favorite lullaby. Her voice was gentle and sweet, like a warm breeze that brushed the baby's cheeks. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, held the baby and gently rocked him, and with the rhythm of the song, the baby felt the love and security from his parents. The baby curled up in his father's embrace, his breathing gradually becoming even and deep. Seeing that the baby had fully entered dreamland, Zhang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei gently placed the baby on the bed and covered him with a light quilt. Zhang Jingxian turned off the headlight, leaving only a soft nightlight to provide a cozy environment for the baby. They stood beside the baby's bed and looked at each other, their hearts filled with love and fulfillment. Chang Jiangbei leaned over and kissed the baby's forehead and said softly, "Good afternoon, baby, have a good dream." Zhang Jingxian also bent down and kissed the baby on the cheek, saying softly, "Mommy loves you, sleep well." The baby drifted off to sleep with warm embraces and lullabies. In their dreams, babies might dream of playing in the park with mom and dad or chasing waves on the beach. The baby's little face would occasionally smile as if he or she was experiencing good times in a dream. After the baby went into dreamland, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian also used this time to rest a little. They are either having a cup of tea in the living room and discussing the baby's growth points, or they are each taking care of some chores and preparing for the afternoon's activities. This time is equally valuable to them as they know that they can only take better care of their baby if they stay energized. After a nap, baby wakes up refreshed and ready for an energizing afternoon. Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian, on the other hand, continue to accompany the baby through every beautiful moment, making every day full of love and care for the baby. After his nap, the baby woke up looking refreshed. Jingxian Jiang and Jiangbei Cheng decided to give their baby a fun-filled learning time to promote his cognitive development. They chose a bright and spacious corner with a soft mat and surrounded by a variety of toys and materials for baby to explore. Jingxian Jiang first took out several pieces of brightly colored fabrics for the baby to touch and feel the sensation of different materials. She teaches babies how to grasp with their hands and tells them the name of each fabric. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, built a small tower with blocks, and then let the baby try to build the blocks themselves, as a way to exercise the baby's hand-eye coordination. To help babies recognize colors and shapes, Jingxian Jiang took out a box with holes of different colors and shapes and let babies try to insert the corresponding shapes into the holes. Cheng Jiangbei encourages the baby from the sidelines and gives positive feedback whenever the baby is successfully matched, so that the baby can feel a sense of accomplishment. Afterwards, Zhang Jingxian opened a player and put on a light-hearted children's song. She follows the rhythm of the music and guides the baby to clap and dance together so that the baby can feel the rhythm. Cheng Jiangbei, on the other hand, took a few picture books and turned them over page by page to the baby, pointing to the pictures in the books and teaching the baby to recognize the names of animals, fruits, and other items, while imitating their sounds, so that the baby can learn the language in the game. In order to give the baby more autonomy, Zhang Dingxian and Cheng Jiangbei also prepared some safe toys, such as soft balls and plastic key rings, so that the baby could explore freely. The baby picks up the ball and tries to throw it at the target. Although it's not quite accurate, the process makes the baby happy. Cheng Jiangbei guides the baby on the side and teaches him how to aim at the target. After the baby was tired of playing, Zhang Dingxian and Cheng Jiangbei decided to have a parent-child interactive game. They pull out a set of puzzles for babies and work through the puzzle with the baby. Jingxian Jiang helps the baby understand the connection between the patterns, while Jiangbei Cheng patiently instructs the baby on how to put the puzzle pieces in the right place. Through this game, babies not only improve their problem-solving skills, but also enhance their relationship with their parents. Toward the end of the learning time, Jingxian Jiang and Jiangbei Cheng have their babies sit on their laps and review the new things they learned today. They ask the baby which toy is his or her favorite or what he or she has learned from the game. Even if the baby can't answer fully in words yet, they know that such conversations are beneficial to the baby's understanding and memory. Finally, Zhang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei will invite the baby to help clean up the toys. Although babies may not be able to do this task completely on their own, they will involve babies in the process to teach them to value toys and understand the importance of organization. Through such an afternoon learning time, the baby not only gained cognitive and skill enhancement, but more importantly felt the love and support from the parents. Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Dingxian believe that through such interactions, babies will grow up more confident and happy. After the baby finished his afternoon of exploration and play, Zhang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei decided to let the baby experience a cozy parent-child reading time. They chose a well-lit but not blinding place and set up a cozy chair next to a small bookshelf with a variety of age-appropriate picture books neatly arranged on it. Zhang Jingxian picked a few books from the bookshelf that the baby had especially enjoyed recently, including large colorful picture books and fun-filled three-dimensional books. Chang Jiangbei, on the other hand, found a book about animals. Knowing that babies are particularly interested in animal sounds, Zhang Jingxian let the baby sit on her lap, wrapped one arm around the baby and turned the pages of the book with the other hand. In a gentle voice, she began to tell the story in the book. Whenever she came to an interesting picture, she would pause, point to the object in the picture and ask the baby if he or she recognized it, or mimic the sounds of the animals in the book, making the baby giggle. Chang Jiangbei sat next to Zhang Dingxian, holding another book in his hand. He waited for Zhang Jingxian to finish a paragraph and then took over the baby so that the baby could experience different reading styles. Chang Jiangbei's voice is low and magnetic. He reads the story to the baby in a staccato tone. When it comes to the tense plot, he will accelerate the speed of speech appropriately, and when it comes to the relaxing part, he will slow down the speed, so that the baby can better feel the change of the story's mood. During the reading process, Chang Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian will design some interactive sessions, such as letting the baby imitate the movements of the animals in the book, or make corresponding gestures when specific words are spoken. This kind of interaction not only makes the baby more engaged in the story, but also enhances the baby's memory. In order to make the stories more lively and interesting, Zhang Dingxian and Chang Jiangbei sometimes roleplay, with one playing the main character in the story and the other playing the supporting roles. They use different voices and facial expressions to express the characteristics of the characters, so that babies feel as if they are in the story and experience the adventure and fun of the story. After the story has been told, they will ask some simple questions about the content of the story, such as what difficulties the main character in the story encountered and how he solved them. Although babies may not be able to give complete answers yet, asking questions in this way can help babies deepen their understanding of the story and develop their thinking skills at the same time. Finally, Zhang Dingxian and Chang Jiangbei will let the baby choose their favorite picture and then describe how they feel. Even if it is a simple babble, they will listen carefully and give affirmation and encouragement. In this way, babies learn to express themselves and at the same time, communication between parents and children is enhanced. As reading time draws to a close, Jingxian Jiang and Jiangbei Chang will have their babies pick a book to put on their pillows as a bedtime story. They will tell the baby that this is the end of reading time for the day, but that the story in the book will stay with the baby all the way to dreamland. Chapter 157, Three Mouths. Zhang Dingxian and Chang Jiangbei sat together. The baby sat between them, and the three of them formed a cozy little circle. Zhang Jingxian gently asked, "Baby, did you have fun today?" Although the baby couldn't answer in complete sentences yet, his excited expression and babbling already expressed his full happiness. Chang Jiangbei then said, "Baby, look, this is the box where you learned to put circles into round holes today." He picked up the box with the different shaped holes and showed it to the baby. "Do you remember? You tried so many times before you succeeded, but finally you did it." Zhang Jingxian added, "Also, look at these blocks. You learned how to stack them one by one, although sometimes they fall down. You didn't give up and tried again and again until you succeeded." Chang Jiangbei took out the picture book again, flipped to one of the pages and said, "Remember the puppy in this book? We learned its bark. Woof woof woof." Hearing this, the baby copied the sound of woof woof, making everyone laugh. Zhang Jingxian said gently, "Baby, do you know? Every time you try hard and finally succeed, Mommy and Daddy are so proud of you. You are really great." Chang Jiangbei nodded and continued, "Moreover, we did the puzzle together. And although it was a bit difficult at the beginning, we finished it step by step. You see, this is the result of our joint efforts." In the process of summarizing, Zhang Dingxian and Chang Jiangbei kept encouraging the baby, praising his progress and emphasizing the value of every attempt. They told the baby that no matter whether he succeeds or fails, as long as he tries his best is the best result. Such positive feedback not only boosted the baby's confidence, but also made him understand the meaning of perseverance and hard work. When they finished reviewing the day's activities, Jingxian Jiang suggested, "Now let's put these toys away together." okay? Together with Cheng Jiangbei, she demonstrated how to categorize and place the toys so that the baby could observe and imitate. In the process, they constantly praise the baby for doing well and explain why it is necessary to do so, helping the baby to develop good habits from an early age. As the last toy is put back in its place, the baby seems to feel a sense of accomplishment as he looks at the empty and tidy space. When all the learning activities came to an end, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jianbei began to guide their baby to participate in the work of packing and organizing. They knew that for babies, this was a good opportunity to develop a sense of responsibility and self-management skills. Jingxian Jiang picks up a colorful plastic basket and says to her baby, "Baby, look, these blocks should be put in the basket so they won't run around." She demonstrated putting the blocks into the basket one by one and then encouraged the baby to try it too. The baby mimicked her mother's movements, picked up a block and carefully put it into the basket. Although sometimes he missed the basket, Zhang Jingxian always smiled and encouraged him to keep trying. Cheng Jiangbei was in charge of collecting the fabrics and small toys. He showed them to the baby one by one and then slowly put them back. "Look, these fabrics need to be put back in this box so that we can still find them the next time we want to play," he said, while letting the baby touch them and then helping him put them back together. The baby seemed to be enjoying the process, giggling happily every time he managed to put an item in. Zhang Jingxian realized that there were still some soft balls scattered on the ground, so she suggested, "Baby, let's pick up the balls together." She bent down with the baby and picked up the balls on the ground before throwing them one by one into a large box. The baby learns the throwing motion, and while it's not always accurate, the process is fun. Cheng Jiangbei noticed that there was still a small corner with some toys that hadn't been put away, so he said, "Baby, look, there are still some toys over there that haven't been tidied up. Let's go and take a look together." They walked over together, and Cheng Jiangbei taught the baby how to tell which toys belonged where, and then put them back in place one by one. Occasionally, the baby would curiously stop to take a closer look at a certain toy, and Cheng Jiangbei would patiently explain the characteristics of the toy and why it needed to be put back in a specific place. When everything was packed up, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jianbei checked together to make sure nothing was missing. They appreciated the baby's efforts and told him, "Thank you for helping us tidy up together. How neat this place looks now." Finally, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jianbei took the baby to stand together in a corner of the learning area to admire the fruits of their labor. The baby looked around with a proud smile on his face. Cheng Jiangbei picked up the baby, gently patted his back and said, "Baby, you did really well today. Mommy and Daddy are very happy. The next time we come back to play here, it will still be as clean and tidy as it is now." Through this tidying up and organizing process, the baby not only learned how to deal with the toys he played with, but more importantly, under the guidance of Jingxian Jiang and Jiangbei Cheng, the baby began to understand that everyone has the responsibility to keep the environment beautiful and that he can bring happiness to his family through his own efforts. Such an experience is a valuable growth experience for your baby. After a busy day of studying and organizing, Zhang Jingxian decided to take her baby to the balcony to relax. The balcony is a little piece of heaven in the house, decorated in a cozy and lively way, filled with all kinds of greenery and a few comfy cushions for the family to spend their leisure time here. Zhang Jingxian picked up the baby and gently walked to the balcony. Night had already fallen, and the lights of the city shone in through the windows, adding a bit of soft light to the balcony. She pulled open the door to the balcony, and a cool evening breeze greeted her, causing the baby to shiver a little. Zhang Jingxian placed the baby on a soft cushion and sat down, while she herself sat next to the baby, the two of them enjoying the tranquility together. "Baby, look, over there is the moon," Zhang Jingxian said as she pointed to the distant sky. Although the moon was not very bright at this time, its outline could still be clearly seen against the city lights. The baby looked up at the sky and seemed to be greatly interested in the glowing disk. "Let's count how many stars we can see," Zhang Jingxian suggested. And even though the light pollution in the city made it so that there weren't many stars to be seen, that didn't stop them from playing. Zhang Jingxian patiently counted every star she could see and taught the baby how to point them out with her fingers. The baby followed her movements, and although he couldn't pinpoint the stars yet, his eyes followed her finger. Cheng Jiangbei also came to the balcony at this time, holding a cell phone in his hand, and opened a soft piano piece. The music played slowly, accompanied by the tranquility of the night, giving people a feeling of peace of mind. Cheng Jiangbei sat next to Zhang Jingxian and reached out to put his arm around both mother and son, the three of them leaning together, enjoying this rare intimate time. "Baby, close your eyes and feel this wonderful music," Cheng Jiangbei said softly. The baby closed her eyes as she was told and listened quietly, as if she was feeling every note with her heart. Cheng Jiangbei continued, "Listen, this is like the sound of nature. It's like the wind going through the woods, like a stream flowing through the mountains." As time slowly passed, the baby gradually relaxed, his head leaning against Zhang Jingxuan's shoulder, his breathing becoming even and slow. Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jianbei looked at each other, their eyes filled with tenderness and love. They knew that such a moment was very important for the baby. Not only could it allow the baby to relax physically and mentally, but it could also deepen the emotional bond between family members. After finishing their afternoon learning activities, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei decided to take their baby out for a walk in the neighborhood. They believe that the fresh air and outdoor environment is a new experience for babies, which can promote the development of their senses as well as a good way to relax. They dressed the baby in comfortable clothes, put on a cute hat, and prepared the baby's stroller in case the baby got tired of walking. Once everything was ready, the family stepped out of the house and into the garden of the neighborhood. The garden of the neighborhood was beautifully decorated with various flowers and trees, as well as a sidewalk that encircled the garden. Zhang Jingxian held the baby's little hand while Cheng Jiangbei walked beside them, and the three of them slowly walked along the path. The baby was full of curiosity about the surroundings, looking around and stopping from time to time to observe the grass on the ground or a blooming flower. Zhang Jingxian pointed to the flower on the side of the road and said, "Baby, look, that's a purple violet. Smell it, does it have a fragrance?" She squatted down and asked the baby to come closer to smell it. The baby gently touched the petals of the flower with her little hand, and a look of amazement appeared on her face. Cheng Jiangbei then pointed to a big tree in the distance. "Baby, look at the big tree over there. Its leaves are green and its trunk is brown." He picked up the baby so that he could better observe the big tree. The baby stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the bark of the tree, while Cheng Jiangbei carefully placed the baby's hand on the rough trunk, letting the baby feel the different textures. On their walk, they met a few neighbors, and Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei greeted them in a friendly manner, and the baby looked at these new faces curiously. One aunt stopped and said to the baby with a smile, "The baby looks so cute." The baby shyly hid in Zhang Jingxian's arms, but her eyes were full of curiosity. Walking over to a patch of grass, Zhang Jingxian proposed to let the baby run a little here to move her arms and legs. She and Cheng Jiangbei watched from the side as the baby ran on the grass. Although her gait wasn't quite steady yet, the baby's laughter echoed in the air, adding a joyful flavor to this evening. When the baby started to look a little tired, Cheng Jiangbei put the baby in the stroller and continued to push him forward. They passed by the neighborhood's children's playground, where a few kids were playing on slides and swings. Cheng Jiangbei stopped and asked the baby if he wanted to join them. Although the baby could not yet clearly express his wish, his eyes revealed his desire. So Cheng Jiangbei took the baby out of the stroller and led him towards the playground. At the playground, Cheng Jiangbei helps the baby climb up the slide while Zhang Jingxian waits below to catch him. Baby let out a squeal of surprise the first time he went down the slide, then couldn't wait to ask for another one. With the help of Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei, the baby played the slide several times over and over again, having great fun each time. As the sun sinks into the west, the sky begins to darken. Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei felt it was time to go home. They left the playground with the baby and returned home the way they came. The baby was quiet in the stroller, occasionally looking up at the stars that were gradually appearing in the sky, as if he was still reminiscing about the fun times he had just had. After a day of learning, playing and walking, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei decided to prepare a nutritious and delicious dinner for their baby. They hoped that through this dinner, the baby can replenish the energy consumed during the day and enjoy the good time among family members. Cheng Jiangbei walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to check the ingredients inside. He found fresh vegetables, meats, and some soy products in the refrigerator, all of which would be great for preparing dinner for the baby. Zhang Jingxian, on the other hand, began to wash the vegetables and prepare the cutting board and knives. Cheng Jiangbei proposed to make a light chicken puree with steamed pumpkin and some stir-fried greens tonight. Chicken is rich in protein and easy to digest for babies. Butternut squash is rich in vitamin A and fiber, which helps babies grow healthily, and bok choy provides extra vitamins and minerals. Zhang Jingxian agreed with Cheng Jiangbei's idea and started making preparations. She started by peeling and cutting the pumpkin into small pieces and placing it in a steamer to begin steaming. She then washed the chicken breasts, removed the sinews, and cut them into small pieces ready to be pureed in a blender later. Cheng Jiangbei was in charge of cleaning the greens, and he carefully removed the old leaves, leaving only the tender parts. Next, he chopped the garlic and prepared it for use in the stir-fry. In order to make the dish more rich, he also prepared some soybean products, intending to make a tofu soup, which would provide both protein and moisture. In order to involve the baby in the preparation of dinner, Zhang Jingxian found a plastic bowl suitable for babies and a small, safe spoon, so that the baby can sit on a small stool to the side and mimic the action of adults stirring. Although babies can't really stir anything, the sense of participation makes it fun. Cheng Jiangbei also found some vegetables that do not need to be cut, such as carrot strips and cucumber strips, and let the baby hold and eat them by himself, which can exercise the baby's fine hand movements and also develop the baby's ability to eat on his own. Jingxian Jiang first dealt with the chicken puree. Put the previously cut chicken pieces into the blender, add a small amount of water and start the blender to puree the chicken into a fine puree. Next, she poured a little olive oil into a pan, poured the mashed chicken into the pan, and slowly sautéed it over low heat until it was cooked through. Chang Jiangbei began to stir-fry the green vegetables. He added the right amount of oil to the hot pan, put in the minced garlic and burst the aroma, then added the cleaned green vegetables to stir-fry quickly. Add a little salt to season. The greens quickly became bright green and tender, emitting a fresh aroma. The pumpkin had already been steamed. Zhang Jingxian took it out, cooled it slightly and then pressed it into a puree with a spoon, then put it into a bowl and set it aside. Tofu soup is also very simple to make. Chang Jiangbei puts pre-cut tofu cubes into boiling water, adds some chopped bok choy, sprinkles and a little salt, and cooks for a few minutes before turning off the heat. After all the dishes were prepared, Zhang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei brought the food to the table. They prepared a special small bowl and spoon for the baby to mix the chicken puree and pumpkin puree together, which is easy for the baby to consume and ensures balanced nutrition. The baby looks very excited as he sits in the special children's dining chair and looks at the brightly colored food in front of him. Jingxian Jiang and Jiangbei Chang encourage babies to eat on their own and give appropriate help from the sidelines. The baby tries to scoop up food with a spoon and bring it into his mouth. Although his movements are not yet very skillful, he is praised and encouraged by his parents for each successful attempt. Chapter 158, Second Child. After dinner, Zhang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei laughed when they saw the baby's face and clothes covered in food residue. They wiped the baby's face and hands clean and changed into clean clothes. The baby also seemed to realize his own masterpiece and giggled, as if apologizing for being naughty. After cleaning up the dining table, Zhang Jingxian proposed to tell the baby a bedtime story to help the baby calm down and prepare to enter dreamland. Chang Jiangbei nodded in agreement, so they brought the baby to the bedroom together. Chang Jiangbei turned on the bedroom light and adjusted it to a soft light, while Zhang Jingxian chose a colorful storybook from the bookshelf. Chang Jiangbei sat on the edge of the bed and patted the seat beside him to signal Zhang Jingxian to sit over. Zhang Jingxian held the baby and sat next to Chang Jiangbei, who turned the pages of the book and began the story. The story was about how the brave little animals overcame the difficulties and finally found a home that belonged to them. As the story progressed, the baby's eyes gradually became heavy and his head began to gently lean on Zhang Jingxian's shoulder. When the story came to an end, the baby had already entered sweet dreams. Zhang Jingxian gently placed the baby on the bed and covered it with a soft quilt. Chang Jiangbei gently turned off the lights, leaving only the night light to illuminate a corner of the room. The two of them gently left the bedroom, and before closing the door, they glanced back at the baby's calm face, their hearts filled with happiness. Zhang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei sat on the sofa in the living room after dinner and began a discussion about whether or not to have a second child. The two faced each other, their eyes revealing their longing and worries about their future lives. Chang Jiangbei spoke first. Honey, I've actually been wanting to talk to you about this topic. We've been doing quite well lately, but I feel that if we had another baby, the house would be more lively, and it would also give our big baby a companion. Zhang Jingxian smiled and nodded. I've also had this thought, but I'm worried that we're both very busy with our work right now, and that big baby needs a lot of attention. If we have a second baby, will we be a bit overwhelmed? Chang Jiangbei held her hand and said gently, Indeed, it's a challenge, but haven't we always tried to overcome life's difficulties? Moreover, we can make some preparations in advance, such as asking our parents to help take care of us for a while, or finding a reliable babysitter. Zhang Jingxian thought for a while, then said, You have a point, but I still have some concerns. You know, bringing up a child is a very hard thing to do, especially when the child is still small. Also, I'm worried that Debeo will feel lost because of the sudden addition of a younger brother or sister. Chang Jiangbei listened carefully, then said, This is a very important issue. We can have a good talk with Debeo and tell him that we'll always love him and that he'll be a great big brother. We can involve him in the preparations and make him feel like he's an important part of the family too. Hearing this, Zhang Jingxuan's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. We can make a video with Debeo welcoming his brother or sister, or have him draw some pictures and write some words for his unborn brother or sister. Chang Jiangbei smiled and said, That's right, and we can use the weekend to take Debeo to the park with us to see how those families with siblings get along, so that he will know that there will be a lot of fun things to do when he has a younger brother or sister. Zhang Jingxian nodded her head in agreement. Sounds like a good plan. However, we still need to communicate with Debeo about his feelings. Maybe we can design a little game, like having him pretend to be an older brother and take care of a little doll, and see how he reacts. Chang Jiangbei clapped his hands. That's it. We can also involve Debeo in the process of shopping for baby products, such as picking out a crib or toy that he likes. That way, he'll feel like he's part of the family, not just one more person to take care of. Zhang Jingxian smiled. It seems that we have made a good start. I think that as long as we put our hearts into it, everything will go smoothly. Chang Jiangbei also smiled as he held Zhang Jingxuan's hand tightly. That's right, no matter what the outcome is, we will face it together and work together. I believe that our family will become better because of our joint efforts." The two of them smiled at each other, as if they were images of the future, a family of four sitting happily around the table, sharing a meal, the eldest child holding his or her younger brother's or sister's little hand, chasing and playing in the yard, themselves standing on the sidelines, smiling and watching their children grow up, enjoying this ordinary but incomparably precious happiness. In order to ensure a smooth pregnancy for her second child, Jiang Jingxian decided to go to the hospital for a comprehensive medical checkup first. She checked a lot of information on the internet and learned that women of advanced maternal age may face some risks during pregnancy, so she hoped to learn about her health condition through professional checkups and get professional advice. Jingxian Jiang made an appointment with an obstetrics and gynecology specialist through the hospital's official website. She chose a doctor who was experienced and had a good reputation. After the appointment was successfully booked, she received a text message reminder with a detailed guide to the medical checkup, which listed the things she needed to pay attention to before the checkup, such as fasting and wearing loose-fitting clothes. On the day of the medical checkup, Jiang Jingxian got up early in the morning. She purposely wore a comfortable casual outfit and brought along some of her previous medical records. When she arrived at the hospital, she first went to the front desk to check in, and then followed the instructions to the obstetrics and gynecology waiting area to wait for her number to be called. When it was Jiang Jingxuan's turn, she walked into the doctor's office. The doctor, a kind, middle-aged woman, greeted Jiang with a smile and asked her to sit down. The doctor first asked Jiang Jingxian about her basic information, including her age, when she last gave birth, and her family's genetic history. Jiang Jingxian replied, "Hello doctor, I'm 33 years old. The last time I had a baby was 3 years ago, a normal delivery, and the baby is healthy now. There are no hereditary diseases in my family." The doctor nodded and continued, "So, why do you want a second child this time?" Jiang Jingxian explained, "My husband and I feel that our family is in a good condition now and we hope to find a companion for our eldest child. But considering my age, we would like to hear your professional opinion first." The doctor nodded approvingly and said, "That's a wise choice. It's true that women of advanced maternal age need to be more cautious, but there's no need to worry too much. We can do a thorough examination first to see how your health is doing." The doctor prescribed a series of checklists for Jiang Jingxian, including routine blood test, routine urine test, thyroid function test, torch screening, to detect the presence of toxoplasmosis, rubella virus, cytomegalovirus and herpes simplex virus infections, ultrasound, etc. The doctor also reminded her to take a genetic test to find out if she carries any genetic diseases. The doctor also specifically reminded Jingxian Jiang to take a genetic test to find out if she carries any genes for hereditary diseases if she is able to do so. Jiang Jingxian followed the doctor's instructions and did all the tests in order. During the ultrasound, the doctor carefully observed the recovery of her uterus and the state of her ovaries. After the ultrasound, the doctor told her that her uterus had recovered well, but the function of her ovaries might decline with age, so it was best to prepare early if she decided to have a second child. After all the examinations were completed, Jiang Jingxian returned to the doctor's office. The doctor read the examination report carefully and discussed the results of each item with Jiang Jingxian. The doctor said, "Your blood and urine routine and other basic indicators are all within normal limits, which means you are in good health. Thyroid function is also normal, which is important because thyroid hormones are vital for the development of the embryo. The torch screening results show that you are not infected with the associated virus, which is also a good sign." Hearing this, Jiang Jingxian was relieved, but she was still a little worried. "Well, what about ovarian function?" The doctor smiled and replied, "Your ovaries are functioning within the expected range, but they do appear to be slightly weaker than those of younger women. This means that the quality of your eggs may be diminished, but that doesn't mean that you can't get pregnant. In fact, many women in your age group can still have successful pregnancies and healthy babies." The doctor went on to give specific advice. In order to increase the success rate of your pregnancy, you need to pay attention to several areas during your preparation. First, take folic acid supplements, which can prevent fetal neural tube defects. Second, maintain a healthy weight and avoid excessive obesity or wasting. Third, stick to a moderate amount of exercise to strengthen your body. Finally, minimize stress and maintain a good mindset. Jiang Jingxian listened carefully to the doctor's advice and took notes. She said gratefully, "Thank you, doctor. I will follow your advice." The doctor smiled and encouraged her. "No problem. If you have any questions, feel free to come see me. Good luck." After leaving the hospital, Jiang Jingxian bought some folic acid supplements and thought about how to share today's experience and the doctor's advice with Cheng Jiangbei on the way home. She knew that both she and Cheng Jiangbei needed to get ready for the new life, and it was all about creating a healthy and happy environment for the baby to grow up in. After returning home, Jiang Jingxian told Cheng Jiangbei about the doctor's advice, and the two of them made a detailed plan to prepare for pregnancy together. They believe that through scientific methods and joint efforts, they will be able to add more happiness and joy to their family. As a father-to-be, Chang Jiangbei has an equally important responsibility as Jiang Jingxian prepares for her pregnancy. In order to ensure the health of the baby, Chang Jiangbei decides to undergo a comprehensive health checkup to ensure that he is physically capable of supporting his wife's family life during and after her pregnancy. Chang Jiangbei searched online for a reputable medical institution nearby and made an appointment for a joint examination with a male and general practitioner. To make sure the results were accurate, he followed his doctor's instructions and started to watch his diet the day before the checkup, avoiding oily and stimulating foods, and getting enough rest. Early the next morning, Chang Jiangbei headed to the hospital. He came to the hospital according to the appointment time and completed the registration at the front desk. He was then guided by the nurse to the male examination room and waited for the doctor's diagnosis. The male doctor is an experienced male doctor. After Chang Jiangbei entered the consultation room, the doctor first asked him about his age, living habits, nature of work and other basic information, and then began a physical examination. The doctor focused on Chang Jiangbei's reproductive system, including testicles, prostate and other parts of the body, and inquired about the status of his recent sex life. The doctor explains, "We focus mainly on the quality of the sperm, as this is crucial for a successful pregnancy. In addition, we also check for other factors that affect fertility." After completing the physical examination, the doctor arranged for Chang Jiangbei to have a semen analysis in order to further understand the sperm count, vitality and other indicators. The doctor also advised Chang Jiangbei to undergo basic blood and urine tests to rule out common male diseases such as prostatitis. Subsequently, Chang Jiangbei was taken to a general practitioner for a comprehensive physical examination. The general practitioner, a gentle female doctor, asked Chang Jiangbei in detail about his family medical history, personal medical history and living habits. The doctor says, "Even though you're here as a father-to-be, we want to make sure you're in good health so you can better support your family. We will do some routine checkups like blood pressure measurement, blood sugar test, lipid test, etc." Chang Jiangbei actively cooperated with the doctor's request to complete blood pressure, blood glucose and blood lipid tests. He also underwent an electrocardiogram to assess his heart health. While waiting for the test results, Chang Jiangbei had the opportunity to talk to the doctor in detail. He raised some of his concerns, such as whether high work pressure and occasional socializing and drinking would affect his fertility. The doctor patiently answered his question. Moderate stress and alcohol consumption generally do not affect fertility too much, but prolonged high-intensity stress and frequent heavy drinking may reduce sperm quality. You are advised to minimize these factors and maintain a healthy lifestyle during your preparation for pregnancy. About a week later, Chang Jiangbei received a notice from the hospital informing him that the test results were out. He came to the hospital again to hear the doctor's diagnosis. The doctor told him, "Your examination results are generally good and no obvious health problems have been found. However, given the nature of your work, you are advised to take rest and not to overwork. In addition, reduce your alcohol intake, quit smoking if you are a smoker, and eat more zinc-rich foods, such as beef and seafood, as zinc is helpful in improving sperm quality." After hearing this, Chang Jiangbei felt very relieved and thanked the doctor for his professional guidance. Back at home, Chang Jiangbei shared the test results with Jiang Jingxian. Together, the two discussed the advice given by the doctor and worked out a healthy living plan that they would follow together. They decided to improve their health by arranging at least half an hour of outdoor activities every day, either walking or riding. Chang Jiangbei also promised to reduce the number of overtime work and social functions, make sure he gets enough sleep, and pay more attention to balanced nutrition in his diet. Jiang Jingxian expressed her support and said she would accompany him to change his bad habits and welcome the new baby. Through this checkup, Chang Jiangbei not only understood his own physical condition, but more importantly, he and Jiang Jingxian made full preparation for their upcoming new life together. Both of them firmly believe that by working together, their family will be more fulfilling and happy. Chapter 159 for the baby. Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei were full of anticipation for the upcoming new member of their family, and at the same time felt the responsibility on their shoulders. In order to make sure that their pre-pregnancy preparations were foolproof, they put a lot of effort into nutritional supplementation. This is not only for the sake of Jiang Jingxian's health, but also for Chang Jiangbei's optimal physical condition, so that they can welcome the arrival of a new baby together. One evening, in the cozy little kitchen, Jiang Jingxian was researching information on nutritional supplements while Chang Jiangbei was busy preparing dinner. The aroma of food wafted through the kitchen, making the home seem extraordinarily warm. "Honey," Jingxian Jiang spoke softly, "I read here that folic acid not only prevents fetal neural tube defects, but also reduces the risk of high blood pressure during pregnancy." Chang Jiangbei stopped his hands and turned to face his wife. "Is that so? Then you must insist on taking it. Let me help you write down the daily reminders." Jiang Jingxian smiled. "Good." then I'll have to rely on you to supervise. She picked up a folic acid tablet and was about to swallow it when she suddenly remembered something like, right, I've also heard that omega-3 fatty acids are good for the baby's brain development, so you'll have to help me see which brand is good too. Chang Jiangbei nodded. No problem. Tomorrow I'll go to the pharmacy and ask the professionals to see which brands are suitable for you. Also, that vitamin D you just mentioned is also important to help absorb calcium, right? That's right, Jiang Dingxian replied. Vitamin D helps with calcium absorption so that the baby's bones can be healthier. Also, I need enough calcium myself to deal with loose teeth that I may have during pregnancy. Chang Jiangbei listened attentively, then said, then we both need to pay attention to calcium supplementation. I can make some calcium-rich foods, such as tofu and green leafy vegetables. This will be good for you and me. At dinner time, the table was filled with a variety of nutritious dishes, steamed seabass, tofu and bok choy soup, sautéed spinach and a bowl of fragrant milk. These were all carefully prepared by Chang Jiangbei, aiming to provide Jiang Jingxian with sufficient nutrition. Come, taste my handiwork. Chang Jiangbei served the last dish and looked at his wife with anticipation. Jiang Jingxian tasted a bite and praised it. It's delicious. Your cooking is getting better and better. I'm turning into a big fatty. Chang Jiangbei smiled and replied, that's good. It means you're happy to eat. But don't worry, we'll control our diet together and maintain a healthy weight. After dinner, the two sat on the sofa, enjoying the after-dinner refreshments while continuing to discuss the future. Jiang Dingxian leaned on Chang Jiangbei's shoulder and said softly, actually, I think it's not just me who needs to supplement my nutrition, but you need to take care of yourself just as much. After all, healthy children need healthy parents. Chang Jiangbei held Jiang Jingxuan's hand and said gently, you're right, I will pay attention to my diet, eat more vegetables and fruits, and eat less greasy things. Let's both work together to create the best start for the baby, to further enrich their family life. Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei decided to diversify their weekly family activities so that they could find ways to relax after their busy schedules. They knew that these activities would not only help them de-stress, but also strengthen their emotional connection with each other. One weekend, the weather was clear and sunny, and they decided to take the kids to the forest park in the countryside for a picnic together. Chang Jiangbei woke up early in the morning to prepare the ingredients and made sandwiches, fruit salad, and some simple snacks. Jiang Dingxian, on the other hand, was in charge of packing blankets, toys, and a camera so that she could record the moments. After arriving at the park, they found a grassy area under the shade of a tree to spread out their picnic mats. The children excitedly ran and played on the grass, while Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei sat on the mat, enjoying the beauty of nature. Chang Jiangbei handed Jiang Jingxian a cup of juice and said with a smile, look how happy the children are having fun. We should also enjoy such a time. Jiang Jingxian nodded her head in agreement. Yes, I'm usually too busy at work, so there really aren't many opportunities like this. We should spend more time together. It's good for both physical and mental health. On the way home from the picnic, Chang Jiangbei suggested, why don't we take turns planning family activities each week, so that we can keep the activities fresh and everyone involved in the program. Jiang Jingxian thought it was a good idea. Then it's my turn to make arrangements for next weekend. I thought we could go see a movie and then how about having dinner together? Sounds good, Chang Jiangbei replied, but remember to pick a light-hearted movie. Oh, work has been a bit stressful lately, and I need some laughs to relax. By the next weekend, they went to see a comedy movie as planned. After the movie, the family enjoyed a nice dinner at a special restaurant nearby. At the table, the atmosphere was very cordial as they talked about their dreams and future plans. In the following days, whether it was a weekend trip to an art museum to visit an exhibition, a small family gathering at home, or simply doing household chores together, all of these became small blessings in their lives. At the end of each activity, Jiang Jingxian would write down the feelings of the day in her diary, recording every memorable moment, to ensure that the arrival of their second child would go smoothly. Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei decided to start with a regular routine. They realized that good sleeping habits would not only help Jiang Jingxuan's body recover, but also help Chang Jiangbei maintain a high level of energy to meet the challenges posed by the upcoming new addition to the family. One evening, as night fell, only soft lights remained in the living room. Jiang Dingxian sat on the sofa, flipping through a book on pregnancy care, while Chang Jiangbei busied himself in the kitchen, preparing the evening refreshments. He had boiled a pot of honey lemonade, which was said to be beneficial to women preparing for pregnancy. Jingxian, come and try this. Chang Jiangbei walked over with a cup of warm drink and handed it to Jiang Jingxian. I added a bit of honey. It should be milder. Jiang Dingxian took the cup and gently took a sip, feeling a warmth spread from her throat. It tastes good. Thank you. Chang Jiangbei sat beside her and asked with concern, how do you feel today? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? It's okay, just a little tired. Jiang Jingxian put down the book and stretched. The doctor suggested that we should have a regular routine so that we can ensure that our bodies are in the best condition. Chang Jiangbei nodded in agreement. Indeed. Starting tomorrow, let's strictly follow the new work schedule. Go to bed at 10 sharp and wake up at 6:30 in the morning. Jiang Dingxian smiled faintly. Okay, as you wish. When it came to the agreed bedtime, the two turned off all electronic devices and began their bedtime ritual. Chang Jiangbei first helped Jiang Jingxian adjust the position of her pillow, then walked over to the window and pulled the blackout curtains. The room was instantly quiet, with only a few occasional insect chirps coming from outside the window. Jingxian, Chang Jiangbei sat down beside the bed and said softly, I know that you might be under a lot of pressure during this period of time, but don't worry, no matter what difficulties you encounter, I will be by your side. Jiang Jingxian turned around and held his hand. I believe in you and thank you for your continued support. This is our joint effort. Chang Jiangbei responded gently. Now close your eyes and rest. As the night progressed, the room gradually fell into silence. Jiang Jingxian quickly entered dreamland, while Chang Jiangbei also closed his eyes a moment later. They both knew that only by having a good quality of sleep could they have a better tomorrow. The next morning, Chang Jiangbei had already woken up when the first rays of sunlight poured into the room through the cracks in the curtains. He gently got out of bed and prepared breakfast for Jiang Jingxian. When Jiang Jingxian opened her eyes, she was just in time to see Chang Jiangbei walk into the bedroom with breakfast. You're awake? Chang Jiangbei asked with a smile. Get up and eat breakfast. I made today's breakfast especially for you. Jiang Jingxian sat up and saw a nutritionally balanced breakfast on the bedside table. Her heart filled with emotion. Thank you, Jiangbei. No need to thank you. This is what I should do, Chang Jiangbei said, helping Jiang Jingxian straighten her pillow. After breakfast, how about we go out for a walk together? Jiang Jingxian nodded. Yeah, I was just about to go outside for some fresh air too. In this way, Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei started a new day. With their regular routine, they not only strengthened their physical fitness, but also created a more harmonious family atmosphere to welcome the new baby. In order to ensure that Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei receive adequate nutrition during their preparation for pregnancy, they decided to make a series of dietary changes. By combining reasonable meals, they hoped to not only promote Jiang Jingxuan's health, but also provide Chang Jiangbei with enough energy to cope with the hectic pace of life. Chang Jiangbei began researching various nutrition books and online sources in an attempt to design a menu for Jiang Jingxian that was both delicious and healthy. At the end of each week, he would make a list of the menu for the following week, making sure that each day's diet would contain enough protein, vitamins, minerals, and other essential nutrients. Jingxian, what do you think of this menu? Chang Jiangbei held a piece of paper filled with notes and asked Jiang Jingxian for her opinion. Jiang Jingxian took it and looked at it. It read, Monday, tomato stewed beef brisket plus with brown rice. Tuesday, steamed sea bass plus with cold shredded seaweed. She nodded with satisfaction. It seems like you're really paying attention, Jiangbei. Chang Jiangbei smiled. As long as you like it, I hope that you can eat happily and at the same time be able to ensure balanced nutrition. Hashtag nutritional breakfast. Every morning, Chang Jiangbei would wake up early and prepare a hearty breakfast for Jiang Jingxian. He usually made an oatmeal porridge with fresh blueberries and sliced almonds, plus a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. Get up and eat breakfast. Chang Jiangbei called softly from outside the door. Jiang Jingxian rubbed her eyes and sat up from the bed, smelling the aroma wafting from the kitchen. Wow, it smells so good. She walked over to the dining table and a smile appeared on her face when she saw the breakfast laid out on the table. Eat it, I made it especially for you. Chang Jiangbei picked up a glass of orange juice and handed it to her. Jiang Jingxian took a sip and praised. It's so good. It feels like the whole person is awake. Hashtag healthy dinner. Dinner was usually a time shared by Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei as a family. Chang Jiangbei would try to choose low-fat, high-protein foods, such as chicken breast, tofu, and fish, with plenty of vegetables and a small amount of complex carbohydrates, such as brown rice or whole wheat bread. How about we eat grilled chicken breast with broccoli tonight? Chang Jiangbei asked. Jingxian Jiang smiled and replied, that sounds great. Your grilled chicken breasts are delicious every time. At the dinner table, the family sat around, enjoying the food while sharing their respective experiences of the day. The children excitedly recounted interesting stories from school, while Jiang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei quietly listened, occasionally interjecting a few sentences. To satisfy the occasional small craving, Chang Jiangbei would prepare some healthy snack options at home, such as nuts, yogurt, and fresh fruit. Jiang Jingxian especially likes apples and oranges, so Chang Jiangbei often buys them and puts them in an easily accessible place. Do you want to eat an apple? Chang Jiangbei picked up a red apple and handed it to Jiang Jingxian. Jiang Jingxian took the apple and smiled. Thank you. I happen to be a bit hungry. Hashtag the joy of cooking together. Sometimes, Zhang Jingxian would also join in the cooking and do the dishes with Cheng Jiangbei. The two of them divided up the labor in the kitchen, with one washing and cutting vegetables and the other responsible for cooking. This process of working together not only made their relationship deeper, but also made the whole family atmosphere more cozy. You try this seasoning. Zhang Jingxian handed Cheng Jiangbei a small bowl. I think this will be more flavorful. Cheng Jiangbei tasted it and nodded. Well, it's really good. You really have a talent for cooking. Through such efforts, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei not only maintained healthy eating habits during their preparation for pregnancy, but also made their family life fun and cozy. These times spent together became their precious memories and laid a solid healthy foundation for welcoming a new life. Every day after dinner, they would hold Debeo's hand and go for a walk together in the park near the neighborhood. Sometimes, Zhang Jingxian would choose to attend a maternity yoga class while Cheng Jiangbei would stay home to take care of the baby. On weekends, they would go hiking together as a family, breathing fresh air and exercising at the same time. I think we are now living at a more regular pace than before, Cheng Jiangbei lamented. Although every day is busy, but the heart is full, Julia Kong responded. Yes, I think this is the best life for us, and our kids can benefit from it and learn to value a healthy lifestyle. Cheng Jiangbei completely quit the bad habits. What absolutely do not drink. He knows that they are not only bad for the body, but also lower the quality of sperm. Jingxian Jiang also strictly limits her caffeine intake and tries to avoid any exposure to chemicals that may be detrimental to the fetus. The air in the house is so much fresher, Zhang Jingxian praised. Cheng Jiangbei smiled. Of course, for the sake of our baby, what's it worth for us to make this sacrifice? Chapter 160 Arrangements. Jingxian Jiang and Jiangbei Cheng placed a strong emphasis on interaction and verbal communication with their child as they developed an individualized learning plan for Big Baby. They understand that family dynamics will change with the arrival of their second child and wanted to make sure that Debeo would still feel loved and supported during this transition. Here are some of the details of how they specifically implemented this plan. Zhang Jingxian would first find a quiet time to talk to Debeo alone, asking him what subjects he was interested in and what kind of learning he preferred. She found that Debeo especially likes science experiments and hands-on things, and not so much rote memorization of knowledge points. So, Zhang Jingxian suggested, we can do some little science experiments together. What do you think? Debeo's eyes immediately lit up and he said excitedly, Mommy, I want to make rainbow rockets. Rainbow rocket? Zhang Jingxian asked curiously, what's that? Debo begins to describe a demonstration experiment he saw in school involving color changes and chemical reactions. Realizing that this was a great opportunity to enhance Debeo's language skills and scientific literacy, Jingxian Jiang decided to incorporate this experiment into her learning plan. Next, Cheng Jiangbei joined the discussion, and together they worked out a detailed plan, including family science time several times a week, a theme for each activity, and a list of materials needed. Cheng Jiangbei said, we can also invite your buddies to come along and do experiments. What do you think? After thinking about it, Debeo nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, I can invite my good friend Xiaoming to come and play with me. This arrangement not only allows Debeo to enjoy learning, but also enhances social skills by working with friends. On the day of the first experiment, the house was filled with laughter. Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei guided the children through the experiment step by step, while Debeo was responsible for explaining the purpose of each step. Whenever the experiment was successful, Debeo would excitedly shout, Look, I did it! Through such hands-on practice, Debeo not only learned scientific principles, but also increased his self-confidence. Zhang Jingxian encouraged from the sidelines. See, when you try hard, you will always gain something. After each experiment, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei would review the day's experience with Debeo, guiding him to think about the discoveries and problems encountered in the experiment. Why do you think this experiment happened? Cheng Jiangbei asked. Debeo began to try to answer in his own words and put forward some ideas for improvement. This reflective process helped improve Debo's critical thinking skills and taught him to learn from his failures. In order to record this special learning experience, Zhang Jingxian suggested creating a science journal where Debeo writes down his thoughts and what he learned after each experiment. You can treat it as a secret diary and share it only with mom and dad. In order for Debeo to gradually adapt to the arrival of a younger brother or sister and to develop a sense of responsibility, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei decided to guide Debeo through small things in their daily lives. Below are some of the specific measures they took in developing a sense of responsibility and their unfolding story. Jingxian Jiang and Jiangbei Cheng realized that letting their children take on some family responsibilities at an early age is an important way to develop a sense of responsibility. So they came up with an idea at a family meeting. Debo, do you think we could work together to create a family responsibility chart? That way everyone can contribute to the family. Debeo looked a little surprised, but also interested. Cheng Jiangbei continued. For example, you could be in charge of feeding the pet fish every morning, or helping mom organize the dining table. Debeo thought about it and said he was willing to try. So the family began discussing the tasks each could take on and finalized a list of responsibilities. Dabeo chose the job of feeding the fish and helping to organize the table every day. As the pregnancy progressed, Zhang Jingxuan's health condition required more rest. At this point, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian discussed and decided to give Dabeo the opportunity to participate in the preparations for taking care of her soon-to-be-born brother or sister. Dabeo, do you want to join us in preparing the nursery? Zhang Jingxian asked. Dabeo nodded happily. Of course I want to. So, Big Boy started to help pick the color of the wallpaper, choose toys and books, and got involved in setting up the room. They go through these activities and Dabeo not only feels his importance in the family, but also learns to think of others. In order for children to better understand the responsibility of caring for an infant, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei designed some facsimile scenarios to let Dabeo experience what it is like to take care of a younger brother or sister. For example, they will use a rag doll to simulate a baby and have Big Boy try to change the doll's diaper, feed it and put it to sleep. During the simulation, Cheng Jiangbei patiently instructed, Dabeo, be gentle when changing the doll's diaper. Don't hurt it. By practicing in this way, Dabeo learns to treat babies with care and gentleness. Every time Dabeo completed his responsible tasks, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei would give affirmation and encouragement. Dabeo, you did a great job today. Jingxian Jiang would say this and would sometimes give small rewards like an extra half hour of playtime or a special dessert. Such positive incentives make Dabeo more motivated to complete his tasks and feel a sense of accomplishment. With the addition of family members, some decisions require the input of the whole family. Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei decide to listen to Dabeo on important family matters. Dabeo, how do you think we should arrange our vacation? Cheng Jiangbei asked. Dabeo thought carefully and came up with his own ideas, which were not always entirely feasible. But his parents listened to him carefully and adopted his suggestions as much as possible in the final program. This allows Dabeo to feel that his opinion is respected and also learns to think about the overall good of the family. Through this series of efforts, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei not only successfully adapted Dabeo to the change in family structure, but also effectively cultivated his sense of responsibility. Dabeo gradually grows into a considerate and responsible child, fully prepared for the arrival of a younger brother or sister. In order to ensure that the family would remain harmonious and organized after welcoming their second child, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei decided to plan their time management and daily life well in advance. Jingxian Jiang and Jiangbei Chang first decided to create a detailed family schedule to make sure everyone knew what was scheduled for each day. They use a family sharing app that synchronizes the schedules of all family members, making it easy for everyone to view and update information at any time. Dabeo, let's plan next week's schedule together now, Zhang Jingxian said. Let's see if there's anything special we need to arrange. Dabeo looked at the calendar and said excitedly, Mom, next Wednesday is my swimming lesson, and Friday night Xiaoming and I have a date to go to the park. Cheng Jiangbei added, then we'll make Wednesday night homework time and come back early Friday afternoon to get ready to go out. In this way, communication between family members becomes smoother and everyone knows exactly what they should do when and where. In order to better take care of their families, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei each communicated with their respective employers for more flexible working hours and the possibility of working from home. Cheng Jiangbei explained, this way even if there is an emergency, we are able to go home in time to deal with it. For her part, Jingxian Jiang discussed with her supervisor a hybrid work model that would allow her to handle some of her work tasks from home to save time on her commute. To reduce the stress of daily chores, the couple redistributed household tasks. They found that by assigning tasks wisely, each person could fulfill his or her share of duties without interfering with work or personal time. Dabeo, can you be responsible for organizing the book bag every night? Zhang Jingxian asked. Dabeo nodded and expressed his willingness to take on this responsibility. Cheng Jiangbei was responsible for the weekly cleaning while Zhang Jingxian was mainly responsible for cooking and daily cleaning. In order to ensure that family members have enough time to interact with each other, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei decided to set up regular family time. For example, half an hour after dinner every day is a time for the whole family to do activities together, whether it's playing games, telling stories or going for a walk. This is an exclusive time for family members to spend with each other. During a family time, Dabeo suggested, can we paint together tonight? Everyone agreed, so they sat around on the living room carpet and worked together to create a painting depicting family life. Considering that unexpected situations are inevitable in life, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei also made a contingency plan. For example, when Zhang Jingxian suddenly feels unwell, Cheng Jiangbei is able to immediately take over childcare, or when one of the children is sick, family members can quickly adjust their schedules to ensure that someone can stay home to take care of them. If I get a call from a teacher at work saying that Dabeo isn't feeling well, I'll let you know right away and rush home as soon as possible, Cheng Jiangbei explained to Zhang Jingxian. In the end, Zhang and Cheng realized that even the busiest families need time for personal relaxation. They take turns scheduling me time. When a person is free to do what they like, whether it's reading, working out, or catching up with friends. Through this arrangement, Zhang Jingxian went to a yoga class on one weekend afternoon, while Chang Jiangbei went to a movie with a friend on another weekend evening. Through these measures, Jingxian Jiang and Jiangbei Chang not only managed their family's time effectively, but also ensured that everyone had enough time to focus on their own interests and development. This arrangement makes family life more harmonious and creates a cozy and stable environment for the upcoming second child. To ensure that their family would continue to run smoothly after welcoming their second child, Jingxian Jiang and Jiangbei Chang decided to leverage external resources to help them cope with life's challenges. Here's the story of how they implemented this strategy in concrete terms. As the due date approached, Zhang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei realized that they needed a reliable nanny to help take care of their first baby and the soon-to-be-born second baby. After many inquiries and interviews, they found an experienced nanny aunt with a good reputation. Auntie Li. Hello, Zhang Jingxian greeted warmly. How many children have you taken care of before? Auntie Li smiled and replied, I've taken care of 3 families' children before, and the youngest was just a month old. Chang Jiangbei then asked, what do you think would make the children get along better? Auntie Li patiently explained her views and shared some practical tips. In the end, Zhang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei decided to hire Auntie Li as their house sitter. In addition to hiring nannies, Zhang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei also seek help from friends and family around them, especially those who already have multiple children. They invite several experienced moms to their home to share parenting tips and also reach out for advice when they encounter problems. One day, Zhang Jingxian called her sister for advice on how to make 2 children live together peacefully. Sis, how do you think we should teach Big Boy to take care of his younger brother or sister? Her sister shared some of her own experiences and encouraged Jingxian Jiang. The most important thing is to let them know how important each other is and build a deep bond. To get more professional parenting information and support, Jingxian Jiang found a local parenting support group online and applied to join. In this group, she exchanges parenting experiences with other parents, participates in various activities organized, and even sometimes finds temporary mutual help partners. During a group activity, Jingxian Jiang met several moms who also have 2 children, and they often take their kids out together and share parenting tips with each other. Zhang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei also found that their community offers many service programs for young families, such as free parenting seminars and child health counseling services. They signed up for several lectures and learned a lot of useful parenting knowledge. After one of the lectures, Jingxian Jiang met a pediatrician who asked her some specific questions about newborn care and received professional answers. In order to provide Debao with more learning resources, Zhang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei also explored some online education platforms and found some age-appropriate courses for Debao. These courses not only enriched Debao's knowledge, but also helped him develop the habit of independent learning. On a weekend evening, Debao watches an online course on nature in front of his computer, with Zhang Jingxian accompanying him, asking questions and discussing from time to time. Through the support of these external resources, Zhang Jingxian and Chang Jiangbei have not only relieved the pressure within their family, but also created a better environment for their children to grow up in. They believe that with everyone working together, the family will have a brighter future. Chapter 161, A Second Pregnancy. That morning, Zhang Jingxian woke up as usual, but she felt an unusual sense of fatigue, and her appetite seemed to have changed. She remembered that she had always felt a bit nauseous in the last few days and that her period had been delayed for a few days. Her heart tightened and she remembered that she had forgotten something earlier because she was busy with work, so she decided to go buy a pregnancy test to confirm it. Zhang Jingxian walked from the bedroom to the kitchen and saw Chang Jiangbei preparing breakfast. She hesitated for a moment, but decided not to tell him about her guess, wanting to wait until the results came out before surprising him. Jiangbei, Zhang Jingxian called out softly, I'm going out for a while, I'll be back soon. Chang Jiangbei turned his head and said with a smile, Good, breakfast will be ready soon. Where are you going? Oh, it's just a bit uncomfortable. I'll go to the pharmacy to buy some medicine. Zhang Jingxian said somewhat sheepishly. Chang Jiangbei asked with concern, Not feeling well? Do you want me to accompany you? No. I'll be back in a while. You eat first. Zhang Jingxian hurried out the door. At the drugstore, Zhang Jingxian picked out several different pregnancy tests, feeling both nervous and expectant. When she got home, she closed the bathroom door and followed the instructions. During the few minutes she waited, her heart beat fast and various possibilities floated in her mind. At this moment, Chang Jiangbei's voice came from outside the door. Jingxian, what are you doing in there? I'll be right out. Zhang Jingxian hurriedly replied, then looked at the results displayed on the test stick. 2 bars were clearly visible. She froze for a few seconds, then excitedly opened the door and shouted at Chang Jiangbei, Jiangbei, come see what this is. Chang Jiangbei was startled by her reaction and hurried over. Seeing the pregnancy test stick Zhang Jingxian held in her hand, he immediately understood. Jing Xian, is this true? We're going to have a second baby? His voice was filled with disbelief and joy. Jiang Jingxian nodded, tears welling up in her eyes, but her face was full of smiles. It's true. We're going to be mommy and daddy again. Cheng Jiangbei hugged Jiang Jingxian and said excitedly, Great, great. After confirming their pregnancy, both Jiang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei were very excited, but also realized that every next step was very important. To ensure the health of mother and baby, they decided to go to the hospital for a detailed checkup as soon as possible. Jiang Jingxian made an appointment online with a local obstetrics and gynecology hospital with a good reputation and chose an experienced doctor. That morning, Cheng Jiangbei purposely took time off work to accompany her to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, the two of them walked into the maternity clinic hand in hand, with both anticipation and a little bit of nervousness in their hearts. The nurse guided them to fill out the relevant forms and arranged for them to wait in the waiting area. Jiang Jingxian looked at Cheng Jiangbei from time to time, and their eyes were filled with longing for their future lives. In order to make the experience of Jiang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei's trip to the hospital more interesting, we can envision some lighthearted scenes, add some humor elements and unexpected tidbits. Here is the extended plot. When Jiang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei arrived at the hospital, they found that the hospital was particularly crowded today, and there was a long line at the registration desk. Cheng Jiangbei thoughtfully asked Jiang Jingxian to sit on a side chair to rest, and went to queue for registration himself. Just as Cheng Jiangbei was standing in line, he suddenly heard a pregnant woman next to him and her husband talking about, Last night, I dreamed that I gave birth to a watermelon. Do you think it's an omen? Cheng Jiangbei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He looked back at Jiang Jingxian and realized that she was also listening. Both of them laughed. Cheng Jiangbei jokingly said, I hope our baby is not a watermelon. Ha ha. Jiang Jingxian smiled and responded, As long as it's healthy, it doesn't matter what kind of baby it is. It was finally Cheng Jiangbei's turn to register, and he quickly completed the formalities and returned to Jiang Jingxuan's side. The two of them went to the designated waiting area to wait together. At this time, a little boy ran over and looked at Jiang Jingxian curiously, asking, Auntie, why is your belly so big? Jiang Jingxian smiled and replied, Because Auntie has a little baby in her belly. The little boy's eyes lit up. Wow, really? I want to touch it too. Both Jiang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei were amused by the little boy's naivety. Cheng Jiangbei squatted down and said gently, Little friend, when Auntie's baby grows up a bit more, you can come and touch it, but right now it's still too small. The little boy nodded and reluctantly returned to his seat. The scene made everyone around them laugh, and the atmosphere became much lighter. Just then, Dr. Li called Jiang Jingxuan's name, and the two of them got up and entered the consultation room. Noticing that Jiang Jingxian was a bit nervous, Dr. Li jokingly said, It seems that everyone has a sense of joy today. Just now a little boy even wanted to touch your belly. Jiang Jingxian smiled shyly. Yeah, what a cute kid. Ha ha. Or first of all, congratulations on your baby. Now I'd like to get some basic information about Ms. Jiang. Please tell me the date of your last menstrual period so that I can roughly estimate the gestational week. Dr. Li said gently. Jingxian Jiang replied, My last period was about 5 weeks ago, so it should be in the early stages. Dr. Li nodded and continued, Okay, we will do an ultrasound for you to see how the embryo is developing. In addition, blood will be drawn to check your HCG level and thyroid function and other indicators. The nurse then took them to the ultrasound room. Jiang Jingxian was lying on the examination bed, and Cheng Jiangbei stood by holding her hand. When that tiny life was displayed on the screen, the two of them instantly became overwhelmed with emotion. Look, here's your baby with a very stable heartbeat. Dr. Li pointed to the screen and said, From what we can see so far, everything is normal. Hearing this, Jiang Jingxian couldn't help but shed tears, and Cheng Jiangbei also choked up. They thanked Dr. Li and then followed the nurse to do the blood test. While waiting for the test results, Cheng Jiangbei comforted Jiang Jingxian. Jingxian, don't cry. This is a good thing. Our baby is healthy. We need to be happy. Jiang Jingxian wiped her tears and smiled. I know. I'm just so touched. We must take good care of him, her. The test results came out quickly and all the indicators were within the normal range. Dr. Li reconfirmed their pregnancy and gave advice on pregnancy care. Congratulations to all of you. Starting today, Ms. Kong will need to take her folic acid on time and maintain good habits. I will give you a detailed pregnancy guide, so feel free to contact me if you have any discomfort or questions. We will also arrange regular labor and delivery tests to ensure the safety of mother and baby. Jiang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei listened attentively, their hearts filled with gratitude. Finally, they thanked Dr. Li and agreed on a time for their next maternity checkup. Walking out of the hospital, the sunlight was just right, and the two were in an extraordinarily happy mood. Cheng Jiangbei suggested, Jingxian, let's go eat something delicious to celebrate. Jiang Jingxian smiled and nodded. Yes, What do you want to eat? I want to eat the food from your favorite restaurant. You call the shots today, Cheng Jiangbei said happily. The two walked hand in hand towards the parking lot, their hearts filled with anticipation of the wonderful days ahead. After the examination, Zhang Dingxian and Cheng Jiangbei walked out of the hospital and realized that the sky was drizzling. Cheng Jiangbei hurriedly took off his jacket and draped it over Zhang Jingxian to prevent her from catching a cold. At this time, a little girl selling flowers ran over and asked in a tender voice, "Uncle and Auntie, buy a bouquet of flowers, it will bring you good luck." Cheng Jiangbei looked at Zhang Jingxian and saw her nod, so he bought a bouquet of flowers from the little girl. The little girl jumped up and down happily and said to them, "May your baby be healthy and happy." Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian received the flowers and felt the full blessing. The two of them smiled at each other and left the hospital hand in hand, their hearts filled with visions of a bright future. After confirming her pregnancy at the hospital, Zhang Dingxian and Cheng Jiangbei were in a very happy mood. They decided to go to a restaurant that Zhang Jingxian especially liked to celebrate. The restaurant was located on a quiet street in the center of the city, with an elegant environment and exquisite dishes, perfect for celebrating such a happy event. The two came to the restaurant and found a seat by the window. The scenery outside the window was very beautiful, and the sunlight sprinkled on the table through the leaves, giving people a warm and cozy feeling. The waiter handed over the menu, and Cheng Jiangbei let Zhang Jingxian order her favorite dishes. Zhang Jingxian looked through the menu, thinking that she was now eating for two, so she ordered a few of her usual favorites, as well as some healthy options suitable for pregnant women. Cheng Jiangbei also ordered a few specialties, which he knew were Zhang Jingxian's favorites. During the time they waited for the food to be served, Cheng Jiangbei and Zhang Jingxian chatted about their future lives. Cheng Jiangbei said, "Jingxian, what do you think we should prepare for the baby? Also, we need to start thinking about the design of the nursery." Zhang Jingxian thought about it and replied, "I think we should prepare some basic things first, such as a crib, diapers, and clothes. As for the baby's room, we can design it to be more cozy. The colors shouldn't be too harsh, and it should make the child feel comfortable." At that moment, the waiter brought the dishes they ordered. The two of them savored the delicious food and were in a happier mood. After eating, they decided to go to the nearby shopping mall to see if there were any clothes and baby products suitable for pregnant women. In the shopping mall, Zhang Jingxian found a brand store that specialized in selling maternity clothes. The clothes in the store came in a variety of styles, with both fashionable designs and comfortable materials. Zhang Jingxian tried on a few pieces and found them very suitable, so she chose a few sets with the intention of buying them. Cheng Jiangbei watched his wife trying on clothes from the side, his heart filled with happiness. He remembered the ultrasound image he had just seen in the hospital, and that tiny life made him feel that he had a heavier responsibility on his shoulders. He said to Zhang Jingxian, "Jingxian, you look so good in these clothes. We'll have to come here more often to pick out clothes for you in the future." Zhang Jingxian smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Jiangbei, you're a good father too." After shopping at the mall, they went to a baby product store. The clerk enthusiastically introduced them to the features and usage of various baby products. Zhang Dingxian and Cheng Jiangbei carefully selected some basic necessities, such as cribs, diapers, bottles, etc., and consulted the store clerk about how to arrange the second baby's nursery. It was already evening when they walked out of the mall with their purchases. The city looked especially beautiful under the setting sun. Cheng Jiangbei drove Zhang Jingxian home, and the two of them talked about everything that had happened today along the way, looking forward to the future. When they got home, Zhang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei started to organize the things they bought back today and plan how to decorate the baby room. They put the crib in the best place in the room, picked out soft lighting, and prepared some cute decorations. Ever since the news of Zhang Jingxian's pregnancy was confirmed, she and Cheng Jiangbei had begun communicating with Debao, hoping to make him feel the changes in the family and understand the importance of his upcoming brother or sister. One evening, the whole family sat around and Zhang Jingxian gently said to Debao, "There is a little baby in mommy's tummy and she is about to be born. You will become a big brother/big sister. Will you be happy?" Debao was a little surprised, but also filled with curiosity. "Really? Can I help mommy take care of the little baby?" Cheng Jiangbei smiled and replied, "Of course, you will be the little baby's first friend, and you will teach her many things." Debao's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Then I'm going to teach her to play with blocks, and to tell stories." At the same time, in order to keep track of her pregnancy, Zhang Jingxian began to keep a pregnancy diary, recording her daily feelings and the growth of her baby. She also encouraged Cheng Jiangbei and Debao to participate in the diary as well, so that everyone can leave their mark. One day, Zhang Jingxian wrote in her diary, "Today the baby kicked me several times in my stomach and it felt like it was talking to me." Jiangbei said it was the baby practicing kicking a soccer ball. Ha ha. Cheng Jiangbei also added in his diary, "Today Jingxian said she felt the baby's movements, and I was excited for a while along with her. I hope the baby will grow up healthy, As her pregnancy progressed, Jing Xianzhang's belly gradually bulged. Cheng Jiangbei would often gently stroke her stomach to feel the baby's presence. Sometimes, he would talk to his stomach, hoping that the baby could hear him. One night, Cheng Jiangbei leaned over the bed and whispered into Jiang Jingshuan's stomach, "Baby, I'm daddy. You have to be good. Mommy is having a hard time. You have to be obedient." Jiang Jingxian smiled and responded, "Look, the baby seems to have understood and just kicked me again." Cheng Jiangbei also smiled. "Let's talk to him some more then." De Bao also curiously came over. Mimicking Cheng Jiangbei, "Little baby, I'm a big brother. You have to grow up quickly. Let's play together." In order to enhance the bonding between family members, Jiang Jingxian and Cheng Jiangbei have also planned a series of family activities for everyone to have a chance to participate in. One weekend, they decided to have a picnic in the park together. Cheng Jiangbei was in charge of preparing the food. Jiang Jingxian prepared the dishes and blankets, while De Bao helped pack the toys. In the park, families sit around on the grass and enjoy the sunshine and food. Cheng Jiangbei took out his camera to record this beautiful moment. Dabo was excitedly running through the grass and posing back for the camera from time to time. Jingxian Jiang said with emotion, "This is so nice. I hope to have this kind of time often after the baby is born." Cheng Jiangbei nodded his head in agreement. "Definitely, we will always maintain this family atmosphere."